Sunlight streamed through the bus window, casting a warm and gentle glow on Jiang Han's face. He sat by the window watching the ever-changing scenery outside, his heart filled with both reluctance and anticipation. Jiang Han had been in this world for 7 years since his transmigration. In his original world he was just a 9-to-5 office worker. Now he had grown up in Yangqing orphanage just like in his previous life. He never expected this life to be the same. This was the first time he had left this familiar city. He had just graduated from high school and was about to pursue further studies at Zhonghai Financial University, embarking on a new chapter of his life. The bus slowly drove out of Yangqing, Jiang Han's gaze fixed on the window. The fields, towns and rivers. These familiar sights gradually receded, replaced by unfamiliar landscapes. His heart was filled with both anticipation for the future and nostalgia for the past. Life in the orphanage was hard, but it held memories of his growth and the familiar faces of everyone there. Ding! The divine wealth return system is binding. A mechanical voice suddenly rang in Jiang Han's mind, interrupting his thoughts. He was startled, looking around instinctively but finding nothing. Then a countdown visible only to him began before his eyes. 30. 29. 28. 3. 2. 1. Ding. System binding successful. Reward 1, globally limited edition, Dark Knight, car. The vehicle is parked in the Zhonghai bus station parking lot. Please claim it upon arrival. In that short minute Jiang Han was stunned. He stared incredulously at the system panel before him, murmuring to himself, this can't be real, can it? Am I carsick? Is this an illusion? His heart raced, his palms slightly sweaty. The system panel flickered with a faint glow, displaying various information, looking incredibly real. Jiang Han tried to convince himself it was just a dream, but the sense of reality was undeniable. Host, this is not an illusion. The mechanical voice spoke again, as if reading his mind. As the voice faded, Jiang Han slapped himself on the face, the pain instantly hitting him. His eyes wide, he stared in disbelief at his own hand, then at the system panel. Holy crap! Is this real? Jiang Han murmured again in confusion. It's real. As long as the host spends money, you will receive a random multiplier refund, and at the same time you will earn divine wealth points. Divine wealth points can be used in the system store to obtain various skills, the mechanical voice continued with a hint of playfulness in its tone. As it spoke, the system store appeared before Jiang Han. Various skills were displayed: cooking, fighting, business mastery. The cheapest cooking skill required 5 million divine wealth points to purchase. Jiang Han's mind was in turmoil as he tried to process the information. He had never imagined he would encounter such a thing, let alone receive a system. He rubbed his eyes subconsciously and looked at the system panel again to confirm it wasn't an illusion. A globally limited edition Dark Knight. He repeated softly, filled with confusion and curiosity. He had never owned any luxury items in his life, let alone a limited edition sports car. This sudden reward filled him with both excitement and unease. He didn't know what the system would bring him, nor how to face the life ahead. Jiang Han's gaze turned to the window again. The bus had entered an unfamiliar area. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. He knew he was about to arrive in Zhonghai, and this system might change his life forever. The bus continued on, but Jiang Han's thoughts drifted far away. He imagined his life in Zhonghai and the surprises the Dark Knight might bring. His heart was full of anticipation, but also a hint of unease. As long as the host spends money, you will receive a random multiplier refund. The mechanical voice echoed again, as if reminding him. Jiang Han nodded, looking at the scenery outside the window with a new sense of expectation. The 2-hour journey passed quickly in anticipation. As the bus slowly arrived at the station, Jiang Han grabbed his luggage and walked excitedly toward the parking lot. His heart was full of hope for the future and curiosity about the system's reward, the Dark Knight. Ding, host has arrived at the claim location. The car key has been placed in the pocket of your backpack. The system's voice sounded again. Jiang Han immediately took off his backpack and checked. His fingers gently opened the pocket, and sure enough, an exquisite car key lay quietly there. The key's surface emitted a faint metallic luster engraved with the word Bugatti, looking very high-end. Jiang Han's heart raced. He had never imagined owning such a luxurious sports car. He carefully picked up the key, feeling its warmth as if sensing an invisible power. After graduating from high school, the orphanage director had him get a driver's license. The director had always taken care of him, hoping he would have a better future. Jiang Han took out the car key, grabbed his suitcase and walked toward the parking lot. As soon as he entered, 2 men walked out while chatting. Their voices echoed clearly in the empty parking lot. That car must be worth tens of millions. Came to the bus station to pick up a beauty. Or just bored and taking the bus, one of them laughed with a teasing tone. Probably here to pick up a beauty. How could that kind of person take the bus? But I just touched it, I'm a man who has touched a Bugatti. Ha ha ha, the other said with a proud expression. Jiang Han heard their conversation, his heart stirred slightly. He walked forward with his suitcase, a polite smile on his face, and asked, "Bro, what car are you talking about? Where is it?" "Over there, there's a Bugatti parked. Go take a photo and post it on Moments." Or one of them pointed to the crowd in the corner of the parking lot, laughing with a hint of teasing. "Oh, thank you, bro." Jiang Han smiled, but his heart was a bit nervous. He didn't know what the car would look like nor how to face the surrounding gazes. With that, Jiang Han carried his suitcase and walked toward the crowd. His steps were hurried and his heart raced. He could feel his palms sweating, but he kept a calm smile on his face. Soon Jiang Han arrived in front of the car. A black Bugatti Dark Knight was parked quietly, surrounded by a dozen people frantically taking photos. Sunlight fell on the car body, reflecting dazzling light as if the car itself was a work of art. Sunlight spilled over the streets of Zhonghai, the plane trees on both sides swaying in the wind, casting dappled shadows. Jiang Han stood at the entrance of the parking lot, his gaze fixed on the Dark Knight sound parked in the corner. His heart raced with excitement as if an irrepressible joy surged within his chest. Stepping forward, Jiang Han gently pressed the unlock button on the car key. In an instant the Dark Knight sound seemed to awaken, its headlights flashed twice, followed by a low powerful roar. The crowd fell silent, then someone exclaimed, "Holy crap, it's on." Hearing this, Jiang Han smirked slightly, picked up his suitcase and walked over. He opened the passenger door carefully, tucked the suitcase inside, then sat down in the driver's seat under the gaze of the crowd. The seats were soft and comfortable, as if custom made for him. He gently closed the door, savoring the luxurious atmosphere inside the car, his heart filled with satisfaction. The watching crowd held their breath, eyes locked on the Dark Knight sound. Jiang Han took a deep breath, turned the key gently, and the engine roared as if proclaiming its power. The crowd instantly parted, clearing a path. Under the envious gazes of onlookers, Jiang Han slowly drove out of the parking lot. As he left, the system's mechanical voice echoed again, "Detected host claiming newbie binding reward successfully. Reward return count 5. Begin your unfettered life." Jiang Han smiled slightly, his heart brimming with anticipation. He pulled over to the side of the road, took out his old phone and opened a novel titled God-Level Tycoon System Starting from Campus from his reading app's bookshelf. In one go he tipped all 3,000 yuan of living expenses given by the dean into the novel. Consumption successful. Received 3,000 God-Level Tycoon points. Congratulations, host. Received 10 times return. The system's voice rang out, followed by a text message notification. Jiang Han glanced at his phone. A bank deposit of 30,000 yuan made him even more excited. His heartbeat quickened and an irrepressible joy shone on his face. "System, is this money from a legitimate source?" Jiang Han asked with a hint of worry, not wanting to invite trouble. "Rest assured, host. All funds rewarded by this system come through stock market channels with verifiable transaction records convenient for your explanations." Hearing this, Jiang Han felt much more at ease. He continued driving toward Zhonghai Finance University. Sunlight streamed through the car window, warm on his face as if heralding the bright future ahead. Just before reaching the destination, the fuel gauge of the Dark Knight sound flashed red with a soft warning beep. Jiang Han smiled helplessly. "System, couldn't you have filled the tank for me?" He opened the navigation, searched for the nearest gas station and headed that way. The Dark Knight sound weaved through the streets of Zhonghai, drawing countless eyes. People stopped to stare with envy and awe, as if the car itself were a work of art. Soon Jiang Han arrived at the gas station and pulled up to the 98-octane pump. He opened the door, got out and said to the attendant, "Fill it up and then top up a 30,000 yuan card." The attendant nodded skillfully, picked up the nozzle and began fueling the Dark Knight sound. Jiang Han stood by the car, watching the numbers on the meter climb, filled with satisfaction. He felt the gazes around him but didn't care. In fact, he rather enjoyed the attention. Sunlight spilled over the streets of Zhonghai, the air tinged with the faint smell of gasoline and the city's bustle. Jiang Han sat in the driver's seat of the Dark Knight sound, his heart full of anticipation and excitement. The experience at the gas station had filled him with confidence in the system. He knew he had embarked on an extraordinary path. "System, is the return multiplier random?" Jiang Han asked while driving, curiosity in his voice. "Yes, host. The return multiplier is random, ranging from 1x to 100x. The system's mechanical voice echoed, as if reminding him of its power. Jiang Han nodded, mentally calculating. This meant every consumption could bring massive returns. He just needed to seize the opportunity to improve his life. The car cruised slowly through the streets of Zhonghai, his gaze occasionally sweeping across the scenery. Zhonghai was a vibrant city with towering skyscrapers and bustling streets full of modern urban energy. He could feel the city's pulse as if he had merged into its rhythm. Consumption successful. Received 30000 God-level Tycoon points triggering 7x return. The system's prompt echoed again, followed by a bank deposit notification. Jiang Han glanced at his phone, 210000 yuan credited, and his heart pounded, a barely concealed joy spreading across his face. This system is truly incredible. Jiang Han murmured to himself, his heart full of anticipation for the future. He knew he now possessed the tool to change his destiny, he just needed to use it wisely. The car continued onward, soon arriving at the gate of Zhonghai Finance University. A tall stone tablet stood at the entrance engraved with golden characters, Zhonghai Finance University. Sunlight shone on the stone tablet, making it especially dazzling. Jiang Han, parked in the temporary parking area, took a deep breath and slowly stepped out of the car. The car door closed with a crisp click as if announcing its presence. Surrounding students cast curious glances and Jiang Han could feel their envy and admiration. He looked up at the school gate, his heart full of expectation. This university was his dream place, he never imagined he would arrive in such a manner. He dragged his suitcase toward the gate, each step particularly firm. As he entered the campus, his eyes were captivated by the scenery. The campus was lush with green trees and blooming flowers with neat paths winding through them. In the distance stood modern teaching buildings, sunlight glistening on their rooftops. Jiang Han felt the peace and tranquility here as if it were a paradise isolated from the world. He dragged his suitcase along the path, his heart full of dreams for the future. He didn't know what he would encounter here, but he knew this would be a new beginning for his life. Jiang Han dragged his suitcase along the path toward the dormitory. Sunlight filtered through the gaps between the leaves, casting patches of light on the ground. A gentle breeze brushed by, bringing a hint of coolness. He had just arrived from his hometown to this unfamiliar city, his heart filled with both anticipation and a trace of unease. The registration point was set up outside the school gymnasium, where a long winding queue stretched out. Jiang Han stood at the end of the line, occasionally lifting his head to survey his surroundings. The campus buzzed with the vitality of freshmen, students everywhere carrying bags or dragging suitcases, while enthusiastic volunteers helped guide them. Finally it was Jiang Han's turn. He straightened his clothes, took a deep breath and walked toward the registration desk. Seated at the desk was a girl about 1.68 meters tall, the perfect height. Her skin was snow-white like finely crafted porcelain, exuding an air of cool elegance. Her facial features were exquisite, especially her eyes, large and bright like two sparkling gems. She wore her hair in a ponytail, jet black and glossy, with a few stray strands falling beside her cheeks, adding a touch of liveliness. She was dressed in a light blue dress, the collar slightly open, revealing her delicate collarbone, making her exceptionally charming. A silver necklace hung around her neck, glistening in the sunlight, enhancing her pure and innocent look. As soon as Jiang Han's gaze fell on her, he was captivated. His heart raced and his cheeks felt warm as if struck by an electric current. He forced himself to calm down and shifted his gaze back to the registration procedures. "Hello, classmate. Please give me your admission letter and ID card," she said, her voice crisp and melodious like a mountain spring, instantly calming Jiang Han's heartbeat. "Oh, okay." Jiang Han fumbled a bit as he pulled the documents from his pocket and handed them over. She took the documents and examined them carefully, her movements elegant and composed. Taking the chance, Jiang Han studied her closely. Her brows and eyes carried an air of scholarly grace, as if she were a heroine stepping out of a manga. Her fingers were long and fair, and the way she gently flipped through the documents mesmerized him. "Your name is Jiang Han, right?" She looked up and asked with a smile. Yes." Jiang Han nodded, his voice a little low. "Welcome to Zhonghai Financial University. Here is your registration certificate along with the campus map and freshman handbook." She handed the documents back to Jiang Han, her smile warm and sincere. "If you have any questions, feel free to ask me." "Thank you." Jiang Han took the documents, a warm current surging in his heart. Her smile gave him an inexplicable sense of reassurance, as if in this unfamiliar place he had already found a trace of belonging. "You're welcome. I wish you a wonderful time at Zhonghai Financial University." She gave a slight smile, then lowered her head to continue processing the next student's paperwork. Jiang Han turned and left, still savoring the conversation he had just had. Her voice, her smile, her demeanor, all left a deep impression on him. He couldn't help but glance back. She was still focused on handling the procedures, the sunlight casting a golden halo around her. Jiang Han dragged his suitcase along the path toward the dormitory. His mood became exceptionally light, as if all the fatigue from before had been swept away. He felt that this city might not be so strange after all. Soon Jiang Han arrived at his dormitory. The dormitory building was an old structure, its outer walls covered with ivy giving it an antique and tranquil appearance. He pushed open the dormitory door, and inside 3 people had already arrived. The dormitory was not large, but it was fairly tidy, with 4 beds neatly arranged, each with a desk and a wardrobe underneath. "Our dorm is complete," a boy said with a smile as he saw Jiang Han enter. "Hello everyone. I'm Jiang Han." Jiang Han put down his luggage and greeted them with a smile. "I'm Liang." The boy who had just spoken extended his hand enthusiastically, and Jiang Han shook it. "Wang Zhe." A slightly chubby boy sitting on the bed nodded at Jiang Han. "Zhang Yu." The last boy standing by the door with a basketball in hand looked very sunny. "By the way, you'd better hurry up and get settled. We're going to the classroom soon," Liang said with a smile. Jiang Han nodded and walked toward the empty bed at the far end, starting to organize his belongings. He opened his suitcase, folded his clothes one by one and placed them in the wardrobe, and arranged his books neatly on the shelf. As he tidied up, he chatted with his roommates from time to time, and the atmosphere gradually became lively. "Hey, did you guys see that beautiful girl at registration?" Liang suddenly asked, a hint of excitement on his face. "I saw her. She's gorgeous. But a senior student handled my registration, so I didn't get to talk to her." Zhang Yu said regretfully, a note of disappointment in his voice. Are you talking about that senior girl with a ponytail and a light blue dress?" Jiang Han spoke up, his heart filled with anticipation for their answer. "Yes. That's Suyao, the beauty of our finance department. She's also the campus belle of Zhonghai Financial University. And she's in our department." Wang Zhe took over the conversation, a hint of pride in his voice. "Suyao." Jiang Han repeated the name, a slight stir in his heart. So her name was Suyao. It matched her demeanor perfectly, cool and elegant. "That's right. Senior Suyao is a legend at our school. Not only is she beautiful, but her academic performance is also top-notch. I heard she's even the vice president of the student council." Liang added, his eyes full of admiration. "Wow, so impressive." Jiang Han couldn't help exclaiming, his impression of Suyao deepening. "Absolutely. Everyone at our school knows Senior Suyao. Every time she appears, she draws the eyes of countless boys," Zhang Yu said dramatically, as if describing a superstar. "Do you have her contact information?" Jiang Han couldn't help asking, a hint of hope in his heart. "Haha, Jiang Han, you're already setting your sights on the campus belle so soon after arriving." Liang burst out laughing, patting Jiang Han's shoulder. "But Senior Suyao is quite aloof. Ordinary people can't easily get close to her." Exactly. Senior Suyao is always surrounded by a group of suitors. It's not easy to get close to her," Wang Zhe chimed in, a hint of envy in his tone. Jiang Han's face flushed slightly, and he gave an awkward smile, not continuing the topic. He understood in his heart that he was merely attracted by Suyao's appearance and aura, and he knew too little about her to even speak of pursuing her. "Alright, stop teasing, Jiang Han. Let's hurry to the classroom. We don't want to be late," Liang said, checking the time and urging them. "Okay." Jiang Han finished packing and walked out of the dormitory building with his roommates, heading toward the finance department classroom. Walking along the campus path, Jiang Han felt exceptionally light-hearted. The sunlight fell on him warm and cozy, and a gentle breeze brought a breath of fresh air. He looked at his roommates chatting and laughing beside him, and a warmth surged in his heart. Although he had just arrived in this unfamiliar city, he believed that with these friends he would surely find his own place here. Sunlight streamed through the windows of the lecture hall, casting dappled patches of light that swayed gently with the breeze. Freshmen from the finance department filed in one after another, their murmurs rising and falling in waves. Jiang Han, Liang, Wang Zhe and Zhang Yu entered together, chatting and laughing as they found a spot by the window and sat down casually. "I heard our advisor is someone impressive. I wonder what kind of teacher they'll be," Zhang Yu said curiously, setting down his backpack. "Who cares as long as they're not too strict?" Wang Zhe shrugged nonchalantly, his eyes scanning the room. Jiang Han smiled faintly, saying nothing, quietly observing everything around him. He noticed that most of the seats were already taken, classmates whispering, and the air filled with a sense of novelty and anticipation. He relished this vibrant atmosphere, as if every new beginning brimmed with infinite possibilities. Before long the room was completely full. Some students whispered, others flipped through textbooks, and a few fiddled with their phones. Just then the classroom door slowly pushed open, drawing everyone's gaze instantly. A man in his early 30s stepped in dressed in a dark suit, his hair neatly combed back, a gentle smile on his face. Behind him followed a girl in a white dress, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, her features delicate, her eyes soft and warm. Her presence instantly freshened the air in the room. Jiang Han. Look. It's Su Yao. Li Yang suddenly exclaimed in excitement, a hint of surprise in his voice. Jiang Han was taken aback, following Li Yang's gaze to see the girl smiling as she entered the classroom. He remembered the name, Su Yao, a star in the finance department, not only outstanding in academics but also beautiful, the goddess of many boys' hearts. Isn't senior Su Yao a fourth-year student? Why is she here in our freshman classroom? Jiang Han wondered, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Ahem. Everyone, this is our first meeting. I'm Zhou Ting, your class advisor for finance class 2. Zhou Ting cleared his throat, his voice loud and clear, instantly capturing everyone's attention. He scanned the room, noticing the boys' fervent gazes fixed on Su Yao, and smiled slightly before continuing, "You lads reign in your eyes. This is your senior Su Yao, our class teaching assistant. Hello junior classmates. I'm Su Yao. Please take care of me," Su Yao said with a smile, her voice crisp and melodious like a mountain spring. As she spoke, Su Yao's gaze inadvertently swept across the room. When it landed on the direction of Jiang Han, she smiled gently, warmth in her eyes. This did not escape Wang Zhe, who was sitting next to Jiang Han. Hey. Senior Su Yao seems to be looking at me. And she smiled at me. Wang Zhe exclaimed excitedly, a smug grin spreading across his face. Give me a break. Senior Su Yao was definitely looking at me. Li Yang immediately retorted, a hint of defiance in his tone. Jiang Han watched the two bicker, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly, yet a peculiar feeling stirred within him. He noticed that Su Yao's smile seemed tinged with a hint of familiarity, as if he had seen it somewhere before. He shook his head, trying to shake off the strange sensation, and redirected his focus to Zhou Ting. Seeing the students gradually calm down, Zhou Ting continued, "Today is the first day of your university life. I hope you can find your direction here, study hard and keep improving. The finance department is a place full of challenges and opportunities. I believe you can all find your place here." He paused, his gaze sweeping across every student, finally resting on Su Yao, and nodded slightly, signaling her to continue. Su Yao stepped forward, taking over from Zhou Ting. "Junior classmates, I'm your teaching assistant, Su Yao. I'll help you with both academics and daily life. Feel free to come to me if you have any questions. I hope you all enjoy your time here and gain something valuable." Her voice was gentle yet firm, making the atmosphere in the room even more harmonious. Jiang Han looked at Su Yao, a sense of anticipation stirring in his heart. He didn't know what surprises this beautiful senior would bring, but he believed the days ahead would be extraordinary. "Alright everyone. Today's class is mainly to meet you. Tomorrow we'll officially start lectures and your military training will also begin." Zhou Ting's voice echoed through the room, and the students nodded, their faces a mix of anticipation and nervousness. After finishing, Zhou Ting and Su Yao left the classroom together. The atmosphere instantly relaxed as students began chatting in small groups, discussing the upcoming courses and military training. "Hey, no doubt about it, we four are going to be great buddies. Come on, let me treat you all to a meal. I know a great little restaurant near the school," Li Yang said with a laugh, a spark of excitement in his eyes. Jiang Han smiled and nodded. "Sounds good, I'm pretty hungry too. Are you from Zhonghai?" Jiang Han asked with a grin, a hint of curiosity in his tone. "I'm from Zhonghai, don't you know?" Li Yang replied with a local dialect, a proud smile on his face. "Whoa, a true Zhonghainese." Zhang Yu teased, a playful tone in his voice. "Cut it out, your Beijing accent is so thick it might as well be written on your face." Wang Zhe shot back with a grin. "Ha ha ha ha." Zhang Yu burst out laughing, his laughter echoing through the room, drawing glances from nearby classmates. Jiang Han watched them joke around, feeling a sense of ease. He loved this light-hearted atmosphere, as if all the strangeness had been shattered in an instant. He looked around the room and saw classmates chatting in twos and threes, all wearing smiles. This warm ambience gave him a long-lost sense of belonging. "You guys head back to the dorm first. I need to register for a vehicle pass," Li Yang said with a smile, a hint of apology in his voice. "Sure, be quick about it," Wang Zhe said, patting Li Yang on the shoulder. The four of them left the classroom laughing and chatting. Jiang Han and the other two returned to the dormitory, while Li Yang went to the school's security office to process his vehicle pass. Sunlight filtered through the gaps between leaves, casting dapples of light on the campus path, while a gentle breeze brought a hint of coolness. After returning to the dormitory, Wang Zhe sat on his bed, stretched, and then said, "By the way, Jiang Han and Zhang Yu, where are you two from?" I'm from Yangcheng. Jiang Han said with a smile, a hint of ease on his face. I'm from Jinling. Zhang Yu responded, a trace of pride in his tone. Hee, you can tell where I'm from by my accent, so I won't say. Wang Zhe laughed, rubbing his head with a simple, honest smile. As he spoke, Wang Zhe sat at his desk and opened a laptop, saying, "Do you two play games? We can play together in the dorm from now on." "Of course. I'm Diamond in League of Legends," Zhang Yu declared proudly, a hint of smugness on his face. "Wow, awesome. I'm only gold," Wang Zhe exclaimed, as if he had found a carry for ranking up, excitement shining in his eyes. "Jiang Han, do you play games?" Zhang Yu asked with a smile, a hint of expectation in his eyes. "I haven't even bought a computer yet. After dinner I'll go to the mall to get one and you guys can teach me," Jiang Han replied with a smile, a hint of anticipation on his face. "Alright, after dinner we'll all go together," Wang Zhe said, excitement in his voice. While the three were chatting, Li Yang pushed open the door and entered, saying, "Let's go. The car is downstairs." With that, the four newly acquainted young men left the dormitory and headed downstairs. A black Mercedes-Benz G63 stood quietly, its body sparkling under the sun, exceptionally dazzling. "Wow! The new G63 Night Edition." Zhang Ye's eyes lit up at the sight of the luxury car, a hint of envy on his face. Get in," Li Yang said with a smile and opened the door. They all got into the car with Wang Zhe in the passenger seat and Jiang Han and Zhang Yu in the back. After the car started, Wang Zhe said with a smile, "Li Yang, not bad. I didn't know you were a rich second generation. Is that how you tease people? You and Zhang Yu, other than your underwear, which I can't see, every piece of clothing you're wearing costs thousands. And that Patek Philippe Nautilus watch, right? At least several $100,000. Li Yang chuckled, sizing up Zhang Yu teasingly. "Damn. Do you have X-ray vision?" Zhang Yu shot back with a laugh, a hint of teasing on his face. Jiang Han sat in the back watching the three banter, a wave of emotion washing over him. He had long noticed that these three were not ordinary, their clothes were all designer brands and their aura was distinctive. However, he wasn't surprised, as he himself came from a well-off family. He smiled faintly without speaking, simply listening quietly to their teasing. The car slowly drove out of the campus. As Li Yang drove, he said, "Hey, let me tell you, it seems our school has a super rich second generation. When I was processing my past just now, I heard someone say that a Bugatti is parked in the lot across from our school. Someone saw a guy getting out with a suitcase and walking into our school." "A guy? Then I'm not that interested. If it were a hot girl, I'd be very interested. Maybe I could even be a kept man," Zhang Yu said with a teasing smile. "Ha ha ha, a kept man. I have to say, in this dorm the one most likely to be a kept man by looks is Jiang Han. I have to admit Jiang Han is indeed a bit more handsome than me." Li Yang joked, a playful glint in his eyes. "Hey, you three rich kids, why are you teasing me? Do you guys have any sisters or female relatives? You could introduce me, I'd be happy to be a kept man," Jiang Han said with a grin, a hint of teasing in his expression. "Ha, that's an interesting thing to say, Jiang Han. I do have a younger sister, but she's still in high school," Li Yang said with a smile, a hint of affection in his eyes. "I also have a younger sister, but she's several years younger than me and still in elementary school," Zhang Yu added, a trace of helplessness on his face. "I have a cousin, but she's already married, so you're probably out of luck." Wang Zhe joined in the teasing, a mischievous expression. "Haha, then I'll just have to wait for your sisters to grow up," Jiang Han said, his eyes twinkling with amusement. The four of them chatted and laughed all the way, the atmosphere very harmonious. The car drove slowly along the city streets, sunlight streaming through the windows and warming them. Jiang Han looked at the scenery outside, feeling a sense of ease washing over him. He loved this relaxed atmosphere, as if all the strangeness had been broken in that moment. Li Yang, Wang Zhe and Zhang Yu showed no airs of wealthy airs. Soon the four arrived at an upscale restaurant. After Li Yang parked the car, they entered. "Welcome. How many guests?" the waiter asked warmly upon seeing them. "4. Do you have a small private room?" Li Yang said. "Yes, sir." "This way please," the waiter replied and led them into a small private room. "Jiang Han, you order." "Order whatever you want," Li Yang said, handing the menu to Jiang Han with a smile. "You're treating, so you order." Jiang Han replied with a smile. "Oh, just order when I tell you to. Don't be polite, after all we're going to be together for 4 years," Li Yang said with a smile. "You order. We don't know what's good here. Go ahead." Jiang Han said with a smile. Li Yang didn't refuse again, took the menu and ordered all the restaurant's specialties. Jiang Han, I think the Global Plaza is right next door. After dinner the three of us will go with you to buy a computer and stuff, Zhang Yu said with a smile. Great. Thanks. Jiang Han nodded with a smile. Computer. I haven't bought a laptop either, I used a desktop at home. I'll buy one too. Li Yang said with a smile. Li Yang, what games do you play? Wang Zhe asked. It has to be League of Legends. I have over 1,000 games on Yasuo as my main. Well, play together. Li Yang said proudly. Troll Yasuo. Wang Zhe teased. What do you mean? I carry every game with Yasuo. Li Yang replied. Haha. It's fine, we have a diamond god in our dorm to carry us. Wang Zhe said. Diamond god? Who? What division? Li Yang asked. Hearing that, Wang Zhe jerked his chin toward Zhang Yu. Li Yang looked at Zhang Yu and said, no way. I didn't see that coming. What division? Just finished my placement matches Diamond 2. Zhang Yu replied with a smile. You finished placements and got Diamond 2 in the new season. Were you challenger last season? Li Yang asked in surprise. Hee, keep it low-key. Zhang Yu said with a smile. Awesome. You have to carry me from now on. I don't even play ranked, I'm only platinum at best. Li Yang's eyes were full of eagerness as if he had found a big carry. For individuals enjoyed delicious food while engaging in light-hearted conversation, creating a wonderfully pleasant atmosphere. The restaurant was filled with the aroma of exquisite dishes accompanied by the laughter of classmates, which made the entire environment particularly warm. Jiang Han looked at his friends beside him, feeling a wave of warmth in his heart. The relaxed ambience allowed him to completely unwind, as if all his worries had been cast aside. After finishing their meal, Li Yang settled the bill and the four of them headed towards the Global Mall. The Global Mall is one of the largest shopping centers in the city, featuring a variety of high-end brands and electronic products. Sunlight filtered through the glass facade of the mall, casting dazzling patches of light on the floor. With a clear purpose, the four of them walked directly into the mall, heading straight for an alien computer specialty store. The store's decor was distinctly modern, with a black glass door emblazoned with the alien logo, making it quite eye-catching. The soft lighting inside showcased various models of computers, each emitting a strong sense of technology. Hello, gentlemen. Do you need any assistance? A young store attendant approached them enthusiastically, wearing a professional smile. We're looking to buy a laptop. Please tell us about the options. Li Yang said, his tone laced with confidence. The attendant, upon hearing this, began introducing the computers to the four of them. He meticulously explained the specifications and performance of each computer, occasionally pressing keys to demonstrate the machine's speed and visual effects. Jiang Han glanced at the prices of the computers, which were generally between 20 to 30,000. He felt a slight shock as he recalled the amount of rewards returned by the system. Clearly these prices did not align with his expectations. Under the guidance of the attendant, Li Yang quickly selected a computer priced over 30,000. He nodded in satisfaction, stating, let's go with this one, it seems to have decent performance. Jiang Han meanwhile wandered around the store and quickly focused on a desktop computer. This machine had extremely high specifications, priced over 80,000, alongside a monitor priced over 30,000. Looking at this computer, Jiang Han felt a stir of desire within him. He loved high-performance devices, especially ones that were perfect for gaming and studying. This was undoubtedly an ideal choice. Jiang Han, getting this for the dorm seems a bit excessive, doesn't it? Wang Zhe leaned over and whispered teasingly in Jiang Han's ear. Whoa. You startled me. Jiang Han jumped slightly at Wang Zhe's sudden comment, his body shivering a bit and a hint of fear appeared on his face. You guys are students, right? A laptop would be more convenient for school. And this setup is a bit pricey. The attendant also approached, expressing some concern. It's fine as long as I like it. Let's go with this setup. Jiang Han replied with a smile, his eyes reflecting determination. He turned to Li Yang and asked cheerfully, have you made your choice? I've made my choice. Li Yang looked at Jiang Han, a hint of disbelief on his face. He didn't expect Jiang Han to opt for such an expensive setup, but chose not to say much. Boss, could you calculate the total, please? Jiang Han said, his tone calm. Upon hearing this, the attendant immediately began calculating. He operated the calculator skillfully, and after a short while he looked up and said, that'll be 210774 yuan. Just round it to 210000. Jiang Han said with a smile. Sure. No problem. The attendant replied cheerfully, his face showing a hint of surprise. Saying this, Jiang Han took out his bank card and walked to the front desk with the attendant. The attendant skillfully operated the cash register, quickly completing the payment process. Jiang Han received his bank card back, smiled slightly and turned back to join Liang Wangzhe and Zhang Yu. Just as the payment was successful, a system notification suddenly echoed in Jiang Han's mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing a purchase, receiving a 10x refund. Remaining refund chances 2. Following that, Jiang Han's phone vibrated and he looked down to see 2 bank messages appearing simultaneously. One message was a debit of 210774 yuan while the other indicated an income of 1 million yuan. Whoa, Jiang Han, you're the one hiding the deepest in our dorm. Liang, noticing Jiang Han's text, was surprised to see a balance exceeding 1 million. Though he was also a rich second generation, his family wouldn't give him this much at once if they merely provided him with a credit card to use freely. Jiang Han smiled at this, responding, you just treated us to dinner, let me treat you guys to some fun later. But first I need to buy a few things. I remember you guys have delivery service, please help us deliver to dorm 302 of the Zhonghai Financial University. Liang said to the attendant. Sure. I'll arrange for someone to deliver it right away. The attendant responded with a smile. Liang nodded and the 4 of them exited the computer store. I'll transfer you later. Liang said with a smile. Let's go get me some outfits. Jiang Han replied with a grin. Ha ha ha. Alright. Wang Zhe laughed. Soon the 4 of them left the alien specialty store, chatting and laughing as they strolled around. As they wandered, the 4 entered a luxury watch store. Their presence quickly attracted a stylish saleswoman whose eyes lit up upon seeing them, for aside from Jiang Han, each of them wore garments worth thousands. Hello, handsome gentlemen. May I show you around? The attractive saleswoman approached them. Don't include me, my friend is buying. Show him instead. Liang pointed at Jiang Han and spoke. The saleswoman then noticed that Liang Wangzhe and Zhang Yu were clearly not ordinary wealthy second generations. Although they looked relatively young, each wore attire worth tens of thousands, especially Liang, whose watch was worth over 400,000. Upon hearing this, the saleswoman approached Jiang Han, who was already leaning on the counter looking at watches, saying, Sir, do you have a preferred style? I can bring it out for you to try on. Jiang Han nodded and pointed to a Rolex Daytona, saying, Please bring this one out for me to have a look. The saleswoman quickly retrieved the golden Daytona and carefully helped Jiang Han put it on. How does it look? Jiang Han smiled, addressing the 3 beside him. Hee hee, with that watch on you look even more like a spendthrift. Liang teased. Ha ha ha. Jiang Han chuckled in response, then his gaze landed on a Richard Mille watch priced over 180,000. Please take this one out for me to see as well. Jiang Han said with a smile, looking at the white ceramic watch. The saleswoman immediately retrieved the watch and placed it on Jiang Han's wrist. Jiang Han looked at it, feeling quite pleased, and said with a smile, I'll take these too. Really? The saleswoman asked incredulously. Really? Jiang Han replied with a smile. The saleswoman promptly took out a calculator to compute the price, then stated, Sir, the total is 15 million, rounding it off to 1 million, is that alright? Hearing this, Jiang Han smiled slightly. Initially intending to negotiate the price, he now completely skipped that step. Swipe the card. Jiang Han uttered just 2 simple words, leaving the stunning saleswoman before him utterly astonished. She never expected that in less than half an hour the man, who appeared to be merely 20 years old, would effortlessly spend 2 million. Hey! Swipe the card. Liang stepped forward, lightly tapping the saleswoman's shoulder as he spoke, a hint of teasing lacing his voice. I'm so sorry, the saleswoman apologized awkwardly, a flush creeping onto her cheeks as she seemed at a loss. She quickly rushed to the cashier, retrieved the POS machine, and Jiang Han handed over his bank card, completing the transaction in no time. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the purchase. You have earned 1 million Tycoon points and triggered a triple reward. The system's notification echoed in Jiang Han's mind and his phone buzzed with 2 text messages in quick succession, just like before. I'll take this one, pack the other for me, Jiang Han said with a calm smile. His gaze swept across the store's decor, exuding an air of nonchalance. Hearing Jiang Han's words, the saleswoman promptly followed his instructions, carefully wrapping the Daytona watch with delicate practiced movements. She handed the wrapped watch to Jiang Han, a hint of apology on her face. Sir, here is your watch. Please keep it safe. Let's go. Jiang Han said with a smile, then walked out of the store with the other 3. The sunlight bathed them in a warm glow, lifting their spirits. As they walked, Jiang Han absent-mindedly opened his phone and launched Douyin short videos, promptly recharging 6 million into the app without hesitation. His fingers glided smoothly across the screen. The moment the recharge succeeded, the system's voice sounded again. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the purchase. You have earned 6 million Tycoon points and triggered a double reward. The reward chances are exhausted. The system's prompt echoed in Jiang Han's mind. A faint smile tugged at the corner of his mouth and a gleam of satisfaction flickered in his eyes. The four of them continued strolling through the mall when Jiang Han's gaze fell upon a luxury boutique. The store's opulent decor with a golden sign glistening in the sunlight was particularly eye-catching. Jiang Han pushed open the door and stepped inside, followed closely by Liang Wangzhe and Zhang Yu. The soft lighting inside and the faint fragrance of perfume in the air instantly lifted everyone's mood. The shop assistants greeted them warmly as they entered. Gentlemen, welcome. Would you like to take a look at our new arrivals? A well-dressed female assistant stepped forward with a smile, her eyes expectant. Just browsing, Jiang Han replied with a faint smile, his tone composed. His eyes swept across the store before settling on a few garments. The clothing was stylish with impeccable tailoring that exuded sophistication. Pack these for me, Jiang Han said decisively, pointing at several items. The assistant promptly retrieved them, wrapped them carefully and handed them to him. Jiang Han took the clothes and smiled. And these shoes too, wrap them up as well. The assistants exchanged glances of surprise. They hadn't expected the young customer to be so generous, buying such expensive items without hesitation. Soon the shoes were also packaged and handed over. For over an hour Jiang Han spent like a nouveau riche, buying frantically, new phone, new clothes, new shoes, as if trying to hoard every luxury item he could. His movements were fluid and natural, his face calm, as if he were not spending money but merely selecting toys he fancied. Let's go. Party time. Jiang Han said, looking at Liang Wangzhe and Zhang Yu with excitement shining in his eyes. His voice echoed with anticipation and energy. Where to? Liang asked curiously, his expression eager. He looked at Jiang Han, a hint of anticipation rising in his heart, wondering where this new friend would take them. You're a local, so you pick the place and he'll foot the bill. Jiang Han said with a generous grin. His gaze swept over the three, a look of expectation on his face. He knew that as a local, Liang must know some great spots. Liang's eyes flickered with surprise, quickly replaced by excitement. He nodded and said, all right, I'll take you to a fun place. Soon they arrived at a high-end bar near the Global Plaza. The bar's exterior was luxurious, its golden sign glittering brilliantly under the night sky. Several security guards in suits stood at the entrance. Upon seeing Liang and his group approach, they immediately came forward. Stepping inside, the bar was ablaze with flashing lights and thumping music. Colorful beams cast patches of light across the ceiling, shifting in rhythm with the music. The air was thick with the mingled scents of liquor and perfume, instantly evoking an atmosphere of extravagance. As a local playboy, Liang was no stranger to such places. The bar manager, spotting Liang, hurried over with a warm smile. Master Li, the manager greeted respectfully. Don't bother with me, my friend here is treating tonight. Liang said with a laugh, glancing at Jiang Han expectantly. Right this way, gentlemen, the manager said, ushering them to a VIP booth. He then gestured and 10 stunningly beautiful women approached with sweet smiles. Make sure our 4 young masters are well entertained, the manager commanded. First recharge a card with 1 million. Jiang Han said casually to the manager, his tone calm and confident as he surveyed the surroundings. Certainly. And what may I call you, young master? The manager asked, curiosity in his eyes. Jiang Han, Wangzhe, Zhang Yu. Liang introduced them with a smile. Master Jiang. Master Wang. Master Zhang, the manager greeted each of them with a smile, then signaled a waiter to bring the card machine. Jiang Han swiped the card swiftly and smoothly. Assign 2 more attendants to serve the 4 young masters. The rest of you attend to other matters, the manager instructed the male waiter. After the payment, the bar's large screen flashed prominently, welcome masters Jiang, Wang, Zhang and Li. Following that, the spotlight fell on their booth and a line of bunny girls approached, carrying an array of drinks, fruits and snacks, placing them gracefully on the table. Dressed in sexy bunny outfits, they wore sweet smiles and moved with gentle, practiced ease. Jiang Han sat in the center of the booth, his eyes slightly hazy as the lights flickered around him. Gazing at the scene before him, his heart was filled with a sense of unreality. These opulent sights, these warm interactions, they were so foreign to him yet so captivating. In his previous life such things had been beyond his reach, but now they were right before his eyes. A myriad of emotions surged within him, his thoughts drifting far away. Jiang Han. Let loose. What are you thinking about? Li Yang shouted, holding up a glass, his voice cutting through the cacophony of music. A hint of excitement flashed across his face and his eyes sparkled with anticipation for Jiang Han. Hearing Li Yang's shout, Jiang Han snapped back from his reverie, smiled faintly, picked up the glass in front of him and swirled it gently, the liquid rippling in concentric circles. Cheers, he responded loudly, his voice carrying a note of boldness. The lights flickered around them, casting a kaleidoscope of colors onto every face, making the scene all the more vivid. The music in the bar throbbed with a strong rhythm, as if making one's heart beat in sync. The crowd swayed to the melody, the atmosphere electric and wild. Jiang Han watched it all, a thrill rising within him, if this ambience allowed him to completely unwind. Gradually the four youths who had just stepped into university life immersed themselves in intimate interactions with the beautiful women at the bar. Wang Zhe and Zhang Yu also shed their initial reserve, beginning to revel in the night. They chatted and danced with the beauties beside them, laughter and cheers echoing in waves. Jiang Han sat in the center of the booth, surrounded by several beauties dressed in sexy bunny girl costumes, sweet smiles on their faces. One of the beauties held up a glass and handed it to Jiang Han, her voice soft and melodic, tinged with sweetness. "Young master, have a drink." Jiang Han smiled faintly, took the glass and took a gentle sip. The liquor was slightly sweet, with a hint of spiciness sliding down his throat and bringing a warm sensation. He looked at the beauty before him, a wave of emotion washing over him. This luxurious life, this feeling of being surrounded, he had never experienced it before. He smiled and said, "Thank you." "You're welcome, young master," the beauty replied softly, a trace of admiration in her eyes. She gazed at Jiang Han, slightly astonished. This young master was not only exceptionally charismatic but also generous, completely captivating her. Jiang Han set down his glass and looked around, seeing Li Yang, Wang Zhe and Zhang Yu all enjoying the night as well. Li Yang was dancing with a beauty, his movements graceful and confident, a confident smile on his face. Wang Zhe sat on the sofa chatting with several beauties, a hint of shyness in his expression but excitement in his eyes. Zhang Yu was playing a dice game with a beauty, his face showing concentration. Jiang Han smiled faintly, feeling a sense of ease. He loved this atmosphere, this feeling of being surrounded by friends. He knew this night would become an unforgettable part of their college life. Time flew by in joy, and before they knew it, it was nearly midnight. The bar's atmosphere grew even more fervent, the music louder. Jiang Han looked around, emotions stirring within him. He knew this night was only the beginning, more wonders awaited him in the future. Meanwhile, the other freshmen on campus had long since retired to their dormitories. When Counselor Zhou Ting conducted his first dormitory check, Jiang Han's room was empty. As the dormitory closing time approached, they still showed no signs of returning. Zhou Ting had already contacted their respective parents, but at the bar none of them heard their phones ring. That brat must have gone off gallivanting somewhere again. Won't even answer his phone. In a villa, a tall upright man paced anxiously back and forth. His face was marked with anxiety, his eyes full of worry. "Oh, he won't get lost. Xiao Yang will come back when he's had his fun," a woman in a red silk robe comforted gently, her voice soft and doting. The man sighed, stopped pacing and looked at the woman with a hint of exasperation. "This time is different. Teacher Zhou called and said none of them are in the dorm. I need to go check." The woman smiled and nodded lightly. "Then I'll get ready. Drive carefully." The man nodded, picked up his phone and dialed again. "Hello President Li, is that big G of yours parked outside the New World Bar? Wait for me there." "I'm coming," the man said, then hung up and stormed out of the villa fuming. Getting into the car, the man said to the driver, "New World Bar." Then he dialed another number and it was quickly answered. "Teacher Zhou, I've found those kids. I'll drag them back right now." Soon the car arrived at the New World Bar and the man strode angrily into the bar. The bar's lights flashed, the music deafening, but he paid no heed and headed straight for Li Yang's booth. The bar manager saw the newcomer and hurried forward to greet him, but the man didn't give him a chance to speak. "Where's Li Yang?" "Take me there." The bar manager, seeing no other option, reluctantly led the man over. When the man saw Li Yang having a blast in the booth, his anger flared even more. He tilted his head slightly and his assistant stepped forward to tap the intoxicated Li Yang. "Who's that?" "Don't bother me," Li Yang said irritably, his voice slurred with drink. "Second young master. The eldest young master is here," the assistant said. Hearing this, Li Yang instantly sobered up. Seeing the group standing in front of the booth, he exclaimed, "Holy crap. Bro." The bar manager quickly signaled the beauties to leave the booth, leaving only Jiang Han, Li Yang, Wang Zhe and Zhang Yu. "Having a good time, aren't you?" Li Yang's brother demanded, his voice laced with anger. Hee hee. Bro, what a coincidence. Fancy meeting you here. Li Yang said with a cheeky grin, embarrassment coloring his face. Yeah, a real coincidence. I came specifically to catch you. Do you know what time it is? Teacher Zhou has been calling me. Li Yang's brother said, his eyes sweeping over the four of them, his expression serious. Then he turned to Jiang Han, Wang Zhe and Zhang Yu and said, you must be Xiao Yang's roommates. You kids are such a handful. Stop fooling around and go back right now. Oh. Well, head back now. Jiang Han immediately said, his face apologetic but his eyes betraying helplessness. The three of them walked out, Li Yang following behind. Li Yang's brother watched them leave and then followed. Leaving the bar, Li Yang's brother had already arranged a van for the four of them to sit in while he took the passenger seat. He then signaled the driver to head to Zhonghai Financial University. Inside the car it was very quiet. The four of them exchanged glances and Li Yang didn't even dare to breathe loudly. It wasn't until Li Yang's brother in the passenger seat spoke that the silence was broken. You guys. On the very first day of school you run off. Li Yang's brother said, his voice tinged with helplessness. Hearing this, the others remained silent like children who had done wrong. Jiang Han then spoke up, bro. Sorry for causing you trouble. We lost track of time. Forget it. Who hasn't been young? Someone else will deal with you anyway. I won't lecture you, Li Yang's brother sighed, then added, Li Wei, Li Yang's brother. Bro Wei. Jiang Han responded. Then Wang Zhe and Zhang Yu also echoed the greeting. Soon the car arrived at the gate of Zhonghai Financial University, where Zhou Ting and Su Yao were already waiting. Sorry Teacher Zhou for the trouble, Li Wei said as he got out of the car, his face apologetic. Zhou Ting smiled lightly and said, President Li, you're too kind. These kids ran off on their first day of school and I was quite worried. It's really good of you to help bring them back. The four stood at the school gate, their postures remarkably uniform as they tilted their heads, standing like children caught in mischief. The campus was exceptionally serene in the night, with only the street lamp by the gate casting a soft glow, elongating their shadows. Their faces bore a hint of embarrassment, yet their eyes were filled with helplessness. Beside them Suya watched the four, a faint smile curling at the corners of her mouth as she couldn't help but chuckle. There was a trace of fondness in her smile, as if to say, you mischievous children. Teacher Zhou, I've brought these boys back for you. You'll be heading back too? Li Wei said to Zhou Ting, his voice carrying a note of weariness yet a gentle tone. Take care, Mr. Li. Zhou Ting replied courteously, a hint of gratitude on his face. He knew that if not for Li Wei's timely arrival, these new students might have stirred up even bigger trouble. Li Wei nodded at that and turned to leave. Just then Li Yang suddenly spoke, brother, the car keys. Li Wei stopped, turned around and looked at Li Yang with a resigned expression. Last time. Next time I'll tell Dad, I guarantee he'll break your legs. He grumpily handed over the keys to the Mercedes-Benz G-Class, then reached out to wipe the lipstick mark off Li Yang's face. Brother, easy. Li Yang frowned, a trace of grievance on his face, yet his eyes were full of gratitude. Li Wei sighed, shook his head and got into the family van. The car slowly started and disappeared into the night. For young masters. Let's head back to the dorms too. Zhou Ting, seeing Li Wei leave, teased the four, his voice laced with jest but his eyes full of concern. Hearing this, Su Yao couldn't hold it in any longer and burst into laughter. Her laughter was crisp and melodious, especially pleasant in the night. Damn, Li Yang, your brother's presence is huge. He reminds me of my dad. Wang Zhe sighed in relief and spoke, his voice carrying a hint of jest but his eyes full of admiration. At Wang Zhe's words, Zhou Ting turned back and gave the four a disgruntled look. You kids just cause me more trouble at the start of the semester, why don't you? Hee Teacher Zhou, well, try our best. Zhang Yu said with a mischievous grin, his face playful but his eyes serious. Humph, thanks a lot. Zhou Ting replied in a huff, but his eyes held a touch of fondness. The next morning sunlight streamed through the curtains onto the dormitory floor, forming patches of light. Jiang Han, Li Yang, Wang Zhe and Zhang Yu groggily woke up, their faces weary. The previous night's revelry had exhausted them, yet they quickly washed up, organized their bags and left the dorm together. Walking along the campus paths, the sun bathed them in warmth. Fellow students strolled in twos and threes, their faces tinged with excitement and anticipation. Jiang Han gazed at the surroundings, a wave of emotion washing over him. He knew that from today their university life had officially begun. The four arrived at the classroom, pushed open the door and entered. Many classmates were already seated, and upon seeing them enter they cast curious glances. Zhou Ting stood at the podium, gave them a disgruntled look, his eyes filled with resignation. Classmates, settle down. Zhou Ting's voice echoed through the room, carrying a stern tone. He scanned the classroom, and when everyone had quieted he continued, last night on the very first day of the semester something extraordinary happened in our class. At his words the students exchanged puzzled glances and murmured among themselves. The classroom buzzed with speculation. Quiet. Zhou Ting raised his voice, a sharp edge to it. The room fell silent instantly, all eyes fixed on the podium. Last night 4 students from our class stayed out late squandering money instead of returning to the dorms. I won't name names, I'll spare you some face. Don't let it happen again. Zhou Ting continued, his voice laced with resignation but his tone stern. Jiang Han and the others breathed a sigh of relief, their faces tinged with embarrassment. They knew Zhou Ting was saving them face by not singling them out. You're all college students now, adults, but don't forget, you've only just come of age. No matter how illustrious your families may be here at school, you're still students. Zhou Ting pressed on, his tone serious, his eyes full of concern. Then Zhou Ting called the roll and began distributing the military training uniforms and first-year textbooks. He worked deftly handing them out while reminding classmates, take good care of your uniforms and books, don't lose them. Alright, since it's the first day I'll give you one more day to buy whatever you need. Then go to the cafeteria and get your meal cards. After saying this Zhou Ting left the classroom. Once Zhou Ting had departed, the classroom burst into life. Students started chatting, discussing their plans. Jiang Han and the others sat in their seats watching their classmates with a sense of helplessness. Sigh. My allowance got cut in half. Wang Zhe slumped on the desk, his voice full of grievance. Same here. Zhang Yu chimed in, his face showing dismay, his eyes filled with frustration. Who isn't right? Li Yang said resignedly, a bitter smile on his face. When I woke up today my brother told me my card now has a limit of 10,000, spend it all and I'll have to wait till next month. Hearing Li Yang's words, Zhang Yu brightened up considerably, a trace of comfort on his face. Jiang Han, what about you? Wang Zhe lifted his head and looked at Jiang Han, curiosity in his eyes. I won't discourage you all, I'm fine. Jiang Han smiled faintly, his face calm, his eyes full of confidence. Damn. Let's go back to sleep. Li Yang cursed in a huff, his face weary, his eyes full of resignation. Haha, you partied the hardest last night, so of course you're the most tired. Wang Zhe teased, his face showing amusement, his eyes glinting with schadenfreude. You guys go catch some sleep, I'm heading to the cafeteria for a meal. Jiang Han said with a smile. Go ahead. We're going back to crash. Zhang Yu said, sounding exhausted. Jiang Han chuckled, then left the classroom and made his way to the school cafeteria. Leaving the teaching building, Jiang Han ambled slowly toward the school cafeteria, his gaze drifting across the campus as he walked. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patches on the path. A gentle breeze swept by, carrying a hint of coolness. The campus brimmed with vitality as students walked in 2s and 3s, excitement and anticipation gleaming on their faces. Before long Jiang Han arrived at the cafeteria. His eyes swept across the surroundings when suddenly a crisp call reached his ears, Jiang Han. Jiang Han turned toward the source of the voice and saw senior sister Su Yao standing not far away, a faint smile playing on her lips. Beside her stood a girl in a white dress, her long hair cascading over her shoulders. Her delicate features held a trace of curiosity. Senior sister Su Yao. Jiang Han greeted with a smile upon recognizing her, his voice laced with pleasant surprise and his eyes full of anticipation. Yao, you know him? The girl beside Su Yao asked with a curious smile. He's a freshman from our department. One of the 4 who went out last night. Su Yao whispered, a teasing glint in her eyes. Senior sister Su Yao, I heard that. Jiang Han said helplessly, a hint of embarrassment on his face but resignation in his eyes. Sharp ears. Su Yao chuckled, her smile tinged with affection and her gaze warm. Junior, my name is Li Tong. What's yours? The girl beside Su Yao asked, curiosity and expectation mingling in her voice. Jiang Han. Hello, senior sister Li Tong. Jiang Han replied with a polite smile, his expression earnest. Then Jiang Han spoke again, senior sister Su Yao, let me treat you to a meal. I'm sorry about last night. No need, we just ate. Next time. Su Yao said with a smile, her tone gentle but resolute, though gratitude shimmered in her eyes. Alright, next time for sure. Jiang Han smiled slightly, anticipation and sincerity evident on his face. Su Yao nodded and left with Li Tong. Jiang Han watched their retreating figures, a wave of emotion washing over him. He knew Su Yao was a special person, her aura and personality stirred an inexplicable closeness in him. Jiang Han, that junior is no ordinary guy. If his watch is real it must be worth at least $1 million. And his clothes are all luxury brands. Li Tong whispered to Su Yao, surprise and curiosity coloring her voice. I don't know. Don't care. Su Yao replied casually, her tone indifferent but her gaze focused. Sigh, that junior didn't seem interested in me at all. He was staring at you the whole time. Li Tong said with a hint of jealousy, her voice carrying a note of grievance. Su Yao said nothing, only smiled faintly, a trace of helplessness in her eyes. Li Tong continued, Yao Yao, if you're not going for him I will. Go ahead, go ahead. Su Yao responded immediately, her tone resigned but her eyes full of fondness. Honestly. So many rich second generations in our college are chasing you, but you don't fancy a single one. Li Tong complained, her voice laced with exasperation. And so they talked, their figures gradually disappearing around the corner of the cafeteria. Jiang Han entered the cafeteria and headed straight for the office. The dining hall was abuzz with noise and the air was filled with the aroma of various dishes. Students sat at tables in groups, content smiles on their faces. Jiang Han wove through the crowd, reached the office door and knocked gently. Come in. Came a clear, gentle female voice. He pushed the door open and stepped inside. A middle-aged woman sat at a desk, her kindly smile radiating warmth. Student, is there something I can help you with? The woman asked, looking up with a smile. Hello, I'm Jiang Han from the finance department, here to get a meal card. Jiang Han replied with a polite smile, his expression earnest. All right, just a moment please. The woman stood, retrieved a meal card from the drawer and handed it to him. Here's your meal card. You can use it after topping up. Thank you. Jiang Han accepted the card, gratitude and sincerity in his eyes. You're welcome, student. The woman smiled warmly. If you have any questions, feel free to come find me anytime. Jiang Han nodded and left the office. He went to the top-up counter, joined the end of the queue and waited patiently. Soon it was his turn. He handed the card to the staff member and topped it up with 500 yuan. Student, the top-up is complete. The staff member returned the card with a smile. Thank you. Jiang Han took the card, his face full of gratitude and earnestness. He turned and walked to the food selection area. The array of dishes was diverse and abundant. Jiang Han chose a bowl of beef noodles, picked up his tray, found a seat and sat down. The steam rose from the noodles, their fragrant aroma tickling his nose. Jiang Han picked up his chopsticks, gently stirred, then lifted a bundle of noodles and brought it to his mouth. The noodles were chewy, the beef tender and the broth rich. A long-lost satisfaction washed over him. Delicious. Jiang Han smiled, contentment spreading across his face. He ate slowly, a sense of reflection settling in his heart. He knew that from today his college life had officially begun. He silently resolved to perform well from now on and no longer cause worry for his teachers and parents. After finishing his meal, Jiang Han left the cafeteria and headed toward the dormitory building. The sunlight bathed the campus paths, warm and pleasant. He strolled along the path, his heart brimming with anticipation and curiosity. He knew the system would surely bring him something interesting. Back in the dormitory, Jiang Han pushed the door open and entered. The room was utterly quiet. Li Yang, Wang Zhe and Zhang Yu were already sound asleep on their bunks, snoring heavily. Seeing this, Jiang Han lay down on his own bed and opened the system's Shenhao Point Mall. In the 5 million Shenhao Points category there were cooking skills, body enhancement, musical talent, singing ability, driving techniques. All basic skills. Jiang Han browsed through them. Further down there were various item cards. System, how do I get the return count? Jiang Han asked inwardly, his voice tinged with anticipation, his eyes full of curiosity. Host, the return count will only be granted after you complete subsequent tasks. The system's prompt echoed in Jiang Han's mind, its tone gentle. But I don't have any tasks right now. Jiang Han questioned in confusion, his voice laced with bewilderment, his gaze filled with disorientation. Tasks will only be issued after the host uses spendthrift points to redeem the first skill. The system's voice resounded again, patient and steady. Jiang Han nodded silently, his mind made up. He scanned the various skills in the spendthrift points mall and ultimately chose body strength enhancement. System, redeem body strength enhancement. Jiang Han declared inwardly, his voice firm and his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Redemption successful. Use it now. The system's prompt sounded again, seeking confirmation. Use it. Jiang Han replied without hesitation, his voice resolute and his gaze unwavering. The moment the words left his lips, a surge of searing heat erupted from deep within his body. The heat was pleasant at first, but after half an hour an excruciating pain began to radiate from his bones. Beads of sweat the size of soybeans formed on Jiang Han's forehead from the agony. His teeth clenched tightly, his face contorted with pain. Gradually he lost consciousness, succumbing to the torment. When he awoke again, the window was already dark. Jiang Han slowly sat up in bed, gently flexing his hands. His bones emitted crisp, satisfying cracks. A faint smile of satisfaction crossed his face, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The system's voice rang in his mind: enhancement successful. Issuing system task: raise target Suyao's favorability to 20. Current 3. Jiang Han, you're awake. Li Yang turned around casually and noticed Jiang Han, who had just regained consciousness, surprise flickering across his face. Jiang Han glanced over. They had no idea he had passed out from the pain. He smiled and nodded. Yeah. I slept like a log. I brought you dinner. It's on your desk. Come down and eat. Li Yang said, his voice laced with concern. Thanks. I'll treat you guys another day. Jiang Han replied with a grateful smile. Hurry up. Let's take Baron. Wang Zhe urged anxiously beside him. Li Yang immediately turned his attention back to the computer screen, his eyes intensely focused. Jiang Han chuckled, hopped off the bed, walked to the table and saw the dinner Li Yang had brought him. He opened the lunchbox and the fragrant steam of the hot meal wafted into his nose. He picked up the chopsticks, gently stirred the food and took a bite. The food tasted wonderful, giving him a sense of long-lost satisfaction. Delicious, Jiang Han murmured with a faint smile, his face brimming with contentment, his eyes full of enjoyment. After finishing his meal, Jiang Han stretched lazily and said, I'm going out for a stroll. Need anything? Yeah. Get me a Starbucks iced Americano. Li Yang replied while gaming, his voice eager. Me too. I want a latte. Zhang Yu chimed in with a grin, excitement dancing in his eyes. Wang Zhe, what about you? Jiang Han asked teasingly, a playful glint in his eyes. I'll have a latte too. Thanks. Wang Zhe replied with a grateful smile. Alright. You guys keep playing, I'll bring them back for you. Jiang Han responded with a grin, then left the dormitory. Jiang Han strode out of the dormitory with light steps, feeling an unprecedented surge of strength coursing through him. He casually touched his abdomen. The distinct contours of 8-pack abs were clearly palpable, instilling in him a newfound confidence. Sunlight spilled across the campus paths, warm and inviting, surrounded by the laughter and chatter of students, making the atmosphere exceptionally cozy. Soon Jiang Han exited the school gate and arrived at the off-campus parking lot across the street. The lot was filled with various vehicles, but his eyes quickly landed on a strikingly conspicuous Bugatti Dark Edition. The car sat quietly in the corner, its body glistening under the sun, radiating an extraordinary brilliance. Jiang Han walked up to it and gently patted the hood, feeling the luxurious texture of the supercar. A wave of emotion washed over him. The owner of this car must be someone extraordinary. He glanced around and no one in the lot was paying attention, so he lightly tugged at the door handle. To his surprise, the door opened. Damn! How did that car get out? It's been parked here for 2 days, someone exclaimed in astonishment. Jiang Han slid into the driver's seat and started the engine. Instantly the roar of the engine reverberated through the parking lot, an awe-inspiring sound. He gently pressed the accelerator and the car slowly rolled out of the lot. Sunlight glinted off the car's body, making it even more dazzling. How did that car get out? It's been sitting here for 2 days, the people in the parking lot murmured, their faces etched with surprise. Jiang Han drove slowly, one hand on the wheel while he flipped through a stack of cards, each bearing a phone number or contact info. One card read, "This is my WeChat. Looking forward to you adding me, big brother." Jiang Han looked at the cards with a helpless expression and tossed them aside. Guiding the Bugatti Dark Edition out of the parking lot, Jiang Han attracted the attention of everyone around. Nearby students cast stunned glances. Some took out their phones, snapping photos and uploading them to the school's forum. Wow! This car is so cool. How did that car get out? I heard it's been parked for 2 days and suddenly it's driven out. The school forum erupted in a frenzy, with post views skyrocketing. Students buzzed with discussions about the mysterious Bugatti, speculating about the owner's identity. Jiang Han reveled in the admiring glances from passers-by as he gradually drove away from the school area. Following the navigation, he soon arrived at a highly rated noodle shop near the school. After parking the car, he stepped inside. He ordered a bowl of scallion oil noodles and sat down, scrolling through his phone while waiting. Before long, a clamor of voices entered from outside. Let's grab a bowl of noodles and take a break. Then we'll head to the next spot. Let me tell you, the student girls at the club over there are top-notch, fresh and cute. 2 men walked in smoking as they chatted. Jiang Han glanced at them instinctively, his eyes meeting the man who had just spoken. The man immediately barked, "Hey kid, what are you looking at?" Jiang Han wore a faint smile, a trace of calm indifference in his eyes. He paid no further attention to the two drunken men and continued scrolling on his phone. The small restaurant was dimly lit, yet the air was imbued with a soothing sense of tranquility. The wooden tables and chairs exuded a subtle fragrance of timber. Several simple inkwash paintings adorned the walls, depicting serene landscapes that evoked a peaceful ambience. Leaning back in his chair, Jiang Han tilted his head slightly, his gaze casually sweeping around. He noticed that despite the simple decor, the place possessed a unique charm. Before long, a familiar figure approached, carrying the scallion oil noodles he had ordered. She was a tall woman dressed in a simple white blouse, black straight-leg trousers and white sneakers. Her hair was casually tied back in a ponytail, revealing a delicate face. However, she wore a mask showing only a pair of bright eyes. "Senior Su Yao!" Jiang Han exclaimed with a delighted smile upon seeing the masked Su Yao speaking softly. Su Yao paused briefly, a flicker of surprise in her eyes before she offered a gentle smile. "You could still recognize me even with the mask on?" Jiang Han smiled slightly, a hint of teasing in his eyes. "Senior, your aura is so unique, how could I possibly not recognize you?" Su Yao shook her head gently, the smile deepening on her lips. "You little rascal, you sure have a sweet tongue. Do you work here, Senior Su Yao?" Jiang Han returned his gaze to the bowl of scallion oil noodles. He gently picked up a few strands with his chopsticks, blew on the steam, then looked up at Su Yao and asked with a smile. Su Yao nodded, a trace of resignation in her eyes. "Yes, I work part-time here to earn some living expenses." Jiang Han frowned slightly, a hint of concern in his voice. "Senior, you're so beautiful, why would you work part-time in a place like this?" Su Yao chuckled softly, an air of indifference in her eyes. "So what if I'm beautiful? I still have to work hard for my life. Besides, the job here isn't too tough and it's actually quite interesting." Jiang Han nodded and said nothing more, quietly eating the scallion oil noodles before him. The noodles were delightfully chewy and the aroma of scallion oil lingered in his mouth, leaving a memorable aftertaste. Jiang Han ate slowly, as if savoring this rare moment of peace. "Why aren't you staying at school properly? Are you out partying again like that night?" Su Yao looked at Jiang Han with a concerned expression and a hint of reproach in her tone. Jiang Han quickly put down his chopsticks, a sheepish smile on his face. No. I woke up bored at school and came out for a stroll. I'll go back soon." Su Yao smiled, her eyes carrying a hint of fondness. "You little rascal, always such a worrywart." Jiang Han scratched his head, an honest smile spreading across his face. "Senior, I just wanted to get some fresh air. The school feels too stuffy, I can't stand it." Su Yao shook her head gently. "Alright, but you need to be careful when you're out alone." Jiang Han nodded in response. "I know, Senior. I'll be careful." Just as he finished speaking, the voices of the two drunken men suddenly rang out. "Waiter! Come pour some water." Hearing this, a flash of impatience crossed Su Yao's eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. She whispered to Jiang Han, "Hurry up and eat. Finish up and head back early. I have to get to work now." With that, she quickly walked over. At that moment, Jiang Han suddenly heard a commotion. He looked up to see the two drunken men approaching Su Yao. One of them said with a lecherous grin, "Pretty lady, how about coming out to play with your big brother?" As he spoke, he reached out a lascivious hand toward Su Yao. "No thank you, sir. I'm still on duty. Please show some respect." Su Yao stepped back hastily, her tone laced with impatience. However, the man persisted, moving closer. "Oh, don't be so cold, little sister. Big brother here is really lonely. Keep me company." Su Yao's expression turned icy. She said coldly, "Sir, please behave yourself. This is a public place. Your actions are inappropriate." The man was unperturbed and grew even bolder. "Oh, she's got some spirit. I like that." Before he could finish, the other drunk man also closed in, flanking Su Yao from both sides. Seeing this, Jiang Han felt a surge of anger. He put down his chopsticks, rose and walked toward Su Yao, a cold glint in his eyes and a sneer tugging at the corner of his mouth. "What's going on?" Jiang Han's voice was calm yet icy, carrying an undeniable authority. The two drunken men turned at the sound, contempt in their eyes. "Oh, where's this little brat coming from, daring to meddle in my affairs? What kid want to play the hero and save the damsel? Do you even have what it takes?" The instigator said, pulling a Mercedes car key from his pocket and dangling it in front of Jiang Han. Jiang Han gave a faint smile, contempt flickering in his gaze. He looked at the key, the corners of his mouth curling into a mocking grin. A beat-up Mercedes. Beat-up Mercedes. Kid, can you even afford one? Or do you have one? The other drunk man challenged, his eyes full of provocation. Kid, don't act tough. Go get your car. I'll smash it to pieces, believe me. The man holding the Mercedes key said arrogantly. Fine, if you two don't smash it, I'll smash yours. Jiang Han said coldly, determination in his eyes. Forget it, Jiang Han, they're both drunk. Su Yao whispered, worry in her voice. It's okay, Senior Su Yao. Jiang Han smiled, a firm look in his eyes. We can't let people like this get away with it. Kid, go get your car. Let's see if we smash it. The man with the Mercedes key taunted provocatively. Alright. Come on out and smash it. Jiang Han responded, his eyes filled with challenge. He turned and walked toward the noodle shop entrance, his steps steady and powerful. His figure stood tall under the dim light. Parked in front of the noodle shop was a Bugatti, a recent purchase of Jiang Han's. He walked to the car, gently pressed the remote key, and the Bugatti's iconic 8-eye headlights instantly lit up, emitting a crisp beep. Jiang Han opened the door and got in. As he started the engine, the roar of the sports car echoed as if proclaiming its power. Jiang Han drove the Bugatti slowly out of the parking spot, heading toward the two drunken men. The car came to a stop at the noodle shop entrance right in front of the two drunks. Jiang Han stopped before them, opened the door and stepped out gracefully. His eyes were cold, a provocative smirk on his lips. Smash it. Go ahead, smash it. Go ahead, smash it. The two men gazed at the Bugatti before them, their arrogant expressions vanishing instantly. Under the light, the car's body emitted a cold gleam like a slumbering beast poised to strike. A flicker of fear crossed the drunken men's eyes as they realized they might have stirred up serious trouble. Go on, smash it. I've brought the car for you. Don't play the coward. Damn it. Jiang Han said, his voice laced with cold derision. A Bugatti. The man who had been flaunting his Mercedes keys stammered, a tremor in his voice. You know your cars, don't you? Then get on with it. Put on your show. I've never seen anyone smash this car before, let me broaden my horizons. Jiang Han taunted, a sneer curling his lips. With that, Jiang Han stepped into the noodle shop, grabbed a chair from the entrance and placed it before the two men. A faint smile played on his lips as his eyes glinted with provocation. You wanted to smash my car, didn't you? What's the matter, lost your nerve now? You. Don't get too cocky. We just don't want to stoop to your level, the other drunkard retorted, his eyes betraying a hint of panic as he tried to mask his fear. Jiang Han let out a cold laugh, his gaze taunting. If you're too scared to smash it, then stop pretending to be a big shot. Showing off with a crappy Mercedes, how pathetic. As he spoke, Jiang Han approached them, jangling the Bugatti key fob in his hand. Can I still show off without driving a Mercedes? Yes, yes. The two drunkards seemed to sober up instantly, their tone turning fawning as if terrified of angering Jiang Han. Not smashing it anymore? Jiang Han asked again, a mocking glint in his eyes. At those words, the two men felt as if plunged into an icy abyss, their drunken haze evaporating completely. They knew that anyone who could afford such a car was not someone they could afford to mess with. I still prefer the arrogant version of you two. Don't hold back. Go ahead and smash it. This junk of mine can't possibly compare to your Mercedes. Jiang Han remarked, his tone dripping with sarcasm. The two drunkards exchanged a glance, a sheepish grin spreading across their faces. Brother, we were just joking. Don't take it seriously. Jiang Han smiled faintly, his eyes icy. A joke? Do you think this kind of joke is funny? No, we were wrong. One of them hastily interjected, his voice laced with ingratiation. Since you admit you were wrong, don't be so arrogant in the future. Jiang Han said coldly, his gaze carrying a warning. Yes, we understand. The two nodded frantically, their faces etched with fear. Jiang Han smiled slightly, a look of satisfaction in his eyes. He knew that people like that only needed a hint of intimidation to back down. Get lost, don't ruin my appetite for noodles. Jiang Han's voice fell, laced with impatience, yet his eyes exuded an undeniable authority. We're leaving right away. The two men immediately adopted a humble posture, their voices trembling with fear as if afraid to provoke Jiang Han further. They quickly retreated to the side, heads bowed, not daring to look at Jiang Han again. Jiang Han smiled faintly, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. He turned and walked back into the noodle shop, returning to his seat to continue eating his scallion oil noodles. The dim light inside still cast a warm glow and the air carried a reassuring calm. The wooden tables and chairs exuded a faint woody scent and a few simple ink-wash paintings of landscapes hung on the walls imparting a serene atmosphere. Back in the shop everyone eating there stared at Jiang Han in disbelief. Their eyes held astonishment as if they couldn't believe what had just transpired. A few male employees even stepped out and began taking photos on their phones, their movements cautious as if afraid to disturb Jiang Han. Who is this guy? How is he so formidable? One young man whispered, awe in his voice. I don't know, but look at that Bugatti of his. He's definitely no ordinary person, another remarked, envy tinging his words. Sigh, comparing people only makes you bitter. He's young and drives a car like that while we're young and carrying plates. The young man sighed helplessly. Jiang Han smiled faintly, an air of nonchalance about him. He continued eating his noodles as if nothing had happened. The noodles were chewy and springy, the fragrance of scallion oil spreading through his mouth leaving a lingering aftertaste. Jiang Han ate slowly as if savoring this rare moment of tranquility. The shop's lights seemed especially warm against the night. Jiang Han sat in a corner, his gaze occasionally drifting toward the door. Suyao was still busy, her silhouette appearing both hectic and vibrant under the glow. Her movements were light and skilled, every turn, every smile seemed like part of a silent dance. Senior Suyao, what time do you get off work? I'll walk you home later. Jiang Han said softly, his voice low and gentle laced with concern. Suyao looked up, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. I'm off soon. Let me treat you to this meal. Thank you. Jiang Han smiled faintly, his gaze fond. All right, I'll treat you next time then. Suyao nodded gently, a warm smile on her face. Sure, next time it's your treat. Jiang Han continued eating, occasionally lifting his head to glance at Suyao. The atmosphere in the shop was quiet, punctuated only by the clatter of bowls and chopsticks and the occasional murmur. Jiang Han's phone lay on the table, the screen flickering with message notifications, but he paid them no heed, his focus fixed on Suyao. Time slipped by unnoticed. Suyao finally finished her work, walked over to Jiang Han and said softly, okay, I'm done for the night. Jiang Han put down his chopsticks and smiled. Let's go, I'll see you home. The two stepped out of the shop together. Night had fully descended and the streetlights shone brilliantly. Jiang Han's Bugatti was parked at the entrance, its headlights gleaming coldly in the dark. He walked over, pressed the remote key, and the lights flashed with a crisp beep. Jiang Han walked to the passenger side, smiled gently and said with tenderness, Senior, get in. Suyao paused briefly, then returned his gentle smile. Thank you. Jiang Han opened the door for Suyao, waited until she was seated, then closed it. He walked around to the driver's side, opened the door and got in. Inside the car a faint scent of leather lingered, creating a supremely comfortable atmosphere. Jiang Han started the engine and the roar of a sports car filled the air. He eased out of the parking spot and drove toward Suyao's residence. The ambience inside the car was tranquil, broken only by the low hum of the engine. Is this car yours? I see people discussing it on our school's forum all the time. I never thought I'd be the one to discover the owner. Suyao remarked, curiosity shining in her eyes. Jiang Han smiled faintly, his gaze doting. So please keep it a secret for me, Senior Suyao. Suyao nodded gently, a playful grin spreading across her face. Sure, I'll keep your secret. Jiang Han's lips curled slightly, revealing a sunny smile. Thank you, Senior Suyao. I'll treat you to bubble tea later. Upon hearing this, Suyao's eyes lit up and the curve of her lips softened further. She nodded gently and replied, thank you for tonight, Jiang Han. Jiang Han waved his hand and said in a relaxed tone, didn't you already treat me to scallion oil noodles? So Senior Suyao doesn't need to thank me anymore. Suyao smiled faintly, saying nothing more, but a trace of tenderness shone in her eyes. The car soon stopped in front of a bawang chaji. Jiang Han turned off the engine and looked at Suyao. Let's go, Senior Suyao. I'll treat you to bubble tea. Suyao nodded gently. The two opened the doors and got out. Jiang Han walked ahead with light steps while Suyao followed behind, her head slightly lowered, a faint barely perceptible smile on her lips. Stepping into the shop, the rich aroma of tea and sweet milk wafted over them. The warm yellow light spilled into every corner, making the place feel exceptionally cozy. They stopped at the counter. Jiang Han skillfully ordered 5 cups of boya juice yen while Suyao stood by quietly watching him. Do you like this flavor? Suyao asked softly. This flavor is special, sweet but not cloying, with a rich tea aroma. Jiang Han smiled slightly, a hint of seriousness in his eyes. I think you'll like it. A faint blush crept onto Suyao's cheeks. She lowered her head and murmured, then thank you. Soon the 5 cups of bubble tea were handed to Jiang Han. He took the bubble tea and turned to Su Yao. Let's go, senior. Su Yao nodded and together they walked out of the shop. When they reached the car, Jiang Han looked at the cramped space of the expensive sports car and couldn't help frowning. The car is a bit small, it can't hold so many cups of bubble tea. Su Yao chuckled softly, taking the bubble tea from Jiang Han's hands. Give them to me, I'll hold them for you. Jiang Han nodded, watching Su Yao get into the passenger seat. Su Yao carefully placed the bubble tea by her legs. Seeing this, Jiang Han also got into the car. He started the engine and drove toward the school. The cabin fell silent, leaving only the roar of the Anya Jisheng. Jiang Han slightly turned his head and glanced at Su Yao. She was sitting quietly, her eyes focused on the bubble tea in her hands, a faint smile on her lips. Senior Su Yao, you look especially beautiful tonight, Jiang Han suddenly said, his voice gentle. Su Yao's cheeks instantly flushed with a faint blush. She slightly raised her head and looked at Jiang Han with a flustered expression. Don't talk nonsense. Jiang Han smiled and said nothing more, only driving more steadily. He knew that Su Yao was a very reserved girl, not good at expressing her feelings, but he could feel her gentleness and kindness through her eyes and actions. The car soon entered the parking lot opposite the school gate. Jiang Han found a vacant spot in a corner and parked, then quickly ran over and took the bubble tea from Su Yao's hands. Careful, it's hot, Jiang Han said softly. Su Yao nodded, her pretty face blushing. She lowered her head to adjust her school bag, then opened the door and got out. Many classmates around them cast glances their way. Su Yao's cheeks instantly burned hot, reddening all the way to her ears. Senior Su Yao, why are you still shy? Jiang Han said with a smile, a hint of adoration in his eyes. Su Yao gave him a quick glance and replied in a low voice, shut up. Hearing this, Jiang Han merely chuckled softly and said nothing more. He handed the bubble tea to Su Yao, then picked up 1 cup for himself, and the two walked into the school one after the other. Jiang Han walked ahead with light steps while Su Yao followed behind, her head slightly lowered, a hint of sweetness in her eye. The surrounding students cast curious and envious glances, but Jiang Han and Su Yao seemed oblivious, lost in their own world. Jiang Han watched Su Yao hurry toward the dormitory building, finding it somewhat amusing. Though she usually appeared gentle and poised, she would occasionally show this shy, girlish side which he found particularly endearing. He smiled slightly and turned toward the boys' dormitory. Before long, Jiang Han returned to the dorm. Pushing open the door, he saw Liang Zhongyu and Wang Zhe sitting in front of their computers, fully engrossed in playing games. The game sounds echoed in the room, if the three wore focused and excited expressions. Back Jiang Han, Liang said without looking up, his eyes still fixed on the screen. Jiang Han placed the bubble tea in front of the three and said softly, bubble tea for you guys. Huh? Why does it smell like perfume? Liang caught a faint scent of perfume on Jiang Han and furrowed his brows. Damn. Jiang Han, did you secretly go on a date without us? Wang Zhe heard this, immediately stopped what he was doing and turned to look at Jiang Han with a teasing glint. Jiang Han was momentarily stunned, then gave a helpless smile. I ran into Senior Su Yao outside and we came back together. What date? You guys are playing games in the dorm and still care about this. Zhang Yu also paused the game, turned to Jiang Han and asked with curiosity, Senior Su Yao. You ran into the school beauty outside. Jiang Han nodded, a faint smile on his lips. Yeah, it's her. These cups of bubble tea were all brought back, resting on Senior Su Yao's lap, so treasure them. Upon hearing this, Li Yang immediately picked up a cup, brought it to his nose and sniffed, showing surprise. Wow, this perfume scent is amazing. Damn. Why didn't you say so earlier? I already took a big gulp. Li Yang suddenly realized and said excitedly, a hint of annoyance in his eyes. Jiang Han chuckled, said nothing and simply sat down at his desk, turned on his computer and started attending to his own matters. Liang Zhongyu and Wang Zhe continued huddling around the computer, sipping bubble tea while playing their game. Jiang Han, what's your relationship with Senior Su Yao? Wang Zhe suddenly asked, curiosity shining in his eyes. Jiang Han was slightly taken aback, then said softly, nothing special, just ordinary friends. I just happened to run into her at a noodle shop when I went out. Wang Zhe shook his head, disbelief in his eyes. Senior Su Yao is the school beauty, she has tons of suitors. Don't try to fool us. Jiang Han smiled and didn't reply, instead focusing on playing with his phone. He knew Wang Zhe and the others were just teasing him and he didn't mind. The night was deep and the dormitory lay in profound silence. The dim yellow light had long been extinguished, leaving only the faint moonlight outside the window, which filtered through the curtains and spilled onto the floor, sketching a mottled interplay of light and shadow. Liang, Zhang Yu, Wang Zhe and Jiang Han lay on their beds, their breathing gradually steadying as they drifted into slumber. Time flowed silently. In the blink of an eye, the first rays of dawn stole through the gap in the curtains, quietly slipping into the dormitory. In the tranquil dormitory, Li Yang's phone alarm suddenly blared, its piercing ring shattering the stillness. The four were jolted awake almost simultaneously, blinking groggily as they opened their eyes, reluctance etched on their faces. Li Yang, turn it off. Let's sleep a bit more. Zhang Yu rubbed his eyes, his voice thick with drowsiness and tinged with complaint. Li Yang fumbled for his phone in a daze, his movements sluggish. With eyes barely open, he pressed randomly on the screen before finally locating the button to silence the alarm. He tossed the phone onto the headboard and closed his eyes again, but quickly snapped to awareness and sat up abruptly. Screw sleeping. I set the time, there's only 10 minutes left until class starts. Li Yang's voice rose, a note of urgency creeping in. He scrambled out of bed, pulling on his clothes while urging the others, hurry up, stop dawdling. Damn, why did you set it so tight? Wang Zhe sat up as well, a look of resignation on his face as he ran a hand through his hair. Couldn't you have set it a bit earlier? No choice, I slept late last night and was afraid I wouldn't wake up, so I had to set it this tight, Li Yang explained while tying his shoelaces. Come on, don't waste time. Jiang Han. Get up. Your senior sister Su Yao is waiting for us in the classroom. Li Yang, still pulling on his trousers, ran to Jiang Han's bed and shouted loudly. Hearing Li Yang's words, Jiang Han sprang up from the bed instantly. His eyes flew wide open, all traces of sleep vanished. Senior sister Su Yao. That name held a special significance in his heart. He dressed rapidly, his movements much quicker than usual. Hurry, hurry. Li Yang urged from the doorway, and Jiang Han accelerated his pace. The four soon finished dressing and, without bothering to tidy up, rushed out of the dormitory. No way, I need to set the alarm earlier tomorrow. This is way too rushed. Li Yang panted as he ran, complaining. Jiang Han, aren't you moving faster? Wang Zhe turned to look at Jiang Han and urged him. What's the rush? We're already late anyway. Jiang Han smiled faintly, his tone laced with resignation, yet his steps did not slow. Hearing this, the other three also slowed down. The four of them strolled together toward the teaching building. The morning campus was filled with crisp, cool air. Sunlight bathed them warm and pleasant, making one want to linger a little longer. Before long they arrived at the classroom. A graceful figure paced back and forth in front of the classroom. Her long hair glistened in the sunlight and her fair face bore a hint of anxiety. It was senior sister Su Yao. As the four approached, Su Yao looked up and upon seeing them revealed a helpless expression, her voice laced with reproach. So you finally decided to show up. Get inside quickly. The teacher isn't here yet. Thank you, senior sister Su Yao. Words cannot express my gratitude. I'll treat you to a meal sometime. Li Yang flashed a grateful smile, his tone playful. Li Yang, Wang Zhe and Zhang Yu dashed into the classroom like a gust of wind. Jiang Han looked at Su Yao, offered an apologetic smile and said, thanks. I definitely won't be late tomorrow. Su Yao looked at Jiang Han, smiled faintly, her eyes tinged with fondness. Go on in. Jiang Han nodded and turned into the classroom. Su Yao stood still, watching their retreating figures, a gentle smile spreading across her face. She knew that although these boys could sometimes be exasperating, they had good hearts, especially Jiang Han. She harbored a special feeling for Jiang Han, one that made her want to care for him a little more every time she saw him. No sooner had the four entered the classroom than the door softly opened and a middle-aged man in military uniform stepped in. He was not particularly tall, but he exuded an aura of authority that commanded respect without anger. His angular face was adorned with a pair of black-rimmed glasses and his sharp eyes gave an impression of sternness. Good morning, class. Zhou Ting strode into the classroom, his voice resonant and powerful, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Good morning, teacher. The students responded in unison, their voices tinged with restraint. The classroom fell silent, leaving only the echo of Zhou Ting's footsteps. Today marks your first official day of school. Zhou Ting halted before the lectern, surveying the room, his gaze sweeping over every student as if memorizing them all. Today we begin a week of military training. A murmur of whispers rippled through the classroom. Military training, a term both familiar and foreign to most students. They knew it meant strict discipline and intense drills, but what the experience would truly entail no one could be sure. I didn't notice yesterday, there are quite a few female classmates in our class. Zhou Ting's eyes roamed around the room, a satisfied smile creeping onto his face. Hearing this, Li Yang also grew curious and began scanning the classroom. His gaze darted about as if searching for hidden treasure. The girls seated in the room were some with heads bowed over books, others whispering among themselves, and a few stealing glances at the new teacher. Li Yang's eyes lingered on each of them, a pleased grin spreading across his face. Hey, our class really does have a lot of girls and they're all pretty good looking. After surveying the room, Li Yang leaned over the desk and whispered to the other three. Though his voice was low, it rang clearly in the quiet classroom. The moment his words fell, a soft ripple of laughter broke out and several girls glanced their way. Naturally, Li Yang's antics did not escape Zhou Ting's notice at the front. Zhou Ting's brow furrowed slightly, his expression turning stern. He cleared his throat, his voice booming. I just finished speaking and already some male student can't resist looking around. Watch yourselves. At Zhou Ting's words, the classroom instantly hushed. Li Yang's face flushed crimson and he awkwardly slumped over the desk, wishing he could disappear into the floor. His movements stiffened, his fingers gripping the edge of the desk tightly, too embarrassed to lift his head. Jiang Han and the other three also witnessed Li Yang's embarrassment. Unbidden, they lowered their heads, the corners of their mouths slightly lifting into stifled smiles. Although being called out by teacher Zhou Ting embarrassed Li Yang, his reaction secretly amused everyone. This little interlude lightened the tension that had been hanging in the air. Standing by the podium, Su Yao noticed the four as well. She shook her head gently, a soft smile spreading across her lips. She knew Li Yang's nature, carefree on the surface but genuinely kind-hearted and full of humor. Seeing his expression after being called out, she found it both amusing and exasperating. All right, assemble on the playground. Zhou Ting's voice rang out again, shattering the classroom's stillness. He stood at the podium, his gaze sweeping over every student, his tone carrying a hint of sternness yet still gentle. No sooner had the words fallen than the classroom erupted. Students rose one after another. The four lingered at the very back of the crowd with Li Yang at the tail. His face was still flushed, but he had composed himself. Head down, his steps heavy, he still kept pace with the line. Zhou Ting noticed them lagging behind and reached out to pat Li Yang on the shoulder. You four pick up the pace. His voice held a teasing edge but lacked harshness. Got it, teacher Zhou. Li Yang lifted his head, a sheepish grin on his face, but soon his usual energy returned. He quickened his steps, rejoining the others as they caught up with the main group. Su Yao, you'll lead the girls to wait on the playground. Zhou Ting turned to her, his tone brimming with trust. Yes, teacher Zhou. Su Yao replied with a smile, confidence shining in her face. She understood that being entrusted with guiding the girls was a sign of trust, and she was determined to carry out the task well. On the playground the sun shone brightly and a gentle breeze brought a hint of coolness. The students trickled in and lined up by class. Zhou Ting stood at the center, surveying the scene with a satisfied smile. He knew that on the first day of military training, instilling discipline in the students was paramount. Students, we will now begin the first exercise, formation drill. Zhou Ting's voice echoed across the field as he walked to the center to demonstrate the movements. As he spoke, two uniformed soldiers approached, a man and a woman, both standing tall and upright. These two are our class training instructors, Instructor Lin Yu and Instructor He Chang. Greetings, students. I am He Chang, in charge of the boys' training. He Chang announced, his voice loud and powerful, carrying an undeniable authority. Hello everyone. I am Lin Yu, responsible for the girls' training. Lin Yu chimed in, her voice clear and pleasant, tinged with gentleness yet still concise and soldierly. No sooner had the two finished their introductions than the instructor of the neighboring class began, leading his already divided boys and standing at attention. Let's start too. Boys on the left, girls on the right. Begin division. He Chang ordered. At the command the class quickly split into teams and He Chang led the boys into standing at attention. The sun hung high in the azure sky, a blazing fireball mercilessly scorching the earth. Heat waves rolled across the playground and the air was thick with scorching warmth. A group of freshmen in camouflage training uniforms stood on the field, sweat trickling down their cheeks and dripping onto the burning rubber track, evaporating instantly without a trace. Instructor He Chang stood at the front of the formation, his posture as rigid as a sculpture. His sharp eyes swept over the entire line, missing no detail. His voice was thunderous and authoritative, carrying an intangible majesty that left every freshman daring not to slack off. You're not even standing as straight as the girls in your class. Instructor He Chang's voice suddenly cut through the stillness of the field. The boys, who had been somewhat lax, instantly straightened their postures. They exchanged glances, a competitive spark igniting within them. One by one they arched their backs and thrust out their chests, as if silently proving to the instructor that they were no worse than the girls. I should have put on sunscreen earlier this morning. Li Yang muttered under his breath. Though quiet, his words rang unusually clear in the silent playground. Standing at the back of the line, he shielded his forehead with his hand, trying to block the glaring sunlight. Sweat streamed down his cheeks, tickling him, but he dared not wipe it away, he could only let it flow. And I was hoping for an eye feast. They're all in training uniforms, can't even see the girls' legs. Wang Zhe, standing beside Li Yang, lamented with a hint of regret. His gaze unconsciously drifted toward the girls' formation, but the dazzling sun forced him to quickly avert his eyes. No little sister's legs, but we can feast on the senior sister's legs. Look over there, those senior sisters are all watching. Zhang Yu gestured around the playground, already encircled by senior students who had come to observe the freshmen's training. Some stood, some sat, eyeing the newcomers curiously, occasionally whispering comments. Ah, too far away to see clearly. Such a pity, Li Yang chimed in again, his voice dripping with exaggerated lament. Those words seemed to hit Jiang Han's funny bone, and he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Damn, Li Yang, are you here just to be funny? Jiang Han slapped Li Yang on the shoulder, laughing. His laughter echoed across the field, prompting stifled giggles from the surrounding students. The four's chatter quickly caught the instructor's eye. A sharp whistle split the air, crisp and piercing. You few at the back, come to the front. Instructor He Chang's voice turned stern, instantly tightening the atmosphere. The four panicked, hastily turning to see which poor souls had been caught. Stop looking, it's you four. He Chang's voice rang out again, his finger pointing at Jiang Han and the others, his gaze unyieldingly serious. Jiang Han instinctively pointed at himself, a flicker of uncertainty on his face. Yes, you four. And you were laughing the hardest just now. Come up here and share with everyone. Instructor He Chang's tone carried a hint of mockery, but was more of a command. The four were mortified, their smiles freezing instantly. They quickly wiped off their expressions and reluctantly shuffled from the back to the front of the line. Jiang Han silently cursed his own quick mouth, but outwardly dared not resist. He obediently stood at the front. You four, do you always act this sloppy? Instructor He Chang approached them, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze scrutinizing. You four, do you always act this sloppy? Instructor He Chang walked up to them, hands behind his back, his eyes filled with evaluation. The four stood at the front of the formation, their earlier urge to laugh long dissipated, replaced by a sense of helplessness and embarrassment. They lowered their heads, their eyes wandering, not daring to meet Instructor He Chang's gaze. The surrounding classmates, though still maintaining their military posture, betrayed a hint of curiosity and schadenfreude in their eyes. Come, this student, tell me, what were you laughing at just now? Instructor He Chang's voice was low and forceful, his gaze fixed on Jiang Han as if aiming to see through him. Jiang Han's heart tightened and he braced himself to look up, forcing a faint smile and saying, Instructor, nothing at all. Nothing at all. You were laughing so happily. Speak louder, share with your classmates what you four were muttering about just now. Instructor He Chang's tone grew more severe, clearly not intending to let them off easily. Jiang Han swallowed hard, feeling hesitant, but still tentatively asked, Instructor, do I really have to say it? Say it. Louder so that all our classmates can hear. Instructor He Chang's voice rose an octave and the entire training ground seemed to fall silent, all eyes focused on Jiang Han. Jiang Han took a deep breath, steeled himself and shouted loudly, reporting to the instructor. Just now Li Yang said I can't see the younger sister's fair legs. And can't see the older sister's fair legs clearly either. As soon as the words left his mouth, the formation erupted into a burst of laughter. Some classmates doubled over with laughter while others covered their mouths and snickered. Li Yang, Wang Zhe and Zhang Yu, however, wore expressions of extreme embarrassment, wishing they could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Li Yang in particular lowered his head, his face flushed scarlet, cursing Jiang Han inwardly, You damn guy, why do you blurt out everything? The commotion quickly drew the attention of the adjacent formation. The female students standing at attention also heard Jiang Han's words and turned their heads to look, their faces bearing expressions of curiosity and amusement. The formations of other classes also heard this bold declaration, and for a moment the entire training ground buzzed with whispers. Instructor He Chang's face instantly darkened, his brows furrowed and his gaze swept over the four like a knife, looking at legs. You four mean you want to go to the girls' formation? Then I'll grant your wish. The four of you go train with Instructor Lin Yu. Upon hearing this, Li Yang's eyes immediately lit up and his previous embarrassment was instantly cast to the winds. He blurted out excitedly, Holy crap. There's such a good thing. Thank you, Instructor He Chang. Wang Zhe and Zhang Yu also wore expressions of pleasant surprise, though they said nothing, their eyes already betrayed anticipation. Jiang Han, however, shook his head helplessly, muttering inwardly, This is truly a case of a blessing in disguise. Instructor He Chang watched the four's eager demeanor, snorted coldly and waved his hand, "Go quickly. Don't be an eyesore here." The four, as if pardoned, immediately turned and ran toward the direction of the girls' formation. Li Yang ran while rubbing his hands excitedly, muttering under his breath, "This is really a huge gain." However, when they reached the front of the girls' formation and saw Instructor Lin Yu's frosty face, the four's smiles instantly froze. Instructor Lin Yue, with arms crossed and eyes like ice, said coldly, "I heard you four are very interested in the girls' legs. Very well, today you will stand in front of the girls' formation and do 100 squats and appreciate them properly." The four were instantly dumbfounded. Li Yang's smile completely vanished, replaced by a look of bitterness. He muttered under his breath, "This is really a case of misfortune from the mouth." On the training ground, the other students watched the four standing in front of the girls' formation doing squats while receiving Instructor Lin Yu's special attention, and couldn't help but burst into laughter again. The four could only grit their teeth and silently pray while doing squats, "When will this military training ever end? I really can't stand it. Li Yang, why did you have to thank Instructor He Chang? Now look, we're suffering even more." Wang Zhe, while doing squats and gasping for breath, lowered his voice, his tone full of helplessness and complaint. His forehead was already beaded with fine sweat and his legs were starting to ache. Li Yang also wore a pained expression, gritting his teeth and persevering. Upon hearing Wang Zhe's words, he couldn't help but reply softly, "How was I supposed to know Instructor Lin you would be so harsh? No more looking at legs, never again." As he said this, he stole a glance at the girls' formation, only to meet Instructor Lin Yu's icy stare, which frightened him into quickly lowering his head and focusing on his squats. "What secrets are you four whispering about again?" Instructor Lin Yu's voice suddenly rang out, her tone carrying a hint of severity. She stood with arms crossed, her piercing gaze fixed on the four as if she could see through their little schemes. Jiang Han reacted the fastest, immediately lifting his head and replying with a look of sincerity, "Nothing, Instructor Lin Yu. We're just encouraging each other. Let's finish quickly." After saying this, he deliberately raised his voice, pretending to be full of energy. Li Yang, Wang Zhe and Zhang Yu quickly nodded in agreement, saying in unison, "Yes, yes, yes, we're encouraging each other." Instructor Lin Yu narrowed her eyes, clearly not convinced by their words, but she didn't say anything more. She just coldly threw out a line, "Focus, don't slack off. 60 more." Upon hearing this, the four inwardly lamented, but on the surface they dared not show any slack and had to grit their teeth and continue doing squats. Li Yang, while doing squats, muttered softly, "If only I hadn't been so talkative. This is really a case of self-inflicted suffering." Wang Zhe also couldn't help but sigh and said in a low voice, "This is truly a case of misfortune from the legs. Let's not speak carelessly anymore." Zhang Yu, though silent, wore an expression that was beyond words, clearly finding this special training extremely agonizing. Jiang Han, however, tried to find joy in the misery while doing squats. He joked softly, all right, let's just treat it as exercise. It's not like we usually train this seriously anyway." Though the four complained verbally, their movements dared not be careless in the slightest. After all, Instructor Lin Yu was standing nearby watching, and any slip-up could result in additional punishment. On the training ground, the other students watched the four's sorry state and couldn't help but snicker again, but they didn't dare be too obvious, fearing they might attract trouble. Finally, just as the four were about to collapse from exhaustion, Instructor Lin Yu called a halt. "All right, that's enough for today. Remember, during military training you must obey discipline. Don't spend all day thinking about irrelevant things." The four, relieved, quickly straightened up and responded in unison, "Yes, Instructor Lin Yu." Li Yang rubbed his sore legs and muttered softly, "This really taught me a lesson." Wang Zhe patted his shoulder and smiled helplessly, "All right, stop complaining. Get back to the formation quickly and don't cause any more trouble." The four dragged their exhausted bodies back to their own formation, looking dejected. Instructor He Chang saw them return, the corners of his mouth lifting into a meaningful smile. "How was it? Are you satisfied with Instructor Lin Yu's training?" The four quickly nodded and said in unison, "Satisfied. Very satisfied. Satisfied. If you're satisfied, do you want to go back and train some more?" He Chang said with a smile upon hearing this. "Forget it, Instructor He Chang, I think it's better to train with you," Jiang Han immediately said, and the other three, upon hearing his words, nodded in unanimous agreement. Soon the noon military stance training finally ended. At the command of "dismiss" from Instructor He Chang, the four of them felt relieved and headed toward the school cafeteria in unison. Their steps were somewhat heavy, especially Li Yang's, who limped along while complaining incessantly. "My legs are killing me. This isn't military training, it's torture." Li Yang grumbled, rubbing his thighs with a pained expression. "Same here. These squats have made my legs feel like they're not even mine anymore." Wang Zhe chimed in, his legs still trembling as he walked, clearly not yet recovered from the earlier drills. Zhang Yu, however, wasn't complaining much. Instead, he wore a thoughtful expression and said, "Did you notice? Instructor Lin Yu is actually quite pretty." Li Yang rolled his eyes in exasperation. "Bro, you're still thinking about the instructor. Seems like 100 squats weren't enough. Go do another 100 with Instructor Lin Yu this afternoon." Zhang Yu quickly waved his hands, forcing a sheepish smile. Forget it, forget it. Now that you mention it, I suddenly don't think she's that good looking anymore." The four of them continued walking, bantering with each other, the atmosphere much lighter. Just then Su Yao hurried up from behind and gently tapped Jiang Han's shoulder. "How are your legs looking now, Jiang Han?" Su Yao smiled at Jiang Han, her tone teasing. Jiang Han turned around and, seeing Su Yao, wore an awkward grin. He scratched his head and said, feigning nonchalance, "If I had to do another 100 squats they wouldn't look so good." Su Yao couldn't help but laugh. "You four totally deserve it for running your mouths." Jiang Han shrugged helplessly. A moment of loose lips never thought the consequences would be this severe. At this, Li Yang, Wang Zhe and Zhang Yu exchanged glances and said in unison, "Jiang Han, we're going to eat first." With that, the three quickened their pace swiftly, leaving Jiang Han alone with Su Yao. Jiang Han watched their retreating figures and cursed inwardly, "Those guys sure know how to bail fast." Su Yao looked at Jiang Han's expression and chuckled. "So your buddies just abandoned you like that?" Jiang Han gave a resigned smile. "They're afraid of disturbing our alone time." Su Yao's cheeks flushed slightly, but she quickly regained composure. She patted Jiang Han's shoulder gently. "All right, enough joking. Let's go eat, or the cafeteria will run out of dishes." Jiang Han nodded and smiled. "Let's go together then." Su Yao didn't refuse, and the two walked side by side toward the cafeteria. Sunlight spilled onto the campus path, dappled with tree shadows, a gentle breeze bringing a hint of coolness. Su Yao suddenly turned her head and asked curiously, "What were you guys talking about earlier? What suddenly became not so good looking?" Jiang Han explained with a smile. "Zhang Yu said Instructor Lin Yu was pretty good looking, and then Li Yang joked that he should go do another 100 squats in the afternoon to get a better look." Su Yao burst into laughter. "You guys are something else. Instructor Lin Yu is known for being strict, and you still dare to joke about her." Jiang Han shrugged. "What can we do? We're just too loose-lipped. But this time we've learned our lesson. We won't say anything rash again." Just then a mechanical voice suddenly echoed in Jiang Han's mind, "Ding. Su Yao's affinity has reached 20. Mission complete. Reward issued, consumption count x3. Jiang Han paused, inwardly astonished. Affinity. System. What's going on? Before he could react, the system's voice rang out again, "New mission released, raise Su Yao's affinity to 50. Jiang Han felt a surge of excitement but kept his composure. He stole a glance at Su Yao, who was looking straight ahead, seemingly unaware of his oddness. He tried to summon the system in his mind, but it remained silent, only appearing when missions were completed or released. Jiang Han set aside his confusion for now and continued chatting with Su Yao. "By the way, senior sister Su Yao, don't you have classes?" he asked, trying to make conversation. "I'm a senior now and I've started preparing for internship, so I'm quite free," Su Yao replied. "Oh, so you're a good-looking scholarly senior?" Jiang Han responded with a smile. "Ha, impressive, right?" Su Yao said with a grin. "Impressive," Jiang Han returned. The two chatted all the way until they reached the cafeteria. Li Yang, Wang Zhe and Zhang Yu were already seated at a table. When they saw Jiang Han and Su Yao enter together, they exchanged knowing smiles. Li Yang even winked at Jiang Han and whispered, "Jiang Han, nice work." Jiang Han shot him a glare but said nothing, simply getting food with Su Yao and sitting down beside them. At the table the four chatted and laughed, their legs still aching but their spirits noticeably lighter. As they ate, Jiang Han listened to the banter while pondering the system in his mind. After the meal, Su Yao stood up and said to Jiang Han, "I'll head back now. Good luck with this afternoon's training." Jiang Han nodded and smiled. "You too, good luck." Watching Su Yao's retreating figure, Li Yang sidled up and patted Jiang Han on the shoulder, teasing, "Bro, we haven't even made a move yet and you've already connected with the campus belle senior Su Yao. That was fast." Jiang Han grinned and replied mysteriously, "Keep it low-key, low-key." Wang Zhe immediately leaned in, curiosity written all over his face. "Hey Jiang Han, teach me how you got close to senior Su Yao. I want to know too." Jiang Han raised an eyebrow, striking a narcissistic pose, and said slowly, "You guys can't learn this, it's innate. This damn charming aura of mine just naturally attracts girls. Li Yang and Wang Yu rolled their eyes in exasperation. Wang Yu said with disdain, "Damn, I admit you're good-looking, but your narcissism. I'm even more convinced of that. Now I know how you got close to Senior Suyao, with that shameless self-praise I can tell you have thick skin." Jiang Han burst out laughing and patted Wang Yu on the shoulder. "Bro, it's called confidence, get it? Besides, Senior Suyao just chatted with me a bit. It's not as dramatic as you make it sound." Li Yang curled his lips and teased, "Come on, the way you two walked together just now looked exactly like the male and female leads in a romantic drama." "Jiang Han, I've got to hand it to you, that move was epic." Wang Zhe chimed in, Yeah, Jiang Han, can you share some of that damn charming aura of yours with me? I want to get in touch with the school beauty senior too." Jiang Han shook his head with a smile, putting on a profound air, "This kind of thing can only be sensed, not explained. You guys should practice more squats. Maybe Instructor Lin, you will be moved by your persistence one day." Li Yang's face fell instantly. "Don't even mention it. My legs ache just thinking about squats. Instructor Lin Yu is not someone you can easily impress. I think she wants us to squat until the end of time." The three of them chatted and laughed as they headed toward the dormitory. Though the military training days were tough, the company of brothers added a bit of joy. Back in the dorm, Jiang Han lay on the bed, but his mind was still on the system. He tried to summon it in his thoughts but still got no response. He mused, it seems this system only appears under specific circumstances, you need to find a chance to study it properly. Just as he was thinking, Li Yang suddenly leaned in and whispered mysteriously, "Jiang Han, seriously, what's going on between you and Senior Suyao? You don't actually have feelings for her, do you?" Jiang Han chuckled without answering directly, instead countering, "What, do you have a crush on her?" Li Yang quickly waved his hands, "No way. Senior Suyao is school beauty material, I wouldn't dare. But if you're serious, I've got your back." After lunch the four chatted as they soon returned to the dorm. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a lazy glow on the floor. Wang Zhe collapsed onto his bed as soon as he entered, letting out a long sigh. "How many more days of training do we have?" he asked. Li Yang replied while taking off his shoes, "Half a month. Still a long way to go." He then flopped onto the bed looking utterly resigned. "Damn. Half a month. That's like a death sentence." Zhang Yu wailed, slumping into his chair in despair. Jiang Han said nothing, just smiled and walked to his bed. He looked at the three and teased, "You're already giving up. This is just the beginning. There are even more thrilling challenges ahead." Li Yang turned over and lay on his stomach, mumbling weakly, "Jiang Han, don't discourage us. Just thinking about this afternoon's obstacle course makes my legs tremble." Wang Zhe also sighed, "Yeah, this training is inhuman. My only wish now is to sleep in, but even that's a luxury." Zhang Yu suddenly sat up straight, looking serious. "What if we fake being sick to skip this afternoon's session?" Jiang Han shook his head, smiling. "Don't even think about it. Instructor Lin Yu and Instructor He Chang are no pushovers. If you pretend to be sick, they'll see through it in no time, and then you'll end up with extra drills instead of rest." Zhang Yu slumped back, resigned. "Fine, I'll just train obediently. At least I'll keep my hide intact." The four fell silent for a while, the only sound the whirring of the fan. After a moment Li Yang suddenly asked, "Jiang Han, do you think Senior Suyao will come watch us train this afternoon?" Jiang Han paused, then smiled. "Why are you bringing up Senior Suyao again? She's not in our class, why would she come specifically to watch us train?" Li Yang grinned slyly, "You never know, maybe she's here just to see you." Wang Zhe and Zhang Yu perked up at that, joining in the teasing. Yeah, Jiang Han, what's really going on between you and Senior Suyao? Spill it." Jiang Han shook his head helplessly. "You guys stop guessing. Suyao and I are just friends. We chatted a bit, it's not as complicated as you think." Li Yang pouted, clearly unconvinced. "Just friends? Then why were you smiling so happily during lunch? You two seem to hit it off pretty well." Wang Zhe added, "Yeah, exactly, Jiang Han. Don't hide it from us. If something's brewing, we can help you strategize." Jiang Han smiled but didn't respond. In truth, he was a bit eager given the system's task. Suyao's favorability was something he had to raise. But he wasn't ready to share that with his brothers yet. Just then the dorm door swung open and a classmate from the next room poked his head in. "Still lying around? Get ready, afternoon training's about to start." The four groaned in unison. Li Yang scrambled out of bed, complaining, "When will this ever end?" Zhang Yu sighed resignedly, "Forget it, let's just accept it. Half a month will pass quickly." Wang Zhe patted Jiang Han on the shoulder, grinning, "Good luck this afternoon, Jiang Han. Maybe Senior Suyao really will come watch you. Jiang Han smiled, saying nothing but silently thought if Suyao does come to watch, that would be a good opportunity. The four tidied their clothes, left the dorm and headed toward the training ground. Though they complained, they all knew in their hearts that while military training was tough, it was also a rare experience. The midday sun blazed like a scorching flame, ruthlessly baking the earth. The air over the playground seemed to simmer, every inch of ground radiating heat. The students stood on the field, sweat quickly soaking their shirts, dripping down their cheeks onto the searing rubber track, evaporating in an instant. This is torture. I've never suffered like this in my life. Li Yang muttered under his breath, his voice tinged with grievance and exhaustion. He wiped his forehead with the back of his hand, but more sweat dripped down. Li Yang, a child spoiled by his parents, rarely endured hardship. If this training was undoubtedly a huge challenge for him. You're not the only one, me neither. Wang Zhe grumbled, his voice laced with helplessness. Hey, stop grumbling or the instructor might catch us and then we'll have to do 100 more squats, that'll be worse. Jiang Han warned quietly. Li Yang and Wang Zhe exchanged a glance, seeing the same helplessness in each other's eyes. The instructor stood at the front of the formation, his gaze sweeping over every student like a hawk's. His face was expressionless, his eyes radiating an unyielding authority. A soldier himself, the instructor demanded perfection in every movement. In his eyes, military training was not just about physical exercise but also a tempering of the students' willpower. The afternoon military training felt particularly torturous under the scorching sun. The sunlight poured down unabated on the training ground, heating the ground to a blistering temperature, and the air was thick with a stifling heat. The boys stood in the sunlight, sweat trickling down their foreheads and soaking their camouflage uniforms. Their gazes occasionally darted towards the girls' team standing in the shade, their eyes filled with envy. If only we could train in the shade too. Wang Zhe murmured softly, raising his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead. Li Yang sighed and said helplessly, don't think about it, let's just obediently bask in the sun. Look at instructor, he's gaze, who dares to slack off. Jiang Han stood in the lineup, feeling the heat but choosing not to complain. His gaze occasionally swept toward the girls' team, seemingly searching for something. Sure enough, he spotted Suyao in the shade, engaged in conversation with instructor Lin Yu. At that moment instructor He's voice suddenly rang out, disband. Rest in place for half an hour. Upon hearing this, a wave of cheers erupted from the lineup. Many students lay down on the ground as if all their strength had been drained. Li Yang plopped down on the ground, looking up at the sky and lamenting, damn, this is literally killing me. Wang Zhe also slumped to the ground, fanning himself with his hand and saying, this weather is too brutal, I feel like I'm about to be baked into a mummy. Zhang Yu simply lay on the ground, eyes closed, stating, I don't want to think about anything, I just want to lie flat. This half hour of rest is like a lifesaver. Jiang Han, where are you going? Wang Zhe asked as he saw Jiang Han suddenly leave the lineup. Getting ice cream. Are you going? Jiang Han waved his hand without looking back, speaking cheerfully. Not going, but I want to eat some, Wang Zhe replied with a smile, a hint of anticipation on his face. Alright, just wait. Jiang Han chuckled in response and quickly left the training ground, heading towards the nearby convenience store. Watching Jiang Han's back, Li Yang suddenly stood up from the ground, brushed off the dust from his pants and said, wait, I'll go bring the car over. Let's go enjoy the air conditioning. Wang Zhe's eyes brightened at this, let's go together, any extra time in the AC is a blessing. Zhang Yu quickly chimed in, yes yes yes. This weather is too hot, having the air conditioning is simply a delight. As he spoke, the three made their way to where Li Yang parked. Li Yang's car was a black G-Class parked under the shade of a tree near the training ground. He pulled out the key, pressed the button, and the headlights flashed with a beep. Meanwhile, Jiang Han had already reached the convenience store. He pushed open the glass door and a rush of cool air greeted him, instantly dispelling the heat on his body. He walked straight to the freezer, took out 4 ice creams and grabbed 4 bottles of chilled drinks, paying quickly before hurrying back. As soon as he reached near the training ground, Jiang Han heard a horn. He looked up to see Li Yang's G-Class parked by the side of the road. The window rolled down as Li Yang called out, here. Come enjoy the air conditioning. Jiang Han smiled and walked over, quickly opening the door and sitting in the back seat. The air conditioning in the car was strong and the cool breeze made him feel instantly revived. Thank you, Han Go. Wang Zhe, upon seeing the chilled drinks and ice creams in Jiang Han's hands, instantly beamed with joy. He immediately took out a bottle from the bag, unscrewed the cap and gulped down a large mouthful, sighing in satisfaction, refreshing. This is simply a lifesaver. Zhang Yu couldn't wait to grab a bottle of drink, took a sip and remarked, in this weather having a sip of something chilled is the peak of life. Li Yang turned around from the driver's seat smiling at Jiang Han and said, Jiang Han, nice move. What about the ice creams? Hurry and share. Jiang Han smiled as he handed over the ice cream saying, here, one for each, don't fight over it. The four each took one ice cream, tore open the packaging and began to enjoy. The atmosphere in the car instantly became relaxed and joyful, as if the scorching heat outside had nothing to do with them. Why do I see none of our classmates from this training ground resembling the owner of that Bugatti parked at the entrance? Li Yang, while eating his ice cream, looked out the window at their classmates, his tone laced with curiosity and confusion. Is it possible that the person didn't even come to military training? Wang Zhe shrugged nonchalantly, continuing to enjoy his ice cream, clearly uninterested in the matter. However, Zhang Yu suddenly interjected, but I heard that Bugatti drove away yesterday with a girl. It should still be at school. It's also possible that the owner is older than us. Upon hearing this, Li Yang immediately became interested, turning to look at Zhang Yu. Is that true? Where did you hear that? Zhang Yu chuckled and replied, on the school forum. Don't you guys check that? Wang Zhe, hearing this, couldn't help but tease, well, it's not mine, so I don't care. Jiang Han sat in the back listening to the trio's discussion, feeling a bit complex inside. He was not unfamiliar with that Bugatti, and one could say he had a special understanding of its owner. Yet he did not interject, quietly enjoying his ice cream while occasionally glancing out the window. Seeing Jiang Han remain silent, Li Yang couldn't help but ask, Jiang Han, what do you think? Who do you think the Bugatti owner could be? Jiang Han smiled faintly and said, who knows? It might be some low-key rich second generation who doesn't flaunt his wealth. Wang Zhe laughed out loud, unable to contain himself. A low-key rich second generation. How can one be low-key while driving a Bugatti? Jiang Han, your thinking is too naive. Zhang Yu chimed in, teasing, exactly. People who drive Bugattis can't possibly be low-key. When that car comes out, it's the center of attention. Li Yang immediately turned around to look at Jiang Han, saying, Jiang Han, you're not the owner of that car, are you? You say you don't flaunt your wealth, yet you're like this. Spending over $1 million just like that. Yeah, Jiang Han. Are you the owner of that car? Wang Zhe asked, his eyes suddenly sparkling with interest as he turned to look at Jiang Han. Do I look like one? Jiang Han felt quite awkward being questioned by the two. You do, the three responded in unison. I'm really speechless. How did you guess without me saying anything? Jiang Han said, feeling quite exasperated. Upon hearing Jiang Han's response, Li Yang, Wang Zhe and Zhang Yu all froze in astonishment. Then a flicker of disbelief flashed in their eyes, as if they had stumbled upon an earth-shattering secret. Damn. Dude, you've been hiding it deep. Li Yang was the first to react, his mouth gaping wide and eyes bulging as he stared at Jiang Han. He shook his head in disbelief, his tone laced with teasing, you usually keep such a low profile, never thought you'd have a story like this. Jiang Han forced a bitter smile upon hearing this. He had known such a reaction was coming. Keep it secret, don't let it slip. He lowered his voice, his eyes pleading. Oh, you mean hiding the fact that you're a scion of a wealthy family from Senior Suyao, right? Don't worry, my lips are sealed. Consider it mission accomplished. Wang Zhe immediately raised his right thumb, striking an exaggerated pose of assurance. His face was brimming with excitement, as if he were watching an exhilarating spy drama. That won't be necessary. Senior Suyao already found out before you guys. Jiang Han added with a smile, a hint of pride in his voice. So the beauty they talked about on the forum is Senior Suyao. Damn. You moved fast. Zhang Yu finally caught on, his eyes lighting up with envy and admiration. Jiang Han quickly waved his hands to explain, that was an accident. I was just out for a stroll that day and happened to walk into the noodle shop where Senior Suyao works. A couple of drunk customers were causing trouble inside. I was passing by, so I helped block them. Nothing actually happened between us. Li Yang, Wang Zhe and Zhang Yu exchanged glances, wearing sly grins as if they had reached a silent understanding. The three nodded and Li Yang chuckled, when can I get a ride in the Bugatti, Master Han? Master Han, I want a ride too, I've never been in one. Wang Zhe sidled over with a mischievous look, his face written with anticipation. Same here. Zhang Yu chimed in without hesitation, his eyes glowing with eagerness. Jiang Han was amused by their antics. He waved his hand and said magnanimously, all right, when you need to impress a girl, just let me know. I'll lend you the Bugatti to make an entrance. Wow. Thanks, Master Han. Li Yang beamed from ear to ear, clapping Jiang Han on the shoulder as if he could already see himself cruising in the Bugatti. Wang Zhe joined in the laughter, his face alight with excitement. Master Han, you're our savior. With a Bugatti, how can I fail to win over any girl? Zhang Yu nodded with feigned seriousness, a hint of mockery in his tone. Master Han, rest assured, once we score a date, we'll definitely treat you to a meal. Jiang Han shook his head with a smile, about to say something more when the assembly whistle on the training ground suddenly interrupted their conversation. Jiang Han glanced at his watch and said, "Come on, let's get back to military training. If we don't go now, Instructor He Chang will blow his top." The three immediately wore expressions of utter despair. Li Yang sighed, crawling lazily out of the big G, muttering, "When will this military training ever end?" Wang Zhe also slowly got out, stretched his arms and said helplessly, "Well, let's accept our fate. We just need to get through this half-month." Zhang Yu patted Jiang Han on the shoulder and said with a grin, "Master Han, once the training is over we'll have a real celebration. Don't forget your promise then." Jiang Han nodded with a smile, "Sure, no problem. But for now let's figure out how to survive this afternoon's drill first." The four chatted and laughed as they walked toward the ranks. Though the training was still grueling, the banter and Jiang Han's promise had lightened their spirits considerably. When they reached the front of the formation, Instructor He Chang was already standing there, his eyes fixed on them like a hawk. Li Yang immediately straightened his posture and whispered, "Oh no, I think Instructor he saw we were late." Wang Zhe quickly lowered his head, pretending to adjust his clothes, and muttered, "Don't panic. Act like nothing happened." Zhang Yu cast a stealthy glance at Jiang Han and said under his breath, "Master Han, it's up to you." Jiang Han gave a helpless smile, stepped forward and said to Instructor He Chang, "Reporting, Instructor. We went to buy some water and got delayed." Instructor He Chang looked at Jiang Han, then at the three behind him, and said coldly, "Next time mind the time. Fall in." The four sighed with relief and quickly ran back to their spots. Li Yang whispered as he ran, "Jiang Han, that was quick thinking. Instructor he didn't even get mad." After a brief rest, everyone gradually snapped out of their relaxed state and unhurriedly returned to the formation. At that moment the blazing sun still hung high in the sky, releasing its heat without restraint. The glaring sunlight struck the training ground directly, baking it into a gigantic steamer. And there they stood straight as boards on that steamer-like field. "Hey, shall we grab dinner this afternoon? Let's go to that noodle shop where Senior Suya works." Wang Zhe tilted his head slightly, a look of anticipation on his face. "Are you crazy? Not tired enough? Going out to eat?" Zhang Yu frowned, responding with a helpless tone as sweat dripped down his temples. "Actually, you know what, it might be a good idea. After eating we could find a club for a massage to unwind." Li Yang kept his military posture rigid but lowered his voice, muttering with a hint of exhaustion and longing for relaxation. Time passed like the slowly shifting shadows on the field. Amid the flowing sweat and scorching sun, the afternoon military training soon ended. The students all let out long sighs of relief, their tense bodies gradually relaxing. "Come on, let's go eat out." Li Yang stretched his stiff shoulders, his voice filled with impatience. "Drive the car to the dorm first. I'll go back to get my keys. After eating and the massage, Senior Suya will be off work." Jiang Han's lips curled into a confident smile. "Damn. That's simp behavior." Zhang Ye's eyes lit up immediately and he burst out laughing, his tone dripping with mockery. "What do you know? I call it being a warm-hearted guy." Jiang Han didn't mind at all, still smiling back with a hint of pride. As they spoke, the four walked in fairly orderly steps toward the conspicuous big G parked beside the training ground. Li Yang agilely slid into the driver's seat, started the engine and turned to Jiang Han with a mysterious grin. "Jiang Han, have you heard that saying?" "What saying?" Jiang Han was a little taken aback, his eyes full of curiosity. "What saying?" "Obviously the warm-hearted guy comes after the dog." Zhang Yu snatched the answer, then burst into laughter himself. Right, that's what I was going to say." Li Yang immediately chimed in and hearty laughter echoed through the car. Jiang Han felt utterly speechless at the trio's teasing and could only shake his head in resignation. Still, he didn't take it too seriously since they always interacted in such a light-hearted and joking manner. Just then the car smoothly arrived at the dormitory building. Jiang Han pushed open the door, quickly got out and hurried toward the dormitory. In no time he retrieved his car key and swiftly returned to the vehicle, settling back into the driver's seat. "Han, let me see the Bugatti key. I want to post a flex on moments." Wang Zhe's face was beaming, his eyes sparkling with curiosity and excitement as he spoke with a grin. He looked like a child who had just spotted a long-awaited toy. Jiang Han's lips curled into a faint smile at this and he naturally handed over the key. Li Yang drove attentively, slowly navigating through the campus until they reached the parking lot across from the school gate. "Jiang Han, will wait for you here." Li Yang turned his head with a warm smile. "I'll go with you. I want to ride in the Bugatti too." Wang Zhe said eagerly, unbuckling his seatbelt, still wearing that cheeky grin, and got out of the car with Jiang Han. The two walked side by side toward the Bugatti in the parking lot. Soon the unique roar of a sports car filled the air. The sound was deep and powerful like the awakening roar of a slumbering beast. Wang Zhe sat in the car utterly thrilled, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Damn, this sound is incredible. Wang Zhe's voice trembled with excitement as he pulled out his phone and began taking selfies with the luxurious interior. Casually his gaze swept over the number 0101 behind the armrest. The vacant voice of the night. Wang Zhe's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief and joy as he asked excitedly, "You recognize it, huh?" Jiang Han raised an eyebrow and smiled, a hint of approval in his eyes. With that he gently pressed the accelerator and the car began to move. At that moment the setting sun's rays bathed the black Bugatti, casting a golden glow over its already mysterious body. It shone brilliantly as if the entire parking lot was illuminated by this car. Jiang Han gripped the steering wheel steadily, driving the beast-like Bugatti like the wind, and soon reached the parking lot. Like a dazzling star the car instantly drew countless fiery gazes, some in awe, some in envy, and many filled with curiosity. Many students who had been passing by stopped in their tracks, turning their heads to look, their eyes gleaming with curiosity as they tried to see who was inside. What a show-off. Jiang Han's been hiding this deep. Li Yang sat in his Mercedes-Benz G-Class watching the Bugatti slowly emerge through the window, a smirk playing on his lips. His tone held both admiration for the Bugatti's stunning appearance and a playful jab at Jiang Han's usual low profile. As Jiang Han drove the Bugatti unhurriedly up to Li Yang's G-Class, he gently honked the horn. The crisp, clear sound seemed like a greeting to Li Yang. Then he pressed the accelerator again and the car shot forward like an arrow. Li Yang quickly started his car and followed at a leisurely pace. Damn, Han, you're making me blush. This thing is a total attention magnet. Wang Zhe sat in the Bugatti's passenger seat, his face flushed with excitement, eyes gleaming as he shouted. He kept looking around, soaking in the stares from all directions, appearing both thrilled and smug. Shouldn't you be used to this kind of attention by now? Why so worked up? Jiang Han's lips twitched into an easy smile as he focused on driving. His smile carried a hint of mockery, as if amused by Wang Zhe's over-the-top reaction. I have a few sports cars at home, but none of them draw this much attention. Wang Zhe replied with excitement, his eyes sparkling as he continued to glance outside as if he couldn't get enough of the stares. This Bugatti really is a top-tier supercar, the head-turning rate is insane, he added. Soon the two cars slowly arrived at the noodle shop where Suyao worked. The shop was on a bustling street crowded with people. Jiang Han and Li Yang parked skillfully and the four of them got out and walked straight inside. Suyao was busy in the shop when she saw the four enter. She felt a bit speechless. She frowned slightly, thinking after a day of military training these guys still have the energy to come out. The key's surface emitted a faint metallic luster engraved with the word Bugatti. Look, when Jiang Han saw Suyao his eyes lit up slightly, a gentle smile appeared on his face and he gave her a subtle nod as if with a special meaning. Then he casually found an empty table, pulled out a chair and sat down. The other three followed suit and took their seats around the table. Suyao walked over with light steps. What would you four young masters like to eat? She stood by the table, bending slightly with a polite smile. Though her tone carried a hint of teasing, her attitude was very friendly. He Senior Suyao, what a coincidence. Fancy meeting you here. Li Yang said with a broad grin, his eyes narrowing into slits. He looked as if he had really run into her by chance, but his deliberate tone suggested otherwise. I'll have a bowl of lamb offal noodles. Jiang Han looked up, his gaze warm as he smiled at Suyao. His eyes held a hint of anticipation, as if he had a special fondness for the lamb offal noodles here. Senior Suyao, I want the seafood noodles. Wang Zhe said eagerly, pointing at the menu picture of seafood noodles, his eyes full of longing. Seafood noodles for me too. Zhang Yu chimed in loudly as if afraid Suyao hadn't heard him. And you? Suyao turned her head slightly and asked Li Yang softly. I'll have the chicken noodle soup. Li Yang replied with a smile. Suyao gently nodded at this, her gaze falling on Jiang Han as she slightly frowned, half reproachful and half concerned, saying, you guys are really idle, aren't you tired after a whole day of military training? And you even come out to eat. Doesn't the school have a canteen? Her eyes betrayed a hint of helplessness, as if she couldn't understand why these boys would skip the campus dining hall and travel all the way here for a meal. We just came out for some food. Li Yang said he had something to discuss, so we all came together, Jiang Han replied with his usual gentle smile, explaining unhurriedly. His voice was steady, as if it were perfectly normal to come out just because Li Yang had something to talk about. Alright, wait here. Finish up and go back to rest. Don't you ever get tired? Su Yao looked at Jiang Han again, a deeper concern in her eyes. With that she turned and walked away, her light steps carrying her to the kitchen to place their orders. Don't you ever get tired, Jiang Yu deliberately dragged out the words, mimicking Su Yao's tone perfectly, a mischievous grin on his face as he spoke to Jiang Han. His exaggerated expression and voice captured Su Yao's demeanor flawlessly. Hearing this, Li Yang and Wang Zhe paused for a moment, then burst into quiet laughter. Li Yang covered his mouth with his hand, his shoulders trembling slightly as he tried to suppress the sound. Wang Zhe on the other hand laughed heartily without restraint, his eyes narrowing into slits. Scram! Jiang Han shot Jiang Yu a glare without real anger, only feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation at their antics, and retorted with a huff. His tone carried that familiar ease and intimacy. After all, they were close friends, and teasing like this was perfectly normal among them. Jiang Han, why doesn't your car have a license plate? Li Yang tilted his head slightly, staring at Jiang Han's Bugatti with a curious expression. After glancing at the flashy sports car, his gaze shifted back to Jiang Han, filled with doubt. I just got it recently, haven't had time to register it yet. Jiang Han shrugged casually. He picked up the glass of water in front of him and took a small sip, seemingly unconcerned about the missing plate. Then wait a few more days. On the 1st of next month there's an auction for the plate number 88888, you should check it out. Li Yang leaned forward, excitement flickering in his voice. As he spoke he tapped the table lightly with his fingers, as if imagining that 88,888 plate adorning Jiang Han's car. I'll go take a look then. Jiang Han's eyes brightened, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. His gaze revealed anticipation, showing keen interest in the upcoming auction. The four chatted lightheartedly while occasionally surveying the noodle shop. Before long the noodles they ordered were carefully brought over by other waitstaff and placed before each of them. Steaming bowls of noodles emitted an enticing aroma, instantly filling the table and whetting their appetites. Meanwhile Su Yao was busy behind the counter organizing bills and items. A colleague, a warm and outgoing older woman, leaned slightly toward Su Yao with a gossipy look and asked, Xiao Su, isn't that the young man who helped you the other day? As she spoke she subtly nodded toward Jiang Han's table. He's my junior schoolmate. Su Yao paused her work, lifted her head and replied with a smile. Her smile was gentle, her eyes carrying a faint warmth. Oh, also from Zhonghai Financial University. Hey, our shop's young lad told me his car costs a fortune, tens of millions. The colleague's eyes widened in amazement. That young man is not ordinary. You should seize the opportunity, a handy tool is a treasure, they say. She nudged Su Yao's arm, her expression urging. Sister Lu, we're just classmates, nothing like that. Su Yao shook her head lightly, still smiling, though the smile now carried a hint of helplessness. Besides, we're not from the same world. He drives a car worth tens of millions at such a young age, how could someone like me ever reach that level? She sighed softly, a mix of self-consciousness and clarity flickering in her eyes. You never know. Su Yao's colleague raised an eyebrow, the corners of her mouth turning up teasingly. She patted Su Yao's shoulder, her gaze encouraging, not quite agreeing with Su Yao's words. The four of them ate heartily, their appetites sharp after the day's intense military training. The steaming bowls of noodles were devoured in no time, leaving nothing behind. Each finished a full bowl, then stood up patting their slightly full stomachs and walked toward the counter. Senior Su Yao, we're paying. Wang Zhe's face beamed with satisfaction as he strode to the counter, his eyes sparkled with delight. The exhaustion from training seemed to have melted away after the meal. Total is 114 yuan. Su Yao replied with a smile, her voice clear and pleasant as she expertly operated the cash register. Su Yao turned her head, her gaze inadvertently flickering over Jiang Han before returning to Wang Zhe, speaking earnestly, you should head back early, tomorrow will be even more tiring than today. Her eyes were filled with concern, like an older sister advising her younger brothers. Got it, Senior Su Yao. I'll tell Jiang Han to go back early. Wang Zhe nodded quickly, still wearing his bright smile, obediently. He understood that Senior Su Yao was genuinely looking out for them. Just then Zhang Yu, Li Yang and Jiang Han ambled over. Jiang Han asked in confusion, what's this about telling me to go back early? His eyes showed bewilderment, wondering what Wang Zhe and Senior Su Yao had been discussing. Oh, Senior Su Yao said you should head back early. Wang Zhe explained, promptly pointing at Su Yao. He will be leaving soon. Jiang Han looked at Su Yao, his face breaking into a tender smile, and responded softly. Their eyes met, conveying a silent understanding. Su Yao nodded slightly, her eyes revealing a sense of reassurance. Then the four turned and left the noodle shop. As soon as they stepped outside, Zhang Yu quick as lightning darted ahead of Wang Zhe and slid into Jiang Han's Bugatti, shouting excitedly, my turn to experience it. He looked like a child with a new toy, his face brimming with uncontrollable excitement. Jiang Han shook his head helplessly, a fond smile on his face. Without a word he tossed his car keys to Li Yang and said, "You drive it, I'll drive yours." Holy crap. Fine. I get to experience it too. Li Yang caught the keys, his face beaming, and laughed loudly. He eagerly walked toward the Bugatti, ready to savor the thrill of driving this magnificent machine. Jiang Han and Wang Zhe settled into Li Yang's Big G. Jiang Han took the driver's seat of the Big G while Wang Zhe obediently sat in the back. Li Yang skillfully started Jiang Han's Bugatti and the two cars slowly pulled out one after the other. On the street the gazes of passers-by were drawn to these two luxury cars, and those envious glances seemed like a special treatment for them. Some people stopped to stare, others whispered in discussion, all filled with curiosity about those inside the cars. Soon, amidst the envious stares of the passers-by, the two vehicles slowly pulled up in front of a lavishly decorated club. The club's exterior was extraordinarily majestic, with dazzling lights that exuded luxury and sophistication. At this moment the four people who stepped out of the cars wearing the uniform military training outfits of their school appeared particularly conspicuous in front of this upscale establishment. The green military training uniforms formed a stark contrast with the surrounding luxurious environment, drawing the attention of onlookers once again. "Let's go. Let's really relax. My legs have really suffered today following me," Li Yang said, rubbing his legs, his face showing a very helpless expression. After a day of military training, the soreness in his legs made him crave relaxation at this moment. With that, the four of them walked into the club with somewhat weary steps. Their purpose was clear, simply to relax a bit and relieve the fatigue from military training. Inside the club the decor was exquisite and elegant, the lighting soft, and a faint fragrance filled the air, making one feel refreshed both physically and mentally upon entering. Soon a kindly-faced waiter warmly led the four into a spacious and comfortable room. The room was arranged to be both cozy and luxurious, soft sofas and exquisite decorations all testified to its high-end nature. Immediately after, a line of neatly uniformed masseuses walked in with light steps. They wore smiles, their eyes exuding professionalism and warmth. After sizing each other up, the four each chose a masseuse, then lay down on the sofas and began to enjoy the service. The masseuse's techniques were skilled, with just the right amount of pressure gradually relaxing the four's tense bodies. Alas, tomorrow is another sunny day. Wang Zhe, while enjoying the masseuse's massage, looked at the weather forecast on his phone and said despondently. Thinking about tomorrow's military training under the scorching sun again, his mood couldn't help but sink. When it kept raining I found it annoying, but now I desperately wish it would rain for half a month straight. Li Yang said, feeling the same sentiment. Recalling the inconveniences of military training in the rain and contrasting them with his current worries about sunny training at this moment, he wished so much for a continuous rain to rescue them. "You are students, right?" the female masseuse No. 37, who was serving Li Yang, asked softly while skillfully massaging him. She bowed her head slightly, a gentle smile on her face, a hint of curiosity in her eyes. Li Yang, immersed in the comfort of the massage, responded softly upon hearing the question. He narrowed his eyes slightly, enjoying this rare moment of relaxation. "Sister, how did you figure it out?" Zhang Yu, who had also been enjoying the massage, suddenly became interested and asked curiously upon hearing the masseuse's words. He turned his head to look at masseuse No. 37, his eyes full of confusion. "The four of you are wearing military training uniforms. At this time the ones wearing such clothes are students from the nearby universities, right? Which university are you from?" Masseuse No. 37 explained patiently, her hands not stopping at all, continuing to massage Li Yang's shoulders as she spoke. "Zhonghai Institute of Finance," Zhang Yu replied without hesitation. After speaking he leaned back comfortably on the sofa and continued to enjoy the massage. The four relaxed while chatting with the masseuses, speaking one after another, the atmosphere very pleasant. The masseuses shared some interesting anecdotes from work while the four recounted various amusing incidents from military training, and the room occasionally echoed with laughter. Gradually Li Yang and Wang Zhe, under the comfortable environment and the relaxation of the massage, unknowingly fell asleep. Li Yang tilted his head slightly, his face wearing a relaxed expression as he breathed evenly. Wang Zhe, on the other hand, leaned against the sofa back, emitting soft snores. At such moments time always passes quickly. As if in an instant it was already past 9 o'clock in the evening. The room's lighting was still soft, and in the quiet atmosphere a voice suddenly rang out. "For guests, the service is over. Would you like to extend the time?" one of the masseuses asked softly. She stood in the middle of the room, a polite smile on her face, her eyes scanning each of the four in turn. "No need, let's just rest for a while," Jiang Han said, glancing at the time and then at the sleeping Li Yang and Wang Zhe. His voice was not loud but carried a hint of languor after fatigue. Okay, the previous masseuse replied with a smile. Then the 4 masseuses bowed slightly in unison to the 4, then quietly left the room, leaving only the quiet room and the 4 still resting. Awesome. So comfortable. Li Yang stretched lazily, his face beaming with satisfaction, and said loudly with a smile. As he spoke he moved his neck and shoulders as if trying to release all the comfort from his body. After this relaxation he felt much more energetic, and the fatigue from military training had dissipated completely. Alas, now it's comfortable, but tomorrow will be suffering. Let's go back and sleep. Wang Zhe sighed helplessly and said. Although he complained about tomorrow's military training, his face now also showed relaxed pleasure. He knew clearly that no matter what tomorrow held, at least he had enjoyed this moment of leisure. Let's go. Zhang Yu nodded and replied simply. He stood up, straightened his military training uniform, and prepared to leave this comfortable club. The 4 put on their clothes, went to the front desk to settle the bill, and then left together. Outside the club the night breeze gently brushed, bringing a hint of coolness. They walked along the street toward the parking lot, the streetlights stretching their shadows long. Arriving at the parking lot, Li Yang stopped, his face carrying a teasing smile, and looked at Jiang Han as he said, "Go pick up your senior sister Su Yao from work. We're heading back to the dorm first." His eyes were full of mischief, deliberately stressing the words, "your senior sister Su Yao," to tease Jiang Han. Upon hearing this, Jiang Han's face slightly flushed and he gave a light smile without much response. He knew Li Yang was joking and didn't take it to heart. Then he turned and walked to his Bugatti, pulled open the door and got in. As Jiang Han gently pressed the accelerator, the Bugatti's roar instantly sounded, the low and powerful echo reverberating through the parking lot. The car slowly pulled out of the parking lot and disappeared at the end of the street. Before long Jiang Han arrived at the noodle shop. The shop outside was still brightly lit and bustling with people. He skillfully parked the car in a spot in front of the noodle shop, then leaned back in his seat, took out his phone to play with it, and waited quietly for Su Yao to finish work. Jiang Han sat in the car, and out of sheer boredom he subconsciously opened the TikTok short video app. The colorful images and bustling sounds instantly filled the car. As he casually swiped the screen watching various interesting live streams, he occasionally lifted his head to glance at the noodle shop entrance, waiting for Su Yao's figure to appear after work. Shortly after, the familiar roar of a sports car grew louder from afar. A brand new white Porsche 911 slowly pulled up in front of the noodle shop. After the car came to a steady stop, the driver showed no intention of getting out. Through the clear windshield one could distinctly see a large bouquet of fresh dewy roses on the passenger seat, their petals glistening with crystalline droplets. Under the streetlights they appeared exceptionally dazzling, exuding a romantic and enchanting aura. Jiang Han instantly became intrigued and leaned forward onto his own car's steering wheel with great interest, his eyes fixed tightly on the Porsche 911. He didn't forget to continue playing with his phone with one hand, his fingers lightly tapping the screen, but his mind was completely captivated by the sudden situation before him, eagerly awaiting the possible drama and ready to enjoy a good story. Just then Jiang Han's phone screen lit up. It was a video call from Li Yang. He quickly pressed to answer, and instantly Li Yang's smiling face appeared on the screen. "Hey Jiang Han, did you pick her up?" Li Yang asked with a smile, his voice coming through the phone speaker with a hint of ease and teasing. "Not yet, but I've just discovered something interesting." Jiang Han's eyes sparkled, his face showing an amused expression as he said excitedly. At the same time he quickly turned the phone's camera around, aiming it precisely at the Porsche 911 not far away across the street. "See that? There's drama to watch." Jiang Han's lips curled up as he laughed, his eyes full of anticipation and curiosity. "Don't let the drama backfire on you. Ha ha ha. It's not that someone is here to confess to Senior Su Yao, is it?" Wang Ze's voice came through the phone, filled with obvious amusement and teasing. His voice was a bit noisy, as if he was in the dormitory with other people's voices around. "Ha ha ha, Wang Ze, you're really stirring the pot with that comment. Can't you hope for the best for your buddy?" Zhang Ye's laughter also came from the phone as he responded to Wang Ze with a tone of familiarity and intimacy among close friends. "Can't you hope for the best for your buddy?" Zhang Ye's laughter also came from the phone as he responded to Wang Ze with a tone of familiarity and intimacy. Around 9:30 the noodle shop gradually emptied of customers, and the figure of Su Yao, who had been busy all day, emerged from the shop. She tilted her head back slightly, took a deep breath of the cool night air, her face showing a hint of post-exhaustion relief. The moment Su Yao stepped out, the Porsche 911 that had been parked in front of the noodle shop also began to move. The guy in the car pushed open the door and elegantly stepped out, holding a large bouquet of fresh vibrant roses. The bouquet of roses was extraordinarily beautiful, glowing with a charming luster under the streetlights, as if whispering romantic secrets. "Su Yao." A guy in white sportswear holding the roses waved vigorously towards Su Yao. His face brimmed with a mix of nervousness and anticipation. His eyes locked onto Su Yao and then he quickly walked toward her, his steps tinged with urgency. Ha ha ha. Wang Zhe, you and your big mouth. You were right. Li Yang's voice, full of surprise and excitement, came through the phone, slightly distorted by his thrill, as if he had discovered something extraordinary. Holy crap, I was actually right. Wang Zhe's head appeared halfway in the frame, his eyes wide open, his face full of shock and excitement. Clearly the three of them had been glued to their phones waiting to watch this drama, without missing a single detail. Jiang Han, go for it. What are you sitting there for? Zhang Ye's anxious voice also came from the phone, his tone clearly urging, as if he wished he could jump out of the phone and take action for Jiang Han. Hey hey hey. Something's off, look, Su Yao Sr. doesn't even glance at that guy. Jiang Han, go. Hurry hurry. Li Yang shouted excitedly on the phone, his voice cracking from excessive urgency. His eyes were glued to the phone screen, as if that could transfer more power to Jiang Han and make him act quickly. With that, Jiang Han made a decisive move and hung up the call. He pushed open the car door, stepped out and walked towards Su Yao with determined strides. At this moment his eyes carried a hint of concern and an inexplicable resolve. Senior Su Yao. Jiang Han quickened his pace and called out as he walked swiftly. His voice echoed in the night street, tinged with urgency. Jiang Han, didn't you go back? Su Yao showed a hint of surprise upon seeing him, quickly walked over and asked. Her eyes held confusion, not understanding why he was still here at this hour. As they were talking, the guy came over again, still holding the roses, unwilling to give up. His face flushed red, he said loudly, Su Yao, I'm sincere, I like you. His voice carried a hint of pleading and a trace of unwillingness. I don't like you. Su Yao replied seriously with a stern expression. Her eyes were firm, without any hesitation, staring straight at the guy to show her stance. Why? The guy seemed unable to accept this outcome, asking persistently, his eyes full of confusion and pain. No reason. Su Yao replied again, clearly her tone decisive, leaving no room for the other's fantasies. Is it because of him? A freshman? Am I not even better than him? The guy said angrily, pointing at Jiang Han, his eyes full of jealousy and rage, his facial muscles trembling slightly from emotion. Hey, if you're talking, just talk. What the hell are you pointing at me? Jiang Han felt a surge of annoyance at the guy's rude behavior and responded bluntly. He frowned slightly, his eyes carrying a hint of warning. What's it to you? You come running over. A toad lusting after a swan's flesh. The guy looked at Jiang Han with disdain and replied displeasedly. His voice rose a few notches with a clear, provocative tone. Some toads can't even get a taste even if they want to. Jiang Han heard this, a slight mocking smile curling at the corner of his mouth, and said unhurriedly. His eyes were full of contempt, staring straight at the other without fear. At these words the guy became furious with shame and anger, his face turning red. He angrily threw the roses in his hand to the ground, petals scattering all over. Then he suddenly grabbed Jiang Han by the collar and said viciously, Damn it, who do you think you are? Believe me, it'll make your life miserable at school. His eyes bulged as if they were about to spit fire. I don't believe you. Jiang Han said calmly, easily brushing the guy's hand away. His movements were clean and swift, showing his composure and confidence, unfazed by the other's threat. I can crush you with money. Who are you pretending to be? The guy persisted, yelling loudly. He waved his arms, looking furious, trying to threaten Jiang Han with money. Getting angry. Can't take rejection. Ha ha ha. No wonder Su Yao Sr. doesn't like you. Jiang Han continued to taunt, a mocking smile on his face. He crossed his arms over his chest, his eyes full of disdain for the guy, completely unafraid of the threat. Upon hearing Jiang Han's words, Su Yao couldn't help but worry for him, instinctively tugging at his sleeve. Her eyes were filled with anxiety, fearful that he might suffer from a conflict with this man. After all, the man's arrogant demeanor suggested he was not to be trifled with. Sensing her concern, Jiang Han turned his head slightly, a gentle smile on his face, and said softly, It's all right, Senior Su Yao. His gaze was firm and confident, as if telling Su Yao that everything was under control and she need not worry. Good. Kid, do you know who I am? The man, seeing Jiang Han's composure, burned with even greater fury and spoke loudly. He lifted his chin, his eyes brimming with arrogance, as if merely revealing his identity would make Jiang Han back down. Who are you? Are you that impressive? Jiang Han asked with a helpless tone dripping with contempt. He frowned slightly, looking at the self-important man before him, utterly disgusted by his behavior. You. The man was so enraged by Jiang Han's indifferent attitude that he was momentarily speechless, his face flushed bright red, his hands clenched into fists and his body trembling with fury. The man took a deep breath to suppress his anger, then turned to Su Yao and said indignantly, "Su Yao, do you think you'll be happy with this poor brat? Is he even worthy of being with you? Some things are determined at birth. Can he even afford this?" As he spoke, he deliberately held up his Porsche car key and pressed it. Instantly the headlights of the nearby 911 lit up, the bright beams glaring in the night as if to challenge Jiang Han. "Idiot!" Jiang Han turned around, glanced at the illuminated Porsche and sneered coldly, his expression filled with even more disdain. His eyes were full of contempt, dismissing the man's childish display. Without another word, he took Su Yao's delicate hand and walked toward the Bugatti parked nearby. His movements were natural and firm, as if declaring to all that he would not be swayed by the man's words or actions. Jiang Han pulled out his car key and pressed it lightly. In an instant the Bugatti's iconic eye headlights flashed, their unique shape exuding an air of mystery and nobility in the darkness. Jiang Han walked to the passenger side, opened the door and gently gestured for Su Yao to get in. After she was seated, he took his place in the driver's seat. In an instant the Bugatti, like a sleeping beast, let out a deafening roar, its powerful engine rumbling through the streets. The car slowly moved forward. Jiang Han pulled up to the man, lowered the window and said with a mocking grin, "Senior, I think you're right. Some things are determined at birth. But not your Porsche." As he spoke, Jiang Han extended his hand out the window, tapped the car door and laughed. "Is this enough to buy your door?" His eyes were full of provocation, every move and expression showcasing his confidence. With that the engine roared again, even louder than before. Jiang Han floored the accelerator, driving the Bugatti night sound away like a black streak of lightning, leaving the man standing there red-faced and helpless. The man's fury burned even hotter as he watched the Bugatti disappear with nowhere to vent. He had heard that a Bugatti had been parked in the lot across from the school since the first day of term, but the owner had never shown up. He never expected that unremarkable youth to be the owner. "Sorry, Jiang Han, for causing you trouble again," Su Yao said in the passenger seat, her head slightly bowed, her voice filled with deep dejection and self-reproach. Her eyes were dim, as if weighed down by what had just happened, feeling she had brought unnecessary trouble to Jiang Han. "It's nothing, Senior Su Yao. This isn't trouble at all. Don't worry about it," Jiang Han replied in a gentle tone as he focused on driving. His eyes remained fixed on the road ahead, but his words were full of reassurance, telling her not to dwell on it. "He's Lu Chen, the son of a school board member." Su Yao hesitated for a moment before speaking. She frowned slightly, as if the name itself annoyed her, and also wanted to make Jiang Han aware of the other's background so he could be more cautious. "Don't worry, Senior Su Yao. He knows better than to cause me trouble," Jiang Han replied with firm confidence. His face bore a calm smile, as if he was utterly unconcerned by Lu Chen's threats, fully confident in handling everything. "He's also a rich second generation." "Are you so sure?" "You'd better be careful," Su Yao asked softly, her eyes filled with worry. She turned to look at Jiang Han, hoping he would take the matter seriously and not get into trouble through carelessness. "Of course I'm sure. Because the car you're sitting in proves he can't afford to offend me, and he wouldn't dare," Jiang Han replied with full confidence. He lifted his chin slightly, his eyes exuding pride and certainty, fully aware of his own strength. "I know this car is expensive, I've heard it costs tens of millions. Why would seeing it make him avoid you?" "You're both rich second generation?" Su Yao asked, puzzled, tilting her head with a confused expression, unable to understand how a car could intimidate Lu Chen. "Because my car is worth at least 100 of his," Jiang Han said with a relaxed smile, his laughter tinged with mockery while also showing Su Yao his confidence so she could completely relax. Su Yao was stunned again by Jiang Han's words. She had only heard that the car was expensive, but she never imagined it could cost as much as hundreds of millions. Her mouth slightly agape, her eyes full of disbelief, she replayed Jiang Han's words in her mind, gaining a new understanding of this familiar yet seemingly unfamiliar junior. Su Yao turned her head slightly, her beautiful eyes quietly gazing at Jiang Han. At that moment in her eyes he seemed enveloped by a mysterious yet reliable radiance. Not only had he remained calm in the face of Lu Chen's provocation, but his wealth was also beyond imagination. These factors combined made Su Yao's heart spontaneously feel a strange sense of security, as if with Jiang Han by her side any difficulty could be overcome. Ding! Detected an increase in Su Yao's affection. Current affection 4050. The system's voice suddenly rang in Jiang Han's mind. The clear notification stirred ripples in Jiang Han's heart like a pebble thrown into a calm lake. Jiang Han felt a surge of excitement upon hearing it. He tried to suppress the excitement on his face, not letting Su Yao notice anything unusual. The increase in affection meant his relationship with Su Yao was progressing, filling him with anticipation for the future. He silently resolved to seize the opportunity to further raise Su Yao's affection. Soon the car arrived at the school gate. Jiang Han skillfully parked the car in the same lot across the street. After turning off the engine, they both got out and strolled leisurely toward the dormitory. The night campus was especially quiet, with soft streetlights casting long shadows of their figures. Along the way they chatted and laughed, the earlier unpleasantness at the noodle shop seemingly forgotten, leaving only the serene and beautiful atmosphere accompanying them as they walked together. Approaching the girls' dormitory, Jiang Han spoke softly, "Senior Su-Yao, go up and rest. Bye-bye." His voice was gentle, laced with tenderness, his gaze lingering on Su-Yao's face as if reluctant to part. Su-Yao nodded slightly at Jiang Han's words and replied softly, "You should rest early too." Her eyes held equal concern and the corners of her mouth lifted in a faint smile. With that, Su-Yao turned and walked into the girls' dormitory with light steps. Jiang Han stood still, quietly watching Su-Yao's disappearing figure until she was completely out of sight. Then he withdrew his gaze and turned to walk toward his own dormitory. Along the way, Su-Yao's smile kept surfacing in his mind and his lips unconsciously curled upward. Soon Jiang Han returned to the dormitory. As soon as he entered, Li Yang teased with a laugh, "Yo, young Master Han is back." Li Yang was sitting on a chair and seeing Jiang Han return, his face instantly lit up with a mischievous grin. "Jiang Han, tell me what happened next. Did you spoil it?" Zhang Yu also leaned in curiously, eyes sparkling with anticipation, eager to know how things unfolded. "I didn't even need to spoil it, Senior Su-Yao turned him down herself," Jiang Han said as he walked to his chair and sat down. He crossed his legs, a hint of smugness on his face. "Who was it? Didn't you ask?" Li Yang continued, leaning forward with keen interest. "I did ask. It seems to be Lu Chen, his father is a school board member," Jiang Han replied, frowning slightly as if the identity weighed on his mind. "Wow, the board member's son. How scary." Li Yang exclaimed in exaggerated mock fear, his tone dripping with nonchalance. He leaned back in his chair, hands behind his head, his face full of contempt, as if the board member's son's status meant nothing to him. "Whatever, I'll take a shower and hit the sack," Jiang Han said, standing up and stripping off his military training uniform. As the clothes slid off, his sharply defined muscles came into view, radiating a youthful vitality under the dormitory light. "Hey, young Master Han, not a bad figure." Zhang Ye's eyes lit up, a mischievous grin spreading across his face as he reached out and patted Jiang Han's butt. His gesture was casual, carrying the familiar teasing between close friends. "Damn. Stay away from me. You're dangerous." Jiang Han felt speechless, turned his head and looked at Zhang Yu with a mix of exasperation and amusement, exclaiming loudly. He never expected Zhang Yu to pull such a stunt, instinctively dodging to the side. "Ha ha ha." Zhang Yu burst into hearty laughter, rocking back and forth as if he had witnessed something incredibly funny. The whole dormitory echoed with his cheerful laughter. With that, Jiang Han stepped into the private bathroom in the dormitory to wash up. Soon the sound of water came from the bathroom. Jiang Han reveled in the soothing warmth of the shower, feeling the fatigue from a day of military training wash away with the water. Guys always shower quickly. Before long, Jiang Han walked out in just boxers, bare-chested. Tiny beads of water still clung to his hair, trickling down his face, while his solid chest and abs stood out strikingly under the light. "Jiang Han, do you know the background of our military training instructor, He Chang?" Li Yang, who had been playing on his phone at his desk, looked up and spoke as Jiang Han emerged. He tilted his head slightly, a mysterious gleam in his eyes. "What background?" Jiang Han asked with a smile while drying his hair with a towel. He walked to his bed and sat down casually, curiosity evident on his face. "Former Special Forces, a soldier king." Li Yang jumped up excitedly, waving his arms as if recounting a glorious tale. His eyes sparkled with excitement and his voice rose involuntarily. "Awesome. Better behave from now on." Jiang Han's face showed amazement, then he laughed. He knew well how formidable a soldier king was and decided to keep a low profile in the upcoming training days to avoid unnecessary trouble. Standing before the mirror, Jiang Han skillfully picked up the hairdryer and quickly dried his hair. He ran his fingers through it casually, making it look fluffier and more natural. Then he returned to his bed, sat sideways, leaned against the wall and began playing on his phone. Soon all four of them were lying in bed, each immersed in their own digital world. The dormitory fell silent, only the faint glow of phone screens illuminating their faces. "Hey, check out Dian's nearby people. Senior Su-Yao's roommate is live streaming." Zhang Yu exclaimed excitedly, his eyes glued to his phone. "I see it too. And her roommates are pretty good looking." Wang Zhe also responded while looking at his phone, a hint of appreciation curling at the corners of his mouth. "Share it, I want to check it out too." Li Yang became intrigued and quickly spoke, putting down the game he had been playing and reaching for his phone to receive the share. I shared it in our 4-person WeChat group. Wang Zhe said, then refocused on his screen, continuing to watch the live stream of Su Yao's roommate. The three of them fiddled with their phones, immersed in the lively atmosphere of the live stream, occasionally bursting into laughter and chatter. As for Jiang Han, exhausted after the day's activities, he soon fell asleep, his even breathing softly filling the quiet dormitory. Li Yang, is this level 53 account yours? Zhang Yu stared at his phone screen, pointing at an avatar, asking. He frowned slightly, seemingly surprised by Li Yang's Douyin level. Which one are you? Li Yang replied without looking up, busy sending comments in the live stream room. Most of his attention was on the screen, not wanting to miss any fun moments. The one with that little emoji. Zhang Yu emphasized again when Li Yang didn't catch on, specifically pointing at the corresponding emoji avatar on his screen. Damn. Level 49. You've spent quite a bit. Li Yang finally realized, looking at the avatar Zhang Yu mentioned, and couldn't help but laugh. His tone carried surprise. He hadn't expected Zhang Ye's level to be so high, meaning had spent a lot on the app. Wang Zhe, which one are you? Zhang Ye's curiosity grew, and he continued asking, scanning the live stream's viewer list, trying to spot Wang Zhe's account. Isn't it that level 56 one called Zhe Zhe Zhe? Li Yang immediately responded, tilting his chin toward Zhang Yu to show him. The next morning the phone alarm blared abruptly in the dormitory as usual, its piercing sound mercilessly shattering their sweet dreams. Reluctantly they all stirred from their slumber. Another day of torment. Li Yang muttered reluctantly, half closing his eyes as he lay in bed, his voice thick with drowsiness. He turned over and buried his head under the blanket, trying to cling to the warmth of the bed for a little longer. Stop complaining, let's go to the cafeteria and eat. Wang Zhe said as he swiftly sat up and began tidying his bed. His movements were quick and precise, folding the blanket neatly and smoothing the sheets. The four of them took turns in the bathroom, and after a flurry of activity they quickly finished washing up. They walked toward the school cafeteria with sleepy eyes and languid steps. The morning sunlight spilled over them but failed to dispel their drowsiness. Jiang Han, didn't you ask Senior Su Yao what we're training today? Li Yang suddenly remembered something and turned to Jiang Han, asking. He stretched, yawned, and there was still a hint of sleepiness on his face. I didn't ask, Jiang Han replied simply, his hands in his pockets, his eyes fixed ahead as if still lost in the remnants of his dream. Meanwhile Zhang Yu and Wang Zhe were busy scanning the surroundings for attractive female college students. Their eyes swept across the campus like searchlights searching for targets. Zhang Yu, look over there. Those two have great figures. Wang Zhe's eyes suddenly lit up and he patted Zhang Yu on the shoulder excitedly. His eyes were fixed on the two girls not far away, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. I was just about to say those two girls have great figures too. Zhang Yu said with a bright smile. He followed Wang Zhe's gaze, his eyes full of admiration. It must be said that all four of them were quite handsome. Li Yang was sunny and handsome, exuding a free and easy temperament. Zhang Yu had delicate features with a hint of liveliness. Wang Zhe's face was resolute, radiating a rugged charm, and Jiang Han with his cold and aloof features stood out among them like a star in the cold night, emitting a unique allure that made people want to take a second look. After breakfast in the cafeteria the four of them went together to the playground. By then most of the freshmen had already gathered there, and the field was a sea of figures in military training uniforms bustling with activity. Damn, why did you park so close? Jiang Han looked up and saw Li Yang's car parked steadily under the tree next to the playground and couldn't help asking in surprise. He frowned slightly, his eyes full of confusion, not understanding why Li Yang had parked there. So we can cool off with the air conditioner faster during breaks. Li Yang said proudly, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. He patted Jiang Han on the shoulder as if showcasing his brilliant idea. Then Li Yang added, I found this great spot last night. Look at these cars, they were already taken when we came back last night. He gestured with his hand at the nearby vehicles parked similarly. Ah, you rich kids really know how to enjoy life. Wang Zhe suddenly sighed, a hint of envy and teasing in his tone. He shook his head helplessly, a wry smile on his face. Don't you come asking for the air conditioner later. Li Yang immediately replied with a smile. He deliberately put on a stern face, pretending to be serious, but there was a hint of mischief in his eyes. No, no, no. Brother Yang, let me enjoy it too. Wang Zhe quickly responded with a grin, his face beaming. He clasped his hands together in a pleading gesture. You a big shot who's reached level 59 on Douyin, how can you have the nerve to call us rich kids? Zhang Yu said with a teasing smile, stressing the words, level 59, and shooting a mischievous glance. He bumped Wang Zhe with his shoulder as if reminding everyone of Wang Zhe's glorious feat on Douyin. Exactly. You're so shameless. Li Yang chimed in, exaggeratingly opening his mouth wide and making a disgusted face, pointing at Wang Zhe, drawing curious looks from the surrounding students. All three of you are rich kids, so don't point fingers at each other. Jiang Han couldn't help but smile when he heard their banter. He shook his head gently, a relaxed and cheerful smile on his face. To him they were all good friends and such jokes were perfectly normal. You're the last one who should say that, Mr. Bugatti owner. Li Yang immediately retorted. He raised an eyebrow, a smirk tugging at his lips, his eyes carrying a hint of provocation as he deliberately enunciated, Mr. Bugatti owner, as if to emphasize Jiang Han's luxury car identity. Correction, it's the Bugatti La Voiture Noire owner. A car worth over 100 million just left by the roadside. Wang Zhe chimed in, waving his arms exaggeratedly with an expression of amazement, as if deeply impressed by Jiang Han's expensive Bugatti La Voiture Noire and couldn't resist teasing him about it again. Time flew like a white steed passing through a crevice, and in the blink of an eye it was the last day of military training. On this early morning the sky was not yet fully bright and a hazy mist permeated the campus, draping the entire school in a veil of mystery. As the assembly whistle sounded once more, all freshmen, like well-trained soldiers, swiftly and orderly advanced toward the vast gymnasium. Their steps were tidy, their footfall striking the ground in a vigorous rhythm, as if recounting the hardships and growth of these days of military training. Before long the gymnasium was filled with vibrant freshmen clad in uniform military attire, standing tall with eyes gleaming with anticipation and longing for their future university life. At the center of the gymnasium a newly constructed stage stood, conspicuously adorned with neatly arranged tables and chairs. Several school leaders sat upon it with kind expressions, their gazes sweeping over every freshman below as if appraising their efforts and transformation during this period. Hello, students. The principal's resonant and magnetic voice echoed through the gymnasium via the microphone, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Today marks the last day of our freshman military training. The principal's words carried a hint of gratification. As usual, we are holding the freshman welcome ceremony today. He paused, slightly gazing affectionately at the freshmen below. Welcome all new students to our Zhonghai Institute of Finance. Applause surged like a tidal wave, drowning out the principal's words, and only gradually subsided after a long while. Wish you all a wonderful time at the institute. The principal concluded, his words brimming with earnest expectations for the freshmen. Below, the newcomers whispered among themselves, sharing the joy and excitement of the moment. They knew that from this moment a brand new university life full of infinite possibilities was about to unfold. After the school leaders' speeches, the atmosphere in the gymnasium surged to a new climax. One by one the spotlights illuminated and the curtains on the stage slowly drew open, officially commencing a splendid welcome performance. First to take the stage were the various clubs from the school, each presenting meticulously prepared performances promising an unforgettable audiovisual feast for the freshmen. The music began, its rhythm lively and vibrant. Wang Zhe's eyes widened, instantly fixed on the stage, his face brimming with uncontrollable excitement. He slapped the classmate beside him heartily and shouted, "Whoa, there are senior girls dancing for us." On the stage several senior girls adorned in resplendent attire moved with the lightness of swallows, dancing gracefully to the beat of the music. Their movements were fluid yet powerful, each turn and each gesture executed with impeccable precision, rendering the popular dance from Douyin with remarkable expressiveness. The freshmen below were also swept up by the fervent atmosphere, cheers and whistles rising and falling in an unending cascade. Standing by Zhang Yu looked at Wang Zhe's excited demeanor, the corners of his mouth curling into a teasing grin. He joked, "Aren't you going to send a few extravagant gifts up there to liven things up?" The classmates around burst into hearty laughter at his remark. Wang Zhe laughed along, scratched his head and said sheepishly, "If this were a Douyin live stream I'd totally throw some big gifts. But there's no such feature in real life, otherwise I'd definitely show the senior girls my enthusiasm." Amid laughter everyone continued to enjoy the brilliant performances on stage, the atmosphere growing ever more lively as if it might lift the roof off the gymnasium. As each club performance concluded, this splendid welcome ceremony officially drew to a close. The freshmen, still savoring the excitement, exchanged their impressions of the performances with exuberance. In the afternoon all freshmen were granted half a day of free time. Like birds released from their cages, they began planning their own arrangements. Back in the dormitory, Li Yang flopped onto his chair with a thud and exclaimed excitedly, "Ah, comfortable. Finally over." He stretched languidly, his face radiating contentment. "What should we do for this half day?" Li Yang asked, turning to look at the others. "You guys go ahead. I've already made plans with a senior girl." Wang Zhe spoke with a mysterious smile, as if his date with the senior was a splendid secret. "Same here, so you two can entertain yourselves." Zhang Yu looked at Li Yang and Jiang Han grinning cheekily, his smile dripping with pride as if flaunting his own impressive arrangement. Hearing this, Li Yang suddenly widened his eyes and turned to Jiang Han asking urgently, "Don't tell me you've also made plans with your senior Su Yao. Leaving me alone in the dorm." Panic flickered in his eyes, clearly unwilling to stay by himself. "Not yet," said Jiang Han, "but it's not too late to make plans now." He smiled, the corners of his mouth curling slightly, a hint of teasing in his tone as he deliberately provoked Li Yang. At his words, Li Yang reacted swiftly, sliding his chair with a whoosh right up to Jiang Han. He grabbed Jiang Han's arm tightly and pleaded pitifully, "Brother Han, don't leave me alone." His expression was just like that of an abandoned child. "Staying in the dorm together would be boring," Jiang Han said with a smile. Though he said that seeing Li Yang's pitiful look he felt a slight wavering inside. "Not boring. I'll take you to the racing track." Li Yang's eyes lit up as if struck by a brilliant idea, his eyes sparkling with anticipation, hoping to entice Jiang Han. "Deal. Let's go. Well, grab a meal and head straight to the destination." Jiang Han laughed, intrigued by Li Yang's proposal. He thought going to the racing track might be fun, so he agreed readily. The two chatted as they left the dormitory building, their steps light and mood exceptionally pleasant. Sunlight spilled onto them, illuminating the smiles on their faces. Along the way they continued discussing the upcoming track adventure, filled with anticipation for the activities ahead. "I'll call some girls and invite a few friends," Li Yang said, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He was already mentally planning whom to invite, imagining the lively scene of everyone gathering together. "That sounds great," Jiang Han replied with a smile. He thought having more people would make it even more enjoyable. A group having a blast on the track would surely create fond memories. With that thought his pace quickened involuntarily, as if he couldn't wait to reach the parking lot and kick off this joyful gathering. Soon the two arrived at the parking lot. In front of the parking space where Jiang Han's car was, several classmates had gathered excitedly, taking photos and checking in with the cool Bugatti. Several stylishly dressed senior girls were tucking small cards with contact information into the window, their eyes full of anticipation. "Excuse me. Pardon me. Pardon me," Jiang Han said as he politely parted the crowd and walked toward the car. His steps were steady yet tinged with a hint of urgency, for he didn't want his beloved car to be disturbed too much. Saying that, Jiang Han walked to the car, gently pressed the key, and the headlights instantly flashed. The unique glow seemed to proclaim its extraordinary nature to the crowd. Jiang Han looked at the small cards placed on the car and, feeling speechless, reached out and picked them up. He was genuinely annoyed by the senior girl's actions. After a moment's thought he placed the cards on a nearby parked car, not wanting them to mar the cleanliness of his own vehicle. Under the watchful eyes of several onlookers, Li Yang and Jiang Han got into the car. Li Yang, curious about Jiang Han's recent actions, asked, "What were those?" His eyes sparkled with curiosity, full of doubt about the items in Jiang Han's hand. "Contact info of the pretty senior girls," Jiang Han replied with a smile as he fastened his seatbelt. His tone carried a hint of banter, as if he had grown accustomed to such situations. With that, Jiang Han started the engine. In an instant the roar of the motor erupted, a deep powerful sound like a slumbering beast awakening, instantly capturing everyone's attention. The students who had been taking photos saw their envy deepen instantly as they gazed at the luxury car, their eyes filled with longing. Some female students cast their glances toward Li Yang in the passenger seat, their eyes brimming with admiration. They watched Li Yang sitting in such a cool car, a ripple stirring in their hearts. "Hey, I feel like those beautiful senior girls' eyes are going to kill me. Let's go, let's go," Li Yang said, pretending to be scared. He deliberately shrank his neck, yet a smug grin spread across his face. He was thoroughly enjoying the attention while urging Jiang Han to quickly leave this troublesome spot. Jiang Han shook his head with a smile, slowly drove the car, and under the gaze of the crowd exited the parking lot and sped toward the track. The car smoothly made its way onto the road, and the surrounding students, as if drawn by a magnet, cast their gazes one after another. Among those glances were curiosity, envy, and a hint of awe. Li Yang leaned back comfortably in his seat, a bright smile on his face, and joked, "Don't throw those cards away in the future. Give them to me. I'll handle them," he said, rubbing his hands together, looking eager. "All right, they're yours," Jiang Han replied with a smile, his eyes focused on the road ahead. Then he pointed with his right hand to the glove compartment in front of the passenger seat and continued, "There are a few more inside. I didn't throw them away. You can take them." Hearing this, Li Yang's eyes instantly lit up like twinkling stars in the night sky. He was so excited that he nearly jumped out of his seat. He quickly reached out and opened the glove compartment in front of him, his movements eager and slightly flustered. He carefully took out the photos with contact information written on them. Counting them carefully, there were about a dozen photos. Every photo showed a senior girl who was youthful and beautiful with a charming smile, and on the back of each photo was neatly written her contact information. "Damn, you've got a stash!" Li Yang exclaimed with a laugh as he looked at the beautiful photos of the senior girls. His eyes were full of surprise, as if he had discovered some rare treasure. "What stash? I just forgot to throw them away." Jiang Han shook his head helplessly and replied with a smile. His tone was relaxed and natural, as if it was truly just an oversight that he hadn't disposed of them. "Ha ha ha. Forgetting to throw them away means destiny. You should add them yourself." Li Yang teased with a mischievous grin, his eyes fixed on Jiang Han, trying to detect any wavering in his expression. "Come on, don't be polite with me. Keep them for yourself and add them. If you really don't want them, just send these contacts to the group chat and let Zhang Yu and Wang Zhe add them," Jiang Han said, looking speechless. He furrowed his brows slightly, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation at Li Yang's suggestion, thinking to himself that this guy never missed any opportunity. "Oh, afraid that Senior Suya will find out," Li Yang said with a laugh, his eyes full of teasing. He deliberately dragged out his words, trying to further provoke Jiang Han and see his reaction. "Don't say that. I'm not that kind of guy," Jiang Han replied, his tone carrying a hint of seriousness. He straightened up slightly, as if emphasizing his principles. "Not that kind of guy when you're casual." Li Yang teased, his smile growing even brighter, determined to keep the banter going. He tilted his head, a sly glint in his eyes. "Go to hell." Jiang Han, feeling utterly helpless, could only respond with a playful curse. He shook his head lightly, unable to withstand Li Yang's endless teasing. The two of them bantered as they drove toward the Zhonghai track. The car darted through the streets like a dazzling streak of light, instantly drawing the eyes of passers-by wherever it went. Among those gazes were curiosity, amazement, and a hint of envy, for a luxury car like a Bugatti was not something one saw every day. Soon the two arrived at the Zhonghai International Circuit. Li Yang glanced around and said familiarly, "Take the back entrance. Let's go directly to the track at the back." "Regular customer, huh, young Master Li?" Jiang Han said with a smile, a hint of teasing in his eyes. He found it amusing how familiar Li Yang was with the place, and he was also looking forward to the upcoming track session. "Regular. It's my own. Come and play anytime," Li Yang said with a laugh, his face brimming with pride. He patted Jiang Han on the shoulder as if showing off his territory. "Damn, it's yours?" Jiang Han asked in surprise, his eyes widening instantly. He had never expected that this seemingly professional racing circuit was a family property of Li Yang's, and he couldn't help but gain a new understanding of Li Yang's family background. "My brother is also a total car fanatic. He opened this place." Li Yang replied, his words full of admiration for his brother. He tilted his head slightly, his eyes sparkling as if recalling the effort his brother had poured into the circuit. Soon the two arrived at the entrance of the track. When the security guard saw the approaching car, Li Yang immediately rolled down the window and said in a casual yet slightly authoritative tone, "Open the gate." "Second young master." The security guard, upon seeing who it was, immediately greeted him with a smile, his face beaming. At the same time he quickly pressed the button and raised the barrier, his movements swift and efficient. On the track, 3 sports cars hurtled forward like wild stallions, unleashed their roaring engines, deafening as if striving to shatter the confines of the circuit, reverberating wantonly through the air. Li Yang and Jiang Han steadily guided their cars to a safe parking area. After parking, they pushed open the doors and stepped out. Li Yang led Jiang Han toward a luxurious observation lounge. "Let's relax a bit while we wait for them," Li Yang said with a relaxed smile on his face. As he spoke, he raised his hand and gestured, and immediately a waitress in a qipao walked over gracefully. The qipao was impeccably tailored, accentuating the waitress's elegant posture. Li Yang said to her, "Bring us some food and drinks." "Yes, second young master," the waitress replied with a slight bow, her voice gentle and respectful. "By the way, is my brother not coming today?" Li Yang asked, as if suddenly remembering something. "We're not sure either. We don't really know President Wei's arrangements." The waitress responded politely, again a professional smile on her face. "Alright, just bring us some fruit for now. Then have someone prepare my brother's cars, I want to drive them later." Li Yang ordered again, his tone leaving no room for doubt. "Yes, second young master. I'll arrange it right away." The waitress finished speaking, then retreated from the room with light steps and respectful demeanor. After she left, Jiang Han walked to the window gazing at the speeding cars on the track and remarked, "This place is really impressive. I've never been to such a professional and luxurious racetrack before." Li Yang came to his side and said with a smile, "Of course. My brother has put a lot of thought into this place. Later we'll take a few laps down there and I guarantee you'll have a blast." Jiang Han turned to Li Yang, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. "Now you've got me really looking forward to it. But you asked if your brother was coming. Are you worried he wouldn't approve of us playing here?" Li Yang waved his hand dismissively. "Not that he'd disapprove. My brother, though he loves his cars like his life, is pretty lenient with me. It's just that if he's around things get complicated and we won't have as much fun." As the two were talking, a gentle knock came at the door again. The same waitress entered with a few colleagues pushing a cart laden with fruit and drinks. They arranged the fruit and beverages neatly, then politely withdrew once more. Li Yang pulled Jiang Han over to the table, picked up a slice of watermelon and took a bite, saying indistinctly, "Let's have a little something first. Later we'll hit the track and really go for it." Jiang Han also took a glass of juice, sipping it as the sweet and tangy flavor spread across his mouth. Yet his gaze kept drifting to the track, his heart already racing in anticipation of the upcoming experience. Soon the door to the observation lounge opened and 2 men and 2 women walked in. They were dressed fashionably, exuding a vibrant youthful energy. "Hey, why does that beauty look so familiar?" Li Yang asked, squinting as he studied the last woman to enter, furrowing his brow as he searched his memory for her face. "Familiar? You know her?" asked the man beside him, casting a curious glance, intrigued by Li Yang's reaction. "No, I don't know her, but I feel like I've seen her somewhere. Let me think for a moment. I also want to introduce you to a friend." Li Yang replied, tapping his head lightly as he tried to retrieve the elusive memory. With that he led the 2 men over to Jiang Han. "Jiang Han, my roommate." Li Yang introduced Jiang Han to his newly arrived friends, a warm smile on his face. "Jiang Han, these are my buddies Fang Tao and Lu Yuan." Li Yang then turned to Fang Tao and Lu Yuan to introduce Jiang Han, smoothly completing this first meeting among friends. The 3 exchanged pleasantries, nodding and smiling at each other, the air filled with amiability. Fang Tao asked Li Yang, "We saw a Bugatti when we came up. Is that your brother's new purchase?" His eyes held a hint of curiosity and envy, for such a luxury car was hard to ignore. "New purchase? My brother wishes. But my sister-in-law wouldn't allow it. That's Jiang Han's." Li Yang replied, pointing at Jiang Han to indicate the true owner of the extravagant vehicle. Upon hearing this, Fang Tao and Lu Yuan looked at Jiang Han with newfound surprise and admiration. "Wow, I never expected it, Jiang Han, you're a dark horse," Lu Yuan said with a tone of praise. Jiang Han waved his hand modestly. "You flatter me. Just dabbling a bit." His attitude was humble, showing no trace of pride despite owning such a car. At that moment the 2 young women also walked over gracefully. Li Yang's gaze suddenly fixed on the girl who had entered with Lu Yuan. His eyes lit up. "I remember. I think I've seen you streaming." His voice carried a note of excitement, as if he had discovered something novel. Saying that, Li Yang swiftly pulled out his phone and scrolled through the screen. In no time he found a dance video posted by the girl in his favorites list. He turned the screen toward her, a smug grin on his face. "See? Is that you?" The girl leaned in slightly for a look, a sweet smile blooming on her face, and replied candidly, "That's me. Thanks for the like, young Master Yang." Her voice was soft and melodious, tinged with shyness and gratitude. "Jiang Han, let's go. Let's head down and play. Stop staring," Li Yang said enthusiastically, his eyes brimming with eagerness to race. With that the group walked out of the observation lounge, their footsteps hurried as they headed toward their respective cars. The sunlight bathed them, reflecting the barely contained excitement on their faces. "Jiang Han, let's race. Let's see which is faster, my 16-cylinder Night Sound or your 12-cylinder Lamborghini." Li Yang settled into a white Lamborghini, gripping the steering wheel with exhilaration, a wide smile on his face. The Lamborghini's sleek lines gleamed under the sun like a beast poised to spring. "Haha. Deal. Whoever loses treats everyone to dinner tonight." Jiang Han replied with a laugh, sliding gracefully into his Bugatti Night Sound, his eyes radiating confidence and battle spirit. The Bugatti's distinctive design and commanding presence were no less formidable than Li Yang's Lamborghini. "Great. Ha ha ha." Li Yang laughed, his voice echoing across the empty track. At that moment both were ready. The roar of engines rose and fell as if playing a prelude to the fierce contest about to unfold, filling the entire circuit with a tense and thrilling atmosphere. Four stunningly styled supercars like elegant beasts glided slowly into the racetrack. Sunlight cascaded over their bodies, refracting dazzling rays that unveiled their luxury and dominance. Then a graceful flag-bearing beauty walked to the center of the four cars, her flag gently fluttering in the wind. Immediately after, the beauty began to wave the flag rhythmically, and simultaneously the four supercars, as if awakened beasts, roared in unison with a deafening thunder that echoed and reverberated through the empty track. The next moment the flag fell decisively. In an instant the four supercars shot forward like arrows from a bow or unleashed beasts, leaving blurred streaks of light on the track. The thunderous roar on the track instantly caught the attention of Li Wei, who was at a distance. His gaze fixed on the track, recognizing the familiar cars, a glint of understanding flashed in his eyes. Then he spoke slowly, asking the staff beside him, "Is Xiao Yang here?" "Yes, President Wei. Young Master Yang has arrived with his friends." A middle-aged man in a crisp suit with a respectful expression replied in a calm and measured tone. Li Wei nodded slightly, a doting smile unconsciously curling at the corners of his lips. "That kid always so full of energy when he comes," he said as he walked toward the track, his eyes filled with concern. At that moment the four supercars on the track sped like the wind. Jiang Han drove the Bugatti, his eyes focused intently ahead, his hands skillfully maneuvering the steering wheel. There was no tension on his face, only a hint of excitement and enjoyment. At every corner he could precisely time the perfect drift, drawing gasps of astonishment from the surrounding spectators. Li Yang was not to be outdone, his car streaked like lightning, racing freely on the track. Sometimes he accelerated to overtake the car ahead, sometimes he deftly dodged the pursuit of other drivers. The entire process was seamless, showcasing his superb driving skills. The friends in the other two cars were equally skilled. The four of them chased and overtook each other on the track, refusing to yield, vividly displaying speed and passion. As the race progressed, Jiang Han gradually found his best form. His competition with Li Yang grew fiercer, the distance between them always within a hair's breadth. At a crucial corner Jiang Han seized the opportunity, accelerated beautifully and successfully overtook Li Yang. "Well done, brother Han." Though overtaken, Li Yang was not discouraged, instead he cheered loudly for Jiang Han. He knew well that on such a track the joy of the race itself was what mattered most. Watching from the sidelines, Li Wei saw Jiang Han's excellent driving skills and couldn't help but nod slightly, secretly admiring him. "Who is this kid? His driving skills are impressive." He turned to ask the staff beside him. "President Wei, he is young Master Yang's friend named Jiang Han." The staff replied respectfully. "Jiang Han? Seems like Xiao Yang's roommate," Li Wei said, hands in pockets, walking with steady steps toward the rear of the track. Along the way his mind replayed the occasional mentions of this roommate by Li Yang, and his curiosity about Jiang Han grew. Soon he arrived at a safe viewing platform. There were already many spectators on the platform, their eyes fixed on the track, emotions rising with the racing cars. The fierce competition among the four raged on, the four supercars chasing each other at breakneck speed. Sunlight reflected off the car bodies, casting sharp rays that seemed like the gleam of their rivalry. Jiang Han was fully concentrated, his hands precisely controlling the steering wheel, his eyes fixed firmly on every corner ahead. With his exceptional driving skills he executed perfect drifts at several consecutive corners, drawing cheers from the crowd. Li Yang was equally impressive, his car moved like a nimble leopard, weaving effortlessly through the track. Whenever Jiang Han took the lead, Li Yang would grit his teeth and look for an opportunity to counter. The other two friends were also formidable, cleverly using every advantage of the track to engage in a fierce battle with Jiang Han and Li Yang. On a long straight, Li Yang seized the moment, flooring the accelerator. The engine's roar instantly rose several decibels and his car shot forward like a bolt of lightning, quickly overtaking the car ahead and drawing level with Jiang Han. "Haha, brother Han, watch me surpass you," Li Yang shouted excitedly, knowing full well Jiang Han might not hear him, but his fighting spirit was fully ignited. Jiang Han's lips curled into a slight smile, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. He felt Li Yang's challenge and silently stepped up his efforts. As he approached the next corner he adjusted his speed and direction in advance, cutting into the curve in a nearly perfect manner, once again widening the gap with Li Yang. Li Wei stood on the platform watching the intense race with great interest. He frowned slightly, his gaze shifting among the four cars, his admiration for Jiang Han's driving skills growing. "This Jiang Han is no ordinary fellow," he murmured to himself, a look of appreciation in his eyes. His gaze locked onto the four speeding cars on the track. He folded his arms, squinting slightly, watching the fierce contest with keen interest. Jiang Han drove his Bugatti with effortless mastery on the track. He precisely handled every turn, using the car's outstanding performance to execute brilliant overtakes at the curves time and again. Li Yang was equally remarkable. His driving style was more aggressive, relying on his familiarity with the track to constantly seek opportunities for a comeback. The other two friends were also highly skilled, and the gap among the four remained minimal, none willing to concede easily. At a series of consecutive corners, Jiang Han with perfect control of speed and angle managed to pull ahead of the other three. Seeing this, Li Yang gritted his teeth and pressed the accelerator harder, chasing closely. His eyes revealed determination, with only one thought in his mind: not to lose to Jiang Han. Li Wei watched the brilliant performance of the two, a smile of appreciation spreading across his face. These two lads really have drive, he murmured to himself. As the race progressed, the four reached a straight section. At this point all four cars had pushed their speed to the limit, the engine roar deafening. Jiang Han's Bugatti led the way, Li Yang's car closely followed, and the other two cars refused to give up, staying tight on the tail of the vehicles ahead. On the final straight, Jiang Han crossed the finish line first, and the four cars gradually came to a stop. The car came to a smooth halt. Li Yang could hardly wait to push open the door, springing out of the vehicle with the exhilarating energy of an arrow released from a bow. His face flushed crimson, eyes gleaming with excited brilliance, he shouted toward Jiang Han, "Awesome! Jiang Han!" The voice echoed across the empty track, brimming with admiration for Jiang Han's superb driving skills. "Haha! You're not bad yourself." Jiang Han laughed in response, his face beaming with confident joy. Truth be told, when it came to driving, Jiang Han knew in his heart that he had only barely won this race, relying on the vast experience of his past life. Inwardly he held great respect for Li Yang's driving prowess. "Hey! You two rascals, why are you out of school again?" At that moment Li Wei, standing on the viewing platform, cupped his hands around his mouth like a megaphone and shouted toward them. His voice was sonorous, carrying the unique authority of an elder brother. Hearing his brother's voice, Li Yang flinched as if struck by electricity, jolting upright. His smile froze instantly. He slowly turned and looked in the direction of the voice, only to see Li Wei striding toward them with steady, deliberate steps. In no time Li Wei reached them. A smile graced his lips as he looked at Jiang Han and said, "We meet again, Jiang Han." His tone carried a hint of warmth. "Brother Wei." Jiang Han greeted him politely with a smile, his eyes reflecting respect. Li Wei nodded slightly, then turned his gaze to Li Yang, his expression growing serious. "Shouldn't you both be at school today? Why are you out here?" "We finished our military training today. This afternoon is free time." Li Yang hurriedly replied, a trace of ingratiating expression on his face, hoping his brother wouldn't scold him too much. "That's right, Brother Wei. We didn't sneak out this time." Jiang Han quickly added, afraid Li Wei might misunderstand that they had slipped away from school. Hearing this, Li Wei's gaze slowly fell on the Bugatti beside Jiang Han, a sleek black beast of a car. He narrowed his eyes, revealing a mixture of awe and curiosity, then looked at Jiang Han and asked succinctly, "Yours?" Jiang Han gave a light, crisp nod. Li Wei's interest was piqued. He strode forward briskly and circled the Bugatti, examining it closely. His eyes blazed with excitement and enthusiasm, and his voice unconsciously rose a few pitches. "The Night Whisper. The only one in the world." His tone was filled with barely concealed astonishment. "Excellent, Brother Wei." Jiang Han replied with a smile, pride evident on his face. He was deeply impressed that Li Wei could identify the car at a glance. "Well, if you have a passion for these things, you naturally notice more. I heard long ago that a mysterious tycoon in our country had bought it. Never thought I'd run into it today." Li Wei chuckled, his eyes gleaming as if recalling the first time he'd heard about the car. "Would you like to give it a try, Brother Wei?" Jiang Han without hesitation extended his hand and offered the key, a symbol of ultimate luxury and speed, with a sincere smile. "Really?" Li Wei confirmed with a grin, his eyes reflecting both anticipation and a hint of reservation, for this was an exceedingly precious and rare supercar. "Of course. Why not?" Jiang Han laughed, his tone light and natural, as if lending such a valuable car for a test drive was the most ordinary thing in the world. "Thanks." Li Wei did not decline further. He took the key, gracefully stepped into the dazzling supercar with composed strides and sat down. He gently closed the door. The exquisite interior complemented his calm, steady demeanor perfectly. The next moment the engine roared to life again. The distinctive low growl of the 16-cylinder engine, like a majestic symphony, instantly captivated the listeners. The sound echoed across the track as if proclaiming its immense power to the world. Then the car started to move slowly, like a waking beast, gradually accelerating and racing freely along the wide track. The body glittered brilliantly under the sunlight, carving a stunning streak across the landscape. "Looks like my brother is even more excited than I am." Li Yang watched the speeding car, a smile blooming on his face. A hint of teasing glinted in his eyes, yet also a deep understanding of his older brother. Haha, you lost just now. Remember to treat me to noodles at the noodle shop where Senior Suya works. Jiang Han teased, slapping Li Yang's shoulder, his eyes full of mirth. Now the outcome of the race seemed merely a joyful interaction between friends. Noodles are no big deal. Ha ha ha. Li Yang laughed heartily, waving his hand dismissively as if treating Jiang Han to noodles was the simplest thing ever. The two stood by the track, their laughter floating on the wind, exuding youthful vitality and joy. Before long the car raced back and came to a smooth stop in front of them. Li Wei stepped out of the dazzling Bugatti with composure, a smile on his face. He handed the key back to Jiang Han and said sincerely, "Thanks, little brother Jiang Han." "You're welcome, brother Wei." Jiang Han quickly took the key, smiling modestly. "I've had my fill of fun. You two keep playing, but don't forget to head back to school early," Li Wei said cheerfully, his gaze sweeping over both of them. "Sure. We'll go back soon. I promise it won't be like that night," Jiang Han replied earnestly, a hint of embarrassment on his face. Li Wei nodded slightly, then turned to Li Yang and instructed, "Go get a VIP card for Jiang Han later. He can come anytime he wants." "Got it." Li Yang nodded obediently. "Thank you, brother Wei," Jiang Han said gratefully, deeply moved by Li Wei's generosity. "No need for thanks, you're one of us," Li Wei replied heartily, then turned and walked away with steady steps. "Let's race a few more laps before we eat." Li Yang's face lit up with excitement, his eyes sparkling with anticipation as he eagerly proposed another challenge. "Bring it on," Jiang Han responded with equal enthusiasm. They were perfectly in sync, as if their minds were one. He nodded and readily accepted Li Yang's challenge. Let me take your Bugatti for a spin. I want to feel the thrill too." Li Yang rubbed his hands together, his face full of longing, as if he couldn't wait to experience the speed and adrenaline of the Bugatti. "Sure. Then I'll take yours," Jiang Han responded with a hearty laugh. He turned and settled into the Lamborghini that Li Yang had driven, showcasing his trust and camaraderie. Soon the four supercars roared to life again. Their engines emitted low, powerful growls as if proclaiming their formidable performance. The four cars formed a dazzling spectacle on the track. They darted swiftly, the screech of tires against asphalt mingling with the roar of engines to create a breathtaking symphony. Sitting in the driver's seat of the Bugatti, Li Yang gripped the wheel tightly, his eyes ablaze with excitement and thrill. He floored the accelerator, feeling the intense surge of acceleration as the Bugatti shot forward like an arrow leaving the bow. "Whoa! This feeling is incredible!" Li Yang couldn't help shouting aloud, reveling in the sheer pleasure of driving a top-tier supercar. In the evening, the golden afterglow of the setting sun gently draped the racetrack like a veil of shimmering gossamer. The flags along the track swayed softly in the breeze, as if still reminiscing about the thrilling race that had just concluded. After thoroughly indulging in the exhilaration of speed and passion, Jiang Han and Li Yang left the racetrack with a deep sense of satisfaction. Jiang Han adeptly settled into the driver's seat of his sleek Bugatti. With a low resonant growl from the engine, the car shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, heading toward the vicinity of the school. Inside the car the atmosphere was light and cheerful. Li Yang cocked his head slightly, a teasing grin spreading across his face as he looked at Jiang Han, who was focused on driving, and asked with a laugh, "Are you sure you don't want me to treat you to a meal tonight?" That smile carried a hint of mischief, as if he were deliberately baiting Jiang Han. The corners of Jiang Han's mouth lifted slightly, his eyes still fixed on the road ahead. Hearing Li Yang's words, he burst into hearty laughter and said, "I'll make you treat me to a lavish feast when I finally win over senior sister Su Yao." Ha ha ha. His laughter was brimming with anticipation for the future, as if wooing senior sister Su Yao was a near certain achievement. Li Yang raised an eyebrow, a sly grin curling at the corner of his mouth, and quickly retorted, "Heh, when that time comes I'll just deny it." His expression resembled a mischievous child trying to weasel out of a promise, evoking both amusement and exasperation. The two continued chatting and laughing, and time slipped away in this relaxed, joyful atmosphere. Soon they arrived back at the school. By now both their stomachs were growling with hunger. Jiang Han skillfully drove the car to the noodle shop where Suya worked and slowly came to a halt. Seated in the car, Li Yang gazed through the window at the antique-style noodle shop, its sign glowing with a warm, inviting light. He couldn't help but chuckle. "I say, if you can't make it, just come work at the noodle shop. You're here every day anyway." His words carried a teasing tone, subtly hinting at his amusement at Jiang Han's frequent visits. Jiang Han paused for a moment at the remark, then nodded thoughtfully, a serious expression on his face. Now that you mention it, that might be a good idea." His earnest contemplation suggested he was genuinely considering the suggestion. "Seriously?" You're actually going to work there. Man, you're awesome. Li Yang's eyes widened in astonishment, a mix of surprise and laughter in his voice. He then reached out and opened the car door, stepping out with brisk, decisive movements. Just as he was about to close the door, he suddenly remembered something important. His eyes lit up and he quickly turned around, climbed back into the car and retrieved the dozen or so photos from the glove compartment on the passenger side. The photos were neatly stored in a folder, a testament to how much Li Yang treasured them. Jiang Han shook his head helplessly, though a smile lingered on his face. You really can't let yourself have a moment's rest. That smile held both exasperation and a hint of fondness. Li Yang carefully took the photos in his hands, raised his head and flashed a brilliant grin at Jiang Han, putting on a gallant air. Keep it low-key. His demeanor was as if he had accomplished something immensely remarkable, making him both endearing and laughable. With that, the two of them walked side by side into the noodle shop. Inside the noodle shop, the air was thick with the aroma of food. Warm amber light spilled over every corner, creating a cozy and inviting atmosphere. The woman at the front counter was busy organizing the menus. When she saw the two enter, a warm smile immediately blossomed on her face and she nodded at them cheerfully. That smile carried a kind of magic, instantly making one feel at home. Beside her, a little girl sat on a small stool playing with a doll in her hands. Her bright, lively eyes sparkled when she spotted Jiang Han and Li Yang. She immediately set down her doll, scurried over to her mother and whispered, "Mom, those two big brothers are here again. I'll go call Sister Su Yao." Her voice was crisp and melodious, like silver bells chiming in the air. With that, she bounded off like an eager little rabbit, hopping and skipping into the kitchen. In the kitchen, thick with the aroma of cooking, Su Yao was wearing an apron focused on helping the chef prepare ingredients. The little girl rushed in like a gust of wind straight up to Su Yao and breathlessly said, "Sister Su Yao, that big brother is here again." Huh? Su Yao was momentarily confused, her mind racing to figure out who the visitor might be. She met so many people every day at the noodle shop that she couldn't immediately recall which young man the little girl meant. Seeing Su Yao's puzzled expression, the little girl stomped her foot impatiently, reached out to tug at Su Yao's apron and pulled her toward the kitchen entrance, muttering insistently, "It's the big brother who comes here often." Su Yao, led by the little girl, emerged from the kitchen. Her gaze swept across the noodle shop, and when she spotted Jiang Han and Li Yang sitting there, it finally dawned on her who had arrived. She paused for a moment, then a gentle smile bloomed on her face, as fresh and sweet as a flower in spring. With light, graceful steps, Su Yao walked over and asked softly, "What would you like to eat?" Her voice was tender and melodious, laced with an undercurrent of warmth and concern. Jiang Han looked up at Su Yao, his face radiating a sunny smile, and replied, "Scallion oil noodles." His tone carried a sense of familiarity and friendliness. Li Yang, not one to be left out, quickly chimed in, "I'll have the minced pork noodles. And 2 meat flatbreads." He added a playful wink as he spoke. Su Yao nodded, about to turn and place the order, when her gaze inadvertently fell upon the photos Li Yang had spread out on the table. The photos were scattered somewhat haphazardly, and among them she spotted a picture of her roommate. She felt a jolt of surprise, a flicker of astonishment passing through her eyes. Li Yang caught Su Yao's glance and felt a thump in his chest, as if he had been caught doing something wrong. He quickly covered the photos with both hands, an awkward grin spreading across his face. "Haha, my bad. Senior sister, please don't misunderstand." His expression was like that of a child caught in a misdeed, both amusing and endearing. Upon hearing this, Su Yao still harbored doubts but chose not to press further. She cast a skeptical glance at Jiang Han, the corners of her lips curling into a faint smile as she said, "The noodles are almost ready. Just wait." Her tone carried the ease of someone well versed in her work, yet subtly laced with an elusive hint of emotion. With that, she turned and strode briskly toward the kitchen, her slender silhouette appearing particularly captivating under the light. Jiang Han nodded slightly, his gaze following Su Yao's retreating figure until it vanished behind the kitchen door. Only then did he withdraw his eyes. Just then the little girl noticed Su Yao's departure. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity as she sidled up to Jiang Han like a lively little kitten. She tilted her head, a sweet smile gracing her face, and asked in a crisp, cheerful voice, "Brother, you like Sister Su Yao, don't you?" Her innocent eyes were filled with anticipation for the answer. "Little sister, how did you figure that out?" Jiang Han replied, a warm smile spreading across his face as he asked with evident amusement. He gently patted the little girl's head, his eyes conveying a sense of indulgence, as if her question had greatly entertained him. "Before, lots of brothers came to our shop to find Sister Su Yao, but later they all stopped coming." The little girl lifted her head, speaking earnestly. Her eyes sparkled like 2 twinkling stars as she earnestly recounted what she had observed. "Many? How many?" Jiang Han asked with a smile, though a trace of tension inexplicably surged within him. He maintained a relaxed expression, leaning slightly closer to the little girl, eager to elicit a more precise answer from her. I forget, but there were several. The little girl blinked, her voice once again soft and childish. After speaking she nodded solemnly, her adorable demeanor making it hard not to chuckle. Next time other brothers come looking for Sister Su Yao, you help brother chase them away. Brother will bring you candy tomorrow. Jiang Han's face beamed with a radiant smile as he spoke, gently pinching the little girl's chubby cheek. Her plump face felt delightfully soft, puffing up like an adorable pufferfish. His eyes were filled with fondness and expectation, as if the little girl were his secret little ally. Xuan, come here, don't bother the two brothers. The cashier's boss, seeing her daughter chatting so animatedly with Jiang Han and his friend, worried she might disturb the customers, so she called out. Though not loud, her voice was clear in the quiet noodle shop. Upon hearing her mother's call, the little girl first cast a reluctant glance at Jiang Han, as if unwilling to end their conversation so soon. But soon she obediently turned around and trotted over on her short legs, bouncing along like a lively musical note, infusing the shop with a cheerful atmosphere. Isn't that bribery? Li Yang remarked with a teasing grin as he watched the little girl leave, unable to resist poking fun. He tilted his head slightly, a mischievous glint in his eyes as he looked at Jiang Han, as if to say, that's quite a clever trick. I call it recruiting an informant, not bribery. Jiang Han immediately retorted with a laugh, puffing out his chest with an air of righteous confidence, as if his action was perfectly justified and brilliant. As he spoke, Li Yang placed a photo on the table in front of Jiang Han and said, this seems to be Sister Su Yao's roommate. Wang Zhejiang, you and I saw her during a live stream the other night. While they were talking, a soft sound of footsteps came from the kitchen. Su Yao emerged carrying 2 large bowls of steaming noodles as she walked over with a light, graceful step. Her posture was elegant, the tray steady in her hands, as if the 2 bowls posed no burden at all. As she approached the table, her eyes fell upon the photo spread out in Li Yang's hand. How do you have a photo of Zhang Shui? Su Yao frowned slightly, setting the 2 bowls down steadily on the table, her tone tinged with confusion as she asked. Her gaze locked onto the photos as if she sought to discern something from them. Sister Su Yao, would you believe me if I said I found it? Li Yang replied, his signature grin still plastered on his face, looking at Su Yao as he spoke. A hint of cunning danced in his eyes as he attempted to defuse her question with a half-joking attitude. Where did you two go this afternoon? Su Yao ignored his response about the photo, tilting her head slightly as she shifted her gaze to Li Yang and asked. Her eyes revealed a hint of curiosity, clearly interested in their afternoon whereabouts. We didn't go anywhere fun, I took him to my place. Li Yang replied with a bright smile, his grin still unyielding. Then, as if struck by a sudden thought, he shifted his position, adjusted his seating and asked with a grin, Sister Su Yao, does your shop need more staff? His eyes revealed a hint of anticipation, as if this question was of utmost importance. What? You want to work here? Su Yao widened her eyes in disbelief, looking at Li Yang. Her expression was one of astonishment, as if she had never expected him to suddenly ask such a question. A friend of mine needs a job. Just tell me, do you need someone or not? Li Yang asked again with a smile, his eyes filled with sincerity. He leaned forward slightly as if eager to extract a positive answer from Su Yao. Didn't you see the help wanted sign on the door when you came in? Of course we need someone. Su Yao shook her head lightly, her tone tinged with amusement. A hint of relief flickered in her eyes, as if the question was hardly a problem. All right. I'll let him know. Li Yao replied with a smile, his face showing an expression of relief. He patted his chest, looking confident. You two go ahead and eat. Su Yao nodded, the corners of her mouth lifting into a faint smile. Then she turned and walked away, her steps light as she returned to the kitchen, resuming her usual tasks. Her busy figure quickly blended into the bustling warmth of the kitchen. Consider this a return gift. I can't let you give me these photos for free. Li Yao said, looking down at the photo in his hand and patting it with a laugh. A hint of pride sparkled in his eyes, as if he had done something remarkable. All right. Thanks. Jiang Han replied, shaking his head helplessly, yet a smile lingered on his face. His smile blended resignation toward Li Yang with a trace of gratitude, for Li Yang was indeed creating more opportunities for him to get closer to Su Yao. As the two chatted, time slipped away in the relaxed and pleasant atmosphere, and soon they finished their afternoon meal. The bowls and chopsticks on the table were completely clean, leaving only a few remnants of food, as if telling of their satisfaction during the meal. Let's go, I'll take you back first. Jiang Han wiped his mouth with a napkin, a gentle smile on his face as he looked at Li Yang. His eyes held a hint of concern, as if sending Li Yang back was the most natural thing in the world. I'm not going back either, my car is at school. You drop me off and I'll drive off. Li Yang waved his hand and said with a laugh. His eyes sparkled with a lively glint as if he was plotting something. What are you up to? Jiang Han raised an eyebrow slightly, a curious smile on his face as he continued to ask. He really couldn't fathom what Li Yang was scheming. Li Yang's lips curled into a mischievous grin. He gently tapped the photo in his hand and said mysteriously, going to do something good. His expression was as if he were about to accomplish something earth-shattering. Whoa! That efficient. Jiang Han stared at Li Yang's smug look, his eyes wide with surprise. He really hadn't expected Li Yang to act so quickly, his heart full of doubt and curiosity. What you're doing is called a relationship, what I'm doing is called friendship. The nature is different. Hurry, hurry. Li Yang said, walking toward the front desk with a smile. His steps were light as if he carried some special mission. At the front desk Li Yang skillfully took out his wallet, paid the bill, then turned and waved at Jiang Han. The two left the noodle shop. The evening breeze gently brushed by, carrying a hint of coolness, making the walk especially pleasant. Jiang Han started the car, the engine emitted a low rumble as the vehicle sped down the road like a sleek leopard. Soon they returned to the school. Since Jiang Han's car had no license plate and no campus pass, they had no choice but to show their student IDs to the guard. The guard carefully checked the information on the IDs and, confirming it was correct, raised the barrier to let them through. The car slowly drove into the campus, leaving a faint trail of exhaust. The low but thunderous roar of the Bugatti broke the tranquility of the campus abruptly, instantly shattering the peace. This unique sound seemed like an invisible signal, causing many students to stop what they were doing and turn their gazes in unison. Every pair of eyes sparkled with envy. This incredibly stylish Bugatti was undeniably the most eye-catching focus on campus, like the brightest star in the night sky, drawing everyone's attention. Damn! If I had this car, I'd date every senior girl in our school. This car is wasting its potential with you. And you're fixated on senior Su Yao. Li Yang sat in the passenger seat, fully enjoying the envious glances around him, and spoke with a smug yet teasing tone. As he spoke, he gestured dramatically, as if imagining himself driving this car and effortlessly charming the senior girl. Pfft. From now on, call me the most devoted Casanova of Zhonghai. Jiang Han said, his lips curling up in pride as he responded to Li Yang. His eyes were firm, as if he was immensely proud of his persistent affection, convinced that no one could match his devotion in pursuing Su Yao. Get out of here. Most devoted, my foot. If you ask me, senior Su Yao won't even look at a flashy jerk like you. Li Yang pouted and retorted with a dismissive expression. He deliberately made a disgusted face and even rolled his eyes, as if sneering at Jiang Han's so-called devotion. The two bantered back and forth, and in this light-hearted atmosphere the car soon arrived at the area where Li Yang's vehicle was parked. Li Yang excitedly patted Jiang Han on the shoulder and said impatiently, "I'm off. I'm going to pick up my older lady." His expression was like a child about to go on a date, full of anticipation. "Stay safe," Jiang Han said with a smile, a hint of concern in his eyes. Although they often teased each other, he genuinely worried about Li Yang at critical moments. "Get lost," Li Yang replied curtly, though his tone was harsh. Jiang Han, who knew him well, understood it was just a playful retort. "Whoa, this guy is impossible. I tell you to be careful not to be devoured by the senior girl, and you tell me to get lost." Jiang Han pretended to be angry, laughing as he responded, but his face still wore a playful grin. He deliberately exaggerated to keep teasing Li Yang. "Thanks a lot," Li Yang said as he opened the car door and stepped out. With light steps he walked straight to his Mercedes G63 and sat in the driver's seat. "I'll crash in the dorm for a while and go after senior Su Yao finishes her shift." Jiang Han watched Li Yang get into his car, waved at him and said with a smile. Then he started the engine and the Bugatti roared low again as it slowly drove toward the parking area nearest the dormitory. Sunlight spilled over the car's body, reflecting dazzling rays as if draping the vehicle in a golden coat, leaving a unique scenic line on the campus road. Soon Jiang Han parked the car steadily in the designated spot. He pushed the door open, got out casually, stuffed the key into his pocket and walked briskly toward the dormitory building. Sunlight filtered through the mottled leaves, casting patches of light and shadow on him, adding a youthful vitality to his figure. Along the way many students recognized him and his eye-catching Bugatti, casting either envious or curious glances, and some whispered among themselves. Jiang Han, however, was oblivious, his mind occupied with how to create a pleasant encounter when senior Su Yao got off work. Meanwhile, in the cozy noodle shop, after a busy spell, the number of customers gradually dwindled. Su Yao had just finished clearing the last table's utensils and was about to take a short break when her phone, placed aside, suddenly rang incessantly. Message notifications from the dormitory group flashed on the screen, all with her name mentioned, flooding in like a tidal wave. "Yao Yao. Big news, that luxury car at the school gate belongs to your junior." Yao yao. Keep it up. I'm counting on you to take me for a spin in that luxury car. Why didn't the junior take a liking to me? I'm so annoyed. That means I have no chance. The messages were varied, making Su Yao feel both amused and exasperated. Just as she finished her tasks, she picked up her phone, opened the dorm group, and seeing all the lively messages shook her head helplessly. Then she replied in the group, "There's nothing between me and Junior Jiang Han." After sending the message, she let out a soft sigh, thinking how boisterous her roommates were, but a faint smile involuntarily tugged at the corners of her mouth. After all, these playful remarks from her roommates brought her a sense of lightness and joy amidst her busy work. After returning to his dormitory, Jiang Han felt utterly exhausted and collapsed onto his bed. The room was silent save for the occasional chirping of crickets drifting in through the window. His thoughts lingered on senior sister Su Yao, and before he knew it he drifted off to sleep. As time quietly slipped away, the dormitory door creaked open around 8 o'clock and Wang Zhe stepped inside. He reached out and flipped the switch on the wall, drenching the room in bright light. Jiang Han, in a light sleep, was jolted awake by the sudden illumination, his eyes snapping open in surprise. "Back already?" Jiang Han asked, his voice husky and languid with sleep, as he propped himself up on his elbows, squinting toward Wang Zhe at the doorway. "Whoa. You scared me. Why aren't you out?" Wang Zhe nearly jumped out of his skin at the sudden voice. He steadied himself, staring at the drowsy Jiang Han with bewilderment. In his memory, Jiang Han was usually out and about at this hour. Came back in the afternoon and fell asleep. "Are you the only one back?" Jiang Han rubbed his eyes, trying to shake off the grogginess. He sat up, leaning against the headboard, and looked at Wang Zhe. Wang Zhe nodded in response. "Looks like it's just us two." He set his things on the table and began changing his shoes. Jiang Han stretched, feeling the tension in his bones release. Glancing at the time, his eyes widened in alarm. "Damn. It's almost time." He suddenly remembered that Su Yao was about to finish her shift and he had promised to pick her up. With that, Jiang Han slipped on his shoes and dashed out of the dormitory, his hurried footsteps echoing down the hallway. Soon he reached his car, yanked open the door, slid in, and started the engine. With a low roar, the car shot out of the campus like an arrow from a bow. He quickly arrived at the noodle shop where Su Yao worked and spotted a familiar vehicle parked steadily at the entrance. The imposing Mercedes-Benz G63 was unmistakably Li Yang's ride. Li Yang, lounging idly in the car, broke into a grin upon seeing Jiang Han, pushed open the door and climbed out of his wagon. Jiang Han expertly parked beside Li Yang's car. Before he could even speak, Li Yang had already opened the passenger door and slid into the seat. The interior of the car was filled with a faint leather fragrance. The two sat facing each other, the atmosphere relaxed and easy. "Didn't you go to meet your sister? Why are you here?" Jiang Han turned his head slightly, a hint of confusion in his gaze as he looked at Li Yang. He was genuinely curious about Li Yang's presence, given that Li Yang had earlier sworn he was going to pick up the big sister he mentioned. "Don't even mention it, just a coincidence." "Damn, she's senior sister Su Yao's roommate." Li Yang frowned, his expression exasperated. Recalling the earlier incident, he still found it both funny and frustrating. He had thought it was a beautiful encounter, but it turned out to be such a mix-up. "Ha ha ha. You sure know how to pick. Out of a dozen photos you had to choose that one." Jiang Han burst into laughter, the sound echoing in the car. He continued teasing Li Yang, the images of those photos flashing in his mind. After his laughter subsided, he asked, "What are you here for? Don't tell me your beautiful sister is inside." "She is. I didn't go in." Li Yang nodded, answering honestly. He pointed toward the noodle shop, a trace of helplessness in his eyes. He had initially planned to go in, but after some thought he decided to wait outside. Li Yang pulled out his phone, swiped a few times, and sent a phone number to Jiang Han. "This is the noodle shop's hiring number. I saw it when I was bored and thought I'd pass it to you," Li Yang said earnestly, a hint of hope in his eyes that this information might help Jiang Han. "Wow, thanks." Jiang Han's face lit up with a surprised smile, genuinely grateful for Li Yang's gesture. After all, that hiring number was a crucial clue for increasing his time with Su Yao. "You're really bored, you know. Driving a multi-million-dollar sports car just to work at a noodle shop. Don't worry, you'll be your loyal customer, Xiao Jiang." Li Yang said, laughing as he reached out and gave Jiang Han a hearty slap on the shoulder. He deliberately drew out the words, "Xiao Jiang," his tone dripping with mockery, as if to say, "This is just too amusing." From inside the noodle shop, the distinct roar of Jiang Han's Bugatti echoed. Li Meng instantly recognized the sound. Her eyes lit up and she... From inside the noodle shop, the distinct roar of Jiang Han's Bugatti echoed. Li Meng instantly recognized the sound. Her eyes lit up and she excitedly dragged Su Yao outside. The moment she stepped out, Li Meng's gaze was drawn to the Bugatti parked beside Li Yang's car. The sleek body gleamed under the lights, exuding an almost magnetic charm. Envy glittered in Li Meng's eyes as she clutched Su Yao's arm, her voice dreamy. I wish my boyfriend could drive a car like this. Didn't you already put your photo on his car? Su Yao raised an eyebrow, a sly smile playing on her lips as she teased Li Meng's infatuated expression. How did you know? Li Meng's jaw dropped in astonishment, staring at Su Yao in disbelief. She never imagined her little secret had been discovered. I saw it when Li Yang came to eat noodles this afternoon. Su Yao replied with a laugh. Recalling the scene, she found it amusing and began to understand Li Meng's recent little schemes. Alright, you'd better go to work. I'm going to find Li Yang, maybe I can add that rich guy on WeChat. Li Meng released Su Yao's arms, smoothed her hair and walked briskly toward the cars, her eyes sparkling with anticipation, as if adding Jiang Han or Li Yang on WeChat would open the door to a wonderful new life. Before long, Li Meng approached Jiang Han's car with light, brisk steps. Her heart fluttered with a mix of nervousness and anticipation as she gently rapped on the passenger window. The knock was so soft as if she feared to disturb the occupant. Your beautiful senior is here for you. Jiang Han smiled at the familiar sound, turning to Li Yang with a grin. A hint of teasing flickered in his eyes, as if he had expected Li Meng's arrival. Li Yang opened the car door with a flourish. Are we leaving? He asked with a playful smile, his gaze on Li Meng full of amusement. Won't you two chat a bit longer? Li Meng tilted her head with a sweet smile, her voice soft. Her eyes darted between Jiang Han and Li Yang. Deep down she longed to talk more, especially with Jiang Han. As Li Meng spoke, Jiang Han pushed open the door and stepped out. He straightened his clothes, glanced at her and said, I have nothing else to say to him. You two talk. With that he turned and strode toward the noodle shop, his step steady and resolute. Li Yang smiled, turned his back to Li Meng and gave Jiang Han a discreet thumbs up. The gesture was so subtle that Li Meng missed it. Jiang Han smiled faintly, understanding the meaning. It was Li Yang's approval of his assist. In this seemingly simple interaction their unspoken understanding shone through. Seeing Jiang Han's complete indifference, Li Meng's hopeful eyes dimmed, a shadow of disappointment settling in. She bit her lip lightly, watching his retreating figure, a pang of bitterness rising in her heart, yet she could do nothing. Jiang Han entered the noodle shop, where the warm yellow light enveloped him, bringing a sense of comfort. The owner, busy sorting bills at the counter, lit up with a warm smile when she saw him. Back again, she said. She was already familiar with him, as he often came, always ordering scallion oil noodles. Boss, are you hiring? Jiang Han leaned in with a bright smile, his voice soft. A glimmer of hope shone in his eyes as he awaited her answer. Yes, you want to work here? The owner paused, surprised, then asked with a chuckle. She never thought this young man, who always drove a luxury car, would want a job here. Yeah. I want to earn some living expenses. Jiang Han replied earnestly, trying to look sincere, hiding his true motive. Hearing this, the owner looked incredulous, sizing him up. Our pay is so low, it wouldn't even cover your gas. She knew well that a rich kid like him wasn't after the meager wage. That's fine. Jiang Han smiled, his tone firm. He didn't care about the salary, as long as he could work here and see Senior Su Yao often, it was enough. The owner understood his intentions. She knew this young man wasn't really after a living wage, it was for Su Yao. But she didn't call him out, respecting the little secret of youth. Alright, give it a try, she said with a smile. By the way, which year are you in? The owner asked, as if suddenly remembering. She wanted to schedule his work hours around his classes. Boss, I'm Jiang Han, a freshman, he replied cheerfully. He felt at ease chatting with her. A freshman? You can come in the evenings. I know freshmen usually have packed schedules, she said with understanding, hoping he could balance work and study. Great, thanks boss. I promise to work hard. Jiang Han beamed, overjoyed. He was one step closer to his goal, more time with Su Yao. The owner shook her head with a resigned smile. The shop had seen many rich young men before, all with the same agenda, but most lost interest quickly. She wondered how long this one would last. As they chatted, time slipped away unnoticed until closing time. Only a few customers remained and the lights grew softer. Su Yao emerged from the kitchen, tidied up, and saw Jiang Han and the owner laughing animatedly at the counter. Curiosity piqued, she walked over to greet them. Boss, I'm off, Su Yao said with a gentle smile. She then turned to Jiang Han, her eyes filled with curiosity, wondering what they had been so engrossed in. Alright, get home safe. The owner replied warmly, her gaze soft with affection as if looking at her own child. "I'm leaving too, boss," Jiang Han said with a sunny smile, his tone light. The owner nodded, watching them leave. A gratified smile crossed her face as she murmured softly, "Youth is truly wonderful." Her voice was so faint as if speaking to herself or savoring the beauty of time. The two walked out side by side, a gentle night breeze bringing a touch of coolness. Unable to contain her curiosity, Suyao asked again, "What did you talk about with the owner?" She tilted her head, her eyes sparkling with interest fixed on Jiang Han. "You... working at the noodle shop?" Suyao's eyes widened in disbelief. She looked him up and down, unable to reconcile the luxury car owner with a job here. Yet deep down she suspected his real motive. "Yeah. I'm working to earn some pocket money," Jiang Han said with a grin, trying to look natural. He spread his hands as if it were the most obvious thing. "Pocket money? Would a month's pay even cover your gas?" Suyao replied, exasperated, shaking her head with a wry smile. To her his reason seemed far-fetched. They walked side by side to the Bugatti. The night light cast a lustrous sheen on the car, making it even more dazzling. Jiang Han quickly stepped forward, elegantly opening the passenger door for Suyao, a gentle smile on his face inviting her in. Suyao was momentarily taken aback, then a blush crept onto her cheeks. She murmured a thanks and slid into the seat. Jiang Han circled around, got in and closed the door. The car was filled with a subtle scent of fine leather, quiet and comfortable. He fastened his seatbelt and started the engine, turning to Suyao with a playful grin. "Can't I just experience life?" The smile carried a hint of mischief, as if waiting for her approval. Suyao was silent for a moment, then slowly spoke as they waited for the traffic light. "Jiang Han." Her voice was soft, yet it carried an invisible force that shattered the previously relaxed atmosphere inside the car. What's wrong, Senior Suyao?" Jiang Han turned slightly, his eyes filled with concern as he looked at Suyao. He had a vague premonition that what Suyao was about to say might be unfavorable to him. "I know why you came to work at the noodle shop. You don't have to do this," Suyao said slowly, staring straight ahead with a hint of helplessness on her face, her tone carrying an air of finality. She understood Jiang Han's intentions and knew he was doing this to spend more time with her, but she didn't want him to go to such lengths for her sake. Hearing this, Jiang Han fell silent. His hands unconsciously tightened on the steering wheel and the smile on his face vanished, replaced by a trace of disappointment. He hadn't expected Suyao to speak so bluntly, rejecting the way he tried to get close to her. Suyao continued, "Tomorrow I'll talk to the boss lady. You don't need to work at the noodle shop anymore." Her voice was calm, but each word felt like a small hammer striking Jiang Han's heart. She felt it was inappropriate for Jiang Han to work at the noodle shop. She didn't want to cause him unnecessary trouble or put the shop owner in an awkward position. Jiang Han was at a loss for words. He opened his mouth but didn't know how to respond. Just then the light turned green and the car moved forward. The roar of the engine seemed especially jarring in the quiet interior. Jiang Han drove in silence, his heart a mix of emotions, disappointment and confusion. As they neared the school, many students were walking back along the campus roads. The campus surroundings were lively at night, with streetlights casting a soft glow that illuminated the students' paths. Jiang Han's car slowly came into the students' view. Its unique appearance and low rumble immediately drew their attention. Many cast envious glances and some couldn't help whispering, but Jiang Han and Suyao inside the car paid no attention. The car slowly stopped in the parking lot opposite the school gate. Jiang Han turned off the engine and looked at Suyao in the passenger seat. The night had deepened and the soft light from the street lamp fell on her profile, outlining a gentle contour. "We're here," Jiang Han said softly, his voice tinged with reluctance. Suyao nodded and gently pushed open the door. The cold wind brushed through her hair and she couldn't help but shrink her neck. Seeing this, Jiang Han instinctively wanted to adjust her scarf, but in the end he only tightened his grip on the steering wheel, his throat tightening. The two walked toward the school one after another. The campus was silent at night, with only a few sporadic footsteps from after-study sessions echoing in the distance. The halo of the streetlights enveloped them, elongating their shadows. Jiang Han walked ahead, unconsciously slowing his pace. He glanced back at Suyao following behind. Under the light her expression was indistinct. How he wished he could stop and ask why she had been so distracted these past few days and why she had taken the initiative to meet him today. But when the words reached his lips, only silence remained. Finally they arrived at the dormitory building. Suyao paused for a moment, looking up at the windows as if searching for something. After a moment she spoke softly. "Thanks for the ride today." Jiang Han stood still, watching her back gradually disappear into the dormitory entrance. His heart was a tangled mesh of emotions, happy to have accompanied her yet disappointed by her swift departure. When he returned to the boys' dormitory building, Jiang Han's spirits were still low. He looked up at the window of his dorm room. If the light was still on, Li Yang and the others must have returned already. "Yo, young Master Han is back," Li Yang said with a smile. He was sitting on a chair playing with his phone. When he saw Jiang Han enter, he looked up and teased. The sunlight streamed through the dormitory window onto his face, revealing a slightly lazy yet vibrant expression. "Yeah, I'm back," Jiang Han replied with a nod, his voice tinged with exhaustion. He casually tossed the keys onto the table, looking utterly dispirited. His weary expression dimmed the usual brightness in his eyes. "What's wrong? You seem a bit down. Did someone step on your tail?" Wang Zhe walked over and asked. Seeing Jiang Han's dejected look, he was full of confusion and couldn't help asking with concern. As a close friend, he knew Jiang Han's personality well. It was clear that something was troubling him. "Li Yang Senior Suya won't let me work at the noodle shop," Jiang Han said slowly, his face filled with helplessness and disappointment. He plopped down on the edge of the bed, resting his head in his hands, lost in thought. His tone carried an indescribable bitterness, as if this matter had already overwhelmed him. "Wait, you actually went for the interview?" Li Yang asked in surprise. He had thought Jiang Han was just joking, never expecting him to actually follow through. His tone carried a hint of teasing but also recognition of his friend's effort. Jiang Han replied briefly, his voice full of dejection. He looked down at his fingers as if they were the only things worth noticing. "What job? What's going on?" Zhang Yu, who had been reading nearby, overheard their conversation and came over curiously. He looked confused, completely unaware of what had happened. As a relatively introverted person, he always maintained a mild curiosity about such gossip. "Jiang Han wants to work at the noodle shop to chase Senior Su Yao," Li Yang explained to Zhang Yu, using his eyes to signal the whole story. His tone was teasing but also conveyed support for his friend's efforts. "I thought it was something serious. If she won't let you, then don't go. You can just pick her up every night," Zhang Yu said nonchalantly. He felt this was no big deal and not worth worrying about. As an optimistic person, he believed that emotional issues didn't require excessive persistence. Hearing Zhang Yu's words, Jiang Han slightly raised his head, a flicker of hesitation in his eyes. Although Zhang Yu had a point, Jiang Han still felt unwilling. Having finally found an opportunity to spend more time with Senior Su Yao, he was reluctant to give it up so easily. But now he didn't know what to do and could only sit silently on the bed, lost in deep thought. The dormitory atmosphere grew somewhat stuffy because of his dejection. After returning to the dormitory, Jiang Han simply washed up and lay down on the bed. The room still carried the vibrant atmosphere of the day, but now he was alone, immersed in his own thoughts. Li Yang sidled over, trying to lighten his mood with a smile. "Hey, don't be so down. There are plenty of beautiful girls waiting for you. Don't take it to heart." Li Yang patted Jiang Han on the shoulder, attempting to divert his attention with a casual tone. Jiang Han shot him a cold glance, his voice laced with impatience. "Get lost. Go to sleep." All right. I'm off." Seeing this, Li Yang didn't insist and returned to his own bed with a grin. The dormitory fell silent again, leaving only Jiang Han tossing and turning on his bed. Jiang Han picked up his phone, opened WeChat and sent a simple "good night" to Su Yao. After sending it, he muted his phone directly, trying to relax himself. However, his mind kept replaying Su Yao's appearance today. Her eyes seemed to harbor something and she spoke absent-mindedly. This only deepened Jiang Han's confusion and left him with a pang of disappointment. Meanwhile, across the school, Su Yao had also received Jiang Han's goodnight message. A faint smile curled at the corners of her lips and an involuntary warmth surged in her heart. Though she had been in low spirits today, Jiang Han's concern brought her some comfort. Ding! Congratulations, host. Su Yao's affection has reached 50. Reward 51 stake in Zhonghai Longhao Grand Hotel. Just as Jiang Han was about to fall asleep, a sudden system notification chimed. He shot up from the bed, staring intently at his phone screen. This unexpected news instantly chased away the lingering disappointment from moments ago. Mission accomplished. So Su Yao-senpai does have feelings for me. Jiang Han sat on the bed, his heart brimming with excitement and surprise. He had been worried that his feelings for Su Yao might be rejected, but now the system's prompt assured him that at least to some extent Su Yao was fond of him. He couldn't help but smile, silently resolving since the system had given him this chance, he must cherish it and strive to make Su Yao truly fall for him. At that moment he seemed to glimpse a glimmer of hope for the future. Li Yang was lying on his bed scrolling through his phone when he heard Jiang Han suddenly spring up, nearly startling him into dropping his phone. He turned his head and found an unfamiliar smile on Jiang Han's face. His entire demeanor had been revitalized. Holy crap, Jiang Han. Are you okay? Li Yang asked in astonishment, a teasing edge in his voice. You were all down in the dumps a moment ago and now you're suddenly raring to go. Jiang Han was taken aback by Li Yang's words, then burst into laughter. Nothing. Nothing. I just thought of something good. TSK. You change moods like flipping a page, Master Han. Li Yang rolled his eyes. 1 minute a bitter gourd face, the next you've swallowed honey. Jiang Han found Li Yang's words even more amusing. He turned to him, a glint of mischief in his eyes. What's it to you what I am? I'm in a great mood now. The next morning a harsh alarm resounded in the dormitory at the scheduled time. Li Yang was the first to leap out of bed. Gripping his pillow and rubbing his bleary eyes, he grumbled, we're in college now, why are we still rushing like this? This is just ridiculous. His voice carried clear irritation at having to wake up early. I thought I could sleep in once I got to college. Wang Zhe chimed in with a complaint. He sluggishly sat up, stretched lazily, and staggered out of the dorm without even bothering to dress properly. Jiang Han and Zhang Yu were also woken by the alarm, but they adapted more quickly. After washing up swiftly, Jiang Han glanced at Li Yang and Wang Zhe, who were still dawdling, and couldn't help but remind them, if you two don't get up soon you'll miss breakfast. Okay. Li Yang replied while pulling on his jacket. Such an impatient guy. After a quick wash, the four of them hurriedly made their way to the cafeteria. In the early morning campus a thin mist hung in the air. The first light of dawn emerged, carrying a hint of chill. The sycamore trees by the roadside swayed gently in the breeze, and occasionally a few withered yellow leaves drifted to the ground. I say, Master Han. Li Yang teased as they walked. Why are you always in such a hurry? Don't you know college life should be leisurely? Leisurely? Jiang Han rolled his eyes. Being leisurely leads to being late. Have you forgotten how you got caught skipping class last week? Li Yang was momentarily speechless, only able to offer an awkward smile. Wang Zhe lagged behind, yawning as he walked. I really don't get why we have to have class so early. High school is over, can't college be a bit more relaxed? You'll get used to it. Zhang Yu said calmly from the middle. Besides, getting up early isn't a bad thing, you can still catch a longer nap at noon. The four chatted about all kinds of topics as they walked, eventually arriving at the cafeteria entrance. The hall was already filled with students and the aroma of food wafted through the air. They found a seat by the window and ordered a simple breakfast, congee steamed buns and pickled vegetables. Wow! These pickles taste amazing. Li Yang took a bite and gave a thumbs up. Seems the cafeteria auntie has skills. Stop talking nonsense. Jiang Han sneered. Eat your meal. We have to head to the classroom soon. Alright. Li Yang quickly lowered his head to continue eating, still muttering, such an impatient guy. After breakfast the four headed toward the classroom. In the morning light their silhouettes looked youthful and full of energy. Though they were still adjusting to the rhythm of college life, they knew this was just the beginning. The days ahead were long, they needed to adapt quickly and face new challenges. The moment the four stepped into the classroom, it was as if the entire class had pressed the pause button. Their arrival was like a refreshing breeze, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Li Yang led the way, his sunny disposition acting like a magnet drawing the surrounding gazes. His smile was bright and confident, as if the entire world was under his control. Wang Zhe followed closely behind, his sense of humor making him stand out among the crowd. The classmates' eyes were frequently drawn to his amusing gestures. Zhang Yu maintained his usual composure, his reserved temperament creating a unique scenery. And Jiang Han, who walked at the very end, was the most striking presence among the four. His features were distinct, with a chiseled profile as if he had stepped out of a painting. His eyes were deep and focused, as if contemplating something important. His demeanor carried a hint of detachment, yet it made people irresistibly want to draw closer. Nevertheless, the four still chose to sit in the corner of the classroom. They disliked being the center of attention, preferring to immerse themselves in their own world. They chose seats by the window where sunlight streamed in, casting a soft glow upon them. Hey Master Han, why don't you look at other beauties? Don't just stare at senior sister Su Yao. Wang Zhe laughed, patting Jiang Han on the shoulder and teasing him. His tone was full of jest, as if reminding Jiang Han that there were countless beauties in the world waiting for him to discover. Alas, our Master Han only has eyes for senior sister Su Yao. Zhang Yu also chimed in with a smile, his voice carrying a hint of envy, clearly admiring Jiang Han's devotion. Do you three want to die? Jiang Han retorted grumpily, though his tone was stern. A trace of fondness lingered at the corners of his eyes. His words were filled with helplessness, yet they also revealed his deep attachment to Su Yao. Ha 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 ha. Li Yang also burst out laughing, his laughter cheerful as if it could dispel all gloom. However, beneath this seemingly light-hearted atmosphere, Jiang Han's heart was far from calm. His gaze unconsciously drifted towards Su Yao, who was at the front of the classroom. She was wearing a light pink dress today, with long hair cascading over her shoulders like a fresh and pure lotus. Her demeanor was elegant and composed, as if she were out of place with everything around her. Jiang Han's heartbeat involuntarily quickened. He knew his feelings for Su Yao were growing deeper. He had once tried to convince himself to let go of these feelings, but whenever he saw Su Yao's figure his heart would race uncontrollably. What are you talking about? Jiang Han asked, feigning calmness, trying to change the subject. Nothing. Li Yang shook his head with a smile. We were just saying how devoted you are to senior sister Su Yao. Jiang Han's expression shifted slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. Don't talk nonsense. Before he could finish, the classroom door suddenly swung open. Su Yao walked in, her steps light and graceful, as if the entire classroom was making way for her. Good morning. Su Yao greeted everyone with a smile. Jiang Han's heart beat even faster. He struggled to control his emotions, trying to appear calm. Good morning, he replied simply. Su Yao's gaze swept over the four, a faint trace of concern in her smile. She seemed to sense something off about Jiang Han, but she said nothing. Jiang Han lowered his head, his slender fingers unconsciously rubbing the edge of the textbook. The subtle roughness under his fingertips failed to soothe the turmoil within him. The air in the classroom seemed to freeze, making the rustling of the sycamore leaves outside the window exceptionally clear. He could distinctly hear his own heartbeat thundering in his ears like a drumbeat. He stole a glance at Su Yao, who sat in front. The girl tilted her head slightly, her long black hair falling over her shoulders, swaying gently as she turned. Sunlight streamed through the window, sprinkling on her hair tips like a layer of fine gold dust. Her eyes curved into crescent moons, and the faintest smile played on her lips, exuding an air of fresh elegance. What are you guys talking about? Su Yao's crisp voice suddenly broke the silence of the classroom. Jiang Han's heart gave a violent lurch, and his fingers instinctively tightened, nearly creasing the edge of the textbook. He secretly glanced at the others' reactions. Li Yang and Wang Ze's expressions were somewhat stiff, while Zhang Ming was still flipping through pages as if nothing was amiss. Nothing. Li Yang reacted the fastest, immediately putting on a relaxed look. We were just discussing the recent class schedule. Senior sister, didn't you say you were going to study in the library? Why are you here? Wang Ze quickly tried to change the subject. Su Yao tilted her head, thinking, oh, I suddenly remembered I need to help Teacher Zhou organize some materials. As she spoke, her gaze fell on Jiang Han with a hint of curiosity. Jiang Han felt his face instantly flush, and he quickly lowered his head to hide it. Just then the sound of the classroom door opening rang out at the right moment. Teacher Zhou's steady footsteps approached from afar. Class is starting. You four quickly take your seats. Teacher Zhou's voice carried an undeniable authority. The four immediately got up, and Jiang Han sprinted back to his seat as if running a 100-meter dash. After sitting down, he could still feel his heart pounding violently, and the desktop seemed to retain the warmth left from his earlier panic. The first period was math class. As Teacher Zhou stood at the podium explaining new concepts, Jiang Han's gaze unconsciously drifted towards Su Yao, who was busy at the projector. Her movements were light and skilled, and her slender fingers tapped the keyboard with an elegant rhythm. When the first formula appeared on the projection screen, Jiang Han suddenly realized his palms were sweating. He hurriedly pulled out a tissue to wipe them, but at that moment his eyes met Su Yao's in the air. The girl was startled for a moment, then she gave a kind smile. At that instant Jiang Han felt the entire classroom brighten. The period passed quickly. After swimming in the ocean of knowledge as the clear bell for the end of class rang, Teacher Zhou gently closed the textbook and said slowly, Su Yao later arranged for some male classmates to go to the academic affairs office and pick up the other textbooks. Especially those four dozing at the back, they must go. Teacher Zhou said, pointing at the corner where Jiang Han and his friends were, his eyes carrying an undeniable authority. Zhou Ting's voice echoed clearly in the quiet classroom like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly stirring ripple. Upon hearing this, some classmates turned around in unison to look at Jiang Han and the other three who were slumped over their desks. Some eyes held a hint of schadenfreude, as if they thought the four were finally being volunteered by the teacher. Others looked curious, whispering among themselves, guessing what interesting things might happen when the four went to fetch the textbooks. Jiang Han and his friends, who had been lying on the desks, some resting their eyes, some replaying the lesson, raised their heads one after another at the teacher's call. Jiang Han looked helpless, inwardly grumbling about being singled out. Li Yang shrugged with a nonchalant smile as if this was nothing to him. Wang Zhe stretched lazily and stood up ready to comply. Zhang Yu rubbed his eyes, looking reluctant but knowing he couldn't refuse. Su Yao nodded upon hearing the teacher's instruction and said, "Okay, teacher Zhou." She turned to look at Jiang Han and the others, a hint of apology in her eyes since the task was assigned to her to convey. "Then all four of you come with me to the academic affairs office," Su Yao said, her voice soft and gentle. Li Yang and the other two frowned slightly, their faces etched with reluctance. A pleasant break between classes was suddenly interrupted by a call to manual labor, stirring a quiet resistance within them. Yet unable to defy the teacher's order, they rose to their feet with a sigh of resignation. "Jiang Han, I'm slaving away for you. Remember to treat us to a meal." Wang Zhe grumbled as he stood up, his voice laden with playful complaint. He deliberately drew out his words, feigning a pitiful expression, his eyes fixed intently on Jiang Han as if seeking a firm promise. "I'll treat you all to dinner tonight." Jiang Han replied with a smile. He understood that his friends were cooperating to create an opportunity for him to spend time with Su Yao, so treating them was only natural. With that, he led the way out of the classroom, his steps light and brisk, as if fetching textbooks was not a chore but a journey filled with anticipation. Zhou Ting then called out a few more boys. Though reluctant, they reluctantly rose to their feet. Su Yao led the way with Jiang Han and the others following behind. The group marched out of the classroom in a bustling procession, heading toward the academic affairs office. Along the way, sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon them. Jiang Han chatted and laughed with Li Yang and the others, trying to lighten the somewhat heavy atmosphere. Su Yao walked unhurriedly ahead, occasionally glancing back to ensure no one had fallen behind. Curious gazes from passing students followed the group, wondering what they were up to. Soon their figures disappeared around the corner of the corridor, leaving only the fading sound of footsteps echoing in the air. Before long they arrived at the academic affairs office. The office was piled high with all kinds of textbooks, exuding a faint scent of ink. Each of them found the books they needed to distribute, lifted a stack and headed back to the classroom with the weighty burden resting in their arms. "Han, where are we eating tonight?" Zhang Yu leaned in with a smile, his eyes shining with anticipation as if he could already taste the feast. "How about the Longhao Grand Hotel?" Jiang Han replied with an easy, confident smile, as if dining at the most prestigious hotel in town was nothing out of the ordinary. "Ha ha ha, the Longhao Grand Hotel. You can just say that. That's the top hotel in Zhonghai, a single meal there costs tens of thousands. Don't brag, we're all classmates." A student named Lu Yi sneered, his lips curling in disdain and his eyes filled with contempt, as if he were certain Jiang Han was bluffing. "Lu Yi, I was actually enjoying the bragging. Why did you have to interrupt?" Another student chimed in with a laugh, fanning the flames and looking on with a mischievous grin. With that, Zhang Yu turned angrily, his face reddening as he shouted, "Do I look like someone who can't afford the Longhao Grand Hotel? Or is it that you can't afford it so you assume others can't?" His eyes blazed with fury, fixed on Lu Yi as if trying to bore through him. "Zhang Yu, we're not talking about you. Stay out of this and don't go looking for trouble." Lu Yi said, his brow furrowed, his voice laced with threat and a flicker of malice in his eyes. "Let's go. Why waste words on a clown?" Jiang Han said with a smile, patting Zhang Yu on the shoulder. He tried to defuse the conflict, unwilling to let such a trivial matter ruin their mood. In his eyes their taunts were beneath notice. "Damn it, you idiot. I'll beat you to a pulp outside." Zhang Yu shot back at Lu Yi and his group, his voice thick with anger as he trembled, his fists clenched, itching to teach them a lesson. Just then Li Yang and Wang Zhe emerged from the office, each carrying a stack of books. Li Yang, who had been humming a cheerful tune, stopped abruptly when he saw Zhang Yu arguing with someone. His fiery temper was not to be trifled with. Without a word he hurled the stack of books in his hands toward Lu Yi. The books arced through the air, flying straight at Lu Yi. "What the hell, Li Yang? Are you insane?" Lu Yi cursed, caught off guard as the books struck him squarely, igniting his fury. The atmosphere turned tense instantly, a conflict seemingly on the verge of erupting. At that very moment Su Yao stepped out of the office, ready to return to the classroom. She caught the sound of the quarrel, furrowed her brow and strode out quickly. "What's going on? Are you about to fight right outside the academic affairs office?" Her voice was crisp and commanding, stopping the bickering parties in their tracks. They hadn't expected Su Yao to appear at this moment, and an awkward silence fell over the scene. "What a load of crap. Longhao Grand Hotel. I can have you banned from entering with just one word." Lu Yi retorted defiantly, staring provocatively at Jiang Han as if testing whether he could actually deliver. "Tch, I don't believe you. Jiang Han shot back without hesitation, his tone firm and unyielding. He was confident in his ability and determination to fulfill his promise. Don't believe me? Fine. After school today I'll see how you manage to eat at the Longhao Grand Hotel. Louis challenged, his words dripping with provocation, eager to see if Jiang Han could back up his boast. With that he picked up his stack of books and headed toward the classroom, leaving Jiang Han and Su Yao standing calmly behind. Su Yao looked at Jiang Han, a flicker of worry in her eyes. She knew his character. Once he set his mind to something he would give it his all. She gently patted his shoulder and said softly, no matter what, safety comes first. Don't do anything you'll regret out of impulse. Jiang Han nodded, understanding Su Yao's concern. Don't worry, Senior Su Yao. He's not capable of that. With that Jiang Han stepped forward, patted Li Yang on the shoulder and said with a firm, unwavering gaze, I'll get back at him for you tonight. His eyes locked onto the direction Louis had disappeared, as if to convey his resolve. Li Yang looked at Jiang Han, the anger on his face softening slightly, a hint of a rebellious smile curling at the corner of his mouth. All right, I'm waiting to see you in action. I want to see what that guy has to say then. He trusted Jiang Han completely, knowing that once Jiang Han made such a promise he would follow through. Wang Zhe chimed in from the side, exactly. With Han around there's no problem. Tonight, well, take that arrogant fool down a peg. He rubbed his hands together eagerly, already anticipating Louis's humiliated expression. The day's classes ended swiftly, the crisp bell of the final session ringing out to mark the conclusion of the school day. Jiang Han packed up his books, rose and strode directly toward Louis's seat. His steps were steady, his gaze resolute and challenging. Reaching Louis, Jiang Han tilted his head slightly, fixing his eyes on him, and said provocatively, see you at Longhao later. Let me see what you've got. His voice was not loud, yet it reached Louis's ears with an undeniable force. With that Jiang Han waved his hand, turned and walked toward the classroom door. Li Yang and the other two followed Jiang Han without hesitation, their steps synchronized with a tacit understanding. As they walked, Li Yang asked, are we really going to Longhao? Though he had full confidence in Jiang Han, Longhao Hotel was no ordinary place, and he couldn't help feeling a trace of doubt. Of course. I want to see how capable he really is. Besides, I can't let my brother be insulted and do nothing right. Jiang Han said with a smile. His grin brimmed with confidence, as if dining at Longhao Hotel was as easy as a daily routine. The four of them chatted and laughed as they walked out of the teaching building. Of course. I want to see how capable he really is. Besides, I can't let my brother be insulted and do nothing right. Jiang Han said with a smile. His grin brimmed with confidence, as if dining at Longhao Hotel was as easy as a daily routine. The four of them chatted and laughed as they walked out of the teaching building. Meanwhile, Louis and the two who had been watching on the sidelines earlier also emerged from the classroom. Louis's face was dark. He hadn't expected Jiang Han to take things seriously and openly provoke him again. Hey, see you at Longhao. If I can't get a meal there, I'll take your surname. Jiang Han, noticing Louis come out, stopped and said while looking at him. His eyes were full of contempt, his words dripping with provocation. Fine, I'll put it out there too, if you do get a meal at Longhao, I'll call you Grandpa. Louis replied defiantly, then headed straight for the school parking lot. A blaze of anger flickered in his eyes. He was displeased by Jiang Han's challenge, but secretly resolved to triumph in tonight's showdown. Fine, I'll put it out there too, if you do get a meal at Longhao, I'll call you Grandpa. Louis replied defiantly, then headed straight for the school parking lot. A blaze of anger flickered in his eyes. He was displeased by Jiang Han's challenge, but secretly resolved to triumph in tonight's showdown. Let's go too. Jiang Han said with a grin. The four walked toward the spot where Li Yang had parked. Their strides were steady, confident smiles on their faces, as if they were fully prepared for the coming challenge. Before long they reached Li Yang's Mercedes-Benz G-Class. The four got in and the car left the school, heading toward Longhao Hotel. Outside the window the night deepened, city neon lights began to flicker and the streets were sparsely populated. Everything seemed serene and mysterious. Aren't you going to pick up Senior Su Yao tonight? Li Yang asked as he drove, glancing at Jiang Han with a hint of concern and curiosity. I'll deal with it later. It won't be too late to come back. Jiang Han replied with a smile, his demeanor calm and composed, as if he had clear plans for everything tonight. I'll deal with it later. It won't be too late to come back. Jiang Han replied with a smile, his demeanor calm and composed, as if he had clear plans for everything tonight. The four drove at a leisurely pace, chatting and laughing all the way, as if what awaited them was not a showdown, but a relaxed gathering. Soon they arrived at Longhao Hotel. The hotel stood out brilliantly in the night, its dazzling lights illuminating the surroundings like day. That bastard got here fast. Li Yang remarked, spotting Lu Yi's BMW at the entrance. A faint smirk curled on his lips as he spoke, his tone carrying a trace of disdain. He wasn't surprised by Lu Yi's arrival. The car slowly pulled up to the hotel's main entrance. Jiang Han gazed at the imposing doors, a confident smile on his face, and said, "Hey, no rush to get out. A grandson will come out to greet us soon." As he spoke, he reached out and honked the horn, its clear sound cutting through the quiet night. As expected, on hearing the horn, Lu Yi immediately came out with a few others. He and his companions had been waiting inside, expecting to see Jiang Han humiliated. If the horn gave him a surge of satisfaction, thinking Jiang Han was coming to concede. But instead he saw Jiang Han sitting calmly in the car. "Damn. You actually have the guts to come." Lu Yi, seeing Jiang Han seated inside, turned red with rage and shouted. He never imagined Jiang Han would dare show up at Longhao Hotel. This completely caught him off guard. "Why wouldn't I dare? I want to see how you're going to stop me from eating here." Jiang Han replied with a smile, his eyes full of mockery. He unhurriedly pushed open the door and stepped out, his confident demeanor seemingly telling Lu Yi that he had already won this showdown. "Why wouldn't I dare? I want to see how you're going to stop me from eating here." Jiang Han replied with a smile, his eyes full of mockery. He unhurriedly pushed open the door and stepped out, his confident demeanor seemingly telling Lu Yi that he had already won this showdown. After stepping out, Jiang Han leisurely stretched, his movements relaxed as if he paid no heed to the tense atmosphere. Finishing his stretch, he turned to a uniformed staff member wearing a smile and said, "Go tell your hotel manager that Jiang Han is here and he should come out within 5 minutes." His tone was steady yet carried an unmistakable authority, his gaze fixed on the staff member. "Still putting on an act? My uncle is the deputy manager of this hotel. How come I've never heard of you? Putting on airs isn't illegal, so you just keep doing it, huh?" Lu Yi retorted, his face flushed with anger and disdain. He crossed his arms, chin raised slightly, looking arrogant and convinced that Jiang Han was bluffing. "Wow, a deputy manager, what a big shot. We've never seen one before." Li Yang sneered, a sarcastic smile curling at his lips. He then pushed open the car door and unhurriedly stepped out. Straightening his clothes, he stood beside Jiang Han, throwing a provocative glare at Lu Yi as if to say, "Let's see what you can do. Go call my uncle. I want to see how he can eat here." Lu Yi said again scornfully. A hint of smugness flashed in his eyes. He thought that as soon as his uncle arrived, Jiang Han would be publicly humiliated and there would be no more room for his arrogance. While speaking, he kept sweeping his provocative gaze over Jiang Han and the others, his manner utterly insolent. Hearing this, Jiang Han smiled contemptuously. He patted the rear door, signaling Zhang Yu and Wang Zhe to also get out. The four entered the lobby. Their steps were steady, confident smiles on their faces as if they were fully convinced of their success. Jiang Han sat carelessly on the lobby sofa, crossing his legs in a leisurely posture. Seeing this, Lu Yi sneered and said, "What's the matter? Afraid you'll get kicked out, so you're grabbing a seat in the lobby first?" His words dripped with sarcasm as if he had already decided Jiang Han would lose in the upcoming showdown. "Who is it? Who's bullying my nephew?" A voice rang out as a man strode over aggressively. He was stocky with a coarse face, dressed in a suit, clearly a man of power. He walked up to Lu Yi and bent down, asking with concern, "Xiao Yi, who is it? Who's causing trouble in our hotel?" His sharp gaze seemed to pierce through everything, involuntarily commanding awe. "Right here. Me." Jiang Han replied nonchalantly, waving at the imposing man with a confident smile. His words carried an inexplicable magnetism that compelled belief. Hearing this, Lu Yi's uncle walked over, looking at Jiang Han with an air of arrogance, his eyes filled with contempt and disdain, as if Jiang Han were nothing more than an insignificant character. "Are you his uncle? The deputy general manager of Longhao?" Jiang Han asked disdainfully, slightly tilting his head, his gaze unflinchingly meeting the other's eyes, a mocking smile curling at the corner of his lips. "Yes. Even as a deputy general manager, I'm not someone you brats can afford to offend." Lu Yi's uncle spoke, his arms crossed over his chest, his tone laden with threat, as if trying to intimidate Jiang Han and the others with his status. "Oh, in this Longhao Grand Hotel there's no one I can't afford to offend. My name is Jiang Han. You should have heard of me today," Jiang Han said, crossing his legs and casually patting the sofa armrest with his palm. His demeanor was leisurely and composed, as if everything before him was under his control. That confident posture stood in stark contrast to Lu Yi's uncle's arrogance. "Who? Jiang Han?" Upon hearing this, Lu Yi's uncle asked with a shocked expression. His originally arrogant demeanor vanished instantly, replaced by a face full of astonishment and panic. He had indeed heard the name Jiang Han today, but not from Lu Yi. rather during an emergency meeting of the Longhao Grand Hotel's top management in the afternoon when it was announced that the hotel's largest owner had changed and that person was Jiang Han. At this moment it never occurred to him that this seemingly ordinary young man before him was actually the new big boss of the hotel. Thinking of how arrogantly he had just behaved, cold sweat broke out on his back and he silently lamented his misfortune. Haven't heard of me? If not, call your superior and ask and have him appear before me within 5 minutes. Jiang Han looked at Lu Yi's uncle with a mocking expression, a smug smile curling at his lips. His words were full of provocation, as if telling Lu Yi and his uncle that he had more than enough power to make them realize his influence. I have heard of you. I'll notify General Manager, phone right away. Lu Yi's uncle replied, now adopting a very humble posture. His face was pale, sweat beading on his forehead. His once overbearing demeanor was completely gone, replaced by a cautious attitude. He took out his phone trembling as he dialed, his voice filled with respect and caution. Uncle, what are you doing? He's just my classmate. Lu Yi hurried forward and spoke. His expression also changed. He had originally thought Jiang Han was just bluffing, but he never expected that Jiang Han truly had such a formidable background. He inwardly regretted being so arrogant in front of Jiang Han. Shut up. Lu Yi's uncle immediately barked, his gaze stern and his tone carrying an undeniable authority. He knew this was not the time for explanations, but to resolve this thorny issue as quickly as possible. He hung up the phone, turned to face Jiang Han, and his attitude became exceptionally submissive. President Jiang, I'm truly sorry. We didn't know your identity before. If there was any offense, please forgive us. His tone was sincere, his face plastered with a fawning smile, a stark contrast to his earlier arrogance. Jiang Han, upon hearing this, showed no intention of acknowledging the deputy general manager. He rested his chin on his left hand, slightly turned his head and looked at Lu Yi. Didn't you say you'd make sure I couldn't eat at this Longhao Grand Hotel? Your uncle doesn't seem to have that ability. His tone carried a hint of mockery, as if everything was unfolding exactly as he had anticipated. Lu Yi's uncle's face instantly darkened. Realizing he had underestimated Jiang Han's status and background, he quickly stepped forward, raised his hand and struck Lu Yi hard across the face, his voice harsh. You ungrateful wretch. Apologize when you're told to. How dare you be so arrogant? Then he turned to Jiang Han, his face now plastered with a sycophantic smile, and said, President Jiang, it's all a misunderstanding. This kid has been spoiled rotten by the family. I'll teach him a lesson for you. His words were full of flattery, hoping to pacify Jiang Han's anger and salvage the situation. At that moment several men in suits came rushing down from the upper floors of the hotel. Their faces were grim, clearly dispatched urgently after receiving important news. The man leading them stood respectfully before Jiang Han, bowed deeply and addressed him with reverence. President Jiang. Li Yang and the other two were astonished by the scene. None of them knew Jiang Han's background, they only knew he drove the world's only Bugatti Dark Knight. They had never imagined his identity to be. Is this how you manage your people? Jiang Han spoke slowly, his gaze sweeping over the suited men, his tone tinged with displeasure. My sincerest apologies, President Jiang, the man immediately replied, sweat already beading on his forehead, clearly aware of the gravity of the situation. What's your name? Jiang Han asked, his eyes fixed on the man's face, waiting for an answer. President Jiang, I'm Sun Chang. Sun Chang responded promptly, his voice trembling slightly, evidently intimidated by Jiang Han's presence. Manager Sun, keep your people in line. Arrange a private room for me and bring out some signature dishes. I want to dine with my friends. Jiang Han said slowly, his tone carrying a commanding note. I'll arrange it immediately. President Jiang, please this way. Sun Chang said, respectfully gesturing with his hand. He quickly turned and gave a few low-voiced instructions to the men behind him, who immediately dispersed to carry out the orders. Jiang Han slowly rose to his feet and Li Yang and the other two followed behind him. They followed Jiang Han into the hotel, leaving Lu Yi and his uncle stunned. After taking a few steps, Jiang Han stopped, turned slowly toward Lu Yi and said, oh, by the way, get him out of here. I don't want to see him at Longhao again. Jiang Han gestured slightly toward Lu Yi's uncle. And him too. Understood, President Jiang. Sun Chang replied, instantly grasping Jiang Han's meaning. He turned and whispered a few words to Lu Yi's uncle. President Jiang. Please spare me. I have an elderly mother and young children to support. And a mortgage to pay. Lu Yi's uncle immediately begged for mercy, his voice filled with fear and despair, clearly overwhelmed by Jiang Han's presence and authority. Jiang Han remained silent, merely waving his hand at Sun Chang. His expression was composed, as if the entire scene before him was nothing more than a trivial matter unworthy of further discussion. Sun Chong immediately understood and said to the staff beside him, "Have security escort them out. Don't disturb President Jiang." His tone was urgent and stern, fully aware that he must dispose of these two as quickly as possible to prevent any further displeasure for Jiang Han. "President Jiang. Give me another chance. I really can't afford to lose this job." Lu Yi's uncle continued to plead, his voice filled with desperation and helplessness. His legs gave way and he nearly collapsed to the ground, his eyes revealing an intense longing for this job. "Damn it. You little brat. If it weren't for you would I have lost my job." Lu Yi's uncle, enraged to the extreme, turned and delivered a vicious kick to Lu Yi. He vented all his resentment onto Lu Yi, disregarding the fact that they were in the hotel lobby and that others were watching. Hey, don't disrupt our business here. Take it outside." Jiang Han, hearing Lu Yi's uncle's words, paused and spoke. He furrowed his brows, slightly annoyed by the commotion these two were causing in the hotel lobby. After all, this was the Longhao Grand Hotel, his establishment, and he had no intention of letting such a farce disturb the hotel's order. Upon hearing Jiang Han's command, the security guards wasted no time. They rushed over and dragged the two men out, moving swiftly and forcefully, one guard gripping each man, quickly escorting Lu Yi and his uncle out of the hotel lobby. As the doors slowly closed, the lobby regained a relative tranquility, as if the earlier scene was merely a minor interruption. Jiang Han and the others continued toward the private room, ready to enjoy the evening's dinner. The four were led into an elegantly decorated private room, its furnishings exuding luxury and refinement. Several valuable calligraphy and paintings hung on the walls, their artistic aura enhanced by the soft lighting. In the center stood a large round dining table adorned with exquisite lustrous tableware. Sun Chong spoke, "President Jiang, what would you and the others like to eat?" He slightly bowed, a respectful smile on his face, his gaze fixed on Jiang Han. As he spoke, he handed over a menu whose cover was made of high-end leather with the golden embossed characters reading, "Longhao Delicacies." Jiang Han took it with a smile, a relaxed and natural smile, as if such occasions were routine for him. Then quite naturally he pushed the menu over to Li Yang and said, "Order whatever you want." Li Yang looked at the menu with a flattered and surprised expression, never expecting Jiang Han to be so generous and casual. After a moment of hesitation, he slowly opened the menu, its vast array of dishes dazzling him. A variety of delicacies, mountain treasures, sea rarities and specialty dishes, were listed, each description tempting the appetite. "Wow, this menu is so lavish I don't even know what to choose," Li Yang remarked as he browsed. Wang Zhe and Zhang Yu also leaned in their heads together, excitedly discussing what to order. The private room instantly filled with a light-hearted and joyful atmosphere. As they flipped through the menu, they murmured softly, occasionally exclaiming in admiration at the rich selection. Soon the three had finalized their order for the evening. Jiang Han said, "That's it then." His tone was calm, carrying an air of casual ease. "Very well, President Jiang. Well, arrange it right away." Sun Chong said respectfully, then gave a slight bow, turned and strode lightly out of the private room to meticulously prepare the dishes. As Sun Chong left, Wang Zhe immediately jumped up in excitement, his eyes wide with disbelief, and shouted, "Holy crap, Brother Han! The Longhao Grand Hotel is yours." He was utterly shocked by this enormous surprise, never imagining that Jiang Han, who usually joked around with them, possessed such an astonishing background. "It's not mine," Jiang Han replied with a smile, a hint of teasing in his expression. Then he added, "I'm just the largest shareholder." He said it so casually, as if it were nothing to make a fuss about, but to Wang Zhe, Li Yang and Zhang Yu these words struck like a bombshell, leaving them even more astounded. "Damn, you two are both unbelievable. Good heavens, what kind of people are we dorming with? One has a racetrack at home, another owns a 5-star hotel. And one's a big shot from Beijing." Zhang Zhe looked at the three others, utterly speechless. His tone was filled with astonishment and bewilderment, clearly overwhelmed by Jiang Han's identity. He shook his head, feeling as though he were in a romantic drama with his roommates all playing the lead roles. After speaking, Zhang Zhe turned to Wang Zhe and continued, "Wang Zhe, give me a heads up first. You don't have a courtyard house at home, do you?" He asked, half jokingly, half seriously, his eyes full of anticipation and curiosity. If Wang Zhe's answer gave him another surprise, he might start wondering if he were living in a TV series. Wang Zhe was amused by Zhang Zhe's words. He scratched his head and said with a laugh, "Don't worry, I'm not that over the top. But my family does have some decent properties, though they're nothing compared to yours." His words carried a hint of pride but were mostly modest. Li Yang nodded silently, inwardly grateful to be sharing a dorm with such an outstanding group of friends and to be spending these wonderful college years together. He raised his drink, since they had to drive later they were all having soft drinks, and said, "To our friendship cheers." The four ate and chatted happily. The table was laden with sumptuous delicacies, each dish exuding an enticing aroma that made one's mouth water. Li Yang picked up a piece of tender juicy steak, chewed slowly and showed a satisfied expression. Brother Han, I really have you to thank today. If not for you, we'd never have the chance to enjoy such top-notch food at the Longhao Grand Hotel. Jiang Han waved his hand with a smile. What are you saying? We're brothers and no need to be so formal. The most important thing is that we have fun together. Wang Zhe raised his glass, took a sip of red wine and said enthusiastically, speaking of which, Lu Yi really shot himself in the foot today. He probably never imagined that you, Brother Han, are the big boss of this hotel. Zhang Yu also chimed in with a laugh. Exactly. He was acting all arrogant. It was so satisfying to see his uncle panic like that. Ha ha ha. The four burst into hearty laughter together. After a sumptuous meal, the four felt exceptionally elated, leaving the private room with laughter and chatter. Their merriment echoed within as if lingering over the delightful dinner and joyful moments. At the room's entrance, Sun Chang and a host of senior executives from Longhao Hotel stood in orderly formation awaiting their arrival. Each was impeccably dressed in tailored suits, their expressions solemn and reverent, their eyes betraying a profound awe toward Jiang Han. Jiang Han turned to face Li Yang, patted him on the shoulder and said in a calm voice, "You all head back first." His tone carried an elder brother's warmth and concern. Li Yang nodded knowingly, grasping the unspoken intent. Understanding that Jiang Han likely had important matters to attend to, he refrained from asking further, simply replying, "Sure thing. You get back early too," before leading Zhang Zhe and Wang Zhe out of Longhao Hotel. Jiang Han glanced at Sun Chang and the others, whose faces betrayed concealed concerns, and furrowed his brows slightly. Then he spoke slowly, "Let's talk somewhere else." His voice was steady and firm, leaving no room for doubt. "Yes, President Jiang." Sun Chang immediately responded with a broad, ingratiating smile. His smile carried a hint of fawning mixed with a trace of nervousness. "President Jiang sounds a bit awkward." "Just call me Jiang Han," said Jiang Han with a dismissive wave and a chuckle. He hoped to foster a more relaxed rapport with these hotel managers, not wanting distance from their difference in status. "Well then, we'll call you Young Master Han." "This way please." Sun Chang pondered briefly before suggesting. He felt the title Young Master Han struck a balance between respect and familiarity. With that, the group stepped into the elevator, where the silence was stifling, broken only by soft breaths and the hum of the ascending car. Soon the elevator reached the third-floor office area. Sun Chang led the way with brisk, assured steps, guiding Jiang Han into the innermost office. The office was spacious and bright, exuding luxury without losing elegance. Piles of documents covered the desk, mountainous stacks that hinted at the hotel's manifold affairs. Sun Chang walked over, picked up one stack and spoke slowly, "Young Master Han, these are the hotel's financial statements from the past 2 years. His gaze was fixed on Jiang Han, trying to read his thoughts from his expression. After speaking, Sun Chang quickly ushered Jiang Han to the sofa and invited him to sit. No sooner had Jiang Han sat down than he keenly sensed everyone's anxieties. He swept his eyes across the room and said pointedly, "You can find seats yourselves. I know what you're thinking. You're afraid you might lose your positions, right?" His words were direct and candid, without any pretense. Embarrassed, the others hung their heads. Indeed, as Jiang Han had stated, they were fraught with worry. After all, a change in ownership cast uncertainty over everything. Sun Chang looked up, meeting Jiang Han's eyes, and said earnestly, "Young Master Han, it's only natural to have some concerns after such a sudden change of management." His tone carried a mix of resignation and sincerity, seeking understanding. "Yes, I understand," Jiang Han nodded in reply. His eyes revealed empathy and tolerance, then he continued with earnest gravity, "But rest assured, as long as you do your jobs well, your positions remain yours. I'm still attending school, so for hotel management, President Sun, just proceed as before. For the vacant vice president position, promote based on the work performance of these individuals." Jiang Han's words were like a reassuring balm, calming the anxieties of all present. They lifted their heads, their eyes brimming with gratitude and admiration, genuinely impressed by his leadership and magnanimity. "Really, Young Master Han?" Sun Chang's eyes flashed with pleasant surprise, the weight on his mind lightened considerably. He hadn't expected such a young man to be so understanding, decisive and considerate. "Of course it's true," Jiang Han affirmed, sweeping his gaze across every executive. "I trust your capabilities, President Sun, and I hope everyone will work together to run the hotel even better. Though I'm the majority shareholder, I won't interfere excessively in daily operations. Let each person do their part." The executives raised their heads, gratitude and admiration shining in their eyes as they chorused, "Thank you, Young Master Han. We will work hard." Jiang Han nodded slightly, then turned to the stack of statements. I'll take a look at these to get a general sense of the hotel's current situation. President Sun briefed me on the major problems and challenges you faced in the hotel's operations over the past 2 years. Sun Chong promptly stepped forward, picked up one statement and pointed to the data, launching into a detailed account. Young Master Han, overall performance has been stable, but in terms of market competition, several similar hotels have opened nearby, diverting some of our clientele. Additionally, rising labor costs and fluctuations in raw material prices have put pressure on our profit margins. Jiang Han listened intently, occasionally raising questions and offering his own insights. His sharp mind and precise analysis left the executives inwardly amazed, casting the young boss in an entirely new light. I see, Jiang Han said after listening to Sun Chong's overview. Market competition is inevitable. We need to highlight our distinctive features, improve service quality, and create a differentiated advantage. As for labor and raw material costs, think of ways to optimize within reasonable limits. Yes, young Master Han. We'll discuss and come up with concrete plans soon. Sun Chong nodded, his eyes ignited with renewed vigor. Jiang Han's guidance showed him a path forward and stirred his fighting spirit. Good, let's stop here for today. Everyone get back to your work. Keep me informed of any important developments. Jiang Han stood up as he spoke. His movements were crisp and decisive, projecting a resolute demeanor. Young Master Han, take care. Feel free to call on us anytime, the group said respectfully as they rose. Their eyes were full of respect and gratitude as they watched him leave. Sun Chong followed behind Jiang Han and they walked together down the bright, spacious corridor. With his hands in his pockets, Jiang Han wore a calm expression, his mind still pondering the hotel matters. After a moment he said slowly, arrange a car to take me back to school. His voice echoed in the quiet hallway, tinged with fatigue. He had had a busy evening and now just wanted to return to campus and rest. Certainly, young Master Han. Right this way. Sun Chong replied with a smile, his face perpetually adorned with respectful cheerfulness. He turned and led the way, his steps brisk and steady, guiding Jiang Han toward the hotel's driver station. All the while Sun Chong silently resolved to arrange the most comfortable and luxurious car for Jiang Han, ensuring the young boss was thoroughly satisfied. Soon they arrived at the hotel's exclusive parking lot for the chauffeur team. The lot was brilliantly lit, the floor as clean as a mirror, with rows of luxury cars neatly parked. There were brand new Maybachs, their sleek lines exuding understated luxury, 2 Rolls-Royces whose classic design and noble aura inspired awe at first glance, and 3 Bentleys, each embodying the utmost dignity and elegance. Under the lights these luxury cars reflected dazzling brilliance, as if narrating the extraordinary opulence of Longhao Grand Hotel. Sun Chong led Jiang Han directly to one of the Rolls-Royces. He cautiously extended his hand and respectfully opened the car door for Jiang Han. The door of the Rolls-Royce slowly opened, revealing the exquisite interior, soft leather seats, luxurious decorations and advanced features, all evoking the pinnacle of comfort and pleasure. Jiang Han sat in, sinking into the plush seat, instantly feeling much more relaxed. He leaned back slightly and said to Sun Chong, who was still standing outside the door, "You can go back now." His tone was calm, carrying a hint of faint weariness. "Very well, young Master Han." Sun Chong nodded in reply, still maintaining his smile. He gently closed the car door for Jiang Han, his movements very careful, afraid of any mishap. Watching the car, Sun Chong silently prayed that Jiang Han would feel comfortable and at ease during this trip. After Jiang Han was seated, the driver turned his head slightly with a professional smile and asked politely, "Young Master Han, where are we going?" His voice was calm and gentle, exuding reliability. "To Zhonghai Finance College," Jiang Han replied. With that he closed his eyes lightly, ready to rest briefly during this short drive. At that moment his mind temporarily set aside the hotel's affairs and those intricate business issues, wanting only to relax his tense nerves in this moment of tranquility. The car was quiet and comfortable, with only the faint hum of the engine as if creating a small world where he could rest peacefully. The car drove smoothly, slowly passing through the bustling streets of Zhonghai. Outside the window the city's neon lights flickered non-stop, with heavy traffic and lively scenes. Skyscrapers stood in close ranks, people came and went in the streets and alleys, and shops displayed a dazzling array of goods. Yet Jiang Han was immersed in his own tranquility, paying little attention to the bustling scene. The car drove all the way toward Zhonghai Finance College, as if crossing the city's clamor toward a relatively tranquil campus world. After more than 20 minutes the car arrived near the noodle shop where Suyao worked. Jiang Han slightly opened his eyes, looked at the familiar scene outside and directed the driver to slowly pull over to the roadside. He straightened his clothes, preparing to get out and pick up Suyao. "Wait a moment, I'm going to pick someone up," Jiang Han said slowly. Although his voice was not loud, it was very clear in the quiet car. Very well, young Master Han. The driver quickly responded with a respectful expression, steadily parking the car and waiting for Jiang Han's return. With that, Jiang Han pushed open the door and got out. The night breeze gently brushed his face, bringing a touch of coolness. He walked briskly toward the noodle shop. Although his voice was not loud, it was very clear in the quiet car. Very well, young Master Han. The driver quickly responded with a respectful expression, steadily parking the car and waiting for Jiang Han's return. The shop owner was shrewd and warm-hearted. On ordinary days she could tell that Su Yao and Jiang Han had a special relationship. Seeing him now, she understood the situation. Then the shop owner's voice came from inside. Yao, go back today. You're off early. Her voice was clear and loud, tinged with concern. Before long, Su Yao walked out of the noodle shop. She had changed out of her work uniform, wearing a simple dress, her hair casually falling over her shoulders. A faint smile graced her face, making her appear fresh and elegant. Under the light her figure appeared even more soft and charming. Senior Su Yao. Jiang Han stepped forward quickly, smiling as he called out. His smile was bright, his eyes full of joy at seeing Su Yao. After this busy day, seeing her seemed to instantly dissolve all his fatigue. I thought you might be angry about what I said last night, Su Yao said in a low voice, lowering her head slightly, unconsciously twisting the hem of her clothes, her eyes filled with a hint of unease and anxiety. Last night when they chatted she might have said something she regretted, and now she was worried that Jiang Han would be angry about it. Let's go. Jiang Han replied with a smile, his smile as warm as a spring breeze with no trace of displeasure in his eyes. He gently reached out and softly pulled Su Yao's arm, signaling her not to overthink. In Jiang Han's view, those words were just minor episodes in their communication, hardly worth taking to heart. Soon they reached the car. Jiang Han released Su Yao's arm, quickly walked to the rear door and gently opened it with an elegant and gentlemanly gesture. He slightly bent over, made a gesture of invitation and said with a smile, "Please get in." Su Yao's cheeks flushed slightly. She softly thanked him and lightly sat into the car. Seeing Su Yao settled, Jiang Han quickly ran to the other side, opened the door and got in. The car's interior was spacious and comfortable, with soft lighting creating a warm atmosphere. As soon as Jiang Han was seated, he said slowly to the driver in front, "Let's go." Very well, young Master Han. The driver responded, focusing ahead. He gently pressed the accelerator and the car started smoothly, continuing toward Zhonghai Finance College. Outside the window the city's nightscape unfolded like a flowing painting, receding into the distance. Inside, Jiang Han and Su Yao sat side by side, occasionally exchanging smiles, a subtle and sweet atmosphere lingering between them. Soon the car stopped at the gate of Zhonghai Finance College. The school gate appeared solemn and majestic under the night lights, with the large characters of the school name emitting a soft glow. The security guard in the booth showed a slight look of surprise at the luxurious Rolls-Royce, but quickly resumed a professional demeanor. Jiang Han pushed open the door and got out, first his posture upright. He straightened his clothes, then walked around to the other side of the car to open the door for Su Yao. Su Yao alighted gracefully, gently smoothing her wind-tousled hair. They stood by the car, nodded slightly to the driver, and the car slowly drove away. At this moment the campus was very quiet, with only the occasional soft chatter of passing students. The trees on both sides of the path swayed gently in the breeze, their leaves rustling as if playing a soft melody for the serene night. The streetlights cast a dim yellow glow, stretching their shadows long and intertwining them on the ground. After getting out of the car the two walked toward the dormitory. Jiang Han and Su Yao walked side by side, maintaining a comfortable distance between them. Occasionally there were accidental touches that made their hearts beat a little faster. Along the way they did not speak, simply quietly enjoying this serene and beautiful moment. As they approached the female dormitory, the surrounding atmosphere was serene and beautiful, with only the soft sound of their footsteps echoing on the silent path. Su Yao slightly raised her head, glanced at the nearby female dormitory building, and then slowly spoke, "Jiang Han, I won't go to work tomorrow. And I won't go to the noodle shop anymore either." Her voice was soft yet carried a resolute determination. Jiang Han asked in bewilderment, stopping in his tracks and looking at Su Yao with confusion and puzzlement in his eyes. In his memory Su Yao had been doing well at the noodle shop, so her sudden decision to leave caught him off guard. "My advisor recommended me for an internship at a financial company near the school. I have an interview tomorrow and am going to start my internship," Su Yao said slowly, her face glowing with anticipation and hope for the future. This internship opportunity was a rare and crucial step toward her career, so she decided to seize it. "Senior Su Yao, will we still be able to see each other?" Jiang Han asked, a hint of worry and reluctance in his eyes. During the time he had spent with Su Yao he had grown accustomed to her company. Hearing that she was going to a new place for an internship, he couldn't help feeling a sense of loss, afraid that their meetings would become fewer. "I'm not leaving forever. Of course we can still meet," Suyao replied with a gentle smile. Her smile was like a twinkling star in the night sky, bright and warm, as if reassuring Jiang Han. She understood Jiang Han's worries, but she believed that distance would not affect their bond. Jiang Han nodded slightly and followed her. He knew Suyao had her own pursuits and dreams, and he should support her in bravely trying new things. Though he felt a pang of reluctance, he chose to face it with a smile. They continued walking toward the dormitory in silence. The gentle night breeze brushed past, bringing a touch of coolness and dispelling the faint melancholy lingering in their hearts. Moonlight spilled over them, stretching their shadows long like a tranquil and beautiful painting. Before they knew it, they had arrived at the dormitory building. The female dormitory stood quietly in the night, with scattered lights twinkling inside, adding a touch of warmth to the serene evening. Jiang Han couldn't help but speak again. "Suyao." His voice trembled slightly, as if he had mustered up great courage. Suyao looked at him, tilting her head with a hint of curiosity, yet she vaguely guessed what he was about to say. "I like you," Jiang Han said softly. His face flushed slightly in the dim light, and his heartbeat quickened as he anxiously awaited her response. "How many girls have you said that to?" Suyao asked curiously, a playful smile curling at the corners of her mouth. In truth, she wanted to know how serious he was about this feeling. "None. Only you," Jiang Han replied immediately, his gaze firm and sincere, looking straight into her eyes, hoping she could feel his true feelings. "All right. I kinda like you too," Suyao responded with a smile. Her smile bloomed like a flower, radiant and enchanting under the moonlight, her eyes filled with tenderness and shyness. Hearing Suyao's answer, Jiang Han was overjoyed. In his excitement, he pulled her into his embrace, his voice brimming with uncontainable delight. "I didn't catch that. Say it again." He held her tightly, as if afraid she would disappear if he let go. "All right. Go back to the dormitory now. It's quite late," Suyao said softly. Her face was buried in his chest, feeling his warmth and heartbeat, a mix of sweetness and bashfulness rising in her heart. "Say it again and I'll go back," Jiang Han said with a grin, playfully refusing to let her go, his eyes full of anticipation. "Then listen carefully," Suyao whispered, and then nestled in his arms she spoke softly yet clearly. "Jiang Han, I said I kinda like you too." "Then listen carefully," Suyao whispered, and then nestled in his arms she spoke softly yet clearly. Jiang Han felt his heart skip a beat, followed by a surge of ecstasy. He couldn't help but hold Suyao even tighter, as if to forever etch this beautiful moment into his memory. Under the moonlight, their figures embraced tightly like a fairy tale scene come to life. "I like you too, Suyao," he whispered softly in her ear, his voice full of tenderness and conviction. He knew that this feeling was more than mere fondness, it was deep affection and dependence, and he was willing to guard this hard-won emotion with all his heart. Feeling Jiang Han's embrace, Suyao's heart was filled with warmth. She gently patted his back, reciprocating this profound affection. "Me too, Jiang Han," she said softly, her voice light yet carrying genuine emotion. The two stood there, lost in each other's embrace, oblivious to the passage of time. Only their presence mattered. Finally Suyao proposed they part. "Let's head inside now, or we might draw attention," she reminded him. Though reluctant, she knew how to protect this pure affection. Jiang Han reluctantly released Suyao, and hand in hand they walked toward the female dormitory. Their silhouettes blended harmoniously in the night, as if they were the only two people in the world. Just before parting, Jiang Han reaffirmed his feelings. "No matter what happens, I want you to remember that I'll always be here waiting for you." Suyao nodded, deeply moved. She knew this feeling would become one of the most precious memories of their youth. She whispered in return, "I'll always be by your side too, Jiang Han." They exchanged smiles and bid farewell to that beautiful night, each returning to their own dormitory. Though in different spaces, their hearts were tightly connected, eagerly awaiting their next reunion. Humming a cheerful tune, Jiang Han returned to his dormitory in high spirits. As soon as he entered, a familiar warmth washed over him. This was their little haven, filled with laughter and memories. Li Yang and Wang Zhe were lying on their beds, while Zhang Yu sat at his desk. Hearing Jiang Han come in, they all looked up. Li Yang grinned. "Yo, did young Master Han eat some poop? Feeling so happy?" His words triggered laughter in the room, breaking the night's silence. Instead of getting upset, Jiang Han replied even more cheerfully, "You bet. Happier than eating poop." A blissful smile spread across his face, his eyes sparkling as if something wonderful was blooming inside him. Wang Zhe, lying on his stomach, asked curiously, "What happened? Spill it to your bros." His question piqued Jiang Ye's interest as well, and he looked at Jiang Han expectantly. Jiang Han grinned broadly. Brothers off the market. Isn't that worth celebrating? His voice brimmed with joy as if announcing a major event that energized the entire dorm. What the heck? Jiang Yu stared at Jiang Han in disbelief. He hadn't expected Jiang Han to make such quick progress, especially given Jiang Han's usually reserved nature. This change caught him off guard. Lying in bed, Jiang Han found himself tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. His mind kept replaying the moments he had shared with Su Yao, and an involuntary smile would grace his lips from time to time. Just then the phone beneath his pillow suddenly rang with a WeChat notification, its sound piercing the stillness of the night with remarkable clarity. As though infused with a surge of energy, Jiang Han quickly turned over and propped himself up on the bed, his movements hurried yet tinged with excitement. He swiftly grabbed his phone, unlocked the screen, and sure enough saw a message from Su Yao. As though infused with a surge of energy, Jiang Han quickly turned over and propped himself up on the bed, his movements hurried yet tinged with excitement. He swiftly grabbed his phone, unlocked the screen. Not yet. You're not asleep either. Jiang Han replied, his fingers tapping lightly on the screen, a smile he couldn't suppress curling at the corners of his mouth. At this moment he was overjoyed to be exchanging words with Su Yao in the depths of the night, as if this was their own private sweet hour. Mind your own business. I have an interview tomorrow and am too excited to sleep, okay? Su Yao replied playfully, her words revealing her lively and adorable nature. Jiang Han could almost see her pouting slightly, pretending to be angry, and couldn't help but let out a soft chuckle. Fine, fine, fine. Jiang Han replied again, those three simple words brimming with adoration for Su Yao. He knew she attached great importance to tomorrow's interview, and he fully understood her excitement and nervousness. Let me tell you, even though I won't be at school much from now on, if I find out you're flirting around on campus, you're in trouble. Su Yao warned on WeChat, her words thick with jealousy and her deep care for this relationship. Then a goodnight message followed right after. Detected that the host has successfully won over the campus belle. Reward 3 of 10 cents shares. The system's prompt. Detected that the host has successfully won over the campus belle. Reward 3 of 10 cents shares. The system's prompt instantly rang in Jiang Han's mind. The voice was crisp and resounding, striking like a thunderclap in Jiang Han's world. Hearing the system's voice, Jiang Han immediately sat up in surprise, his eyes wide with disbelief. Though it was only a 3% stake, this was the trillion-dollar gaming empire. His heart raced uncontrollably and he was overwhelmed with excitement. His mind flashed instantly with the well-known games and popular products under Tencent, along with the immense wealth and influence that these 3% shares represented. He sat dumbfounded on the bed, momentarily at a loss. After a while he came to his senses, his heart filled with anticipation and hope for the future. This unexpected reward seemed to paint a more brilliant canvas for his and Su Yao's path ahead. In an instant Jiang Han became a billionaire. The sudden overwhelming surprise left his mind blank and his heart felt as if it might leap out of his throat. A mix of emotions surged through him, excitement, elation and disbelief intertwined. It took him a long while to calm down, his fingers trembling slightly as he replied to Su Yao with a good night. After sending the message he lay back down. Yet his thoughts ran wild like untamed horses, refusing to rest, leaving him tossing and turning. In the long darkness of the night various scenes constantly paraded through Jiang Han's mind. One moment he envisioned the monumental changes brought by owning 3% of Tencent, wealth, resources and influence flashing like dreamlike scenes. The next moment he thought of Su Yao and the newly established romance, his heart brimming with sweetness and happiness. These two emotions intertwined, keeping his spirit in a constant state of high excitement, making it impossible for him to drift off. The next morning the gentle sunlight streamed through the gaps in the window curtains, softly spilling onto the dormitory floor. Li Yang's phone alarm went off precisely, its piercing ring breaking the silence of the dormitory, and all four of them immediately woke up. Jiang Han sat on the bed with two large dark circles under his eyes, resting his chin on his hand, looking listless, his expression one of exhaustion and helplessness. His hair was disheveled, his eyes bloodshot, and he appeared utterly worn out. Bro, seriously? You were so excited you couldn't sleep all night? Li Yang looked at Jiang Han and couldn't help but chuckle, asking with a laugh. His laughter echoed through the dorm, tinged with teasing and curiosity. Li Yang had never imagined that the usually composed Jiang Han would be so stirred by something that he stayed awake all night. Yeah. Now I kind of want to sleep, but class is about to start. Jiang Han replied in exasperation. His voice carried deep drowsiness, every word seeming to take all his strength. Right then he regretted being so excited the previous night, which left him lethargic now, yet he felt helpless about the impending classes. Ha ha ha. Brother Han, can't you be a bit more disciplined? This little thing kept you awake all night. Wang Zhe chimed in with a teasing laugh. He laughed as he sat up in bed, his eyes full of mischief. In his view, Jiang Han was usually calm and collected, and seeing him so worked up over something was truly amusing. Stop laughing. Jiang Han shot Wang Zhe an annoyed glare. If it were you, you'd probably be even worse. Even as he said it, he himself felt he had overreacted last night. Zhang Yu joined in the teasing. Exactly. If Wang Zhe had something like that happen, he'd probably jump out of bed and run laps around the dorm. The dormitory erupted in laughter once more. Alright, let's go wash up or we're really going to be late. Jiang Han shook his head helplessly and got up to grab his toiletries. Though his body was exhausted, the thought of his new identity stirred a strange motivation within him. After washing up, the four of them headed toward the classroom together. Walking along the campus path, Jiang Han still seemed absent-minded. His mind was still occupied with the 3% stake in Tencent, contemplating how to handle this immense wealth and how to leverage these resources to boost his future development. Jiang Han replied perfunctorily, but in his heart he was already planning to find time after class to study the stock matter thoroughly, figuring out how to maximize its value. Upon entering the classroom, the four of them found seats and sat down. Jiang Han tried to muster his energy and focus on the lecture, but the professional knowledge seemed hard to grasp amid his chaotic thoughts. His gaze kept drifting to the window, his mind wandering far away. He barely made it through to the break. Just as he was about to pull out his phone and look up information on Tencent shares, the screen lit up with a message from Su Yao. Good morning. How are you feeling this morning? Didn't last night's insomnia affect you today? Reading Su Yao's caring words, Jiang Han's lips curled up involuntarily and his fatigue seemed to lessen. He quickly replied, Morning, I'm fine. Good luck with your interview today. I believe you'll do great. After sending the message, he was once again lost in his dreams of the future. With wealth and love, he felt his life had opened a new chapter. Li Yang leaned in with palpable curiosity, his head nearly brushing against Jiang Han's phone screen, his eyes fixed intently on their chat window. A slight smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth as he teased in a hushed tone, Who caring already are we? Tisk tsk. Not so simple. He deliberately drew out each syllable, his tone dripping with playful mockery, as if he had uncovered some monumental secret. Get lost. Jiang Han retorted, his cheeks flushing slightly as he mumbled the reply with a hint of embarrassment. He quickly shifted his phone away as if trying to evade Li Yang's teasing gaze, yet inwardly he felt that Li Yang's joke was proving harder to shrug off than had anticipated. Ooh, getting defensive. Li Yang chuckled in response, his laughter low but loud enough to draw a few sidelong glances from classmates in the quiet classroom. He found Jiang Han's flustered state utterly amusing, his grin widening with delight. Just then a stern voice cut through the air, Li Yang. Jiang Han. You two come up to the front and listen to the lesson. It was teacher Zhou Ting, who had stopped lecturing at some point. He stood at the podium, his finger pointing directly at the empty seats in the very front and center, his gaze radiating indisputable authority. The first row. In this classroom it was a spot few students willingly occupied. Too close to the teacher, where every move was under scrutiny, leaving no room for any clandestine activities. Wang Zhe, upon hearing this, reacted as if he had just heard the most hilarious joke. He immediately slumped over his desk, laughing uncontrollably, his words barely coherent, bye-bye. His demeanor was that of someone watching a delightful farce. Don't you laugh either. All four of you come here. Listen to me here. Teacher Zhou Ting's eyes were like piercing torches as he then pointed at Wang Zhe, his voice laced with a clear warning. His gaze swept over the four as if to impress upon them that any hope of escape was futile. Wang Zhe's smile vanished instantly as if a sudden pause button had been pressed. His eyes widened in disbelief, never imagining that his momentary glee would drag him into this mess as well. Zhang Yu, who had been sitting nearby in a daze, was startled by the abrupt turn of events. He cast a bewildered look at Jiang Han, Li Yang and Wang Zhe, his expression seemingly saying, I didn't do anything, why am I being dragged into this? Hurry up. Don't make me come and fetch you. Teacher Zhou Ting continued, his tone growing more urgent and tinged with impatience. He stood with his arms crossed, looking down at the four from the podium, exuding an invisible pressure. At his words the four exchanged glances, their eyes filled with helplessness and reluctance. But a teacher's command was not to be defied. They had no choice but to slowly rise from their corner seats. Jiang Han stood up, stretched lazily and deliberately dawdled as if to buy time. Li Yang, while gathering his books, muttered complaints under his breath. Wang Zhe hung his head, his face a mask of dejection as if he had lost something precious. Zhang Yu let out a resigned sigh and silently followed behind them. The four trudged forward with heavy steps, each one feeling like it was weighted with lead as they made their way toward the first row. The eyes of their classmates turned toward them, some with schadenfreude, others with sympathy. Jiang Han felt like a spectacle on display, and the discomfort gnawed at him. After an arduous journey they finally reached the first row and sat down with extreme reluctance. No sooner had Jiang Han taken his seat than a wave of unease washed over him. The podium was inches away, and the authoritative aura emanating from teacher Zhou Ting made him feel stifled, as if he were trapped in an invisible cage. Li Yang nudged Jiang Han lightly with his elbow and whispered, "Looks like we're the prime targets now. We'd better stay sharp, no more giving the teacher a reason to call us out." A hint of worry flickered in his eyes, for no one wanted to be under constant scrutiny in class. Jiang Han shot him a glare and retorted in a low, irritated voice, "This is all your fault." At that moment he was filled with regret. If only he hadn't goofed off with Li Yang during class, they wouldn't have been singled out as examples. Wang Zhe, sitting beside them, cautiously lifted his head to glance at teacher Zhou Ting on the podium. He saw the teacher staring at them with a stern expression, as if he could see right through his thoughts. Startled, Wang Zhe quickly lowered his head, silently praying that the lesson would end soon without any further mishaps. Zhang Yu on the other hand sat upright, his eyes fixed on the blackboard, but his mind had already wandered far away. He was thinking how much better it would be if he could sneakily play on his phone in the corner as usual, instead of being on edge like this, constantly fearing the teacher's reprimand. Teacher Zhou Ting, seeing that the four had finally settled, nodded in satisfaction, cleared his throat and resumed his lecture. But the four of them, though pretending to listen attentively, some doodling in their notebooks, others staring blankly at the board, were each lost in their own thoughts, all hoping that this agonizing class would end soon so they could escape this awkward and oppressive situation. Sitting in the front row, the four felt as if they were being roasted over a fire, utterly uncomfortable. Every second and minute was excruciating. Jiang Han occasionally sneaked a yawn, careful not to catch the teacher's eye. Li Yang fidgeted restlessly, fiddling with his stationery and stealing glances at his classmates. Wang Zhe stared blankly at the blackboard, his mind miles away. Zhang Yu felt even worse, as if time had frozen, each day dragging on like an eternity. Finally Zhang Yu couldn't bear it any longer. He stealthily glanced at his watch and his eyes lit up. The class was about to end. As if receiving a signal of liberation, he perked up immediately. His drooping head lifted, he straightened his back, and a glimmer of vitality returned to his eyes. "Getting your energy back just before the bell." Teacher Zhou Ting had long noticed Zhang Ye's change. Seeing him suddenly spring to life, he asked with a teasing smile. The teacher's voice was low, but in the quiet classroom it was especially clear, drawing the attention of many classmates toward Zhang Yu. Zhang Ye's face flushed slightly and he gave an awkward smile without responding. He knew the teacher was joking, but he felt too embarrassed to say anything, so he could only mask his discomfort with a grin. "Alright, this class is almost over. Let me tell you something important." Teacher Zhou Ting clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention. His gaze swept across the classroom before he announced loudly, "Our class monitor will be Xie Liang and the vice monitor will be Chen Xian." Teacher Zhou Ting's voice echoed clearly through the classroom like a clap of thunder. Many students immediately turned their eyes toward Xie Liang and Chen Xian. After speaking, teacher Zhou Ting stepped down from the podium, walked over to Jiang Han and tapped lightly on his desk. His gaze swept across the four in turn as he said sternly, "You four, behave yourselves. Cooperate with the two monitors." Though his tone carried a hint of jest, his eyes conveyed seriousness and expectation. "Got it, teacher Zhou." Jiang Han immediately nodded in response, a sincere smile on his face. Li Yang, Wang Zhe and Zhang Yu also nodded, one after another, indicating their compliance. "Alright, that's all for today. Class dismissed." With that, teacher Zhou Ting picked up his lesson plan, turned and left the classroom. As the teacher departed, the classroom instantly buzzed with activity. Students began chatting among themselves, discussing the newly appointed monitor and vice monitor. Jiang Han and his three companions finally breathed a sigh of relief, having endured that agonizing class. The cheerful ringing of the class bell seemed like a trumpet of liberation. As if receiving a command, the four of them immediately left the classroom with eagerness. Jiang Han walked at the front, bearing two heavy dark circles under his eyes. He appeared listless, utterly exhausted, and his steps were unsteady. "Ha ha ha, Jiang Han, how about I send you to the zoo to keep company with the pandas?" Li Yang, looking at Jiang Han's appearance, couldn't help laughing and teased him. As he spoke, he reached out and draped an arm over Jiang Han's shoulder, his face full of playful mischief. Jiang Han cast a feeble glance at Li Yang and muttered, "Go away, always talking nonsense." Though he said that he truly lacked the energy to argue with Li Yang. "I'm going back to the dorm to get some shut-eye." "What are you guys up to?" Jiang Han asked, tilting his head slightly, a hint of hope in his eyes that someone would join him for a rest in the dorm. "I'm going back to sleep too. Nothing planned for today." Zhang Zhe said, stretching his arms wide with a weary expression. Clearly after a morning of classes he too was feeling fatigued. Aren't you going to register your car? The auction for the license plate 88888 is tomorrow at 3 p.m. Li Yang said, slowly, frowning slightly as if reminding Jiang Han of this important matter. Hearing this, Jiang Han's dim eyes flickered with a glimmer of light. After pondering for a moment he smiled and said, then I'll go check it out tomorrow. It's the weekend again, gotta recharge my energy. He thought. The license plate auction might be a fun diversion, and if he could snag the 88888 plate it would be quite amusing. Besides, after the ordeal of last night he really needed a good rest to be fresh for tomorrow. Alright, let's head back to the dorm, get a good sleep and be ready for the auction tomorrow. Li Yang patted Jiang Han on the shoulder and the four of them walked together toward the dorm, chatting and laughing along the way. Their tired figures gradually faded into the distance on the campus path. The next afternoon sunlight filtered through the thin clouds, casting its glow over every corner of the city. Jiang Han and his three friends arrived at the auction hall punctually. The auction hall was majestic in appearance and its interior was lavishly decorated. Crystal chandeliers emitted a soft brilliant light, illuminating the entire lobby in resplendent gold. The floor was paved with smooth marble, reflecting people's figures like a giant mirror. Jiang Han's purpose was clear, he was determined to secure the license plate with 5/8. He wore a well-tailored black suit paired with a white shirt and a red tie, looking both handsome and composed. Though he hadn't rested well the night before, his eyes were resolute, radiating an unyielding determination. Li Yang and the other two were merely there for the excitement, looking around with curiosity at everything. I heard there's a charity ball after the auction this afternoon. We've got nothing else to do, let's join in. Li Yang said with a smile, his eyes sparkling with excitement as if he could already envision the lively scene at the ball. What's so fun about a charity ball? It's just putting on airs and checking out pretty girls. Zhang Zhe said slowly, arms crossed, a hint of disdain on his face, though a slight upturn at the corner of his mouth betrayed a trace of anticipation. As he spoke a familiar voice rang out, Xiao Yang. Everyone turned to see Li Wei walking toward the four of them. Li Wei was tall and had an impressive bearing, dressed in a deep blue custom-tailored suit. Every detail reflected his taste and status. He walked steadily and quickly reached them. Bro, why are you here? Li Yang asked, a surprised expression on his face. He hadn't expected to run into his brother here. Brother Wei. Jiang Han and the other two greeted Li Wei with smiles, familiar with him and holding him in high regard. In their eyes Li Wei was not only Li Yang's older brother but also a capable and charismatic figure. Hello everyone. Li Wei nodded at Jiang Han and the others, a warm smile on his face, and then said to Li Yang, if you all can come, why can't I? His tone was light and teasing. Just then a woman in a long red dress approached them. The dress, like a blazing flame, accentuated her figure perfectly. Her hair was pinned up, revealing a long elegant neck, and her exquisite earrings shimmered under the lights. When she spotted Li Yang she smiled and greeted Xiao Yang. Her voice was gentle and alluring. Upon seeing her, Li Yang immediately frowned and called out somewhat helplessly, Sister Ling. His expression suggested he had mixed feelings about her. The woman called Sister Ling smiled and nodded, her smile as radiant as spring flowers. Then her gaze shifted to Jiang Han and the others, curiosity in her eyes. She asked with a smile, Xiao Yang, who are these three? Introduce them to your sister. These are my roommates Jiang Han, Zhang Yu and Wang Zhe. Li Yang said, pointing to each of them in turn. The three also greeted her with smiles. Jiang Han gave a slight nod, Zhang Yu showed a friendly grin, and Wang Zhe waved enthusiastically. The auction soon began. A staff member stepped onto the stage and announced the official start. The entire hall fell silent, all eyes fixed on the stage. Li Wei and Sister Ling sat in the front row of the auction hall, their positions conspicuous and every move they made attracting attention. Jiang Han and his friends casually sat in the last row. They didn't care about the seating arrangement, their minds were fully focused on the license plate auction, their eyes fixed on the stage, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the highly anticipated 5/8 plate. One exquisite item after another was presented before the audience by the staff. Some were antique ornaments with unique shapes, others were priceless paintings by renowned masters. Each piece exuded a distinctive charm, radiant and resplendent under the illumination of the lights. However, Jiang Han and his three companions showed not the slightest interest in these objects. What's the point of all this? My dad loves fiddling with this kind of stuff at home. Zhang Zhe remarked, lazily leaning back against his seat. His body tilted slightly and his gaze was filled with dismissiveness. I've never found it interesting. Zhang Zhe continued, tilting his head back against the seat, his eyes laced with indifference. His father was an avid collector of antiques, calligraphy and paintings, and the house was brimming with various collections, yet Zhang Zhe could never understand why his father was so obsessed with these things. "I don't know either, maybe the joy of the old folks is something we just can't get," Li Yang said with resigned helplessness, spreading his hands and offering a bitter smile. To him, although these auction pieces were exquisite, they simply failed to pique his interest. He would rather spend his time on something vibrant and thrilling than sit here staring at these cold, lifeless objects. Jiang Han furrowed his brow slightly but said nothing. His mind was entirely occupied by the upcoming license plate with 5 number 8s, leaving him utterly indifferent to the present items. Wang Zhe, utterly bored, kept glancing around, sometimes observing the expressions of the people nearby, sometimes peering at the items on the stage, occasionally yawning, his ennui palpable. The auctioneer on stage continued to introduce each item with fervent enthusiasm, while the audience below varied. Some were completely absorbed, their eyes betraying a craving for the pieces, while others, like Jiang Han and his companion, seemed conspicuously uninterested. Throughout the auction hall the atmosphere was subtly charged by the divergent moods of the attendees, and within this ambience Jiang Han and his 3 friends quietly awaited the lot they truly cared about. Soon the large screen on the auction stage finally displayed the item Jiang Han was prepared to bid on. That conspicuous license plate number, 88,888, gleamed brilliantly under the light of the screen as if imbued with an intangible magic, instantly capturing all of Jiang Han's attention. "It's next!" Li Yang exclaimed excitedly, patting Jiang Han on the shoulder as he stared at the screen. A hint of anticipation sparkled in his eyes. Although he himself had little interest in the plate, he felt a surge of excitement for Jiang Han's impending bid. Jiang Han replied with a slight nod, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the screen, his eyes resolute and focused as if the entire world had narrowed down to this single license plate. He tightened his grip on the bidding paddle, his knuckles turning white from the pressure, revealing both his nervousness and his unwavering determination. Shortly after the previous lot was auctioned off, the license plate with 5 8s officially made its debut. The experience at the gas station had filled him with confidence in the system. He knew he had embarked on it. The host cleared his throat on stage and announced loudly, "This lot is rather special, it's a license plate." His voice, amplified by the microphone, carried throughout the hall with an air of unequivocal authority. As he spoke, 2 tall staff members stepped forward in unison, displaying the 2 license plates bearing the number 88,888. The plates shimmered with a metallic luster under the lights, the 5 striking 8 digits seeming to proclaim their rarity and uniqueness. The host's voice rang out again, "The starting bid is 5,000,000 and each increment must be no less than 1,000,000. No sooner had the words left his mouth than someone in the audience immediately raised their paddle without hesitation, shouting, 1,000,000. The voice was loud and crisp, displaying the bidder's determination to win the plate at all costs. Another person, not to be outdone, promptly raised a paddle and began to raise the bid. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense and fierce as the bidders fought relentlessly, each unwilling to yield. Before long the price of the plate had been driven up to 6.7 million. The rapid escalation of the price drew gasps of astonishment from the crowd, all marveling at the plate's immense appeal. 6,700,000 already, looks like it's heading toward 8 or 9. Li Yang commented, leaning in toward Jiang Han with a mix of surprise and awe. To him the price had already far exceeded his imagination. Bidder number 48 offers 6,700,000. Going once, the host announced, sweeping his gaze across the room with an expectant look, hoping for more bidders to join. He then called out, "Is there any other bidder?" His voice echoed through the silent auction hall like a challenge. 6,700,000 going twice. The host's voice rang out again, each word striking like a heavy hammer on the hearts of the bidders. As his words faded, Jiang Han slowly raised his numbered paddle and called out in a steady, forceful voice, 7,000,000. His voice, though not loud, was exceptionally clear in the tense atmosphere. Every gaze instantly shifted to him and a new round of bidding competition began. 750. The bidder number 48 immediately raised his paddle and shouted, his tone carrying an undeniable assertiveness, as if signaling to Jiang Han that he was determined to claim the plate. His eyes locked onto Jiang Han as if engaging in a silent duel. 8,000,000. Jiang Han shot back instantly, his voice calm and decisive, without the slightest hesitation. At that moment his only focus was on securing the plate. He paid no heed to the other's provocation. He held his paddle steady, meeting the gaze of bidder 48 with unwavering resolve, showing no sign of backing down. "Whoa, that young lad seems quite formidable," murmured some people around. Their gazes darted between Jiang Han and bidder 48, filled with curiosity about the fierce bidding war. Some speculated about Jiang Han's background, while others silently anticipated the final outcome. "Bidder 93 offers 8,000,000, the host exclaimed, his voice rising with excitement, trying to electrify the atmosphere. Then he added, 8,000,000, any other bids?" His eyes scanned the entire hall, missing no potential bidder. 8 million going once. The host's voice echoed through the venue, each word urging other bidders to make a decision. 8 million going twice. As the host's call resounded, the tension in the hall escalated and everyone held their breath waiting for the final outcome. 8 million. Before the host could finish, the bidder 48 shouted again, 850. His voice was almost a roar, carrying a last-ditch determination. After bidding, he abruptly stood up, his eyes blazing with obvious anger, staring straight toward Jiang Han and his companions as if trying to pressure Jiang Han with his glare. 1,000. Jiang Han calmly raised his paddle again and declared, his expression utterly impassive, as if 10 million was just an ordinary number to him. His gaze met that of bidder 48 with serene confidence and composure. At the moment their eyes locked, anger was clearly brewing in his opponent's eyes. He had not expected Jiang Han to raise the bid so decisively and by such a large margin, which severely challenged his plans. Hearing Jiang Han's offer, bidder 48 reluctantly lifted his paddle, preparing to bid again. His hand trembled slightly in the air, betraying his inner struggle. He had been determined to win the plate, but Jiang Han's bid had pushed it beyond what he could comfortably bear. Yet halfway up he lowered his hand and sat back down. He let out a deep sigh, his face etched with frustration and resignation. After all, continuing to raise the price might exceed his budget and make the whole affair counterproductive. 10 million going once, the host shouted excitedly, his voice quivering with fervor. 10 million going twice. The auction hall fell into a silence so deep that you could hear a pin drop. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the host, awaiting the decisive third call. 10 million going 3 times. Sold. The host raised his gavel high and brought it down with a resounding thud. Congratulations to bidder 93 for successfully winning this license plate. As the bidding concluded, the atmosphere in the auction hall gradually eased from tension to calm. A few staff members walked in neat steps, carrying the highly coveted license plate, and strode directly toward Jiang Han. With professional smiles they respectfully placed the license plate on the table before Jiang Han. Gazing at the plate, Jiang Han's heart brimmed with joy. The plate, which had borne so many of his expectations, was now finally laid out before him. The next steps involved the formalities of paperwork and payment. Jiang Han methodically cooperated with the staff, filling out various forms and documents and signing his confirmation. His movements were proficient and steady, as if he were long accustomed to such occasions. When it came time to pay, Jiang Han did not hesitate for a moment, completing the 10 million payment with ease. The instant the transaction was finished, a system voice suddenly rang out in Jiang Han's mind. Ding. Detected host has completed a consumption of 10 million. Triggering 14-fold return. Remaining returns count 2. The sound was crisp and clear like a celestial melody, instantly invigorating Jiang Han. This was the first time he had triggered such a high multiplier return, and the joy in his heart was beyond words. His eyes lit up instantly and his face overflowed with irrepressible excitement. Then the phone beeped with a text message again. Jiang Han eagerly picked up his phone and saw a bank credit notification on the screen. 140 million had arrived immediately. Seeing that number, Jiang Han's heartbeat quickened suddenly and a tremendous sense of accomplishment surged within him. He gripped the phone tightly, as if holding the entire world. In the front row, Ling Jie, who had been quietly chatting with Li Wei, turned around out of curiosity upon hearing the commotion from the back, wanting to see who had just spent 10 million on a license plate. When she turned and her gaze fell on Jiang Han, she paused for a moment, then a look of keen interest appeared on her face. She whispered to Li Wei beside her, Xiao Yang's classmate is no ordinary person. 10 million for a license plate. Her eyes held a hint of surprise and curiosity, clearly taken aback by Jiang Han's lavish move. Ling Jie, this isn't rare. Li Wei leaned slightly closer to Ling Jie and replied in a low voice, keeping his words soft enough for only the two of them to hear. Just a few days ago I saw him driving a Wanio sports car. It's worth at least 100 million. As he spoke, Li Wei glanced at Jiang Han out of the corner of his eye, as if emphasizing to Ling Jie how extraordinary Jiang Han was. Wow. So impressive. Ling Jie teased with a laugh, admiration evident in her eyes. She had originally thought Jiang Han was just an ordinary student with some family wealth, but never imagined he was so wealthy. She gently shook her head, her smile growing even brighter, and then added, have you heard? Longhao Grand Hotel was acquired by a mysterious tycoon for 51% of its shares. Her tone carried a hint of mystery, as if sharing a major secret. Of course I heard. How could I not have heard about such a big event? Li Wei nodded, his brows slightly furrowed as if in thought. I wonder who this mysterious tycoon is. Being able to come up with that much money to acquire Longhao Grand Hotel, definitely not ordinary. Li Wei's gaze was somewhat deep. Having navigated the business world for many years, he knew well that such an acquisition signified enormous wealth and influence. Yes, Longhao Grand Hotel is a landmark building around here. There must be quite a story behind it. Ling Jie echoed, her eyes revealing a hint of curiosity as if she was eager to know the identity of the mysterious tycoon. Maybe Longhao Grand Hotel will make some big moves in the future. Ling Jie lightly pursed her lips, silently guessing at the possible changes ahead. The two whispered to each other, occasionally glancing at Jiang Han, filled with curiosity and puzzlement about this seemingly ordinary yet enigmatic young man. With his objective achieved, Jiang Han had no interest in the upcoming auction items. He sat with Li Yang and the other two, watching curiously as if it were a lively spectacle. Throughout the rest of the auction, the varied reactions of the people around them and the intense bidding atmosphere became entertaining scenes in their eyes. Time passed quietly in this observation, and soon the auction came to an end. Ladies and gentlemen, our auction has concluded. A banquet awaits you all. Enjoy your meal. The host announced on stage with a beaming smile, his voice echoing through the loudspeakers across the auction hall. Hearing this, Li Yang immediately stood up, stretching his arms wide in an exaggerated motion as if releasing all the fatigue from his body, muttering, "Finally over. I'm hungry." He rubbed his stomach, his appearance drawing soft laughter from those around him. "Me too." Zhang Zhe echoed, rising to his feet and patting Li Yang on the shoulder, a satisfied smile on his face as if he couldn't wait to enjoy the banquet's delicacies. As the four were talking, Li Wei and Ling Jie came up to them. Li Wei wore a smile, his eyes sincere with congratulations, and spoke first. "Congratulations, little brother Jiang Han, on winning the plate with 5/8. His voice was warm and firm, pleasant to hear. Ling Jie chimed in beside him, a graceful smile on her face. "Yes, Jiang Han, this plate is truly impressive. You'll definitely turn heads wherever you go." Her words carried a hint of teasing but were full of goodwill. "Thank you, brother Wei. And thank you, sister Ling." Jiang Han nodded with a smile, his expression sunny and confident, with a lingering trace of joy from securing the plate. At that moment he felt exceptionally pleased. Not only had he obtained the desired plate, but he also felt the warm wishes of his friends. "Let's all go to the banquet together and have some fun," Li Wei suggested, looking at Jiang Han and the others with an inviting gaze. "Great, brother, well, join you then." Li Yang immediately responded, his face showing anticipation. For him, attending the banquet with everyone would surely be more enjoyable. The group emerged from the auction hall and made their way toward the banquet hall upstairs. The spacious corridor was flanked by exquisite artworks, with soft light spilling across the floor, creating an atmosphere of warmth and elegance. Along the way, well-dressed individuals constantly came up to greet Li Wei, who always responded with a smile, exuding grace in every gesture. Meanwhile, Sister Ling's gaze frequently fell upon Jiang Han, sizing him up with evident interest. She tilted her head slightly, a hint of curiosity in her eyes, as if trying to discern something unique about him. "Hey, Sister Ling. He's a whole cycle younger than you. Why keep staring at him?" Li Wei remarked, a slight smirk curling at the corner of his mouth as he teased her in a low voice. Although his voice was low, Sister Ling still heard him clearly in the quiet corridor. "Scram. A dog's mouth can't spit out ivory. I'm just curious about this little brother, all right." Sister Ling feigned anger, lightly punching Li Wei as she spoke slowly. Her tone was coquettish, but her gaze remained fixed on Jiang Han. "Bro, you two go do whatever you need to. We're going to grab some food," Li Yang interjected. He really didn't want to be teased by Sister Ling any longer, and his stomach was growling with hunger, eager to seek out some delicacies. Li Wei nodded, a gentle smile on his face, signaling them to help themselves. Li Yang then led Jiang Han and the others toward a long table laden with various desserts. The long table was covered with all kinds of exquisite sweets, adorable macarons, cakes exuding rich chocolate aroma, and glistening fruit tarts, each one mouth-watering. "Let's stay far away from those two," Li Yang whispered, glancing back warily as he spoke, afraid that Sister Ling might suddenly appear again. "Li Yang, why do I get the feeling you're really afraid of Sister Ling?" Jiang Han asked in a low voice, observing Li Yang's cautious demeanor with curiosity. In his view, Li Yang was usually fearless, so it was rare to see him so wary of anyone. "Don't even mention it. This sister has been bullying me since we were kids," Li Yang said, helplessly frowning as if recalling those past bullying experiences, looking thoroughly exasperated. "That brutal. But doesn't match her appearance. Such an aloof older sister." Wang Zhe laughed, picking up a macaron and popping it into his mouth with a satisfied look. In his eyes, Sister Ling was elegant and beautiful, hard to imagine as someone who enjoyed bullying others. This sister comes from an impressive background. Wang Zhe, your family might even know Sister Ling. Li Yang replied, exasperated, grabbing a cake and taking a huge bite as if trying to drown his frustration in food. Forget it. I'm not asking further. Wang Zhe immediately responded, not wanting to stir up trouble out of curiosity. They chatted softly while enjoying the desserts, reveling in the light-hearted moment. Each of the four held a plate, flitting back and forth among the delicacies like cheerful birds. Their eyes sparkled with excitement, and every new dish they spotted drew exclamations of delight. Jiang Han selected a delicate cheesecake and some fresh fruit. Zhang Zhe gravitated toward all kinds of meat, steak and barbecue filling his plate. Wang Zhe lingered in the dessert section, grabbing several different flavored puddings. Li Yang unceremoniously piled everything that looked good onto his plate until it towered like a small mountain. Shortly after, Li Wei walked over to them with steady steps, a hint of concern in his eyes. Finish your meal and head back to school early. Got it. Go do whatever you need to. Why bother about us? Li Yang said grumpily, his mouth still stuffed with a piece of grilled meat, making his words somewhat garbled. In his mind he was already an adult and didn't need his brother's excessive supervision. You little brat. I hope you'll be this tough when you come asking for allowance. Li Wei, upon hearing this, gave Li Yang a playful smack on the head. Though it wasn't hard, it still made Li Yang yelp, ouch. Li Wei looked at Li Yang, both amused and exasperated. This younger brother was always so mischievous. If you don't give it to me, you'll have your mom ask for it. Li Yang retorted, lifting his head and looking at Li Wei with an air of triumph, as if he had caught his brother in a trap. In his heart he knew his brother was most obedient to their mother. If she intervened, Li Wei would surely hand over the allowance obediently. Li Wei shook his head helplessly, knowing his brother's temperament all too well and having no way to deal with him. Alright. Finish up and head back early, stay safe. As he spoke, a middle-aged man walked over with a wine glass and greeted Li Wei. President Li, long time no see. Long time no see. President Jean. Li Wei responded, and the two left together. Shortly after Li Wei left, a man in a black suit approached the four and said, Gentlemen, our young master would like to discuss something with you. Could we have a word in private? Who's your young master? We don't know him. No way. Li Yang replied rudely. Young master, our young master desires the license plate you just won at auction. Could we have a word? The man in black asked Jiang Han. Oh, coming for me. Alright. Let's talk. Jiang Han said. Then the four were led by the black-suited man out of the banquet hall and into a private room nearby. Inside the room, a young man in a pink suit was leisurely eating fruit, attended by two women in black stockings. Young master, they're here. The man in black announced slowly. Li Yang looked curiously at the one sitting on the sofa. When the young man turned around, Li Yang recognized who it was. Oh, what a coincidence. Second young master Li, the young man said slowly. Do you know him? Jiang Han asked quietly. This is the one who bid against me just now, isn't it? I really like that license plate you won. Can you let me have it? Consider it making a friend. Before Li Yang could respond, the young man directly asked Jiang Han. He used this half-joking remark to ease her conscience, not wanting to affect her mood at work over such a small matter. He smiled faintly, rose to his feet and said, I want bid for 10 million. I don't see that you like it that much either. With that he patted Li Yang on the shoulder and turned to the others, let's go. Wasting our time and missing out on the pretty girls. Upon hearing this, Li Yang, Wang Zhe and Zhang Yu all stood up, ready to leave this place that made them uncomfortable. Hey, are you sure you want reconsider? The young man asked again, obviously unwilling to give up this opportunity to sell at a high price. Sure. Sell it to you for 100 million. I'll think it over. Jiang Han raised his hand and waved, replying. Then he left the private room with Li Yang and the other two, leaving the young man standing there dumbfounded at a loss for what to do. After leaving the private room, Zhang Yu asked, Li Yang, do you know him? I feel like there's some tension. I know him. He's Bai Chen from Hangcheng. Li Yang spoke slowly, a hint of helplessness in his tone. Bai Chen. I remember now. Last year I saw him in Jingdu with my brother. Zhang Yu said, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Your brother? Who is your brother? Wang Zhe asked casually, clearly taken aback by this information. My brother is Zhang Lin, Zhang Yu replied helplessly, as if stating an obvious fact. Holy cow! Li Yang exclaimed, clearly shocked that Zhang Ye's brother turned out to be Zhang Lin, one of the four young masters of Jingdu. Sigh, it's too stressful for an ordinary guy like me to hang out with you three. Jiang Han teased, a relaxed smile on his face but a hint of mockery in his eyes. He spread his hands and shook his head in mock helplessness. As he spoke, Zhang Yu and Wang Zhe immediately grabbed Jiang Han by the neck, their actions seemingly forceful yet carefully measured, just a playful scuffle. Zhang Yu laughed, you call yourself ordinary. Driving a supercar worth hundreds of millions, spending 10 million on a license plate. And you tell me you're ordinary. He couldn't help laughing as he spoke, his hearty laughter echoing in the corridor. You're even more pretentious than that Bai Chun just now. Wang Zhe also chimed in, his eyes narrowing into slits as he beamed with delight. In his view, Jiang Han's claim of being ordinary was just too hilarious. He'll take you to the restroom, we three will teach young Master Han a lesson there. Li Yang also joined the jest, reaching out to sling an arm over Jiang Han's shoulder and pretending to drag him toward the restroom, muttering, today we must let young Master Han learn that he shouldn't pretend to be ordinary in front of us. Jiang Han, caught between laughter and exasperation, struggled and begged with a smile, stop it, stop it. I'm wrong, okay? I'm not ordinary, all right. The group jostled and frolicked in the hallway as if forgetting all their worries, fully savoring this light-hearted moment. Passers-by couldn't help but smile, knowingly touched by the pure friendship among them. Amid the horseplay, Jiang Han's phone suddenly rang. Li Yang sharpied saw the caller ID and broke into a mischievous grin. Senior Su Yao is checking up on you, he teased. His tone was full of teasing, drawing laughs from the others. Jiang Han gave Li Yang a helpless look and then answered the call. In an instant, Su Yao's gentle, sweet voice came through the phone, turn your head to the right. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Han turned and looked. There in a corner of the banquet hall, Su Yao stood gracefully, waving lightly at Jiang Han. She was wearing a light blue evening gown today, its tailored fit perfectly accentuating her graceful figure. The hem swayed gently with her movements like a blooming blue flower. Her hair was casually draped over her shoulders, a few strands shimmering with enchanting luster under the lights. Her delicate features appeared even more captivating in the illumination, and the smile at the corner of her mouth like a warm spring sun instantly warmed Jiang Han's heart. Seeing this, Jiang Han immediately hung up the phone, a tender smile unconsciously spreading across his face, and then he quickly walked towards Su Yao. He approached Su Yao and asked softly, where are you going? His tone was full of concern. Holy cow! Senior Su Yao! What a coincidence! Wang Zhe exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Su Yao in the distance. His eyes widened in disbelief as if witnessing something incredible. Li Yang chuckled beside him, this is fate. Haven't you heard of hearts that beat as one? Maybe the couple already planned this. Zhang Yu nodded in agreement, it seems our brother Han has quite the charm, even the beautiful senior Su Yao is so smitten she came looking for him. As they spoke, they walked toward Jiang Han and Su Yao with light steps and warm smiles, ready to greet Su Yao. How did you end up here? Jiang Han stepped closer, slightly lowering his head to look at Su Yao, his eyes filled with surprise and concern as he asked softly. In his eyes at that moment, Su Yao was like the brightest star in the night sky, radiating a unique glow amid the lively banquet. I came with a friend. I didn't expect to run into you all. Su Yao said with a smile, her smile as brilliant as a flower in spring, her eyes bright and lively. As she spoke, she gently raised her hand and pointed to a woman in ornate attire not far away. The woman was wearing a burgundy evening gown exquisitely tailored to accentuate her tall and elegant figure. The gown was adorned with tiny diamonds that sparkled brilliantly under the lights like countless little stars dancing on her. Her hair was styled up high, revealing a slender neck, and the diamond necklace she wore added a touch of noble elegance. Li Yang and the others approached and greeted Su Yao with smiles. Hello, Senior Su Yao. Senior, what a coincidence. Su Yao smiled and responded to each of them, hello. What brings you all to this banquet today? Li Yang spoke up first, we came with Jiang Han to bid for a license plate. We just finished and were about to grab a bite when we ran into you, Senior. Jiang Han gazed at Su Yao, his heart brimming with joy. At that moment everything around him seemed to fade into the background, leaving only her figure in his eyes. He couldn't help but lean close to Su Yao's ear and whispered softly, the desserts here are quite nice, shall I get you some? His voice was gentle, carrying the unique tenderness and care reserved only for her. No need, I'm almost full. Su Yao nodded in response, tilting her head slightly with a sweet smile, her eyes full of gratitude for Jiang Han's thoughtfulness. The group stood there chatting, the atmosphere relaxed and pleasant. Before long the elegantly dressed girl strode back with graceful steps. Her movements were poised, each step radiating confidence, drawing the attention of many around. Yao Yao. How do you manage to attract handsome guys everywhere you go? The girl approached with a bright flamboyant smile, her eyes glinting with familiarity and teasing. Shwe shwe, these are juniors from our department. Su Yao replied with a warm smiling voice. Then she lifted Jiang Han's hand with a natural intimate gesture and said cheerfully, this is Jiang Han. I've told you about him. Her gaze toward Jiang Han was filled with tenderness and delight. Oh, so this is the little junior I've heard about, the girl teased, scanning Jiang Han with curiosity and intrigue. Then she introduced herself, Lin Shui. The senior sister of your senior sister Su Yao. Hello beautiful senior. Li Yang immediately responded with a beaming smile, putting on a well-behaved demeanor. Wang Zhe and Zhang Yu also chimed in with greetings, their eyes showing courtesy and respect toward Lin Shui. Lin Shui smiled and nodded, her gaze sweeping over the group before settling on the joined hands of Jiang Han and Su Yao. She raised an eyebrow, playfully teasing, looks like Yao Yao's life is pretty sweet lately, publicly flaunting your love. Su Yao's cheeks flushed slightly. She lightly tapped Lin Shui's arm and chided, you're always teasing me. Lin Shui chuckled softly, covering her mouth, her bright eyes sparkling with mischief. She said to Jiang Han, I'll borrow your senior Su Yao for a moment. I'll return her soon. Her tone was light and playful. What for? Su Yao asked, puzzled, looking at Lin Shui with questioning eyes. Lin Shui took Su Yao's hand and coaxed, the main purpose of this charity gala is to get familiar with that person from the capital. That's what everyone here is after. Just come with me please. Her voice was soft and sweet, her face adorned with a charming smile, making her appear both adorable and captivating. Su Yao understood her intention, she wanted Su Yao to accompany her to negotiate business. She smiled and nodded, all right, I'll go with you. With that, Su Yao turned to Jiang Han and said, I'll go with her. Her eyes held a hint of reluctance, but she couldn't refuse Lin Shui's request. Sure, go ahead. Jiang Han nodded in response, his gaze tender and full of trust and encouragement, as if telling her not to worry, he would be waiting for her return. Beautiful senior, who's the one from the capital? Li Yang asked curiously, his eyes sparkling with intrigue, eager to learn about the capital visitor at such an event. Zhang Lin, one of the 4 young masters of the capital, and his father. Lin Shui replied, a hint of pride in her tone, as if knowing such prominent figures was something to be proud of. Zhang Yu frowned, immediately wondering why he hadn't heard that his father and elder brother were coming to Zhonghai. He felt puzzled, unsure of the purpose of their visit and why they hadn't informed him beforehand. Here they come. Here they come. Yao Yao, come with me. I'll return junior Jiang Han to you later, okay? Lin Shui immediately pulled Su Yao forward, her steps light and her eyes revealing a hint of urgency, clearly not wanting to miss the chance to meet Zhang Lin and his father. Your dad and brother are here? Li Yang asked Zhang Yu, his face full of surprise, not expecting to encounter Zhang Ye's father and brother at this event. I have no idea either. I haven't been in touch with my family lately. Neither my dad nor my brother contacted me. Zhang Yu said, helplessly spreading his hands with a bewildered expression. He couldn't fathom why his father and elder brother would suddenly appear here without any prior notice. Jiang Han patted Zhang Yu on the shoulder and comforted him, maybe it's something important. You'll find out when you meet them later. Li Yang also nodded in agreement, yeah, don't overthink it. Maybe it's a pleasant surprise. I have no idea either. I haven't been in touch with my family lately. My dad and brother didn't contact me. Zhang Yu said, helplessly scratching his head in confusion. Hey, you're not a secret child, are you? Ha 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 ha. Wang Zhe teased with laughter, his voice echoing, drawing strange looks from those around. Get lost. Zhang Yu retorted irritably, waving his hand to stop Wang Zhe's jokes. He quickly pulled out his phone and dialed his elder brother's number. The call was answered promptly. Zhang Yu asked, you and dad are in Zhonghai? Huh? Who leaked the information? Zhang Lin's voice came through the phone, lazy and casual, as if he were leisurely enjoying a quiet afternoon. Never mind. I also know you're attending a charity gala. Zhang Yu continued, his tone urgent, clearly this matter was important to him. Hey Xiao Yu. The lazy voice on the phone disappeared, replaced by a mature, steady male voice, Zhang Ye's elder brother. His words carried an undeniable authority and gravity. Dad. Zhang Yu recognized the voice immediately, his tone filled with surprise and delight, not expecting to encounter his father and brother at such an event. Zhang Ye's father spoke, his voice carrying a hint of apology and helplessness, indicating that their visit was indeed for important work. Zhang Ye's father spoke, his voice carrying a hint of apology and helplessness, indicating that their visit was indeed for important work. I'll hang up. I see you. Zhang Yu spotted his father and elder brother in the crowd and was about to end the call. He didn't want to disturb his father's work in public and hoped to speak with them face-to-face soon. Don't hang. Zhang Lin quickly took the phone and said, go to VIP room 1 on the 2nd floor and wait. His tone was urgent and expectant, clearly eager to speak with his younger brother privately. Okay, I'll head over with my classmates first. Zhang Yu said, excitement and anticipation in his voice. Go ahead, go ahead. Zhang Lin replied, his tone carrying a mix of relief and anticipation. With that, Zhang Yu hung up and turned to Liang Wangzhe and Jiang Han, his face lit with excitement. Come on, let's go to VIP room 1 on the second floor. My father and brother told me to wait there. They exchanged glances and smiles, then walked together toward VIP room 1 on the second floor, their hearts full of anticipation and curiosity. The four of them strode toward VIP room 1 on the second floor. As he walked, Jiang Han messaged Su Yao to update her on his itinerary, and Su Yao immediately replied with acknowledgement. Soon the four entered the VIP room, where a waiter was already standing by ready to attend to them. They walked in and directly sat down on the sofas. The waiter promptly brought 4 glasses of water and placed them before each of them. Move to the inside spot, well, sit by the door. That way when your dad starts beating you we can make a run for it. Li Yang joked with a laugh. If my dad's going to beat me, he'll drag you all down with me so you can't escape. Zhang Yu retorted, speechless. Zhang Yu said, exasperated. Before long a commotion sounded from outside. The noise grew closer, accompanied by the rhythmic tapping of leather shoes on the floor, as if heralding the start of an important meeting. The door was pushed open once more. Chairman Zhang. Please come in, said a man in a crisp suit, bowing slightly with a professional smile and reverence in his eyes. As he spoke, a young man who bore a striking resemblance to Zhang Yu walked in with steady steps, following a middle-aged man of commanding presence. The middle-aged man stood tall and straight, his gaze deep and piercing, as if he could see through people's hearts. Every gesture exuded an innate authority that commanded reverence. The suit-clad man who had first spoken was startled to see others in the room, his face flushing with embarrassment. He hastily said to the middle-aged man, I'm so sorry, Chairman Zhang. I'll have them escorted out immediately. He rubbed his hands nervously as he spoke, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. No need, that's my youngest son, the middle-aged man said, slowly pointing at Zhang Yu with a look of affection. The four rose to their feet at the sight of the newcomers moving in unison. With excitement on his face, Zhang Yu led Jiang Han, Liang and Wang Zhe to stand before his father and elder brother, calling out in a clear voice, Dad. Uncle Zhang. Jiang Han, Liang and Wang Zhe also greeted, their voices polite and respectful, tinged with a hint of nervousness. After all, Chairman Zhang was a figure of immense influence in the business world. Hello to you all. Zhang Ye's father nodded with a warm smile, his gentle demeanor instantly easing the tension among the four. Then Zhang Lin looked at them with a teasing smile and asked, so you four were the ones who went to a bar on the first day of school? Don't bring up that sore subject. Zhang Yu retorted irritably, his face reddening at the memory of that bar visit on the first day. Ha ha ha. Zhang Lin burst out laughing, his hearty laughter echoing through the room. Then he warmly pulled them back onto the sofas, his manner natural and familiar, as if they were old friends reunited rather than strangers meeting for the first time. Soon many prominent figures of Zhonghai arrived in the room. Li Chen's sister Ling Suyao, Lin Shui and the earlier acquaintance Bai Chen all appeared in the box. The room instantly became lively with greetings and chatter. When Bai Chen saw the four, his face immediately darkened. A flicker of displeasure and hostility crossed his eyes as he stared at Jiang Han and the others, as if recalling some unpleasant past incident, his heart brimming with resentment. Li Wei's sister Ling Suyao and Lin Shui were all surprised to see the four. They hadn't expected to run into them here. Their faces showed surprise before breaking into smiles as they came over to greet them. Xiao Yu, you and your classmates sit next to me. I'll have a talk with you later. Zhang Ye's father called out in a firm, commanding tone. Hearing this, Zhang Yu led Jiang Han and the other two over to sit beside him. As soon as they sat down, the atmosphere in the room shifted subtly, all eyes fell on them to varying degrees, as if a grand play was about to unfold. Bai Chen glared at Jiang Han, fury blazing in his heart. But the occasion forced him to suppress it. He could only clench his teeth and ball his fists unconsciously. Li Wei's sister Ling, Lin Shui and Su Yao were even more astonished to see where the four were seated. That spot was the most prominent in the room. It being seated beside Chairman Zhang clearly indicated their extraordinary status. Xiao Wei, these roommates of Xiao Yang are no ordinary people. The second young master of Chairman Zhang. And another one who spent 10 million on a license plate. Sister Ling said softly, tilting her head toward Li Chen, her eyes full of surprise and wonder. These four guys went straight to a bar on the first day of school. I don't know their backgrounds either. But I'm sure every one of them is remarkable. Li Chen shook his head helplessly, sighing softly. He seemed both exasperated by the young men's behavior and curious about their backgrounds. As he finished, Zhang Lin had somehow soundlessly appeared beside Li Chen and whispered, who spent 10 million on a license plate. His voice was soft but carried an undeniable authority. Holy crap. You scared me to death. Li Chen jumped at the sudden voice, his body giving a start. With a frightened expression he couldn't help curse. Ha ha ha. Zhang Lin laughed heartily, his infectious laughter instantly lightening the tense atmosphere. He then pulled up a chair and sat down casually. So that's your little brother. No wonder he looked familiar when I first saw him. Li Chen said, slapping his forehead as if just realizing. You two have met? Zhang Lin asked, raising an eyebrow with a hint of confusion. Hard not to. On the first day of school my brother and those two kids went to a bar. You should know about that too. Li Chen shook his head and gave a helpless smile, appearing a bit vexed by his younger brother's bar visit on the first day. That's terrible. My brother and your brother are hanging out together. There'll be no peace from now on. Zhang Lin immediately frowned upon hearing this, his face showing worry as he began to imagine all the trouble the brothers might cause together. Then Zhang Lin pressed on, first tell me who spent 10 million on a license plate. He fixed his eyes on Li Wei, eager for the answer. That classmate sitting next to your brother, his name is Jiang Han. Li Wei replied, pointing toward Jiang Han with a mysterious look. 10 million for a license plate? What plate? Zhang Lin pressed on, his curiosity fully piqued. 5/8. Li Wei said, then deliberately paused for effect before leaning close to Zhang Lin's ear and whispering, let me tell you, this young man Jiang Han is no ordinary person. Li Wei said, then deliberately paused for effect before leaning close to Zhang Lin's ear and whispering, let me tell you, this young man Jiang Han is no ordinary person. Let's invite him over to your place to hang out tomorrow. Zhang Lin said with a smile, his eyes sparkling with excitement and a look of keen interest. His gaze fixed directly on Jiang Han as if he was already plotting to get to know him better. The moonlight quietly ascended outside, its gentle rays filtering through the window gaps and spilling across the banquet hall, imbuing the entire scene with a romantic and tranquil ambience. Meanwhile the banquet proceeded in an orderly manner. Who stepped on Bai Chen's tail? Zhang Lin glanced at Bai Chen, whose expression was visibly grim, and asked. He tilted his head slightly, looking at Li Chen beside him, his eyes brimming with curiosity. No idea. Who knows what got into him? But seeing him so miserable actually cheers me up. Li Wei chuckled, a gloating expression spreading across his face, his lips curling upward and a playful glint dancing in his eyes. Same here. Zhang Lin also replied with a quiet laugh. He exchanged a knowing glance with Li Wei and they both grinned as if witnessing Bai Chen's discomfort was an endless source of amusement. Who else could have provoked him? Jiang Han, of course. It was him who vied with Bai Chen for that license plate. Ling Jia leaned in slightly and whispered to the two. Though her voice was low, it was clear enough for Zhang Lin and Li Chen to hear. Ah, so this young Jiang Han fellow doesn't get along with him either. Ha ha ha. Zhang Lin laughed, turning his gaze toward Jiang Han with a mix of admiration and curiosity. He hadn't expected Jiang Han at such a young age to possess the audacity to stand up to Bai Chen. Seated at the head of the table, Zhang Ye's father dined while conversing with Zhang Yu, Jiang Han and the others. His tone was warm and amiable as he inquired about their studies and daily lives. However, aside from Zhang Yu, who responded with ease, Jiang Han, Li Yang and Wang Zhe were all visibly constrained. His tone was warm and amiable as he inquired about their studies and daily lives. However, aside from Zhang Yu, who responded with ease, Jiang Han, Li Yang and Wang Zhe were all visibly constrained. Li Chen chuckled, his gaze shifting away from Bai Chen toward Li Yang, Jiang Han and Wang Zhe. Seeing them sit there awkwardly and nervously, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. It's boring here. You two full yet? Shall we change the venue? Zhang Lin asked with a grin. He set down his utensils, leaned back in his chair and his eyes betrayed a hint of eagerness. Where to? Ling Jia asked with a smile, tilting her head slightly, curiosity flickering in her eyes. A bar, of course. Where else? Zhang Lin replied with a grin, raising an eyebrow as if the suggestion were utterly natural. Ah, you go ahead. Ling Jia waved her hand with a playful expression. Tisk tisk, the young lady isn't coming. Wouldn't your little puppy be upset? Zhang Lin teased, deliberately putting on an exaggerated expression to coax a reaction from Ling Jia. Get lost. I've already made plans with my girlfriends, flying abroad tomorrow for a trip. Ling Jia retorted irritably, shooting Zhang Lin a glare. Though her words were dismissive, a smile lingered on her face. Alright then, well, get together again when you're back from your trip. Zhang Lin turned to Li Chen. So it's settled, the bar, and well, bring those lads along. Zhang Lin nodded, stood upright with a poised posture and walked with unhurried steps toward the head of the table. He approached behind Jiang Han and Zhang Yu, bent slightly and said, Dad, I'm taking them somewhere else to have fun. You do what you need to. His tone carried a casual familiarity, and to outsiders the father-son dynamic seemed effortlessly relaxed. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ye's father cast a resigned glance at his eldest son, his eyes tinged with helplessness yet brimming with deep affection. Seeing this, Zhang Lin smiled and patted Jiang Han and Zhang Yu on the shoulders. "You guys full? If so, let's change the venue." "We're done. We're done." Zhang Yu replied, immediately eager to escape the somewhat stifling atmosphere. His older brother's proposal was a welcome relief. "Eat and leave," Zhang Lin said cheerfully, excitement gleaming on his face as if he couldn't wait to dive into the next round of fun. Hearing this, Jiang Han and the other two felt as if they had been granted liberation. They had been somewhat restrained in front of Zhang Ye's father, but now they could finally relax and enjoy themselves. Thus they followed Zhang Lin out of the private room. "Bro, do you know Brother Wei and Sister Ling?" Zhang Yu asked curiously once they had left the room. He had always known his elder brother had a wide circle, but he hadn't expected him to be so close with Li Chen and Ling Jie. "When we first met you were still wetting the bed." Zhang Lin teased his younger brother with a broad grin. "Well, not that extreme, but you were probably still playing in the mud." Li Wei chimed in, adding to the light-hearted and jovial atmosphere among them. As he spoke, Zhang Lin naturally pulled Jiang Chen close and said with a grin, "I heard you had a run-in with that bastard Bai Chen." His eyes held both concern and a hint of readiness to stand up for Jiang Han. "Bro Lin, you sure are well informed." Jiang Han replied, a little surprised that Zhang Lin had found out so quickly. "No worries, if he dares to mess with you I've got your back." Zhang Lin patted Jiang Han's shoulder firmly, exuding an aura of a protective elder brother. "Thanks Bro Lin." Jiang Han smiled, feeling a warm sense of care from this new friend. "Don't mention it. No need to thank me. I heard that Dark Knight's whisper is in your possession." Zhang Lin inquired, his eyes sparkling with anticipation and excitement, clearly fascinated by the luxury car. "Yeah." Jiang Han nodded in confirmation, understanding that Zhang Lin was referring to the globally unique sports car. "Have you driven it yet?" Zhang Lin asked excitedly, his voice rising, unintentionally underscoring his intense curiosity about the vehicle. "Not yet." Jiang Han replied, shaking his head slightly. "Ah, that's a pity," Zhang Lin said with a grin. Though a tinge of regret flickered, his smile remained undiminished. He patted Jiang Han's back. "You've got to take it for a spin sometime, feel it for real." As they chatted, the group made their way toward the elevator. The doors opened and they stepped inside. The confined space was filled with a relaxed yet subtly electrifying ambience. Zhang Lin stood at the front, hands in his pockets, a confident smile on his face. Jiang Han stood beside him, tilting his head upward, watching the numbers jump on the elevator display. Zhang Yu, Liang and Wang Zhe stood behind, chatting softly, occasionally bursting into light laughter. The elevator soon reached the first floor and the doors slid open gently, revealing a lively scene before them. The hotel lobby was bustling with people in all manner of resplendent attire, their chatter and laughter intermingling under the dazzling lights. Zhang Lin stepped out of the elevator first, leading the group toward the hotel entrance. As they reached the door, a cool night breeze swept in, brushing softly against their faces, bringing a sense of unusual comfort. A row of luxury cars gleamed brilliantly under the lights at the entrance. Zhang Lin walked over to a sleek sports car, pressed the key fob, and the door lifted upward slowly like a steel falcon spreading its wings in flight. "Get in," Zhang Lin said as he slid into the driver's seat. Jiang Han and the others exchanged glances before heading toward the other vehicles. Zhang Yu opened the door of a sedan and got in. Jiang Han, Li Yang and Wang Zhe climbed into Li Yang's G-Wagon, excitedly discussing the bar they were about to visit. Zhang Lin stood by the G-Wagon and announced, "Follow me, we're heading to the Cloud Bar." With that he got into the sedan where Zhang Yu was sitting. Jiang Han followed closely and the other vehicles fell in line. The convoy sped off into the night, leaving behind a trail of dazzling streaks of light. Soon they arrived at the Cloud Bar. The entrance was thronged with people and the music blared deafeningly. Zhang Lin parked the car and led the group inside. Inside the bar the lights were dim, with multicolored beams flickering across the dance floor as people swayed to the rhythm. Zhang Lin ushered Jiang Han and the others to a spacious booth and ordered several bottles of premium liquor. When the drinks arrived, Zhang Lin picked up a bottle of champagne. With a loud pop the cork flew and a foam of champagne burst forth. He filled each glass to the brim, then raised his own and said, "Come on, it's fate that we're all together tonight. Don't hold back, let loose and enjoy yourselves." Everyone raised their glasses and downed the contents in one go. Jiang Han felt the warm atmosphere of the bar and any remaining stiffness had vanished without a trace. He chatted and drank with Zhang Lin, Zhang Yu and the others, occasionally bursting into laughter at the jokes Li Yang and Wang Zhe told. Zhang Lin looked at Jiang Han and asked with a smile, Jiang Han, how are you liking it here? A lot more relaxed than in the private room, right? Jiang Han nodded and replied, Bro Lin, it really is relaxing here. Thanks for bringing us. Don't mention it. Zhang Lin patted Jiang Han on the shoulder. If you find any fun spots later, be sure to call me. We'll enjoy ourselves together. Bro, you're here drinking with some girl. Won't my sister-in-law break your legs when she finds out? Li Yang leaned close to Li Wei and shouted loudly. His voice was slurred from the alcohol, but the teasing intent was unmistakable. At that moment the music in the bar was cacophonous, the lights dim and people were swaying wildly on the dance floor. Li Yang's shout drew curious glances from many around them. Don't you talk nonsense. No one will know. Li Wei replied in exasperation, glaring at Li Yang, trying to silence his cheeky younger brother with his eyes. But Li Yang acted as if he hadn't noticed, still grinning without a care. Gradually the night grew deep and patrons began to leave the bar one after another. The group was also thoroughly drunk, stumbling out of the bar with unsteady steps. The alcohol had blurred their consciousness, their faces flushed and their eyes glazed. Li Wei called for a designated driver to take him home. Jiang Han spoke up, let's go to Longhao. I'll have someone prepare the rooms. His voice was still slurred but relatively clear. In the dead of night, heading to the familiar Longhao Grand Hotel seemed like a good idea. Yeah. It'll be closed if we go back now, Wang Zhe nodded in response, rubbing his head to sober up. Indeed, it was too late to return to the school dormitory. You guys are going to Longhao Grand Hotel too? Zhang Lin asked, drunkenly swaying and slurring his words. Yeah, Jiang Han nodded and reached out to steady the wobbling Zhang Lin. It's on the way. Let's go together. Zhang Lin waved and called over two designated drivers. The two cars slowly pulled away into the night, heading toward Longhao Grand Hotel. Along the way the car was filled with the smell of alcohol. They chatted in low voices and occasionally burst into laughter. Soon they arrived at Longhao. Entering the lobby, the luxurious decor and bright lights made them squint. A waiter quickly approached and said respectfully, Young Master Han. Prepare 5 rooms, Jiang Han said slowly, his voice tinged with fatigue. No need. The 4 of you stay, I already booked a room here long ago. Zhang Lin replied, patting Jiang Han's shoulder with a smug smile. Jiang Han waved and a waiter came over to escort Zhang Lin away. Then Jiang Han, Li Yang, Wang Zhe and Zhang Yu were each led to their respective rooms by the staff. The hotel corridor was quiet and spacious with soft lighting. The 4 dragged their weary bodies into the rooms, ready to sleep soundly in the comfortable environment and end a day full of stories. The next morning the early sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, gently falling on Jiang Han's face. He woke up early feeling exceptionally refreshed. He stretched and rose from the soft king-size bed, strolling leisurely into the bathroom. The bathroom was very spacious, with a huge bathtub that resembled an exquisite work of art exuding a faint luster. Jiang Han gently removed his clothes and lay down in the bathtub. The warm water enveloped his body, bringing him immense comfort. System. How many divine wealth points do I have? He asked silently, in his mind a glint of anticipation in his eyes. Currently you have 34 million divine wealth points. The system's mechanical voice rang clearly in Jiang Han's mind, devoid of emotion but sending a ripple of excitement through his heart. Open the system store, Jiang Han said again, his tone resolute. The moment he spoke, a softly glowing screen visible only to him appeared before his eyes. The screen was filled with a dazzling array of skills: super strength, physical abilities, mysterious business acumen and all kinds of amazing life skills, too many to take in at once. Jiang Han's gaze wandered among the skills, finally resting on master driving proficiency. Without hesitation he tapped to redeem it. Redemption successful. 10 million divine wealth points consumed, the system's prompt echoed. In the next instant a vast flood of memories surged into Jiang Han's mind like a tidal wave. All kinds of driving techniques, from basic car control to the extreme skills of racing at lightning speed and methods for handling various special road conditions, emerged clearly in Jiang Han's memory. It was as if he had personally undergone countless driving drills. Every operational detail and every method for dealing with unexpected situations were deeply imprinted in his mind. Jiang Han closed his eyes tightly, immersing himself in the wondrous feeling of the massive influx of knowledge. After a long while he slowly opened his eyes, a gleam of confidence shining in them. Now he had mastered the driving skill at a master level. It seemed that once he sat in the driver's seat he could take full control. Jiang Han stepped out of the bathroom feeling his body brimming with power and an unprecedented sense of lightness. Techniques of driving kept flooding his mind like a movie, the complex operations and methods for handling various road conditions crystal clear as if they had become part of his instinct. After changing his clothes, Jiang Han arrived at the Longhao Hotel's restaurant in high spirits. The moment he stepped into the restaurant, a head waiter spotted him and immediately came forward with a beaming smile greeting young Master Han. The head waiter slightly bowed, his attitude respectful and warm. "Prepare some breakfast for me. I'm starving." Jiang Han spoke slowly, patting his stomach, indeed feeling ravenous. After the relaxation of last night and the energy expended from acquiring new skills, he urgently needed food to replenish his strength. "This way, young Master Han," the head waiter said hurriedly, making a gesture of invitation, and then led Jiang Han into the restaurant of the Longhao Hotel. The restaurant was luxuriously decorated with crystal chandeliers emitting a soft glow, exquisite tableware set on the tables, and a faint aroma of food permeating the air, whetting one's appetite. "Just get something simple and arrange a car to take me to Zhonghai Financial College later," Jiang Han said as he sat down at the seat indicated by the head waiter. Thinking about the matters he had to handle at school today, he casually ordered, "Okay. I'll arrange it right away." The head waiter responded with a smile, keeping a warm expression. After receiving the instruction, he quickly turned around and strode to the kitchen to arrange breakfast, while also instructing other waiters to prepare the car, ensuring Jiang Han could eat breakfast as soon as possible and smoothly head to Zhonghai Financial College. After breakfast, Jiang Han was arranged a Rolls-Royce to take him to the college. The Rolls-Royce had a jet-black gleaming body that reflected dazzling light under the sun like a flowing work of art. The interior was extremely luxurious, the seats were made of top-grade leather, soft and comfortable, exuding a faint leather fragrance. Jiang Han sat in the back enjoying the comfortable journey. On the way, Jiang Han's phone rang, the screen showing a call from Li Yang. Jiang Han answered and Li Yang's slightly lazy voice came through. "Awake yet? I'm already at the college driving." Jiang Han replied with a laugh, his voice carrying a hint of ease and cheer. The morning sunlight streamed through the car window onto his face, making him look full of energy. "So early? Then go directly to my brother's racetrack later." "Well, head over after we finish eating," Li Yang said, the sound of cutlery clattering in the background as if he was having breakfast. "Okay. See you later," Jiang Han replied, then hung up the phone cleanly. He leaned back slightly in his seat, the image of the racetrack appearing in his mind, filled with anticipation for the upcoming racing activity. Soon the car arrived at the college gate. Jiang Han directed the driver to pull up right in front of his own car. That Anya Jisheng was like a sleeping beast, quietly parked there, exuding a mysterious and powerful aura. Jiang Han pushed open the car door and got out. He gently stroked the body of the Anya Jisheng, feeling its cold yet powerful touch. Then Jiang Han sat into his Anya Jisheng. The moment he sat down, it felt as if he had merged with the car. The roar of the engine was like the furious cry of an awakened beast, shaking the soul. Jiang Han gently stepped on the accelerator and the car slowly drove out of the parking lot, heading towards the Zhonghai racetrack. Along the way, Jiang Han experienced the marvelous sensation brought by the master driving proficiency skill. Every gear shift and turn was incredibly smooth and natural, as if he and the Anya Jisheng had become a perfect whole, galloping freely on the road, speeding toward the destination. Close to 11 o'clock, Jiang Han arrived at the racetrack, where the roar of sports cars had already filled the circuit. Jiang Han slowly drove the car into the parking area beside the track. Before long, Li Yang's phone rang and said, "Same box. We're already here." "Okay," Jiang Han replied. Then he got out of the car and walked toward the box he had visited last time. Inside the box, several people had already arrived, along with many beautiful women. "Here." Zhang Lin saw Jiang Han approaching and greeted with a smile. "Brother Wei." "Brother Lin." Jiang Han greeted Li Wei and Zhang Lin with a smile. "I've prepared plenty of toys for you guys. Motorcycles. F1. Everything. Today you can play however you want." Li Wei walked forward and patted Jiang Han on the shoulder, laughing. "Come on. Let's go down and have some fun." "Not here," Zhang Lin also said with a smile, and then everyone left the box and went to the track. When they came down, Wang Zhe and Zhang Yu also happened to park 2 super sports cars. Everyone had a great time in this racetrack amusement park until nightfall, when 7 or 8 sports cars slowly drove into the track. The first was a Koenigsegg, from which Bai Chen stepped out. "Oh, quite early, huh?" Bai Chen said sarcastically, looking at Zhang Lin and the others. "If you can play, then play, if not, get lost. Don't spoil our fun," Zhang Lin replied bluntly. Baichen didn't respond and turned to look at Jiang Han, who was talking with Li Yang and others. Hey kid. Let me see what car you have that can match a license plate worth 10 million. Let me broaden my horizons. I say, Baichen, stop showing off. Your Koenigsegg really isn't worthy of a 10 million license plate compared to his. Li Chen said with a smile, pointing to the Anya Jisheng parked nearby. Baichen knew his stuff, he recognized it at once and his face immediately darkened. Jiang Han walked over at this moment and said, does my car qualify for a 10 million license plate? What's the use of a good car? If you can't drive you'll still eat dust. Baichen responded defiantly. How about we play a game? Jiang Han became immediately interested and said with a smile. Damn, how do you want to play? Today I'll play with you. Baichen replied. Jiang Han looked at the Koenigsegg in front and the Lamborghini, Ferrari and McLaren behind and said with a smile, well, my car is probably enough to buy this whole row of yours. If I lose I'll burn my car. If you lose you'll burn your cars. Are you in? As soon as he said this, the people behind Baichen immediately burst out laughing. Li Wei also stepped forward and whispered in Jiang Han's ear, dear brother. Those two are professional racers. Don't overdo it. It's fine, brother Wei. It's just a car. Is someone afraid to play? Jiang Han said, looking at Baichen with a very provocative tone. Ha 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 ha. Alright. Baichen immediately laughed and agreed. Upon hearing this, Baichen's eyes flashed with a hint of malice. He turned and waved to the two professional racers behind him, his tone carrying an unyielding command, you two get ready and sit tight. Today we must teach those guys across from us a harsh lesson. The two professional racers with stern expressions nodded silently. Their eyes exuded professionalism and confidence as they swiftly got into the car, fastened their seatbelts and placed their hands firmly on the steering wheel, emanating an aura of readiness. Jiang Han, however, looked relaxed and said with a smile to his companions Li Chen and Zhang Lin, brother Wei, brother Lin. I've already shown off. And I've seen your skills, they're incredible. Let's crush them together and make them know who's boss. As Jiang Han spoke, his face beamed with confident smiles and his eyes sparkled with excitement as if he could already see Baichen's defeat. Li Wei shook his head helplessly, a hint of fond amusement in his smile. If you weren't named Jiang, I'd think you were Zhang Lin's blood brother. Your personalities are too alike. Both love to stir up trouble, both are daring. Ha 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 ha. Zhang Lin burst into loud laughter, his hearty voice echoing across the track. Still laughing, he patted Li Wei on the shoulder and said, since Xiao Han put it that way, we can't let him burn his car. We must dominate them and make Baichen know we're not to be trifled with. Zhang Lin's eyes were resolute, a slight smirk curling at the corners of his mouth carrying a hint of defiance. With that, Zhang Lin strode toward a Pagani which sat like a predatory beast ready to pounce, its sleek and aggressive lines exuding an intimidating aura. Zhang Lin pulled open the door, slid in with effortless grace and gripped the steering wheel with practiced hands. His eyes focused intently on the track ahead as if he were already immersed in the fierce race. Li Chen without hesitation walked toward his heavily modified Lamborghini Aventador. The car, after meticulous customization, looked even more dazzling and boasted enhanced power. Li Chen sat inside, feeling the seat mold to his body, gently stroking the steering wheel, his eyes filled with love and trust for his prized vehicle. Jiang Han and Baichen, witnessing this, also got into their own cars. Once inside his car, Baichen shouted through the window to Jiang Han, kid, don't cry when you lose. Don't be a sore loser later. His eyes were full of provocation, a contemptuous smirk on his lips. Jiang Han responded with a sneer, his smile radiating boundless confidence and disdain. He instantly ignited his voice of the night. The 16-cylinder engine roared with deafening thunder like an awakened ancient beast, echoing across the entire track. The sound was so piercing that it made one's heartbeat quicken in rhythm. The other supercars, not to be outdone, revved their engines in response. For a moment the track was filled with the roar of engines as if a fierce battle was about to erupt. Relay race, 1 lap each. The team with the lowest total time wins. Baichen announced loudly, his voice cutting through the engine roar. His eyes locked onto Jiang Han, searching for any sign of panic. Brother Wei, you go first. Brother Lin, you're second. I'll take on this jerk. Jiang Han said with a relaxed tone, as if the victory was already assured. As he spoke, he flexed his wrists, his eyes gleaming with anticipation for the upcoming race. All right. Zhang Lin responded briefly and firmly, nodding with determination. Though Zhang Lin and Li Wei were not professional racers, their passion for cars was beyond ordinary. They spent countless hours studying various models, participating in racing events and honing their skills. Their technique was polished, their control precise, rivaling that of true professionals. In their hearts, racing was not just a hobby but a creed of speed and adrenaline. A beautiful referee stood gracefully between two supercars, raising the signal flag high. Her gaze was focused and serious, scanning the track and the competing vehicles. With a crisp whistle she swiftly dropped the flag. In an instant the two supercars shot forward like arrows from a bow. Tires screeched against the asphalt, kicking up dust, leaving only blurry streaks of light racing down the track. Li Wei's car surged ahead like a released arrow, tires grinding violently and emitting a trail of smoke. He expertly maneuvered the steering wheel, nailing every corner's entry and exit points, the car tracing smooth arcs on the track. Jiang Han sat in the Pagani, his eyes fixed ahead, waiting for his turn. His hands constantly adjusted on the wheel, sensing every nuance of the vehicle, silently calculating Li Wei's rhythm and time. Jiang Han sat in the voice of the night, his gaze focused and resolute. He gently stroked the steering wheel as if communicating with his beloved car. The low rumble of the 16-cylinder engine, like a beast's roar, sent adrenaline coursing through his veins. He stared at the track ahead, mentally simulating the upcoming driving lines and maneuvers. Baichen sat in his sports car, his face dark. He glanced at the two professional racers beside him and muttered, "We must win this time. Don't let me down." The two racers nodded solemnly. Soon Li Wei's car completed the first lap and thundered across the handover point. Jiang Han wasted no time flooring the accelerator. The Pagani shot forward like a black lightning bolt, vanishing from sight in an instant. Jiang Han and Baichen waited for their teammates' return. Jiang Han appeared relaxed, occasionally joking with those around him, while Baichen bit his lip, his eyes fixed on the track, a fine sheen of sweat on his forehead. In no time Jiang Han's Pagani blazed across the handover point, passing the baton to Jiang Han. Jiang Han's lips curled into a confident smile. He floored the gas pedal and the voice of the night roared like an enraged beast charging forward. Simultaneously Baichen's car shot out like a madman, engaging in a fierce chase with Jiang Han. The two supercars weaved in and out, their speed blinding. With his master-level driving skills, Jiang Han executed perfect drifts through corners, each move precise, pushing the voice of the night to its limits. Baichen refused to back down, coordinating closely with his two professional racers, trying to find an opportunity to overtake Jiang Han. The entire track was drowned in the roar of engines and the cheers of spectators. Everyone was captivated by the intense race, their eyes glued to the speeding cars, hearts pounding in sync with the race's rhythm. The Zhonghai racing circuit bustles with excitement every evening, like a paradise for racing enthusiasts. Each night many who harbor a passion for speed and thrills come here to play. Especially during the time of Jiang Han and his friends' race, the entire track was illuminated as bright as day, and the stands were already packed with a dense crowd of spectators. These spectators came from all walks of life, young hot-blooded lads and mature steady racing aficionados. Driven by their love for racing, they arrived early, eagerly anticipating this magnificent competition. Wow, this is quite a scene today. A Koenigsegg, a Pagani. And a Bugatti, or someone in the crowd shouted excitedly, his voice brimming with surprise and exhilaration. His eyes widened as he stared intently at the line of supercars on the track, his gaze filled with envy and longing. These top-tier supercars radiated a captivating glow under the lights, each one like an exquisite work of art, yet also like a beast poised to strike. Even standing still they exuded an overwhelming aura. Li Wei, running the first leg, faced one of the two professional drivers. At the start of the race the two were evenly matched. Li Wei, driving his beloved car, engaged in fierce competition with his opponent, relying on his superb driving skills and familiarity with the track. The two sports cars chased each other on the track at a breathtaking speed. The spectators' eyes were glued to them, with cheers and shouts rising one after another, immersing the entire venue in a fervent atmosphere. However, in the latter half of the race Li Wei gradually began to struggle. His opponent, as a professional driver, possessed more specialized training and race experience, with superior precision in controlling the car and managing pace. As the race progressed, Li Wei was gradually left behind. In the end, when he crossed the finish line, he was 4 seconds behind. Although a 4-second gap might seem trivial to ordinary people in the racing world teeming with experts, it was a significant margin. Li Wei slapped the steering wheel in frustration. He knew he had given his all, yet he was still discontent with the outcome. For the second leg, Jiang Han slowly drove his Pagani onto the track. He sat in the driver's seat, his gaze focused and resolute, as if the entire world had narrowed down to just him and the track ahead. As the starting flag dropped, he slammed the accelerator and the Pagani shot forward like a black bolt of lightning. The roar of the engine was deafening, as if it would flip the entire venue. For this leg, Jiang Han's opponent was another professional driver piloting a heavily modified Lamborghini. That Lamborghini had been meticulously modified with greatly enhanced power and an even cooler appearance. Although Jiang Han's Pagani was far more expensive than the Lamborghini, it was not modified, so it fell behind at the very start. The Lamborghini burst forward like an arrow from a bowstring while Zhang Lin's Pagani was slightly sluggish, trailing the opponent from the start. Zhang Lin gripped the steering wheel tightly, a hint of unwillingness in his eyes. He knew he couldn't give up easily and had to find a way to catch up. Until the final crossing of the finish line, Zhang Lin failed to overtake and ended up 3.78 seconds behind. For the final leg, the long-awaited showdown between Jiang Han and Bai Chen finally arrived. Having won 2 consecutive rounds, Bai Chen's demeanor grew even more arrogant. He tilted his chin slightly, his eyes full of contempt, and said to Jiang Han, "Kid, looks like you're going to lose. With your performance so far, you're no match for us. You're not really going to cry, are you?" Ha 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 ha. His laughter echoed across the track, dripping with provocation. "Thanks for the concern. But I think you'd better not get so angry you fall ill," Jiang Han retorted without fear, his eyes revealing determination and confidence. Then a Bugatti and a Koenigsegg slowly drove into the starting area of the track. These 2 supercars were like warriors about to charge into battle, exuding an awe-inspiring aura that drew the gaze of all surrounding spectators. Both kept revving their engines. The deafening roar of the supercar engine sounded like a howl from the abyss, electrifying the entire audience. Every face was etched with excitement. Cheers and shouts intertwined, pushing the atmosphere to a fever pitch. Everyone was eager to witness these 2 drivers engage in a thrilling duel on the track. The moment the starting flag dropped, it was like a fuse was lit. With the enhancement of master driving expertise, Jiang Han's start was flawless. The car shot out like a cannonball, instantly pulling ahead of Bai Chen in the blink of an eye. It was so fast that one could hardly react. Whoa! Xiao Han's start is something else. So fast. Zhang Lin watched from the side, unable to help exclaiming. His eyes were wide, his face full of surprise and admiration. Bai Chen was also shocked by Jiang Han's start. He had thought victory was in the bag, but this start made him realize that his own skills seemed inferior to Jiang Han's. However, he quickly calmed down, thinking to himself that he still had a lead of over 7 seconds. As long as he stayed steady, he would still win this race. Jiang Han drove the Night Whisper at breakneck speed on the track, wind howling past his ears. His gaze was focused and calm, as if he had become one with the car. Soon he reached the quadruple curves in the latter half. These 4 consecutive curves were the most challenging part of the entire track, where any slight mistake could cause loss of control and skidding off. Bloody hell. Entering the curve at such a speed. That's insane. Li Wei swore as he watched Jiang Han's maneuver, his face etched with worry. He immediately pointed at the staff nearby and shouted, "Prepare rescue." He knew well how dangerous it was to enter the quadruple curves at such high speed, fearing that Jiang Han might have an accident. The next second, Jiang Han's car entered the first curve with an extremely elegant drift at high speed. His hands precisely controlled the steering wheel and the body glided through the curves like a nimble dancer. He passed the remaining 3 curves with even more smoothness, without any intention to slow down, the entire process thrilling but safe. Damn. Xiao Han has this trick up his sleeve. This damn thing can make up not just 7 seconds but even 10. Zhang Lin said in disbelief, his voice trembling with excitement. At that moment he was filled with awe and admiration for Jiang Han's driving skills. He never expected Jiang Han to perform such a stunning maneuver on the dangerous quadruple curves. After navigating through 4 consecutive bends, the remaining distance posed no challenge for Jiang Han. With his exceptional driving skills and mastery of advanced techniques, he had already left Bai Chen far behind. At this moment Jiang Han was speeding down the track in the night's voice like a messenger, controlling the wind effortlessly and gracefully. However, as he approached the finish line, Jiang Han made an unexpected move. He gradually slowed down while revving the engine, which emitted a deep and powerful roar as if proclaiming its might to the world. While operating the vehicle, he seemed to be waiting for something. Just before the finish line, Jiang Han came to a complete stop, perfectly positioning the car right before the line. Immediately afterward he made the one and only Knight's voice roar with flames. The rear of the car erupted in a dazzling display of fire, flickering and dancing in the night sky like a grand fireworks show. This action instantly ignited the entire venue. The audience erupted into cheers and screams, their excitement echoing throughout the racecourse. Everyone was astonished by Jiang Han's bold and charismatic maneuver, rising to their feet to applaud and cheer for him. Jiang Han, however, remained calm inside the car, meticulously calculating the time. Upon spotting Bai Chen's car on the final straight, his eyes narrowed and he slammed the gas pedal. The Knight's voice shot past the finish line like an arrow released from its bow. Ha ha ha. Bai Chen is going to be furious. Zhang Lin exclaimed, unable to contain his laughter at Jiang Han's maneuver. He doubled over with mirth, slapping his thighs as his eyes sparkled with admiration and excitement for Jiang Han's brilliant display. When Bai Chen crossed the finish line, the results were displayed on the big screen. Jiang Han's time was precisely 1 second faster than Bai Chen's. This seemingly small margin determined the outcome in such a fierce competition. Oh my gosh! Did this kid just time it? Li Chen shouted with laughter, his face beaming with joy, thoroughly impressed by Jiang Han's cleverness and precise time. Thanks to young Master Chen for sponsoring the fireworks. Jiang Han declared, stepping out of the car with flair, addressing the crowd. His voice resonated through the loudspeaker, carrying a hint of teasing and pride. Wow! Thanks to young Master Bai for sponsoring the fireworks. Zhang Lin also shouted excitedly, then hurried over and embraced Jiang Han. His actions were filled with enthusiasm, as if declaring his appreciation and support for Jiang Han to the world. Not bad, little brother. Zhang Lin said with a smile, patting Jiang Han's back, his eyes filled with approval. Stay humble. Basic moves. What do you think, brother Lin? Wasn't I cool just now? Jiang Han joked with a grin, slightly raising his chin, his face adorned with a confident and playful smile. Cool. Absolutely stunning. Zhang Lin replied without hesitation, giving Jiang Han a thumbs up, clearly impressed by his performance. Just wait, there will be even cooler moments. Jiang Han said with a mysterious smile, then turned and dashed towards the stands where Li Yang and the others were seated. He called out to Li Yang, Zhang Yu and Wang Zhe. Li Yang. Zhang Yu, Wang Zhe. Come down and set off the fireworks. Let's indulge. His voice was filled with energy and passion, as if he wanted to share this joy with everyone. Coming. Ha ha ha. It's my first time setting off such expensive fireworks. Li Yang immediately responded, his voice brimming with excitement and anticipation. The group quickly got up and rushed towards Jiang Han. A more joyful celebration was about to commence. Zhang Lin playfully ran to Bai Chen's spot, wearing a victorious smile, teasing, Bai Chen, you won't run away because you can't handle losing, right? His voice wasn't loud, but it was enough for those around to hear. Bai Chen's face turned ashen, veins bulging on his forehead, glaring angrily at Jiang Han and Zhang Lin, yet unable to utter a word. Bai Chen threw the key over and it arced beautifully through the air before landing firmly in Zhang Lin's hand. Zhang Lin took it, weighed it in his hand, and then asked, why just one? What about the others? His tone was filled with teasing and satisfaction. Give it to him. Bai Chen replied angrily, his voice low, filled with fury and reluctance. The others immediately tossed their car keys to Zhang Lin. Zhang Lin caught the keys of several supercars, shouting loudly, come on. It's time for fireworks. His voice echoed across the racecourse, attracting curious glances from those nearby. Seeing this, Jiang Han and the others also gathered around. Li Wei smiled and said, wow, you really went to ask for his car keys? His tone carried surprise and admiration. Of course. Ha ha ha. Who doesn't love fireworks? Zhang Lin laughed, then handed the car keys to Jiang Han. Brother Lin. Just toss them in and start it up. Jiang Han said with a grin as he saw Li Yang eagerly approaching with a box of gasoline, pouring it around the supercars. Come on. Little Han, you do it yourself. Zhang Lin pulled out a lighter from his pocket, lighting a cigarette and passing it over. Seeing this, Jiang Han took the lighter, tossed it inside, and flames erupted instantly. The others immediately dashed out and Zhang Lin laughed, oh my gosh. This is the first time I've seen such expensive fireworks. Ha ha ha. His voice was filled with joy and excitement, drawing laughter from the crowd. Li Yang also caught up in the excitement, took the loudspeaker from a staff member, his face glowing with uncontainable enthusiasm, and shouted directly, thanks to young Master Chen for sponsoring the Koenigsegg Lamborghini, Ferrari, McLaren fireworks. The sound echoed through the loudspeaker, resonating throughout the racetrack with a playful and joyful tone. The group burst into laughter upon hearing this, their amusement spreading across the night sky. Everyone exchanged glances, their eyes filled with the joy of victory and the delightful absurdity of Li Yang's antics. Li Yang, flushed with excitement, immersed in the joyful atmosphere, didn't turn off the loudspeaker and quietly lamented, oh, I probably won't see such expensive fireworks again in my lifetime. He shook his head slightly, his tone filled with emotion, as if at this moment this fireworks show ignited by luxury cars became the most unforgettable scene in his life. However, Li Yang completely failed to notice that he hadn't turned off the microphone, and his quiet muttering immediately echoed clearly through the loudspeaker, reaching every corner of the racecourse. The originally lively racecourse fell into a momentary silence due to this sudden sound, followed by a new round of laughter. Upon hearing this, Bai Chen's expression darkened severely, his previously angry demeanor now quivered with rage. His fists tightened, knuckles widening from the force, and the bones cracked audibly. The sound seemed to echo the anger raging inside him. His eyes were fixed on Jiang Han and the others, burning with fierce fury, wishing he could swallow them whole. Jiang Han and the others, hearing Li Yang's complaint, could hardly contain their laughter. Zhang Yu laughed uncontrollably while Wang Zhe held his stomach nearly in tears from laughter. Jiang Han was also laughing, patting Zhang Lin's shoulder, seemingly trying to share his delight through the gesture. Zhang Lin, who was smoking, was lost in the joy of victory and the festive atmosphere, suddenly startled by Li Yang's shout, causing him to choke on the smoke. He began to cough violently, laughing all the while, his appearance both awkward and comical, further escalating the surrounding laugh. The entire racetrack was enveloped in this joyful atmosphere, while Bai Chen appeared increasingly desolate and furious amidst the laughter. Suddenly the system's voice echoed in Jiang Han's mind without warning. Event triggered. Detected an irreconcilable incident between the host and Bai Chen. Bai Chen's favorability 100. Quest unlocked. Expel Bai Chen from Zhonghai. The voice resonated in Jiang Han's mind clear and loud. Immediately after, a series of voices followed. Favorability reward issued. Favorability reward of 23 10-cent shares. Favorability reward issued. Favorability reward of 54 10-cent shares. Favorability reward issued. Favorability reward of 100 Zhonghai Twin Towers. This sudden cascade of voices exploded in Jiang Han's mind, especially the last one, which even startled him. The Zhonghai Twin Towers, one of Zhonghai's landmark buildings, stood in the city's financial center, representing immense wealth and status as the most premium office complex in the metropolis. As the system's voice faded, Jiang Han's phone rang at the opportune moment. The screen displayed an unfamiliar number. Jiang Han frowned slightly, a flicker of curiosity crossing his mind, but he still found a quiet spot before pressing the answer button. Hello, Chairman Jiang. This is Lin Shuhua from Tencent. My sincerest apologies for disturbing you so late. Lin Shuhua's apologetic voice came through, clearly laden with respect. It's fine. Is there something you need? Jiang Han asked, his voice steady and calm, though curiosity sparked within him at the call. He betrayed no surprise. Chairman Jiang, you currently hold 10% of our company's shares, making you our third largest shareholder. We have a board meeting tomorrow at 2 in the afternoon. May I ask if you would be available to attend? Lin Shuhua stated clearly, a hint of anticipation in her tone. Yes. Jiang Han replied succinctly and decisively, a surge of delight rising within him. He hadn't expected the system's reward to be so generous, instantly making him a major shareholder of Tencent. Very well, Chairman Jiang. I'll add you on WeChat. Please accept my request. See you tomorrow. I won't disturb you any further. Lin Shuhua said, her voice carrying a trace of relief, as if Jiang Han's affirmative answer had eased her mind. After hanging up, Lin Shuhua was quite surprised. The voice she had heard on the phone sounded very young. She never expected that within such a short time a young man had acquired 10% of Tencent's shares, becoming the company's third largest shareholder. She couldn't help but feel immense curiosity about this mysterious Chairman Jiang, pondering how this young major shareholder would influence the company at tomorrow's board meeting. Jiang Han put away his phone, a faint smile curving his lips, a confident smirk on his face. He looked up at the night sky, thinking that the surprises brought by the system were coming one after another, and the quest to expel Bai Chen from Zhonghai seemed to have become even more intriguing. After hanging up, Jiang Han walked back to the others with a light step. Li Wei, who had just seen Jiang Han step aside to take a call, looked at him with concern as he returned and asked, "What's up, Xiao Han? Something wrong? Need me to handle it?" Li Wei patted Jiang Han on the shoulder, his eyes filled with brotherly care. "No need, Brother Wei. It's about company business. I have to attend a board meeting tomorrow." Jiang Han said slowly, his tone casual, as if becoming a major shareholder and attending board meetings were a matter of course. "Haha, I can't help you with that. Haha." Li Wei teased, his hearty laughter echoing through the night air. The relaxed atmosphere among them immersed everyone in the lingering joy. After watching the supercars burn to ashes, the flames gradually dying down, leaving only smoldering wreckage, they prepared to leave. This fireworks show, fueled by supercars, had undoubtedly become the most unforgettable scene of the night at the racetrack. All burned out. Let's go. Time to head back and sleep. Zhang Lin stepped forward with a smile, stretching his arms, a look of satisfaction on his face. Tonight's events were an unparalleled celebration for him. Yeah, let's go. Li Wei nodded, glancing around, and headed toward the exit with the group. Jiang Han, Liang, Wang Zhe and Zhang Yu returned directly to the school, stepping into the familiar dormitory. After the night's excitement, everyone looked somewhat weary, yet their faces still bore lingering excitement. Li Yang immediately collapsed onto his bed, his limbs spread in a star-shape, muttering, just thinking about setting off fireworks with a Koenigsegg is amazing. Ha ha ha. He couldn't help laughing as he spoke, as if reliving the thrilling moment. Sleep. Sleep. Exhausted, Zhang Yu dove onto his bed, not even bothering to remove his shoes, pulling the covers over himself. His voice was thick with drowsiness, and soon his even breathing could be heard. All four were utterly fatigued and fell asleep as soon as they returned to the dormitory. The night in the dorm was silent, broken only by their soft breathing. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting a gentle glow on their faces, reflecting their peaceful and contented slumber. That night Jiang Han, lost in dreams, had no idea how resounding his name would become in Zhonghai after tonight. Within just 2 or 3 hours, countless posts about the 4 young masters of Zhonghai were being frantically shared online. Someone uploaded the thrilling video from tonight's racetrack to the internet. In the footage, Jiang Han drove the dark whisper like lightning, and the scene of setting off fireworks with supercars quickly captivated countless viewers. Netizens were amazed by Jiang Han's lavishness and audacity, with comments flooding in like a tidal wave. Jiang Han's name forcefully supplanted Bai Chen's former status as one of the 4 young masters online. Once Bai Chen had gained some fame in Zhonghai's social circles through family influence and so-called romantic affairs, earning the title of one of the 4 young masters. But after tonight, Jiang Han emerged into the public eye in an exceptionally high-profile and shocking manner, his brilliance instantly overshadowing Bai Chen. In this invisible contest, Bai Chen was completely reduced to a supporting role, while Jiang Han became the new topic of conversation in Zhonghai. Countless people were curious about the background and story of this young man who had gained overnight fame. The next day, the sunlight of past 9 o'clock streamed through the window, gently spilling onto the dormitory floor. Li Yang was idly scrolling through his phone when suddenly his eyes widened, an expression of extreme shock spreading across his face. He immediately roused Jiang Han, who was still asleep, from his bed. What the hell, Jiang Han, wake up! Li Yang's voice was so excited it had changed pitch, almost shouting at the top of his lungs. What's wrong? Jiang Han, with sleepy eyes and a voice thick with drowsiness, struggled to open his eyes and asked with a bewildered expression. Look. You're trending. Li Yang said as he thrust his phone in front of Jiang Han. Jiang Han wondered in his heart, then leaned in to take a look at Li Yang's phone. A trending topic titled, Zhonghai Rich Young Master Koenigsegg Fireworks, had directly left the second place far behind, firmly occupying the top spot. The striking title and overwhelming popularity made it impossible to ignore. Jiang Han instantly became fully awake. He quickly opened his own phone to check as well. The screen was filled with all kinds of news about last night's racetrack. Those thrilling moments were being wildly shared by netizens. What the hell? I was thinking of making a living with my looks. Now I'm relying on talent. Jiang Han said, looking at the trending topic with a speechless expression. He shook his head helplessly but couldn't help the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. After all, becoming famous in such an unexpected way felt quite amazing. Then he began scrolling through the comments where all kinds of live videos appeared. In the videos he was driving the Anya Jisheng like lightning on the track, and the awe-inspiring scene of setting off fireworks with a supercar had been edited by netizens into a thrilling clip. There were also many close-up photos in the comments which perfectly captured his handsome appearance. Many netizens left messages praising his good looks and domineering aura. Ha ha ha. Oops, the Zhonghai 4 young masters. Li Yang said with a laugh, patting Jiang Han on the shoulder as he chuckled, his eyes full of teasing. As the two were talking, Wang Ze's phone suddenly rang. Its sharp ringtone broke the previously relaxed atmosphere in the dormitory. Wang Ze was also woken up by the phone. Frowning, he reluctantly reached out from under the covers and answered the call. Who is it? His voice carried obvious morning crankiness, sounding very annoyed. You little brat. I sent you to Zhonghai to study properly. And now you're trending. An angry voice came through the phone, carrying the authority and displeasure of an elder. It was clearly Wang Ze's father. Dad. Are you crazy? What trending topic? Wang Ze asked in great confusion. He sat up, rubbed his eyes and looked completely bewildered, having no idea what had happened. Check the trending yourself. Look at what you've done, you brat. The voice on the phone rang out again with an imposing authority and severity, as if to suppress any of Wang Ze's excuses. Fine, fine. I'll check. Bye. Wang Ze replied impatiently, then hung up the phone directly, muttering to himself how his father could have known about this. He quickly opened his phone and found the trending list. When he saw his own name prominently displayed, his eyes widened in disbelief. What the hell? This made it to trending. Wang Ze said, looking at the list with a speechless expression. He hadn't expected his feat from last night to attract so much attention. He quickly skimmed through the news content and comments, discovering that his captured figure and expressions were being magnified and interpreted, and some comments had even escalated to the level of family honor. As he spoke, Wang Zhe helplessly opened his own phone and started browsing the trending topic. He found that his image had been portrayed as a playboy, which made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. He decided to be more cautious in the future and not leave such an impression on others. Before long, Jiang Han's phone also rang. Seeing the caller ID was Su Yao, a smile spread across his face and he immediately answered the call. "Congratulations, young Master Han. You've become one of the Zhonghai 4 young masters." Su Yao's voice came through the phone, tinged with teasing and amusement. "What are you doing? Why are you mocking me?" Jiang Han replied with a laugh. He was in a great mood and didn't feel the least bit uncomfortable with Su Yao's teasing. "Look at your WeChat. I sent you so many messages and you didn't reply," Su Yao said with a hint of anger, her voice carrying a note of playful pouting. "Just woke up. Didn't see them. Where are you?" Jiang Han explained with a smile. He was actually pleased that Su Yao had messaged him but had simply forgotten to reply due to being busy. "At the company. This afternoon I have to go with the department head to discuss a deal with the client," Su Yao said, her voice tinged with pride and anticipation. "Then are you free tonight?" Jiang Han asked, hoping to have dinner with Su Yao even if just for a simple chat. "It depends on you. Bye. Remember to reply." With that, Su Yao ended the call, leaving Jiang Han with a lingering delightful ending. Jiang Han stared at the phone screen, a happy smile on his lips, silently planning how to give Su Yao a surprise. After hanging up, Jiang Han immediately remembered that he had promised Lin Shuhua yesterday to attend the board meeting. He slapped his forehead, muttered, "Damn," and then rushed into the dormitory's washroom like a gust of wind to start washing up. The water from the faucet flowed noisily. Jiang Han quickly squeezed toothpaste, brushed his teeth and washed his face, his movements very swift. He was still thinking about the board meeting, determined not to be late over such a trivial matter. After washing up, Jiang Han quickly picked a random piece of clothing from the wardrobe and put it on. "Where are you going, young Master Han?" Wang Zhe couldn't help asking as he watched Jiang Han's hurried manner. "Right, did Senior Su Yao call you?" Wang Zhe continued to tease, a sly smile on his face. "No, I have something important today," Jiang Han said as he put on his jacket and quickly walked over to Li Yang. He patted Li Yang on the shoulder and said, "Let me drive your car. Help me register the plates and I'll drive yours today. I'll treat you to dinner later." With that, he tossed the Bugatti key to Li Yang. The key drew a beautiful arc in the air and Li Yang, quick-eyed and nimble, caught it steadily. Seeing this, Li Yang didn't hesitate to take out his own car key and hand it over, his face full of smiles. "Easy, easy. I'd be happy to drive yours. I'm going to pick up some girls." In his mind, driving the Bugatti for a spin might attract a lot of girls' attention. Such a great opportunity was hard to come by. Jiang Han took Li Yang's car key and hurried out of the dormitory, ready to face the important board meeting that afternoon. After leaving the dormitory, Jiang Han skillfully got into Li Yang's car, started the engine and slowly drove away from the academy. The sunlight spilled over the vehicle, reflecting a brilliant light that seemed to add a unique touch to his departure. On the road, Jiang Han kept an eye on the traffic while dialing Su Yao's number. The call was quickly answered and he spoke tenderly, "What would you like to eat for lunch?" "I'll bring it to you." His voice was filled with concern, and the thought of delivering a warm meal to Su Yao at noon brought him a deep sense of satisfaction. "Could you bring me a serving of noodles from the noodle shop where I used to work?" Su Yao replied. Her voice carried a hint of weariness, yet it was laced with trust and reliance on Jiang Han. "Sure. Which kind?" Jiang Han asked, his eyes slightly narrowed and a smile playing on his lips as he patiently awaited her answer. Scallion oil noodles. Thanks, Master Han." Su Yao continued teasing him. She seemed to enjoy using the nickname Master Han to jest with Jiang Han, finding it amusing each time. "Oh. Why are you still poking fun at me?" Jiang Han said, feigning exasperation, though his tone was filled with affection. He gently shook his head, a smile spreading across his face. He actually cherished Su Yao's playful banter. "See you soon. I'll send you the company address. I still have things to handle," Su Yao said with a laugh, her voice tinged with busyness. She then quickly hung up the phone. "Okay. Bye," Jiang Han replied. He put away his phone, focused on driving, and mentally mapped out the route to the noodle shop, eager to deliver the steaming scallion oil noodles to Su Yao as soon as possible. Soon Jiang Han arrived at the noodle shop where Su Yao used to work. The shop sat on a slightly antiquated street, the surrounding buildings bearing the marks of time yet exuding a unique charm. The shop was small with a somewhat worn sign, but it emanated a rich sense of daily life. Jiang Han parked his car with practiced ease, the vehicle looking somewhat out of place in this rustic environment. After parking, he pushed open the car door and stepped inside. "Here you are, Xiao Jiang," the shop owner greeted with a smile. She was a warm and cheerful middle-aged woman, always wearing a kind smile that made people feel exceptionally at ease. Tying a clean apron, she busily moved between the kitchen and the counter. When she saw Jiang Han enter, she immediately greeted him warmly. "Boss, I'll have 2 portions of scallion oil noodles, one to eat here, one to go," Jiang Han said with a nod. His voice was gentle and steady, echoing in the small noodle shop. "Sure, have a seat. I'll have them made for you right away," the owner replied with a smile, turning and bustling toward the kitchen, muttering to herself, "Same as usual, got it." Jiang Han casually sat down at a table. The table was old, its wooden surface worn smooth, which gave it a distinctive texture. He played with his phone while waiting. The faint glow of the screen illuminated his face, making the wait less tedious. "Big brother. You lied to me." A little girl dashed out from behind the counter, bouncing like a lively rabbit as she hopped over to Jiang Han. The little girl had 2 cute braids, big eyes and rosy cheeks, looking utterly adorable. "How did I lie to you, little sister?" Jiang Han said with a smile, putting down his phone and showing a gentle grin, his eyes full of affection as he looked at the girl. "Big brother said he'd bring me candy." The girl puffed out her cheeks, her tiny mouth pouting in a pitiful expression that made one want to console her. "Oh, I forgot. I'll go buy some for you right now." Jiang Han laughed, standing up and gently taking the little girl's hand as they walked out of the noodle shop. The girl's hand was tiny and soft, held in Jiang Han's large palm, creating a striking contrast. Right next to the noodle shop was a small convenience store, modest in size but packed with a variety of snacks and daily necessities. Jiang Han led the little girl to the store. The air inside was filled with the aroma of various snacks, and the shelves were laden with an array of dazzling products. "Which one do you want? Big brother will treat you," Jiang Han said with a smile, bending slightly to look the girl in the eye, his gaze filled with patience and tenderness. The little girl's eyes sparkled as she pointed a tiny finger at a strawberry-flavored lollipop. The lollipop was wrapped in transparent candy paper, its pink candy shimmering enticingly under the lights as if beckoning to the girl. Seeing this, Jiang Han reached out, gently took the lollipop and placed it in the girl's hand. He then pulled out his phone and asked, "Boss, how much?" His motions were natural and fluid, exuding a gentlemanly grace. "1 yuan," said the store owner, a simple and honest uncle with a plain smile who was sitting behind the counter reading a newspaper. Jiang Han immediately paid. The moment the transaction was completed, the system's voice echoed in his mind once more, ding. "Transaction successful. 100-fold return triggered. 100 yuan refunded. Remaining return count 1. The voice was crisp and clear, reverberating in his thoughts. Hearing the system's voice, Jiang Han felt speechless. He had long forgotten about the consumption return feature. He shook his head helplessly, but the corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted as this unexpected, little surprise, was a touch of amusement in his life. He took the little girl's hand and returned to the noodle shop, ready to enjoy his scallion oil noodles. Just as he stepped back in before he could sit down, his phone buzzed in his pocket. He took out his phone and saw Su Yao's name on the screen. A smile naturally spread across his face, his eyes brimming with tenderness. He immediately answered, his tone playful, "Missing me already?" Su Yao's crisp laughter came through the phone, followed by, "Of course. But listen, don't come over now, I have to go with my manager for a business meeting." There was a hint of apology in Su Yao's voice. She felt bad that work had thwarted their plans to meet. "All right," Jiang Han said, a touch of disappointment creeping into his tone which inadvertently sounded a bit whiny. "Then I'll pick you up after work." He still longed to see Su Yao soon, even if only for a brief reunion. "Oh, why the pout?" Su Yao noticed the shift in his voice and felt a pang of sympathy. "I'm sorry. We'll just have to see each other tonight." She furrowed her brows slightly on her end, guilt washing over her for letting him down. Jiang Han took a deep breath, trying to sound light-hearted. "It's fine, work comes first. But you'll have to make it up to me tonight." He used this half-joking remark to ease her conscience, not wanting to affect her mood at work over such a small matter. Just after hanging up the phone, the boss lady stepped briskly over and gently placed the packed scallion oil noodles in front of Jiang Han. The takeout box was square and solid, exuding a plain texture and faintly emitting the tempting aroma of scallion oil noodles. "Xiao Jiang, this one's packed for you," the boss lady said with a smile, her face radiating warmth and kindness like the spring sun. Her eyes were full of concern, as if treating him like her own child. Thank you. Jiang Han replied, his voice gentle and polite. Seeing the noodles before him, his appetite was aroused, so he simply opened the portion he had originally intended to take away, ready to eat both together. Jiang Han picked up his chopsticks, skillfully lifted some noodles, each strand distinct, coated with rich scallion oil and sauce and adorned with vibrant green scallions, a truly delightful sight. He gently blew on them, then put them into his mouth. As he chewed, the fragrance of scallion oil spread through his mouth. If the noodles were chewy and firm, the savory flavor just right, prompting an involuntary sigh of satisfaction. In no time both portions of noodles were devoured by Jiang Han with the speed of a whirlwind. He leaned back in his chair, patted his belly lightly, and wore a look of contentment. This familiar taste never failed to bring immense satisfaction to both his stomach and heart. After finishing the noodles, Jiang Han walked out of the noodle shop and approached Li Yang's Mercedes-Benz G-Wagon. He pulled open the door, sat in the driver's seat, and turned the key gently. If the engine emitted a low, powerful roar. Jiang Han adjusted the seat and rear-view mirror, fastened his seatbelt, and drove toward Tencent's location. Jiang Han was not driving fast, he deliberately slowed down. This was also the first time since arriving in Zhonghai that he had such a leisurely drive. Shops lined both sides of the street in close succession. Pedestrians came and went, a scene of bustling activity. The window displays showcased various goods, lights twinkling as if telling the story of the city's prosperity and vitality. Through the car window, Jiang Han watched with interest, sensing the unique atmosphere and rhythm of the city. Sunlight fell on his face, a gentle breeze brushed by, making his mood exceptionally pleasant. He savored this rare leisure as if all pressure and worries were cast behind in this moment. Before long the car arrived at Tencent Building. This area housed many internet companies, and Tencent Building stood out prominently, among them being first in both the building itself and its scale in this region. Jiang Han parked the car in the employee parking area in front of the building and walked toward Tencent Building. Entering the lobby, busy figures could be seen everywhere. Jiang Han approached the front desk and said, "Hello, I'm here to see Lin Shuhua. Please announce that Jiang Han is here." "Hello sir, do you have an appointment?" "Without an appointment, our general manager Lin is unavailable," the receptionist replied. "Forget it, I'll call her," Jiang Han said upon hearing this, then took out his phone to call Lin Shuhua. As he spoke, a young man in a suit and leather shoes walked up to the front desk and said, "Our group's new director will be coming to attend the board meeting shortly. All of General Manager Lin's appointments are to be postponed. Today we only receive this new director." "Okay, Assistant Dong," the receptionist said. Assistant Dong looked at Jiang Han standing nearby. "Buddy, please leave. Our group has an important guest today." "Assistant Dong, this gentleman is also here to see General Manager Lin," the receptionist said. "Does he have an appointment? If not, why not have someone kick him out? Don't delay our reception of the new director," Assistant Dong said. As she spoke, her critical gaze swept over Jiang Han like a searchlight. Jiang Han was dressed in extremely plain clothes. The fabric and style clearly indicated a low price, probably not even exceeding 100 yuan in total. Assistant Dong's brows instantly furrowed into a deep frown, her eyes full of disdain, and said contemptuously, "What status does our general manager Lin have? Can just anyone meet her? Call security to kick him out." Her voice was shrill, as if Jiang Han were some disgusting filth. "Lin Shuhua invited me here and you're driving me out?" Jiang Han asked slowly and unhurriedly. His voice was steady and calm, his eyes revealing a hint of displeasure, but more than that, a composed equanimity. He hadn't expected that as a major shareholder of the company he would be treated like this by a mere assistant. "The name of General Manager Lin is something a poor guy like you can call," Assistant Dong replied disdainfully, her face full of arrogance and mockery. In her view, someone as plainly dressed as Jiang Han could never have any connection with General Manager Lin. He must be here to cause trouble. Fine. I'll leave. Have Lin Shuhua come down and pick me up later," Jiang Han said helplessly. He really didn't want to continue arguing with this unreasonable assistant. With that, he turned and left the front desk, his steps firm and powerful. Jiang Han walked to the side, his face as dark as a sky about to unleash a storm. He took out his phone and quickly dialed Lin Shuhua's number. The call was soon connected, and Jiang Han said with a hint of anger, "I'm at your company's front desk. Your people drove me away. I'm so sorry, Director Jiang." Lin Shuhua was instantly terrified upon hearing this, standing up abruptly, her expression full of horror. Her voice trembled, filled with guilt and anxiety. She was well aware that Jiang Han, as the company's third largest shareholder, had a pivotal influence on the company. Her subordinate treating a major shareholder so rudely was a grave mistake. Lin Shuhua dared not delay a moment. She rushed out of the office, her high heels tapping rapidly on the floor, a reflection of her flustered state. As she ran, she silently prayed that Jiang Han would not form a negative impression of the company because of this incident. Soon Lin Shuhua hurried out, her hair slightly disheveled, fine beads of sweat on her forehead. Clearly she had come running all the way. Assistant Dong, seeing Lin Shuhua's anxious look, immediately went up to her, her face beaming with a smile, and asked eagerly, "General Manager Lin, has Director Jiang arrived?" She was still secretly pleased, thinking that by strictly enforcing the rules and keeping irrelevant people out, she was acting in the interests of General Manager Lin and the company. Lin Shuhua had never met Jiang Han. She only knew from his young yet steady voice on the phone that the director Jiang was not very old. She quickly scanned the lobby, and her gaze finally fell on Jiang Han standing aside. Jiang Han stood there with an imposing demeanor. Despite his plain clothes, he exuded a unique aura, as if possessing an invisible presence. Lin Shuhua didn't hesitate for a second. She quickened her pace and walked over. "Hello, may I ask if you are Director Jiang Han?" she asked cautiously, her voice tinged with unease. She slightly bowed, her eyes full of respect and anticipation. Being in this position, you have more insight than him," Jiang Han said slowly, a hint of mild sarcasm in his tone. He looked at Lin Shuhua, his eyes revealing scrutiny and assessment. Upon hearing this, Lin Shuhua's face immediately tensed, her body stiffened slightly, and her hands unconsciously clenched the hem of her clothes. Just as she was about to explain, Jiang Han said coldly, "Process his resignation. You write the report. He'll approve the order." Though his voice was not loud, it carried an indisputable authority. He simply could not tolerate having such a judgmental, ill-mannered assistant remain in the company, especially treating shareholders so poorly. It was not only a personal disrespect but also detrimental to the company's image. Lin Shuhua was startled by Jiang Han's words, but she didn't hesitate for a moment and quickly nodded, saying, "Yes, Director Jiang, I'll handle it immediately. I guarantee you won't encounter such a situation again." She knew well that Jiang Han's decision was correct and understood the seriousness of the matter. This sudden change, like a boulder dropped into a calm lake, instantly drew a crowd of onlookers in the lobby of Tencent's company. The employees, who had been busily going about their own affairs, all stopped in their tracks, casting curious glances toward Jiang Han, Lin Shuhua, and Assistant Dong. In just a short while, Assistant Dong, who had always been haughty and accustomed to bossing people around, suddenly became the most superfluous presence in the building. She stood there, her face pale, eyes filled with fear and helplessness. The pointing fingers and strange looks from those around her pierced her heart like sharp blades. Many people began whispering among themselves. Though their voices were low, they were clearly audible in the quiet hall. "Is this our company's new director?" "Young, so young," exclaimed a beauty in a business suit, her eyes wide with curiosity and amazement. The well-fitted suit accentuated her figure perfectly, and under her delicate makeup was a face full of vitality. Too young to become the company's third-largest shareholder at such a young age. His family must be quite something," echoed another beauty, holding a coffee cup, taking a sip while a hint of envy gleamed in her eyes. Her long hair cascaded casually over her shoulders, exuding an elegant demeanor. The coffee cup in her hand shimmered with a soft glow under the light. After speaking, she couldn't help sighing, "Alas, a prince charming like this, we too are lucky to have seen him in the flesh. Why does he look so familiar? Where have I seen him before?" murmured the beauty in the business suit, frowning and pondering, speaking to herself. Her fingers tapped gently on her chin, her eyes showing confusion. "You've seen him? Are you sure it wasn't just a dream?" The beauty with the coffee teased with a smile, the corners of her mouth lifting into a mischievous grin. "No. I really do feel like I've seen him somewhere. I just can't recall at the moment," said the beauty in the business suit, irritably stamping her foot with frustration in her eye. Okay, you've seen him. Not a dream," said the coffee-holding beauty, laughing in concession, patting her friend's shoulder to calm her down. Meanwhile, Jiang Han paid little heed to the surrounding chatter. His gaze was steady and confident as he quietly waited for Lin Shuhua to handle the remaining matters. Lin Shuhua, full of apology, arranged for someone to handle Assistant Dong's resignation while cautiously accompanying Jiang Han, afraid of any further mistakes. Just as the two beauties were still joking, the one in the business suit suddenly had a flash of inspiration, as if remembering something important. She grabbed the coffee-holding Bowtie's arm excitedly and exclaimed, "I remember. He's Jiang Han, the wealthy young master from Zhonghai who made headlines for setting off fireworks with a Koenigsegg." The coffee-holding beauty was stunned for a moment, then her eyes widened in shock. "Really? The same Jiang Han who became famous overnight in Zhonghai?" "Absolutely. I saw his video before and thought he was very handsome. I never expected he would be our company's new director," the beauty in the business suit said excitedly, her eyes sparkling. Hearing their conversation, the surrounding whispers, which had been merely curious, instantly grew more animated. Everyone buzzed with whispers full of curiosity and speculation about Jiang Han's identity and background. So he's Jiang Han. No wonder he's so young and capable, becoming the company's third largest shareholder. I heard his background is mysterious. He became a sensation overnight in Zhonghai. He must really have something. We might even see him often in the company from now on. Just thinking about it is exciting. Lin Shuhua overheard the discussions and inwardly felt relieved that she had arrived in time to prevent things from getting worse. She led Jiang Han toward the elevator, saying as they walked, "Director Jiang, I'm truly sorry for this unpleasant experience. I will definitely strengthen employee management and training." Jiang Han nodded slightly and said, "I hope similar incidents won't occur again. The company's image and employee quality are both important." Yes, rest assured Director Jiang, I will take care of it," Lin Shuhua said quickly, her eyes sincere. The two entered the elevator and Lin Shuhua pressed the button for the conference room floor. The elevator fell silent. Jiang Han looked at his reflection on the wall, thinking about the upcoming board meeting. Soon the elevator arrived at the conference room floor. Lin Shuhua led Jiang Han into the conference room where many people were already seated. Upon seeing Jiang Han enter, they all cast curious glances. Lin Shuhua stepped forward and introduced, "Everyone, this is our company's new director Jiang Han." Everyone rose to welcome him. Jiang Han smiled and nodded in acknowledgement, then took his seat. As the meeting began, everyone engaged in discussions about the company's development strategy and recent business performance. Jiang Han listened attentively to each person's speech, occasionally offering his own insights and suggestions. His viewpoints were novel and unique, and his analysis was thorough, earning him admiration from everyone present. Halfway through the meeting, a director proposed a plan for the company's overseas market expansion. He elaborated on the plan's details and expected outcomes, but Jiang Han keenly detected several issues. Jiang Han stood up and said calmly, "I think this plan has some feasibility, but it's lacking in market research and risk assessment. We cannot blindly enter overseas markets. We need to thoroughly understand the local market environment, policies, regulations, and competitors." Then Jiang Han analyzed the plan from multiple angles and proposed some improvements. His speech was clear, logical, and well-founded, leaving everyone deep in thought. After further discussion, everyone ultimately adopted Jiang Han's suggestions and revised and improved the plan. After the meeting ended, everyone praised Jiang Han's ability and insight, expressing great confidence in the company's future. Jiang Han walked out of the conference room with Lin Shuhua following behind. She smiled and said, "Director Jiang, your performance today was outstanding. Everyone is in awe of you." Jiang Han smiled and replied, "It's just my duty. The company's development requires everyone's joint efforts." Just then his phone rang. It was Su Yao calling. Jiang Han answered the phone and said gently, "Hello Su Yao, finished with your business?" On the other end, Su Yao's voice came through, tired but happy. "Yes, it went smoothly. Didn't you say you'd pick me up tonight? I'm off work now." Jiang Han checked the time and said, "All right, I'll be right there." After hanging up, Jiang Han said to Lin Shuhua, "Lin, today's meeting was very productive. I'll leave the follow-up to you. I have some business to attend to. I'll head off now." Lin Shuhua promptly said, "Director Jiang, rest assured I'll handle it. Have a pleasant evening." Jiang Han bid farewell to Lin Shuhua and hurriedly left the company. Driving his car, he was filled with anticipation, thinking about how he would take Su Yao for a romantic dinner to celebrate her successful deal. Back at Tencent, Jiang Han's name and his impressive performance at the board meeting began to circulate among employees, becoming a hot topic of discussion. Jiang Han sped through the city, whose night resembled a spilled palette, with colorful lights whizzing past the car window and vehicles darting like schools of fish in an endless stream. Yet at that moment his thoughts were entirely detached from the bustling nightscape, his heart brimming with anticipation of meeting Su Yao. Every press of the accelerator felt like closing the distance between them, and the joy of seeing her burned like a warm flame in his chest, making him feel that no beauty in the world could rival her radiant smile. Finally arriving at the building where Su Yao worked, Jiang Han had barely parked when his eyes anxiously swept the main entrance for her figure. Just then he saw Su Yao emerge from the company gate. She wore a perfectly tailored business suit, the elegant lines accentuating her graceful silhouette. Though her makeup was meticulously applied, it could not conceal the trace of fatigue in her eyes, yet her face still bore a brilliant smile like the brightest star in the night sky. Jiang Han strode toward her, his eyes filled with tenderness and concern, and said softly, "You've worked hard. Finalizing that deal must have taken a lot of effort." Su Yao smiled and linked her arm through his, gently leaning her head against him, the gesture natural and affectionate, as if he was her firmest support. She murmured, "It's fine, with you here a little exhaustion means nothing." Her voice was sweet and reassuring. Jiang Han took her to a warm and romantic restaurant. As the restaurant door opened, soft light spilled out like flowing water and soothing music meandered through the air like a babbling brook. On every table stood a delicate rose, its fiery red hue exuding a faint fragrance, adding a touch of romance to the whole setting. They found a seat by the window. Jiang Han thoughtfully pulled out the chair for Su Yao, his movement gentle and gentlemanly. Then he skillfully ordered her favorite dishes, every one of them etched in his memory because he wanted her after a tiring day to taste the most familiar flavors. During the meal, Su Yao excitedly shared the details of the negotiation. Her eyes sparkled, her face glowing with the triumph of success, and her hands occasionally gestured as if trying to reenact the entire scene before him. Jiang Han listened intently, leaning slightly forward, his gaze fixed on her face. He nodded from time to time and offered timely praise and encouragement. Her eyes sparkled, her face glowing with the triumph of success, and her hands occasionally gestured as if trying to reenact the entire scene before him. Suddenly the restaurant door was thrown open with a loud bang, shattering the cozy atmosphere. A group of people barged in noisily, their loud clamor and disorderly footsteps like uninvited intruders into a peaceful world. Jiang Han looked up and saw Bai Chen with his cronies. Bai Chen immediately spotted Jiang Han and Su Yao, his originally smug expression darkened as if a clear sky had been suddenly covered by gloomy clouds. His eyes blazed with anger and jealousy, shooting daggers straight at Jiang Han. Bai Chen strode over to Jiang Han's table, deliberately raising his voice and sneering, "Oh, if it isn't young Master Jiang, what, taking your little girlfriend out to eat?" The tone dripped with sarcasm and provocation. Jiang Han frowned, a flicker of displeasure in his eyes, and said coldly, "Bai Chen, you'd better show some respect and not spoil everyone's evening." His voice was low and firm, a clear warning. Bai Chen let out a cold laugh, his lips curling into a contemptuous smirk. "Respect? You stole my thunder and humiliated me in Zhonghai, how can I respect you?" He pointed a finger at Jiang Han, his gesture arrogant and overbearing. Su Yao shrank back a little behind Jiang Han, her body trembling faintly, her hands clutching his coat. Jiang Han patted her hand gently, the motion tender yet reassuring, signaling her not to be afraid. Then he stood up, straightened his back, met Bai Chen's eyes, and said with an unyielding dignity, "Bai Chen, you lost fair and square and can't stand losing. If you keep making a scene here, don't blame me for being rude." Bai Chen was enraged by Jiang Han's words, his face flushed red like a ripe apple and the veins on his forehead stood out. He reached out to push Jiang Han, the movement swift and vicious as if venting all his fury. Jiang Han reacted swiftly, catching Bai Chen's wrist with a grip so powerful that Bai Chen's wrist immediately throbbed in pain. He twisted hard and Bai Chen yelped, "Ouch!" His face contorted in agony as he staggered backward several steps. Seeing this, Bai Chen's friends quickly gathered around, rolling up their sleeves and clenching their fists, their eyes menacing as they prepared to fight. Just then the restaurant manager rushed over, his face a mix of anxiety and helplessness, and shouted, "Everyone, this is a restaurant, please don't cause trouble. If you continue, I'll call the police." His voice echoed through the dining room, carrying a note of authority. Though Bai Chen was still unwilling, he dared not cause trouble with the police involved. He glared at Jiang Han with a look of resentment and spite, saying, "Jiang Han, just you wait, this isn't over." With that he slunk out of the restaurant with his gang, his back looking somewhat pathetic. Su Yao looked at Jiang Han worriedly, her eyes full of concern. "Jiang Han, will he come after us again?" Her voice trembled, still shaken. He comforted her, "Don't be afraid, I'm here. If he dares to try again, I won't let him off easy." He gently pulled her into his arms, his embrace warm and solid as if it could shield her from all storms. After this disturbance the romantic atmosphere was somewhat marred, but Jiang Han and Su Yao tried to adjust their moods and continue enjoying the dinner. They ate and chatted softly, attempting to dispel the recent unpleasantness with tender words. After Bai Chen's departure the sweet atmosphere that had filled the dining hall dissipated like ethereal smoke, replaced by a tense and anxious mood. Su Yao gazed at Jiang Han with concern, her eyes full of care. She leaned slightly closer and whispered a reminder, "Be careful these next couple of days. Don't go wandering off campus unless necessary." Her voice was gentle yet carried an unyielding firmness, as if she were cautioning her beloved. "What if I miss you?" Jiang Han asked deliberately, using a slightly playful coaxing tone in an attempt to ease Su Yao's worries. He tilted his head slightly, a faint smile curling at the corner of his lips, yet his eyes were filled with lingering affection for Su Yao. "Video call. Besides, it's not like him never coming back to school. I haven't found a place yet. Lin Shui showed me a few but none were suitable." Su Yao said with a soft sigh, a trace of helplessness crossing her face. She rested her chin on her hands, her gaze somewhat vacant, still troubled by the housing search. "You two are going to share a place?" Jiang Han asked, a hint of jealousy stirring within him, though concern for Su Yao outweighed it. He sat up straight and looked at her earnestly, awaiting her reply. Su Yao nodded in response, her eyes revealing a glimmer of anticipation as if she had already imagined the idyllic life of living with Lin Shui. I think living with Lin Shui would be great fun. We can cook together, chat together, just thinking about it feels wonderful. She gestured animatedly as she spoke, a radiant smile spreading across her face. Watching Su Yao's dreamy expression, the jealousy in Jiang Han's heart instantly dissolved. He chuckled and said, that sounds nice, having a companion to look out for each other. But when searching for a place, be cautious. Make sure you find somewhere safe and comfortable. He reached out and gently stroked Su Yao's head, the gesture tender and indulgent. Su Yao nodded and replied, I know, don't you worry about it. Just be careful around Bai Chen these 2 days. He's narrow-minded and definitely won't let this go easily. Worry crept back into her eyes as she tightly gripped Jiang Han's hand. Jiang Han patted her hand reassuringly. Don't worry, you'll be careful. If Bai Chen dares to cause trouble again, I won't hold back. His gaze radiated determination and confidence as if he were fully prepared to face whatever came. They chatted a while longer. The restaurant's lighting remained soft and warm, but the clock's hands on the wall ticked unhurriedly, reminding them of the passing time. Su Yao glanced at the clock and said, let's head back. It's getting late, any later and the dormitory will lock up. Her voice carried a hint of reluctance, for the moments with Jiang Han were always fleeting and sweet, yet her rationality told her they couldn't stay out too late. Jiang Han nodded, aware that time was indeed running short. He rose gracefully, first gently pulling out Su Yao's chair, then extending a hand to help her up with tenderness. Su Yao stood up, smoothed her skirt and looked up at Jiang Han. Their eyes met and both saw longing reflected in each other's gaze. Jiang Han took Su Yao's hand, warm and strong as if offering her boundless security. They walked slowly out of the private room. As they passed through the restaurant aisle, diners cast envious or curious glances their way. Jiang Han and Su Yao paid no heed, immersed in their own world, feeling that as long as they had each other nothing else mattered. At the restaurant entrance, a cool night breeze brushed past, causing Su Yao to shiver slightly. Jiang Han noticed her subtle reaction. Immediately he took off his jacket and gently draped it over her shoulders. Su Yao looked up at him, moved, and whispered, "Thank you, Jiang Han." Jiang Han smiled and shook his head. "Silly, no need to thank me." He firmly held Su Yao's hand and led her toward the parking spot. Moonlight cascaded over them, stretching their long shadows as if telling the beautiful story between them. When they reached the car, Jiang Han opened the door, let Su Yao in first, then circled to the driver's seat. Starting the engine, he drove carefully, occasionally glancing at Su Yao beside him. She sat quietly gazing at the night scenery outside the window, her heart filled with both sweetness and anxiety. Sweet because she could share such an evening with Jiang Han, anxious because of the retaliation from Bai Chen that Jiang Han would soon face. The car glided slowly through the quiet streets and soon entered the campus. Jiang Han parked the car and got out with Su Yao. Under the dormitory gate's lamplight, he pulled her into his arms again and said softly, "Get some rest and don't worry about me. I'll handle everything." Su Yao hugged him back tightly. "You must be careful, I'll be worried about you." With that, she gently kissed his cheek, then released him and turned toward the dormitory building. Meanwhile, Bai Chen was holed up in his extravagantly luxurious villa, raging like an enraged lion. He stormed about furiously, hurling his wine glass to the floor. With a loud crash, glass shards scattered everywhere. "Jiang Han, how dare you humiliate me like this? I will make sure you regret it." He ground his teeth, his face contorted with rage, his eyes filled with hatred and indignation. One of his sycophantic cronies cautiously approached, wearing an ingratiating smile, and whispered, "Brother Chen, we can't just let this slide. How about we get someone to teach him a lesson?" The voice trembled, afraid of provoking the already furious Bai Chen. Bai Chen frowned and snorted derisively, a look of contempt flashing in his eyes. "Getting someone to rough him up is too merciful. I'll make sure he can never set foot in Zhonghai again, ruin his reputation completely." He stroked his chin, a sinister glint in his eyes. As Jiang Han stepped back into the dormitory, before he could even fully cross the threshold, he was engulfed by the thunderous sounds of game effects and fierce shouts reverberating within the room. Li Yang and his two companions were completely absorbed in their conquest of the canyon, the computer monitors flickering with the dazzling brilliance of skill effects as if a splendid feast of light and shadow was unfolding. Their faces were alive with tension and excitement, fingers dancing rapidly across keyboards and mice, while intermittent commands and cries escaped their lips, transforming the entire dorm into a battlefield shrouded in smoke. "Yo, has young Master Han been eating shit again?" Li Yang Sharpie caught a glimpse of Jiang Han amidst the frantic game operations and immediately wore a mischievous grin, teasing him. He deliberately twisted "eating honey" into "eating shit," just to poke fun at Jiang Han and lighten the dormitory atmosphere. "Damn. Is it that obvious? Can you tell at a single glance? Jiang Han replied with a laugh, sauntering slowly towards his own bed as he spoke. His steps were light and a sweet smile from spending time with Su Yao still lingered on his face. He reached down to untie his shoelaces, preparing to change his shoes, his movements exuding a sense of ease. Ha ha ha. Too obvious. Obvious enough that I could tell with just a glance out of the corner of my eye. Li Yang responded while maneuvering in the game. His fingers flitted across the keyboard like nimble dancers tapping keys swiftly, his eyes locked onto the screen, missing no detail. His exaggerated comment amused everyone, making the dormitory atmosphere even livelier. Suddenly Li Yang's eyes widened, his expression turning intensely tense, and he shouted, "Wang Zhe. The jungler is low on health at red buff. Cut him off." His voice brimmed with tension and excitement, as if he were a commander directing a crucial battle on the front lines. His body trembled slightly with agitation, and he gripped the mouse and keyboard tightly as if channeling all his strength into the game. His voice brimmed with tension and excitement, as if he were a commander directing a crucial battle on the front lines. He had no choice but to sit down in front of his own computer, gazing at the brand new machine, thinking he might use it for something meaningful. He reached out and gently pressed the power button. But in that instant the bright lights in the dormitory abruptly went out, plunging the entire room into pitch darkness. Damn. Power outage. Li Yang stared at the black screen, dumbfounded. His brows were knitted, his expression grim, clearly annoyed by this unexpected turn. Fuck. Which asshole used a high-power appliance? Immediately someone in the hallway shouted, their voice filled with displeasure and anger. Obviously the sudden blackout had soured everyone's mood. Brother Han. You didn't turn on that shitty computer of yours, did you? Last time I turned it on, the circuit breaker tripped straight away. Zhang Yu asked, his tone tinged with mock surprise, pausing his actions to look at Jiang Han. I just turned it on a moment ago. Jiang Han replied helplessly, a wry smile on his face. He was also a bit frustrated. Unexpectedly the computer caused trouble the moment it was powered on. It seemed the power issue was a real headache. As his words fell, Li Yang switched on his phone's flashlight, the faint beam illuminating his furious face. He stormed into the hallway and bellowed, "Fuck. Which bastard used a high-power appliance? I'm in the middle of a game." His voice echoed through the silent corridor, brimming with discontent and rage. Students from other dorms poked their heads out, drawn by his shouts, curious to see what was happening. After yelling, Li Yang ran back like a whirlwind, wearing a smug mission-accomplished expression, and declared, "All right, we've joined the cursing too. It can't be our dorm." He patted his chest as if that would prove their innocence. "Man. You're cursing so fiercely I've got nothing to say." Jiang Han responded with a mix of exasperation and amusement. Li Yang's outburst, though it vented his own frustration in Jiang Han's view, didn't solve the real problem and might instead provoke resentment from other dorms. Jiang Han shook his head helplessly, thinking that Li Yang was such a character, always acting on impulse. That night the boys' dormitory seemed swallowed by darkness, plunged into endless silence. After the power cut, the dorm lost its usual bustle. Everyone could only fiddle with their phones out of boredom. The faint glow of phone screens flickered in the dark, reflecting each person's slightly tired and listless face. As battery levels dwindled, interest waned, and they put down their phones, drifting off to sleep early. Moonlight streamed through the window, spilling onto the floor like a layer of silver frost, and the occasional chirp of insects added to the tranquility of the night. The next day, before the first rays of morning sun had fully illuminated the campus, Jiang Han, Li Yang, Zhang Yu and Wang Zhe rose early. They washed up quickly, put on neat clothes, and with sleep still lingering in their eyes, entered the canteen early. The canteen was filled with the aroma of food. The breakfast selection was plentiful, steaming buns, twisted crullers and fragrant soy milk in the steamers, all tempting the appetite. "There are so few pretty senior girls or junior girls this early," Wang Zhe remarked, glancing at the sparse figures in the canteen. As he spoke, he craned his neck, scanning around with hopeful eyes, hoping to spot a few attractive girls. His voice echoed in the nearly empty hall, drawing the attention of a few nearby students. Li Yang laughed and patted Wang Zhe on the shoulder, teasing, "Dude, you're thinking about pretty girls first thing in the morning. It's still early, beauties are probably still lazing in bed." A sly grin spread across his face, his eyes glinting with mischief. Zhang Yu chimed in, "Exactly Wang Zhe, don't be so impatient. During class later you might see plenty of beauties." He picked up a steamed bun, took a bite and wore a satisfied expression. Jiang Han meanwhile quietly selected his food, grabbing a glass of soy milk and an egg before finding a seat. He watched his three roommates bantering back and forth, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He felt that although such a life was ordinary, it was full of joy. The time spent with his roommates was always so light and pleasant. Just then the canteen door swung open and a few girls walked in chatting and laughing. Wang Ze's eyes lit up instantly and he pointed at them excitedly exclaiming, "Look, beauties have arrived." His voice was filled with surprise as if he had discovered a new continent. Li Yang glanced at the girls then pursed his lips and said, "Just these. They're not that pretty. Wang Ze, you're too easily impressed." His tone carried a hint of disdain but his eyes still couldn't help straying toward them. Zhang Yu laughed and said, "Alright, stop being so picky. It's good enough that there are beauties to look at, don't demand too much." He continued eating his breakfast as he spoke. After breakfast the four of them walked to the classroom with somewhat heavy steps, beginning the most excruciating part of the day. In the past they would always skillfully slip into the corner seats of the classroom where they could secretly daydream, chat in low voices and enjoy their own little world. But today they were assigned seats right in the middle of the first row, as if placed under a spotlight where every move could not escape the teacher's eyes. Li Yang, Wang Ze and Zhang Yu looked at this excellent position with utter speechlessness, each letting out sighs of frustration. This seat is practically the teacher's surveillance zone. Li Yang furrowed his brow and said with a grimace, "Yeah, from now on we don't dare to doze off in class anymore." Wang Ze shook his head helplessly. Zhang Yu directly collapsed into his chair and said weakly, "I'm done for. How am I going to endure this whole morning?" Jiang Han, however, was quite composed. He smiled and said, "Since we're here, let's make the best of it and just pay attention in class." A whole morning passed amidst the suffering of the four. As soon as the bell rang and the teacher left the classroom, Zhou Ting stood up, cleared his throat and said, "There are no classes this afternoon. But this afternoon is the recruitment event for various school clubs. If you're interested you can go check them out." His voice was loud and clear, echoing in the quiet classroom. After speaking, Zhou Ting left the classroom. Upon hearing club, Li Yang immediately perked up, his eyes sparkling with excitement, and said loudly, "I want to join the club with the most senior girls." As he spoke he rubbed his hands together with an expectant look on his face. "Oh, come on. Do you guys have any thoughts?" Li Yang turned to the other three and asked eagerly. "No thoughts. Don't want to go," Jiang Han said, slowly leaning back in his chair with a calm gaze, seemingly uninterested in club activities. "Me too," Zhang Yu responded weakly, lying prostrate on the desk, his head buried in his arms, his voice somewhat muffled. "I have no thoughts either. Don't want to join any club," Wang Ze also said, stretching and yawning, his face full of fatigue. Seeing that all three were uninterested, Li Yang grew a bit anxious. He raised his voice and said, "Oh, just go take a look. Maybe you'll find a club you like. Besides, joining a club lets you meet many new friends, isn't that great?" "No. I'm going back to play games. Are you guys going?" Wang Ze said, his tone crisp and decisive, as if playing games was the most important thing at the moment. After speaking he quickly stood up, his movements urgent like a game character scrambling to grab resources, ready to leave the classroom. "Log in." Zhang Yu also stood up, ready to leave, his eyes sparkling with excitement as if he could already see the fierce battle scenes in the game. His movements were as swift as Wang Ze's. The two were like a pair of tacit comrades ready to fight side by side at the call of the game. "Fine, don't go then. I'll go back and log in too." Li Yang also gave up persuading. He had originally hoped to drag everyone to the club to check out senior girls, but now it seemed he could only immerse himself in the game world. Although his tone revealed some reluctance, it still carried anticipation for the game. Jiang Han heard the conversation among the three and also laughed, the corners of his mouth lifting, his eyes full of mirth as he teased, "Just now you were going to check out senior girls. And now you're going to play games." His tone carried a hint of mockery, as if ridiculing their fickleness. "Jiang Han, you mark my words. I can play games all night without getting tired. But if I spent a night with senior girls it would be the death of me." Li Yang replied with a laugh, patting his chest exaggeratedly as he spoke, his expression very comical. He made such a peculiar comparison between playing games and interacting with senior girls, making the remark both hilarious and distinctive of his style. "Awesome. Your description is unbeatable." Jiang Han immediately gave a thumbs up and smiled, laughing heartily at Li Yang's words, finding his description incredibly creative. The raised thumb was a recognition of Li Yang's humor as well as a response to the relaxed atmosphere. Wang Ze and Zhang Yu were also amused by Li Yang's words and laughed. The minor disagreement originally caused by the club recruitment topic dissipated in the wave of cheerful laughter. The four of them packed up their things, chatting and laughing as they walked out of the classroom, heading towards the dormitory, ready to embark on their own gaming journey. Detected mission target by Chen will appear at Longhao Grand Hotel at 2 p.m. for business negotiation. Host, please proceed to prevent it. The system's voice instantly rang in Jiang Han's mind like a clear bell, carrying an unquestionable sense of command. Hearing the system mission, Jiang Han's eyes instantly lit up and his heart rejoiced as if suddenly seeing a ray of light in the darkness. He was just worrying about how to further deal with Bai Chen, and this opportunity fell into his lap like a gift from heaven. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a confident smile. In his mind he had already started planning how to act upon reaching the hotel and how to successfully thwart Bai Chen's business deal. I'm not going back. I need to go to Longhao Grand Hotel. I have something to do. Jiang Han said slowly, his voice steady and resolute, his eyes revealing a determined conviction. Bye. Zhang Yu replied casually, his mind already drifting to the game, not paying much attention to Jiang Han's decision. Bye. Jiang Han said, then turned and walked toward the school parking lot. His steps were brisk, each one carrying a sense of urgency and excitement. Arriving at the parking lot, Jiang Han's cool Bugatti was like a slumbering beast, radiating eye-catching brilliance. Jiang Han skillfully opened the door, sat in the driver's seat and started the engine. The engine let out a low powerful roar as if cheering for Jiang Han's upcoming actions. Under the envious gazes of many classmates, Jiang Han drove the Bugatti out of the school. Sunlight spilled over the car body, reflecting dazzling light, causing passers-by to stop and stare. Soon Jiang Han arrived at the Longhao Grand Hotel. The hotel stood like a magnificent palace on a bustling street with heavy traffic and a constant flow of people at the entrance. Jiang Han's car slowly pulled up in front of the lobby, its smooth lines and unique design drew many eyes. Immediately hotel staff approached. Well trained with professional smiles on their faces, they swiftly opened the car door for Jiang Han. One of the staff members said respectfully, "Young Master Han." His tone was full of awe and respect. "Please park my car for me." "Thank you." Jiang Han handed the keys to the staff member, his voice warm yet dignified. "Certainly, young Master Han," the staff member replied, then carefully took the keys and prepared to park the car. Hearing the response, Jiang Han nodded, straightened his clothes and walked into the lobby with confident strides. The lobby was magnificent, with crystal chandeliers emitting a soft glow and the floor polished like a mirror, reflecting Jiang Han's tall figure. The moment Jiang Han arrived at the hotel, Sun Chang was notified. Sun Chang was the hotel manager. He fully understood Jiang Han's status and position and dared not slack off in the slightest. He quickly set aside his work, tidied his attire and hurriedly came out of his office to greet his boss. His face wore a tense yet expectant expression, thinking silently to himself that he must handle the reception perfectly without any mistakes. Sun Chang jogged over to Jiang Han, panting heavily, his face wreathed in smiles that bloomed like flowers, brimming with flattery and deference. He bowed slightly and said enthusiastically, "Young Master Han. Your presence graces our hotel, it's truly an honor. Last time I didn't get a chance to check the hotel's earnings. Take me to see them." Jiang Han spoke slowly, his tone calm yet carrying an undeniable authority. Although his main purpose in coming to the hotel was to thwart Bai Chen's business partnership, he also saw this as an opportunity to review the hotel's operational status. "Of course, young Master Han. This way, please." Sun Chang replied hastily, his voice trembling slightly from nervousness. With that he hurriedly led the way, his steps quick, occasionally glancing back to see if Jiang Han was keeping up his demeanor, as cautious as if he feared that a single misstep might incur Jiang Han's displeasure. Soon the two arrived at Sun Chang's office. The office was exquisitely decorated with several valuable paintings hanging on the walls and delicate ornaments placed on the desk. Sun Chang quickly moved to the tea table nearby and skillfully began brewing tea. Though his hands were busy, his eyes kept darting toward Jiang Han, his heart in turmoil, uncertain what Jiang Han would think of the hotel's earnings. After brewing the tea, Sun Chang promptly arranged for the staff to bring all the documents Jiang Han had mentioned. The staff moved swiftly and in no time the files were neatly placed before Jiang Han. These documents recorded the hotel's various revenue figures and were a vital reflection of its operational state. Watching Jiang Han examine the reports intently, Sun Chang grew so nervous that fine beads of sweat formed on his forehead. His body stiffened slightly, his eyes fixed on Jiang Han's expression, scarcely daring to breathe, as though every glance and movement from Jiang Han could decide his fate. Jiang Han then said, "Manager Sun, have a seat. No need to be so nervous." His voice was gentle, laced with reassurance. Jiang Han could sense Sun Chang's tension. After all, he was the hotel's owner, and Sun Chang as manager would naturally be concerned about his opinion on the hotel's operations. "Ah yes, young Master Han." Sun Chang replied, sitting down timidly. He only dared to perch lightly on the edge of the chair, sitting upright with his hands neatly on his knees, still sneaking glances at Jiang Han from time to time like a student awaiting his teacher's evaluation. Jiang Han looked at the reports, his eyes sweeping over the figures one by one, his brow slightly furrowed, a hint of scrutiny in his gaze. Some data in the reports were clearly unreasonable, and he knew in his heart that there might be some underhanded dealings behind them. After a moment's silence he placed the reports down and said slowly, "Manager Sun, I've seen the hotel's operations. As for the loopholes in these reports, I'll turn a blind eye." His tone was calm, but it made Sun Chang's heart tighten sharply. Hearing Jiang Han's words, Sun Chang's previously tense body instantly relaxed, like a tightly drawn string suddenly let loose. The sweat on his forehead gradually receded and his face showed a relieved expression. He secretly let out a long breath, inwardly grateful that Jiang Han hadn't probed into the issues in the reports. "The hotel's operations are quite good. I want to ask where the money went. Consider it a welcome gift from me, the new owner, as bonuses for everyone." Jiang Han spoke again, his voice steady and powerful, exuding magnanimity and tolerance. "Thank you, young Master Han." Sun Chang immediately responded with a smile, his grin bright and his eyes full of gratitude. He hadn't expected Jiang Han not only to avoid holding him accountable but also to generously distribute that money as bonuses to everyone, which filled him with admiration and respect for Jiang Han. Ding! Detected a 100 increase in Sun Chang's favorability. Reward remaining 49 shares of Longhao. The system's voice rang out the moment Sun Chang finished speaking, the crisp notification echoing in Jiang Han's mind. A glint of surprise flashed in Jiang Han's eyes. He hadn't expected his leniency to yield such a generous reward. "From now on, Longhao Hotel will have only one shareholder, and that is me. You only need to answer to me. There will be plenty of benefits for you," Jiang Han said slowly, his gaze firm and confident, as if declaring his absolute control over the hotel. "I will serve young Master Han with all my heart." Sun Chang immediately pledged his loyalty, straightening his back, his eyes revealing devotion and determination. He knew that following a generous and decisive boss like Jiang Han would surely bring him a bright future. I heard that our hotel has a negotiation with Bai Chen this afternoon." Jiang Han spoke, his tone seemingly casual, but his eyes held a trace of vigilance. His main purpose in coming to the hotel was to stop Bai Chen's business partnership, and now he could learn the specifics from Sun Chang. "Young Master Bai. Recently our hotel did receive an invitation for cooperation from the Bai Group. However, some of our hotel's senior management and I felt that this cooperation wasn't very feasible, so we haven't immediately proceeded with discussions." Sun Chang spoke sincerely, explaining the situation in detail to Jiang Han. "The conditions proposed by the Bai Group for cooperation are rather harsh for our hotel, and there have been negative rumors about their credibility in the industry. So we're still deliberating." Sun Chang added, his eyes revealing a hint of worry. He was concerned that Jiang Han might question his decision-making over this matter. I will lead this afternoon's meeting. First arrange some lunch for me, I haven't eaten at noon." Jiang Han said, his voice steady and resolute, his eyes showing an unyielding decisiveness. After reviewing the reports and conversing with Sun Chang, he had gained some understanding of the hotel's situation and became more determined to thwart Bai Chen in the afternoon negotiations. At that moment the hunger in his stomach reminded him that he needed to replenish his energy to face the upcoming challenge in top form. "Yes, young Master Han." Sun Chang replied promptly, his voice tinged with urgency. Hearing that Jiang Han would lead the afternoon meeting, he felt both surprised and reassured, surprised that Jiang Han was so quickly getting involved in specific matters, and reassured that with the owner himself present things would likely take a positive turn. He quickly stood up, straightened his clothes and prepared to arrange lunch. "Young Master Han, is there anything in particular you'd like to eat? Our hotel's chefs are very skilled and can prepare various cuisines." Sun Chang asked respectfully, hoping to please Jiang Han with the meal and further improve his standing with him. Jiang Han thought for a moment and said, "Keep it simple, just a few light and tasty homestyle dishes and a bowl of soup." He didn't want to fuss over food, the priority was conserving energy for the confrontation with Bai Chen in the afternoon. "Got it, young Master Han. Rest assured, I'll arrange it right away and make sure you enjoy your meal," Sun Chang said as he quickly walked out of the office to convey Jiang Han's request to the kitchen. He mentally calculated that he would select the finest ingredients and have the chefs prepare them meticulously, leaving no room for error. Before long, Sun Chang cautiously entered the office with lunch, gently placing the dishes on the table before Jiang Han. The meal was meticulously arranged, steaming hot, and exuded an enticing aroma. Jiang Han, engrossed in the financial statements before him, caught the scent and looked up. He cast a glance at the sumptuous lunch, nodded to Sun Chang in gratitude, and then resumed eating while continuing to pore over the documents. His movements were swift and efficient as he ate, yet his eyes never left the reports. He rapidly scanned the data, his mind racing to analyze the hotel's operational performance. Suddenly Jiang Han set down his chopsticks and spoke calmly, "Manager Sun, the performance over the past few months has been excellent. Give every employee in the hotel a 200 yuan red envelope as a celebration. His voice was gentle yet carried an unmistakable decisiveness reflecting both recognition of the employees' hard work and the generosity and magnanimity of a boss. Thank you, Master Han. I extend my gratitude on their behalf. Sun Chang replied respectfully, his face beaming with surprise and appreciation. He bowed deeply as if to convey his thankfulness through the very gesture. In his eyes, Jiang Han's generous distribution of red envelopes not only made the employees feel the boss care and boosted their morale but also enhanced his own standing as a manager among the staff. He inwardly congratulated himself on having such a generous and visionary boss, vowing silently to devote even greater effort to managing the hotel for Jiang Han in the future. After straightening up, Sun Chang looked at Jiang Han with hopeful anticipation and asked Master Han when would be the most appropriate time to distribute the red envelopes. He wished to arrange everything perfectly to Jiang Han's satisfaction. Jiang Han pondered for a moment and replied, let's do it before the end of today's shift so everyone can go home happily with this reward. You should arrange for someone to implement this as soon as possible. Right away, Master Han. I'll get on it immediately. I'll have the finance department compile the employee list promptly to ensure every staff member receives their red envelope in time. Sun Chang responded quickly, already mentally mapping out the specific procedures, contemplating how to accomplish this efficiently. With that said, Jiang Han set down the reports and shifted his full attention to the lunch before him. He picked up his chopsticks, took a piece of glistening caramel braised pork belly and placed it into his mouth, chewing slowly. The meat melted on his tongue, rich yet not greasy, with the intense caramel flavor spreading across his palate, prompting an involuntary exclamation of praise. This caramel braised pork belly is excellent. Sun Chang quickly stepped forward to accompany Jiang Han on a tour of the Longhao Hotel. They walked along the bright and spacious corridors, with Jiang Han occasionally pausing to observe the hotel's decor, facility layout. Sun Chang quickly stepped forward to accompany Jiang Han on a tour of the Longhao Hotel. They walked along the bright and spacious corridors, with Jiang Han occasionally pausing to observe the hotel's decor, facility layout and the employees' working status. When the hotel staff saw Jiang Han and Sun Chang approaching, they cast respectful glances before bowing politely and greeting them. Jiang Han nodded back with a smile, his eyes revealing a deep concern for and expectation of the hotel. Time slipped away second by second like sand in an hourglass, silent yet ceaselessly flowing. A staff member trotted up to the two men, panting with a hint of urgency on his face, and said, Manager Sun, the Bai family's delegation has arrived at the hotel's conference room. His voice broke the tranquility of the hotel, instantly drawing the full attention of Jiang Han and Sun Chang. Master Han, shall we go now? Or should we make them wait a while? Sun Chang asked, his eyes seeking guidance, hoping for Jiang Han's instructions. Knowing the importance of this negotiation and Jiang Han's determination to thwart the Bai family's cooperation, he acted with extra caution. Let's go now. That Bai Chen is too inauspicious, don't let him taint our place. Jiang Han declared, his tone dripping with disdain and disgust. Bai Chen's previous actions had deeply repulsed him, and he had no intention of giving Bai Chen any chance to be arrogant. Very well, Master Han. This way, please. Sun Chang responded, gesturing with his hand and then leading the way toward the conference room. Jiang Han followed behind, his step steady and resolute, his eyes exuding confidence and composure as if he were fully prepared to face whatever came. They traversed the long corridor, the sound of their footsteps echoing in the silence, heralding the impending confrontation with the Bai group. At the conference room door, Sun Chang strode forward quickly, his steps urgent and forceful as if each footfall carried a tense rhythm. He reached for the door handle, turned it gently and pushed the door open. Then he stepped aside and said respectfully, Master Han, please. His voice, though soft, was clearly audible in the silent corridor. As the door swung open, the Bai family's negotiating team, who had been seated around the conference table either whispering among themselves or flipping through documents, immediately rose to their feet. Their movements were synchronized, professional smiles plastered on their faces as they prepared to greet the newcomers. Their eyes reflected anticipation and confidence, as if they were fully assured of the negotiation success. However, the moment Jiang Han drew near, Bai Chen's initially smug expression darkened instantly like a clear sky suddenly shrouded by storm clouds. A flicker of surprise and fury flashed in his eyes. His brows knitted tightly and his lips unconsciously pressed into a thin line. He had never expected Jiang Han to appear here, cursing inwardly at his rotten luck. Master Chen, we meet again so soon. No wonder you asked me to wait. Jiang Han spoke slowly, his voice low and magnetic, each word like a bullet aimed precisely at Bai Chen. A hint of mockery and provocation gleamed in his eyes, and a faint contemptuous smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Hearing Jiang Han's words, Bai Chen's face turned even more ashen. His hands involuntarily clenched into fists, the knuckles whitening from the strain. He took a deep breath, struggling to calm himself, and then said coldly, Jiang Han, you really are a persistent ghost. I didn't expect you to show up here. But this is a business negotiation, you'd better not cause any trouble. His tone was laced with threat and warning, attempting to overpower Jiang Han with sheer force of presence. Is that so? Jiang Han sat down nonchalantly, his movements composed and graceful as if nothing before him could stir his emotions. He casually rested his hands on the armrests of the chair, his gaze revealing a hint of disdain and contempt. Then in a cold tone he uttered, show the guests out. His voice was crisp and authoritative, like an unassailable command. Yes, young Master Han. Sun Chang responded promptly, his voice tinged with nervousness and reverence. He swiftly turned to face the members of the Bai family, maintaining a polite smile on his face but with an unwavering determination in his eyes. Please everyone, this way, he said. Jiang Han. I know you're not someone to be trifled with. But this is a collaboration between our Bai family and Longhao Grand Hotel. Bai Chen retorted indignantly, his face flushed crimson like a ripe apple, veins bulging on his forehead. His voice trembled with rage and his hands waved involuntarily, trying to assert some authority. Oh, I forgot to mention Longhao belongs to the Jiang family, Jiang Han said slowly, his tone dripping with contempt. He raised his chin slightly, his eyes radiating immense confidence and control. His words struck like a bombshell in the meeting room, stunning everyone from the Bai family. Bai Chen's face turned ashen, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stared at Jiang Han as if hearing the most absurd thing in the world. His lips quivered slightly, trying to speak but failing. After a long pause he finally regained his composure and growled through gritted teeth, Jiang Han, don't think that just because you control Longhao Grand Hotel you can do whatever you please. Our Bai group is not to be trifled with either. This partnership is a rare opportunity for Longhao Grand Hotel. If you let it slip you'll regret it later. Jiang Han let out a cold laugh, stood up, walked over to Bai Chen and met his gaze directly. Bai Chen, don't think the Bai group is all that impressive. Since I have control over Longhao Grand Hotel I have the ability to make it thrive. The cooperation proposal your Bai group offered is beneath my notice. Moreover, given what you've done to me in the past, I will never let you succeed. Bai Chen, intimidated by Jiang Han's glare, stepped back but still forced himself to remain composed. Jiang Han, don't be too arrogant. The Bai group holds considerable sway in the business world. Offend us and you'll face dire consequences. Jiang Han smiled contemptuously. He'll be waiting to see what you can do to me. But I suggest you take your people and leave now. Don't waste my time. Bai Chen wanted to retort, but seeing Jiang Han's resolute expression and the wary looks from Sun Chang and the others, he knew he would gain nothing here today. He shot Jiang Han a venomous glare, then turned to his entourage and said, let's go. With that he stormed out of the meeting room, followed by the Bai family members. Watching the retreating figures of the Bai family, a triumphant smile crossed Jiang Han's face. He knew that successfully thwarting the Bai group's collaboration with Longhao Grand Hotel was a significant blow to Bai Chen. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully foiling the Bai family's plan. Reward: a penthouse apartment at Longhao International, tip off the lien. Please claim it at the sales office. The moment Bai Chen left the meeting room, the system's mechanical voice rang out clear and resonant, echoing in the slightly empty space. Jiang Han heard it and the corner of his mouth curled into a confident and pleased smile. The reward came at just the right time, not only affirming his success in blocking the Bai family's plan but also adding substantial value to his assets in Zhonghai. He lifted his head slightly, a glint shining in his eyes as he declared, terminate all cooperation with the Bai family. And I don't want anyone named Bai to set foot in our hotel. His tone was firm and unyielding, each word carrying weight, showing his decisive stance against the Bai group. Understood, young Master Han. Sun Chang responded promptly, his voice crisp and his eyes filled with awe and obedience. He fully grasped the implications of Jiang Han's decision and knew he must enforce it strictly. In his mind he quickly planned to notify all departments to halt any projects related to the Bai family and to tighten the hotel's access control to prevent anyone named Bai from entering. Alright, that's settled. Carry out the tasks I've assigned today. I'm leaving, Jiang Han said as he rose to depart. He straightened his clothes with concise and efficient movements, then strode toward the meeting room door with steady, powerful steps. Sun Chang hurriedly followed, escorting Jiang Han all the way to the hotel entrance. Standing respectfully to the side, he watched Jiang Han get into the car, then bowed slightly and said, take care, young Master Han. Wishing you all the best. Jiang Han nodded, the gesture brisk and decisive as if silently affirming the plans ahead. Instantly the roar of the sports car erupted, a deep explosive sound like a waking beast shattering the tranquility at the hotel entrance. Jiang Han sat steadily in the driver's seat, leaning back slightly against the comfortable upholstery, his gaze focused and calm. With practiced ease he picked up his phone, opened the navigation app and entered Longhu International. The route soon appeared on the screen. Jiang Han examined it carefully, estimating the distance and time required. Following the navigation voice prompts, he slowly turned the steering wheel. The sports car glided out of the hotel parking lot as agile as a swimming dragon. Sunlight bathed the car's body, reflecting dazzling rays that drew the attention of passers-by. Through the window Jiang Han gazed at the bustling cityscape, but his thoughts had already drifted to the penthouse apartment at Longhu International he was about to claim. Before long Jiang Han's car precisely navigated into the parking lot before the sales hall, guided by the GPS. The sports car was like a brilliant meteor, standing out dazzlingly among the multitude of vehicles in the lot. The moment the car came to a halt, several female sales representatives in black stockings and pencil skirts emerged from the hall. Their figures were graceful, their steps light like a flock of agile butterflies fluttering toward Jiang Han's car. She ran up to Jiang Han, slightly bending at the waist, and asked politely, "I'm here to pick up the paperwork." Jiang Han spoke slowly, his voice steady and calm, his eyes exuding. She ran up to Jiang Han, slightly bending at the waist, and asked politely, "I'm here to pick up the paperwork." Jiang Han spoke slowly, his voice steady and calm, his eyes exuding a sense of confidence and composure. "Oh. You're here for the paperwork on the Longhu No. 1 penthouse, right?" The saleswoman asked enthusiastically, her eyes sparkling with excitement as if she had already glimpsed a handsome commission within reach. That's right." Jiang Han nodded, his movement concise and decisive, confirming his intent. "This way please. Let me take you to the VIP lounge to rest first," the saleswoman said with a smile, extending her hand in a gesture of invitation, then led Jiang Han into the VIP lounge of the sales office. The VIP lounge was lavishly decorated with plush sofas, exquisite paintings and bright lighting, everything exuding comfort and warmth. "Sir, what would you like to drink?" the saleswoman asked, her voice gentle and sweet like a melodious song. "No thank you," Jiang Han said with a smile, his expression sincere and friendly, making him approachable. "Sir, please wait a moment. I'll prepare the paperwork for you right away," the saleswoman said, then quickly left the VIP lounge. Her footsteps were hurried as if an invisible force was urging her on. After leaving, the saleswoman rushed into the sales manager's office. With a hint of nervousness and excitement on her face she said, "Manager, the buyer of the penthouse is here to pick up the paperwork. I've arranged for him in the VIP lounge." "Good. Prepare the paperwork right away. I'll go over first," the manager said, his voice steady and firm, his eyes revealing professionalism and confidence. With that he quickly stood up, straightened his clothes and headed toward the VIP lounge. His steps were determined and swift, his mind set on making a favorable impression on the buyer of the penthouse, knowing this was a big deal. When the manager entered the VIP lounge, Jiang Han was sitting on the sofa waiting quietly. The manager immediately broke into a warm smile, walked briskly to Jiang Han, extended his hand and said, "Hello sir, I'm the sales manager here. It's a great honor to serve you. Please wait a moment, the paperwork will be ready shortly." Jiang Han stood up, shook hands with the manager and said, "I appreciate your trouble." The manager replied with a smile, "No trouble at all, it's our duty. If you need anything while waiting, feel free to let me know." Having said that, the manager took a seat in a nearby chair and accompanied Jiang Han while waiting for the paperwork to be completed. "I noticed a separate enclosed area on your model. What's that?" Jiang Han asked casually, his eyes fixed on his phone screen, fingers lightly swiping, seemingly nonchalant. "Sir, that's our Longhu International Longhu Manor," the manager responded enthusiastically, his voice filled with pride as if introducing a rare treasure. He leaned forward slightly, his gaze focused on Jiang Han, hoping to pique his interest. "Oh, just a single villa inside?" Jiang Han nodded in response, his tone flat, but a hint of curiosity flickered in his eyes. He put down his phone, sat up straight and began to listen attentively to the manager's introduction. "Sir, if you have time later I can take you to see it right now," the manager immediately said, upon hearing this, his eyes sparkling with excitement, seizing every sales opportunity. He knew that a client like Jiang Han who could afford the penthouse might also be interested in the villa at Longhu Manor. "All right, let's go." Jiang Han nodded in agreement, his reply concise and decisive. He figured he had time anyway and it wouldn't hurt to have a look, maybe he could even complete the system's cashback mission. "Sir, this way please." The manager stood up in surprise and delight, his face beaming with joy. He quickly straightened his clothes, made a gesture of invitation and guided Jiang Han toward Longhu Manor. Jiang Han followed behind the manager, thinking to himself that he still had one chance for a cashback spend. With over 140 million yuan left in his card, he figured he might as well spend it now to complete the task. This way he'd get the cash back and increase his assets, a win-win. As he walked, he calculated in his mind if the villa at Longhu Manor was suitable, he would buy it. Soon the two arrived at Longhu Manor. The estate's gate was imposing in European architectural style with towering stone columns and exquisite carvings that caught the eye. The manager opened the gate and led Jiang Han inside. The moment he entered, Jiang Han was captivated by the scenery before him. Lush trees, blooming flowers, a clear stream meandering through the entire estate, and a delicate pavilion beside it. In the distance a luxurious villa stood quietly gleaming under the sunlight. Sir, this is the villa of Longhu Manor. It occupies a large area with an independent garden, swimming pool and garage. The interior decoration is top-notch, featuring the most advanced smart home system for a more convenient and comfortable life, the manager introduced while observing Jiang Han's expression. Jiang Han walked around the villa, carefully examining every detail. He stepped inside, the spacious and bright living room, luxurious bedrooms, modern kitchen, every part pleased him. Standing on the balcony overlooking the beautiful estate, he had already made up his mind. "I'll take this manor." "How much?" Jiang Han spoke slowly. "Sir, the price of this manor is 1.6 billion yuan, with a building area of 3000 square meters and the entire estate covering 5 mu of land," the sales manager said excitedly. "All right, swipe the card, but I can only transfer 140 million yuan to you today for now," Jiang Han said. "Sir, a transaction of over 1 billion is no small number." "I understand. That's acceptable," the manager immediately replied. "Swipe the card," Jiang Han said promptly. Upon hearing this, the manager quickly took the POS machine from his assistant, and soon the 140 million yuan transaction was successful. Ding! Detected host spending 140 million yuan successfully. Received 140 million divine wealth points, triggering a 100-fold cashback. Returning 14 billion yuan. Remaining cashback count 0. The sales office manager, upon seeing the successful payment displayed on the card machine, was immediately overwhelmed with excitement, his smile stretching nearly to his ears. This luxurious mansion in Longhu Manor, known as the most expensive residence in Zhonghai, closing such a monumental deal meant not only a substantial commission but also a tremendous honor for him. His hands trembled slightly as he carefully picked up the payment receipt as if it were a rare treasure. "The remaining amount will be transferred to you tomorrow." Jiang Han spoke slowly, his tone calm and steady, as if discussing the most ordinary matter. For him, mobilizing over 100 million in funds was merely a simple operation. "Yes, sir," the manager replied excitedly, his voice trembling with enthusiasm. He nodded eagerly, his eyes filled with gratitude and anticipation. He knew that a client as capable as Jiang Han was a rare find, and he resolved to provide impeccable service, striving to build a lasting and positive relationship. Then the manager added, "Sir, we will arrange your butler to serve you as soon as possible." His face radiated a warm smile, hoping these thoughtful services would leave Jiang Han even more satisfied. A hint of curiosity flickered in his eyes. "Sir, this property comes fully equipped with security personnel, butlers and a range of service staff." A hint of curiosity flickered in his eyes. "Sir, this property comes fully equipped with security personnel, butlers and a range of service staff. The focus is on making homeowners worry-free. Coming home means pure enjoyment," the manager replied with a smile, gesturing as he spoke to help Jiang Han visualize the services. "Our butlers are professionally trained and can handle various daily tasks such as cleaning, shopping, itinerary planning and more. The security team also patrols 247 to ensure your safety." "Good," Jiang Han responded, slowly nodding with satisfaction at such services. With these professionals at his service, his future life would indeed be much more convenient. He leaned back on the sofa, envisioning his days in the mansion filled with anticipation. Meanwhile, the manager stood nearby, a warm smile ever present on his face, awaiting further instructions, determined to perfect every aspect of the follow-up service. Sitting on the sofa, Jiang Han's mind had already begun sketching the scenes of his future life in this luxurious mansion. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, spilling onto the soft carpet. The butler meticulously prepared an exquisite afternoon tea, while outside the window the estate offered a picturesque landscape through all seasons. At this thought, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. "Manager, when will the butler be available? I'd like to familiarize myself with the place as soon as possible," Jiang Han inquired, eager to enjoy the convenience of the supporting services. "Sir, we will arrange for the butler to contact you within today. The butler will come with detailed materials and service introductions. You can share any needs with him at any time," the manager promptly replied, his eyes brimming with professionalism and confidence. Jiang Han nodded and asked, and what about the estate security measures? I place great importance on safety. The manager immediately perked up and elaborated, sir, our security system employs state-of-the-art technology. High-definition surveillance cameras surround the estate operating 247 with any anomaly instantly relayed to the security center. Additionally, the security team conducts regular patrols. They are rigorously trained and possess professional emergency response capabilities. Moreover, entry to the estate requires strict identity verification, ensuring only owners and authorized personnel can access it. Jiang Han was satisfied with the security arrangements after hearing this. Just then his phone rang. It was Li Yang calling. Han Ji, where are you? We're gaming at the internet cafe. Come join us. Li Yang shouted excitedly. Jiang Han laughed him at Longhu International now. I just bought a villa, so I can't make it. What? You bought a villa? At Longhu International? Han Ji, you're incredible. Li Yang's voice was filled with surprise and envy. Alright, have fun. I'll join you guys when I'm free, Jiang Han said. After hanging up, he continued chatting with the manager about the villa's future renovation and maintenance. The manager assured him that a professional team would be arranged to handle everything, ensuring Jiang Han could relax effortlessly. At that moment, a middle-aged man in a neat uniform entered, wearing a smile and carrying himself with poise. The manager introduced, sir, this is the butler assigned to you, Master Zhang. He has many years of experience in this field and has served numerous high-end clients. You can entrust your daily affairs to him with full confidence. Master Zhang bowed slightly and said politely, Mr. Jiang, hello. For any needs, please feel free to contact me at any time. I will do my utmost to provide you with the finest service. Jiang Han looked at Master Zhang and nodded. Then I'll trouble you, Master Zhang. I hope to familiarize myself with the villa and estate as soon as possible. No problem, Mr. Jiang. I have prepared detailed materials and can start the introduction now. Master Zhang said, pulling a stack of documents from his briefcase. Over the following period, Master Zhang meticulously explained the villa's facilities, usage instructions, and the surrounding estate amenities and services. Jiang Han listened attentively, occasionally asking questions which Master Zhang patiently answered. As dusk settled, Jiang Han felt the day had been remarkably fruitful. He stood up and said to the manager and Master Zhang, thank you for your hard work today. I look forward to living here. The manager smiled, Mr. Jiang, it's our honor to serve you. If you have any other needs, please don't hesitate to contact us. Master Zhang also said, Mr. Jiang, I'll be on standby. Feel free to reach out to me anytime. Jiang Han walked out of the sales office and got into his sports car. Starting the engine, he gazed at the magnificent villa before him, his heart swelling with a sense of achievement. He knew that his life in Zhonghai was about to begin a new chapter and the future was brimming with infinite possibilities. He pressed the accelerator and the sports car darted out of Longhu International like an arrow from a bow, speeding down the road ahead. On the way, Jiang Han sat in his sports car, still savoring the luxury and comfort of the villa at Dragon Lake Manor. Suddenly he thought of Su Yao and picked up his phone to call her. The call connected quickly. Jiang Han asked gently, Yao, when do you get off work? His voice was full of concern, hoping to see Su Yao after her shift. She ran up to Jiang Han, slightly bending at the waist, and asked politely, I'm here to pick up the paperwork. Jiang Han spoke slowly, his voice steady and calm, his eyes exuding. Moving was a troublesome task. She had been worrying about how to handle the transportation. Have you found a place? Jiang Han asked, always attentive to her matters. Lin Shui found one. I have very few things all packed, just need to pick them up from the dorm. Su Yao replied with a relaxed tone. Though moving was tiring, she looked forward to the new place. Then I'll go swap cars with Li Yang and help you move. Jiang Han replied with a warm smile, his voice full of enthusiasm. He knew moving required carrying many items and his sports car wouldn't fit them, but Li Yang's large SUV would be perfect. Alright, after we move I'll treat you to dinner. Su Yao said with a smile, deeply touched. Jiang Han always appeared when she needed him. Having dinner with Jiang Han felt like a blessing. Jiang Han hung up and immediately turned the car around, heading toward the internet cafe where Li Yang and his friends were. Arriving at the cafe entrance, Jiang Han parked and walked in. The air was thick with smoke and the clamor of game sounds filled the room. He quickly found Li Yang, who was fully absorbed in the computer screen, fingers flying over the keyboard. Li Yang, lend me your car, I'm helping Su Yao move. Jiang Han patted Li Yang on the shoulder. Li Yang turned around surprised. Han, you just bought a villa and now you're helping Su Yao move, you're a busy man. Fine, here are the keys. He pulled the keys from his pocket and handed them over. Jiang Han took the keys and smiled. Thanks, I'll treat you to a meal after the move. No need to be polite, Han, go ahead. Li Yang turned his attention back to the game. Jiang Han left the cafe, got into Li Yang's class and drove toward Su Yao's company. Along the way his mood was exceptionally light. The thought of helping Su Yao solve the moving problem filled him with joy. He imagined the surprised look on her face when she saw him and the corners of his mouth lifted. Soon Jiang Han arrived at the building where Su Yao worked. He parked and sent her a message, "I'm here waiting downstairs." Before long Su Yao and Lin Shui came out. Su Yao wore a professional suit looking exceptionally sharp. A smile lit up her face and she quickened her pace toward Jiang Han. "Jiang Han, you came. Thank you so much." Su Yao's eyes shone with gratitude. "Don't be so polite with me. Let's go to the dorm and pick up your stuff," Jiang Han said with a grin. So the three got into the car and headed for Su Yao's dorm. Along the way they chatted and laughed, the atmosphere warm and pleasant. Jiang Han felt that sharing these small everyday moments with Su Yao was a sweet happiness. It really takes our Yao Yao's charm to get the young Master Han to help with moving. Lin Shui teased from the back seat, her voice crisp and playful. She leaned forward slightly, hands on the seat back, her eyes sparkling with amusement as she watched Jiang Han and Su Yao. "I'm helping you move too," Jiang Han responded, glancing at Lin Shui in the rearview mirror, a gentle smile curling his lips. One hand rested on the window, the other held the steering wheel steadily. "How dare I let the young master do my moving? And without Yao Yao, would you be so kind?" Lin Shui asked playfully, drawing out the words, "young master," with a teasing tone. She leaned back, arms crossed, eyes bright as she awaited his answer. "Definitely not. But Li Yang would be more than happy to help you." Jiang Han laughed, thinking of Li Yang's easygoing and warm-hearted nature. He glanced at Su Yao and noticed she was hiding a smile behind her hand. "Hurry and discipline your young master Han. He's too cheeky." Lin Shui patted Su Yao's shoulder, feigning anger but unable to hide the laughter in her eyes. She gently poked Su Yao as if urging her to reprimand Jiang Han. Su Yao giggled, turned to Jiang Han with affectionate eyes and said, "Stop teasing Lin Shui and focus on driving." Then to Lin Shui, "He's just being a chatterbox, don't take it to heart." Jiang Han pretended to pout, saying, "I was just livening up the atmosphere." But his eyes were full of mirth, showing he wasn't truly upset. Soon they arrived at Su Yao's dormitory building. Jiang Han parked and the three got out. He stretched ready for action while Su Yao and Lin Shui hurried inside to gather their belongings. In no time they emerged carrying several large boxes and bags. Jiang Han quickly stepped forward to take the heavy items, carefully loading them into the trunk. "Wow, you two have quite a lot of stuff," Jiang Han remarked as he worked. "Just random odds and ends, but they take up space," Su Yao explained with a smile. Once everything was loaded they set off for the new place, chatting and laughing all the way, the car filled with cheerful energy. Li Yang craned his neck to peek into the back seat and joked, "Damn, you're already picking up senior Su Yao, and now there's another beauty in the back. Let me see." He drew out his words full of mockery, stretched, "Oh, a chance encounter." Both rolled down their windows simultaneously and Li Yang laughed heartily, his cheerful voice breaking the brief silence. His hair was slightly disheveled, his face flushed with the excitement of gaming, eyes twinkling mischievously. Li Yang craned his neck to peek into the back seat and joked, "Damn, you're already picking up senior Su Yao, and now there's another beauty in the back. Let me see." He drew out his words full of mockery, stretching his head forward to get a better look at Lin Shui. Lin Shui burst out laughing at Li Yang's antics. She deliberately sat up straight, hands on her hips, and said, "What are you looking at? Never seen a beautiful woman? Or never seen me before?" Her voice was clear and confident with a touch of playfulness. Li Yang's eyes, which had been gleaming with excitement at the sight of someone in the car, instantly dimmed upon recognizing Lin Shui. The exhilaration on his face vanished without a trace as he said with a hint of disappointment, "Why you? How boring." He slumped his head, muttering under his breath as if his anticipated surprise had fallen flat. Upon hearing this, Lin Shui's face, which had been wearing a smile, immediately darkened like a clear sky suddenly covered with dark clouds. Her slender brows shot up, her almond-shaped eyes wide open, and she couldn't help but blurt out a curse, "Damn it." The angry voice exploded in the air, making Li Yang flinch. "Come on, let's move everything and grab a meal together." Jiang Han quickly interjected to smooth things over, not wanting to see them clash. His voice was steady and forceful, carrying an indisputable decisiveness. "All right, I'll follow behind you." Li Yang nodded in response, knowing that Jiang Han was easing the tension, and gladly took the opportunity to back down. He perked up again, his carefree grin returning to his face. "What about those two? Jiang Han asked, recalling Zhang Yu and Wang Zhe wondering what they were up to. Zhang Yu and Wang Zhe are planning to stay overnight at the internet cafe. Don't worry about them, Li Yang said, waving his hand dismissively. In his view, those two gaming fanatics couldn't spare a thought for anything else once they started playing. Jiang Han nodded upon hearing this, then started the engine of Li Yang's Big G and slowly drove toward the rented house of Su Yao and Lin Shui. The powerful engine of the Big G emitted a deep roar like a beast bellowing. Li Yang followed behind in Jiang Han's Bugatti. The streamlined body of the Bugatti gleamed under the sunlight like a brilliant shooting star. Soon the two cars entered a residential complex. The main gate looked a bit worn, but the surrounding greenery was well maintained with shady trees and lush flowers. The complex seemed decently built, but the buildings clearly showed signs of age, some paint peeling off the walls and the windows looking somewhat old. The two cars slowly came to a stop in the public parking lot. Everyone got out. Jiang Han and Li Yang each lifted a large heavy box, their arms sinking slightly under the weight. Lin Shui led the way, wearing a simple dress, her steps light as she headed toward the rental address. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting patches of light and shadow on them as if draping them in a golden veil. Along the way they chatted and laughed, the atmosphere harmonious. Jiang Han and Li Yang occasionally cracked jokes, making Lin Shui and Su Yao burst into laughter. Soon they arrived at the rented house of Lin Shui and Su Yao. It was an old residential building with a faint musty smell lingering in the corridor. They climbed the stairs, their footsteps echoing in the empty stairwell. Finally they reached the door. Lin Shui took out the key and opened it. The room was simply furnished but tidy and clean. Jiang Han and Li Yang placed the boxes in the living room and began helping Lin Shui and Su Yao organize things. They divided the work, some folding clothes, others arranging furniture, busy and cheerful. Before long there was a knock on the door, the crisp sound especially clear in the otherwise quiet room. Li Yang happened to be near the door. He paused his organizing, dusted off his clothes and quickly went to open it. "Buddy, who are you looking for?" Li Yang asked, eyeing the young man in a suit standing outside. The suit-clad man was tall and handsome, but his impeccable suit and refined appearance struck Li Yang as oddly out of place, sharply contrasting with the shabby rental surroundings. "I'm looking for Su Yao," the young man in the suit said, his voice deep and magnetic, his eyes revealing persistence and determination. He raised his chin slightly, his gaze sweeping past Li Yang into the room as if searching for Su Yao. "Ding, mission issued, humble Zhao Lei and crush his confidence. Reward Crescent Bay." The system's voice suddenly rang in Jiang Han's mind. "Jiang Han. Someone's here for your senior Su Yao." Li Yang shouted, his voice loud and clear as he turned his head toward Jiang Han and Su Yao. Jiang Han and Su Yao quickly came over. Jiang Han stood in front of Su Yao, slightly turning to shield her, and asked the man outside, "Who are you?" His gaze held a trace of vigilance, his tone carrying an inviolable authority. Then Su Yao asked again, "How did you find out I was here? Didn't I make it clear to you that I have a boyfriend?" As she spoke she took Jiang Han's hand, gripping it tightly as if declaring her stance to the man in the suit. Her eyes were filled with annoyance and dissatisfaction, her brows tightly furrowed. The suit-clad man watched their clasped hands, a flicker of displeasure flashing in his eyes, but he soon resumed his confident smile. He adjusted his tie and said, "Su Yao, I found out where you live through some channels. I know you said you have a boyfriend, but I don't believe it. I truly like you and want to give you a better life." His voice was sincere, his eyes full of affection, as if his love could move anything. Jiang Han gave a cold laugh and said, "You're just being relentless. Su Yao has made it clear, she has me as her boyfriend. Stop pestering her." His tone was firm, his eyes carrying a warning. The suit-clad man glanced at Jiang Han contemptuously and said, "What do you have? What can you offer Su Yao?" "I have a car, a house, a stable career. I can give her a carefree life." His words were full of provocation, as if belittling Jiang Han. Hearing this, Li Yang burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha. A carefree life. How carefree exactly? You two are freshmen. Do you know how much my family's apartment costs?" the suit-clad man said. "No idea. Is it expensive?" Li Yang immediately responded. "We have 5 apartments in Zhonghai, each worth about 5 or 6 million, the suit-clad man said confidently, then pulled out his car keys. "Just got a Wrangler over $500,000. Wow. Impressive. Driving a $500,000 car at such a young age." Li Yang shouted with a laugh dripping with sarcasm. Before Jiang Han could say anything, Su Yao spoke angrily, "I like Jiang Han. It has nothing to do with material things. Zhao Lei, don't appear in front of me again. I have no feelings for you anymore." Her voice was resolute, her eyes showing a sense of finality. Seeing this, Lin Shui hurried over and pushed Zhao Lei out using both her hands with force, her face filled with anger, and shouted, "Can't you understand human speech? Get out!" Her posture seemed intent on completely expelling Zhao Lei from this space. Zhao Lei in his suit turned extremely grim. His face flushed crimson, his hands unconsciously clenched into fists, knuckles turning white from strain, and the veins on his forehead bulged slightly like twisted little snakes. He took a deep breath, striving to calm himself, yet the fury in his eyes still blazed. Then he said viciously, "Su Yao, you'll regret this. I won't give up so easily." With that he turned and strode away, his hurried steps seeming to vent his inner dissatisfaction and unwillingness. With that Lin Shui slammed the door shut, the loud bang, like an ultimatum to Zhao Lei. Lin Shui turned around seeing that the room was mostly tidied up and said, "Let's go get something to eat." Her voice carried a hint of relief after exhaustion. Su Yao nodded upon hearing this and said, "Mm." Her voice was soft, her eyes showing a trace of relief. After being busy for so long she could finally eat and rest. "Li Yang and I will go buy some food and bring it back. You two rest at home." Jiang Han said slowly, his tone gentle and considerate, his eyes full of care for Su Yao. Jiang Han nodded, patted Li Yang on the shoulder, and the two walked out of the rented apartment. The corridor. Jiang Han nodded, patted Li Yang on the shoulder, and the two walked out of the rented apartment. The corridor was filled with a faint smell of dust, and their footsteps echoed in the empty hallway. Downstairs they ran into Zhao Lei from before. Zhao Lei was leaning against his car, a hint of provocation in his eyes. "Bro's still not leaving. What's staying for dinner?" Li Yang said, his voice laced with mockery and disdain, hands in his pockets looking nonchalant. "Do I care about this meal from you too? The things I've eaten you might never taste in your life." Zhao Lei said, patting his car door, his tone full of arrogance, his eyes brimming with contempt for Li Yang and Jiang Han. "Damn, a crappy car worth 500,000 is only considered a treasure by you. I gave you face, but you don't want it." Jiang Han immediately retorted, his voice laced with anger, his eyes turning sharp. In his view, Zhao Lei's pestering and arrogance had reached an unbearable level. Upon hearing Jiang Han's words, Zhao Lei's face turned even uglier and he sneered, "What's wrong with a car worth 500,000? Do you have one? Don't think you're so great." His eyes revealed a hint of jealousy and anger. He couldn't understand why Su Yao would fancy Jiang Han. "Ha ha ha, I really don't have a car worth 500,000. Jiang Han said, his laughter hearty with a touch of self-mockery. He took out his car keys from his pocket, a small delicate set of metal objects glistening in the sunlight. Then he reached into Li Yang's pocket and pulled out Li Yang's G63 car keys, as well as if displaying their deep friendship and unwavering trust. "Sorry. I really don't have a car worth 500,000. Nor a house worth 5 or 6 million. I truly can't provide Su Yao with the carefree life you mentioned." Jiang Han said, his tone relaxed, but his eyes revealed a firm determination. He wasn't flaunting wealth, rather he was expressing his commitment and support for Su Yao in his own way. Then Jiang Han added, "However, I can satisfy Su Yao buying a house worth 5 or 6 million whenever she feels like it." His voice was resolute, full of confidence and determination. "Not showing off anymore. Keep posing." Li Yang snorted immediately, his face full of disdain, eyes flashing with provocation. In his view, Zhao Lei's earlier arrogance was utterly disgusting, and now was the perfect time to strike back. Then Li Yang took both car keys from Jiang Han's hand, his movements crisp and decisive as if displaying a kind of power. Pointing to his own G63 key, he said loudly, "Mercedes-AMG G63, not expensive, it's only worth 6 or 7 of your junk car." His voice was loud, echoing in the surrounding air, full of confidence. Then Li Yang shook Jiang Han's car keys in front of Zhao Lei, a smug smile on his face, and said, "This one's not expensive either, it can only buy about 30 sets of houses like yours, each worth 5 or 6 million. He deliberately emphasized the words 30 sets, his eyes fixed intently on Zhao Lei, wanting to see his reaction. Zhao Lei's originally contemptuous expression instantly froze, his eyes wide, his face showing disbelief. He hadn't expected Jiang Han and Li Yang to be so wealthy. His previous arrogance now seemed laughable in front of them. His lips trembled slightly, wanting to say something but lost for words. Jiang Han looked at Zhao Lei's expression without much pride in his heart. He said calmly, "We don't want to show off anything, we just hope you understand that true happiness is not measured by material things. Su Yao chose me because we love each other, not because I have money." His tone was composed but powerful. Su Yao walked over to Jiang Han, gently taking his hand, and said, "Jiang Han is right. I love him for who he is, not his wealth. I hope you won't bother me anymore." Her eyes were firm, her tone leaving no room for doubt. Hearing their words, Zhao Lei's face turned extremely ugly, as if he had been slapped hard. His face flushed red, his features twisted together, his eyes full of anger and unwillingness. He took a deep breath, his chest heaving violently, trying to calm himself. His hands clenched into fists, knuckles white from force. At that moment Liang suddenly said, "Bro, stop showing off. Why do you have to challenge our pocket money with your family's entire savings? This Koenigsegg can be burned on a whim. Do you have that kind of capability?" Li Yang's voice was loud and sharp, every word like a blade piercing straight into Zhao Lei's heart. He deliberately emphasized the word Koenigsegg and provocatively waved Jiang Han's car keys in his hand. Zhao Lei's body trembled slightly, a flicker of fear in his eyes but more anger. He opened his mouth to retort but found no suitable words. He knew clearly that the gap between himself and Jiang Han and Li Yang was too vast, his earlier arrogance now seemed so pale and feeble. All right. Let's go eat." Jiang Han patted Li Yang, not wanting to waste more time with Zhao Lei. Then he looked at Zhao Lei, his eyes cold and sharp, and said word by word, "Stay away from Su Yao. I can crush you easier than an ant." His tone was full of warning, as if he would act without hesitation if Zhao Lei dared any improper move. "I can crush you easier than an ant." His tone was full of warning, as if he would act without hesitation. He knew he had completely lost today, not only crushed in wealth but also overwhelmed by Jiang Han's presence. He gritted his teeth, his heart full of resentment, but dared not show it. "Humph, you win," Zhao Lei muttered under his breath, then turned and got into his car. He started the engine, tires screeching on the ground as he sped away. Ding! Mission complete, reward Yue. The system voice sounded in Jiang Han's mind the moment Zhao Lei left. Hearing the system's voice, Jiang Han was slightly surprised. He had thought it was just a trivial matter to handle, but he never expected that such a small task would reward him with a place like Yue. Yue was one of Zonghai's most renowned premier resorts with breathtaking scenery and luxurious amenities. Receiving such a reward genuinely caught him off guard. A flicker of delight crossed his eyes, and a hint of anticipation for the upcoming trip to Yue stirred within him. "What should we eat?" Li Yang asked, rubbing his hands together with an eager expression. His stomach let out a timely growl, clearly indicating he was famished. "Street food, barbecue." Lin Shui replied, her eyes sparkling and a slight smile curving her lips as if she could already smell the aroma of grilled skewers. "Yes. I haven't had it in ages." Li Yang nodded in agreement, recalling the joyful times of eating barbecue and drinking beer. "Yes. I haven't had it in ages." Li Yang nodded in agreement, recalling the joyful times of eating barbecue and drinking beer with friends at street stalls, a nostalgic smile spreading across his face. "Let's go. Since we're all downstairs, let's eat out together," Su Yao said with a smile, gently linking her arm with Jiang Han's. Her smile was as warm as the spring sun, her eyes brimming with tenderness. As she took his arm, she leaned slightly against him, exuding an intimate closeness. Feeling the warmth from Su Yao's arm, a surge of warmth flooded Jiang Han's heart. He smiled and nodded, saying, "All right, let's go for barbecue." Then he led the group toward the street where barbecue stalls were located. Along the way they chatted and laughed, the atmosphere filled with harmony. Li Yang and Lin Shui walked ahead, occasionally cracking jokes that made everyone burst into laughter. Jiang Han and Su Yao followed behind, with Su Yao frequently glancing up at Jiang Han, her eyes full of affection. Soon they arrived at a bustling barbecue stall. A few simple tables and chairs were set up in front, surrounded by a crowd. The air was thick with the scent of grilled skewers and beer. The owner was skillfully flipping various ingredients on the grill, the charcoal fire blazing with a crackling sound. "Boss, give us a few skewers of lamb, chicken wings, and some grilled chives and eggplant." "Coming right up," the owner replied with a smile, his movements becoming even more brisk. Everyone sat around the table chatting while waiting for the barbecue to arrive. Jiang Han looked at his friends gathered around and felt an immense sense of contentment. This simple dinner lasted nearly an hour. After everyone was full, Jiang Han and Li Yang escorted Su Yao and Lin Shui back. Then the two drove toward Zhonghai Financial College. The place where Su Yao and Lin Shui rented was not far from the college, so Jiang Han and Li Yang arrived at the school quickly. They parked the car in the campus lot and walked toward the dormitory. Soon they returned to the dormitory, which was empty. Li Yang couldn't help but exclaim, "Damn, those two really went for an all-nighter." His voice carried a mix of helplessness and admiration, clearly surprised by Zhang Yu and Wang Ze's stamina. Jiang Han responded, "Don't we have class tomorrow? There's something else." He shook his head with a wry smile, thinking those two were really full of energy, even skipping sleep. Li Yang's eyes suddenly lit up and he suggested, "Forget it, I'm going to pull an all-nighter too." "You coming?" His eyes sparkled with excitement as if he could already envision the thrill of staying up late gaming. Jiang Han shook his head declining, "No, I'm not. You go ahead." He didn't want to mess up his sleep schedule, especially with class the next day. Li Yang looked a bit disappointed but didn't insist. He waved and said, "Bye-bye." Then he turned and left the dormitory to join Zhang Yu and Wang Zhe. After Li Yang left, Jiang Han washed up and lay down on his bed. The dormitory grew quiet with only the occasional chirping of insects coming from outside the window. Jiang Han closed his eyes, his mind still mulling over some things. Suddenly he remembered the system mall, and with a thought he called out, "System, open the mall." The dormitory grew quiet with only the occasional chirping of insects coming from outside the window. Jiang Han closed his eyes, his mind still mulling over some things. Jiang Han began browsing through the skills in the system mall aimlessly. The skills were diverse: combat, business, art and more. Each had a unique function and required a certain number of Shinhao points to exchange. After more than 10 minutes, Jiang Han's gaze settled on a skill called All Professions Master-Level Memory. The skill's description stated that possessing it would grant master-level knowledge and experience in every professional field, instantly making the user a top talent in any industry. 100 million Shinhao points for All Professions Master-Level Memory. This looks good. Jiang Han murmured to himself. Without much hesitation, envisioning how this skill would allow him to excel in any field, he decisively exchanged for it. Ding! Congratulations, host, exchange successful. Remaining Shinhao points 40 million. The system's prompt rang out crisply, and Jiang Han felt a surge of excitement as if he could already see his future brilliant prospects. However, before he could recover from the joy, another prompt came. Ding! Detected that the host has exchanged for All Professions Memory. The system mall will now close. Remaining Shinhao points can be used to upgrade skills in the skill bar. The moment the mechanical voice faded, Jiang Han felt a dizzying sensation as if the entire world was spinning. Immediately after, the discomfort turned into a splitting headache as if countless needles were stabbing inside his skull. He clutched his head trying to alleviate the pain, but to no avail. His body writhed on the bed, cold sweat soaking his pajamas. Eventually, unable to bear the excruciating pain, he passed out. His body writhed on the bed, cold sweat soaking his pajamas. Eventually, unable to bear the knowledge, experience and techniques from various professions flooded into his mind like a tidal wave, from the exquisite medical skills of a doctor to the precise designs of an engineer, from the creative inspiration of an artist to the masterful craftsmanship of an artisan. Each piece of knowledge pounded against his nerves. After an unknown period, Jiang Han slowly regained consciousness. He opened his eyes gradually, his head still throbbing slightly. But when he tried to recall certain things, he was astonished to find that his mind was now filled with vast amounts of unfamiliar yet crystal clear knowledge. The next day, Jiang Han woke up early and made his way to the classroom. The morning sunlight streamed through the windows, casting a golden glow on the desks. The classroom was still nearly empty, cloaked in an unusual tranquility. Jiang Han found a seat by the window, sat down and opened his textbook to preview the day's lessons. Just then Li Yang, Wang Zhe and Zhang Yu dragged their weary bodies into the classroom. Their eyes were bloodshot, their hair disheveled and their steps unsteady, clear signs of a sleepless night spent without proper rest. "Morning," Li Yang said weakly, forcing a tired smile as he spotted Jiang Han. "What's up?" Jiang Han burst out laughing. The thought of the three of them staying up all night gaming and losing every— "Don't even mention it, brother Han. We lost all night, couldn't win a single match. It's so frustrating." Zhang Yu slumped into his seat, his arms dangling limply on the desk, his face etched with gloom. Jiang Han burst out laughing. The thought of the three of them staying up all night gaming and losing every match struck him as rather amusing. But after his laughter subsided, he added, "See what happens when you stay up all night playing. Now you know the consequences. Try to cut down on the late nights, your bodies can't take it. Besides, we have classes today. Can you even focus in this state?" Li Yang waved his hand weakly. "It's fine, brother Han. We can manage. It's just that the game last night was so frustrating. The opponents were incredibly coordinated, we stood no chance." Wang Zhe chimed in, "Yeah, we suspect they were cheating, but we couldn't find any proof." Jiang Han shook his head with a smile. "Alright, stop complaining. Pull yourselves together for this class. After it's over, go get some proper sleep and recharge." Just then the bell rang and the teacher entered the classroom. Li Yang and the others straightened up, forcing themselves to stay alert for the lecture. However, it wasn't long before they began nodding off. Jiang Han looked at their pitiful state, shook his head with a wry smile and gently nudged Li Yang to remind him to pay attention. Throughout the class Jiang Han listened intently, his mastery-level memory allowing him to grasp the material with remarkable ease. Meanwhile Li Yang and his friends endured the agonizing struggle between drowsiness and the need to stay awake. When the bell finally rang they collapsed onto their desks. Jiang Han patted Li Yang on the shoulder. "Come on, let's go to the dorm and get some sleep. No point in toughing it out here." Li Yang looked up, his voice barely a whisper. "You're right, brother Han. My eyelids are getting heavy." The four of them left the classroom together and headed toward the dormitory. Along the way Li Yang and the others kept grumbling about the frustrating events of the previous night's game. "You guys go sleep. I have to go out for something important," Jiang Han said, his tone carrying a hint of resolve. "Alright, bring some food when you come back this afternoon," Wang Zhe said, always mindful of such small details, a trait Jiang Han appreciated. "Sure. I'll pick up something for you on my way back," Jiang Han replied with a warm, genuine smile that instilled a sense of goodwill. They parted ways and Jiang Han walked to where his car was parked, left the campus and drove toward Yueya Bay. Soon he arrived at the underground parking lot of Yueya Bay, took out his phone and called the person in charge. He knew that as a high-end resort Yueya Bay's management must be meticulous and orderly, contacting them in advance was a basic courtesy. "Hello? Who is this?" The manager asked, a hint of confusion in his voice. "I'm Jiang Han. How do I get to your office?" Jiang Han's tone was calm and polite. Upon hearing the name the manager immediately became respectful. "President Jiang. Why didn't you let us know in advance so we could receive you? Where are you now?" "Parking zone B," Jiang Han replied concisely, displaying his efficiency and decisiveness. "I'll come to pick you up right away," the manager said, clearly accustomed to receiving distinguished guests. "No need. Just tell me the way and I'll walk over," Jiang Han said, preferring not to receive special treatment. The manager then gave Jiang Han directions. After hanging up, Jiang Han headed toward the office. Walking through the underground passageways of Yueya Bay, he took in the design philosophy and humanistic care embedded in the architecture, feeling a sense of anticipation for the upcoming collaboration. Suddenly a loud car horn blared and a speeding Audi RS7 rushed toward Jiang Han. He quickly stepped aside to avoid it. He knew that safety was paramount in such an environment. "Are you blind? Can't you see the car?" The window rolled down, revealing a red-haired woman who shouted impatiently. Jiang Han paid it no further mind and continued following the route the manager had given him. He firmly believed that by following rules and respecting others any problem— "I don't have time for you," the red-haired woman snapped, then drove off, leaving a stunned Jiang Han behind. Jiang Han paid it no further mind and continued following the route the manager had given him. He firmly believed that by following rules and respecting others any problem could be properly resolved. Soon he took the elevator up from the basement and emerged on the ground level. Not far away stood the Yueya Bay administration building and he headed toward it. In the spacious, brightly lit lobby of the administration building, several staff members in impeccably tailored suits stood in neat rows. Their expressions were focused, tinged with anticipation as they gazed at the path ahead, seemingly waiting for someone's arrival. Time ticked by and finally a tall, slender figure appeared in their line of sight, Jiang Han walking with steady, confident strides. His posture was elegant, his aura extraordinary, every movement exuded an undeniable charm and authority. At that moment a middle-aged man standing at the front brightened and hurried forward to greet him. When he drew near, his face broke into a warm, enthusiastic smile and he asked respectfully, "Hello, are you President Jiang?" Jiang Han stopped, gave a slight nod and looked at the middle-aged man, a trace of subtle scrutiny flickering in his eyes. After a brief pause he nodded again and said, "Yes. You're the one I spoke to on the phone, right?" The middle-aged man, visibly excited, nodded eagerly. "Yes, President Jiang. My name is Lu Jia. It's a pleasure to meet you." He extended his right hand as a gesture of friendliness and welcome. Jiang Han politely shook his hand, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Lu Jia then made a welcoming gesture, guiding Jiang Han toward the entrance of the administration building. As they walked side by side, the other staff members who had been waiting quietly turned their gazes toward Jiang Han, their eyes filled with surprise and curiosity. Someone couldn't help but whisper, "Wow, our new boss is so young." Another murmured in disbelief, "Good heavens, I never expected our new boss to be the young Master Han." At that moment a puzzled voice emerged from the crowd, "Who is young Master Han?" A nearby insider eagerly explained, "You don't know about him. He's the one who burned a few million on a Koenigsegg supercar at the racetrack a few days ago." It caused quite a stir. Hearing this, the surrounding crowd let out a collective gasp. Their curiosity and awe toward this young, capable and generous new boss deepened even further. After following Lu Jia into the office, Jiang Han found a comfortable spot and sat down. His gaze swept across the office, which was simply yet elegantly furnished. Several paintings depicting the beauty of Bay hung on the walls, evoking a sense of tranquility and comfort. Lu Jie stood nearby, a professional smile on his face, awaiting further instructions. Jiang Han looked down at the financial statements before him, the dense rows of data documenting in detail the income and expenses of Bay. With the memory of a grandmaster in all trades, he quickly browsed and analyzed the figures, gaining a clear understanding of Bay's financial situation. The overall operation of Bay is decent for now, but there is room for improvement in certain areas. Jiang Han looked up at Lu Jie and said, "How long did it take you to prepare this upgrade plan?" Lu Jie quickly replied, "President Jiang, we spent nearly 3 months preparing this plan. We invited a professional team to conduct research and planning, taking into account market demand, competitors, and Bay's unique features, striving to create a more attractive and competitive resort." Jiang Han nodded and asked, "What is the estimated budget for the upgrade? Are there any issues with funding?" Lu Jie produced a detailed budget report and handed it to Jiang Han. "The budget is around 50 million yuan. Currently our account balance is sufficient to cover the initial investment. If needed, we also have some partner financial institutions that can provide loan support." Jiang Han carefully examined the budget report and after a moment of thought said, "We must strictly control the budget and ensure every penny is spent wisely. During the upgrade we should preserve Bay's original character and not blindly follow trends. Additionally, we need to focus on promotion and outreach so that more people learn about the new changes at Bay." Lu Jie diligently recorded Jiang Han's instructions. "Rest assured, President Jiang. We will carry out every task according to your requirements. During the upgrade process we will also regularly report our progress to you." Jiang Han nodded with satisfaction. "Good, then I appreciate your hard work. During the upgrade process we will also regularly report our progress to you." Jiang Han nodded with satisfaction. "Good, then I appreciate." Lu Jie answered, "If all goes smoothly we plan to officially launch the upgrade next week, and the entire project is expected to take 3 months to complete. During construction we will arrange visitor reception reasonably to minimize any impact on the guest experience." The two were deeply engrossed in discussing the details of the Bay upgrade plan, and the atmosphere in the office was focused and serious. Suddenly a gentle knock broke the silence. A staff member cautiously pushed the door open, poked their head in and said respectfully, "President Lu, the designers have all arrived." His voice was low, as if afraid to disturb their conversation. Lu Jie frowned slightly, a note of displeasure in his tone, and immediately replied, "Tell them to wait. Can't you see him discussing something with President Jiang?" In his view this conversation with Jiang Han was crucial and should not be interrupted. Jiang Han waved his hand calmly and said, "No need, President Lu. Let's go see them together." He thought that meeting with the designers earlier would help push the upgrade plan forward more quickly. "All right, President Jiang. This way please." Upon hearing this, Lu Jie's face immediately broke into a smile as he hurriedly responded. He quickly straightened his suit, made a gesture of invitation with his hand, and his eyes were filled with deference toward Jiang Han. Then the two walked together toward the conference room. The long corridor was carpeted with soft rugs muffling their footsteps. When the staff around them saw them, it was as if they had pressed a pause button. Their busy figures instantly froze and all cast respectful glances. Among those glances there was curiosity and speculation about Jiang Han, the young new boss, as well as respect for Lu Jie, the manager. The staff, like a well-trained honor guard, deferentially stepped aside, slightly bowing their heads, yet their eyes couldn't help stealing glances at Jiang Han. Jiang Han walked steadily, each step firm and resolute, as if measuring the blueprint of Bay's future. His eyes exuded confidence and composure, as though everything was under his control. Lu Jie stayed close beside Jiang Han like a loyal guard, his face a mixture of caution and eagerness to please. His eyes would occasionally turn to gauge Jiang Han's reaction, like a pet seeking its master's commands, afraid that any move might displease him. Soon they arrived at the conference room door. Lu Jie gently pushed it open, the soft creak of the hinges echoing in the quiet space. Inside, a group of stylish, distinguished designers had been chatting softly, their conversation revolving around the design proposals they were about to present. Some were exchanging ideas about their sources of inspiration, others discussing refinements. Seeing Jiang Han and Lu Jie enter, they all rose to their feet as if under a spell, and the easygoing chatter abruptly ceased. Every face displayed a mix of anticipation and curiosity, eager to win the new boss' approval and curious about what insights this young owner might offer. "Everyone, this is our new boss at Bay, President Jiang." Lu Jie introduced, a hint of pride in his voice. He straightened his chest as if Jiang Han's presence also reflected well on him. His gaze swept over the designers as if observing their reactions. The designers' eyes focused in unison on Jiang Han. Some looked at him with reverence while others held a hint of challenge as if awaiting his judgment on their proposals. Are you the designer? Jiang Han looked directly at a red-haired beauty sitting in the conference room and asked. His gaze was sharp and piercing as if it could penetrate one's heart. The moment he saw the red-haired woman, Jiang Han recognized her as the one who had recklessly driven in the underground parking lot and hurled insults at him. Now anger surged within him and his tone turned icy and forceful. Upon hearing this, the red-haired woman's initially proud expression froze, the color draining from her face, leaving it pale as ash. Her eyes widened in terror like a deer caught in a hunter's sight. She immediately stood up in fright, her legs trembling uncontrollably, and bowed deeply. I'm so sorry, President Jiang. I didn't know it was you. Her voice was choked with tears filled with fear and regret, each word seeming to drain all her strength. I don't want to hear your excuses. Take your people and leave. Jiang Han's voice thundered through the conference room, making everyone's ears ring. There was no room for negotiation in his words, and the anger in his eyes sent a chill down the spine of everyone present. Upon hearing this, Lu Jie's countenance immediately darkened, his brows knitting tightly together, a flicker of displeasure flashing in his eyes. As the person in charge of UAB, he was well aware that Jiang Han's decision brooked no dispute. His face set in a stern mask, he uttered coldly, "This way please." His tone was akin to issuing an order of eviction devoid of any warmth. President Jiang. Give us one more chance, the red-haired beauty pleaded, her voice choked with tears, a note of entreaty in her tones, her eyes filled with utter despair. She knew that if this opportunity slipped away, all her efforts and those of her team would have been in vain. Her hands were clasped tightly together, the knuckles widening from the pressure, her body trembling slightly with tension. Jiang Han simply waved his hand, his gesture crisp and resolute as if severing all unnecessary entanglements. Lu Jie instantly took the hint, leaned out and called out, "A few of you get them out." His voice was sonorous and commanding, filled with an irresistible authority. In a moment several burly security guards strode in quickly, their expressions stern, their eyes revealing unwavering determination. The members of the red-haired bowties team exchanged glances, their faces etched with helplessness and dejection. They knew that there was no turning back now and could only silently gather their belongings. The red-haired beauty watched all this, tears glistening in her eyes, but she held them back, refusing to let them fall. She bit her lip, a hint of reluctance flashing in her gaze, but in the end she led her team out of the meeting room under the security's escort, slinking away in disgrace. The meeting room fell into a momentary silence, all present stunned by what had just transpired. They had not expected Jiang Han to make such a decisive decision, and they felt a pang of regret for the red-haired bowtie's rash behavior. Lu Jie glanced at Jiang Han and asked cautiously, "President Jiang, what shall we do next?" Jiang Han took a deep breath, calming his emotions, and said, "Find a new design team. I want the upgrade plan for UAB to be impeccable." His voice had regained its composure, but his eyes still shone with determination and resolve. The afternoon slipped by like a fleeting white colt passing a crack, swift and unnoticed. Jiang Han glanced at the exquisite watch on his wrist, the hands pointed to the end of the workday. He gently started the car, slowly drove out of the UAB parking lot and headed toward the company where Suyao worked. The lingering rays of the setting sun spilled onto the car window, casting a golden glow that seemed to add a touch of romance to this journey. Half an hour later, Jiang Han's car came to a steady stop downstairs at Suyao's company. He sat in the plush seat, pulled out his phone to send Suyao a message, then leaned back against the headrest, waiting in quiet stillness. The streets around gradually grew lively with pedestrians coming and going, vehicles streaming endlessly, but Jiang Han's thoughts were entirely focused on Suyao, whom he was about to see. Another 10-odd minutes later, Suyao emerged lightly from the building. She was dressed in a professional suit, her delicate makeup radiant in the sunset's glow, making her all the more captivating. She walked with an elegant step toward Jiang Han's car, the corners of her mouth lifting into a sweet smile, and she cooed, "Did you miss me, Han darling?" Jiang Han gazed at Suyao before him, a warmth surging in his heart, and asked with a grin, "If I say yes, is there a reward?" His eyes sparkled with anticipation like a child craving candy. "Depends on my mood," Suyao replied, looking at Jiang Han with a playful glint in her eyes, her thoughts inscrutable. "Beautiful Suyao, how's your mood today?" Jiang Han asked, reaching out to gently pinch Suyao's cheek, if the delicate texture made him linger a moment longer. "Pretty good today." Suyao nodded, a happy smile radiating on her face. The smooth progress at work had kept her spirits high all day, and now meeting Jiang Han only made her heart blossom like spring flowers. "Oh, pretty good. So is there a reward?" Jiang Han asked with a grin, his eyes fixed intently on Suyao, awaiting her response. At his words, Suyao's cheeks flushed slightly. She gently closed her eyes, slowly leaned in and placed a soft kiss on Jiang Han's lips. That tender kiss as light as a dragonfly skimming the water instantly threw Jiang Han's heart into a fluster. Startled by the sudden attack, he froze for a moment, staring blankly at Su Yao, his mind a complete blank. After a while he came to his senses, smacked his lips and said, "I didn't get the taste, one more time." His tone carried a hint of coaxing like a petulant child. "Humph. You wish." Su Yao retorted with a coquettish pout, her cheeks as red as a ripe apple yet her eyes brimmed with affection. "I do wish," Jiang Han said cheekily, then directly wrapped his arm around Su Yao's neck, gently pulling her toward him and planted a deep kiss on her cherry-like lips. Su Yao struggled slightly at first but soon relaxed and immersed herself in the sweet kiss. The sunset's afterglow streamed through the car window, casting a golden radiance over this romantic moment. After a long moment Jiang Han slowly released Su Yao, looking at her flushed cheeks and dazed eyes, his heart filled with tenderness. He gently stroked her hair and said softly, "Now I've tasted it." "Humph." Su Yao let out a soft hum, turning her face away as if feigning anger, but the slightly upturned corners of her mouth betrayed her inner delight. Her hair fluttered gently in the breeze, adding a touch of playfulness and charm. "Hee hee, Yao Yao, what shall we eat?" Jiang Han asked smugly, his eyes full of adoration, watching her lovely appearance and feeling utterly sweet. He lightly poked Su Yao's shoulder as if teasing a cute little animal. "I don't know," Su Yao replied, deliberately drawing out the syllables, her eyes gazing out the window as if lost in thought or perhaps teasing Jiang Han's anticipation. In truth, she too was secretly hoping Jiang Han would come up with an answer that would satisfy her. "How about the snack street behind the school?" Jiang Han ventured. Su Yao nodded, her face beaming with happiness. She linked her arm with Jiang Han's and together they walked toward the car. Their figures gradually faded into the sunset's glow, leaving behind a trail of sweetness and warmth. Hand in hand they strolled along the snack street where the warm lamplight bathed them, casting long shadows. They wandered at a leisurely pace, stopping now and then to savor various delicacies. Jiang Han occasionally handed Su Yao a skewer of grilled meat or a piece of cotton candy, and she would take it happily, her face beaming with joy. Yet as Su Yao gazed at the man beside her, a trace of confusion gradually crept into her eyes. She looked at Jiang Han's handsome face and confident smile, then thought of herself. Though once the school beauty, in the face of Jiang Han's current status and achievements she suddenly felt so insignificant. She began to doubt whether she could truly walk the long road with Jiang Han. "Yao Yao, what's wrong?" Jiang Han noticed her dejected expression, his heart tightening as he immediately asked. He stopped looking at Su Yao with concern, his eyes filled with worry. "Nothing, I just suddenly feel I'm not worthy of you." Su Yao spoke bluntly, her voice tinged with bitterness. She lowered her head, afraid to meet Jiang Han's eyes, fearing she would see agreement in his gaze. "Why not worthy? We're a perfect match. A brilliant man and a beautiful woman." Jiang Han teased with a smile, trying to lighten the mood and ease Su Yao's feelings. He reached out, gently lifted Su Yao's chin to make her look into his eyes and said earnestly, "In my heart you are the most—" "No. I mean with your status you could find any beautiful woman." Su Yao murmured, her voice growing softer, almost as if her heart was filled with self-doubt, feeling she couldn't compare to those outstanding women. True. Actually, if you don't mind, I could find you a companion." Jiang Han nodded with a mischievous grin. He said it deliberately to see Su Yao's reaction. "Oh, and then?" Su Yao asked, her voice trembling slightly, a strange jealousy rising in her heart. She hadn't expected Jiang Han to say such a thing and was momentarily at a loss. "Then Monday, Wednesday, Friday are yours, Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday are hers. Sunday I rest. Single day off," Jiang Han said with a laugh, finishing with a deliberate wink. He found Su Yao's slightly annoyed expression utterly adorable. Su Yao was taken aback by Jiang Han's words, then realized he was joking. She couldn't help but lightly hit him, scolding, "Quite clever, giving yourself a day off." Though her face showed a hint of feigned anger, her eyes revealed a sense of relief. "Of course. What if I collapse? What would you and your never-met little sister do?" Jiang Han said with a grin, deliberately drawing out the words, "little sister," and raising his eyebrows, his face full of teasing. He wrapped his arm tightly around Su Yao's shoulder, gently shaking her as if coaxing a docile kitten. "Still little sister. If you collapse I'll push you in a wheelchair to the square, leave you aside and watch me dance with old men." Su Yao rolled her eyes at Jiang Han in response. Her gaze held a hint of reproach but more love. She lightly slapped his arm and pretended to be angry. "Don't joke like that, humph." Jiang Han burst into laughter at Su Yao's remark, finding her charming demeanor utterly adorable. He gently tapped her nose and said, "All right then, I'll sit in the wheelchair and cheer you on to see which old man can match my Yao Yao's charm." Su Yao couldn't help but laugh at his words. She leaned into his embrace and said, "Then you'd better recover quickly or it'd be no fun dancing alone." Her voice was soft and sweet as if recounting a beautiful promise. The two continued their banter as they wandered along the snack street. They bought more snacks, eating while taking in the lively scene around them. The snack street was bustling with people filled with laughter and joy, every face glowing with happiness. Suddenly Jiang Han spotted a cotton candy stall where the fluffy cotton candy looked especially tempting under the lights. He took Su Yao's hand and said, "Yao Yao, let me buy you some cotton candy." Without waiting for her reply, he walked to the stall and bought the largest one. Jiang Han returned to Su Yao, handed her the cotton candy and said, "Here, my little princess." Su Yao took the cotton candy, looking at the pure white fluff, her heart filled with emotion. She took a gentle bite and the sweet taste spread in her mouth, as sweet as the love between them. "Is it good?" Jiang Han asked, looking at her expectantly. Su Yao nodded and said, "Delicious, thank you, Han Han." Her voice was full of happiness and contentment. The two continued hand in hand along the snack street, savoring this beautiful moment. Their silhouettes appeared especially warm under the lights, as if the whole world had shrunk to just the two of them. Suddenly Jiang Han's phone rang, shattering the sweet atmosphere. With a resigned sigh, he pulled the phone from his pocket and reluctantly answered upon seeing Li Yang's name. "Brother Han, your 3 dear brothers are starving to death in the dorm." Li Yang's voice came through the phone, deliberately drawing out the word "dear" with an exaggerated whine, as if about to faint from hunger. In the background, Wang Zhe and Zhang Yu could be faintly heard shouting, "Bring back food." She found Li Yang's antics hilarious, and the little melancholy she had felt was instantly her eyes narrowed into slits and her shoulders trembled with suppressed laughter. She found Li Yang's antics hilarious, and the little melancholy she had felt was instantly dispelled by the cheerful atmosphere. "Got it, I'll be back soon." Jiang Han replied with a helpless shake of his head, though the corner of his mouth couldn't help lifting. He had expected Li Yang and the others to call and urge him, as those guys were always gluttons. "Roger that, Godfather. Take care of yourself." Li Yang hung up with a laugh, his shout of "Godfather" especially loud and playful. After walking around for a while longer, Jiang Han reluctantly drove Su Yao back to the apartment she shared with Lin Shui. Though he complained aloud in his heart, he was unwilling to part. Each farewell only made him cherish their time together more. "Just one more taste, then I'll go," Jiang Han said softly, his voice laced with a playful whine like a child denied a treat. "No more tasting. Hurry back," Su Yao said as she stepped out of the car. Watching his reluctant expression, she found it both amusing and touching. She knew that no matter how unwilling he claimed to be, he genuinely cared for her and valued their moments together. Seeing this, Jiang Han rolled down the passenger window. "Really not letting me taste? Go on back. Li Yang and the others are still hungry." Su Yao replied, her tone carrying a hint of helplessness mixed with concern for him. She didn't want him to miss out on time with his friends because of her. "All right, bye. See you tomorrow," Jiang Han said with obvious reluctance, but he knew she was right. He didn't want to keep everyone waiting, friendship was important too. "Bye." Su Yao smiled, her smile like a spring breeze rippling across a lake, refreshing and heartwarming. Jiang Han nodded, then drove the Bugatti away toward the school. The engine hummed with a low, powerful roar, as if echoing his current mood, eager yet resigned. The night scenery outside the window flashed past like slides, but Jiang Han's thoughts lingered on the moment he had just parted with Su Yao. A smile unconsciously curled at his lips, his face beaming with happiness. On the way back, Jiang Han purposely stopped at a familiar snack shop. He walked in and said to the owner, "Boss, 3 servings of fried noodles, extra toppings please." The owner smiled and replied, "Coming right up." Jiang Han stood aside, watching the owner skillfully stir-fry the noodles as the aroma gradually filled the air. He thought of the 3 starving roommates in the dorm and couldn't help shaking his head. Spotting a bubble tea shop nearby, he went in and bought 4 cups of milk tea. Soon both the noodles and tea were packed. Jiang Han carried the steaming food back into the car and sped toward the school. Before he even entered the dorm, he could hear the shouts of his roommates playing games, so loud they nearly deafened him. He pushed the door open and walked in, asking in exasperation, "Damn, I thought you guys were starving. How do you still have the energy to yell like this?" There Li Yang, Wang Zhe and Zhang Yu were completely absorbed in their computer screens, fingers flying across keyboards, shouting, "Go! Use your ultimate! Ooh, welcome back, Master Han." Zhang Yu glanced over and called out with a grin. His eyes sparkled with excitement, his face flushed with the thrill of the game. His words carried a teasing tone, but more than that, they reflected the trust and closeness between brothers. Entering the bathroom, he turned on the tap and the cool water splashed onto his face, instantly refreshing him. His words carried a teasing tone, but more than that they reflected the trust and closeness between brothers. Entering the bathroom, he turned on the tap and the cool water splashed onto his face, instantly refreshing him. Standing before the mirror, he tidied his hair, a satisfied smile curving his lips. After a quick wash, he sat down on his bed. The trio had just finished their game. Li Yang sidled over and said with a grin, "Come on, I interrupted your kiss with Senior Su Yao. How about I treat you to a kiss with another pretty girl instead?" His words were teasing, but they also held a hint of envy and friendly banter. "Get lost." Jiang Han replied, though his eyes showed no anger, only a fond, indulgent look. He reached out and gently patted Li Yang's shoulder, signaling him to stop. "If you want go, I will." Wang Zhe immediately chimed in, his tone a bit more serious, as if he was ready to take Jiang Han's place at this feast. His remark made everyone burst into laughter. Time slipped by like a white horse passing a crack. Before they knew it, freshman year was over. The campus was filled with the atmosphere of parting. Some students packed their luggage, others bid farewell, their faces showing both the relief of finishing a semester and the anticipation of the holiday. "Holiday time. Where you heading, Han?" Zhang Yu asked excitedly, stuffing clothes into his suitcase while looking up at Jiang Han, his eyes gleaming with expectation. "Going home to check things out. If nothing's up, I'll come hang out with you guys." Jiang Han replied, methodically organizing his books and clothes, his tone casual. During his freshman year he had achieved much academically and forged deep bonds with his dorm mates. He looked forward to the coming vacation and the chance to gather with everyone. "You better come. I'll show you all the beauties in the capital," Zhang Yu said with a sly grin, winking suggestively. He imagined the capital a bustling metropolis was brimming with lovely girls that Jiang Han absolutely had to see. "What? I'm in too." Li Yang perked up instantly, stopping his packing and jumping up from his seat. He clenched his fists, eyes blazing with excitement, as if he could already see the pretty girls on the capital streets. Wang Zhe, who was packing unhurriedly, shook his head with a smile and said, "You guys always thinking about girls. But if Jiang Han goes to the capital, it would be nice for us all to get together." Jiang Han couldn't help but laugh at their antics. "Alright, once I sort out my schedule, I'll definitely come find you. Then we'll have a great time." "When are you guys leaving?" Jiang Han asked Zhang Yu and Wang Zhe. "Soon, my family is sending someone to pick me up," Wang Zhe replied, pointing out the window where a luxury van was parked by the campus road, a driver waiting. "Me too, my brother is sending a car for me," Zhang Yu added, patting Jiang Han on the shoulder. "Jiang Han, when you get to the capital you must contact me. There's so much fun stuff there." "Alright, you free this afternoon?" Jiang Han asked Li Yang, already planning in his mind to visit the auto show and thinking it would be more fun with Li Yang along. "Yeah, nothing much. Got something fun?" Li Yang's eyes lit up with curiosity. He was always keen on interesting activities. "There's an auto show this afternoon at Zhonghai Convention and Exhibition Center. Want to check it out?" Jiang Han suggested. He had always been passionate about cars, and after driving a sports car for so long he wanted to switch to a different style. "You're buying a car?" Li Yang asked, somewhat astonished, never expecting Jiang Han to contemplate another purchase. In his view, Jiang Han's Bugatti was already flashy enough. "I've had enough of driving a sports car every day, it's not satisfying. Let's see if there's something more suitable," Jiang Han said, stretching lazily with a look of pure contentment. "Besides, the auto show has all sorts of vehicles. Maybe we'll stumble upon some surprises." Li Yang rubbed his hands together in excitement. "Alright, I'll tag along then. I want to see what good cars are at the show too. Maybe someday I'll be able to buy one." As they spoke, Zhang Yu and Wang Zhe had already dragged their luggage and were preparing to leave. They exchanged farewell hugs with Jiang Han and Li Yang once more before boarding the car that came to pick them up, slowly driving out of the campus. "My brother seems to have gone to the convention center too," Li Yang said slowly from inside the car, pulling out his phone to check the message his older brother had sent earlier, confirming he hadn't misremembered. "Brother Wei is there too? What kind of cars are at this show?" Jiang Han asked, curiosity brimming. He figured that if it could draw Li Yang's elder brother Li Wei, there must be some rare models. "No idea." "Well, go find him and ask." Li Yang replied, equally eager to see some special cars at the show and also hoping to catch up with his brother. Soon the two arrived at the convention center in the Bugatti. As the car slowly pulled into the venue, it instantly attracted countless gazes. People around stopped in their tracks, their eyes fixed on the dazzling Bugatti. Sunlight bathed the bodywork, reflecting a brilliant glow that seemed to gild the car with a golden edge. "Wow, isn't that young Master Han's Bugatti?" someone exclaimed immediately, their voice tinged with surprise and envy. Ever since he burned a Koenigsegg, Jiang Han's fame, along with this Bugatti, had been unrivaled in Zhonghai. Everyone was curious about this generous, high-profile young man. Whenever the Bugatti appeared, it never failed to become the center of attention. Jiang Han parked the car in an empty spot and the two stepped out. Jiang Han wore a simple yet stylish casual outfit exuding an extraordinary aura. Li Yang followed beside him, brimming with excitement. They headed toward the exhibition hall, and as they walked, Li Yang called his older brother. The call connected quickly. "Bro, Jiang Han and I are at the auto show. Where are you?" Li Wei's hearty voice came through the phone. "I'm in Hall 6. Come over." After hanging up, Li Yang said to Jiang Han, "My brother's in Hall 6. Let's go find him." They quickened their pace, weaving through the crowd toward Hall 6. Along the way, people kept pointing at them and murmuring about Jiang Han and his Bugatti. But Jiang Han paid no heed to the stares. His mind was entirely on the auto show, eager to find a car that caught his fancy. As they entered Hall 6, the sight before them was dazzling. An array of luxury cars was displayed in a splendid lineup, lights glinting off their bodies, casting a mesmerizing brilliance. Jiang Han's eyes lit up immediately. He strode eagerly toward the exhibition cars, meticulously examining the exterior and details of each one. Li Yang meanwhile scanned the area, searching for his brother Li Wei. "Xiao Han. Xiao Yang. Over here." Li Wei's voice rang out from the VIP section, loud and familiar. The two immediately walked over to find Li Wei standing beside a sofa in the VIP area, delicate refreshments and drinks laid out on the coffee table. "Brother Wei, what kind of car is it that you'd come all the way here?" Jiang Han asked, curiosity shining in his eyes. His hands were in his pockets, appearing effortlessly suave. "You two came running over without knowing?" Li Wei raised an eyebrow, a hint of teasing in his tone. Jiang Han said he wanted to buy another car, so we just came to check it out. "What car is it, bro?" Li Yang asked, bouncing over to Li Wei with an excited grin. "Lamborghini Veneno. And it's the hardtop version, one of only 3 in the world." Li Wei said, his voice tinged with excitement, his eyes flickering with admiration for this supercar. "What, bro, did you get divorced? Or did you find me a new sister-in-law? You're thinking of buying such an expensive car?" Li Yang grinned, teasing him playfully. "Scram. Can't I just look without buying?" Li Wei retorted, giving Li Yang a light smack on the head. Then he turned to Jiang Han. "Xiao Han, any thoughts?" "Then I won't hold back." Jiang Han replied with a confident, relaxed smile. He then looked toward the covered car in front of the VIP room, as if his gaze had already pierced the veil to see the Lamborghini Veneno's strikingly aggressive design. A gleam of desire flickered in his eyes. For such a rare supercar, he certainly wouldn't let it slip by. Li Wei, watching Jiang Han, chuckled. "Good eye, Xiao Han. This Lamborghini Veneno isn't just stunning, its performance is top tier. A global limited hardtop, driving this on the road will definitely turn every head." Li Yang jumped up in excitement. "Wow, if Jiang Han buys it, we'll be even more flashy when we go out." Just then a staff member in a professional sales uniform approached, smiling. "Gentlemen, would you like me to introduce the Lamborghini Veneno?" Li Yang jumped up in excitement. "Wow, if Jiang Han buys it, we'll be even more flashy when we go." The staff member walked to the cover, gently pulled it, and the drape slowly fell, revealing a highly exaggerated futuristic Lamborghini Veneno before them. Its sharp lines and unique silhouette resembled a beast ready to pounce, exuding a breathtaking allure. The staff began an enthusiastic introduction. The Lamborghini Veneno uses extensive carbon fiber, making the body lightweight yet robust. It's equipped with a powerful engine delivering immense horsepower and accelerating from 0 to 100 km/h in mere seconds. The interior is also exceptionally luxurious, every detail showcasing Lamborghini's premium quality. The globally limited hardtop edition holds tremendous collectible value. Jiang Han listened intently as he circled the car, examining it closely, his eyes full of admiration. Li Yang and Li Wei were equally captivated, occasionally gasping in awe. After finishing his inspection, Jiang Han said to the staff, "I'll take it. Please handle the paperwork." His tone was firm and decisive, as if buying such a luxury car was nothing out of the ordinary. "I'm sorry, sir, but this car is being sold via auction today. To the highest bidder." Jiang Han nodded upon hearing this and then asked, "When does it start?" His eyes were fixed on the salesperson, his tone carrying a hint of urgency. It was clear he could hardly wait to participate in the auction of this Lamborghini Veneno. "Sir, there are still 20 minutes, the salesperson replied respectfully with a professional smile on his face, his eyes revealing the importance he placed on Jiang Han as a potential major client. While the three were speaking, Bai Chen's voice sounded as he walked in surrounded by a crowd. Bai Chen was wearing an expensive custom-tailored suit, his hair impeccably styled, and his face bore an arrogant expression. Behind him followed a few people who looked like bodyguards, along with several fashionably dressed men and women, obviously his sycophantic friends. The moment Bai Chen entered, he spotted the three, and they happened to look over as well. Upon seeing the three, Bai Chen's face instantly darkened as if a block of clouds had obscured the originally clear sky. Those who came with Bai Chen naturally knew about the conflict between Bai Chen and Jiang Han, yet the smiles on their faces immediately vanished, replaced by expressions of tension and unease. What a small world meeting again. How unlucky. Jiang Han said slowly. His voice was not loud, but it was quite distinct in the VIP room. His tone was full of disdain and mockery, his eyes revealing a hint of provocation. Upon hearing this, veins bulged on Bai Chen's forehead and his fists unconsciously clenched as if he might charge at Jiang Han and start a fight at any moment. Then he stormed over to the three. You won't get this car today, and neither will you. Bai Chen said slowly as he approached, pointing at Jiang Han and Li Wei. His voice was full of menace, his eyes showing a hint of ferocity. Oh, Master Chen, means only you can bid. Jiang Han said, his tone still calm but his eyes revealing a hint of disdain. He leaned back on the sofa, crossing his arms over his chest, looking utterly relaxed. TCH. Go ahead and bid. I'm actually bored without a rival. His tone was light and casual, as if talking about something trivial. 2 cars. What's the other one? I've only seen your Jiang Han immediately laughed upon hearing this, then turned to Li Wei and continued, Brother Wei, I'm going back tomorrow. I'll leave my 2 cars at your racing track for you and Li Yang to have fun with. His tone was light and casual, as if talking about something trivial. 2 cars. What's the other one? I've only seen your Dark Knight sound. Li Yang immediately asked, his eyes wide with curiosity. Isn't there another one parked in the back? Jiang Han said, then sat down. He pointed toward the parking lot outside, a confident smile on his face. He knew that this auction would be a fierce contest, but he had enough confidence and strength to win this Lamborghini Veneno. Bai Chen, watching Jiang Han's confident demeanor, felt his anger flare even more. He gritted his teeth and said, Jiang Han, don't think that just because you have some money you can do whatever you want. I'm determined to get this car today. Just wait and lose. Jiang Han sneered and said, Bai Chen, don't be too arrogant either. It's still uncertain who will come out on top. Let's settle it on the auction floor. As the start time of the auction drew nearer, the atmosphere in the VIP room grew increasingly tense. Jiang Han, Li Wei and Li Yang sat on one side while Bai Chen and his entourage sat on the other. Both sides glared at each other with fierce intensity, as if a war without gunpowder was about to break out. And the meticulously displayed Lamborghini Veneno stood like an enticing prize, waiting for the ultimate victor to take it away. Gradually more people filled the VIP room, turning the once spacious area somewhat crowded. They were dressed in various high-end attire, their faces beaming with confidence and anticipation. Many people came over to greet Li Wei, some shaking hands warmly, others patting him on the shoulder amiably, their words full of respect and flattery. Bro, how do you know so many people? Li Yang asked in exasperation, looking at the people who were actively chatting with Li Wei, his eyes full of confusion. Many people came over to greet Li Wei, some shaking hands warmly, others patting him on the shoulder amiably, their words full of respect and flattery. Zhonghai is only so big, there are only that many people who can afford this car. Of course we know each other. Li Wei said with a smile, his expression warm and confident. In the upper-class circles of Zhonghai, Li Wei had already gained some fame through his wealth and ability. He often attended various high-end social events, getting to know many influential figures. And this Lamborghini Veneno at the auto show, a globally limited hardtop edition with a sky-high price, had only a handful of people capable of bidding on it, so naturally they all knew each other. Jiang Han, listening to their conversation, couldn't help but remark, Brother Wei, your network is truly impressive. It seems there's nothing you can't accomplish in Zhonghai. Li Wei waved his hand modestly and said, not at all, we just know each other casually. But the bidding this time will definitely be fierce, we all need to be prepared. Just then a staff member stepped forward, cleared his throat and said, distinguished guests, the auction is about to begin. Please make your way to the auction venue. Everyone rose and headed toward the auction venue. Jiang Han, Li Wei and Li Yang followed the crowd while Bai Chen and his entourage deliberately kept a distance from them, their eyes showing hostility. Arriving at the auction venue, it was already full of people. On the stage, the Lamborghini Veneno was illuminated by lights radiating a captivating gleam. The auction host stood to the side holding a gavel, a professional smile on his face. Welcome, esteemed guests. Our auction is about to begin. The host said, his voice loud and infectious, trying to stir up the atmosphere. However, the people present were clearly already impatient, their minds entirely on the Lamborghini Veneno. "Stop the nonsense, let's get started," as someone from the crowd shouted, his voice tinged with urgency. This shout drew many echoes and the venue immediately buzzed with chaotic chatter. "Alright, let's begin now." With that, the host stood next to the Lamborghini Veneno and announced, "The starting bid for this car is 1 yuan. As soon as the starting bid was announced, the venue fell silent instantly, everyone's gaze fixed on this rare treasure. After the words fell, Bai Chen directly offered 50 million. His voice was loud and firm with an air of determination. He deliberately raised his volume and shot a provocative glance at Jiang Han as if declaring to him that he had already won this auction. The moment Bai Chen placed his bid, murmurs rippled through the crowd. "Young Master Chen is truly a top-tier scion, he starts with 50 million. Bai Chen, hearing the praise, lifted his chin slightly, his eyes gleaming with pride and arrogance. His smile grew even brighter as if the Lamborghini Veneno was already his. 50 million and 1,000. Jiang Han's voice cut through the crowd, calm and firm like a stone tossed into a placid lake, stirring ripples across the surface. Bai Chen's smug expression instantly froze, his face darkening. A flicker of anger and surprise crossed his eyes, shocked that Jiang Han had so easily shattered his advantage. Hearing Jiang Han's bid, Bai Chen, his face set in displeasure, shouted again, 55 million. 55 million and 1,000. Jiang Han immediately replied, his tone steady as if playing an amusing game with Bai Chen. 60 million. Bai Chen shot back at once, his voice trembling slightly, fine beads of sweat forming on his forehead. 60 million and 1,000. Jiang Han answered instantly, a hint of a mocking smile curling at the corner of his lips. His move instantly brought the auction to a climax. Whispers spread through the crowd, "Who is this guy? How dare he contend with young Master Chen? And he only adds 10,000 each time." Everyone's faces showed surprise and curiosity, unable to understand Jiang Han's tactics. "No idea, but he looks very familiar. Like I've seen him somewhere." Someone frowned, trying to recall Jiang Han's identity. "That's young Master Han, the one who burned the Koenigsegg." Finally someone recognized him. The news spread like wildfire through the crowd. A look of dawning realization crossed their faces and they regarded Jiang Han with even greater awe. Bai Chen's face grew even darker as he overheard the murmurs. He gritted his teeth, his heart ablaze with fury. He hadn't expected Jiang Han to be so renowned in Zhonghai, a blow to his own prestige. "Jiang Han, are you not going to stop?" Bai Chen immediately rose, shouting, his face flushed red, his hands clenched into fists, his body trembling with rage. In his eyes, Jiang Han's behavior of only adding a pittance each time was a deliberate insult. "What's the matter? Young Master Chen doesn't allow me to bid. Can't I spend my money if I want to?" Jiang Han said with a grin, his eyes full of provocation, his lips curled in a cynical smirk. His goal was to anger Bai Chen, to push him into making an irrational decision. Beside him, Li Yang and Li Wei burst into laughter at Jiang Han's smug expression. Li Yang doubled over, slapping his thigh as he laughed, while Li Wei simply shook his head with a smile, his eyes filled with admiration for Jiang Han. "If young Master Chen wants it, just keep bidding. Next time he'll only add 1 yuan more than you. After all, the starting price was 1 yuan. Jiang Han continued, deliberately drawing out his words, emphasizing 1 yuan with extra force, as if reminding Bai Chen of the auction rules. 65 million. Bai Chen shouted immediately, his voice hoarse from anger. He had stopped thinking, only wanting to raise the price quickly to force Jiang Han to back down. 65 million and 1 yuan. Jiang Han blurted out instantly. 70 million. Bai Chen gritted his teeth, raising the price again, a look of resolve in his eyes. 70 million and 1 yuan. Jiang Han replied unhurriedly, his tone light as if it were merely an inconsequential game. 80 million. Bai Chen nearly roared the price, his body swaying from the excitement, veins bulging on his forehead, his fury had reached its peak. 80 million 1,111. Jiang Han said mockingly, watching Bai Chen's anger with secret satisfaction, relishing his control over the situation. The atmosphere grew tense, all eyes fixed on Jiang Han and Bai Chen. Everyone speculated about the final outcome, amazed by Jiang Han's audacity and Bai Chen's rage. The Lamborghini Veneno, bathed in light, seemed to silently observe this fierce contest. 85 million. Bai Chen took a deep breath and sat back down, trying to calm himself, but his clenched fists betrayed his inner turmoil. The outburst had left him drained and his movements were slightly clumsy as he sat. "Hey young Master Chen, can't you put on some pressure? Adding 5 million at a time, how long will this take? Time is tight and the task is heavy." Jiang Han said to Bai Chen, a mocking grin on his face. He deliberately used this provocation to throw Bai Chen off balance. Then he turned to the auctioneer and said in a booming voice, 100 million. This 100 million exploded like a bombshell in the hall. The whispers instantly ceased and all eyes locked onto Jiang Han filled with shock. The price had surged so rapidly far beyond anyone's expectations. Jiang Han then looked at Bai Chen and said, "Young Master Chen, step it up. This money is like leaves in a windfall." He emphasized the words, leaves in a windfall, and raised an eyebrow, his arrogant demeanor making Bai Chen seethe with hatred. Bai Chen's face turned ugly pale and flushed. He hadn't anticipated Jiang Han suddenly jumping to 100 million, completely disrupting his rhythm. He gripped the armrest of his chair tightly, his knuckles turning white from the strain. Inside he struggled fiercely. On one hand he didn't want to lose to Jiang Han, on the other 100 million had already exceeded his original budget. The atmosphere was oppressively tense, everyone waiting for Bai Chen's response. He took a deep breath, rose slowly, a look of resolve in his eyes, and roared, 120 million. After shouting, his body trembled slightly, whether from anger or nervousness. 120 million and 1 yuan. Jiang Han said with a grin, looking at Bai Chen with indifference. Hearing Jiang Han's bid, Bai Chen closed his eyes, his hands clenched tightly, trembling. After a minute or two he slowly rose and walked away. Bai Chen, like a dog with its tail between its legs, ran off in a huff, his silhouette brimming with fury and resentment. In no time at all he disappeared into the crowd. The host immediately yelled at the top of his lungs, "Congratulations to this distinguished guest for acquiring a Lamborghini Veneno. How utterly extravagant, isn't it?" Applause erupted instantly and all eyes like spotlights focused sharply on Jiang Han, their gazes filled with envy and admiration. A staff member swiftly came over and led Jiang Han onto the stage. Jiang Han strode forward with confidence and grace, heading toward the sports car he had been longing for. On the stage the lights reflected off the car's body, perfectly complementing the aura of a true alpha that emanated from Jiang Han. Ding! Congratulations host for successfully slapping Bai Chen's face. Reward consumption reimbursement count 1. The system prompt echoed in Jiang Han's mind, amplifying his already soaring excitement. A smile tugged at the corner of his mouth, unable to conceal his exhilaration. He then warmly invited Li Wei and Li Yang to take a photo together in front of the car. The three of them gathered around the car, grinning from ear to ear in sheer delight. Jiang Han stood at the center, one arm draped over Li Wei's shoulder, the other wrapped around Li Yang. The supercar beside them was an absolute showstopper, instantly making them the coolest figures at the auto show, drawing envious and admiring glances from passers-by. "Bro Wei, please arrange for someone to transport the car to the racetrack," Jiang Han said with a smile. "No problem, leave it to me. Rest assured it's all taken care of." Li Wei grinned, his face radiating confidence that seemed ready to overflow. He gave Jiang Han a playful punch on the shoulder, his demeanor as if he were a superhero who could effortlessly solve any challenge. Shortly after, the three were warmly ushered into the VIP delivery room. The room's decoration was ridiculously luxurious, if the sofas were as soft as clouds, the leather feeling warm to the touch. The paintings on the wall were clearly priceless. A crystal chandelier hung from the ceiling, sparkling brightly, illuminating the entire room like daylight. Jiang Han, with an air of effortless calm, pulled out his bank card and swiped it on the POS machine. With a beep, the payment was successful. Just like that he casually acquired a supercar. What an awesome move. Ding! Congratulations host on spending 120,000,001 yuan. Triggering a 7x return. 840,000,007 yuan. The system's voice rang out the moment the payment was made. Jiang Han's heartbeat quickened and an indescribable surge of excitement flooded through him. Oh damn! I forgot the main thing. I came to buy a car. A sports car isn't comfortable to drive. As if remembering something, Jiang Han slapped his forehead, a look of chagrin spreading across his face. He had been so immersed in the triumph of the auction and the system rewards that he nearly forgot his original purpose for coming to the auto show. A salesperson quickly chimed in, his face beaming with enthusiasm, "Sir, Lamborghini has an SUV that's perfect for a young gentleman like you." The salesperson gestured animatedly, trying to describe the car's advantages to Jiang Han. "Not interested. I'll look at other options." Jiang Han turned it down flatly, his tone resolute and without any hesitation. He already had his own ideas and wasn't particularly keen on Lamborghini's SUV. "You two go ahead and browse. I'll head off once I've watched enough excitement," Li Wei said with a smile, patting Jiang Han and Li Yang on the shoulders, his eyes full of warmth. He felt he had witnessed the thrilling auction and should now tend to his own matters. "Bye Bro Wei." Jiang Han replied with a smile, waving to Li Wei, his face sincere. Yeah, bye. Li Wei nodded with a smile in response, and then the three of them parted ways. They walked out of the delivery room. Outside, the auto show was still bustling with activity, various luxury cars gleaming and captivating the crowd. Oh, Xiao Han, I'll have someone come over to tow the car for you later. You can pick it up whenever you want to drive, Li Wei said thoughtfully, knowing Jiang Han would continue browsing the show and wouldn't be able to take the car with him. Great. Bro Wei, feel free to use it if you want. After all, it's just a toy. Jiang Han replied with a smile. He didn't harbor much attachment to the newly acquired Lamborghini Veneno, to him it was merely a plaything that could bring enjoyment. Okay, I want stand on ceremony. I'm off. Li Wei said and then departed. His figure gradually vanished into the crowd. Jiang Han and Li Yang continued to stroll around the auto show, their eyes scanning the array of luxury cars, hoping to find one that truly satisfied Jiang Han. As they wandered, Jiang Han's gaze was drawn to a Land Rover Range Rover. The car's body lines were rugged and imposing, exuding a steady yet dominant aura. Jiang Han's eyes lit up as if he had found what he had been searching for. The two of them quickened their pace and walked over. Is this model available now? Jiang Han asked bluntly as he approached, his tone concise and direct without any beating around the bush. This one here, sir. This is our Land Rover Range Rover SV Autobiography LWB. Yes, we have it in stock. A male salesperson responded immediately, his face bright with enthusiasm, his eyes betraying a hint of excitement as he sensed that this young man might be a big spender. Can all the paperwork be completed by this afternoon? Jiang Han asked again, hoping to get the car as soon as possible so he could enjoy the thrill of driving. Yes, sir, the salesperson replied, patting his chest with a confident assurance, already calculating the commission he would earn from this deal. Swipe the card. Jiang Han said, his tone calm and unwavering as if it were the most mundane matter. Damn Han, go you buy things worth millions like you're buying groceries. That casual. Li Yang was rendered speechless by Jiang Han's move. Even he, a top-tier rich second generation in Zhonghai, wasn't as extravagant as Jiang Han. His eyes widened, his mouth slightly agape in utter disbelief. Sir, this model's only available in the top trim and it's slightly more expensive, the salesperson confirmed, cautiously, observing Jiang Han's expression, worried the price might scare him off. No problem, swipe the card. Jiang Han replied, his eyes devoid of any hesitation, as if the price was no obstacle for him. A delighted smile broke out on the salesperson's face, surprised at how smoothly the deal was going. He quickly said, Sir, please follow me to complete the procedures. I'll do my best to finish everything as quickly as possible. Jiang Han nodded, then followed the salesperson with Li Yang to the area where the paperwork was handled. Li Yang kept murmuring along the way, Han, your spending power truly leaves me in awe. Jiang Han patted his shoulder with a smile and said, money is meant to be spent. If you like it, just buy. During the process, Jiang Han appeared completely composed while Li Yang looked on curiously at the various documents and procedures. Soon the formalities were completed. The salesperson said with a smile, Sir, congratulations on becoming the owner of the Land Rover Range Rover SV Autobiography LWB. Your car is ready, you can drive it away anytime. Jiang Han stood up and said, all right, take me to see the car. The salesperson led them to the parking lot where the brand new Land Rover Range Rover SV Autobiography LWB gleamed under the sunlight. Jiang Han walked around the car and nodded with satisfaction. He opened the door, slid into the driver's seat and savored the luxurious interior and comfortable seats. Jiang Han sat in the Range Rover, exhilarated by the scent of a brand new car, even more excited than the time he had spent over 100 million acquiring that Veneno. The faint new car smell was like a unique stimulant, making his heartbeat involuntarily quicken. He gently stroked the steering wheel, savoring its delicate texture, his eyes brimming with joy and contentment. Li Yang, you take my Bugatti. Jiang Han said with a smile, his tone carrying a hint of generosity and trust. In his heart, Li Yang was a trustworthy brother and he had no qualms about letting him drive his beloved Bugatti. With that, Jiang Han tossed the keys to Li Yang, saying with a grin, this is my #1 wife, you'd better take good care of her. He deliberately referred to the Bugatti as his #1 wife, his tone laced with jest. Haha, don't worry. I won't use your #1 wife to pick up a girl unless she's wearing black stockings. Li Yang replied with a laugh, his face glowing with excitement as he took the keys. He knew that driving this Bugatti would draw countless gazes. All right. Jiang Han immediately grinned. Are you heading back now? Li Yang asked, curious about Jiang Han's next move. Not yet. I'm going to find my Suyao first, then wait for the paperwork to be done before I leave. Jiang Han said, and at the mention of Suyao a tender smile spread across his face. In his heart, Suyao was the most important person and he wanted to share the joy of buying a new car with her as soon as possible. Are you heading back now? Li Yang asked, curious about Jiang Han's next move. Not yet. I'm going to find my— Go on. Bye. Jiang Han said with a laugh, watching Li Yang's retreating figure, his heart full of joy. Then he started the Range Rover and drove toward Su Yao's location. Jiang Han felt an indescribable elation driving the Range Rover. Both the driving experience and the comfort left his Bugatti far behind. Jiang Han felt an indescribable elation driving the Range Rover. Both the driving experience and the comfort left his Bugatti far behind. The Range Rover's seats embraced him like a gentle hug, its suspension skillfully filtering out road bumps, making every ride feel like a stroll on clouds. The steering was precise and light, the power delivery smooth yet robust, as if in perfect sync with his driving intentions. Before long, Jiang Han arrived at the building where Su Yao worked. The modern office building gleamed under the sunlight. Jiang Han parked the car, steadily straightened his clothes and strode in with confident steps. In the ground floor lobby he casually settled into a sofa. The place was exquisitely decorated with soft light spilling over him, creating a particularly cozy atmosphere. He ordered 2 cups of coffee from the service staff, then pulled out his phone and called Su Yao. Yao, I'm downstairs at your office. Jiang Han said, his voice gentle and full of anticipation, as if every word carried a deep longing. Huh? Why are you here at this hour? Su Yao asked. Over the phone came her slightly surprised voice, mingled with the rustle of files. She was evidently busy at work. I missed you. Jiang Han said, his tone laced with a hint of playfulness, like a child eager to see a loved one. Su Yao asked. Over the phone came her slightly surprised voice, mingled with the rustle of files. She was evidently busy at work. Then she hung up, and Jiang Han could almost imagine her hurriedly tidying up in the office, her face glowing with a happy smile. Jiang Han leaned back on the sofa, picked up one of the coffees and took a sip. The rich aroma spread across his palate. His gaze fixed on the elevator doors, his eyes filled with anticipation. In his mind he kept picturing Su Yao, imagining that when he saw her he would give her a big hug. Before long Su Yao emerged from the elevator. Jiang Han spotted her immediately and called out. Yao, are you going somewhere? Jiang Han asked, noticing the file folder in Su Yao's hand. Yeah, I have to go with our manager to a press conference our company is holding. It's urgent and all the hotels in Zhonghai require reservations now. Su Yao said. Well, I get the feeling you're not happy. Jiang Han asked. Of course not, I got scolded by the manager at noon. Su Yao pouted. Hearing this, Jiang Han smiled and took the file from her hand. What are you doing? Why did you open it? Let me have a look. Jiang Han said with a grin, then glanced at it and asked, didn't you try asking at Longhao Grand Hotel? Of course I did. The hall at Longhao that suits us was already booked out. Besides, our company isn't a big one, so they wouldn't let us skip the queue. Su Yao replied. Say something nice and I'll help you, Jiang Han said with a smile. Alright, let's not talk about work. When are you coming back? Su Yao asked. I'll stay a few days at home and then come back, Jiang Han said. All packed? She pressed. Nothing much to bring. No need to pack, Jiang Han said, taking a sip of coffee. Alright, Su Yao said just as her phone rang. Where are you? We're heading out. Manager, I'm downstairs. Su Yao replied immediately. I've got to go, I need to keep looking for a venue. Su Yao said hurriedly, then gave Jiang Han a gentle kiss on the cheek. Go back now. If you leave now you can still make it for dinner. Jiang Han chuckled lightly. One more kiss please, this cheek wants one too. You'll get it when you're back, Su Yao said playfully, then took the file from his hand and prepared to leave. Let's go, Su Yao. Still got time for romance when you haven't finished your work. A voice rang out, reaching both Su Yao and Jiang Han's ears. Upon hearing those words, Su Yao froze as if struck, her entire body going numb. Then she slowly lowered her head, her hair falling forward just enough to hide her flushed face. Jiang Han's sharp eyes caught her distress instantly, and he turned his gaze toward the source. Without warning, a gaunt middle-aged woman had silently appeared beside them. Her cheekbones were unnaturally high and her eyes were as piercing as knives, as if they could see right through people and dig out their innermost thoughts. Her lips were perpetually pressed tight, the corners turned down, a clear sign of someone never satisfied with anything. She exuded a cold keep-away aura that made others instinctively shrink back. Su Yao bit her lower lip and obediently hurried over, silently falling in step behind the middle-aged woman ready to leave. The middle-aged woman cast a glance at Su Yao, her tone icy. He's handsome, sure. But what use is that? Don't let it get in the way of your work, that's what matters. Jiang Han quickly rose to his feet, took a few strides to stand before the two, straightened his back and looked at the middle-aged woman. You must be Yao Yao's manager. I'll solve this problem for you. From now on treat Yao Yao better. Then he turned to Su Yao and said gently, I'm leaving now. I'll call Sun Chong in a moment. Go to Longhao Grand Hotel and tell the manager I sent you, just handle the formalities directly. Jiang Han showed not a trace of fear, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the elegantly made-up haughty middle-aged woman as he retorted with defiance, whether I have the ability or not is none of your business to criticize. He lifted his chin, a stubborn expression on his face as if silently declaring his stance to everyone. Upon hearing this, Su Yao's manager's face flushed between pale and red. She swallowed her words, shot Jiang Han a furious glare and strode away on her high heels. Su Yao hesitated for a moment, her eyes brimming with worry and reluctance, then silently followed the manager, casting a lingering deep glance back at Jiang Han as she left. Anxious, Jiang Han hurried forward, gently grabbing Su Yao's hand. She flinched as if touched by electricity, looked up to meet his gaze and without a word allowed him to hold her hand. The three of them walked in silence to the parking lot. The manager, noticing Jiang Han hadn't left, sneered, young man, you need to work harder if you can't even afford a car. She trailed off with a contemptuous snort. Jiang Han remained calm, reluctantly releasing Su Yao's hand and walked toward his Land Rover Range Rover. He pressed the key fob, the car door unlocked and he agilely slid into the driver's seat. Looking at the manager, he said with neither humility nor arrogance, I will work hard and so should you. Then Jiang Han rolled down the window and gave Su Yao a gentle smile, they'll go ahead, Yao Yao. Just head straight to Longhao Grand Hotel, they'll have someone receive you. With that he rolled up the window and slowly drove out of the parking lot. After leaving, he stepped on the accelerator and sped toward the Yangqing Highway exit. Outside the window the scenery rushed past like a film reel. The neatly aligned trees stood like sentinels, their leaves gently swaying in the breeze. In the distance mountains stretched one after another, nearly merging with the azure sky. These familiar sights instantly stirred memories of his past in Yangqing, and the flood of nostalgia surged uncontrollably like a dam breaking open. After about 3 hours Jiang Han spotted the boundary of Yangqing, his heart swelling with excitement. Soon he arrived at the Blue Sky Orphanage. The car stopped at the gate. He gazed at the rusted iron gate and the dilapidated walls, and tears welled up in his eyes. This place held both the joys and sorrows of his childhood, if the overwhelming emotion surged like a collapsed dam, impossible to suppress. Uncle Jiang. I'm back. Jiang Han rolled down the window and shouted. From the guardroom emerged a slightly stooped old man, Uncle Jiang, his face etched with wrinkles but his eyes bright and clear. Xiao Han, you're back. Uncle Jiang's eyes lit up at the sight of Jiang Han and he hurried over to open the iron gate. Uncle Jiang, it's been a year, you look even sturdier. Jiang Han got out of the car, patted Uncle Jiang on the shoulder with a smile. You came at the right time. Sister Nyan brought her boyfriend home, go meet them. Uncle Jiang grabbed Jiang Han's arm. Uncle Jiang, it'll pass for now. Just give me the keys to the small truck, I need to buy some things. Jiang Han declined with a smile. No need to buy, charitable enterprises send supplies every month. Uncle Jiang waved his hand. They are them, I'm different, I came from here. Jiang Han bent down, took the keys, flashed a playful grin at Uncle Jiang, turned around and dashed toward the small truck. The engine roared to life and the truck zipped away. As soon as Jiang Han left the orphanage he drove straight to the market. He parked by the roadside and strode briskly into the market. The evening market was bustling with noisy crowds. Jiang Han went directly to the pork stall, asked the vendor how much stock was left and said promptly, give me 50 jin of pork belly and another 50 jin of ribs. The delighted vendor immediately started cutting the meat. Jiang Han turned to the rice and flour shop and shouted to the owner, 50 bags of rice and 50 bags of flour, each 100 jin plus 50 barrels of cooking oil, all of good quality for the orphans. The curious owner asked a few questions. Jiang Han smiled and replied, I'm purchasing for the orphanage. Impressed, the owner offered a discount and worked even faster. Boss, can you deliver? I still need to buy other things. Jiang Han asked. Yes, we deliver, the owner replied. Hearing that, Jiang Han immediately took out his phone, paid and gave the owner the address of the Blue Sky Orphanage. The money sent, please deliver it later. Jiang Han headed straight to the clothing section. He casually picked a relatively large store and walked in. The noisy market was a sea of goods. Jiang Han headed straight to the clothing section. He casually picked a relatively large store and walked in. The noisy market was a sea of goods. Jiang Han headed straight to the clothing section. He casually picked a relatively large store and walked in. The noisy market. He didn't glance elsewhere, making a beeline for the clothing area and entering a sizable shop. "Anyone here?" "I'm looking at clothes," Jiang Han called out as soon as he entered. Hearing his voice, a woman in her 30s dressed in professional attire and the owner of the shop emerged from the back room. Jiang Han said directly, "Give me 20 sets of clothes for 5 or 6-year-olds and another 20 for 13-year-olds, both boys and girls sportswear 2 styles." The owner understood immediately and quickly brought out several bundles of clothes from the stockroom. Jiang Han examined them, the styles were fashionable, the fabric felt soft, and nodded in approval. The owner enthusiastically explained after-sales service. Jiang Han didn't haggle, paid on the spot and instructed her to send the clothes to the orphanage's truck. Leaving the clothing store, Jiang Han went to a shoe shop and a stationery store, buying until the truck was full. As dusk fell, he drove back to the orphanage where workers were unloading bags of rice and flour beside a large truck. The small truck stopped in the orphanage courtyard. A middle-aged woman in an apron, Mama Li, approached and said, "Child, why did you buy so much stuff?" Mama Jiang came over with concern. Jiang Han smiled and said, "Mama Jiang, I've earned money. I bought some things for everyone." As he spoke, he helped carry the items and soon everything he had purchased was unloaded. "Boss, everything's delivered, not a single item missing," the meat vendor said, walking up to Jiang Han. "Great, thanks." Jiang Han wiped his sweat. "Mama Jiang, there are some clothes and shoes on the truck, give them out to the kids after dinner," Jiang Han said with a smile. "All right, you go upstairs and rest. Your sister Nyan is cooking upstairs. We can distribute these things tomorrow," Mama Jiang replied with a smile. Hearing that, Jiang Han rubbed his hands and chuckled, "My sister Nyan can cook. Since when did she become so virtuous?" Mother Jiang and Uncle Jiang, beaming with smiles, one on the left and one on the right, pulled Jiang Han into the house. As soon as the door opened, the aroma of braised pork and green vegetables wafted straight into his nostrils, causing Jiang Han's stomach to growl loudly. "Sister Nyan, your cooking is amazing." Jiang Han sniffed vigorously, his eyes lighting up with surprise. Just as he finished speaking, Sister Nyan emerged from the kitchen carrying a dish. She was dressed in jeans and a white shirt with a floral apron tied around her waist, looking both gentle and agile. Under the dim yellow light, her skin was fair and clean, her features well proportioned, and her bright spirited eyes carried a tenderness intertwined with a touch of determination. "Most of these are my doing, don't you dare eat them," Sister Nyan said in mock anger, though the corners of her mouth couldn't help but lift as she set the plate on the table. Jiang Han quickly raised his hands in surrender. "I was wrong, I'll stop talking, okay?" His comical expression made Mother Jiang and Uncle Jiang burst into laughter. "Go on in and sit down." Sister Nyan's tone carried familiarity as she waved him inside. "With skills like yours, who's ever going to marry you?" Jiang Han muttered under his breath, deliberately slowing his steps and turning back to make a funny face at Sister Nyan. Once inside, he sat down at the dining table, his eyes fixed on the food, drooling with craving. At that moment, Mother Jiang walked over, gently patted his shoulder and said with a smile, "Go to your sister Nyan's room and call her boyfriend out for dinner." Hearing this, Jiang Han's eyes lit up instantly. Like a child, he swiftly stood up and walked lightly into the house. He and Jiang Nyan had grown up together in an orphanage before being adopted by Father Jiang and Mother Jiang. The family bond was unbreakable. Though not blood-related, Jiang Han and Jiang Nyan had been raised together since childhood, and they were the earliest members of the orphanage aside from Father and Mother Jiang. Jiang Han walked to the next room, knocked on the door and shouted, "Time to eat, future brother-in-law." His voice was loud and bright, laced with curiosity, and a playful smile lingered on his lips. Footsteps sounded from inside and the door slowly opened. Lu Chao, dressed in a crisp suit and wearing glasses, appeared at the entrance. His face was flushed, radiating energy, and he slightly bent down, extending his hand with a smile. "You must be Xiao Han." "I'm Lu Chao." Jiang Han sniffed and teased, "Had a little drink with Dad?" Lu Chao scratched his head and replied frankly, "Yeah, I had a bit with Uncle." His eyes were full of respect and joy. The two walked toward the dining room together, with Jiang Han occasionally glancing at Lu Chao. As they sat down, the aroma of the food filled the air, whetting their appetites. No sooner had Jiang Han sat down than he spotted the steamed fish. He quickly picked up a piece and put it into his mouth, chewing as he said, "Xiao Nyan, your cooking keeps getting better." Jiang Nyan pretended to be angry, glaring and making a gesture as if to hit him, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help curving upward. The playful banter between the siblings instantly enlivened the atmosphere. Then Jiang Han and Lu Chao joined Father Jiang for a drink. Father Jiang put down his chopsticks and asked with concern, "Xiao Han, that car you drove back must have cost a pretty penny, right?" Jiang Han smiled and said, "I made some money at school, so I bought it." Jiang Nian asked curiously what kind of car. With a proud air Jiang Han pulled the Land Rover key from his pocket and handed it to her. Jiang Nian exclaimed in surprise, a Land Rover. What have you been doing at school? Jiang Han replied with a smile, just dabbled in stocks and made some investments. He knew he couldn't mention the system, so he brushed it off with a few words and lowered his head to continue eating. Oh, I wasn't planning to ask for your wedding gift money anyway, but I never expected my little brother to be driving a Land Rover. Jiang Nian laughed, her eyes narrowing into slits as she patted Jiang Han's shoulder, her tone both proud and teasing. What? You're getting married? Jiang Han's chopsticks froze midair, his eyes wide with surprise, his face etched with astonishment. That's right. Jiang Nian said earnestly, gently taking Lu Chao's arm. Let me introduce you again, this is Lu Chao, my boyfriend of several years. We're getting married this year. As she spoke she gazed at Lu Chao with loving eyes and he smiled back at her. The sweetness between them was almost palpable. This car is borrowed from a classmate, I haven't earned any money yet, believe it or not. Jiang Han's eyes darted around as he put on a look of chagrin, secretly observing their reactions while a faint smile tugged at his lips. I don't believe it. The rice flour and oil you bought alone cost nearly 10,000 yuan. Jiang Nian laughed so hard she could barely stand, pointing at Jiang Han with absolute certainty. Thinking of the full truckload of supplies Jiang Han had brought back, she felt both touched and amused. She knew her brother was always generous, and now that he had the means he spared no expense for the family and the orphanage. Ah, after all these years of being your punching bag, I finally see you getting married and I still have to hand over a red envelope. Jiang Han covered his face with both hands, pretending to be heartbroken, letting out a long sigh with a look of utter grievance. He furrowed his brow, pouted and exaggerated his expression, but in his heart he was overjoyed for his sister's happiness, simply accustomed to expressing his complex feelings in this humorous way. He stole a glance at Jiang Nian through his fingers, and seeing his sister's happy smile his own heart blossomed with joy. Humph. You deserve it. Why do I only hit you and no one else? Because you're not honest. Jiang Nian laughed, her shoulders shaking as she gently patted Jiang Han's shoulder. Her eyes sparkled and her lips curled upward as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Oh, so I should thank you then. Jiang Han immediately removed his hands from his face, rolled his eyes and frowned in exasperation, but his gaze was full of affection for his sister. No need to thank me, just stuff more money into the red envelope. Jiang Nian winked playfully, her smile widening. She tilted her head and looked at Jiang Han with a hint of cajoling, as if she could already see a thick, hefty red envelope. All right, I'll make sure it's stuffed full. After all, you're my sister. Jiang Han grinned widely, his voice loud and clear, brimming with blessings and love for his sister. For a moment the room was filled with deep familial affection, warm and beautiful. After several rounds of drinking and with the meal nearly finished, Jiang Nian and Mother Jiang began clearing the table. Jiang Nian was in charge of gathering the dishes while Mother Jiang wiped the table. Lu Chao had a low tolerance for alcohol, his face now flushed bright red, his eyes glazed and his head swaying unsteadily. Xiao Han, hurry up and help your brother-in-law back to his room to rest. Mother Jiang called out to Jiang Han while wiping the table. Jiang Han quickly stood up, walked over to Lu Chao, put his arm around his waist and draped Lu Chao's arm over his shoulder, guiding him toward Jiang Nian's room. Lu Chao staggered and mumbled incessantly while Jiang Han coaxed him softly. Once they reached the room, Jiang Han settled Lu Chao in and then turned to leave. Afterward Jiang Han returned to Father and Mother Jiang's room and with a weary expression said he wanted to go rest. Father Jiang, sitting on the edge of the bed, responded with a loving nod. Jiang Han stepped out of the room and walked to his own door. He pushed it open and everything inside was still the same, the bed neatly made, the books arranged in order and the green plants thriving, clearly a sign that Father and Mother Jiang regularly came to clean. He closed the door, sat down on the edge of the bed and let his eyes wander around the room, his thoughts drifting far away. The next day sunlight streamed into Jiang Han's room. He slept until well past 11. Xiaohan, are you getting up for lunch? Jiang Nian yelled from outside the door. I'm eating, I'll be right there. Jiang Han stretched lazily, scrambled out of bed and dressed quickly, his hair as messy as a bird's nest, his eyes not yet fully open. Before long Jiang Han emerged from his room, his clothes wrinkled. Jiang Nian spotted him and teased with a grin, if you're this lazy, how will you ever find a girlfriend? Her lips curled into a mischievous smirk. With looks like mine, why would I worry about finding someone? Jiang Han puffed out his chest, brimming with confidence. Oh, so you actually have a girlfriend? Jiang Nian's eyes lit up and she quickly leaned in to stare at him. Jiang Han squinted, let out a sly chuckle and said nothing. Got a photo? Show your big sister. Jiang Nian pressed eagerly, her eyes full of anticipation. She clasped her hands before her chest looking utterly expectant. Why bother looking? I'll just check it myself. Jiang Han grinned roguishly, hiding his phone behind his back with a playful glint in his eyes, intent on teasing Jiang Nian. You little brat, let me see it now. Jiang Nian feigned anger, reaching out to pinch Jiang Han's ear and giving a gentle twist. Hiding it from your sister. Come on, hand it over. Jiang Han winced in pain and quickly begged for mercy. All right, I'll show you. He promptly pulled out his phone, found Su Yao's contact and dialed a video call. The call connected quickly. Su Yao was sitting at the dining table eating with gusto, her cheeks puffed out as she chewed. My sister wants to see you. Jiang Han chuckled, tilting the phone so Jiang Nian could get a clear view. Su Yao froze for a moment, then quickly put down her chopstick, sat up straight and greeted politely, hello big sister. Her voice was crisp and pleasant. Oh my, this girl is gorgeous. Jiang Nian's eyes sparkled with delight. Not only beautiful but so well-mannered. Xiaohan, you're truly fortunate. She nudged Jiang Han playfully. After a glance at the sweetly smiling Su Yao on the screen, Jiang Nian greeted her and then tactfully walked away, leaving them some private space. Jiang Han chatted animatedly with Su Yao, his words filled with care and tenderness. After hanging up, he hummed a tune and walked briskly into his parents' room, taking a seat at the dining table. Xiaohan, your sister says you're seeing someone. Is she really pretty? Jiang's mother was tidying the table. At these words she stopped instantly, her face breaking into a radiant smile. She set down the bowls and chopsticks, staring intently at Jiang Han, her eyes brimming with curiosity and anticipation. I'll bring her home for you to see someday. Jiang Han's lips curled upward as the image of bringing Su Yao home flashed in his mind, his gaze growing tender. Jiang's mother smiled so wide her mouth couldn't close. She picked up a piece of meat and placed it in Jiang Han's bowl, murmuring, eat more, look how skinny you are. Jiang Han ate while looking earnestly at his parents. Mom, Dad, later I'll take you to buy some clothes. His brow furrowed slightly, his expression resolute. No need, we hardly go out. Jiang's father waved his hand. He was wearing an old shirt washed so many times it had faded, with sleeves rolled up revealing arms covered in calluses. His eyes held nothing but concern for his child, not wanting Jiang Han to spend recklessly, yet there was a faint glimmer of longing for new clothes. Dad, Xiaohan wants to buy them as a gesture, whether you wear them is another matter. Besides, Xiaohan already bought a car worth millions, what's this little bit? Jiang Nian walked in with her arms crossed, grinning as she patted Jiang's father on the shoulder. Besides, Xiaohan already bought a car worth millions, what's this little bit? Jiang Nian walked in with her arms crossed, grinning as she patted Jiang's father on the shoulder. Hey, where's my brother-in-law? Jiang Han looked around the room, puzzled. Jiang Nian replied, your brother-in-law had an emergency at work and went back for overtime. Jiang Han nodded in understanding and the family gathered for lunch. After eating, Jiang Han patted his round belly and enthusiastically suggested going to the mall, grabbing the car keys as he prepared to head out. Jiang's father wore a faded white shirt, Jiang's mother a floral dress, and Jiang Nian jeans paired with a simple top. The three of them hurried after him. In the courtyard, Jiang Han pressed the car key and the brand new Land Rover Range Rover unlocked with a beep. Everyone got in. Jiang Han reminded them to fasten their seatbelts, then started the car and drove out of the orphanage. Along the way, sunlight streamed through the windows, casting patches of light inside the car. Jiang Han held the steering wheel, occasionally glancing at his family in the rearview mirror, chatting and laughing with them. Jiang's father gazed out the window, repeatedly marveling at how much Yangsheng had changed. Jiang's mother smiled and nodded in agreement. Jiang Nian was brimming with excitement, pointing at roadside shops and then at sculptures, sharing every new discovery with the family. The car was filled with laughter and joy. Soon the car pulled into the parking lot of Yangsheng's largest mall. Jiang Han parked neatly and the family stepped into the bustling shopping center. Jiang Nian affectionately linked arms with her mother, who looked at her with loving eyes. Jiang's father walked with his hands behind his back, a smile on his face. Jiang Han strolled with his hands in his pockets, and father and son both curiously glanced around. The interior of the mall was magnificently decorated. Crystal chandeliers dazzled brightly, beautiful murals adorned the walls, and the floor was polished to a mirror shine. They stepped into a high-end store with a European-style ceiling and opulent chandeliers, the place glowing with light. The exquisite garments were eye-catching. But as soon as Jiang's father and mother saw the price tags, their smiles vanished. Jiang's father frowned and tried to pull his children away, muttering that the prices were outrageous. Jiang Han noticed his parents' discomfort. He smiled and told Jiang Nian to help their mother pick out clothes, adding that if she refused to choose he would buy everything. Jiang's mother shot him a mock glare, but her eyes were full of pride. Jiang Han grabbed his father's arm and headed toward the men's section. Jiang's father kept saying, "Too expensive," yet his eyes lingered on the new styles clearly taken with them. The family naturally split into two groups to browse. Soft music played in the store, warm yellow lighting enhanced every garment, making them look particularly appealing. Jiang Han browsed the men's section with great care, feeling the fabric holding clothes up against himself. Before long he was carrying 2 large bags of clothing. Just then Jiang's father emerged from the fitting room wearing a new shirt and casual trousers. He looked much more spirited. Though he muttered that the clothes didn't fit quite right, the upward curve of his lips and the light in his eyes betrayed his genuine delight. Jiang Nian sharp-eyed spotted Jiang's father and Jiang Han approaching. She immediately held up 2 completely different outfits and asked Jiang Han, "Xiaohan, which one do you think suits mom better?" One was a lace-trimmed dress, the other a sharp-looking business suit. Jiang Han chuckled and said, "Buy both." Jiang Nian's face lit up with excitement as she pulled their mother toward the fitting room. In no time Jiang's mother came out wearing the dress. Her cheeks were flushed and she looked exceptionally elegant. The shop assistant promptly approached, complimenting her while adjusting the hem. Jiang Han nodded in satisfaction and told the assistant to ring up the purchase. The assistant said the original price was 11,000, now at a 20% discount, making it 8,800. Jiang Han paid swiftly, his heart filled with the happiness of spending money on his family. Leaving the clothing store, Jiang Han was like a shopping-crazed maniac dragging his parents through the mall on a frantic spree. His eyes were sharp. With the moment he spotted something he liked, he would pull his mom and dad into the store. Before long their hands were overflowing with shopping bags, all filled with carefully selected clothes and daily necessities for his parents. Though Father Jiang and Mother Jiang mumbled about wasting money, their hearts were blooming with joy. "Any gifts for your sister?" Jiang Nian grinned, shaking the bag in her hand, her eyes brimming with anticipation. "What do you want? Your brother-in-law can buy it for you, right?" Jiang Han curved his lips into a mischievous grin and teased her. Jiang Nian immediately put on a pitiful look, acting coy. "I've been accompanying you all day, exhausted and tired. Don't you feel sorry for your sister?" Jiang Han wrapped his arm around Jiang Nian's neck and said half-jokingly, "Xiao Nian, when we were kids you never missed a chance to snatch my New Year's money, and whenever you got into trouble you always blamed it on me, causing me to get beaten up plenty of times." Jiang Nian shot him a glare, pretending to be angry. "Why bring up the past? Every time I came home from school I brought you something. I've already made up for it. Big sister is about to get married, so of course there's a gift, and it's a big surprise." Jiang Han smiled, keeping it mysterious. Still keeping secrets? Let go of me." Jiang Nian's lips curled upward as she patted Jiang Han's arm, her eyes filled with anticipation for the mysterious gift. That afternoon the family wandered happily through the mall. Jiang Han accompanied his parents in picking out clothes while Jiang Nian occasionally chimed in with advice. The family was as harmonious as could be. "I'm hungry. How about eating out?" Jiang Han glanced at the time. It was already evening, and said with a smile, "Let's go back and eat. Eating out costs money." Mother Jiang replied, "It's fine, Mom. I'm finally back this once. I have to treat you and Dad to something good." Jiang Han said with a smile. Then the family left the mall. After putting the afternoon's purchases into the car, Jiang Han started the engine and slowly drove off. "Sis, any restaurant you've been craving but never dared to go to?" "Yes. Of course." Jiang Nian replied. "Set the navigation. Let's go." Jiang Han said with a smile. The family headed toward the restaurant Jiang Nian had mentioned. Before long the car stopped in front of a magnificently decorated restaurant. The setting sun cast a beautiful glow upon the building. The family stepped inside the restaurant. Warm lighting shone on the diners' faces and the aroma of food wafted into their noses. Jiang Han smiled and asked the waiter, "Do you have a private room?" The waiter, dressed in a spotless uniform, nodded with a smile and led them inside. As Jiang Han walked he looked around, oil paintings on the walls, some antique decorations, all exuding an air of elegance. Soon the family arrived at the private room. Jiang Han quickly picked up the menu and handed it to his parents, bending slightly as he said, "Mom, Dad, order whatever you like, don't worry about the cost, pick the most expensive." He patted his father's shoulder, hoping his parents would enjoy a fine meal without holding back. The family sat around the table in the private room. The warm light illuminated the sumptuous dishes and the fragrant aroma filled the air. Jiang Han served food to his parents while sharing amusing anecdotes, making everyone laugh heartily. Mother Jiang smiled and added dishes to the children's plates, murmuring, "Eat more, eat more." Father Jiang held his wine glass sipping slowly, savoring the blissful moments of family togetherness. Just then Lu Chao pushed open the door and entered dressed neatly with an apologetic smile. After sitting down he joined in the cheerful atmosphere. Suddenly Lu Chao put down his chopsticks and asked Father Jiang seriously, "Uncle Jiang, are you free tomorrow?" Father Jiang put down his glass and replied with equal seriousness, "Xiao Chao, what's the matter?" Lu Chao looked a bit nervous and smiled, "My family said they'd like to discuss the bride price with you tomorrow." The private room fell silent for a moment. After a while Father Jiang nodded steadily and said, "All right, I'll be waiting at home for you tomorrow." Mother Jiang also nodded with a smile. Jiang Han and Jiang Nian exchanged glances, their eyes full of hope for their sister's happiness. Soon dinner ended amidst laughter and joy. Father Jiang stood up and wiped his mouth. Jiang Nian linked arms with Lu Chao, her face beaming with happiness. The family walked out of the restaurant as the night breeze blew away the lingering effects of wine and warmth. Father Jiang and Mother Jiang headed toward Jiang Han's car. Jiang Han hurried over to open the car door, helped Mother Jiang into the back seat, then sat in the driver's seat and fastened his seatbelt. Jiang Nian and Lu Chao walked toward their own car. Jiang Nian waved and said, "Mom, Dad, well, go ahead, drive safe." The car started and drove toward the orphanage. The interior was dim and quiet, evoking a warm feeling in everyone's hearts. Father Jiang, having had a bit to drink, leaned back against the seat, squinting as he sighed, "Time really flies. The little kid from before is now driving a luxury car." Jiang Han gripped the steering wheel and said with a smile, "I'm still planning to buy you a big mansion." Father Jiang waved his hand, "Your mom and I are fine living in this courtyard. If we move away, what about those children?" The orphanage was always something they couldn't let go of. Father Jiang suddenly sat up straight and said, "Xiao Han, we want to buy a small apartment for Xiao Nian as her dowry. We'd like to discuss it with you." Mother Jiang leaned forward from the back seat and added, "Xiao Han, your dad and I have always treated you as our own children. We've saved up some money over the years and plan to give you and Xiao Nian each a share, one as a dowry, one as a bride price." In their hearts Jiang Han and Jiang Nian had long been no different from biological children. "All right, Mom." "Thank you, Mom." Jiang Han replied with a smile, knowing it was the old couple's goodwill and not daring to refuse. The car pulled steadily into the orphanage. Father Jiang and Mother Jiang got out. Father Jiang stretched his arms wide and Mother Jiang looked up at the moon. They supported each other as they slowly walked toward the house. Jiang Han watched his parents' retreating figures, his heart warmed, then returned to his room. The next morning sunlight streamed onto Jiang Han's bed. He woke up early, quickly washed up and stepped out of his room. The children immediately gathered around, shouting, "Brother Han." Jiang Han played hide and seek and jump rope with them, filling the courtyard with laughter and joy. Father Jiang looked both nervous and expectant, straightening his clothes as he fixed his eyes on the car. Jiang Han said goodbye to the children and ran over. "Come here." Father Jiang looked both nervous and expectant, straightening his clothes as he fixed his eyes on the car. Jiang Han said goodbye to the children and ran over. Lu Chao, Jiang Nian and a meticulously dressed middle-aged woman stepped out of the car. The woman wore a silk dress, a diamond necklace, high heels, her hair styled in big waves with impeccably applied makeup. "Mom, this is Uncle Jiang, Xiao Nian's adoptive father, and that's Jiang Han, Xiao Nian's younger brother." Lu Chao introduced them with a respectful smile, his eyes full of hope. The middle-aged woman lifted her chin slightly, glanced at the dilapidated orphanage, curled her lips and frowned with a hint of disdain. Hurriedly she said, "Brother Jiang, let's talk about the children's matters. I'm in a hurry." Several people followed Father Jiang into the house. Father Jiang walked hastily, his face showing some panic. Jiang Han frowned, looking displeased. Lu Chao gave an awkward smile and secretly glanced at his mother. Jiang Nian held Lu Chaos' arm, occasionally looking at her parents with worry in her eyes. As soon as they entered the house, Lu Chaos' mother frowned, pulled a handkerchief from her bag to cover her nose and said disdainfully, "Oh, what's that smell? So strong." Father Jiang quickly forced a smile and said, "I'm really sorry. I wanted to buy some seafood to treat you today, but the smell just won't go away." Mother Jiang stood aside, her hands rubbing nervously, her eyes full of guilt. "Forget it, we won't eat here. Let's get down to business, I'm in a hurry." Lu Chaos' mother waved her hand, lightly tapping her toe on the floor, showing great impatience. "Uncle Jiang, Aunt Jiang, please sit down." Lu Chao forced a faint smile, gesturing for them to sit, his eyes full of embarrassment, then sat awkwardly beside his. Lu Chaos' mother sat upright with her back straight, hands folded, wearing a smile that was both friendly and slightly condescending, and said bluntly, "Brother Jiang, I know about your family situation. My son has told me everything. I quite like this girl Xiaonian. Our family offers a betrothal gift of 188,000. What do you think? Father Jiang wore a simple smile and said in a calm tone, Xiao Chaos mother, the betrothal gift ultimately goes to the children. It's just a formality, the amount doesn't matter. Mother Jiang sat beside him nodding slightly, gripping her clothes tightly. Alright, but I hope Xiaoyan will be a full-time housewife after she marries into our family. Lu Chaos mother lifted her chin slightly, her tone leaving no room for negotiation. Jiang Han immediately furrowed his brows into a deep frown, turned to look at his sister, his face full of worry. Jiang Nian was stunned. Lu Chao had never mentioned this request to her, and for a moment she didn't know what to do. Lu Chao wiped off his smile and asked seriously, Mom, can we talk about this later? Nian is doing well at her job. Why does she have to be a full-time housewife? His hands unconsciously clenched, his knuckles turning white. Jiang Han asked anxiously, Sis, do you want to be a full-time housewife? His voice trembled slightly, his eyes full of concern for his sister and dissatisfaction with the demand. Jiang Nian's face suddenly turned pale, her lips trembling slightly. She wanted to say something but swallowed her words. Her gaze wandered. First she looked at Lu Chao, then at Father and Mother Jiang, and finally lowered her head, letting her bangs cover the complex emotions in her eyes. Seeing Jiang Nian like this, Lu Chaos' anger flared up. He abruptly stood up, hands on the table, staring at his mother, and said, Nian can do whatever she wants. Mom, don't say that anymore. His voice trembled with agitation, sounding particularly loud in the quiet room. I'm doing this for your own good. In the future the family business will all be yours. Having Nian stay home to take care of the kids will save so much worry. Lu Chaos' mother was provoked by his attitude. She also stood up, hands on her hips, glaring at him angrily, her tone harsh, completely ignoring Jiang Nian's feelings. Seeing the situation, Father Jiang quickly stood up, waving his hands to calm both sides. Don't get so excited. Let's talk things out peacefully. Mother Jiang walked over to Jiang Nian and gently patted her shoulder, her face full of concern, but she didn't know how to comfort her. Seeing his sister wronged, Jiang Han's anger also rose. He clenched his fists tightly, knuckles white, stood beside Jiang Nian to protect her, and looked coldly at Lu Chaos' mother, saying, Auntie, my sister has things she wants to do. Being a full-time housewife is not her only option. If Lu Chao is going to spend his whole life with my sister, he should respect her wishes. His gaze was firm and sharp, staring straight at Lu Chaos' mother without any fear. Lu Chaos' mother's face twisted with anger, glaring fiercely at Jiang Han, her hands clenched tightly, even her makeup slightly smeared. Auntie, you don't need to put on that face for me. Our family is no poorer than yours. The car you ride is only worth a few $100,000. My car could buy several of yours. Jiang Han straightened his back, took out the Land Rover key and slammed it on the table, saying loudly, Since you won't give my sister a choice, I'll give you two. Let him marry into our family. I will give a betrothal gift of 1,880,000. This car I just picked up, they'll give it to him. If he doesn't like it, buy another, pick any one available on the market. If you don't agree to this, let's try another option. Let my sister and Lu Chao handle their own affairs. Don't make choices for my sister from now on. Jiang Han's eyes were resolute, with a stubborn edge, determined to support his sister. Alright Mom, stop nagging. We're here today to propose marriage. Why are you saying all this? Lu Chaos' face flushed, red veins bulging faintly on his forehead, glaring at his mother with helplessness and anger, his hands unconsciously balled into fists, his voice trembling with agitation. Alright, I'll stop talking, okay? Seeing her son so angry, Lu Chaos' mother's face turned pale, then red, her eyes dimmed instantly. She bit her lip and softened her tone. Lu Chao quickly turned around and said to Father Jiang with a guilty face, Uncle Jiang, I'm really sorry. My mother didn't mean it. Nian and I truly love each other. How about a betrothal gift of 188,000? Is that okay? He slightly bent over, rubbing his hands nervously in front of him, his eyes full of sincerity and expectation. Xiaochao, as long as you two can live well together, the betrothal gift will eventually go to you, young couple. Father Jiang smiled and nodded, his tone steady and sure, his eyes full of blessings, gently patting Lu Chaos' shoulder as he spoke. Lu Chao broke into a radiant smile, his eyes sparkling, and shouted loudly, Thank you, Dad. The word Dad came out so naturally, filled with gratitude and the excitement of soon starting a family. Lu Chaos' mother's face changed instantly, her lips trembling slightly as if she wanted to say something, but she swallowed the words. She clutched the handkerchief tightly, her knuckles turning white, filled with resentment. She quickly turned her face away, not wanting anyone to see her expression. But the rise and fall of her chest still betrayed her emotions. Jiang Han's brows were knitted into a knot, his eyes full of fury. He occasionally glanced at Lu Chaos' mother, then looked at the restless Jiang Nian with deep concern. He gently patted Jiang Nian's shoulder, silently vowing in his heart to protect her completely, like a guardian ready to charge forward at any moment. Jiang Nian lowered her head, her heart a maelstrom of chaotic emotions. At that moment Jiang Han gently placed his hand on her shoulder, like a ray of sunlight piercing through the gloom in her heart. She raised her head slightly, her eyes dim and lusterless yet brimming with gratitude, the rims tinged with red. The corners of her mouth curled upward, her gaze revealing both dependence on and trust in her younger brother. Seeing his sister's expression, Jiang Han's face, which had been taut due to the incident with Lu Chao's mother, instantly relaxed. He smiled and said, "Sis, don't worry. Your little brother has what it takes. I'll definitely be the rock you can lean on." As he spoke he thumped his chest, his voice loud and resolute. These words sent a wave of reassurance through Jiang Nian's heart. She remained silent, but her smile widened until her eyes curved into crescent moons. She reached out and gripped Jiang Han's hand tightly, her heart warm with gratitude. No sooner had he finished speaking than Jiang Han fixed his gaze on Lu Chao and declared loudly, "My sister marrying you is no act of reaching above her station. Don't you dare put on airs of superiority in your family. Her affairs are none of anyone else's business. If my sister suffers any grievance, I'll make sure your family faces dire consequences." Lu Chao's mother shot up, slammed the table with force enough to rattle the dishes, and snapped, "Jiang Nian, aren't you going to control your brother? Just because he's earned some money he thinks he's someone special." Her face flushed crimson, her eyes bulged as she glared venomously at Jiang Nian, her voice shrill and piercing. "I'm not to be trifled with. If you don't believe me, just try. My name is Jiang Han, go ask around and see if I have the guts to back it up." Jiang Han turned to face Lu Chao's mother, chin lifted, a cold smirk curling his lips. His tone was icy, exuding an aura that sent a chill down the spine. Trembling with fury, Lu Chao's mother shot Jiang Han a venomous glare, grabbed Lu Chao's arm and yanked him toward the door. "Xiao Chao, let's go. We're done here." Her voice was hoarse, her only desire to flee this place. Lu Chao's face alternated between pale and red. He lowered his head, not daring to meet Jiang's father's eyes, and mumbled, "Dad, I'm so sorry. I'll come back later to apologize properly." Before he could finish, his mother dragged him away, stumbling and unsteady. After the mother and son left, the room fell silent, leaving only Jiang Han, Jiang Nian and their parents. Frowning with concern, Jiang Han asked Jiang Nian, "Does his mother always bully you?" As he spoke he carefully studied her expression. Jiang Nian smiled and patted Jiang Han on the back, soothing him. "Xiao Han, it's nothing like that. Come on, don't be angry. If the young master gets all worked up I won't know what to do." She finished with a playful wink. Jiang Han instantly relaxed and asked with a grin, "This thing isn't going to fall through, is it?" He tilted his head, wearing an expression of curiosity. "Pa. Don't talk nonsense." Jiang Nian pretended to be angry and gave him a shove, but her eyes sparkled with laughter as if they were kids roughhousing again. "If it falls through I'll find you someone better." Jiang Han joked, thumping his chest, his smile radiant. Jiang's father shook his head with a chuckle. "You two are still so playful." Jiang's mother took Jiang Nian's hand and said, "Xiao Nian, no matter what, your parents and brother will always support you." Laughter filled the room, gradually dispelling the earlier unpleasantness. "Dad, weren't you going to buy an apartment for sis? Hurry up and get the money, I'll take her to pick a nice one. She can't be mistreated anymore." Overhearing his parents discussing this, Jiang Han perked up, his back straightening as he spoke with unwavering finality. His mind was consumed with the thought of backing his sister up, driving away the humiliation brought by Lu Chao's mother. He stared intently at Jiang's father, a stubborn glint in his eyes, his hands unconsciously clenching into fists for self-encouragement. Jiang's father and mother exchanged a look, sighed helplessly yet felt a sense of comfort. Jiang's mother stood up, walked into the dimly lit bedroom, opened the bottom drawer of the wardrobe and carefully retrieved a bank card, the savings of many years. She returned to stand before her children, her face full of tenderness. "There's 200,000 here, enough for the down payment on a small apartment." As she spoke she handed the card to Jiang Nian, her hand trembling slightly, due to age and the deep sympathy she felt for her daughter. Jiang Han reached out and snatched the bank card, exclaiming loudly, "Why buy a small one? If we're buying a good one. This 200,000 is from Mom and Dad, I'll figure out the rest." His tone was resolute, his face brimming with confidence, as if he could already see his sister living in a spacious home with a bright future. With that, Jiang Han grabbed his father with one hand and his mother with the other and strode briskly out of the room. Jiang Nian followed, watching her brother's resolute back, her eyes moistening, yet a happy smile played on her lips. "We'll buy 2 units, you and sis can live across from each other, and when I come back I'll stay with you all," Jiang Han said, turning his head to flash a grin at his parents, his eyes full of bright hopes for the days ahead. Before long the family left the orphanage. Jiang Han slid into the driver's seat and smoothly started the car. Glancing at the smiling faces of his family in the rearview mirror, the corners of his own mouth lifted. He stepped on the accelerator and drove toward the liveliest part of Yangcheng. Jiang Han drove, heading the family toward the sales office of the most prestigious residential community in Yangcheng. Along the way, Jiang's father and mother gazed out the window at the bustling scene, occasionally letting out sighs of wonder. Jiang Nian leaned back in her seat, her heart a mix of anticipation and nervous flutter. The sales office resembled a grand palace, its glass facade reflecting the sunlight brilliantly. The fountain at the entrance shot up sprays of water which under the light seemed to arch into a rainbow. Whoever could buy a home here would indeed be fortunate. The sales agents were all watching at the entrance. The moment Jiang Han's car stopped, a young woman in a business suit hurried over smiling and asked if they were there to see properties. "Don't show us models, take us directly to see the villas." Jiang Han rolled down the window and said bluntly. The agent's smile instantly vanished, her eyes wide with disbelief. "Hey! Don't just stand there, beautiful sister." Jiang Han raised his voice to urge, only then did the agent snap out of it, quickly apologizing, and then led the way. She thought to herself that this family might actually be ready to spend big on a house, so she had better not give them poor service. The salesperson led the family briskly toward the residential complex opposite the sales office. The sun shone warmly and a gentle breeze blew. As Jiang Han's family walked, they chatted about the neighborhood while Jiang Nian looked around curiously. Entering the complex, Jiang Han's eyes lit up instantly. The villas in the eastern area were neatly arranged and exceptionally beautiful, with European-style exteriors perfectly complemented by the community's landscaping. The salesperson remarked that this community boasted the largest green coverage in Yangcheng, and every villa offered a direct view of an artificial lake. They walked along a path lined with lush trees. Mother Jiang was captivated by the fragrance of flowers, while Father Jiang nodded in approval, finding it quite pleasant. Stepping into the showroom, they saw a spacious and bright living room with high ceilings decorated luxuriously yet comfortably. Jiang Han touched the sofa, noting the fine material. The salesperson explained that the showroom used only the finest materials and all furniture and appliances were from top brands. Jiang Nian entered the bedroom, where large windows let in sunlight, making the room bright, and the artificial lake outside sparkled. Father Jiang and Mother Jiang toured quietly, their expressions revealing a deep fondness for the place. 3 stories. Jiang Han asked curiously, looking up at the villa's exterior, pondering what the interior might look like. The salesperson, full of enthusiasm, promptly replied, "That's right, 1 basement level and 2 above ground, totaling 750 square meters." Jiang Han asked curiously, looking up at the villa's exterior, pondering what the interior might look like. The salesperson, full of enthusiasm, promptly replied, "That's right." Hearing this, Jiang Han nudged Jiang Nian and asked, "Sister, what do you think? Do you like it?" His eyes were full of anticipation. "The house itself is nice, but the decoration style doesn't quite suit my taste." Jiang Nian frowned, her eyes scanning the room as if she were already planning modifications. "That's fine, as long as you like the house we can decorate it however we want." Jiang Han patted Jiang Nian on the shoulder, his tone resolute. "If we buy it, you can decorate it any way you like, I'll fully support you." Jiang Han beamed, his eyes sparkling with expectation. He looked at his parents and asked cheerfully, "Mom, Dad, what do you think of this house? If you like it, we'll buy another one." His tone was as casual as if buying a villa were no different from buying a snack. Mother Jiang gently waved her hand, her face full of concern. "Forget it, this house can't be cheap. You work hard for your money, you should save it." She lightly patted Jiang Han's arm. Jiang Han burst out laughing, making an exaggerated motion of hugging money while sleeping to amuse his mother. "What's the point of earning money if you don't spend it? Keep it as a pillow." With that, he wrapped one arm around his mother and the other around his father, leading them out of the villa and into the sunlit front yard. He pointed ahead, his expression lively as he described their future life. "Mom and Dad, it's so comfortable here. You can help Sister take care of the kids, and Dad can go fishing across the street. How carefree." Father Jiang nodded with a smile. Mother Jiang leaned against Jiang Han, still thinking the house was expensive, but her son's thoughtfulness warmed her heart. Jiang Han's eyes held a firm determination. Before his parents could speak, he declared decisively, "Mom, it's settled. We'll buy 2, 1 for Sister and 1 for you too." He patted his parents' shoulders, walked briskly back into the villa, his back straight and exuding confidence, as if telling the world he had the power to give his family a good life. 2 units full payment. Jiang Han's voice echoed through the villa. The salesperson's eyes widened in astonishment. He had only hoped to sell 1, never expecting such generosity. "Sir, shall we go to the sales office to sign the contract?" The salesperson recovered, his face breaking into a broad smile, his tone brimming with excitement and deference. Jiang Han replied with a single word, "Let's go." His gaze was unwavering without a hint of hesitation. The salesperson with utmost courtesy gestured for Jiang Han to lead the way. Jiang Han turned to Jiang Nian and said, "Sister, stop staring, you'll get tired of it if you look every day." Jiang Nian shot him a glare, but the corners of her mouth curled up involuntarily. The family left the showroom and headed toward the sales office. Father and Mother Jiang walked behind, watching their accomplished children with immense pride. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, dappling them with light and shadow, filling the air with a sense of happiness. Jiang Han's family followed the salesperson and soon entered the sales office. The hall was spacious, with a dazzling crystal chandelier overhead illuminating the gleaming marble floor. The salesperson, full of enthusiasm, led them to a VIP lounge, saying he would prepare the contract. In the VIP lounge, a solid wood coffee table was paired with leather sofas, and the room was filled with the aroma of tea. Mother Jiang had just sat down when she frowned anxiously and asked Jiang Han, "Buying 2 sets, it must cost tens of millions, right?" Jiang Han smiled and told his mother not to worry, adding that he would take them to Zhonghai sometime to see his business ventures. Jiang Nian's curiosity piqued. She leaned closer to Jiang Han, gently nudging him, eager to know just how much money he had. Jiang Han chuckled, pulled out his phone, opened the banking app, and teased if Jiang Nian could count. Jiang Nian stared at the screen, her eyes widening from initial surprise to utter astonishment. She muttered under her breath, "Units, tens, hundreds, hundreds of billions. What? Over 10 billion. Jiang Nian's eyes were round as saucers, fixed on Jiang Han in disbelief. She had known her younger brother was doing well in business, but she never imagined he was this wealthy. In that instant he felt both familiar and somewhat distant. She unconsciously twisted the hem of her clothes, trying to process the information. "There's 10 billion in the account, and if you add the shares it's close to 100 billion, I guess that barely counts as rich." Jiang Han joked, lounging lazily on the sofa as if discussing everyday trivialities. "What exactly did you do in Zhonghai? Did you rob a bank?" Jiang Nian pretended to be angry, lightly slapping Jiang Han's arm, her curiosity burning about how he had amassed such a fortune. "Robbing a bank wouldn't be this fast, I robbed the national treasury." Jiang Han laughed heartily, making exaggerated robbery gestures. Though he spoke lightly, the stark numbers on the screen were impossible to dismiss. Father Jiang listened, shaking his head with a contented smile, proud of his son's achievements. Just then the salesperson arrived at the VIP lounge door with the contract and overheard Jiang Han's wealth figure freezing in place. Steadying himself, the salesperson took a deep breath, gently knocked on the door and slowly pushed it open. Now his demeanor was especially deferential, slightly bowed, eyes filled with respect, as he carefully entered, softly closing the door behind him. "Do you have a partner decoration company?" Jiang Han lounged on the sofa, turning to the salesperson and asking unhurriedly, his tone confident as if everything were under control. "Of course we do, sir. I even brought the decoration brochures." The salesperson replied eagerly, his voice tinged with excitement and fawning. He quickly pulled 2 decoration booklets from his briefcase, first handing one to Father and Mother Jiang with a smile. "Uncle and Auntie, please take a look." Then he passed the other to Jiang Nian and Jiang Han, saying softly, "Mr. Jiang, Miss Jiang, this one is for you." Father Jiang opened the booklet curiously. Exquisite decoration images immediately caught his eye. He nodded lightly, his fingers slowly tracing the pages. Mother Jiang leaned in, occasionally uttering exclamations of admiration. Jiang Nian eagerly opened her booklet, discussing it in hushed tones with Jiang Han. Jiang Han lowered his head to look with Jiang Nian, a smile on his face, occasionally sharing his own thoughts. The salesperson stood nearby, his eyes shifting between the family members, hoping they would like the proposals, his face perpetually bearing a warm and respectful smile. The siblings nestled side by side on the sofa, heads together, flipping through home decoration catalogs with unwavering focus. Jiang Nian's fingers flew over the pages. Suddenly her eyes lit up and she pointed at a minimalist design and exclaimed, "Hanin, this one's gorgeous." Jiang Han smiled and nodded inwardly, thinking that after all the years his sister had bustled about for the family, he must decorate the home beautifully and see her marry off with all due grandeur. He stood up and walked over to their parents, noticing Father Jiang flipping through a neo-Chinese style catalog, his eyes full of tenderness for Mother Jiang. Jiang Han looked at Mother Jiang, who had a smile at the corner of her mouth, and said, "This really does look quite nice." Father Jiang immediately chimed in, "If your mother says it's fine, then it's fine." The two exchanged a knowing smile, decades of married life captured in that single look. Jiang Han handed both catalogs to the salesperson, pointed decisively at the selected styles and said firmly, "Just decorate according to these 2 styles. Pick the best home appliances. The salesperson beamed so hard her eyes turned into slits and nodded eagerly. Jiang Han swiftly pulled out his bank card and handed it over. In no time the salesperson returned with the card machine, confirmed the successful payment and then produced 4 contracts explaining each clause item by item. Jiang Han had his family sign one by one while he sat aside, his heart brimming with a deep satisfaction from providing for his family. The purchase contract was soon signed. Jiang Han held the document steadily, a contented smile on his face, and together with his family he walked briskly out of the sales office. The warm sunlight bathed them as if bestowing blessings on this happy family. Now that we've bought a house we should get a new car too. Sis, your car doesn't really match the new place. Jiang Han joked, gently bumping Jiang Nian's shoulder, his eyes full of teasing. Oh come on, I can't afford a luxury car. Jiang Nian pretended to be annoyed and rolled her eyes. Don't worry about me, my car runs just fine. Though she said that her heart felt warm. Alright, I'll send you some money, consider it my gift for you to buy a car. Jiang Han smiled, pulled out his phone and made as if to transfer the money. The family got into the car. Jiang Han swiftly fastened his seatbelt and started the engine, which hummed with a deep powerful purr. He glanced at his family's smiling faces in the rearview mirror, stepped on the gas and drove toward the orphanage. Along the way Jiang Han and Jiang Nian chatted and laughed, occasionally joined by their parents filling the car with joyful voices. As the car slowly entered the orphanage the children spotted Jiang Han from afar and swarmed around him excitedly, shouting, "Brother Jiang Han is back." Their voices were crisp and bright, each trying to outdo the other. Overjoyed they sprinted toward the car and surrounded Jiang Han in a tight circle. Jiang Han opened the door with a smile and the children tugged and pulled him out of the car. "Little ones, did you miss your big brother?" he asked cheerfully, gently patting each child's head. The children dragged Jiang Han to the lawn. Some pestered him to play eagle catching chicks. He spread his arms wide like an eagle, making the kids shriek with laughter. Others pulled him to build blocks. He patiently joined in, occasionally offering ideas. Gradually the sun began to set, painting the sky a warm orange. The orphanage courtyard was bathed in the last rays, peaceful and cozy. The aroma of cooking wafted from the kitchen where father and mother Jiang were preparing dinner, stirring everyone's appetites. Jiang Nian stood at the door and called out loudly, "Xiao Han, dinner's ready." "Coming." Jiang Han hadn't yet had his fill of fun, but he said to the children, "Everyone go eat now. Only with a full stomach can you grow tall and strong." The children nodded eagerly, hope shining in their eyes. Shouting goodbye, "Brother Jiang Han." They skipped and hopped toward the dining hall. Jiang Han watched their retreating figures, a happy smile on his face. He dusted off his clothes and turned to walk inside. The family gathered around the dining table under the warm yellow lamplight. Jiang Han set down his chopsticks and said seriously, "Mom, Dad, I'm going back to Zhonghai tomorrow." His eyes swept over his family, filled with reluctance. Father Jiang put down his chopsticks and nodded. "Fine, go ahead with your business." He took a sip of tea to conceal his concern. Jiang Han nodded. A brief silence fell at the table, broken only by the clinking of utensils. After dinner Jiang Han took Jiang Nian to his room. Sitting down he said, "Sis, give me your bank card number. I'll transfer you some money. If I give it directly to Mom and Dad they won't take it, so I'll leave it with you. Whenever they need anything you can withdraw it for them. Don't worry about things at home. I'm still here in Yangcheng. Just focus on your own business. I'm counting on my little one to follow his uncle's lead someday." Jiang Nian looked at him with a gratified smile. "Alright. If anything at home gets too tough for you to handle, call me," Jiang Han said. "Bro, what time are you leaving tomorrow?" Jiang Nian turned sideways, her face full of concern as she asked softly, unconsciously twisting the hem of her clothes, her eyes betraying her unwillingness to part. "Early tomorrow morning," Jiang Han replied without hesitation, a determined glint in his eyes as if he couldn't wait to go back and earn more for the family. He patted Jiang Nian's shoulder to reassure her. "I didn't even let your brother-in-law treat you to a meal," she said, lowering her head, her voice barely a whisper, regret written all over her face. She frowned silently, chiding herself for not arranging this reunion better. "It's okay, next time you come to Zhonghai treat me then." Jiang Han's lips curled into a broad smile, his eyes brimming with optimism. "Alright, go take a shower and get some rest. You have a long trip tomorrow." Jiang Nian took a deep breath, forced a faint smile, turned around and slowly walked to the door, her steps unusually heavy. At the doorway she couldn't help glancing back at Jiang Han, her eyes full of concern, before finally leaving the room. Jiang Han watched Jiang Nian's retreating figure, yet the smile gradually faded from his face and a pang of sorrow rose in his heart. He sighed, walked to the window and looked at the moonlight spilling over the orphanage yard. Silently he vowed to work hard in Shanghai and give his family a better life. Then he sat on the edge of the bed and pulled out his phone. Staring at Jiang Yan's bank card number, his fingers flew across the screen and without a second thought entered 100 million, then pressed the confirm button. After the transfer, Jiang Han leaned against the headboard and smiled with satisfaction. At that moment, as Jiang Yan was tidying things in her room, her phone let out a ding. She saw the bank notification of a 100 million deposit. Her eyes widened and her hands began to tremble in disbelief. How is this possible? Jiang Yan murmured to herself, instantly thinking of Jiang Han. Without even changing her shoes, she rushed back to his room, pushed open the door and panted, "Did you send this money? If not me, then who? Could some rich young master have taken a fancy to you and paid 100 million to keep you?" Jiang Han joked with a laugh. Then he stood up, patted her shoulder and said seriously, "Sis, just take it. Keep it for mom, dad and yourself. If you ever need anything, withdraw from it." Jiang Yan's eyes reddened instantly. She lightly slapped Jiang Han and scolded, "You little rascal, why did you transfer so much money?" Though her words chided him, her heart was deeply moved. Having a brother like this made her feel incredibly lucky. Jiang Han watched Jiang Yan leave, the smile slowly fading from his face as a bitter ache filled his heart. Early the next morning, sunlight streamed into the orphanage. Jiang Han had already gotten up early, and after washing up he walked into the yard. Jiang Dad and Jiang Mom had prepared a simple breakfast and the family sat together, speaking little, quietly eating as the sorrow of parting lingered in the air. After finishing the meal, Jiang Han placed his luggage in the car and walked over to Jiang Dad and Jiang Mom. Tears welled in Jiang Mom's eyes as she adjusted his collar, softly giving him instructions. Jiang Dad patted him on the shoulder, giving a few simple instructions. Jiang Han nodded in response and then sat in the car. He took a deep breath and started the engine. As the car slowly drove away from the orphanage, he watched his parents' figures grow distant in the rearview mirror until they were no longer visible. Gritting his teeth, he focused ahead and accelerated toward the highway. The journey back ended quickly. Jiang Han drove directly into Longhu Manor, lying on the soft sofa, and called Jiang Dad and Jiang Mom to report his safety. Before long, the doorbell of the villa rang. "Hello, young Master Han, I am the property manager. We have arranged the butler candidates for you. Would you like to interview them?" With that, Jiang Han opened the villa door and said, "Come in." The property manager nodded respectfully and walked in. "What did you just say?" Jiang Han asked. "Young Master Han, we have found your private butler and other arrangements. Would you like to interview them? If needed, I can have them come right away." The property manager slowly replied, "I'm sorry, young Master Han, Master Jiang is in the hospital due to age-related illness." "Alright, I have time now. Let them come." Jiang Han said slowly, then sat on the sofa playing with his phone. Seeing this, the property manager quickly said, "Young Master Han, I'll have them come over right away. You rest for now." He then left the villa to notify the interview candidates. After running around for several days, Jiang Han was extremely tired and fell asleep on the sofa in no time. After more than 40 minutes, his phone suddenly rang, waking him from his slumber. Groggily reaching for his phone, he spoke with a thick drowsiness, "Yao Yao, what's up? Can I not call you if nothing's wrong?" Su Yao said playfully, sitting on her own sofa, her lips slightly pouty, her eyes full of anticipation. Jiang Han straightened up, rubbed his eyes and perked up hurriedly, saying, Of course. You didn't go to work today. It's the weekend. You didn't contact me yesterday." Su Yao's voice carried a hint of complaint, feeling a bit wronged after waiting all day for Jiang Han's call. "I was busy yesterday, just returned to Shanghai and fell asleep from exhaustion." Jiang Han quickly explained, his tone filled with regret. Su Yao softened her tone, saying, "Alright, then you rest well and remember to contact me in the future." "Got it, my little princess." Jiang Han responded with a smile, his voice full of affection, as if all his fatigue had vanished. Suddenly the doorbell rang, pulling Jiang Han out of the warm thoughts after talking with Su Yao. He then remembered that the property manager said he would bring the butler candidates for an interview. He quickly ran a hand through his hair and walked towards the door. When he opened the door, he saw the property manager accompanied by a group of uniformed beautiful female butlers standing neatly in a row. Each of them was strikingly beautiful, their postures straight, with smiles on their faces and confidence in their eyes. With a broad smile, the property manager said, "Young Master Han, these are the butler candidates we selected for you. Take a look and see if they meet your preference." Jiang Han scanned the group, nodding and smiling. "You property managers really know how to pick people." The property manager beamed even more quickly, saying, "When serving young Master Han, we must be thorough." Jiang Han smiled and nodded, saying, "Let them all come in." The property manager stood nearby nervously watching Jiang Han's expression as the living room fell silent. Keep these two, give 5,000. The property manager stood nearby nervously watching Jiang Han's expression as the living room fell silent. Keep these two, give 5,000 to each of the others, let them leave. Jiang Han leaned back on the sofa slowly pointing to two people in the lineup with a nonchalant demeanor just like picking technicians at a club. The two beautiful butlers who were chosen flashed with surprise in their eyes, standing up straight with even brighter smiles. The others, though a bit disappointed, accepted the decision calmly. The property manager quickly acknowledged and led the others away. In the living room, Jiang Han crossed his arms and curiously scrutinized the two who remained, asking, "What are your names?" The voice echoed in the empty living room, conveying a sense of calmness and ease. "Hello, young Master Han, my name is Zhang Shi." A mature woman's voice responded. Zhang Shi, who spoke, had a neat bob haircut and wore a fitted professional outfit, her figure curvaceous. She raised her chin confidently, smiling, her eyes full of the charm and shrewdness of a mature woman, as if she could see through Jiang Han's thoughts. "Hello, young Master Han, my name is Lu Yun." The other butler, Lu Yun, said softly. She was tall with long hair draping over her shoulders, her features delicate, her skin fair and clean, dressed in a simple uniform, appearing elegant and gentle. Her voice was soft and she slightly lowered her head, looking a bit shy. "Please sit down, it's just me living here, don't be so restrained." As Jiang Han spoke, he patted the sofa beside him in a particularly casual manner. He leaned back, sinking into the sofa, revealing a relaxed smile, trying to ease the tension of the two. His eyes shifted between Zhang Shi and Lu Yun, contemplating their personalities. Zhang Shi gracefully walked to the side of the sofa and sat down elegantly, her legs together, her hands resting gently on her knees, sitting both dignified and at ease, turning her head to meet Jiang Han's gaze with a brilliant smile, as if she had already adapted to the new environment. Lu Yun, on the other hand, was cautious, slowly moving her steps, hesitating before she sat down, leaning forward with her hands tightly clasped together. Jiang Han found their reactions quite interesting and laughed, saying, "From now on, the affairs in the villa will be your responsibility. Feel free to ask me anything you don't understand." His voice was gentle and his gaze held a warmth. Zhang Shi replied with a smile, "Young Master Han, rest assured we will definitely do our job well." Lu Yun nodded as well, softly saying, "We will do our best." Their voices intertwined as if making a solemn promise to Jiang Han. The doorbell rang. Zhang Shi immediately stood up, walked briskly to the door and opened it. Outside, two property staff members nodded while holding exquisite suitcases and handed the luggage to Zhang Shi. Jiang Han, seated on the sofa, watched the scene and said gently, "Pick a room and get settled." "Sure thing, young Master Han." Zhang Shi and Lu Yun replied in unison. Lu Yun took her own suitcase, exchanged a smile with Zhang Shi, and they both headed upstairs with their luggage. Jiang Han watched them leave, closed his eyes and leaned back against the sofa, thinking that with the new housekeepers, life in this villa would surely become more organized. Soon the sound of footsteps and suitcase wheels came from upstairs. Zhang Shi and Lu Yun were choosing rooms on the second floor, opening doors one after another to inspect. Zhang Shi picked the bright room near the stairs while Lu Yun chose one with a balcony. They dragged their luggage inside and began unpacking. Zhang Shi was quick and efficient, soon hanging up her clothes and neatly placing her toiletries. As she organized, Lu Yun glanced out at the garden, a smile spreading across her face. Downstairs, Jiang Han lounged comfortably on the sofa, scrolling through his Moments feed, casually picking up fruit to eat. The sweet, refreshing juice burst in his mouth. Sunlight streamed through the French windows, scattering patches of light on the floor. The villa was quiet and cozy. Just then a group video call invitation popped up on his phone. Jiang Han recognized the familiar friends and with a slight lift of his lips answered immediately. "Han, you picked up fast." Wang Zai's grinning face appeared on the screen. Jiang Han laughed, "I was just scrolling through Moments when you called." As he spoke, he adjusted the phone angle and leaned back on the sofa armrest, adopting the most casual pose possible. Soon Li Yang and Zhang Yu also joined the call. The two were shirtless, their skin deeply tanned with the azure sea and sky behind them, gentle waves lapping at the beach. "Where have you two run off to?" Jiang Han asked in surprise, sitting up straight and staring intently at the screen. Li Yang smiled and flashed a peace sign, "I'm in Sanya." Zhang Yu turned the camera around, showing several blonde bikini-clad women chatting animatedly around him, a smug look on his face. "Holy crap! Zhang Yu, you really know how to live." Li Yang's eyes widened with envy. Jiang Han chuckled along, "You two are competing to see who enjoys life more." Laughter echoed through the living room. Before long, Zhang Shi and Lu Yun descended the stairs and walked lightly over to Jiang Han. Zhang Shi wore simple loungewear while Lu Yun was in a fresh summer dress. Both passed by Jiang Han's phone screen in a flash. "Han, I just saw a beauty walk past. where are you? On the phone, Zhang Yu's eyes were wide with curiosity as he leaned closer to the screen. Wang Zhe also frowned and pressed for an answer. Jiang Han replied with a smile at home. I haven't been back in Zhonghai long. Good heavens, you've secretly hidden a stunner at home. Li Yang teased with a sly grin. Jiang Han laughed heartily. Yeah, I did hide one. What can you do about it? Li Yang pretended to be angry. Hang up, we'll talk when I get back. And with that he ended the call. Jiang Han chuckled and ended the call, then said to Zhang Shi and Lu Yun, my friends love to joke around. Sorry if they made you uncomfortable. The two exchanged glances and both laughed. Zhang Shi spoke first, her voice soft. Young Master Han, would you like some fruit? Fresh fruit is delivered every day. As she spoke she tilted her head slightly, her eyes full of concern. Sure, bring some. I just finished the last batch. Jiang Han said leisurely, leaning back on the sofa, lifting his gaze from the phone to meet Zhang Shi's eyes. Zhang Shi quickly went to the kitchen, skillfully took out apples, oranges, grapes and strawberries from the fridge, placed them on the cutting board, peeled and sliced them with a knife, and soon produced a beautiful delicious fruit platter. Lu Yun walked over to Jiang Han, sat beside his leg and leaned in to whisper, young Master Han, how about a massage? Her voice was gentle and a shy blush crept onto her cheeks. You know how to do that? Jiang Han raised an eyebrow, surprised. We've received professional training, Lu Yun replied with a confident smile and a nod. Alright, let's give it a try. Jiang Han adjusted his posture, ready to enjoy the massage. Lu Yun placed her hands on his shoulders and began with practiced skill applying the perfect amount of pressure. Before long Jiang Han felt the tension in his shoulders ease. Just then Zhang Shi approached carrying the fruit platter, set it on the coffee table and said with a smile, young Master Han, the fruit is ready. She watched him enjoy the massage, a hint of amusement in her eyes. Young Master Han, let me feed you. Zhang Shi's eyes sparkled as a smirk curved her lips. She swayed over to Jiang Han, knelt directly on the floor, picked up a toothpick, speared a large ripe strawberry and gently brought it to his lips. At that moment the collar of Zhang Shi's top gaped slightly, revealing a tantalizing glimpse of her cleavage. I think you two would look even better in maid uniforms. Jiang Han leaned back on the sofa, a mischievous glint in his eyes, chewing the fruit while appraising Zhang Shi and Lu Yun, who was still massaging him. Young Master Han, if you want to see, we'll go change right now. Zhang Shi's eyes instantly lit up with excitement as she eagerly agreed. Go ahead then. Jiang Han's lips curled up and he waited leisurely. Zhang Shi and Lu Yun exchanged a glance, their eyes shining, and swiftly walked into a room. Soon the two emerged dressed in exquisite black maid uniforms. The white aprons cinched their waists tightly and the short skirts revealed long fair legs under sheer black stockings, playful yet seductive. They wore maid headdresses with a few strands of hair falling over their cheeks, enhancing their charm. Approaching Jiang Han they bent their knees slightly in a curtsy and said in sweet voices, young Master Han, we're changed. They wore maid headdresses with a few strands of hair falling over their cheeks, enhancing their charm. Approaching Jiang Han they bent their knees slightly in a curtsy. She picked up a toothpick, speared a piece of mango and brought it to his lips, whispering, young Master Han, try this. She picked up a toothpick, speared a piece of mango and brought it to his lips, whispering, young Master Han, try this. As she occasionally brushed her body against his. Lying on Zhang Shi's lap, Jiang Han savored the massage and the fruit, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. He closed his eyes and thought to himself, life like this is truly comfortable. The room was thick with an ambiguous atmosphere. Time seemed to slow down, only the sounds of chewing and the friction of the massage could be heard. Jiang Han reclined luxuriously in the warm embrace, savoring the tender offerings and massage. How old are you? He inquired, glancing at Zhang Shi as he savored a piece of fruit. Young Master Han, I am 25. Zhang Shi replied with a smile. With your figure and looks many young men must be pursuing you, I assume. Jiang Han chuckled. Young Master Han, you jest. Not at all. And even if I were beautiful I doubt I would catch your discerning eye, Zhang Shi said, her body inadvertently brushing against Jiang Han. Truly soft. Jiang Han teased, feeling the suppleness. As long as young Master Han enjoys it, Zhang Shi smiled, continuously offering him fruit. As he ate, Jiang Han asked again, Lu Yun, what about you? How old are you? I am also 25. Lu Yun replied with a smile. Oh, so both of you are big sisters. Jiang Han joked. The two women laughed softly, their silvery giggles echoing in the villa's living room, enriching the already warm atmosphere. Gazing at the two women with blossoming smiles before him, Jiang Han's heart brimmed with joy and he could not help but laugh along. After the laughter subsided, Zhang Shi tilted her head slightly, a mischievous glint in her eyes, and said, young Master Han, you always know how to amuse us. But you are surrounded by beauty, surely you have seen plenty, so don't tease us. As she spoke, she picked up another piece of cut mango and gently brought it to Jiang Han's lips, her movement tender and affectionate. Jiang Han opened his mouth to accept the mango, savoring its sweetness spreading across his palate while also sensing the warmth of Zhang Zai's fingertips brushing his lips inadvertently. He smiled and said, I am not teasing you. In my eyes you two are the most special. Jiang Han's voice was gentle and sincere, his gaze brimming with adoration as he stared directly at Zhang Shi, causing her cheeks to flush even deeper. At that moment Lu Yun paused her massage, leaned slightly forward and drew closer to Jiang Han, saying, Young Master Han, you are so good at sweet talking, do you say this to every girl? Lu Yun's tone carried a hint of playful flirting and a touch of probing, her eyes wide as she awaited Jiang Han's response. Jiang Han reached out and gently stroked Lu Yun's hair, saying, How could that be? Every word I say to you is sincere. Your companionship has brought me a warmth unlike any other. Jiang Han's voice was deep and magnetic. In the quiet living room each word seemed to hold enchantment, stirring Lu Yun's heart. Watching the interaction between Jiang Han and Lu Yun, Zhang Shi felt a surge of sweetness. She nestled closer into Jiang Han's embrace and murmured, Young Master Han, if you say that, we will only grow more reluctant to leave you. Zhang Zai's voice was soft and syrupy, like a spring breeze gently caressing Jiang Han's heart. Jiang Han drew both Zhang Shi and Lu Yun into his arms and said, Then don't leave. Let us stay together like this forever. His gaze was resolute, as if making an eternal promise. Hearing Jiang Han's words, both women's faces bloomed with blissful smiles. Zhang Shi and Lu Yun exchanged a glance, then simultaneously kissed Jiang Han on the cheek. Amused by this sudden gesture, Jiang Han hugged them tightly, relishing the tender and sweet moment. Just then Jiang Han's phone rang. Li Yang sent a video call invitation in their group of 4. Seeing it, Jiang Han promptly answered. Whoa, who are these two sisters? Their figures are incredible. Zhang Yu exclaimed in awe. Jiang Han glanced at the still drowsy Zhang Shi and Lu Yun beside him, then said to the phone camera, Alright, you two, stop acting like you've never seen the world. These are my cherished companions. Zhang Shi and Lu Yun exchanged a look at Jiang Han's words, their faces reddening, appearing even more bashful. Li Yang grinned mischievously on the screen, Brother Han, you are truly blessed. Always surrounded by tender affection. Wang Zai chimed in, Yeah. Brother Han, share some tips on how to find such beautiful ladies. Pass on your wisdom. Jiang Han shook his head helplessly. There's no secret, fate simply brought us together. By the way, what do you guys need from me? Li Yang cleared his throat and said, Actually nothing major. How about we all go hang out with Zhang Yu? Sure, sounds good. Jiang Han replied with a smile. Alright then, I'll head back to Zhonghai tomorrow. Li Yang nodded in response. Well then, I'll arrange my private jet to pick you up. Wang Zai, you come to Zhonghai tomorrow too? Zhang Yu said cheerfully. Oh, then I'll have my family's private plane pick you up. Wang Zai, you meet up in Zhonghai tomorrow? Zhang Yu said with a smile. Jiang Han raised an eyebrow, surprise flickering in his eyes. Zhang Yu, you're being really generous. With a private jet, that makes things so much easier. A grin spread across Jiang Han's face, his heart brimming with anticipation at the thought of meeting his brothers soon. On the other end of the video call, Wang Zai was rubbing his hands excitedly, Haha, fantastic. I've never ridden on a private jet before, this is going to be an experience. Wang Zai said, already dreaming of the private jet ride, his face beaming with excitement. Li Yang also laughed, Zhang Yu, that's a solid arrangement. Brother Han, well, see you tomorrow, we'll have a proper reunion and drink to our heart's content. The 4 chatted briefly before hanging up. Jiang Han set his phone aside, still smiling, shook his head and lay back down. Just then Zhang Shi and Lu Yun, sleeping beside him, were awakened by the phone sound and looked at him drowsily. Young Master Han, who called? Zhang Shi asked lazily, turning sideways to rest her head on Jiang Han's shoulder and placing her hand on his chest. Jiang Han stroked Zhang Zai's hair and said softly, Just a few friends, nothing important. They saw you two and cracked a few jokes. Lu Yun also rubbed her eyes, looking around curiously, her impressive figure faintly visible under the thin blanket as she stretched. She yawned and asked, What did they say? Jiang Han recounted the conversation roughly and both women blushed. Zhang Shi lightly patted Jiang Han's chest and said in a coquettish tone, Young Master Han, how could you let them see us like this? Lu Yun chimed in, Exactly, it's so embarrassing. Yet their eyes sparkled with shy amusement. Jiang Han laughed and hugged both women, saying, My fault, they'll be more careful next time. You two are so beautiful, being seen is only natural. With that he kissed each of them on the forehead, making them giggle. Moonlight streamed through the window casting a silvery glow on the three weary figures. Jiang Han's stomach growled with hunger. He reached out and patted Zhang Zai's bottom saying, "I'm starving. Go whip up something to eat and afterward I'll take you both out for a stroll." Zhang Zai's face flushed crimson as she murmured an assent, hastily scrambling to her feet and smoothing her hair before heading toward the kitchen. Lu Yun, not to be outdone, released her hold on Jiang Han and said with a smile, "It'll help too." With that she quickly adjusted her clothes and bounded over to Zhang Zai's side. The two exchanged a glance and broke into shared laughter. Jiang Han watched their retreating figures until they disappeared, then stretched luxuriously. A smile tugged at the corners of his mouth as he daydreamed about the upcoming shopping trip. Soon the clatter of pots and pans echoed from the kitchen downstairs. Jiang Han lay shirtless on the sofa, his chest rising and falling rhythmically. His eyes were half-lidded, still carrying traces of drowsiness. Under the moonlight the sweat on his body glistened, exuding a rugged masculinity. Half an hour later Zhang Shi approached and said softly, "Young Master Han, dinner is ready. Please come downstairs." Jiang Han opened his eyes, the corner of his mouth lifting in a smile as he sat up. "You've worked hard," he said, reaching for his shirt and pulling it on slowly. After dressing, Jiang Han walked over to Zhang Shi, wrapped an arm around her waist and planted a kiss on her forehead. "Come, let's see what delicious dishes you've prepared for me." After dressing, Jiang Han walked over to Zhang Shi, wrapped an arm around her waist and planted a kiss on her forehead. "Come, let's see what delicious dishes you've prepared for me." Arm in arm they strolled toward the kitchen. Jiang Han's fingers traced gentle circles on Zhang Zai's waist, making her shiver and laugh despite herself. At the dining table Jiang Han picked up a piece of braised pork and put it into his mouth. The soft glutinous texture and rich meaty aroma spread across his palate. He squinted with pleasure and praised, "This pork is truly excellent, tender yet not greasy at all." Then he picked up a spoonful of shrimp, chewing and nodding as he said, "This is good too." Looking up he saw Zhang Shi and Lu Yun watching him with smiles, so he beckoned them, "Don't just stand there. Sit down and eat with me. No need for such formality." A flicker of delight passed through the two girls' eyes. They sat down gently and began to eat, occasionally stealing glances at Jiang Han. Before long Jiang Han finished his meal. He stretched, then lightly pinched both girls on the chest, joking, "I'm exhausted from this afternoon." Zhang Shi retorted playfully, "Oh, you're so annoying." Jiang Han laughed at their adorable reactions, then wrapped his arms around them and said, "Now that we're full and happy, how about I take you two shopping? How about a new bag to cheer you up?" "Thank you, young Master Han," the two replied in unison. Jiang Han patted their bottoms and urged, "Hurry up and change. We're heading out now." His eyes sparkled with anticipation as if he could already see the bustling scene of the mall. The two girls rushed back to their rooms to change while Jiang Han lounged on the living room sofa, scrolling through his phone and occasionally glancing toward their doors. 20 minutes later Zhang Shi emerged in a form-fitting red dress that accentuated every curve of her figure. The hem swayed gently with her steps, exuding a captivating allure. She walked over to Jiang Han with the confidence and elegance of high heels and asked softly, "Young Master Han, how do I look in this?" Jiang Han looked up and was instantly captivated. He praised sincerely, "Absolutely stunning." He rose and walked over to Zhang Shi, taking her hand and appraising her from head to toe. Just then Lu Yun stepped out of the room in a pair of jeans and a white blouse. Her figure was so flawless that even such a simple outfit looked extraordinarily attractive. The collar of her blouse was slightly open and her soft silky hair cascaded over her shoulders, giving her an air of youthful ease. Zhang Shi couldn't help but compliment her, and Lu Yun's face turned red as she quickly thanked her. Jiang Han looked at the two girls beside him, one enchanting, the other fresh, and felt an immense joy welling inside him. He wrapped an arm around each of their waists, walked over to the Range Rover and smilingly told Zhang Shi to sit in the passenger seat while Lu Yun took the back. The trio got in and the car headed toward the city center. Soon the vehicle pulled up in front of the largest mall in Zhonghai. The building was magnificent, towering high, its glass walls glittering brilliantly under the sun. The area outside the mall was teeming with people, filled with laughter and chatter. Cars came and went on the road, creating a lively atmosphere. Jiang Han parked the car and quickly got out to open the doors for Zhang Shi and Lu Yun. After the two girls stepped out and straightened their clothes, Jiang Han put an arm around each of them and led them into the mall. The automatic doors slid open and a cool blast of air conditioning greeted them. Inside the mall was spacious and bright, with a large crystal chandelier hanging from the ceiling and floors so clean they gleamed like mirrors. Shops were neatly arranged in rows, displaying a dazzling array of merchandise. The air was laced with the mingled scents of perfume and delicious food. Jiang Han smiled and said, "Let's pick out some clothes for me first and then we'll get you both bags." Anticipation gleamed in his eyes. The two girls nodded and Jiang Shi leaned against Jiang Han, responding with a sweet coquettish tone. The three of them strolled along the corridor past trendy boutiques. Jiang Han would stop occasionally to admire the outfits in the windows, discussing them with the girls who offered their opinions earnestly. Before long they arrived at a high-end clothing store. Jiang Han gave it an approving look and led the two girls inside. A sales assistant immediately greeted them with warm enthusiasm. After some careful selection by the two girls, Jiang Han picked out several outfits that pleased him. You two should also look around and see if there's anything you like. Dress up beautifully, it'll lift my spirits just to see you, Jiang Han said slowly. Hearing this, the two girls began their own shopping. Jiang Shi darted among the women's sections and quickly found a sleek black dress adorned with rhinestones. She asked Lu Yun if it looked good. Lu Yun said it did, and Jiang Shi went into the fitting room with satisfaction. Lu Yun meanwhile was drawn to a white chiffon blouse with a unique neckline paired with light blue jeans. She picked it up and asked Jiang Han for his opinion. Jiang Han nodded in approval, and Lu Yun also entered the fitting room. Jiang Han sat on the sofa to wait. Shortly after, Jiang Shi emerged in the black dress, its hem swaying as she moved, accentuating her figure and making her skin appear even fairer. Young Master Han, how do I look in this? Jiang Shi tugged gently at the hem of the dress, gazing at Jiang Han with expectant eyes. The rhinestones on her black dress sparkled brilliantly under the lights. I still think you look better without any clothes on, Jiang Han said with a sly grin as he sauntered toward her, the lights casting a sharp silhouette of his tall frame. Zhang Zai's face turned crimson. She pouted and said, then I'll show you when we get back. Jiang Han pulled her into his arms and whispered in her ear, you look beautiful in anything, but this dress truly enhances your beauty. Jiang Shi looked up, her eyes filled with shyness and delight. Just then Lu Yun stepped out of the fitting room. Seeing the scene, she teased, oh, am I interrupting something? They snapped back to reality. Jiang Han released Jiang Shi and said, Lu Yun, that outfit makes you look so vibrant. Lu Yun blushed and replied, Zhang Zai's dress is gorgeous too. The three chatted cheerfully as Jiang Han led them to the cashier. Come on, let's pay and head off to buy bags. The shop assistants cast envious glances their way. The three of them stepped out of the clothing store and headed toward the Hermès boutique across the street. The interior was lavishly decorated with crystal chandeliers illuminating the exquisite leather goods and dazzling accessories exuding an air of sophistication. As soon as the shop assistant spotted them, a beaming smile spread across her face as she hurried over and greeted them warmly, welcome to Hermès. Please, this way. Take your time browsing. I'll rest here for a bit. Jiang Han smiled at the two girls, his eyes brimming with affection, before leaning against the display counter. Sensing that Jiang Han and his companions were high-value customers, the shop assistant's heart leaped with joy and she promptly ushered Jiang Han to the lounge. The lounge was tastefully arranged, featuring genuine leather sofas and a coffee table adorned with fashion magazines and brochures. The shop assistant poured a cup of coffee for Jiang Han and said politely, Sir, please take your rest. Feel free to ask if you need anything. With that, she quickly walked over to Jiang Shi and Lu Yun. Ladies, this way please. We've just received some stunning handbags that perfectly match your refined tastes. The assistant led Jiang Shi and Lu Yun to the bag section. The bags on display were diverse, each one exquisitely beautiful. Zhang Zai's eyes were instantly drawn to the classic Birkin bag. She picked it up and examined it from every angle, marveling at the supple leather and gleaming hardware. The craftsmanship was impeccable. Lu Yun, what do you think of this one? She turned to ask Lu Yun. Lu Yun picked up a Kelly bag and compared it, saying, Sister Zhang Shi, this one is also lovely, elegant and versatile. Saying this, she slung it over her shoulder and smiled contentedly at the mirror. The shop assistant patiently explained the features, materials and craftsmanship of each bag, her professionalism and enthusiasm helping Zhang Shi and Lu Yun better appreciate the bag's merits. In the lounge, Jiang Han sipped his coffee while watching the two girls through the glass wall, occasionally breaking into a smile. Soon Zhang Shi and Lu Yun finished selecting their bags and walked over to Jiang Han beaming. Zhang Shi carried the Birkin bag in her hand while Lu Yun had the Kelly bag on her shoulder. It was clear they were thrilled. Jiang Han gazed at them with utter adoration and asked softly, all done? All done, they replied excitedly. Jiang Han turned to the shop assistant and said with confidence, get me the latest model. The assistant's eyes lit up and she promptly hurried toward the storage room. Before long the assistant returned, cradling an exquisite box. Opening it, she revealed a new Hermès bag crafted from rare leather. The bag boasted sleek lines and intricately engraved hardware exuding understated luxury. Zhang Shi and Lu Yun couldn't help but lean in exclaiming, "Young Master Han, this bag is absolutely stunning." Jiang Han nodded, ran his fingers over the leather and expressed satisfaction with the craftsmanship. "I'll take this one," he decided. The assistant smiled and said, "I'll ring you up right away." She then headed to the counter with the bag. Jiang Han, holding Zhang Zai's hand with one and Lu Yun's with the other, followed behind, savoring the joy of shopping under the boutique's lights. After purchasing the bags, they left the mall carrying their purchases. The sky had grown dark and the streets were ablaze with neon lights and a riot of colors, bustling with traffic and pedestrians. Jiang Han walked in the middle, holding Zhang Zai's hand with one and Lu Yun's with the other. Under the lights the scene looked especially warm and tender. When they reached the car, Jiang Han opened the door. The two girls got in first and he carefully placed the bags in the back seat before settling into the driver's seat. As soon as he was inside, Zhang Shi cupped his face in both hands and planted a sweet, grateful kiss on his lips. Lu Yun too leaned over, wrapped her arms around his neck and gave him an impassioned kiss. Jiang Han responded with a smile and the car was instantly filled with an intimate atmosphere. Lu Yun tilted her head and asked playfully, "Young Master Han, are these bags for your girlfriend?" Jiang Han joked, "One is the Empress, you two are my beloved consorts." He pinched Lu Yun's cheek as he spoke. Zhang Shi pretended to be upset, pouting, "Young Master Han, you can't play favorites." Jiang Han laughed heartily. "How could I? You three are equally important to me." With that he started the engine and slowly drove out of the parking lot. Before long they returned to Longhu Manor. Moonlight spilled over the stately building and the flowers and plants in the courtyard swayed gently in the breeze, releasing a delicate fragrance. Jiang Han parked the car and they entered the house together. The soft lighting inside radiated warmth and coziness. Exhausted, Jiang Han said, "I'm going to rest." Carrying his clothes he walked into the bedroom, tossed them onto the bed and headed straight for the bathroom. He turned on the faucet and hot water filled the bathtub, sending up steam. Jiang Han shed his clothes, sank into the tub, closed his eyes and leaned back, savoring the relaxation. Soon Lu Yun pushed open the bedroom door and asked in a sweet voice, "Young Master Han, do you need any help?" She pushed open the bathroom door and saw Jiang Han lying in the tub, his figure faintly visible through the mist. A blush crept onto Lu Yun's cheeks. She was wearing a flimsy nightgown that accentuated her graceful figure. Jiang Han opened his eyes and teased, "Aren't you afraid Zhang Shi will be jealous?" Lu Yun walked over to the tub, crouched down and said, "Sister, Zhang Shi is organizing the bags. I came to check on you." She picked up a towel and gently wiped Jiang Han's forehead. Jiang Han said tenderly, "You must be exhausted from shopping with me today." Lu Yun shook her head and replied sincerely, "Accompanying you, young Master Han, is a joy for me." Her movements grew even gentler as she began to wipe his arms. Just then Zhang Shi pushed the door open and pretended to scold them, well, enjoying yourselves without me." She was wearing a nightgown, her hair cascading over her shoulders, looking enchanting. Zhang Shi wore a black lace nightie that clearly outlined her curves. The light filtered through the lace, illuminating her fair skin. Jiang Han was instantly captivated, his eyes fixed on her, his breathing growing rapid. He extended his right hand in an inviting gesture. Zhang Shi smiled seductively, kicked off her slippers and stepped lightly into the tub, nestling into Jiang Han's arms. Lu Yun watched from the side, her face flushed crimson, her eyes a mix of shyness and envy, her hands clutching the hem of her nightgown tightly. Jiang Han wrapped his arm around Zhang Zai's waist and whispered, "You look beautiful tonight." Zhang Shi caressed Jiang Han's face and said softly, "Young Master Han, with you here I feel truly happy." Steam filled the bathroom, the light was dim and the water in the tub rippled gently. With longing in her eyes, Lu Yun, both eager and shy, threw herself into Jiang Han's arms, tilted her head up and asked, "Am I not pretty?" Her voice was honeyed, tinged with grievance and desire. Jiang Han smiled and said, "You're both beautiful." As he spoke he reached out and caressed the two girls. His left hand glided over Zhang Zai's shoulder while his right hand gently squeezed Lu Yun's waist, causing her to let out a soft moan. Zhang Zai's face grew hot and she bit her lower lip lightly. She kissed Jiang Han on the cheek and whispered in his ear, "Young Master Han, who do you like more?" Lu Yun clutched Jiang Han's arm, nervously gazing at him with a mixture of anticipation and anxiety. Jiang Han smiled reassuringly and said, "You two are both indispensable to me." He then planted a kiss on Lu Yun's forehead and pulled both girls tightly into his arms. The bathroom was thick with steam and the dim light grew even more hazy. The water in the tub sloshed violently, splashing over the edges. The sounds of their breathing, laughter and playful murmurs mingled together, pushing the sensual atmosphere to its peak. They were all completely immersed in the moment, oblivious to everything else. The next day Zhang Shi and Lu Yun woke up one after another, their eyes still heavy with the remnants of the previous night. When their gazes met, their faces flushed crimson in an instant. Zhang Shi casually smoothed her hair, glanced at Jiang Han, who was still sound asleep, and exchanged a meaningful look with Lu Yun. Then tiptoeing they slipped out of the bedroom. By noon, sunlight streamed across Jiang Han's face. He slowly opened his eyes, his head throbbing with a dull ache as memories of the previous night came flooding back. He sat up and found the bed empty. Pulling on his pajamas, he walked into the living room and was immediately greeted by a tempting aroma wafting from the kitchen. Entering the kitchen, he saw Zhang Shi in an apron stir-frying while Lu Yun chopped vegetables beside her. "Awake, young Master Han. We're making you lunch. You must have been exhausted last night, so you need to replenish your strength," Zhang Shi said with a smile. Lu Yun nodded in agreement, urging him to go wash up. Jiang Han came up behind Zhang Shi, gave her a kiss and patted Lu Yun's head before heading to wash. When he returned, the table was already laden with his favorite dishes: braised pork belly, steamed fish, and fresh seasonal vegetables. Jiang Han took a bite and praised the food heartily. After lunch he lounged on the sofa resting when Su Yao's image suddenly surfaced in his mind and an overwhelming urge to see her seized him. He rose and walked into the bedroom, rummaging through the new clothes he had bought yesterday to find a casual blazer pairing it with dark jeans. Dressed like this he looked sharp and handsome. He straightened his hair in front of the mirror, nodded in satisfaction, picked up his Hermes bag from downstairs and called out, "I'm heading out. I won't be back for dinner." With that he strode out of the villa, got into his car, started the engine and drove out of Longhu Manor. Along the way memories of his time with Su Yao made him smile unconsciously. The cityscape whizzed past the car window, but his mind was filled with nothing but Su Yao. Before long he arrived at the office building where Su Yao's company was located. Jiang Han parked the car, took a deep breath, grabbed his bag, smoothed his clothes, straightened his back and walked toward the entrance of the building with confident strides. Stepping into the spacious and bright lobby, Jiang Han settled onto a sofa in the corner, pulled out his phone and called Su Yao, telling her he was already downstairs. After hanging up he ordered a cup of coffee and waited, occasionally glancing around. Suddenly a pair of soft fragrant hands covered his eyes, followed by Su Yao's playful voice in his ear. Jiang Han deliberately pretended not to guess, playing along with her game. Su Yao released her hands, walked around and sat down in front of him. She was wearing a fitted business suit, her hair tied back in a ponytail, looking energetic. Her makeup was exquisite, and when she smiled 2 shallow dimples appeared, making her utterly captivating. "You idiot, you can't even guess that," as she said, feigning anger, but her eyes sparkled with amusement. Jiang Han gazed at her with adoration, gently taking her hand. Su Yao's face reddened and she quickly pulled her hand away, telling him to mind the occasion, though the sweetness on her face was unmistakable. Jiang Han picked up the new Hermes bag and handed it to Su Yao, saying with a smile, "A gift for you. See if you like it." His eyes were full of anticipation. Su Yao looked at the logo on the bag, her expression troubled. "Why did you buy such an expensive thing?" Her brows furrowed slightly, her eyes showing both fondness and unease at the price. "This is for you." Jiang Han smiled gently, patting her hand with a doting tone. Su Yao sighed, "It's too expensive. If I carry it people might think it's a fake." As she spoke she softly traced the delicate leather of the bag, feeling the preciousness of the gift. Jiang Han leaned in, looking at her seriously. "What others think doesn't matter. I chose this with all my heart. With your aura, carrying this bag will only make it look classier." Su Yao met his gaze, a flicker of emotion passing through her eyes. The hesitation vanished and she bit her lower lip, breaking into a sweet smile. People nearby cast envious glances and a few passing girls let out soft exclamations. Su Yao felt a bit embarrassed and moved closer to Jiang Han. Jiang Han seized the moment. "How about dinner together tonight? There's an amazing restaurant I want to take you to." Su Yao hesitated for a moment, then seeing his expectant eyes nodded. "Okay, but I'll have to work late. Do you mind?" "You're my one and only, of course I don't mind." Jiang Han's smile was like warm sunshine, melting Su Yao's heart. They chatted and laughed in the lobby for a while longer, the atmosphere around them cozy and warm. Jiang Han glanced at his watch and, remembering Su Yao had to work, said softly, "You should get back to work. See you tonight." His eyes held reluctance but even more understanding and thoughtfulness. "Okay," Su Yao nodded, a hint of lingering attachment in her gaze. She set down the bag and said awkwardly, "Leave it in your car. It's inconvenient to carry at work, I'm afraid it might distract me." Her fingers gently brushed the bag as if saying goodbye to the gift. "Sure," Jiang Han agreed, picking up the bag and setting it aside. "Don't worry, I'll keep it safe for you." Su Yao stood up, smoothed her business suit and tucked her hair behind her ears, looking more poised. She looked down at Jiang Han and said tenderly, "See you tonight," then quickly she planted a light kiss on his cheek, her face instantly turning red. Jiang Han was pleasantly surprised, his face lighting up with joy. He reached out and held Su Yao's hand. "I'll wait for you tonight. Don't overwork yourself." Su Yao squeezed his hand back, nodded firmly, then let go and turned toward the elevator. Jiang Han kept his eyes on Su Yao as she walked to the elevator. She pressed the button, turned around and waved, her smile radiant with happiness. Jiang Han waved back. The elevator doors opened and Su Yao stepped inside. Just before the doors closed, she cast one last glance at Jiang Han, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Jiang Han waited until the elevator doors fully shut before looking away. He picked up the bag, stood up and walked out of the office building. The sunlight bathed him and his heart was filled with eager anticipation for the evening date. Jiang Han drove straight to the Longhao Grand Hotel, his mind replaying the moments with those two girls, a smile unconsciously tugging at the corners of his mouth. Soon he arrived at the hotel. The moment the car came to a halt, a young attendant rushed over to open the door with utmost respect. Jiang Han handed the keys to the attendant, straightened his clothes and stepped into the lobby. The lobby was spacious and dazzling, lavishly decorated with crystal chandeliers, marble floors and opulent furnishings everywhere, while a faint scent of perfume lingered in the air. Sun Chang had already received word of Jiang Han's arrival. Dressed in a sharp suit with his hair neatly combed, he strode forward with a broad smile and greeted respectfully, "Young Master Han." He extended his hand to shake Jiang Han's. Jiang Han smiled and clasped it casually, inquiring about business. Sun Chang hurriedly replied that everything was going well, leading Jiang Han toward the elevator while asking the purpose of his visit. Jiang Han mentioned he had something to discuss. Sun Chang promptly assured him that the VIP room was ready. The two entered the elevator, the doors closed and the car slowly ascended to the VIP floor. In the VIP room, Jiang Han spoke slowly, "Manager Sun, has our hotel been cooperating with Abe all along?" "Yes, young Master Han." Sun Chang replied, then asked, "Do you have a conflict with their boss? Shall we terminate the cooperation immediately?" "No need for that. I've also acquired Abe," Jiang Han said calmly. Sun Chang let out a wry smile, surprised that his boss had taken over Abe as well. "Any instructions, young Master Han?" Sun Chang probed cautiously. "Contact Abe and work out a new cooperation plan between the two sides. After all, we're all on the same team now," Jiang Han stated slowly. "Young Master Han, our original cooperation with Abe was already quite close, but cross-industry collaboration between two different kinds of businesses has many inconveniences," Sun Chang pointed out. "I know that. That's why I said you should discuss it. It would be great if you come up with new ideas, if not, no problem," Jiang Han replied. Sun Chang frowned, pondering for a moment before saying, "Young Master Han, I understand your intent. But restructuring the cooperation plan involves personnel adjustments, resource integration and profit distribution. Every detail requires careful handling. Abe's team operates very differently from our hotel. Finding a mutually acceptable approach will likely take considerable time and effort." He spoke while studying Jiang Han's expression, trying to gauge his thoughts. Jiang Han leaned back on the sofa, arms crossed, and nodded gently. "Manager Sun, I know it's challenging. You have extensive experience in hotel management and Abe has its strengths in their field. Now that both are under my umbrella, they need to coordinate and amplify each other's roles. First meet with Abe's head, convey my thoughts, listen to their feedback, and then we'll discuss the specifics." Jiang Han's eyes were resolute, his tone brooking no refusal. "Yes, young Master Han. I'll arrange it immediately and contact Abe as soon as possible," Sun Chang quickly responded, his mind already racing with how to proceed. He knew this cooperation adjustment was no trivial matter, it affected the future of both enterprises and his standing in Jiang Han's eyes. "Also, Manager Sun," Jiang Han added abruptly, "when redrafting the plan, prioritize innovation. Don't stick to old routines, try new approaches and ideas. In today's fierce market competition, only by creating something unique can we stand out." His gaze was deep, his vision far-reaching. Sun Chang listened intently, nodding repeatedly. "Rest assured, young Master Han. I will place innovation at the forefront. I'll have thorough discussions with Abe's team, tap into their potential and devise a plan that benefits both sides and embodies innovation." He understood that Jiang Han's emphasis on innovation indicated high expectations for this cooperation, and he could not afford to be careless. "Good. Thank you for your hard work, Manager Sun. Keep me updated on any progress." Jiang Han rose, preparing to leave the VIP room. Sun Chang quickly stood up as well. "Young Master Han, please take care." I'll report to you immediately as soon as there's news. Sun Chong respectfully escorted Jiang Han to the elevator, watched him enter, then turned back to the VIP room to begin planning the next steps. After the conversation with Sun Chong, 3 hours had passed. Outside the window, dusk was gradually falling and the city's neon lights flickered on, casting a picturesque glow over the streets. Jiang Han exited Longhao and waited at the lobby entrance for his car. The evening breeze gently tousled his hair. He squinted, took a deep breath as if trying to shake off the fatigue from the meeting. Soon a black Range Rover pulled up, its body gleaming under the lights. The driver quickly got out and respectfully opened the door. Jiang Han nodded and settled into the back seat. "Find a nice private kitchen restaurant," he said. The attendant cautiously asked about his preferred cuisine. Jiang Han, eyes fixed on his phone scanning unread business messages, replied without looking up, "Anything as long as it's good." The attendant suggested a Sichuan restaurant, then started the engine and drove off. The car cruised smoothly as Jiang Han gazed out the window, his mind still occupied with the integration plan for the hotel and Yueya Bay. 20 minutes later the car stopped in front of Shuwei Xian. The restaurant had a rustic charm, with a wooden sign carved with its name and red lanterns swaying gently. The attendant parked the car and came around to open the door for Jiang Han. He stepped out, glanced up at the sign and nodded approvingly. "Looks promising," he said, then followed the attendant inside. Jiang Han dialed Su Yao's number. "I'll send someone to pick you up later. I've booked a place." "What time do you get off work?" "About another hour," Su Yao replied with a smile. "All right, I'll have someone wait at your company building right away." Jiang Han hung up and instructed the Longhao staff member beside him, giving him Su Yao's workplace address. His tone was firm. "Go there and bring her here." The staff nodded eagerly. "Got it, young Master Han." "Consider it done." He promptly headed to the car, slid into the driver's seat and drove off toward Su Yao's company. Jiang Han watched the car disappear, let out a soft sigh and walked into Shuwei Xian with his hands in his pockets. The restaurant was bustling with diners chatting and laughing and waitstaff hurrying to serve dishes. Jiang Han found a seat by the window, ordered a pot of tea and waited for Su Yao. He leaned back in his chair, gazing out at the street through the window. The sky grew darker and pedestrians and vehicles streamed by. As he waited, his mood gradually calmed and he unconsciously recalled the moments he had shared with Su Yao, a tender smile gracing his lips. Su Yao entered the room and immediately spotted Jiang Han by the window. She smiled and walked over quickly. Jiang Han stood up. Su Yao entered the room and immediately spotted Jiang Han by the window. She smiled and walked over quickly. Jiang Han stood up to greet her, his eyes brimming with affection. "Sorry to keep you waiting," she said, slightly out of breath. Jiang Han gently took her hand. "It's fine. The important thing is that you're here." He guided her to a seat and a waiter promptly handed them the menu. "This is a Sichuan restaurant. I'm not sure if you can handle spicy food, but feel free to order whatever you like," Jiang Han said softly, handing the menu to Su Yao. Su Yao took the menu, her eyes lighting up. "Wow, these dishes look so tempting. I can't decide what to choose." She pointed at the menu, excitement sparkling in her eyes. Jiang Han glanced at the staff member from Longhao Hotel and said with a smile, "Hard work pays off. Go back and tell your manager you deserve overtime pay. You can head home now." "Thank you, young Master Han," the staff responded with a grin, then left the private room. Su Yao watched the person leave, then fixed her gaze on Jiang Han and asked, "Jiang Han, do you still remember what you said to me this afternoon?" "Huh? What did I say?" Jiang Han was taken aback by the sudden question. "I recall someone saying you're my main consort. I don't mind waiting a bit. Then I went back and thought about it. Does that mean there are others?" Su Yao stared at Jiang Han as she slowly posed the question. In response, Jiang Han looked at Su Yao and said, "Aren't I right here dining with my main consort?" "Humph. Let me tell you, Jiang Han, you'd better not let me catch you. If I do, Ill. Su Yao glared at him. "You'll what?" Jiang Han asked. "None of your business. I'll tell you when I remember." Su Yao retorted, still staring him down. "Then I'd better hide my little sisters well." Jiang Han teased, his eyes locked on Su Yao. She pretended to look serious, nodding, but she couldn't stop a smile from tugging at her lips. Deep down she understood the romantic escapades typical of a wealthy young master like Jiang Han, but she cherished this relationship too much to confront it head-on. She only occasionally tested him to confirm her place in his heart. The waiter served steaming Sichuan dishes and the spicy aroma instantly filled the room. Su Yao's eyes lit up. She immediately forgot the previous conversation, hurriedly picked up a chopstickful of food and devoured it while praising the taste, urging Jiang Han to try it too. Jiang Han watched Su Yao with a smile and picked up his chopsticks. They ate and chatted, the atmosphere relaxed and pleasant. Soon after, Su Yao returned to the earlier topic, asking seriously, "Besides me, how many other lovers do you have?" Jiang Han froze, then took Su Yao's hand and said earnestly, "You are unique in my heart, incomparable to anyone else. I know life is complicated, but you will always be the one I care about most." Su Yao felt warmth inside, bit her lip gently and said, "I trust you, Jiang Han. Promise me you won't make me sad, okay?" Her eyes revealed a hint of vulnerability. Jiang Han brought Su Yao's hand to his lips, kissed it and vowed, "I promise." He then picked up Su Yao's favorite dish and urged her to eat while it was hot. Su Yao looked at Jiang Han with a blissful smile and resumed eating. At this moment both were immersed in the warm atmosphere with only each other in their eyes. The waiter brought the signature boiled fish and chili, and the aroma filled the private room. Su Yao's eyes sparkled as she quickly picked up her chopstick, saying, "Jiang Han, this is amazing, you have to try it." Jiang Han took a bite and nodded in agreement. As they ate, they chatted about amusing life anecdotes, filling the room with laughter. Suddenly Su Yao became serious and said, "Jiang Han, I just hope you'll spend more time with me in the future." Jiang Han took her hand and said sincerely, "I understand. You are the most important to me. I'll make sure to spend more time with you." Hearing this, the unease in Su Yao's eyes vanished, replaced by a radiant smile. Afterward, Su Yao was in a great mood, constantly serving Jiang Han food and joking that she would fatten him up. Jiang Han played along, eating heartily, and the room was filled with warmth. After the meal, Jiang Han leaned back in his chair and asked, "Did you enjoy today's dinner?" Su Yao nodded with a smile, stood up and hugged him, saying, "Very much, thank you." Jiang Han hugged her back tightly, savoring the warmth and affection, his heart brimming with happiness. Soon they finished dinner and left the private kitchen restaurant hand in hand. "I have a business trip tomorrow, I'll be gone for a week." "A whole week without seeing you?" Su Yao murmured softly. "Huh? Where to?" Jiang Han asked. "To the capital, Jingdu." Su Yao replied, then fixed her gaze on him again. "I'll be checking on you anytime, you know. You'd better watch out." "Hee, do you think you'll catch me?" "That's impossible." Jiang Han laughed. "Humph." Su Yao snorted softly, then they walked to the car. Jiang Han opened the passenger door for Su Yao. Around 9 o'clock, Jiang Han dropped Su Yao off at her apartment building. As Su Yao opened the car door, she heard Lin Shui exclaim in surprise, "Oh, Hermes." Lin Shui was dressed in simple casual wear with her hair casually tied back. Su Yao blushed and quickly said Jiang Han gave it to her, her eyes full of sweetness. Jiang Han politely remarked that he just bought it because Su Yao liked it. Lin Shui looked at them and said half jokingly, "You two are so sweet. Su Yao, you're really lucky." Su Yao linked arms with Jiang Han and quickly changed the subject, asking Lin Shui if she had just come back. Lin Shui nodded, saying she'd been working overtime until now, and admitted she was envious seeing them so affectionate. "Alright, I won't interrupt your lovey-dovey moment. I'm off." Lin Shui teased with a grin, then turned and entered the stairwell. In no time her figure disappeared into the dim corner, her footsteps fading away. Su Yao shook her head helplessly, but a smile crept onto her lips and her eyes were filled with affection. Jiang Han said softly, Yao, you should go in too. Rest early." His voice was low and tender, especially clear in the quiet night. Su Yao nodded, stood on tiptoe and gently kissed Jiang Han on the forehead, a soft touch like a breeze. Then she said a crisp, "Bye," a hint of reluctance in her tone. "Go on." Jiang Han got into the car and watched until Su Yao's figure disappeared into the stairwell before driving off. Soon Jiang Han returned to Dragon Lake Manor. The estate was quiet at night, trees swayed gently in the breeze, casting shifting shadows on the ground. Jiang Han parked the car and dragged his weary body into the villa. The villa was brightly lit. Zhang Shi and Lu Yun were sitting on the sofa watching TV and chatting. Hearing Jiang Han's return, both looked toward the door. But Jiang Han paid them no attention and headed straight for the bedroom. Zhang Shi and Lu Yun exchanged puzzled glances. Lu Yun muttered quietly, "Young Master Han seems off today. Did something happen?" Zhang Shi shook her head and said, "Let him be for now." Jiang Han entered the bedroom, closed the door and immediately collapsed onto the bed, staring at the ceiling. Inevitably Su Yao's image surfaced in his mind. The thought that she was leaving for the capital tomorrow and he wouldn't see her for a whole week left an empty feeling in his heart, stirring a deep sense of loss. Steward. And two more. He opened his eyes, rose and slipped into a morning robe, casually tousling his hair before descending the stairs. An aroma of fish soup mingled with the fragrance of rice instantly stirred his appetite. Downstairs, Lu Yun and Jiang Shi were bustling about in the kitchen. Jiang Shi, clad in a pale yellow home dress, and Lu Yun in a white t-shirt and jeans, both wore radiant smiles. "Good morning, young Master Han." Jiang Shi turned first to greet Jiang Han. Lu Yun set down her chopsticks and stepped forward, saying, "Young Master Han, we've stewed some fish soup to nourish your body." As she lifted the lid of the clay pot, the milky white fish soup bubbled within, revealing clear pieces of fish scallion segments and ginger slices. Jiang Han walked to the dining table and sat down, gazing at the delectable spread. "You've worked so hard this morning, thank you." Jiang Shi placed a bowl of rice before him and replied, "It's no trouble, cooking for young Master Han brings us joy." Lu Yun ladled a bowl of fish soup and set it beside Jiang Han, urging him to taste it immediately. He took a sip, the exquisite flavor instantly blossomed on his palate. He nodded, praising it as delicious. Both girls beamed with satisfaction at his compliment. As Jiang Han ate, he asked, "You heard that call yesterday? Who wants to come with me?" Lu Yun smiled. "Young Master Han, you decide." Her eyes shimmered with anticipation. Jiang Han suggested, "You two play rock paper scissors, best of 3. The winner comes with me, the loser stays home. I'll bring back gifts." Jiang Shi and Lu Yun exchanged glances, rose excitedly and raised their hands ready to compete. Rock paper scissors. In the first round, Lu Yun's rock beat Jiang Zai's scissors. Jiang Han cheered Jiang Shi on with a grin, and Jiang Shi, refusing to be outdone, brimmed with fighting spirit. In the second round, Jiang Zai's paper defeated Lu Yun's rock, leveling the score. For the decisive third round, their eyes locked on each other's hands. Jiang Han even set down his bowl and leaned in to watch. Finally, Lu Yun's paper triumphed over Jiang Zai's rock. She hugged Jiang Shi in exhilaration. Though a little disappointed, Jiang Shi still smiled and congratulated Lu Yun. Jiang Han patted Lu Yun's head, urging her to get ready, then comforted Jiang Shi, promising to bring back gifts. Lu Yun happily ran off to change clothes while Jiang Han waited in the living room, his heart brimming with anticipation for the gathering. Within half an hour his phone rang. "I'm here, but the guard won't let me in." Jiang Shi volunteered to go and fetch him. Jiang Han nodded, told Wang Zhe someone would meet him, and hung up. In no time Jiang Shi returned with Wang Zhe. Wang Zhe stepped into the living room, immediately captivated by its luxurious decor. He looked around and couldn't help exclaiming, "Brother Han, this place is incredible." Jiang Han rose and embraced him, saying with a smile, "Come sit down." After Wang Zhe sat, he noticed Lu Yun, his eyes lighting up. "Brother Han, who is this lovely lady?" Jiang Han made the introductions. Lu Yun greeted him politely and Wang Zhe responded hastily. Just then Jiang Shi brought out fruit. Wang Zhe joked, "Brother Han, you've got quite the beauties here. The guys would be green with envy." Jiang Han patted his shoulder. "Don't talk nonsense. Well, set off once Li Yang arrives." "Smooth trip. Man, you're living the life. Living in such a grand estate." Wang Zhe flopped onto the sofa, sinking into its plush cushions. He gazed enviously at the opulent living room, muttering, "Going home is pure torture. My dad scolds me at every turn and I have no idea what I've done wrong." He shook his head helplessly, casually plucked a grape from the fruit plate and popped it into his mouth. Just then Jiang Han's phone screen lit up, its vibration piercing the quiet living room. Glancing at the caller ID, he answered with a smile. "Hey Zhang Yu." On the other end Zhang Ye's voice boomed, "Brother Han, I've landed at Zhonghai Airport. When everyone's here, come find me." Jiang Han leaned back on the sofa, idly twirling his phone, and replied, "Sure, we're waiting for Li Yang." "I'm with Wang Zhe." Hearing Zhang Ye's voice, Wang Zhe perked up instantly. He sat upright and shouted into the phone, "Zhang Yu. Were there any pretty flight attendants on the plane?" His eyes were full of anticipation. There was a brief silence on the line, then Zhang Yu retorted testily, "Well duh, have you ever seen an ugly flight attendant?" Imagining Zhang Ye's expression, Jiang Han threw his head back and roared with laughter. Wang Zhe joined in the chuckle, scratching his head. "Just asking, that's all." Jiang Han's phone suddenly rang again. Seeing it was Li Yang, he answered hastily, "You here?" His voice was thick with anticipation. Li Yang said on the phone that he had already arrived at Zhonghai Airport. His voice carried a hint of fatigue but also undisguised excitement. Jiang Han immediately instructed, "Go wait at Zhang Ye's private jet." "Well, be right there." He shot Wang Zhe a meaningful glance. Wang Zhe understood at once, stood up, tidied his clothes, his face alight with exhilaration. After hanging up, Jiang Han briefed Lu Yun, who had just emerged from the kitchen. She nodded, set down her towel and picked up her packed suitcase. Let's go. Jiang Han beamed, brimming with energy. He turned to Zhang Shi, his voice tender and affectionate. Take care of the house. I'll bring you a gift when I'm back. Thank you, young Master Han. Zhang Zi's eyes sparkled and she responded with a sweet soft voice. Jiang Han nodded and led Lu Yun and Wang Zhe toward the villa's entrance. In front of the villa, Jiang Han was drawn to a white McLaren P1. He raised an eyebrow. Well, a McLaren P1. Wang Zhe followed behind, wearing a smug look, feigning modesty. Keep it low-key. Jiang Han glanced at his black Range Rover and said, well, take my Range Rover. Your car can't hold much. Finding this reasonable, Wang Zhe nodded, walked over to the McLaren, retrieved a black suitcase from the front trunk and followed Jiang Han and Lu Yun toward the Range Rover. Jiang Han settled firmly into the driver's seat, his hands expertly gripping the steering wheel. He gently pressed the accelerator and the black Range Rover glided out of the villa. In the passenger seat, Lu Yun casually tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. The sunlight fell upon her face, making her look exceptionally beautiful, her eyes shimmering with anticipation. In the back seat, Wang Zhe lounged comfortably, his legs sprawled casually. Light music played in the car as it cruised along the wide road, the greenery on both sides whizzing past. Curious, Wang Zhe leaned forward and broke the silence first. Brother Han, where did you find these two beauties as your housekeepers? Lu Yun curled her lips into a smile. Master Zhe, were young Master Han's housekeepers. Oh, housekeepers. Wang Zhe deliberately dragged out the word as if just catching on, then laughed and patted the back of Jiang Han's seat. Brother Han, get me one when we get there too. Jiang Han burst into laughter, the sound echoing in the car. Don't worry, you won't miss out. Zhang, you must have already arranged everything. Lu Yun joined in with a soft chuckle. Before long the three arrived at the airport. The blazing sun reflected off the glass curtain walls, making it impossible to keep one's eyes open. Jiang Han drove into the parking lot, parked the car, and they all got out. Jiang Han stretched his arms wide and smoothed his collar. Lu Yun slung her handbag over her shoulder and casually tidied her hair. Wang Zhe hopped out of the back seat, still humming a tune. The three walked together toward the airport entrance. The hall was incredibly crowded and the loudspeakers kept announcing flight information. Jiang Han was drawn to a group of people holding light-up signs and asked curiously, did we run into some big star? As he spoke, he craned his neck to look around. Luo Xian. Wang Zhe shouted excitedly, drawing the attention of everyone around them. You know him? Jiang Han asked, looking puzzled at Wang Zhe. He's a big star who just won an award, super popular. Don't you ever go online? Wang Zhe said with a look of disdain. I'm not a fan, how would I know? Jiang Han shrugged nonchalantly. Lu Yun couldn't help but laugh. Jiang Han leaned close to her and said, pretending to be aggrieved, so I'm the only one who didn't know. Lu Yun chuckled and pushed him lightly. It's not too late to find out now, Master Han. Jiang Han smiled lightly at her words. Am I more handsome than that big star? Of course you are, Master Han. Lu Yun replied with a grin. Ew, so cheesy. Let's go. Wang Zhe said, speechless. Jiang Han burst into laughter and led Lu Yun and Wang Zhe toward the VIP passage. As soon as they entered, they heard a woman shouting shrilly, move it or get out of the way of my idol. Her voice was sharp and aggressive, clearly annoyed. Jiang Han frowned, annoyed, and followed the sound. He saw a girl dressed in garish clothes, hands on her hips, eyes wide like brass bells. Jiang Han sneered, your idol won't even give you a glance and you call him yours. As soon as he said this, the surrounding people began whispering and discussing. The girl's face flushed bright red, trembling with rage. She shrieked, what did you say? How dare you talk about my idol? She started to rush over, but several girls who seemed to be her fans quickly held her back. Seeing this, Wang Zhe quickly stepped forward to block Jiang Han. Brother Han, don't stoop to her level. He pulled Jiang Han while warily watching the girl. Just then 2 people walked out. Leading the way was Luo Xian, the idol adored by fans. He wore a casual suit that looked especially well fitted, his hair perfectly styled, a smile on his face, clearly a big star. The fans instantly went wild, their screams almost deafening. Hearing the cheers, Luo Xian's smile grew even brighter and he waved gracefully at his fans. But noticing the tense atmosphere near Jiang Han, he showed a puzzled expression. The assistant following him hurried forward and yelled, what's going on? Everyone quiet down, don't disturb Mr. Luo. As he spoke, he shot a malicious glance at Jiang Han and his companions. Jiang Han wasn't bothered at all. Just as he was about to speak, Lu Yun gently tugged his sleeve and said worriedly, Master Han, don't get involved. We have a plane to catch. Jiang Han looked at Lu Yun and suppressed his anger. Just as they were about to leave, Luo Xian in his casual suit walked over with confident strides, wearing a seemingly concerned expression, and asked, What's the matter? His voice, professionally trained, carried a unique magnetism audible even in the noisy airport VIP passage. Xuanbao, I just told him to hurry so as not to delay you, and he insulted me. The earlier girl, seeing her idol, acted as if she had found a protector. Her eyes reddened as she cried out. As she spoke, she pointed at Jiang Han, looking as if she had suffered an immense grievance. Is that so? Is that true, sir? Upon hearing this, Luo Xian slowly turned his head and fixed a fiery gaze on Jiang Han. He raised his chin slightly, his eyes carrying a hint of scrutiny, as if waiting for Jiang Han's explanation. Oh, so you're that big star. You're not even as good looking as me. Jiang Han, undaunted, curled his lips into a defiant smile and retorted immediately. He crossed his arms over his chest, leaned back slightly, and faced Luo Xian with a highly casual posture, his tone dripping with mockery. Apologize to my fans. Luo Xian's expression shifted slightly. The smile vanished from his face, replaced by a haughty tone. He stepped forward, his suit swaying with the movement as if asserting his authority. Did you build this road? If you want to walk, should I step aside? Apologize to your fans. Who do you think you are? Jiang Han shot back unceremoniously, a flash of anger in his eyes. He took a step forward, locking eyes with Luo Xian. The distance between them shrank instantly, the atmosphere tense and charged. The surrounding fans, seeing their idol stand up for them, gasped. The frenzied screams ceased abruptly, everyone held their breath, watching the unexpected confrontation. Seeing this, the assistant behind Luo Xian quickly stepped forward to stand beside him, glaring at Jiang Han and shouting, Do you know who you're talking to? Mr. Luo is a top star. Don't go too far. The assistant made a protective gesture, spreading his arms slightly in an attempt to separate Jiang Han and Luo Xian. Jiang Han snorted disdainfully, so what if he's a top star? In my eyes, he's not even worth comparing to this beautiful lady beside me. With that, he put his arm around Lu Yun, looking firmly at Luo Xian. Lu Yun showed a worried expression. She gently tugged on Jiang Han's arm and whispered, Master Han, stop messing around. We really need to catch our flight. Wang Zhe immediately flew into a rage, trembling with anger, eyes bulging like brass bells, glaring fiercely at Luo Xian and his group. He cursed loudly, a mere performer with his assistant and a bunch of brainless fans dares to be so arrogant. His voice changed, veins bulging on his neck, chest heaving violently. He took a step forward, hands clenched into fists, looking as if he would lunge and fight any moment. Lu Yun's heart thumped. Panicked, she quickly grabbed Jiang Han with one hand and Wang Zhe with the other, saying urgently, Master Zhe, stop it. Her brows knitted into a knot, sweat beading on her forehead, her eyes full of pleading. The atmosphere was extremely tense, fans stared at them and the air seemed charged with gunpowder. Lu Yun, ignoring everything else, half dragged the two toward the VIP passage, walking hurriedly, her high heels clicking on the floor. Although Jiang Han was also angry, he allowed himself to be pulled away by Lu Yun. Wang Zhe, as he was dragged, kept turning his head to glare viciously at Luo Xian and the others. Asshole, I'll deal with you after I finish my trip. Wang Zhe shouted at the top of his lungs, his voice echoing through the passage. Luo Xian and his assistants' faces alternated between pale and red. Luo Xian's eyes were filled with rage, but with so many fans around he could only hold back. In no time, Lu Yun led the two to the VIP boarding area. It was lavishly decorated with marble floors so polished they reflected like mirrors and crystal chandeliers glittering. The staff were neatly uniformed, smiling, and provided exceptionally attentive service. Hello, may I ask which flight you are taking? Please show your tickets. A good-looking staff member approached with a crisp, pleasant voice. We're flying on a private jet. Jiang Han calmed himself and answered steadily. Oh, you must be young Master Zhang's guests. The boarding gate for the private jet is this way, he'll show you there. The staff member understood and smiled as she led the way. As the three walked past, the surrounding passengers cast envious glances. At the boarding gate, the staff member whispered a few words to the flight attendant. The flight attendant immediately straightened up and said respectfully, this way please. Two staff members took their luggage and led them toward the tarmac. On the tarmac, a brand new private jet gleamed with silver light under the sun. The ground crew bustled about, yet everything was orderly. We have another friend, has he arrived yet? Jiang Han looked around as he walked. He has already boarded. The flight attendant replied with a smile. Jiang Han nodded and boarded the plane. The interior was exquisitely furnished with plush seats and a coffee table adorned with crystal glasses and fruit. Li Yang stood up with a smile to greet them. Finally you're here. I've been waiting forever. Then noticing the grim expressions on Wang Zhe and Jiang Han's faces he asked, what's wrong? Did you two get into a fight? No, we ran into an idiot named Luo Xian on the way in. Wang Zhe replied. What happened? Did he provoke you too? Li Yang asked upon hearing this. Just now in the corridor young Master Han and young Master Zhe had some unpleasantness with him. Lu Yun replied. Oh, and who is this beauty? Did you bring her? Wang Zhe? Li Yang asked with a grin. Brother Han brought her. She's the villa housekeeper. Wang Zhe said, then took a seat. A housekeeper? How can she be so young and beautiful? Li Yang studied Lu Yun curiously, his smile widening as he muttered in amazement. Flustered by his gaze, Lu Yun blushed, lowered her head and tucked her hair behind her ear. Young Master Li, you flatter me. I'm just fortunate to work by young Master Han's side. Jiang Han sat down, crossed his legs and recounted the conflict with Luo Xian. Luo Xian was showing off in the VIP corridor with his fans, and those fans said some nasty things. I shot back a few words and he actually demanded an apology. Isn't that absurd? His tone was dripping with disdain. Wang Zhe also sat down and chimed in, exactly. Luo Xian thinks far too highly of himself. Brother Han wouldn't let him get away with that, and I couldn't stand it either, so I said a few words. He even waved his fist. After hearing this, Li Yang angrily slapped his thigh. Luo Xian is out of line. Brother Han, Wang Zhe, we can't let this slide. When we get back I'm going to teach him a lesson. His eyes showed determination. Jiang Han smiled and waved his hand. Let's not worry about him for now. We're finally together, don't let this trifle spoil the mood. Where are we flying to meet Zhongyu? A private resort island. The plane can land directly, no passport needed. Li Yang was extremely excited, his eyes sparkling. He immediately sat next to Wang Zhe and leaned forward, clearly ready for a good chat. Jiang Han and Lu Yun sat across from them. Jiang Han joked, it's only been a few days and you've already gotten tanned. Li Yang laughed heartily. You don't look too bright yourself. His exaggerated movements made Wang Zhe laugh along. Lu Yun watched them, and the corners of her mouth involuntarily lifted, infected by their lively atmosphere. Wang Zhe asked curiously, what fun things are there on the island? Li Yang sat up straight and began to introduce. There's a gorgeous beach with super soft sand, plenty of water sports, and a bonfire party at night where you can have seafood. Jiang Han nodded. Sounds wonderful. Li Yang continued, there's a luxury resort in the center of the island. I've been there before with my brother. Lu Yun occasionally chimed in, clearly looking forward to it as well. The plane cruised through the blue sky amidst white clouds, and the cabin was filled with laughter and cheer. Everyone was eagerly anticipating the vacation about to begin. As the four were chatting, the plane took off. The fuselage accelerated and plunged into the clouds as the scenery outside shifted from the city to a sea of clouds. Li Yang thumped his chest and said, Brother Han, don't be angry. When we get back I'll make sure Luo Xian can't survive in the entertainment industry. He made a chopping motion as he spoke. Jiang Han waved his hand. Forget it. We're out to have fun, let's just enjoy the vacation. Despite his words, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Wang Zhe added, Brother Han is right. Li Yang, if you do deal with that guy don't forget to call me. Lu Yun, sitting beside Jiang Han, frowned and whispered, Young Master Han, I'm afraid this might cause you trouble. Jiang Han gently patted her hand. Don't worry, I'm here. Meanwhile, Luo Xian got into a business van with a grim face and roared, find out who those two are. How dare they act wild in front of me? He slammed the armrest hard. An assistant quickly leaned in. Teacher Luo, fans have uploaded the video online. Should we buy a trending search? Luo Xian coldly replied with one word, buy. He planned to play the victim, making netizens curse Jiang Han and Wang Zhe and boost his own popularity. Soon the topic, Luo Xian provoked at airport, shot to number 1 on the trending list. Netizens unaware of the truth all cursed Jiang Han and Wang Zhe. Luo Xian's fans even started doxing them. A cyberstorm was about to erupt. Meanwhile, at Tencent building in Lin Shuhua's office, a manager from the information department rushed in anxiously. President Lin. It's bad, the manager said urgently. What's wrong? Lin Shuhua asked. Young Master Han has been exposed online. He's already the top trending topic. What? Who dares to expose young Master Han? Lin Shuhua asked. Luo Xian. He had a conflict with young Master Han at the airport. Then a group of fans filmed the video and put it online, the manager said. That kid, after winning one award, he's forgotten who he is. Have the PR department take down the trending topic immediately and contact Luo Xian's backing company. Lin Shua's eyebrows shot up, her gaze cold as ice, fingers drumming rapidly on the desk, her tone brooked no argument. The manager hastily acknowledged and scurried out to relay the order. The PR department immediately sprang into action, phone ringing and keyboard clacking in chaos, everyone desperately working to remove Jiang Han's trending topic. Lin Shuhua immediately dialed a call and said in a deep voice, "Get me the head of Luo Xian's entertainment company now." The secretary, recognizing the authority in her tone, quickly agreed. Soon General Manager Chen called back asking politely what was the matter. Lin Shuhua sneered, "General Manager Chen, Luo Xian sure is bold, putting young Master Han on the trending list. What are you people trying to do?" General Manager Chen's heart skipped a beat, his face turning grim. He never imagined Luo Xian would provoke such a formidable figure. "General Manager Lin, this must be a misunderstanding. We really didn't know anything. I'll definitely teach him a lesson when I get back." As he wiped his sweat, he continued to explain. "A misunderstanding? The internet is flooded with insults, young Master Han's reputation is ruined. Can you bear that responsibility? Tell Luo Xian to come forward immediately to clarify and apologize. Otherwise, when Tencent gets angry, your company won't be able to handle it." Lin Shua's words were as cold as the winter north wind. General Manager Chen nodded quickly, his voice trembling, "I'll do exactly as you say." After hanging up, he collapsed into his chair, knowing full well that Luo Xian had caused a huge disaster and the company would suffer alongside him. He needed to find a solution fast. But Luo Xian was still reveling in the attention brought by the trending list. He smugly scanned the comments, all overwhelmingly in his favor, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. Before long, Luo Xian's phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, he immediately answered, "General Manager Chen, I just got off the plane. Any instructions?" "Instructions? How dare I give you instructions, Teacher Luo?" General Manager Chen's tone was sarcastic. "General Manager Chen, you jest. Would I be where I am today without your guidance?" Luo Xian replied with a smile. "It seems you truly don't know who you've offended. Cancel all your itineraries in Zhonghai and get back here within 3 hours." General Manager Chen shouted angrily before hanging up. Luo Xian stood frozen, his smile vanishing, replaced by sheer terror. "Teacher Luo, what's wrong?" his assistant asked, worried. "Back to Jingdu." Luo Xian's voice was hoarse. "But we still have commercial performances and variety shows to record." The assistant hastily pulled out the schedule. "Book the fastest flight. Back to Jingdu." Luo Xian barked. Startled, the assistant quickly checked flight information. Luo Xian, frantic with urgency, rushed to the airport and boarded the earliest flight back to Jingdu. On the plane, General Manager Chen's angry, sarcastic voice echoed endlessly in his mind, leaving him restless and drenched in cold sweat. After landing, Luo Xian didn't even bother to collect his luggage. Escorted by his assistant, he rushed straight to the company. As soon as he entered the office, he saw General Manager Chen sitting behind the desk, his face as dark as the bottom of a pot. The ashtray in front of him was piled high with cigarette butts and the room reeked of smoke. General Manager Chen, I'm here," Luo Xian stammered, his voice trembling as he spoke cautiously. General Manager Chen looked up, shooting him a fierce glare, then slammed the tablet onto the desk with a loud smack. On the screen were the trending list that had stirred up the internet and comments in Luo Xian's favor. "Luo Xian, you're quite something. Do you know who you've offended? Someone our entire company can't afford to mess with." General Manager Chen's voice was hoarse with rage, veins bulging on his neck. Luo Xian flinched in fear. He picked up the tablet, staring at the screen, his heart pounding with anxiety. "General Manager Chen, I really didn't know he had such powerful connections. I thought he was just an ordinary rich kid." He was on the verge of tears, his eyes filled with fear and regret. "What's the use of saying that now? General Manager Lin of Tencent has personally pressured us. You need to come out and clarify immediately. Apologize." General Manager Chen stood up, leaning forward with both hands on the desk, staring menacingly. Luo Xian's face turned pale. He collapsed into the chair, muttering to himself, "General Manager Lin of Tencent. How could this be?" He knew all too well the influence Tencent wielded. Offending such a giant meant his acting career was doomed. Meanwhile inside the Tencent building, Lin Shuhua was methodically arranging the next steps. Seated in her spacious bright office, her eyes full of resolve, she said over the phone to her subordinate, "Keep a close eye on the online situation. The trending list must be taken down. We can't let young Master Han's reputation suffer any further. Also contact the legal department and have the documents ready in case the other company doesn't cooperate." After hanging up, Lin Shuhua massaged her temples. In Jingdu, inside General Manager Chen's office, the atmosphere was suffocating. The wooden desk was piled with documents, the ashtray overflowing with cigarette butts, tendrils of smoke curling upward. General Manager Chen sat in his executive chair, leaning forward, pressing his hands hard on the table. His eyes were wide and blazing as he glared at Luo Xian. "Luo Xian, issue an apology immediately and distance yourself from everything related to your fans." His voice was shrill and urgent, fingers tapping fiercely on the table. "I understand, General Manager Chen." Luo Xian's voice quivered, his body trembling as he lowered his head until it nearly touched his chest. His eyes were filled with fear and helplessness, his hands nervously clasped in front of him, a fine layer of sweat beading on his forehead. "If that gentleman doesn't calm down, you'll be shelved by the company." General Manager Chen stood up, walked over to Luo Xian and looked down at him with a cold tone. As he spoke, he jabbed his finger at Luo Xian's shoulder. Luo Xian's face turned ashen, his body swaying as if he might collapse. His lips quivered, he wanted to ask but dared not. He simply couldn't understand who he had offended during that airport altercation, who could terrify General Manager Chen so badly. "General Manager Chen, who exactly did I offend?" Gritting his teeth, Luo Xian mustered his courage, lifted his head and asked timidly. He still didn't realize the two wealthy young men in the video wielded such immense power. "How should I know? All I know is it's young Master Han. General Manager Lin of Tencent personally called to warn us. Someone who can make General Manager Lin intervene personally. Are we in any position to offend that?" General Manager Chen stamped his foot in fury, stepping back and waving his arms in the air. His voice was hoarse from shouting. When he finished, he flopped onto the sofa, breathing heavily, his eyes full of helplessness and despair. General Manager Chen stamped his foot in fury, stepping back and waving his arms in the air. His voice was hoarse from shouting. When he finished, he flopped onto the sofa, breathing heavily, his eyes full of helplessness and despair. His legs went weak as if he might collapse at any moment. Seeing Luo Xian so utterly dejected and unsteady, General Manager Chen grew both worried and furious. He glared at Luo Xian, then abruptly turned to the assistant standing nearby, unsure of what to do, and shouted, "Take him immediately to issue the apology statement." The shout made the very air vibrate. General Manager Chen's face was flushed red, veins bulging on his forehead. The assistant, startled, nodded quickly and cautiously went to support Luo Xian. Luo Xian's eyes were vacant. He let the assistant guide him, his steps light and drifting, and they left the office. Their figures vanished in an instant, leaving behind only a deathly silence. Once Luo Xian was gone, General Manager Chen collapsed into his office chair. After catching his breath, he tremblingly picked up the phone and called Lin Shuhua. With deference and flattery, he said, "General Manager Lin, I'll have Luo Xian issue an apology statement right away. All his business activities have been suspended." As he spoke, he leaned forward, beads of sweat falling from his forehead. "You'd better pray that this statement works. Otherwise you, Luo Xian and Xinhua Entertainment, will all suffer the consequences." Lin Shuhua's voice was icy, sending chills down one's spine. General Manager Chen's hand clenched, knuckles turning white, his face full of fear. Yes, General Manager Lin. We'll do our absolute best." Before he could finish, the line went dead. He put down the phone, leaned back in his chair, momentarily relieved that nothing catastrophic had happened yet, but worried about what might come next. He could only sit in his office waiting in agony for the outcome after the apology statement was released. Every second felt like torture. The private jet carrying Jiang Han and his 3 companions touched down smoothly at the destination airport. As the cabin door opened, a warm breeze carrying the scent of sea salt and flowers wafted in. Jiang Han was the first to step out, dressed in a white shirt and dark jeans. He stood tall and straight, his figure sharpened by the sunlight, with a calm and steady look in his eyes. Lu Yunlian, wearing a light yellow dress with her long hair cascading over her shoulders, stepped out slowly, her eyes full of curiosity and anticipation. Li Yang and Wang Zhe, chatting and laughing, quickly descended the aircraft, brimming with energy. As soon as they disembarked, they spotted Zhang Yu. He was wearing a printed short-sleeve shirt, ripped jeans and sunglasses, looking extremely trendy. Behind him 4 sports cars were lined up in perfect order, their flashy appearance drawing the attention of many ground crew members. "Hey! Who's this bringing a beauty along?" Zhang Yu teased Li Yang with a laugh, nudging him with his elbow. Who else could it be? It's brother Han. Wang Zhe laughed loudly in reply, then quickly walked over to a Lamborghini, circling it while touching it and praising it endlessly. Hey, you and brother Han are trending on the hot search, did you know? Zhang Yu suddenly leaned close to Wang Zhe, frowning and speaking in a low voice. Huh? When did that happen? Wang Zhe's smile vanished instantly, his face full of surprise as he stopped what he was doing and looked at Zhang Yu. What's wrong? What happened? Jiang Han walked over with a smile, placing his hand on Wang Zhe's shoulder. You two were posted online, number 1 on the hot search. Zhang Yu said urgently. Damn it. Jiang Han's expression changed instantly, his eyes blazing with anger. He quickly pulled out his phone and called Lin Shuhua, asking anxiously, President Lin, what's going on with this online matter? He paced back and forth while waiting for a reply, and the atmosphere around him suddenly grew tense. Young Master Han, the hot search has been taken down. I've already notified Luo Xian to apologize. Lin Shuhua sat in her office, her voice trembling slightly, her back soaked with sweat, her eyes fixed intently on her phone, not daring to look away for a moment. No sooner had she spoken than the PR manager rushed in, panting. President Lin Xinghua has issued a statement, but fans think it was forced by capital, it's all criticism. As he spoke, he quickly handed over a tablet, its screen covered with dense negative comments. Since they already think it's capital suppression, I don't want to hear the name Luo Xian again. Jiang Han roared in fury and hung up the phone. As the dial tone echoed, Lin Shuhua's face darkened like the bottom of a pot. She gritted her teeth and said, have the company's legal department send a lawyer's letter. Make Xinghua and Luo Xian disappear. With that, she slammed the table with a loud smack. The PR manager quickly nodded, said, yes, and hurried out. The legal team of Tencent quickly sent the lawyer's letter to Xinghua Entertainment. President Chen was in his office. The lighting had been soft, but the moment he saw the lawyer's letter, the light seemed to turn pale and cold, as if the letter itself carried a chill. President Chen had been leisurely fiddling with a pen, but the instant he saw the lawyer's letter, his smile vanished in an instant. He took the letter with trembling hands. After just one glance, his eyes widened in shock, his face filled with terror. Why did they send a lawyer's letter? Forcing down his panic, President Chen quickly called Lin Shuhua. As soon as the call connected, his voice trembled. Hello. Young Master Han is displeased. Luo Xian's fans claim that capital forced Luo Xian to apologize. Young Master Han wants Luo Xian to disappear from the entertainment industry. Lin Shuhua said coldly and hung up. The dial tone echoed in the office. President Chen's face was as white as paper, his body frozen in the chair as he muttered, Luo Xian, I told you to keep a low profile, but you wouldn't listen. Now it's over. His eyes were vacant, feeling as if a giant hand was squeezing his heart. On the floor of Xinghua Entertainment, the office had been chaotic, but then President Chen's shout stunned everyone, Luo Xian. If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. The employees immediately stopped what they were doing and looked in the direction of the voice in shock. The floor fell silent so completely that you could hear a pin drop. President Chen, his face burning with rage, strode quickly toward Luo Xian's office, each step thudding on the floor. He pushed the door open angrily with a loud bang, startling Luo Xian, who was playing on his phone, almost causing him to drop it. Without a word, President Chen raised his hand and slapped Luo Xian, sending his face twisting and blood immediately seeping from the corner of his mouth. You are the epitome of stupidity. Now look what you've done, just wait to die. President Chen shouted, pointing at Luo Xian, his eyes wide. President Chen. I didn't know things would turn out like this. Luo Xian covered his slapped face, his eyes red and his voice choked with tears. I told you to keep a low profile. But you were more arrogant than anyone. Fine, now others step on steel plates. You damn it stepped on a bomb. President Chen shouted, pacing around the office, waving his arms wildly. President Chen, I've already had someone find out that young Master Han has gone to Sanzhou Island for a vacation. We can still be saved. Let's go and apologize to young Master Han in person. Luo Xian, covering his badly swollen face, his eyes filled with terror and a hint of desperate hope, spoke rapidly like a machine gun. He knew very well that if he couldn't smooth things over with young Master Han this time, his acting career would be over and Xinghua Entertainment would also suffer. President Chen, who had been pacing back and forth in a rage, suddenly stopped in his tracks. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, followed by hesitation. But soon the thought of survival took over. You go arrange a plane immediately. This is our last chance. Well, go to Sanzhou Island and apologize to young Master Han in person. He pointed at Luo Xian's assistant, his voice hoarse with anger and urgency. The assistant, trembling with fear, nodded frantically, pulled out his phone and swiped rapidly on the screen. Okay, President Chen. I'll contact them right away. In the office the other employees exchanged glances and whispered, this is really bad. Who knows if an apology will work. Young Master Han is not someone to be trifled with. Luo Xian has really stirred up a hornet's nest this time. Luo Xian stood up ignoring the pain on his face and walked over to President Chen, his voice choked with tears. President Chen, it's my fault. I will do my utmost to appease young Master Han. President Chen frowned, feeling both helpless and furious. Now he could only hope that this apology would help. You'd better be careful. If you mess up again, we'll both be out on the street. Before long Luo Xian's assistant returned, speaking cautiously. President Chen, the plane is ready. It can take off at any time. Why aren't you preparing the car yet? President Chen glared at the assistant, his anger still simmering, shouting as he hastily straightened his tie, his eyes filled with urgency. The assistant quickly nodded and scurried off to arrange the car. President Chen and Luo Xian hurried after him. Luo Xian occasionally touched his swollen face, his steps heavy, his expression full of regret, while President Chen frowned and muttered, there must be no more mishaps. Meanwhile, in a vacation villa on Sanzhou Island, the atmosphere was stifling. Li Yang's phone suddenly rang. Glancing at the caller ID, his expression softened. Hello, brother. How did Xiao Han end up on the hot search? Li Wei inquired with concern. He ran into an oblivious celebrity, Li Yang replied with disdain, shaking his head lightly. Alright, tell Xiao Han to speak up if he needs anything, Li Wei said firmly. Jiang Han, who had been lounging on the sofa, sat up abruptly and exclaimed, thanks brother Wei, I got it. Xiao Han is there. Then have fun, Li Wei said and hung up. The villa fell silent again, with only the sound of waves outside contrasting sharply with the oppressive mood inside. Come on, we're on vacation, let's be happy. Don't let that guy ruin our mood. Zhang Yu wore a broad smile as if trying to dispel the gloom, waving his hands in the air, looking optimistic and carefree. Wang Zhe said with frustration, I'm not angry, just regretful that I didn't punch him at the airport. He slapped the sofa armrest emphatically. Don't dwell on those troubles, let's have a blast. I'll call over some beauties. Zhang Yu said, pulling out his phone to dial, shouting, ladies come over and join the fun. Soon the beauties pushed open the door and entered, chattering away, instantly enlivening the villa. The leading lady in red walked toward Jiang Han and greeted him with a smile. Jiang Han grinned back and Wang Zhe and Li Yang also responded warmly. The music, the clinking of glasses and the laughter mingled together. If the earlier oppressive atmosphere vanished and the entire villa was filled with joy. On the other side, Luo Xian, President Chen and the assistant hastily boarded a plane to Sanzhou Island. The plane taxied down the runway before lifting off and disappearing into the clouds. Inside the cabin the lighting was soft, yet it still felt stifling and oppressive. Luo Xian sat slumped, his hands dangling, his gaze vacant, his face pale as paper. The red mark from President Chen's slap hadn't faded, making him look utterly disheveled. Thinking about how his impulsiveness had plunged the company into disaster and caused all film contracts to fall through, he was consumed by regret, his intestines practically twisted with remorse. President Chen frowned, his face etched with exhaustion, staring at the stack of contract termination agreements on the small table. His fingers tapped unconsciously on the papers, producing a dull sound. At that moment his mind was solely focused on how to get Han Xiao to relent and spare Xinhua Entertainment. Sigh. President Chen let out a heavy sigh, then turned and shot a vicious glare at Luo Xian. If not for the need to rely on him, he would have given this troublemaker a thorough beating. Sensing the gaze, Luo Xian shuddered and lowered his head even further. The assistant sat across from them, carefully organizing documents, occasionally stealing glances at the expressions of the two. His forehead was covered in sweat and his hands trembled slightly. He knew the company was in dire straits and he himself was on edge, afraid of any misstep. The plane weaved through the clouds heading toward Sanzhou Island. Yet the unease in their hearts was like the thick clouds pressing heavily on their chests, impossible to dispel. The nearly 3-hour flight was a torment for Luo Xian, President Chen and the assistant. The plane weaved through the clouds, the roar of the engines adding to their anxiety. At last the plane landed at Sanzhou Island Airport. President Chen led Luo Xian off the plane. Luo Xian had lost all his star pride, his head hung low, his steps dragging, his gaze filled with cowardice. President Chen's face was grim, his brows furrowed into a deep frown as he pondered how to apologize to Han Xiao and resolve the crisis facing Xinhua Entertainment. The three got into a business car heading to Jiang Han's vacation villa. Along the way the beautiful scenery outside whizzed by, but inside the car the atmosphere was oppressive. Luo Xian nervously rubbed his hands. President Chen closed his eyes in feigned sleep and the receptionist in the passenger seat barely dared to breathe. President Chen, we're going to second young Master Zhang's villa. Are we negotiating with him? The receptionist asked, turning back with a puzzled look, scrutinizing both President Chen and Luo Xian. Second young Master Zhang. The second son of the Zhang family. President Chen opened his eyes in surprise, sitting up straight as the Zhang family's formidable reputation in Jingdu came to mind, heightening his fear of the Han Shao mentioned by Lin Shuhua. Exactly. The Han Shao you asked about is precisely the one invited by second young master Zhang, the receptionist affirmed, watching President Chen's reaction. Hearing this, President Chen felt a chill rise from his feet to the top of his head, his hair standing on end. Luo Xian also turned pale with fright, trembling slightly. Having spent years in Jingdu, they knew well the influence of the Zhang family in both business and political circles. Realizing the deep connection between Han Shao and second young master Zhang, their awe and fear reached their peak. What's to be done? President Chen murmured to himself, his voice filled with helplessness. Luo Xian buried his head even lower, fully aware of the grave mistake he had made. The car sped along the narrow road, coconut trees swaying in the wind, but President Chen and his companions had no mind for such scenery. Before long the car stopped in front of the vacation villa. President Chen and the others got out, their steps heavy. Luo Xian kept his head down, his hands intertwined nervously. President Chen straightened his back, but the tension was still visible. What's your business here? Who are you looking for? A security guard approached, blocking them, his eyes full of vigilance. Please inform second young master Zhang. We've brought Luo Xian to apologize to Han Shao. President Chen forced a fawning smile, his voice trembling slightly as he hastily offered his business card. The security guard took the card, frowned, and reported via the intercom, someone is at the gate seeking to apologize to Han Shao. Their leader is President Chen of Xinhua Entertainment. Inside the villa, a man in a suit hurried over to Zhang Yu and whispered something in his ear. Zhang Yu, who was sitting on the sofa with Jiang Han and the others, raised an eyebrow, looked at Jiang Han, swirled his glass and said with a smile, Brother Han, someone's here to apologize waiting outside. Want to see them? Jiang Han leaned back on the sofa, his fingers tapping incessantly on the armrest. After pondering for a moment, he took a deep breath and said, let's see them then. Zhang Yu curled his lips into a smirk, raising his hand to beckon. The suit-wearing man beside him immediately caught on and shouted into the walkie-talkie, bring them in. The security guard at the gate received the order, his expression softening as he gestured for President Chen and the others to enter. The villa's grand doors slowly opened. President Chen and his four companions, their hearts uneasy and their steps heavy, filed into the villa. As soon as Luo Xian and his assistant entered the villa, their gazes were immediately drawn to Jiang Han and Wang Zhe. Then, as if guilty of some wrongdoing, they quickly lowered their heads, their necks shrinking involuntarily. Come here. Zhang Yu beckoned again, shouting at the top of his lungs, his voice echoing through the villa. Everyone followed the security guard to approach him. With each step closer, President Chen's heart raced faster, his hands clenching unconsciously, his palms drenched in sweat. Second young master. President Chen forced a smile that was uglier than a cry, calling out respectfully, his face a mix of fawning and fear. Zhang Yu turned sideways, looking at Jiang Han and Wang Zhe, his tone carrying a hint of mockery. Brother Han, Wang Zhe, they've come to apologize. Wang Zhe, who had been resting his hand on the sofa arm, shifted, sitting up straight, his gaze shooting like a knife at Luo Xian. You put me on the internet. These words were like a thunderbolt. Luo Xian and his assistant shuddered violently, instinctively stepping back. Luo Xian's legs went weak while his assistant's face turned deathly pale, a fine layer of sweat beading on his forehead. Seeing this, President Chen quickly stepped forward, slightly bowing, his hands nervously clasped together, his voice trembling. Second young master. I'm really sorry for disturbing you. It's one thing to disturb me, but disturbing my brother Han, that's just not right. Zhang Yu said unhurriedly, each word landing like a heavy hammer on everyone's hearts. He patted Jiang Han on the shoulder and asked with a grin, Brother Han, want to have someone beat them up to vent your anger? Jiang Han glanced at Zhang Yu, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly, revealing a barely perceptible sneer. He picked up the wine glass, downed it in one gulp, then stood up and walked over to President Chen. He sat on the coffee table looking down at Luo Xian and his assistant, his voice low and calm yet laced with pressure. Weren't you asking me to apologize? As soon as he finished speaking, the villa fell silent. Everyone looked at President Chen. His face flushed red with anger, his eyes wide as saucers, he glared fiercely at Luo Xian. He raised his hand and with a sharp smack slapped Luo Xian across the face. The slap sent Luo Xian's head buzzing, his body falling backward, landing flat on the ground with a thud. A bright red handprint immediately appeared on his face and blood began to seep from the corner of his mouth. He looked at President Chen in utter shock. Apologize to young Master Han right now. President Chen, trembling with rage, shouted at the top of his voice. He knew well that Luo Xian had really messed up this time. If young Master Han was not satisfied, Xinhua Entertainment would be completely finished. Luo Xian, disregarding the pain, scrambled over to Jiang Han, fell to his knees with a loud thump, and bowed his head so low it nearly touched the ground. He cried, "Young Master Han, I failed to recognize Mount Tai. I was wrong." As he spoke he raised his hand and slapped himself repeatedly. The sharp, smack-smack sounds were particularly jarring in the villa. Soon his face was covered with red marks. "Cut it out. I don't dare to accept an apology from a big star." Jiang Han narrowed his eyes, his face full of disdain, and said coldly. His voice echoed through the villa like shards of ice piercing into Luo Xian. "Young Master Han. I was truly blind. Please beat me up to vent your anger." Terrified Luo Xian shuddered, lunged forward with a sob and clung to Jiang Han's leg, his face a mess of tears and snot. "Get away from me." Jiang Han kicked Luo Xian away. Luo Xian flew like a broken kite, crashing to the ground, curling into a ball, not daring to breathe, his eyes filled with fear. Jiang Han patted his trousers, looked at President Chen, his gaze carrying authority. "Are you his boss?" "Yes, young Master Han." Under Jiang Han's stare President Chen's scalp tingled and his voice trembled. "Either he's finished or you're finished. Understand?" Jiang Han said icily. "Understood. Young Master Han, I guarantee he will never appear in the entertainment industry again." President Chen quickly bowed, repeatedly speaking resolutely. He knew that to save himself and his company he had to abandon Luo Xian. "Oh, you're quite sensible." Jiang Han raised his head, his sharp gaze fixed on President Chen, looking at him as if examining some rare curiosity, making President Chen extremely uncomfortable. "Young Master Han, about President Lin." President Chen leaned forward, a fawning smile on his face, but his tone betrayed unease. He rubbed his hands nervously and another layer of sweat appeared on his forehead. Lin Shuhua's attitude weighed heavily on his heart like a boulder. "I'll talk to Lin Shuhua. You can go now." Jiang Han frowned, waved his hand impatiently and turned away, unwilling to engage further. "Thank you, young Master Han." President Chen's tense nerves instantly relaxed, a flash of surprise in his eyes. He quickly bowed in thanks, then nudged Luo Xian on the ground and hissed, "What are you waiting for? Let's go." Luo Xian scrambled to his feet and the group slunk toward the villa entrance, quickly disappearing. "Lin Shuhua. The President Lin from Tencent." Li Yang, overhearing Jiang Han's conversation with President Chen of Xinhua, asked with a puzzled look. He set down his wine glass, leaned forward and fixed his eyes on Jiang Han. You know her?" Jiang Han replied with a smile, appearing relaxed. "Of course. She's Sister Ling's elder sister. Sister Ling's name is Lin Ling." Li Yang raised his voice excitedly, "I've met President Lin. She's got quite the presence. Brother Han, what's your relationship with Tencent?" Zhang Yu, who had been lounging lazily on the sofa, immediately sat up straight upon hearing this. "There's a bit of a connection. I seem to be the second largest shareholder of Tencent." Jiang Han said casually, sitting down as he spoke naturally, wrapping his arm around Lu Yun. Lu Yun blushed and leaned against him. "Second largest shareholder?" Zhang Yu and Li Yang exclaimed simultaneously, their eyes wide. Zhang Yu nearly knocked over his wine glass and Li Yang's mouth dropped open in shock. "Brother Han, you're really good at keeping secrets." Zhang Yu recovered and said with a laugh. Hearing this, Jiang Han looked at the three of them and laughed. "But I really didn't expect Lin Shuhua to be Sister Ling's elder sister." With that, Li Yang leaned in and said, "Let me tell you, the Lin family is no ordinary family. Sister Ling's parents are high-ranking government officials. Sister Ling is also formidable, she's an expert in finance. Back in the day she was the one who turned Wall Street upside down." "Holy crap. Really?" Jiang Han's eyes widened as he stared fixedly at Li Yang, his face conveying disbelief. Li Yang nodded vigorously while Jiang Han pursed his lips, feeling perplexed if this world was indeed too small, as Lin Shuhua and Lin Ling surprisingly had this connection. At this moment Zhang Yu approached with a playful grin, saying, "Brother Han, you're a shareholder of Tencent, could you do me a favor?" He leaned forward, his face adorned with a sycophantic smile. Jiang Han raised an eyebrow and asked, "What favor?" Zhang Yu chuckled, scratching his head, "I heard there will be countless beauties at the Tencent Star Gala, take me to see it." Jiang Han looked confused, "What Star Gala?" Zhang Yu quickly explained, "It's the red carpet event organized by Tencent where celebrities and internet stars can attend. It's happening in a month and it'll be quite lively." Jiang Han smiled and agreed, "All right, I haven't been either, let's go and join the fun together." Zhang Yu joked, "Brother Han, you the second largest shareholder haven't been. You might even discover some potential new stars." Jiang Han shook his head with a wry smile, yet couldn't help but curve his lips upward. The atmosphere in the room instantly lightened, with everyone chatting and laughing. The group had been lively in the vacation villa all day, and before they knew it, night fell, enveloping Sanzhou Island in darkness. Outside the window, the sea breeze gently swayed the coconut trees, moonlight spilled onto the beach, and the warm light from the villa seeped through the windows, casting shadows on the ground. After finishing dinner, Jiang Han declined the invitation to the bar, took a shower, and entered the cozy room. The scent of lavender filled the air, instantly relaxing him. Wearing loose pajamas with slightly damp hair, he sat on the edge of the bed. Lu Yun walked in wearing a light pink nightgown and softly asked, "Young Master Han, are you tired?" Jiang Han replied affirmatively, turning to extend his hand. "Come here, let me hold you and chat for a while." Lu Yun smiled as she lay in his arms, resting her head against his chest. Jiang Han embraced her, gently running his fingers through her hair as the sound of waves from outside brought an unusual tranquility. "Today was quite a whirlwind," he said. Lu Yun looked up at him and replied earnestly, "As long as I can be with you, I'm fine with anything," before snuggling closer to him. Jiang Han chuckled and kissed her forehead. The two held each other like that, immersed in the beauty of the night. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the curtains, illuminating the bedroom floor. Jiang Han woke up early, careful not to wake Lu Yun. He quietly got out of bed and walked to the balcony. The sea breeze gently tousled his hair. He took a deep breath, savoring the salty scent of the sea mixed with floral aromas. It felt particularly pleasant. Looking out into the distance, the sky met the sea, shimmering under the sunlight. On the beach, early rising seabirds were pecking for food while chirping excitedly. Jiang Han stood there quietly, enjoying the serenity, and all his worries seemed to vanish. As he moved, Lu Yun also woke up, still a bit groggy. Seeing Jiang Han heading to the balcony, she slightly opened her eyes to watch him. In the morning light, Jiang Han sat on the sofa, looking particularly handsome as his gaze rested on the horizon. A wave of tenderness surged within Lu Yun, and not wanting to disturb him, she lay back on the bed, peering through the curtains gap at him, her lips involuntarily curling into a soft smile. Early in the morning, a shout shattered the tranquility. Li Yang, drenched in sweat, rode a bicycle back to the villa in a flurry, yelling, "Brother Han, are you trying to act mysterious here?" Jiang Han felt a bit speechless, turned around and went downstairs, jokingly asking, "Where did you swipe that bicycle?" Li Yang grinned, pointing at two brand new bicycles parked nearby. Li Yang proudly replied, "They're not mine, they belong to Zhang Yu. But riding on this island must be exhilarating." Jiang Han felt a bit tempted and nodded, agreeing that it was a good idea. At this moment, Zhang Yu and Wang Zhe stumbled out, their eyes bleary, staring blankly at the scene before them. "Why are you two so energetic? Aren't you tired?" Zhang Yu rubbed his eyes, sleepily yawning as he asked. His pajamas were wrinkled, hair tousled, giving off the look of someone just waking up, with his eyes filled with confusion over Li Yang and Jiang Han's exuberance. "Of course. One is sleeping with a beautiful housekeeper and the other played until the middle of the night, how can they not be energetic?" Wang Zhe crossed his arms, gazing at the two with an expression of helpless teasing, his tone mixed with envy and a hint of jealousy, as if lamenting his own lack of energy. "You two are so young, why are you so lifeless?" Li Yang jested, puffing out his chest and raising an eyebrow at Zhang Yu and Wang Zhe. "Go to hell." Zhang Ye's face flushed crimson, making a move as if to punch Li Yang, but was held back by Wang Zhe. The four of them bantered as they walked into the villa. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a golden hue on the marble floor. Li Yang plopped down on the sofa, picked up a large red apple from the coffee table, wiped it, and called out to the housekeeper, "Get us something to eat." "Already prepared, young Master Yang." A middle-aged housekeeper in a sharp suit replied with a professional smile, slightly bowing. "Brother Han, look at this housekeeper, doesn't he seem impressive?" Wang Zhe patted Jiang Han's leg, jokingly saying, "My house has one too." "What do you know?" Jiang Han rolled his eyes, playfully nudging Wang Zhe with his elbow. Despite his disdainful expression, his eyes sparkled with amusement. At that moment, the housekeeper wheeled in a cart laden with delicious food, and the fragrant aroma immediately filled the entire living room, capturing the attention of all four, signaling that a lively breakfast was about to begin. "Brother Han, guess who I ran into last night?" Zhang Yu, with his mouth full of bread, spoke indistinctly, his eyes gleaming with mystery. "Who?" Jiang Han took a sip of coffee, raising an eyebrow as he looked at Zhang Yu. "Bai Chen." Zhang Yu quickly swallowed his food, sitting up straight while observing Jiang Han's reaction. "How is he here?" Jiang Han frowned, recalling the task from a year ago about expelling Bai Chen from Zhonghai, which had seen little progress, a hint of displeasure flashing in his eyes. Zhang Yu pondered, saying, "There's a car racing circuit event on Sanzhou Island today. Bai Chen has formed a racing team, so he's probably here for that." Just then Jiang Han heard the system's notification, "Task released, win the championship in the Sanzhou Island circuit race. Task reward 1 progress on expelling Bai Chen from Zhonghai, 3 times refund on consumption." Jiang Han's eyes lit up excitedly, clenching his fists as he looked at Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu, noticing this, curiously asked, "Brother Han, you're not thinking of entering the race, are you?" Jiang Han's lips curled upward, revealing a confident smile, clearly having made up his mind. Zhang Yu, seeing Jiang Han's determined look, sighed helplessly and said, "All right, my brother's team is also participating in the race. I'll get you a spot." Though his words carried a tone of resignation, his eyes sparkled with anticipation, as if he could already envision Jiang Han tearing through the track. "Is brother Lin coming too?" Li Yang asked, setting down his juice with a curious expression. "He's busy with blind dates," Zhang Yu replied with a grin, gesturing animatedly. "I heard the girl he's meeting is stunning and comes from a well-off family. My brother's got no mind for racing right now." The group burst into laughter, the sound echoing through the living room. Just then the bedroom door opened and Lu Yun emerged in a simple yet elegant dress, her long hair cascading over her shoulders. With light makeup she looked exceptionally fresh and radiant. Her appearance seemed to brighten the entire room. "Bowtie's awake. Come have breakfast," Wang Zhe said with a smile. "Thank you," Lu Yun replied, a gentle curve on her lips as she walked over and sat beside Jiang Han. He handed her a glass of warm milk, their interaction natural and sweet. The atmosphere in the living room was warm and cozy. As they ate breakfast they chatted about the upcoming island circuit race, filled with excitement for the journey ahead. After breakfast Zhang Yu led the group to Zhang Lin's racing team. The sun was warm, the sea breeze gentle, and the roadside flowers and grass swayed lazily. At the team's garage the race cars were lined up neatly, their metallic bodies gleaming under the sun. Mechanics were busy inspecting and polishing the vehicles, working tirelessly. "Young Master Yu." The team manager, a burly middle-aged man in a black racing suit, spotted Zhang Yu and immediately dropped his work to rush over. "Get my brother a spot in the race. Let him take a few laps later," Zhang Yu said, casually patting one of the cars. "Young Master Yu, it's a bit difficult. Your brother gave strict orders that we must win this race without any mistakes." The manager forced a bitter smile and explained, secretly observing Zhang Ye's expression. "So my brother's words carry weight but mine don't." Zhang Ye's face darkened as he turned to stare at the manager. "My brother's skills are good but my friend here is even better. Why can't you arrange a spot for him?" The manager's forehead beaded with sweat as he lowered his gaze, unable to meet Zhang Ye's eyes. This request put the manager in a tough spot. He dared not offend Zhang Yu, yet he feared disobeying Zhang Lin's orders. What was he to do? After hesitating for a long time the manager wiped his brow and cautiously asked, "Young Master Yu, how about I arrange a substitute spot for your friend?" Zhang Ye's eyes widened in displeasure. "My brother can race and my friend here is even better than him. You want him to be a substitute? Better than young Master Lin?" The manager's jaw dropped in astonishment, having assumed Zhang Yu just wanted to bring a friend along for fun. "Of course. At the Zhonghai racetrack my brother lost to him." Zhang Yu crossed his arms impatiently, pride evident in his voice for Jiang Han's skill. The manager ventured a guess. "Young Master Yu, is your friend the Han Shao from Zhonghai?" "Yeah, you've heard of him." Zhang Yu looked puzzled. "Young Master Lin mentioned losing to Han Shao. I'll take care of it right away." The manager's face lit up with a smile. He bowed and scurried off to arrange Jiang Han's entry. Hearing this, Zhang Ye's face broke into a wide grin. He strode over to Jiang Han, snapped his fingers and said cheerfully, "Brother Han, it's all set." His eyes sparkled with pride as if to say, "I've got this covered." "Thanks." Jiang Han's lips curved into a genuine smile. He patted Zhang Ye's shoulder, his eyes filled with gratitude. "Don't mention it. When you win the championship just give me your autograph," Zhang Yu said dramatically, reaching out for a signature, his head tilted and a teasing look on his face as if already picturing Jiang Han on the winner's podium. "No way, I'll have to charge you. Photo, 800, autograph, 1,000. Jiang Han laughed, holding up his fingers to show the prices like a shrewd little vendor. "Damn. You're so heartless." Zhang Yu widened his eyes, pretending to be angry as he pointed at Jiang Han. "I've done so much for you and you're talking about money. That breaks my heart." But his eyes were full of laughter, clearly knowing Jiang Han was joking. The two bantered back and forth, their laughter lightening the atmosphere around them. The team manager hurried over, beaming at Zhang Yu. "Young Master Yu, everything's arranged. Let me take Han Shao to get familiar with the car." Sweat glistened on his forehead and his racing suit was slightly wrinkled, but his enthusiasm was undiminished. His eyes darted between Zhang Yu and Jiang Han, full of fawning and anticipation. Zhang Yu looked relaxed, a grin on his face. "Brother Han, go ahead. I'll take care of that beauty for you." He nodded toward Lu Yun and winked. Jiang Han shook his head in resignation, but a smile tugged at the corner of his lips. He glanced at Lu Yun, who was smiling, and read the trust and encouragement in her eyes. Patting Zhang Yu on the shoulder, he followed the team manager toward the racing area. Along the way, the manager enthusiastically introduced the car's performance. Jiang Han listened attentively, occasionally asking questions. Soon they arrived at a sleek metallic race car that gleamed with a cool aerodynamic design. The manager opened the door for Jiang Han to get in and feel the car. As Jiang Han settled into the driver's seat and grasped the steering wheel, a glint of excitement and anticipation flashed in his eyes. Jiang Han gently pressed the accelerator and the car let out a low roar before shooting forward like an arrow. Tires screeched against the asphalt, leaving trails of smoke. His hands steadied the wheel, his eyes fixed on the track as if he and the car were one. After a few laps, the car came to a smooth stop. The team manager rushed over, admiration clear on his face. Han Xiao, your control of the curves and speed is incredible. Driving is like a dance, effortless. Jiang Han unbuckled his seatbelt and stepped out, patting the car with a smile. I'm just messing around for fun. If I really want to win, it's all thanks to you all. This car's performance is outstanding, it's the team's achievement. Thank you, Han Xiao. The team manager's smile widened. Just as Jiang Han finished exchanging technical details with the team, the fleet manager arrived with an experienced navigator. Young Master Han, this navigator will be your partner from now on. The manager introduced. The navigator looked confident, extending his hand and saying, Young Master Han, it's my great honor to work with you. Jiang Han shook his hand firmly and smiled. I'm counting on you then. Hope we have good chemistry and take the championship. Immediately after, the team's 5 cars lined up neatly and drove toward the starting point. The engines roared, sunlight glinted off the car bodies, instantly drawing the attention of many spectators. Meanwhile, Li Yang and the others arrived at the monitoring room. The equipment inside was quite advanced and the staff were busy in an orderly manner. Their eyes were fixed on the large screen, eagerly hoping for Jiang Han to perform well. Bai Chen's team also arrived. Bai Chen sat in a black racing car wearing a tight racing suit and sunglasses, looking rather ostentatious. As soon as he spotted the cars of Zhang Lin's team, he began to taunt through the intercom, if you don't even place this time, won't the boss skin you alive? Jiang Han turned his head toward Bai Chen and smiled. Hey brother Chen, long time no see. Bai Chen's face changed the moment he heard Jiang Han's voice. He took off his sunglasses, anger flaring in his eyes. Jiang Han. What a coincidence. Jiang Han continued to mock. Brother Chen, are you still planning to burn the car if you lose? He patted the car beside him, a look of disdain on his face. Bai Chen refused to back down. I dare to burn it. Is this your car? Jiang Han replied loudly, if it's not mine, can't I buy it? 10 million for one car, is that enough? His gaze was resolute, showing no fear. The atmosphere on the track instantly turned tense. The two were like fighting cocks on the verge of an explosive showdown. Kid. How about this, if you lose, that poison you just bought is mine, if I lose, I'll burn my car and compensate you with another car worth 10 million. Just 5 cars. Do you dare to bet? Bai Chen looked smug, his chin slightly raised, his eyes full of provocation as if victory was certain, his tone dismissive. Fine. Since Brother Chen wants to play, I'll join you. Get the money ready. Jiang Han curled his lips, appearing relaxed as he patted the steering wheel, but his gaze held determination. He was confident of winning. The two exchanged barbs, the tension thickening, drawing the surrounding spectators closer as they murmured about the race. The staff were also busy inspecting the track and adjusting equipment, anxious to avoid any mishaps. Soon the referee stood at the starting line with a signal gun, his expression serious as he scanned the area. Then with a bang, the gunshot broke the silence. Several cars shot off like mad, tires screeching against the ground, leaving thick smoke in their wake. Jiang Han sat steadily in the driver's seat, hands firmly gripping the wheel, his eyes calm and focused, leisurely following behind Bai Chen's car. The navigator stared intently at the GPS, constantly feeding road information to Jiang Han. Jiang Han lightly pressed the accelerator and shifted gears smoothly, the racing car cruising steadily, maintaining a perfect distance from Bai Chen's vehicle. The blazing sun hung high, its bright rays casting a golden sheen over the track as if draping it in a shimmering coat. One after another racing cars sped past like lightning, their shadows darting across the ground. A fierce chase had already begun. The race was nearly a quarter through. In the monitoring room, Li Yang stared at the screen, his hands clenched, sweat beading on his forehead. He shouted anxiously, "What's going on with Brother Han? Why isn't he overtaking yet?" Wang Zhe, calm and unhurried, patted Li Yang and said, "Don't you trust Brother Han's driving skills? He definitely knows what he's doing. We just have to wait and see. Unnoticed, the race crossed the halfway point. Jiang Han's car remained unhurried, steadily trailing behind Bai Chen as if conserving energy. Young Master Han were past the halfway mark. The navigator's eyes were fixed on the dashboard as he leaned toward Jiang Han and shouted, his voice filled with urgency and anticipation. "Alright, no more dawdling." Jiang Han's lips curved up, his gaze sharpening, and he floored the accelerator. The racing car shot forward like a rocket, the engine roared, the front lifted slightly, tires squealing and emitting a puff of smoke. In the blink of an eye he overtook Bai Chen. Bai Chen immediately slammed the accelerator to catch up, but Jiang Han's car had already disappeared like lightning. Jiang Han leaned forward, gripping the steering wheel tightly, eyes locked on the track. Man and machine seemed to merge as he pushed forward at full speed. The spectators on both sides of the track erupted into cheers at the sudden acceleration, the sound echoing continuously over the racetrack. Bai Chen refused to surrender so easily. Gritting his teeth, he maneuvered the steering wheel, pushing the racing car's performance to the limit, clinging tenaciously to Jiang Han. The two cars raced neck and neck on the winding track, their speed terrifying the airflow, whipping the roadside flags wildly. The race continued into a section of consecutive turns, a true test of the driver's skill and the car's handling. Jiang Han concentrated, fully remaining composed as he braked early and turned the steering wheel with precision. The racing car glided through curve after curve like a nimble serpent, barely slipping. The navigator was equally focused, using the GPS and his familiarity with the track to issue precise commands. Their cooperation was seamless. Bai Chen, eager to catch up, became a bit impatient, entering the corners, causing a slight loss of control. Though he quickly corrected it, he had lost ground to Jiang Han. Frustrated and unwilling to admit defeat, his fighting spirit only intensified. As the race entered its final fifth, Jiang Han remained in the lead. But just then a warning light flashed on the dashboard. Fuel was running low. The navigator quickly reported, "Young Master Han, we're almost out of gas." A flicker of tension crossed Jiang Han's eyes, but he quickly steadied himself, rapidly calculating a strategy to maintain speed while conserving fuel. Bai Chen sensed something was off. Delighted, he saw an opportunity and once again floored the accelerator. His car lunged toward Jiang Han like a mad bull, closing the distance. The spectators on both sides also noticed the shift in momentum. Their cheers grew louder and everyone held their breath, waiting for the final outcome. At this critical moment, Jiang Han spotted the finish line ahead. His gaze turned resolute as he decided to go all out. He precisely timed his gear shifts and acceleration, using the car's momentum and remaining fuel to sprint at full speed on the straightaway. Bai Chen chased closely behind, the two cars extremely close. The moment Jiang Han's racing car crossed the finish line, the crowd erupted. Spectators stood up, cheering and applauding. Jiang Han let out a long breath, his tense body finally relaxing. "Holy shit! Brother Han is a beast." In the monitoring room, Zhang Yuliang and Wang Zhe, upon seeing Jiang Han cross the line, shouted excitedly. As the racing car crossed the finish line, Jiang Han's heart was still pounding. Just then the system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind, "Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. You are awarded 3 consumption chances. The progress of driving Bai Chen out of Zhonghai has increased by 1, current progress 37. Jiang Han's nerves finally relaxed and a relieved smile spread across his face. This race was not just about driving skills, it was a crucial step toward his goal. After the car came to a halt, Jiang Han pushed open the door and stepped out. Sunlight fell on his sweat-covered face. The team manager immediately approached, admiration gleaming in his eyes. Master Han, the second half was absolutely brilliant. From acceleration to cornering and then the final sprint, every move was flawless. Your contribution to this victory is immense. Jiang Han smiled and patted the team manager's shoulder. Victory belongs to everyone. The surrounding staff gathered, their applause and cheers intertwining to celebrate the triumph. As he spoke, Jiang Han's gaze swept over the crowd and landed on Bai Chen. Bai Chen's face was dark as the bottom of a pot, his fists clenched so tightly it seemed he might devour someone with his eyes. Jiang Han felt a surge of satisfaction. Winning this race wasn't just about the prize money, he had also bested Bai Chen. A smirk curled on his lips as he swaggered toward Bai Chen. The crowd parted way for him, curious about what these two would do. Jiang Han stopped in front of Bai Chen, tilting his head and grinning smugly. "Brother Chen, your skills need some practice. Better hit the training track again." As he spoke, he shook his head, mockingly, disdain evident in his eyes. "Jiang Han." Bai Chen gritted his teeth, his eyes wide with fury. "Oh, getting riled up." Jiang Han shrugged nonchalantly. Bai Chen's forehead bulged with veins, but he didn't want to lose face in front of so many people, so he forced himself to suppress his anger. Brother Chen, the bet. Jiang Han extended his hand. Bai Chen gritted his teeth, snatched the car keys from a nearby driver and hurled them at Jiang Han's feet. TCH. Jiang Han curled his lips in disdain and kicked the keys away. 50 million. Send me your account number. Bai Chen's face was dark and ominous, his voice low and strained. Thanks, Brother Chen. Now I have some pocket money. Jiang Han chuckled, pulling out his phone to send his account number. Moments later he received a text confirming the transfer of 50 million from Bai Chen. A smirk played on his lips as he quipped, Brother Chen, if you ever have more good deeds like this, don't forget to call me. Then he turned and shouted to the Li Lin team, a few of you come torch these cars, make them fireworks. His words stunned the crowd. The team manager looked bewildered and hurried over. Jiang Han kicked the car keys on the ground and said with a grin, we won the championship, and him overjoyed. These cars are just trash, burn them. Manager, I'll transfer 10 million as a bonus for the team to share. The team manager was momentarily stunned before breaking into an excited thank you, and the drivers cheered. The drivers swiftly drove the cars to an open space and set them ablaze. In an instant the fire engulfed the vehicles, the crackling flames roaring like celebratory fireworks. Jiang Han crossed his arms, watching the spectacular fireworks show with satisfaction. Bystanders gathered around, watching in amazement. This unconventional celebration became an unforgettable sight at the Sanzhou Island racetrack. Soon after, Li Yang, Wang Zhe and Zhang Yu rushed to the scene breathless. Their faces were flushed with excitement, beads of sweat glistening on their foreheads, hair plastered messily against their scalps. Yet none of it diminished their joy. Their eyes sparkled like twinkling stars. Upon arrival, Li Yang dashed over first and grabbed Jiang Han by the leg. Wang Zhe and Zhang Yu quickly flanked him, grabbing Jiang Han's arms. They exchanged glances and shouted in unison, 1, 2, 3. In the next moment Jiang Han was hoisted high into the air. He arched through the sky, his face filled with surprise and delight. As they tossed him they yelled, Brother Han, you're incredible. Champion. Their voices echoed across the track, drawing the attention of the crowd. Stop messing around. I'm getting embarrassed. Jiang Han laughed, his face flushing as he waved for them to stop. But the three were too overjoyed to stop. They looked at each other and burst into laughter. Their laughter was infectious, stirring the crowd into applause. The atmosphere reached a fever pitch. The next day at noon, the group boarded a brand new coaster at the villa's entrance. The interior was spacious with gleaming leather seats. The vehicle headed toward the Sanzhou Island private airport. Palm trees and the sea flashed past the windows, but no one paid attention. Brother Han, let me introduce someone, Zhang Yu said mysteriously, nudging Jiang Han. This is Liang Hui. He's known alongside my brother as one of the 4 young masters of the capital. He has extensive connections and resources in the capital. It's a rare opportunity to meet him. Zhang Yu turned to Li Yang in the back. You should know him, right? He's close with your brother. Yeah, I often saw him when I tagged along for meals with my brother. Brother Liang Hui is very generous and looks out for us, Li Yang replied, crossing his legs. The coaster drove into the private airport, where rows of private jets gleamed under the sun. So many private jets. Jiang Han couldn't help but exclaim. These are from Gulfstream, on display here at the airport, Zhang Yu said, his eyes full of envy as he explained. Jiang Han looked thoughtful, his gaze still occasionally drifting to the private jet outside the window. The coaster slowed down and came to a smooth stop. As the door opened, a gray-haired man stood there in a casual suit, exuding an air of carefree elegance. The group stepped out and the man's eyes lit up. Hey, you two little rascals. How did you end up together? He called out, striding over and affectionately patting Zhang Yu and Li Yang on the head. Zhang Yu dodged with a laugh. Brother Hui. We're college roommates. You two got into college. Did you buy your way in? Liang Hui smirked, his eyes warm with affection. Liang Hui turned to Jiang Han and Wang Zhe, slightly frowning. He pointed at Wang Zhe. You look familiar, I think I've seen you somewhere. Zhang Yu quickly introduced them. Brother Hui, this is Wang Zhe and that's Jiang Han, they're all roommates. Jiang Han. The one your brother mentioned, who made Bai Chen suffer several times. Liang Hui's eyes widened in surprise, disbelief written all over his face. Zhang Yu nodded. Seeing this, Liang Hui burst into hearty laughter, quickly stepped forward and threw his arm around Jiang Han, saying, You kid, you're really my kind of person. It was as if he were treating Jiang Han like an old friend. After laughing, Liang Hui suddenly turned to Wang Zhe, squinting as he asked, "Wang Zhe, what's your relationship with Mayor Wang Wenlong? I feel like you look so familiar." He furrowed his brows slightly as if straining to recall. "He's my uncle." Wang Zhe puffed out his chest and answered with a proud expression. Liang Hui's eyes lit up instantly. He slapped his forehead and said, "I knew it. Remember that time in Jinling when we were having dinner and you slipped away halfway through?" As he spoke, he pointed at Wang Zhe with a teasing tone. Wang Zhe scratched his head and chuckled. "Seems like something like that happened. I'd forgotten all about it." Liang Hui laughed again, shaking his head as he did so. "You guys in this dorm, none of you are easy to deal with." Amidst the laughter, the bonds between them grew closer. Liang Hui enthusiastically extended his hand, inviting them to the VIP lounge. Along the way his steps were light as he shared amusing anecdotes about the airport, drawing laughter from the group. The corridor leading to the VIP lounge was spacious and bright, paved with marble and adorned with artistic paintings on the walls, exuding an air of elegance and sophistication. As they walked, a young woman in a beautiful cheongsam hurried over and respectfully reported to Liang Hui, "Master Hui, President Allen from Gulfstream has arrived and is already settled in the meeting room." Liang Hui nodded, pondered for a moment and said to Jiang Han and Zhang Yu beside him, "You all go rest in the VIP lounge for a while." "No need, Brother Hui. We want to go see the planes." Zhang Ye's face was filled with excitement, his gaze already captivated by the private jets on the tarmac. Liang Hui smiled and nodded. The young woman in the cheongsam understood immediately and gestured gracefully with her hand, saying, "Young masters, allow me to show you around." Filled with curiosity and excitement, the group followed the cheongsam-clad woman to a row of luxurious private jets. Bathed in sunlight, the gleaming fuselages looked particularly imposing. "Young masters, why not go up and take a look?" the cheongsam beauty said with a gentle smile, her soft voice stirring everyone's anticipation. She stepped forward and murmured to a nearby staff member, "These are Master Hu's guests." The staff member immediately relaxed, removed the barrier and gestured for them to board the plane. As they ascended the gangway, their excitement grew. Upon stepping inside, Jiang Han and the others were astonished. The cabin was spacious and lavishly decorated with warm light cascading from the ceiling and a thick plush carpet that felt soft underfoot. Leather sofas were paired with solid wood coffee tables on which rare ornaments were displayed. The cheongsam beauty guided them as she explained, "The interior of this aircraft uses the finest materials, every detail exquisitely crafted. It's spacious and quiet, free from interruptions." As she spoke, she lightly caressed the sofa armrest, her eyes filled with admiration and pride. Jiang Han looked around curiously and asked, "Zhang Yu, is this your family's plane?" Zhang Yu frowned and examined it, then replied, "Ours is much smaller than this." "Brother Han, how about we get one too?" Liang asked with a grin. Jiang Han nodded and said, "Yes, this plane is convenient and comfortable for travel. Having one would make getting anywhere much easier." As he spoke, he walked toward the cabin door. "Are there other planes? Show us more." The staff member smiled apologetically. "I'm sorry, I'm not in sales. I can only show you this one. I'll call a salesperson. Please take a seat for a moment." With that, he quickly stepped out the cabin door, stood by the gangway and made a call, glancing back at the passengers inside from time to time. Inside the cabin, Jiang Han lounged comfortably on the sofa. Li Yang paced excitedly back and forth while Zhang Yu and Wang Zhe sat nearby chatting animatedly. Just then Su Chao, the aircraft salesman, approached, steadily handed over his business card and introduced himself with a smile. "Show me the most impressive private jet you have here." Jiang Han sat up straight, his eyes radiating decisiveness. Su Chao's eyes lit up and he immediately gestured with a sweep of his hand, saying excitedly, "Right this way, sir." He led the way, occasionally glancing back to make sure they were following, with a warm smile fixed on his face. Su Chao walked briskly, guiding the group deeper into the tarmac. Before long, a majestic private jet appeared before them. This plane was larger than the previous one, with sleek lines that flowed elegantly. Under the sun, its silver-white fuselage gleamed with a cool, imposing aura. The paintwork on the fuselage was exquisite, featuring unique insignias that clearly marked it as extraordinary. The group followed Su Chao up the gangway and into the cabin. Jiang Han was stunned. The interior was incredibly luxurious and he instantly fell in love with it. Overhead, a large UV-protective skylight dome was surrounded by crystal light strips, creating a dreamlike effect. The floor was made of rare wood, warm to the touch. On both sides of the cabin were oversized leather sofas, ergonomically designed for maximum comfort and softness. Between the sofas stood a handcrafted solid wood coffee table adorned with an elegant tea set. At the front of the cabin, a crystal screen separated a private rest area. Inside there was an oversized bed equipped with an intelligent control system. Further back lay the entertainment area featuring a massive high-definition screen and top-tier audio equipment alongside various popular gaming devices. The dining area boasted a long table carved from a single piece of marble surrounded by leather chairs embroidered with exclusive patterns. Silver cutlery was neatly arranged on the table. A sideboard held a collection of precious wines, its doors engraved with beautiful patterns. Even the restroom was exceptionally opulent with a jade vanity, solid gold faucets, a smart toilet with numerous functions, and a smart mirror on the wall that could display various types of information. The mosaic tiles on the floor formed an intricate pattern. Jiang Han stroked the sofa armrest, murmuring, "This is nice." Li Yang ran around the cabin in excitement while Zhang Yu and Wang Zhe wore expressions of astonishment, occasionally letting out exclamations of admiration. Su Chao, seeing their reactions, beamed with pride. Jiang Han said decisively, "I'll take this one." His eyes were resolute, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he already envisioned himself soaring through the sky in this plane leisurely amidst the clouds. "Sir, this plane is very expensive. Are you sure you don't want to discuss it with your family?" Su Chao, noticing Jiang Han's youth, looked at him with concern and doubt, unable to resist advising him. He frowned slightly, his tone tentative, unable to believe that this young master would so casually purchase a plane worth several hundred million. "No need, just swipe the card." Jiang Han's response was crisp, his voice carrying a note of unwavering determination that echoed through the cabin. He lifted his chin slightly, his eyes full of confidence, as if this matter were trivial. "Very well, this plane costs 800 million. Su Chao swallowed hard, his voice trembling slightly. He took the bank card, running his fingers over it, his gaze fixed on the ordinary-looking savings card. "This is not a small amount. Are you sure you don't want to think it over?" Jiang Han nodded calmly. "This card has enough to buy 10 of these planes. Just swipe it." His tone was light, as if he weren't talking about a huge sum of money. The moment he spoke, the cabin fell into a profound silence. Hearing this, Su Chao suppressed his excitement, keeping his tone as steady as possible, and said, "Sir, please wait a moment. I'll handle it right away." With that, he quickly walked out of the cabin. At the front of the plane, the staff was already prepared. Su Chao hurriedly took the POS machine from his assistant, trotted back to Jiang Han slightly out of breath with sweat on his forehead, and handed the device over respectfully, saying, "Sir, please enter the password." Jiang Han's expression was calm as he skillfully entered the password. The POS machine buzzed a few times and then printed out a receipt. At that moment, a system prompt rang sharply in Jiang Han's mind. "Congratulations, host. Consumption of 800 million successful. Triggered 9x critical strike return. Received 7.2 billion godly wealth points. Currently 2 return opportunities remain." Jiang Han was startled for a moment, a flash of surprise in his eyes, but he quickly composed himself and quietly put away his bank card. He looked up and saw that Li Yang and the others were still in shock while Su Chao was busy with the paperwork. No one noticed anything different about him. "General Jiang, please wait a moment. I'll arrange the procedures right away." Su Chao beamed with a respectful tone, quickly pulling out his phone to contact his subordinates. He was incredibly thrilled to have facilitated such a large transaction. "Let's go check out other places, I'll have him contact you later." Jiang Han's tone was indifferent, as if spending 800 million on a plane was as ordinary as buying groceries. Lu Yun understood instantly, stepped forward to write down her contact information and handed it to Su Chao, her eyes full of anticipation. "All right, General Jiang. I'll contact this young lady shortly." Su Chao took the note, carefully put it away, and then checked on the progress of the paperwork. Jiang Han nodded and led the group toward the other end of the tarmac. The sunlight cast a pleasant atmosphere over this shopping trip. As soon as they got off the plane, Zhang Yu, Li Yang and Wang Zhe exchanged glances, immediately rushed over and hoisted Jiang Han up. "We're being robbed!" Zhang Yu shouted at the top of his lungs, his face beaming with joy. "Are you robbing me of money or of my virtue?" Jiang Han asked, half amused and half annoyed, pretending to struggle. "What's there to ask? Robbery of money, of course. We're all men." Zhang Yu joked. "No. How about robbing my virtue then?" Jiang Han deliberately put on a helpless expression, drawing the attention of nearby staff. We don't have such a hobby." Li Yang laughed uncontrollably, and the group frolicked on the tarmac, creating a relaxed atmosphere as if they were in their own backyard. Chatting and laughing, the group headed toward the VIP lounge. The lounge's solid wooden doors were thick and heavy, adorned with exquisite carvings. As the door swung open, a scent of sandalwood wafted over, instantly relaxing everyone. The interior decoration was both elegant and modern. A crystal chandelier cast a soft glow, wool carpet felt plush and silent underfoot, and famous paintings hung on the walls exuding an artistic flair. For young masters, please rest here for a while. Young Master Hui will be here shortly. A beautiful woman in a cheongsam said with a soft gentle voice, her figure graceful and elegant. Thank you, sister. Zhang Yu grinned like a mischievous little fox and playfully winked, making the beauty laugh. Let's play a few rounds of billiards. Zhang Yu hurried to the billiard table, his eyes lighting up. The table was spotless and the cues were neatly arranged. Li Yang flexed his wrists and muttered, haven't played in ages. Time to show off a bit today. Wang Zhe smiled and nodded, his eyes full of anticipation. How about 2 versus 2? Wang Zhe asked, as if considering a good partner. Let's use black and white pairing. Whoever matches will be on the same team. Best of 3 loser treats. Zhang Yu excitedly proposed, raising his hand to start. Bring it on. Jiang Han picked up a cue and swung it a few times, his eyes focused intently. The group stood in a row and began the black and white pairing. The VIP lounge instantly filled with laughter and joy, everyone immersed in the lively atmosphere. The teams were quickly decided, Li Yang and Zhang Yu as one team, Jiang Han and Wang Zhe as the other. Zhang Yu looked cocky, hands on his hips, and said with a smile, Brother Han, get ready to treat us. Your break shot. Jiang Han raised an eyebrow and retorted, oh so arrogant. Zhang Yu patted his chest and joked, of course I've got the skills. Jiang Han selected his cue, stood by the table, stared intently at the billiards and shouted, watch me make a miracle with raw power. Then with a sudden burst of force the cue shot like lightning. With a loud crack it struck the cue ball, and within moments 3 balls of the same color dropped into the pockets. Wang Zhe patted Jiang Han's shoulder excitedly, cheering, Brother Han, incredible. Zhang Ye's eyes widened in disbelief, shouting, that must be luck. It doesn't count. Li Yang leaned in with a frown, saying, exactly. Luck doesn't count. Jiang Han rested the cue on his shoulder and grinned triumphantly, I told you raw power creates miracles. Why doesn't it count? He then turned to Wang Zhe, raising an eyebrow, isn't this opening a showstopper? Wang Zhe nodded vigorously and the two exchanged smiles full of anticipation for the rest of the match. Zhang Yu pursed his lips unconvinced and said, don't get cocky, it's just the beginning. Watch how we strike back. He selected a cue, chalked the tip and stared at the balls, ready to go all out. Li Yang took a deep breath, exchanged a glance with Zhang Yu and nodded, ready for the fierce billiard showdown. Jiang Han stood steady, gripping the cue with both hands, and aligned himself sideways to the cue ball. At that moment the surroundings fell silent, everyone held their breath. He struck with force, the cue hitting the cue ball, but to his surprise the target ball didn't go in and several balls scattered on the table. Letting you off easy, otherwise you'd have no chance. Jiang Han shrugged with a smile and slung the cue over his shoulder. Zhang Yu beamed with pride, walked over to Jiang Han, bumped his shoulder and said, thanks for the chance, Brother Han. I won't hold back. Zhang Yu took a deep breath, wiped the smile off his face and walked seriously to the table. His eyes locked onto the cue ball and target ball, turning the cue to find the feel while his mind rapidly calculated the aiming trajectory. Then he slightly bent over his body, nearly flush with the table. Finding the right angle, his arm pushed the cue, steadily striking the ball with precision. The cue ball seemed enchanted, consecutively pocketing all the target balls. After each shot the cue ball stopped perfectly in an ideal position for the next strike. Are you cheating? Jiang Han and Wang Zhe stared wide-eyed and couldn't help exclaiming. Jiang Han's mouth hung open in disbelief. Wang Zhe stood there dumbfounded, his cue slipping from his hand. They never expected Zhang Yu to possess such impressive billiard skills. Keep it low-key, I didn't earn the title of dandy for nothing. Zhang Yu straightened up, grinning as he slung the cue over his shoulder, looking thoroughly pleased. Although Jiang Han and Wang Zhe felt a bit grudging, Zhang Yu quickly cleared all the balls with his formidable skills. I'm not playing anymore, you cheater. You must be cheating. Jiang Han pretended to be angry, throwing his cue onto the table, though he was actually deeply impressed. Wang Zhe followed with a smile, can't play like this, your cheat is way too overpowered. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu threw his head back and roared with laughter. Haha, even Han Gu has his weak points, I caught you. He guffawed while pointing at Jiang Han, his face brimming with smugness. Get out of here. Jiang Han's mouth twitched as he feigned annoyance, waving his hand dismissively. But soon a grin spread across his face and he raised a thumb in genuine admiration. Your billiard skills are absolutely incredible. Hey, it's nothing special, just semi-professional level. If I hadn't gotten bored of it, I'd have turned pro long ago. Zhang Yu scratched his head, a flicker of embarrassment crossing his face before it was replaced by unshakable confidence. He gestured animatedly, recounting his past glorious victories. "Alright, you're the man. Dinner's on me tonight." Jiang Han laughed heartily, throwing an arm around Zhang Ye's shoulder and giving it a firm pat, grandly declaring, "Thanks Han Go." Zhang Yu replied with a smile. Before long the thick, imposing doors of the VIP room swung open slowly. Liang Hui strode in, clad in a perfectly tailored silver-gray suit, standing tall and exuding his trademark hearty smile, steady and assured. Beside him was a statuesque beauty in a form-fitting red evening gown, her skirt swaying gently with each step resembling a blooming crimson rose. Her makeup was exquisite, her eyes and brows alluring her gaze, a blend of shrewdness and charm. Her jet-black hair cascaded over her shoulders like a waterfall, every movement enchanting. Having some fun? Playing for stakes? Liang Hu's eyes swept across the four people, landing on them as they played billiards. His smile widened as he asked cheerfully. He spoke while strolling toward the billiard table, hands in his pockets. "Brother Hui, we're playing where the loser pays." Zhang Yu answered with a grin. He set down his cue stick and hurried over, his face brimming with warmth and a hint of excitement, as if eager to show off his achievements to Liang Hui. "Ah, you guys are still too green." If his family hadn't objected, this kid would have gone pro at billiards long ago. A true prodigy. "Don't play against him, he's like a cheat code." Liang Hui turned to Jiang Han and the other two, chuckling. As he spoke, he reached over and patted Zhang Ye's shoulder, his eyes full of admiration. "We already knew that. Lost our shirts." Jiang Han wore a resigned expression, shaking his head helplessly and spreading his hands as if pouring out his woes. "Brother Hui, why didn't you warn us sooner? Now my wallet's gonna take a beating." Jiang Han's tone was half joking, still smiling, unbothered by the loss. Exactly. Brother Ye's skills are totally beyond us." Wang Zhe chimed in from the side. He stepped forward, greeting Liang Hui and the beauty with a smile, curiosity flickering in his eyes as he occasionally glanced at her. "Haha, looks like Zhang Yu put on a show today." Liang Hu's hearty laughter echoed through the VIP. "By the way, let me introduce you all. This is Lin Wan, the person in charge of the Gulfstream exhibition this time." Liang Hui stepped aside, presenting the beauty to the group. Lin Wan gave a slight nod, offering a sweet smile, and said softly, "Pleasure to meet everyone." One by one the others greeted Lin Wan, and the VIP room filled with laughter and warmth, the atmosphere growing even livelier. Though the billiard match had ended, everyone's spirits remained high. They launched into an animated discussion about Zhang Ye's skills and what to do next. As the group chattered away, laughter and joy overflowing in the VIP room, Lu Yun's phone suddenly rang with a dingling. She quickly fished the phone out of her delicate clutch, glanced at the caller ID and answered promptly. Listening to the report on the other end, Lu Yun nodded repeatedly, her eyes fixed and attentive. After hanging up, Lu Yun hurried over to Jiang Han, leaning in slightly and speaking in a low, respectful tone. "Young Master Han, the paperwork for the plane you purchased this afternoon is on its way. I'll go fetch it now." Jiang Han nodded unhurriedly, his expression unchanging, as if buying a plane was as mundane as buying groceries. Lin Wan happened to witness this scene. Her eyes darted curiously as she asked, "The big spender who dropped 800 million on a plane this afternoon, could it be this handsome gentleman?" As she spoke, Lin Wan raised an eyebrow, her gaze filled with curiosity. "If only one plane was sold today, then that must be me." Jiang Han replied with a confident curl of his lips, his tone as light as if he were discussing a trivial matter. Liang Hu's grin widened. He took a half step forward and gently nudged Lin Wan with his elbow, speaking mysteriously. "Lin Wan, let me tell you. This guy is no ordinary man. Have you heard of Jiang Han, one of the 4 young masters of Shanghai?" He gestured subtly toward Jiang Han, a teasing smile on his face. Lin Wan's eyes widened in surprise. A flicker of astonishment crossed her face before she laughed and asked, "Jiang Han? The one who burned a Koenigsegg online?" She crossed her arms, her eyes gleaming with intrigue, as if trying to match the man before her with the rumors. "That's him. Who'd have thought? He's even more of a spender than we were back in the day." Liang Hui burst into laughter again, the sound reverberating in the VIP room. He shook his head as he laughed, a look of admiration in his eyes. The group in the VIP room chattered away, all the amusing stories about Jiang Han keeping them in stitches. The crystal chandelier overhead shone brightly, illuminating everyone's faces. Just then Liang Hu's phone suddenly buzzed. He pulled out his phone, his brow furrowing instantly, his expression turning serious. After hanging up, Liang Hui turned to Zhang Yu with a smile. "Xiao Yu, something urgent just came up. I was planning to take you all out for a good time. Tell you what, you guys head out on your own. I've already booked the bar and arranged dinner. Just go straight there. I won't be able to join you. He patted Zhang Yu lightly on the shoulder, a hint of apology in his eyes. Alright. Thanks a lot, brother Hui. Zhang Yu replied with a grateful smile. He shifted slightly so that Jiang Han, Liang and Wang Zhe could also hear Liang Hu's arrangements. Go all out and have fun. Liang Hui responded with a smile, then looked at Lin Wan and gave a slight nod. Lin Wan understood immediately, offering an elegant smile to the group as a farewell. The two walked together toward the VIP room's entrance, their leather shoes clicking against the floor. At the doorway, Liang Hui suddenly stopped and turned back to remind them, "Stay safe and call me anytime if something comes up." With that, he and Lin Wan stepped out of the VIP room. The door slowly closed, blocking them from view. Jiang Han nodded with a smile, and Liang and Wang Zhe joined in agreement. Their voices mingled, filling the VIP room once again with an air of anticipation. Jiang Han nodded with a smile, and Liang and Wang Zhe joined in agreement. Their voices mingled, filling the VIP room once again with an air of anticipation and joy. Then the four of them walked out of the VIP room, crossed the spacious and bright departure hall, and arrived outside the airport. A luxurious business car was already waiting there. The driver, seeing them emerge, hurriedly stepped forward to open the door. The four got into the car and it slowly started moving. They rode in the business car to the restaurant Liang Hui had booked. The restaurant was located on the top floor of a high-end office building in the city center, lavishly decorated. Through the large floor-to-ceiling windows one could see the dazzling night view of the entire city. The restaurant manager personally came out to greet them and led them to a private room. The room was elegantly and exquisitely arranged, with precious art paintings hanging on the walls and beautiful tableware and fresh flowers set on the dining table. The menu was exceptionally rich, featuring dishes made from top-tier ingredients. During the meal, the four shared amusing anecdotes from their lives, creating a relaxed and pleasant atmosphere. Jiang Han recounted an adventure he had abroad. Zhang Yu shared a clever trick he used in a business negotiation, and Liang and Wang Zhe occasionally interjected with jokes, making everyone laugh heartily. The night view outside the window was ablaze with lights, while the indoor atmosphere was warm and harmonious. It was destined to be an unforgettable evening. After dinner, they headed to the bar Liang Hui had booked. The bar had a strikingly modern exterior with a giant LED screen flashing colorful lights. Sturdy security guards stood at the entrance, giving it an air of sophistication and mystery. As soon as the four stepped into the bar, dynamic music rushed toward them. People on the dance floor danced energetically to the rhythm, with lights swaying over them, creating a dreamlike sensation. A waiter in a stylish uniform hurried over, smiled, and asked, "Are you friends of Mr. Liang? He has reserved a VIP booth for you." After receiving an affirmative reply, the waiter led them through the crowded space to a luxurious booth in the corner. The booth was already filled with various fine wines and exquisite snacks, the glasses shimmering enchantingly under the lights. As soon as they sat down, Liang eagerly grabbed a bottle of champagne, skillfully opened it, and with a pop, foam burst out. Liang poured a glass for each of them with a smile and said excitedly, "Come, let's toast to tonight's gathering." The four clinked glasses and downed their drinks in one go. In the bar they drank and played various fun games. Zhang Yu's witty remarks kept everyone in stitches, filling the entire booth with laughter and joy. During this time, Jiang Han also called over a beautiful bartender to mix a few signature cocktails for everyone, their unique flavors earning enthusiastic praise. Jiang Han was speaking eloquently, recounting his thrilling encounter with a mysterious tribe during his overseas adventure. His vivid descriptions made everyone feel as if they were there. Suddenly a gentle knock came at the door. The manager, with a beaming smile, led a middle-aged man in an impeccably tailored suit into the room. The man had sharp eyes and wore a friendly smile. He introduced himself. "Young masters, I am Chen Qi. Young Master Liang sent me to keep you company. If there's anywhere you'd like to go, just tell me." Zhang Yu warmly stood up, grabbed Chen Qi's arm as if greeting an old friend he hadn't seen in years, and guided him to a seat. Chen Qi was not reserved. Once seated, he began to open up, sharing his storied experiences in the business world. Especially when he talked about a cleverly resolved crisis, he became animated, and his captivating storytelling drew frequent nods of admiration from the others. Meanwhile, waiters, moving like well-trained dancers, brought out a series of exquisitely presented signature dishes, arriving in an orderly fashion. The dishes were artfully plated like masterpieces of craftsmanship, making one wonder if it was truly right to disturb such beauty with chopsticks. After a few rounds of drinks, Wang Zhe's spirits soared. His eyes twinkled mischievously, and he loudly proposed, "Just drinking and chatting is boring. Let's play something thrilling to liven things up." Everyone chimed in, and an unconventional game of truth or dare began. Liang was the first to take the plunge, becoming the initial victim. Amidst the crowd's escalating chants, his face flushed bright red like a ripe tomato. Stammering, he recounted an embarrassing story of his youthful crush. To catch her attention I deliberately performed a somersault in front of her, only to land headfirst in a flower bed, my face buried in petals. Before he finished everyone was already doubled over with laughter. Zhang Yu in particular pounded the table dramatically, nearly knocking over the wine glass. When it was Chen Qi's turn he chose dare without hesitation. Wang Zhe grinned mischievously, a thought flashing in his mind. Uncle Chen, rumor has it you've never lost a business negotiation. How about giving us a live demonstration right now? Use this mouth-watering feast as the negotiation chips. But you've got to deliver it in the tune of Northeast Orenzuan, that's the real flavor. Chen Qi was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter, his booming voice echoing through the room. He cleared his throat, instantly slipping into character. Exaggerating his gestures to mimic a negotiation scene, he spoke in a thick Northeast accent. These dishes here are treasures, let's have a good talk today. His comical antics and unique tone had everyone laughing so hard that tears streamed down their faces. Jiang Han laughed so much he clutched his stomach, unable to speak. Li Yang stomped his feet in laughter, nearly kicking over his chair. Time slipped away amid the joy and the dinner was drawing to a close. Chen Qi exchanged contact information with everyone, sincerely expressing his hope for future collaboration, then stood up to take his leave. The four walked out of the restaurant and the night breeze gently brushed against them, carrying away some of the wine's haze. Jiang Han gazed at the brilliantly lit cityscape and said with emotion, tonight not only did we feast but we also met someone as interesting as Uncle Chen. Truly a rewarding evening. Zhang Yu smiled and agreed. Exactly, thanks to Brother Huey's arrangement we had such a joyful and unforgettable night. The four exchanged smiles and with delighted hearts they got into the business car, heading toward the next adventure, unknown yet full of anticipation. In the dead of night the four of them stumbled out of the bar, their steps unsteady, leaning on each other to stay upright. The streets were empty, with only the occasional car whooshing past stirring a cool breeze. They climbed into the prearranged car and headed to the suburban resort villa. Moonlight spilled over the villa's courtyard, draping everything in a silvery veil. They fumbled into their respective rooms and collapsed into bed. It wasn't until the next afternoon that they woke with warm sunlight filtering through the sheer curtains, gently brushing Jiang Han's face. He slowly opened his eyes, his head still foggy from the lingering hangover. Rubbing his temples he sat up and glanced around the room. It was cozy yet luxuriously appointed, with a lazy, inviting atmosphere. Just then Zhang Ye's voice rang out from outside the door, "Everybody up. The sun's already high." Followed by a series of loud knocks. Jiang Han smiled helplessly and replied, "Coming." He got dressed and opened the door to find Zhang Yu full of energy like a crowing rooster, about to knock on Wang Zhe and Li Yang's doors. Zhang Yu spun around, saw Jiang Han and grinned. "Hang, you're finally up. I thought you'd sleep the whole day." Before long Wang Zhe and Li Yang emerged, still bleary-eyed. Wang Zhe yawned and muttered, "I slept like a log but my head's still spinning." Li Yang rubbed his eyes and added, "Yeah, I still feel out of it." The four of them headed to the villa's living room, spacious and bright with a large crystal chandelier glittering from the ceiling. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows they could see the lush flowers and plants in the courtyard brimming with vitality. Jiang Han walked to the fridge, grabbed a few bottles of drinks and handed them out. "Let's have something to wake us up." Zhang Yu took a sip, his eyes darting around. "Since we're all up, let's have some fun. This villa has everything, how about bowling or a pool party?" Wang Zhe and Li Yang perked up at the idea and agreed. Just as they were buzzing with excitement, Jiang Han's phone suddenly rang. He pulled it out, an unfamiliar number. He answered and a warm voice came through, "Young Master Jiang, it's Chen Qi. We had such a great chat yesterday. How about joining a sea party today? Young Master Liang has arranged everything for the four of you." Jiang Han glanced at the others, covered the phone and relayed Chen Qi's invitation. Hearing the invitation their eyes lit up with excitement. Zhang Yu clapped his hands and shouted, "Awesome, a sea party. Just my thing." Wang Zhe nodded eagerly, the fatigue vanishing from his face. "This is perfect, we have to go." Li Yang urged impatiently. "Hang, reply to Chen Qi right away. Let's pack up and head out." Jiang Han smiled and nodded, then brought the phone back to his ear. "Uncle Chen, thank you, and young Master Liang for the invitation. Well, definitely come." A hearty laugh came from the other end. "Great. I'll send a car to pick you up, half an hour." They hung up and immediately sprang into action. Jiang Han went into the walk-in closet and chose a simple yet elegant white vacation outfit, pairing it with a beige sun hat that gave him an air of sophistication. Zhang Yu picked out a brightly colored swimsuit and threw on a t-shirt with a bold print, looking every bit like a vacation celebrity. Wang Zhe and Li Yang also changed into their own outfits, ready for the sea revelry. Half an hour later a crisp car horn sounded outside the villa. That must be our ride. Zhang Yu shouted excitedly, dashing out first. The four stepped out to find a sleek black luxury business van waiting at the entrance. The driver, dressed in a black uniform, respectfully got out and opened the doors for them. Once inside, Li Yang couldn't wait to ask, "How crazy do you think this sea party will be?" Zhang Yu gestured animatedly. "Definitely beautiful women everywhere, endless drinks, and maybe even some surprises." Jiang Han shook his head with a smile. "Whatever it is, it'll be an unforgettable gathering." Wang Zhe leaned back and chuckled, "With young Master Liang and Uncle Chen organizing, it's bound to be top-notch." Amid laughter and chatter they drove toward the marina, their imaginations running wild about the upcoming sea party. When the car arrived at the dock, a massive luxury yacht came into view. The yacht was pure white, gleaming in the sunlight. Gold trim along the hull reflected dazzling rays off the shimmering sea, making it look like a floating palace. Chen Qi was already waiting on the deck, dressed in a sharp casual suit with a fresh rose pinned to his breast pocket, waving with a broad smile. "Welcome." Chen Qi greeted them warmly as they boarded. "Today let loose on this vast ocean and enjoy the good times." "Uncle Chen, this is absolutely amazing," Zhang Yu exclaimed as he stepped aboard, giving a thumbs up. Chen Qi replied with a smile, "As long as you're having fun." Once on board they were astonished to find that aside from the four of them, the yacht was filled with beautiful women. "Wow! So many beauties." Li Yang's eyes widened in amazement. These women were dressed in stylish bikinis or flowing dresses with graceful figures and lovely faces like goddesses stepping out of a painting. Some held glasses of wine, chatting elegantly on the deck, their every gesture exuding charm. Others swayed gently to the music, their movements as lithe as sprites. Smooth jazz filled every corner of the yacht, while a long table was laden with exquisite food. Bikini-clad waitresses glided through the crowd, offering champagne and delicate French pastries. Zhang Ye's eyes sparkled like a predator spotting prey. He grabbed Li Yang and dove into the dance floor. "Li Yang, let's have a blast today." Zhang Yu shouted as he swayed his hips, pulling off exaggerated moves and even a backflip now and then, making the surrounding beauties giggle. Many women were drawn in by their enthusiasm, joining them on the dance floor, which soon became a lively crowd. Wang Zhe went to the bar where a blonde female bartender skillfully mixed colorful cocktails. She smiled and asked, "Handsome, want to try something special?" Wang Zhe replied with interest, "Sure, any recommendations?" The bartender explained as she worked, "This one's called Ocean Star, blended tropical fruits with a unique flavor perfect for the sea." Wang Zhe sipped the signature cocktail, a smile spreading across his face, his eyes occasionally drifting to the lively scene on the dance floor. Zhang Yu and his team, dressed in cartoon mascot costumes, were jumping and dancing in a comical routine. Meanwhile the winning team could no longer contain their excitement, bursting with joy. Jiang Han leaped up immediately, waving his towel vigorously and shouting at the top of his lungs, "We won! This feels amazing!" His face bloomed with a smile and his eyes shone with the light of victory. Li Yang quickly gathered his teammates and they stood shoulder to shoulder in a row, chanting victory slogans in unison. The sound was so loud that it resonated throughout the entire yacht, even startling the resting seabirds into flight. After shouting, Li Yang suddenly had an idea. Pointing at the pool, he said, "Brothers, let's have a victory dive to celebrate." Everyone thought it was a great idea, and amid cheers they leaped off the deck into the pool one by one. Water splashed everywhere, shimmering like blossoming flowers under the lights. Wang Zhe swam to the edge of the pool, took a beautiful woman's hand and said happily, "It's thanks to everyone's efforts that we could win. Come on, let's celebrate together." The women nodded with smiles and also jumped into the pool to join the party. For a moment the pool was filled with laughter and joy as everyone splashed water on each other, having a boisterous time. Zhang Yu, after finishing his performance, ran over panting. Although his team had lost, he was still infected by the lively atmosphere. He smiled and said, "You guys are something, celebrating so enthusiastically. Next time I won't go easy on you." Jiang Han walked over, patted Zhang Yu on the shoulder and joked, "Next time make sure you're steady first." Everyone burst into laughter again. To make the celebration even more lively, the staff brought out several bottles of champagne. Jiang Han took the champagne, shook it vigorously and then opened the bottle. The foam burst out with a pop like a fountain. Everyone gathered around, letting the foam spray onto them, fully savoring the joy of victory. Amid the champagne foam the beautiful women danced, and the sounds of music, laughter and waves blended together like a beautiful melody. The yacht slowly sailed toward the dock and the winning team was still immersed in the joy of victory. They agreed to join such fun parties again next time and create more wonderful memories. The champagne foam sparkled under the lights like countless lively spirits, adorning the entire party with a dreamlike quality. Zhang Yu wiped a handful of champagne foam from his face and pretended to be angry. Brother Han, don't be too cocky. This time I was just careless. If I got serious, the championship might not be yours. As he spoke, his eyes darted around his face full of reluctance. Jiang Han's lips curled up into a teasing smile and he affectionately draped his arm over Zhang Ye's shoulder, oh so confident. Then before the next game I'll have to remind you to tie your shoelaces tightly so you don't fall into the pool again and give everyone a dryland faceplant show. Jiang Han's words sent the surrounding people into roaring laughter and Zhang Ye's face instantly flushed bright red like a ripe tomato. The two exchanged a glance, then simultaneously reached out and gave a resounding high five. Enthusiastic applause and cheers erupted around them, pushing the party atmosphere to another peak. The sea breeze unconsciously grew softer, gently brushing over the yacht and tousling everyone's hair. The waves rhythmically lapped against the hull, producing a pleasant sound as if they were cheering for the winning team. Enthusiastic applause and cheers erupted around them, pushing the party atmosphere to another peak. The sea breeze unconsciously grew soft. The lights instantly focused on him and the colorful beams intertwined with the moonlight reflected on the sea, creating a particularly beautiful dreamlike scene. The searchlight beside them cast its beam onto the sea, making the shimmering water appear gilded with gold. The searchlight beside them cast its beam onto the sea, making the shimmering water appear gilded with gold. Countless tiny specks of light danced with the waves, a truly beautiful sight. Although Zhang Yu had lost the game, he was now infected by the lively atmosphere. He ran over with a smile, proactively handed Jiang Han a glass of champagne and joked, Brother Han, you were lucky this time. Next time I won't let you off so easy. Jiang Han took the glass, clinked it with Zhang Yes, downed it in one gulp and laughed heartily. Anytime. To make the celebration even more interesting, the staff brought out a huge inflatable water slide. Jiang Han was the first to rush up, slid down quickly and splashed a huge spray of water. Then everyone followed suit, playing on the slide, their screams and laughter echoing across the sea. At that moment a very bright moon rose above the distant horizon, casting silver-white light that enveloped the entire yacht in a serene and beautiful atmosphere. On the other side of the yacht the staff had already carefully arranged a food area. Long tables were laden with a variety of delicacies, their tantalizing aromas making mouths water. Juicy grilled steaks, sizzled steaming seafood platters featured crabs and lobsters in their full glory alongside delicate sushi and colorful fruit tarts. Rhythmic Latin music suddenly started playing, the drumbeats as powerful as heartbeats. The winning team and the beautiful women joined hands, forming a large circle. Jiang Han gently placed his left hand on the waist of the woman beside him and raised his right hand, elegantly leading the dance. His steps moved nimbly forward and back, each movement full of power and confidence. After the dance everyone walked over to the food area. Li Yang eagerly grabbed a piece of steak and took a big bite, juices dripping down the corner of his mouth. Chewing, he mumbled, this steak is so delicious. I'm going to eat several pieces today. As he spoke he didn't forget to share with the woman beside him. Wang Zhe, holding a glass of champagne, walked through the crowd clinking glasses with everyone, his face beaming with a radiant smile. The beautiful women held delicate plates, selecting their favorite foods. Their hair swayed with the dance and their skirts traced graceful arcs in the air. The sounds of music, waves, laughter and clinking utensils mingled together, complementing the dancing figures. The lights flickered, brightening and dimming, adding a dreamlike hue to the celebration. As the yacht slowly docked, this passionate and joyful sea party gradually came to an end. But the winning team knew that their exciting story was just beginning. The yacht slowly docked, the lights on the pier growing brighter, revealing everyone's reluctance to end the fun. Zhang Yu, exceptionally excited, shouted loudly, we had such a blast tonight. Let's not go our separate ways, let's find another place to keep the party going. Everyone agreed, their laughter echoing far into the night. Disembarking from the yacht, a fleet of luxury cars was already waiting at the pier. Zhang Yu waved his hand and shouted, let's go. To the private club my brother just took over, the night view there is definitely no worse than the sea. Everyone cheered and got into the cars. The roar of engines shattered the night's tranquility as the convoy sped toward the city. Before long they arrived at the private club. Perched atop the city's highest point, the club offered a panoramic view of the city's dazzling lights through its large windows. The interior was lavishly decorated with crystal chandeliers casting a soft glow that perfectly complemented the nightscape outside. Upon entering, the staff served an array of exquisite cocktails and specialty snacks. Li Yang picked up a cocktail, took a sip and praised, Zhang Yu, your brother's place is really something. Zhang Yu grinned and said, of course. Tonight everyone let loose. The club's dance floor came alive with pulsating music. Zhang Yu grabbed a beautiful woman and charged onto the dance floor, dancing with wild abandon. His moves were exaggerated and energetic, drawing applause and cheers from the crowd. Jiang Han and Wang Zhe joined in swaying to the rhythm along with everyone else. When they grew tired, everyone gathered in the lounge area eating and recounting the night's amusing moments. Moonlight streamed through the windows, adding a romantic touch to the gathering. Jiang Han sighed with emotion. Tonight's party, thanks to everyone, I truly felt joy. Zhang Yu patted Jiang Han on the shoulder and smiled. Brother Han, our friendship is far more important than this party. Amid laughter and chatter, time flew by and the sky gradually brightened. Although everyone was a bit tired, happy smiles lingered on their faces. Jiang Han stood up, looked at everyone and said, today is just the beginning. We'll create even more wonderful memories together. All nodded, their eyes sparkling with anticipation for the future. As the first rays of morning sunlight bathed the city streets, the night-long revelry finally came to an end. Yet their friendship, like the brightest star in the night, would forever shine in their hearts, illuminating every path ahead. On the way back to the vacation villa, the four of them, exhausted from the excitement, collapsed haphazardly in the car as soon as they got in and soon fell into a deep sleep. Arriving at the villa, they stumbled sleepily to their rooms, dove into bed and were soon snoring thunderously. Around 3 in the afternoon, golden slivers of sunlight filtered through the thick curtains. Jiang Han slowly woke up, his head foggy and heavy. The hangover combined with fatigue from the camping trip made him feel terrible. He rubbed his temples and dragged his heavy steps into the bathroom. Warm water cascaded from the showerhead like gentle hands, soothing his tense nerves. A moment later, the bathroom door was pushed open softly and Lu Yun walked in lightly. She was dressed in a sharp professional outfit, holding a new bathrobe, and said politely, "Young Master Han, you're awake. Bring the bathrobe here," Jiang Han said while showering. Lu Yun stepped forward, hung the bathrobe on the rack and asked, "Young Master Han, would you like some hangover soup or tea snacks? Young Master Zhang Yu and the others haven't woken up yet." Jiang Han turned off the shower, took the bathrobe and put it on. After a moment's thought he said, "Prepare some light tea snacks and brew some hangover soup. By the time they wake up, it'll be ready." "The hangover soup is already prepared," Lu Yun replied cheerfully with a grin. Jiang Han nodded lightly, pulled Lu Yun into his arms and whispered in her ear, "Do you want to go back?" Lu Yun's face flushed instantly. She gently kissed Jiang Han and said softly, a little. We've been out for a few days and had enough fun." Jiang Han curled his lips in a doting smile and said, "Then how about we take the newly bought four-seater plane back to Zhonghai tonight?" "Fine, whatever you say." Lu Yun's eyes curved into crescent moons, her smile growing even brighter. Jiang Han took Lu Yun's hand and led her to the living room. By then Zhang Yu, Li Yang and Wang Zhe had also woken up one after another and stumbled into the living room still groggy. Zhang Yu yawned and said, "Brother Han, I slept like a log but my head is still fuzzy." Jiang Han pointed to the hangover soup on the table and smiled, "Drink some hangover soup to clear your head. By the way, Lu Yun and I plan to take the private jet back to Zhonghai tonight. Do you want to come along?" The three of them were stunned upon hearing this, then asked in unison, "Going back so soon?" Their faces were full of surprise, Zhang Ye's mouth slightly open, Li Yang frowning, Wang Ze's eyes filled with confusion. "I've had enough fun. It's more comfortable at home," Jiang Han said with a calm smile, gently patting the back of Lu Yun's hand. "All right then." Zhang Yu was the first to react, nodding helplessly, a hint of reluctance flashing across his face. Seeing this, Jiang Han's smile widened. "Looks like you three aren't ready to go back yet. I'll head off first then. Well, catch up when we're back." Li Yang scratched his head and said, "Brother Han, it's not that I don't want to go back, but I feel like I haven't had enough of this gathering. Since you and Lu Yun are heading back, we'll find another time to get together." Wang Zhe crossed his arms and chimed in, "Exactly, Brother Han. When we're back, we'll pick a time and have another great party." Jiang Han nodded with a smile, "Absolutely. This time let Lu Yun go back and rest well. Next time we'll find an even better place and have a blast." Then Jiang Han and Lu Yun began packing their luggage while Zhang Yu, Li Yang and Wang Zhe came over to help. As they packed, everyone reminisced about the travel experiences of the past few days, laughing out loud from time to time. After finishing, Jiang Han and Lu Yun waved goodbye to the three. Walking out of the villa, the evening sunlight bathed them, adding a warm conclusion to this journey. As they got into the car heading to the airport, Jiang Han watched the scenery receding outside the window, looking forward to the next reunion with his friends. Before long, Jiang Han and Lu Yun arrived at the private airport of Sanzhou Island, the vehicle pulling up directly in front of the private jet Jiang Han had just purchased. The fuselage shimmered with a metallic luster under the golden hues of the setting sun, its streamlined design exuding an extraordinary sense of quality. The cabin door slowly opened and a uniformed flight attendant smiled as she welcomed the two aboard. Jiang Han took Lu Yun's hand, ascended the boarding stairs and stepped into the cabin. The interior was luxuriously appointed yet warm, cream-colored leather seats, soft and plush, thick carpeting yielding underfoot, and a crystal chandelier overhead casting soft soothing light. By the window a delicate coffee table had been set, already laid with champagne and fresh fruit. "Do you like it here?" Jiang Han gently guided Lu Yun into a seat, leaning down to ask. Lu Yun glanced around, her eyes brimming with delight. "It's absolutely gorgeous, like stepping into a dream." She smiled in reply, reached out and popped a strawberry into her mouth. Jiang Han took the seat beside Lu Yun, fastened his seatbelt and instructed the flight attendant we're ready for takeoff. As the engines roared to life, the plane taxied smoothly, accelerated and soared into the sky. Through the window the nightscape of Sanzhou Island gradually came into view, tiny lights twinkling like scattered stars, an enchanting sight. Lu Yun rested her head on Jiang Han's shoulder and whispered, "This trip was short, but I'm so happy." "Thank you." Jiang Han gently stroked her hair. "As long as you're happy, that's all that matters. In the future I'll take you to more places and show you even more beautiful scenery." The plane cruised steadily as the flight attendant brought 2 glasses of champagne. Jiang Han took the glasses, clinked them lightly with Lu Yun's. "To our future." Lu Yun's face radiated bliss. She took a delicate sip, savoring the rich effervescent flavor that bloomed on her tongue. Outside the night sky stretched boundless and deep, dotted with stars as if bearing witness to their sweet moment. The 3-hour flight passed in a flash. The plane touched down steadily at Zhonghai International Airport. As the stairs were lowered, the cool night breeze mingled with the city's distinctive scent of fireworks, and everyday life swept toward them. Jiang Han took Lu Yun's hand and descended the aircraft. Ground staff had already been waiting, greeting them with polite bows. The two left the airport and soon reached where Jiang Han had parked his car. Moonlight spilled over Jiang Han's black Range Rover, the body reflecting a cold gleam. With gentlemanly grace, Jiang Han opened the door for Lu Yun. After she was seated, he circled to the driver's side, started the engine. The roar of the engine shattered the quiet of the airport parking lot. The sports car shot forward like an arrow released from a bowstring. Inside the car, soft soothing music flowed. Lu Yun lounged lazily in her seat, a hint of reluctance in her eyes. "Han Xiao, I really don't want to share you with anyone else anymore." Jiang Han held the steering wheel with one hand and gently placed the other over Lu Yun's. He chuckled, "In a little while we'll pick up Zhang Shi and I'll take you both to buy some jewelry as gifts." At Jiang Han's words, Lu Yun's previously radiant face instantly fell. Her delicate brows furrowed and a glimmer of disappointment flashed in her eyes. "Why do we have to call Zhang Shi? I just wanted some time alone with you." Pouting, she crossed her arms, looking every bit like a child throwing a tantrum. Seeing this, Jiang Han's smile grew even more tender. He freed one hand and gently patted Lu Yun's head. "You two are both my treasures. I took you on this trip and Zhang Shi didn't say a word about it." Lu Yun shot him a sidelong glance, feigning anger. "Fine." Despite her words, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but lift into a small smile. Soon the sports car pulled up in front of a luxurious villa. Jiang Han rang the doorbell and Zhang Shi came out promptly. She wore a simple dress, elegant and poised. "Han Xiao, Lu Yun, you're finally back." Zhang Shi greeted them with a smile, her eyes brimming with warmth. Jiang Han grinned back. "Get in quickly. Tonight I'm taking you to pick out some jewelry you'll love." Once Zhang Shi was in the car, the atmosphere became lively. The three young people chatted and laughed all the way, soon arriving at a top-tier jewelry store. The shop glittered with brilliant lights, various jewelry pieces radiated enchanting sparkles from within glass counters. A sales assistant warmly greeted them and began introducing the latest collections. Lu Yun and Zhang Shi wandered between the counters, their eyes shimmering with excitement. Lu Yun picked up a diamond necklace, holding it against her neck. "Han Xiao, what do you think of this one?" Jiang Han stepped forward, scrutinizing it closely, then nodded in approval. "Beautiful. This necklace seems tailor-made for you." Meanwhile, Zhang Shi selected an exquisite jadeite ring, slipped it onto her finger and admired it in the mirror. "Zhang Shi, that ring really suits you," Lu Yun remarked. Encouraged by Jiang Han, both eventually found jewelry they truly loved. Ding! Congratulations, host, for spending 740000. Triggering 30x return. Reward 2220000. Acquired Shenhao points 740000. Remaining refund count 1. The moment Jiang Han finished paying, the system's mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Jiang Han nodded with satisfaction, a smile tugging at the corner of his lips. Then he led the two women out of the store. Back at the car, Jiang Han laughed and said, "Zhang Shi, you sit in the front." I haven't touched your legs in days. Lu Yun stood to the side, arms crossed, feigning indignation. Oh Jiang Han, just a few days gone and your eyes are only. Lu Yun stood to the side, arms crossed, feigning indignation. Oh Jiang Han, just a few days gone and your eyes are only on Zhang Shi. She pouted slightly, but the mischievous glint in her eyes was impossible to hide. Jiang Han reached out with a smile and ruffled her hair. How could that be, my dear heart? You're one of a kind. It's just that Zhang Shi sitting in front makes it easier for me to discuss some important classified matters with her. He deliberately winked, putting on a mysterious air. The trio got into the car and the sports car started smoothly weaving through the brilliantly lit streets. Inside, a relaxed and joyful atmosphere filled the cabin as soft melodious music played. While driving, Jiang Han animatedly shared the wondrous experiences of his recent trip, keeping both women laughing continuously. Back at Longhu Manor, Jiang Han sat on the sofa with an arm around each woman, leaning close to Zhang Shi's ear and whispering with a grin, how about the three of us go soak in the bath? Han Xiao, haven't you seen enough bikinis during your trip? Zhang Shi asked with a smile. It's just that I didn't get to see you in a bikini. Jiang Han replied. Lu Yun was momentarily taken aback, then covered her mouth and giggled, a teasing glint in her eyes. Oh Jiang Han, so the whole time you were away what you truly had on your mind was Zhang Shi in a bikini? She pretended to be angry and made as if to push him away. Jiang Han quickly wrapped an arm around Lu Yun, pulling her back into his embrace. I'm being wronged. My dear hearts, the sight of both of you in bikinis is etched into my soul. It's just that this trip didn't give me a chance to enjoy the seaside with Zhang Shi, so I wanted to make up for it. Besides, the three of us together, how amazing that would be. Zhang Shi's cheeks flushed. She lightly tapped Jiang Han on the shoulder. You're such a smooth talker. Fine, since you've put it that way, I'll go along with you. Jiang Han excitedly snapped his fingers, then led the two women straight to the manor's luxurious bathroom. The bathroom was spacious and bright, dominated by a huge round bathtub in one corner. A marble counter nearby was adorned with various aromatherapy candles and essential oils. Jiang Han personally adjusted the water temperature, then opened a bottle of champagne and poured a glass for each of them. In the warm steam, Lu Yun was the first to shed her coat, revealing a red bikini that accentuated her every curve. Zhang Shi, slightly more shy, changed behind a screen into a blue bikini before slowly stepping out. Jiang Han's eyes lit up as he admired the two women. You two are like celestial maidens descended from heaven. I must have saved the galaxy in my past life to deserve such fortune in this one. The three slipped into the bathtub. The warm water enveloped their bodies, bringing pure relaxation. As Jiang Han massaged the shoulders of both women, he shared amusing anecdotes from the trip, eliciting peals of laughter from them. Candlelight flickered, champagne's gentle buzz settled in, and the entire bathroom was steeped in a warm romantic atmosphere. After bathing, Jiang Han lay on the soft oversized bed in the bedroom with Zhang Shi and Lu Yun gently leaning against him. Jiang Han gave Zhang Shi a playful pinch and teased with a laugh, it's only been a few days, but it feels like you've grown bigger. It's because you've forgotten what I used to look like, Han. It's not like I've grown. Zhang Shi retorted. The warm amber wall lamp cast a soft glow, bathing the entire bedroom in a cozy and comfortable atmosphere. Hearing Jiang Han and Zhang Zai's exchange, Lu Yun raised a delicate eyebrow, reached out a finger and playfully tapped Jiang Han's head, pretending to be angry as she chided, Han, your heart is so biased, your eyes are only on Zhang Shi. Though her words carried a hint of reproach, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl upward into a crescent moon, and her eyes sparkled with amusement and a touch of coquettishness. Jiang Han immediately caught on, stretched out his arm and pulled Lu Yun into an embrace, planting a kiss on her smooth forehead with a motion as gentle as a feather brushing by. My dear heart, you've misunderstood. In my eyes you two are like the brightest stars in the night sky, unique and irreplaceable. Besides, when it comes to beautiful things, I naturally want to appreciate them more. His gaze was filled with deep affection, as if he was uttering the most sincere vows. Zhang Zai's cheeks instantly flushed crimson like a splendid sunset sky. She playfully punched Jiang Han's chest, her voice soft and sweet, always sweet-talking to charm people, who knows how many girls you've deceived. Jiang Han laughed and caught Zhang Zai's hand, putting on a pitiful expression with wide eyes, but you two aren't little girls either. He blinked at them, his face full of anticipation. Lu Yun suddenly perked up, sitting up like a lively little rabbit, gesturing with her hands as she spoke excitedly, when you were away, Zhang, she made an utter fool of herself. At that beauty salon we went to last time, a new beautician was doing Zhang Zai's facial and mistook the toner for lotion, smearing it all over her face. At this point Lu Yun couldn't hold back any longer and burst into laughter, rocking back and forth until tears almost spilled from her eyes. Zhang Shi was both embarrassed and annoyed, her delicate earlobes turning red. She quickly pulled the blanket over herself, muffling her voice from underneath. Lu Yun, why do you have to bring that up? At that moment I was so mortified my toes could have dug a 3-bedroom apartment out of the floor. Jiang Han laughed so hard his belly ached. He gently pulled the blanket aside and hugged Jiang Shi tightly, teasing softly, I never knew Jiang Shi had such an adorable side. Too bad I didn't see it in person. Jiang Han laughed so hard his belly ached. He gently pulled the blanket aside and hugged Jiang Shi tightly, teasing softly, I never knew Jiang Shi had such an adorable side. After what seemed like ages, drowsiness gradually crept in like a tide. Lu Yun and Zhang Zai's eyelids grew heavy and their gazes became distant. They curled up like two lazy kittens, finding a comfortable spot in Jiang Han's arms, and fell into a deep sleep. Jiang Han watched them sleep, a happy smile spreading across his face, his eyes full of affection and tenderness. Moonlight filtered through the sheer curtains, casting a silvery veil over their faces. Jiang Han silently made a promise in his heart, no matter the storms ahead he would guard this hard-earned beauty. At daybreak sunlight slipped through the gap in the curtains, quietly illuminating the bedroom. Jiang Han woke up and glanced at Lu Yun and Jiang Shi beside him. They were still sound asleep. Lu Yun was curled up like a cat next to Jiang Han's arm, her hair messily draped across her face. Jiang Shi lay on her side, the corners of her mouth turned up, probably dreaming a sweet dream. Afraid of waking them, Jiang Han got out of bed quietly and went to the bathroom to freshen up. Afterward he headed to the kitchen, planning to make a romantic breakfast for the two. Jiang Han worked quickly, taking out fresh ingredients from the fridge. The eggs sizzled in the pan, the toast turned golden in the oven, and soon the aroma of coffee filled the room. Jiang Han carried a tray laden with delicious food back to the bedroom. Lu Yun had already woken up groggily. She rubbed her eyes and upon seeing the breakfast in Jiang Han's hands exclaimed in surprise, Han, you even prepared breakfast, you're so considerate. Jiang Han smiled and placed the tray by the bed, kissing Lu Yun's forehead. Sweetheart, wake Jiang Shi up and we'll eat together. Lu Yun gently nudged Jiang Shi, who mumbled a few words before slowly opening her eyes. Seeing the scene before her, Jiang Shi was also moved by Jiang Han's gesture. The three of them sat around the bedside eating the delicious breakfast and sharing their thoughts with each other. Jiang Han looked at the two girls earnestly and said, I hope that every day from now on we can wake up together like this and live a good life. Lu Yun and Jiang Shi exchanged glances, their eyes filled with emotion, and nodded eagerly. After breakfast, Jiang Han suggested, the weather is nice today. Let's go horseback riding by the seaside and get some fresh air. The two girls agreed immediately. Jiang Han made the arrangements and soon they arrived at a private equestrian center by the sea. The sea breeze blew gently, waves lapped against the sandy shore, and the horses trotted happily along the beach. Jiang Han took the girls' hands and strolled on the sand, leaving a trail of footprints of varying depths. The three of them wandered along the beach, enjoying the gentle breeze and warm sun. Just then a stable hand led over three sturdy horses. Jiang Han chose a steed with jet-black gleaming fur. Lu Yun picked a snow-white mare, and Jiang Shi set her sights on a small chestnut pony with reddish-brown hair. Jiang Han skillfully mounted his horse and demonstrated to Lu Yun and Jiang Shi, patiently instructing, first step on the stirrup, grip the reins firmly and slowly rise. Don't be afraid, him right here. With Jiang Han's help, Lu Yun and Jiang Shi gingerly climbed onto their horses. Jiang Han gave a command and the three horses first walked slowly, then began to trot along the beach. Lu Yun screamed with excitement, gripping the reins tightly as her hair flew wildly in the wind. Jiang Shi was a bit nervous at first, her body stiff, but under Jiang Han's constant encouragement she gradually relaxed, a bright smile blooming on her face. During the ride, Jiang Han suddenly felt playful and pointed to a reef jutting out of the sea in the distance. Let's have a horse race. Whoever gets to that reef first decides what we have for dinner tonight. Lu Yun and Jiang Shi exchanged glances and shouted together, you're on. Just as they finished speaking, the three spurred their horses on, urging them to gallop faster. The sea breeze whistled past their ears and the spray from the waves splashed against them, cool and refreshing. Lu Yun's white horse charged ahead while Zhang Zai's reddish-brown pony closely followed, not falling behind. Jiang Han deliberately slowed down, watching the two race with a fond smile on his face. As they neared the reef, Zhang Zai's pony suddenly sped up, overtaking Lu Yun's white horse and reaching the finish line first. Jiang Shi waved her arms excitedly and shouted, I win. Tonight I want a seafood feast. Though slightly regretful, Lu Yun soon smiled and congratulated Jiang Shi. After the ride, the three went to rest under a beach umbrella by the sea. Jiang Han ordered 3 glasses of freshly squeezed juice. The three sipped their drinks while watching the sunset over the sea. The setting sun dyed the sky orange-eyed and the shimmering waves spread like a golden carpet. Jiang Han looked at Lu Yun and Jiang Shi beside him, feeling deeply happy. He silently resolved to live more such wonderful days, create more sweet memories and write their own romantic story. As darkness fell, they stood up and headed toward the seafood restaurant, planning to continue enjoying this wonderful evening. Jiang Han looked at Lu Yun and Zhang Shi beside him, feeling deeply happy. He silently resolved to live more such wonderful days, create more sweet memories and write their own romantic story. Zhang Shi grinned, linked her arm through Lu Yun's and said coquettishly, "Good sister, next time I'll let you win on purpose. But tonight we must eat our fill of this seafood feast. Don't you agree, Master Han?" Jiang Han nodded with a smile, wrapping one arm around each of their shoulders. "Of course. As long as you're happy, we can have seafood feasts every day without any problem." Soon the three arrived at the seaside seafood restaurant. The restaurant was romantically and warmly decorated with wooden tables and chairs, decorative paintings of various marine creatures on the walls, and the surging sea visible through the windows. The hostess led them to a table by the window and handed them menus. Zhang Shi took the menu, her eyes lighting up. She said excitedly, "I want steamed scallops with garlic, vermicelli, salt and pepper, mantis shrimp and steamed grouper." Lu Yun, while browsing the menu, added, "Let's also order a plate of spicy stir-fried clams. I love them." "Master Han, would you like a bowl of seafood porridge?" Jiang Han replied with a smile, "Sure, I love everything you order." "Oh, waiter, a bottle of champagne to celebrate Zhang Zai's victory." While waiting for the food, Jiang Han gazed at the night view outside the window and sighed, "I'm so happy today. It would be wonderful if every day could be like this." Lu Yun leaned on Jiang Han's shoulder and said softly, "As long as we're together, every day will be joyful." Zhang Shi added, "Exactly. I hope we can visit more fun places in the future and create more beautiful memories." As they spoke, the waiter brought over the steaming seafood dishes. The three clinked their glasses, their laughter and cheerful voices echoing through the restaurant. On this wonderful night their bond grew even stronger, and the days ahead seemed full of endless possibilities. They raised their glasses and clinked once more, the restaurant filled with their laughter. Just as they were about to start eating, the restaurant's announcement suddenly sounded, "Dear customers, welcome. To make your dining experience more enjoyable, we have prepared a seafood knowledge quiz. The winner will receive a mysterious seafood gift pack." Zhang Zai's eyes lit up and she excitedly slapped the table. "Master Han, Lu Yun, let's join together. I'm definitely getting that gift pack." Zhang Zai's eyes lit up and she excitedly slapped the table. "Master Han, Lu Yun, let's join together. I'm definitely getting that." The first question was, which type of shellfish has a hard shell that opens and closes by itself and is often used in delicious dishes? Zhang Shi reacted quickly and answered immediately, "It's clams." "Didn't we just order spicy stir-fried clams?" The host nodded with a smile, confirming she was correct. The second question was a bit harder. The markings on groupers vary slightly in different seas. What are the characteristics of the South China Sea groupers markings? Jiang Han thought for a moment and answered steadily, "The markings on South China Sea groupers are generally denser and darker in color." The answer was correct and the trio advanced to the next round. When the final question was announced, the whole venue fell silent. The question was, name 3 edible types of shrimp and describe their appearance and differences. Lu Yun was completely unflustered and spoke methodically. Jiwei shrimp have clear brown stripes on their shells and are relatively long. Crayfish have hard shells with spines and large claws. Prawns are large with somewhat translucent bodies and brownish-blue spots. They successfully won the championship. The staff brought over the mysterious seafood gift pack. When opened, it contained precious deep-sea shrimp and crabs along with specially made seafood sauces. Zhang Shi danced with joy. Tonight we not only had a feast but also got a gift pack, so worth it. Lu Yun joked with a smile, "This is all because of our joint effort, otherwise how could we have gotten such great stuff?" The three were still reveling in the excitement of their victory as they continued their dinner. Just then the restaurant manager walked over with a beaming smile, holding an exquisite envelope in his hand. "Congratulations on winning the quiz. This small gift is just a token of our appreciation. To express our congratulations, the restaurant has a special surprise for the 3 of you." With that he handed the envelope to Jiang Han. Jiang Han curiously opened it. Inside were 3 tickets for a 3-day luxury cruise scheduled for the following week. Lu Yun was also extremely excited, her eyes sparkling with joy. "This surprise is too big. It seems the goddess of luck has been with us all." Lu Yun was also extremely excited, her eyes sparkling with joy. "This surprise is too big. It seems the goddess of luck has been with us all evening." The other customers in the restaurant cast envious glances and many began whispering. A lady with a child stepped forward and said with a smile, "You 3 have such a wonderful relationship and cooperated so well in the quiz. Could you share how you usually get along?" Jiang Han put his arms around Lu Yun and Zhang Zai's shoulders and replied with a smile, actually there's no secret, it's just mutual understanding and tolerance, sharing both the joyful and the difficult moments in life. Just like tonight's activity, when we all work together happiness multiplies. A week flew by in the blink of an eye. On the day of departure the weather was exceptionally fine with sunlight blazing brilliantly. Jiang Han drove his luxury car to pick up Lu Yun and Zhang Shi heading straight for the pier. Upon arriving at the pier the luxurious cruise ship stood like a sea castle gleaming under the sun with a dazzling metallic luster. The three of them felt an overwhelming surge of excitement as they boarded the vessel. The staff had been waiting with beaming smiles guiding them to their rooms. The room was spacious and comfortable. Pushing open the balcony door the vast ocean unfolded before their eyes, stretching endlessly into the horizon. Zhang Shi dashed around the room in exhilaration, touching the soft bedding, then rushing to admire the view outside the window, exclaiming, Han Xiao Lu Yun, this room is so luxurious it feels like stepping into a palace. As the cruise ship slowly set sail Jiang Han led the two onto the deck. A gentle sea breeze brushed against them and waves lapped against the hull sending up white sprays of foam. At that moment the ship's announcement echoed, "Dear passengers, welcome aboard this luxury cruise. To make your journey more enjoyable we will host a vibrant masquerade party tonight. Everyone is invited to join." Zhang Zai's eyes lit up instantly. Han Xiao Lu Yun, let's go. It's the perfect chance to dress up nicely. Lu Yun nodded in agreement, yes, it's bound to be a lot of fun. Jiang Han smiled and said, alright, let's pick the most beautiful outfits together. Then the three of them headed to the boutique on the cruise. The store was filled with an overwhelming array of clothes that dazzled the eyes. Lu Yun chose a vintage-style evening gown, its black skirt adorned with sparkling rhinestones, elegant and exquisite. Zhang Shi slipped into a playful princess dress, its pink hem fluttering in the breeze making her look like a fairy tale princess. Jiang Han selected a crisp black suit paired with a silver tie exuding a refined gentlemanly charm. As night fell the masquerade officially began. The dance floor was brilliantly lit with enchanting music filling the air. Jiang Han took Lu Yun and Zhang Shi by the hand and led them onto the floor, drawing envious glances from the surrounding passengers. They spun lightly, exchanged affectionate gazes and reveled in the romantic moments. In the midst of the lively festivities a gentle drizzle began to fall from the sky. The staff swiftly erected a transparent canopy over the dance floor. The lights refracted through the canopy, casting a kaleidoscope of colors, adding a unique romantic ambience to the party. The three continued dancing in the rain, their laughter and joy drifting across the sea. Zhang Shi exclaimed excitedly, Han Xiao Lu Yun, this is the most unforgettable night I've ever had. Lu Yun sighed, yes, every moment with you two is full of surprises. Jiang Han gazed at them, a happy smile on his face. In the days ahead it'll take you to experience even more wonderful things. As they were immersed in the romantic atmosphere of the rainy dance, the ship's captain accompanied by several crew members approached with exquisite champagne and desserts. The captain smiled and said, seeing you three enjoy the journey so much brings us genuine joy. This is our specially crafted champagne and pastries, hoping to add a touch of sweetness to tonight. Jiang Han accepted the champagne, clinking glasses with the captain in gratitude. Under the soft lights and raindrops the champagne shimmered with golden bubbles, its aroma intoxicating. Zhang Shi picked up a macaron, took a bite and said with contentment, wow, this tastes incredible. I never expected such a surprise tonight. Time passed slowly and the rain gradually ceased. Jiang Han looked up at the sky and was delighted to find the clouds parting, revealing a brilliant starry expanse. He pointed excitedly and shouted, look, a shooting star. Lu Yun and Zhang Shi quickly raised their heads and saw a meteor streaking across the sky with a long tail. The three closed their eyes and silently made a wish. Then the party entered the game segment. The host invited everyone to form teams for a sea treasure hunt game with a mysterious gift for the winning team. Without hesitation Jiang Han, Lu Yun and Zhang Shi formed a team. Guided by the staff they searched for clues in various parts of the cruise. Without hesitation Jiang Han, Lu Yun and Zhang Shi formed a team. Guided by the staff they searched for clues in various parts of the crew. Lu Yun teased with a laugh, Zhang Shi, you're so excited you can't even walk straight. Zhang Shi blushed and said sheepishly, oh, I was just too impatient. After some effort they found the mysterious gift on the observation deck, an exquisite box filled with precious pearl jewelry. Zhang Shi excitedly opened the box and the pearl necklace and earrings inside glowed with a soft luster under the lights. Returning to the dance floor the three continued dancing, now adorned with the new pearl accessories. Envious gazes from the surrounding passengers followed them, pushing the party atmosphere to a new height. As the midnight bell tolled Jiang Han held Lu Yun and Zhang Shi tightly, whispering, I hope every night from now on will be as happy as this. Lu Yun and Jiang Shi leaned against Jiang Han, sweet smiles on their faces, eagerly anticipating the rest of the cruise adventure. Just as the midnight bell finished ringing and the three were still immersed in bliss, the ship's announcement sounded, "Dear guests, to create even more unforgettable memories, we will host a starlight concert on the top deck." Hearing this, the three perked up and headed hand in hand to the top deck. Moonlight streamed down like silver gauze, mingling with the sparkling stars, illuminating the deck like a fairyland. A small band was playing soothing jazz music, its melodies drifting gracefully as if telling romantic tales. As they were captivated by the music, a staff member slowly pushed a beautifully decorated cart laden with an array of uniquely shaped desserts. The staff introduced with a smile, "These are the Starlight Series desserts specially created by our cruise culinary team for the party, each infused with elements of the ocean and the stars." Jiang Shi immediately picked up a starlight macaron, its colorful icing shimmering under the lights like tiny stars in the sky. She took a bite and the crisp sweetness melted in her mouth, prompting her to exclaim, "This is so beautiful and tastes amazing." Lu Yun chose a dessert with a blue jelly base topped with gold leaf. As she ate it, she felt as if she had swallowed a piece of the starry sky. At the concert's climax, the band began playing lively dance music. Jiang Han stood up first, extending his hand to Lu Yun and Jiang Shi respectively, asking politely, "Would you two lovely ladies do me the honor of a dance?" Lu Yun and Jiang Shi exchanged glances, smiled and placed their hands in Jiang Han's. The three danced freely on the floor, their silhouettes blending with the moonlight and stars, becoming the most beautiful scene on the deck. Suddenly a group of dancers in splendid attire rushed onto the dance floor from all directions, surrounding Jiang Han and the others with passionate, lively movements. It was a surprise performance specially arranged by the crews to celebrate the party. The dancers performed with remarkable skill and enthusiasm, drawing applause and cheers from the surrounding guests. After the performance, the captain appeared again holding a beautifully crafted commemorative photo album. He handed it to Jiang Han, saying, "Our staff captured the wonderful moments of tonight. I hope this gift will help you forever remember this romantic evening." Jiang Han took the album and opened it. Inside were all their photos from the party, dancing in the rain, making wishes, treasure hunting, every moment perfectly captured. Lu Yun and Jiang Shi leaned in to see the photos, their eyes filled with emotion. As the night deepened, the cruise party gradually came to a close. Jiang Han held Lu Yun and Jiang Zai's hands as they strolled slowly on the deck. The sea breeze gently tousled their hair and the sound of waves accompanied them like a soft lullaby. Before long the leisurely cruise was coming to an end. At the break of dawn, the cruise ship carrying Jiang Han resembled a grand palace floating on the sea, gliding slowly through the shimmering waves toward Crescent Bay dock under the morning light. Seagulls fluttered around the ship, chirping incessantly as if bidding farewell to the passengers. By noon, the cruise ship docked steadily at Crescent Bay dock. The dockworkers swiftly tossed the mooring ropes ashore and secured the vessel. Jiang Han, dressed in a well-fitted casual suit and brimming with energy, held Lu Yun's hand in one and Jiang Shi's in the other, slowly descending the gangway. A salty sea breeze filled the dock and sunlight cast long shadows over the three of them. A sharpie dock worker at Crescent Bay spotted Jiang Han immediately. A man in a uniform with a supervisor badge hurried through the bustling dockworkers, rushed to Jiang Han, slightly bowed and said respectfully, "Young Master Han. Welcome to Crescent Bay dock." Jiang Han with keen eyes glanced around and noticed the dock was densely packed with various cruise ships. He frowned slightly and asked, "Why so many cruise ships? Is there a special event?" The supervisor, beaming warmly, replied, "Young Master Han, there's a cruise ship expo being held right now at Crescent Bay. These ships are all masterpieces from renowned manufacturers worldwide and they're up for sale." Jiang Han's eyes lit up with interest. "Is Lu Jia here too?" "Yes, General Manager Lu is discussing with the organizers about purchasing one for Crescent Bay at the management office." "Shall I take you there?" the supervisor answered. Jiang Han waved his hand and said calmly, "No need, I'll go by myself. You carry on with your work." With that he put his arms around Lu Yun and Jiang Shi, walking along the pebble-strewn path toward the Crescent Bay management office. Along the way they passed a variety of uniquely designed cruise ships. The air was filled with enthusiastic introductions from exhibitors and exclamations from visitors, painting a lively picture of the expo before them. The three of them strolled along the winding gravel path. The sea breeze carrying the ocean's distinctive scent brushed against them, lifting Lu Yun's hair. Lu Yun leaned closer to Jiang Han, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she clutched his arm. "Young Master Han, is Crescent Bay also one of your estates?" Jiang Han curled his lips, reached out and playfully tapped Lu Yun's nose, then laughed heartily. "Yes, it's one of my properties. Come, let's browse the expo. If we find a suitable one, we'll buy it. In our free time I'll take you two out to sea. And then I'll have some fun with you." With a teasing raise of his eyebrows, his eyes sparkled with mischief. "You're annoying." Lu Yun blushed, her cheeks as rosy as the sunset, and playfully tapped Jiang Han's chest. The receptionist led Jiang Han quickly to the conference room. Meanwhile, Lu Yun and Zhang Shi followed another staff member to a beautifully decorated lounge. The lounge was bathed in warm light with cream-colored leather sofas and a walnut coffee table. On the table sat a vase of vibrant blue roses spreading a delightful fragrance. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows the breathtaking view of Crescent Bay unfolded. The sea glistened under the sky, blending seamlessly into the horizon, while several cruise ships cruised leisurely, leaving white trails of foam. Zhang Shi rushed to the window, pressing her hands against the glass, and exclaimed excitedly, "Lu Yun, come look. This place is stunning. No wonder young Master Han chose it for his estate." Lu Yun smiled, walking over to her while smoothing her wind-tousled hair. "Indeed, resting here lifts one's spirits." At that moment a staff member brought 2 steaming cups of coffee and delicate pastries. Zhang Shi picked up a macaron, took a bite, and said with a satisfied expression, "Lu Yun, this macaron is divine, crisp and sweet. Young Master Han always surprises us, even the lounge is so thoughtfully arranged." Lu Yun sipped her coffee, gazing out the window thoughtfully. "Young Master Han truly treats us well. If he really buys a cruise ship this time, life will surely become even more exciting." The two of them chatted about their expectations, filling the lounge with laughter and joy. Meanwhile, Jiang Han entered the conference room. Lu Jia was in the midst of a heated discussion with several exhibitors, but immediately paused upon seeing Jiang Han rising to greet him. "Young Master Han, what brings you here?" Jiang Han sat firmly in the main seat, scanning the room with a calm demeanor. "This cruise expo is quite large. I saw several impressive ships outside. Lu Jia mentioned that all of you bring top-tier products. Please give me a detailed introduction." A representative in a dark suit with neatly combed hair quickly flipped through his document, stood up and said respectfully, "Young Master Han, the ships on display are all built by the world's leading manufacturers. Take the Star, for example. It features the latest hull design, offering both speed and stability. The cabins, designed by renowned designers, are incredibly luxurious, complete with a massage pool and a private cinema." Jiang Han nodded slightly, tapping his fingers on the table in thought. "The specs are indeed excellent. But what's the best price you can offer? Keep in mind that Crescent Bay as the venue has provided significant convenience for this event." Another representative smiled ingratiatingly and added, "Young Master Han, we certainly haven't forgotten Crescent Bay's support. The Star is priced at 50 million, but in light of our cooperation we can offer a discounted price of 45 million. Lu Jia frowned and countered, "That's still a bit high. From what we know, comparable ships at other expos are quoted much lower." Jiang Han leaned back, his gaze sharp. "Lu Jia is right. Moreover, Crescent Bay can provide more cooperation opportunities in the future. I hope you can give us a more sincere price." The representatives exchanged glances and whispered among themselves. Finally the lead representative gritted his teeth and said, "Young Master Han, considering our partnership, 40 million, that's the lowest we can go." Jiang Han pondered for a moment. 38 million. This price reflects our cooperative sincerity and aligns with market trends. If agreeable, we can finalize the details now. The representatives whispered again and with no other option nodded. "All right, we'll go with young Master Han's offer." Jiang Han smiled with satisfaction. "Excellent. I hope this is just the beginning of our collaboration, with many more opportunities to come." Everyone in the conference room stood up, shook hands and sealed the deal. The representative of the cruise exhibition organization wore a broad smile and enthusiastically extended his hand, saying, "Mr. Han, it is an honor for us to collaborate with you, and may our partnership be fruitful." Jiang Han smiled and firmly shook the other person's hand in response, saying, "Here's to a successful collaboration. I hope this partnership brings us both great profits. We will closely coordinate with General Manager Liu for the follow-up projects," the representative said politely before taking his leave, to which Jiang Han nodded in acknowledgement. Lu Jia quickly stepped forward, full of enthusiasm, leading the representatives out of the conference room while carefully arranging their return plans. Before long, Lu Jia hurried back to the conference room, looking a bit embarrassed as he said, "Mr. Han, I didn't report to you in advance about the cruise exhibition and the Crescent Bay cruise matter. It's my fault for not doing my job well." Jiang Han leaned back in his chair, his gaze gentle, a smile playing on his lips. "It's all right. I guess you suddenly thought of a good idea, let's hear it." Lu Jia perked up, stepping closer to Jiang Han and earnestly saying, "Mr. Han, Crescent Bay is quite a famous scenic area in the South China Sea, but the recreational routes are too singular. I plan to introduce some marine entertainment projects like jet skiing, sailing experiences and diving adventures to give tourists more options for fun. Jiang Han nodded slightly, his expression contemplative. That's a good idea. However, the size of the Crescent Bay Pier is a bit limited, making it hard to attract wealthy individuals with luxury yachts. Lu Jie's eyes lit up as he tentatively asked, Mr. Han, are you thinking of upgrading the pier as well? Jiang Han crossed his hands, his tone firm. Yes. Since we are upgrading Crescent Bay, we might as well take this opportunity to upgrade the pier as well. The goal is to build the Crescent Bay Pier into one of the top-tier yacht marinas in the country. Lu Jie's eyes widened in excitement, his hands instinctively clenching. Mr. Han, this idea of yours is simply brilliant. Upgrading the Crescent Bay Pier to a top-tier facility will not only attract more affluent yacht enthusiasts but will also boost surrounding tourism. I've previously investigated that we could set up more high-end yacht berths at the pier and establish a luxurious yacht club covering maintenance, dining and accommodation services. Jiang Han nodded gently, his fingers rhythmically tapping on the table. All of this needs to be arranged. Additionally, we should create a commercial area around the pier for shopping, leisure and entertainment, introducing some international big brands to elevate the status of Crescent Bay. Oh, and we must ensure safety measures are top-notch as well. Lu Jie quickly responded, rest assured, Mr. Han, I've already spoken with a professional security team if they can provide a comprehensive safety plan. Next, you should quickly contact a professional design team to create a detailed upgrade blueprint. It must be done to the highest standard. Don't worry about the budget. Jiang Han took the plan and began to review it carefully, occasionally asking questions and offering suggestions. The two discussed the details of the plan for nearly an hour before finally settling on a general direction. Next, you should quickly contact a professional design team to create a detailed upgrade blueprint. It must be done to the highest standard. Don't worry about the budget, I will fully support it. Jiang Han placed the plan on the table and said with determination in his eyes. All right, Mr. Han. I'll get right on it. I promise to transform Crescent Bay as soon as possible. Lu Jie stood up, brimming with energy. After leaving the conference room, Lu Jie immediately started to get busy. Jiang Han watched his departing figure, a hint of a smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. Next, he remembered Lu Yun and Zhang Shi, who were still waiting in the lounge, and walked toward the lounge. Jiang Han gently pushed open the lounge door and warm sunlight streamed in through the gap, casting a bright shadow on the floor. Zhang Shi and Lu Yun were comfortably seated on the sofa, savoring exquisite snacks while admiring the enchanting view of Crescent Bay outside the window. Upon seeing Jiang Han enter, both of them broke into radiant smiles. Jiang Han with a gentle smile spoke, let's go, we're heading home. Lu Yun and Zhang Shi stood up in surprise, quickly walking to Jiang Han's side. Zhang Shi looped her arm through Jiang Han's, curiously asking, Mr. Han, are you done with your business? Jiang Han replied, I'm done, let's go home. He gently teased Zhang Shi by flicking her nose. The three of them chatted and laughed as they left the conference room, passing through the bustling cruise exhibition area. The sea breeze carried the unique scent of the ocean, and the distant cruise ships gleamed with a metallic sheen under the sunlight. After leaving Crescent Bay, they hailed a taxi by the roadside, heading toward the place where Jiang Han had parked. Soon the taxi arrived at the parking area. Jiang Han drove a luxury car, taking Lu Yun and Zhang Shi towards the Longhu Manor. Stepping into the spacious and bright living room of Longhu Manor, all of Jiang Han's fatigue instantly faded away. He strode to the sofa and plopped down, stretching comfortably and sincerely exclaiming, home is truly the most comfortable place. After a day of running around, only by returning here could he truly relax his body and mind. Zhang Shi, like a lively little rabbit, nimbly nestled into Jiang Han's embrace, her eyes filled with tenderness as she lightly kissed his cheek, her voice soft, Mr. Han, after a busy day you must be starving. What do you want to eat? Jiang Han's lips curled into a smile, a hint of mischief flashing in his eyes as he replied, I want to eat you. The teasing filled with affection made Zhang Zi's cheeks instantly flush. At that moment, Lu Yun gracefully walked over, her eyes sparkling with a smile. She sat down on Jiang Han's lap, wrapping her arms around his neck, playfully scolding, well, you have to eat well first, otherwise you won't have the energy. Jiang Han laughed heartily, patting Lu Yun's backside and helplessly saying, you two prepare something simple for dinner. There's too much going on today and my mind is all jumbled, I really don't know what to eat. Alright. Then Mr. Han, you should rest and recharge. Zhang Shi responded with a smile, then took Lu Yun's hand, skipping happily into the kitchen. In the kitchen, soft light cascaded down, illuminating every corner. Zhang Shi tied on a pink apron, standing in front of the stove, tilting her head in thought for a moment before suggesting, Lu Yun, Mr. Han has been working too hard lately, let's make his favorite tomato beef brisket and stir-fry some refreshing vegetables, how about that? Lu Yun nodded in agreement while taking ingredients out of the refrigerator, great idea. Let's also simmer a pot of rich corn and rib soup, nutritious and delicious. The two clearly divided their tasks. Jiang Shi skillfully sliced the beef brisket while Lu Yun attentively washed the vegetables nearby. The water in the pot bubbled and rolled, emitting enticing aromas. Jiang Shi occasionally peeked out to look at Jiang Han, who was resting with his eyes closed in the living room, a smile unconsciously forming on her lips. Lu Yun teasingly remarked, "Look at you, your thoughts are all on Mr. Han." Jiang Zai's face flushed as she lowered her head to continue her work. In the living room, Jiang Han listened to the cheerful laughter and the clattering of pots and pans from the kitchen, a look of happiness spreading across his face. At this moment the warmth of home enveloped him like a tide, and the fatigue of the day gradually dissipated in this cozy atmosphere. The next day at noon, warm sunlight filtered through the gauze curtains, gently spilling into the bedroom of Dragon Lake Manor, coating the entire room in a golden glow. Jiang Han lounged lazily on the soft king-sized bed, savoring the tranquil moment with utter contentment. At that moment Lu Yun stepped lightly into the room, dressed in a simple home-style dress with her hair casually tied up, a few stray strands falling beside her fair cheeks, adding a touch of charm. "Young Master Han, Mr. Lu from Crescent Bay sent over a VIP pass. He invited you to attend the yacht exhibition tomorrow." Lu Yun approached the bed, a sweet smile on her face, handing the VIP pass to Jiang Han. Jiang Han took the pass, glanced at it casually, and pulled Lu Yun into his arms. Lu Yun leaned against his shoulder, her fingers gently tracing his chest. "He'll take you and Jiang Shi to have a look tomorrow," Jiang Han said softly, a faint smile on his lips. His voice carried a hint of lethargy, as if he just wanted to lie still and do nothing. However, as he spoke, his hand, as if acting on its own accord, stealthily slipped into Lu Yun's clothes. That hand groped around on Lu Yun's body as if exploring some secret. Lu Yun couldn't help but startle, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. She looked at Jiang Han with a hint of shyness, but Jiang Han seemed unaware of her reaction, his attention entirely focused on his own hand. "Why does it feel softer?" Jiang Han suddenly muttered under his breath, his voice very low. This made Lu Yun's face flush even more, and her heartbeat involuntarily quickened. The whole day Jiang Han stayed home, thoroughly enjoying himself. The next day he took the two women to Crescent Bay. Sunlight bathed the Crescent Bay docks, and the sea breeze carrying the salty tang of the ocean gently brushed everyone's faces. As soon as Jiang Han, Lu Yun and Jiang Shi stepped into the yacht exhibition, Jiang Shi immediately exclaimed excitedly, "Wow, there are even more yachts today than yesterday." Lu Yun's eyes also lit up, pointing at a particularly large yacht nearby. "That's right, this one looks so grand." This yacht was like a sea giant, its hull over a dozen stories high with smooth lines that sparkled in the sunlight. The three golden characters, Poseidon, on the hull were particularly striking under the sun. Jiang Han perked up, saying, "Come on, let's go up and have a look." The three walked up the gangplank onto the ship. As soon as they entered the cabin, they were struck by an overwhelming sense of luxury. Crystal chandeliers radiated a soft glow, illuminating the hall in golden splendor. Precious paintings hung on the walls, and the thick soft carpet beneath their feet felt like walking on cotton. A uniformed staff member greeted them with a smile, enthusiastically introducing, "Distinguished guests, welcome aboard the Poseidon. This yacht is the star of the exhibition, with top-tier configurations and cutting-edge technology." Jiang Han, Lu Yun and Jiang Shi ascended the polished gangplank onto the Poseidon, the sea wind whipping their hair. As soon as they set foot on the deck, Lu Jia approached with a broad smile and hurried steps, warmly exclaiming, "Young Master Han. I didn't expect you to arrive so early. I was thinking of sending someone to pick you up at the dock." As soon as they set foot on the deck, Lu Jia approached with a broad smile and hurried steps, warmly exclaiming, "Young Master Han. I didn't expect you to arrive so early. I was thinking of sending someone to pick you up at the dock." Lu Jia's expression turned serious as he nodded slightly and replied sincerely, "Young Master Han, the Poseidon matches our upgraded positioning for Crescent Bay perfectly in terms of both scale and configuration. But its price is extremely high. As the world's largest yacht, it sells for 10 billion. We have to consider this huge investment carefully." Jiang Han frowned slightly, a hint of surprise in his eyes. "The world's largest yacht is this Poseidon?" Lu Jia straightened his back and said with certainty, "That's right, young Master Han. The Poseidon, with its 250,000-ton full-load displacement 36-deck structure and top-tier smart technology, firmly holds the top position in the global yacht industry. The yacht is not only equipped with a luxury theater seating 1,000, a constant-temperature infinity pool, but also a high-tech simulated cockpit. It can be called the dream flagship of yachts." As they spoke, Wilson, the representative of the yacht manufacturer, strode over with a professional smile. He wore a well-tailored silver-gray suit, a sapphire blue tie, and shoes polished to a mirror shine. He politely extended his hand and shook Jiang Han, speaking fluent English. "Young Master Han, I've long admired your reputation. It's an honor to invite you to tour the Poseidon. I presume Mr. Lu has already briefed you on the yacht's basic details. May I ask if it meets your satisfaction? Jiang Han curled his lips into a confident smile and responded with poise, Mr. Wilson. The luxury and advanced configurations of the Poseidon are indeed breathtaking. However, when making investment decisions, besides the product itself, price and subsequent operational costs are also important factors. I'd like to know what kind of discounts your company can offer in terms of price. Wilson shrugged and spread his hands. Young Master Han, you may not know, but to build the Poseidon we invested a top-tier R&D team and used the most cutting-edge materials and technology. The R&D and manufacturing costs are extremely high. But considering the potential for cooperation between us, we are willing to provide some value-added services such as technical support during the initial operation of the yacht and a free one-year crew training service. Jiang Han casually shoved his hands into his pants pockets, a relaxed smile on his face, and shrugged. All right, 10 billion it is. I'm happy to pay. Money is no big deal. The moment these words left his mouth, the sea breeze seemed to freeze. Wilson's originally professional smile instantly stiffened, his eyes bulging wide, his jaw nearly dropping. Lu Jie stood there dumbfounded, his mouth slightly open, his mind blank. Although he knew Jiang Han was wealthy, he never expected him to be so generous, not even a frown at a 10 billion deal. Hurry up and prepare the paperwork. I'll swipe my card. Jiang Han's voice broke the brief silence, his tone as casual as if he were ordering afternoon tea. Wilson came back to his senses, his face immediately beaming with a flattering smile. He bent over like a shrimp, respectfully saying, right away, young Master Han. I'll prepare it for you immediately. As he spoke, he hurriedly pulled out his phone and instructed his subordinates in rapid speech to prepare the contract and related procedures. The surrounding staff hearing this cast glances of surprise and envy. Zhang Shi jumped up excitedly, hugging Jiang Han's arm tightly, her face flushed. Young Master Han, that's amazing. From now on we can ride this super luxury yacht and cruise the sea at will. Lu Yun also walked over to Jiang Han, admiration shining in her eyes. Young Master Han, you always surprise us. Shortly after, Wilson rushed back with the prepared documents. Jiang Han took them, quickly scanned through, then picked up a pen and signed his name without a second thought. Just then a dazzling ray of sunlight broke through the clouds, shining upon the Poseidon, making the entire yacht appear cloaked in a layer of golden light. Young Master Han, thank you for your trust. Wilson's voice trembled with excitement. We will provide you with the best service, ensuring every detail of the yacht meets your satisfaction. Jiang Han smiled and nodded, patting Wilson on the shoulder. I hope we'll have more cooperation in the future. There are plenty of opportunities for development in Crescent Bay. The sea breeze picked up again and the flag of the Poseidon flapped loudly in the wind. This jaw-dropping deal not only found a new owner for the Poseidon, but also paved a brighter path for the future development of Crescent Bay. Jiang Han signed the contract with a flourish, completing the 10 billion transaction. At that moment a crisp prompt suddenly sounded in his mind. Congratulations to the host for spending 10 billion successfully. 20 times rebate triggered. Return 200 billion. Remaining rebate count 1. Jiang Han was stunned, completely dazed, his mind going blank in an instant. The relaxed smile on his face froze, replaced by an expression of utter disbelief. Lu Yun, Zhang Shi and Wei Erkson standing beside him all looked perplexed at Jiang Han's reaction. Young Master Han, what's wrong? Lu Yun stepped forward worriedly and gently touched Jiang Han's arm. Wei Erkson also frowned, feeling a bit uneasy, afraid that something might go wrong with the transaction. Just then Jiang Han's phone in his pocket let out a ding-dong sound indicating a credit alert. The sound was like a hammer jolting him out of his shock. Jiang Han took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, and a smile returned to his face. It's nothing, just suddenly remembered something else. Zhang Shi blinked her big eyes and asked curiously, Young Master Han, what is it? Don't keep us in suspense. Jiang Han shook his head with a smile and brushed it off. Just a trivial matter, nothing worth mentioning. But in his heart he was overjoyed. Now that the 200 billion had arrived, the funds for the Crescent Bay upgrade plan were more than sufficient. Seeing that everything was fine, Wei Erkson breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, Young Master Han, the formalities are all done. For the subsequent yacht handover and service arrangements, feel free to contact us anytime if you have any requests. Seeing that everything was fine, Wei Erkson breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, Young Master Han, the formalities are all done. For the subsequent yacht handover and service arrangements, feel free to contact us anytime if you have any requests. Yun, you drive. I don't want to drive. Jiang Han handed the car key to Lu Yun with a smile, a hint of laziness in his expression. Lu Yun smiled charmingly, took the key and gracefully slipped into the driver's seat. During the return trip, Jiang Han leaned against the window, his gaze following the rapidly passing cityscape outside, his mind filled with the magnificent blueprint of Crescent Bay's future. At that moment, the cold mechanical voice of the system exploded in his mind without warning. Congratulations to the host for successfully disrupting the Bai family's plan. Reward progress 1 for the task of driving Bai Chen out of Zhonghai. Zhonghai Twin Towers. Jiang Han's brows instantly knitted together, his face full of astonishment. This sudden prompt was truly too strange. He had merely bought a yacht, how could that have disrupted the Bai family's plan and advanced the task progress? Young Master Han, why are you spacing out again? Zhang Shi, sitting in the back seat, poked her head forward and stared at Jiang Han with curiosity. Jiang Han snapped back to reality and forced a strained smile. It's nothing, just a strange idea popped into my head. Lu Yun caught sight of Jiang Han's unusual expression in the rearview mirror and asked with concern, Young Master Han, have you encountered a problem? If something's on your mind, don't bear it alone. Jiang Han waved his hand, pretending to be relaxed. It's nothing. The car cruised slowly along the coastal avenue and the warm setting sun shone through the window onto Jiang Han's shoulder. Before long, Jiang Han's phone suddenly rang. He took it out and saw an unfamiliar number from Zhonghai on the screen. After a moment of hesitation, he still answered the call. Hello, is this Jiang Han? President Jiang? A warm yet slightly polite voice came from the other end. Speaking. Who is this? Jiang Han's tone was quite calm, his eyes gazing through the window at the distant shimmering sea. I am Wang Jinian of Zhonghai Tingxiang Construction. Thanks to your help earlier, the project has been progressing very smoothly. Now the handover procedures for the Twin Towers are all set. I'd like to ask when you'll be free to come and complete them. There was a hint of urgency in Wang Jinian's tone. Jiang Han thought for a moment and said, well. In a while. I'll head to the Twin Towers now. Alright, President Jiang. I'll be waiting for you at the building entrance. See you soon. Wang Jinian said cheerfully, his voice full of anticipation. Jiang Han hung up the phone, looked at Lu Yun in the driver's seat and said, Union to the Twin Towers. Oh. Okay, young Master Han. Lu Yun stepped on the gas and the car skillfully turned at the intersection, heading toward the Twin Towers. 20 minutes later, the car arrived at the Twin Towers. The building looked particularly solemn under the glow of the sunset. Wang Jinian, wearing a brand new dark suit, was already waiting at the entrance with a group of staff. Seeing Jiang Han get out of the car, Wang Jinian quickly stepped forward, his face beaming with a smile. President Jiang, you finally arrived. You must have had a tiring journey. As everyone entered the building, Wang Jinian led Jiang Han to the exclusive elevator while introducing, President Jiang, all areas of the Twin Towers have been cleaned and maintained and all facilities have been thoroughly inspected. I guarantee there are no issues. Jiang Han nodded slightly, his eyes scanning the elevator's decor for a moment before noticing that a camera in the corner seemed slightly out of place. Arriving at the handover office on the top floor, documents were neatly arranged on the conference table. While signing the documents, Jiang Han immediately noticed an unclear clause. He pointed at the document while looking at Wang Jinian and asked calmly, Director Wang, this clause seems unclear. Could you explain it? Wang Jinian paused for a moment, then quickly laughed. President Jiang is truly meticulous. It's just a minor oversight. It mainly concerns the division of future maintenance responsibilities for the building. We will of course fully cooperate. As he spoke, Wang Jinian's eyes flickered involuntarily. After the handover ceremony, Jiang Han said he wanted to look around the building by himself. In a hidden stairwell, he overheard two cleaners whispering, this building has finally been sold off. We can finally get our wages. The car slowly drove away from the Twin Towers. The streetlights gradually lit up, casting a dim yellow glow through the windows into the car. Jiang Han leaned back in his seat, his brows tightly furrowed, his mind replaying the cleaner's words and Wang Jinian's evasive eyes. Just now I heard two cleaners say that Tingxiang seems to have some funding issues, which is why they sold the Twin Towers. Jiang Han's voice was low, tinged with worry. His fingers unconsciously tapped lightly on the armrest in a rapid rhythm. This is too suspicious. Tingxiang Construction has always had deep roots in Zhonghai. How could its capital chains suddenly break, forcing them to sell the Twin Towers in such a hurry? Alright, young Master Han. Things will work out in the end. Let's go home and rest. Zhang Shi gently took Jiang Han's hand, trying to soothe him, her tone soft. Maybe it's just a misunderstanding. Let's not scare ourselves first. The car slowly pulled away from the Twin Towers. Jiang Han leaned back in his seat, his mind repeatedly echoing the janitor's gossip and Wang Jinian's evasive gaze, making his suspicion grow even heavier. After a moment's thought he took out his phone, found Li Wei's number in his contacts, tapped lightly and dialed. The phone rang only twice before being quickly answered. Li Wei's hearty laughter came through the receiver. "What's up, Xiao Han? Suddenly calling me, have you run into some trouble?" Jiang Han frowned slightly, his tone serious. "Brother Wei, I've indeed encountered something tricky. I'd like to ask you about Tingshan Construction. Has this company been having some issues lately?" Li Wei paused on the other end, then said with a smile, "What a coincidence. I'm actually relaxing at the racetrack right now. It's noisy and crowded here. Hard to talk over the phone. Just come over and we'll talk face to face." "Alright. Brother Wei, I'm on my way. See you soon." Jiang Han hung up and looked at Lu Yun in the driver's seat. "Yun to Zhonghai racetrack." Lu Yun skillfully turned the steering wheel of the car, making a nimble turn at the intersection and speeding toward the racetrack. The atmosphere inside the car was slightly tense. Zhang Shi kept glancing at Jiang Han with concern but didn't know how to comfort him. Half an hour later the car came to a steady stop in front of the racetrack lobby. The roaring engine sounds came from inside the track and the lights were as bright as day, illuminating the surroundings. Jiang Han pushed open the car door and turned to say to Lu Yun and Zhang Shi inside, "Wait for me in the car. The racetrack is crowded and chaotic. I'll go up myself and be back soon." The two women answered in unison, their eyes full of concern. Jiang Han quickly walked into the racetrack where a wave of heat mixed with the smell of gasoline hit him. On the track race cars whizzed past like lightning, the roar of engines deafening. Li Wei, dressed in casual racing gear and wearing sunglasses, was leaning against a cool sports car. Seeing Jiang Han approaching he smiled and walked over. "Xiao Han, finally you're here." Li Wei took off his sunglasses and patted Jiang Han's shoulder. "Come on, let's go to the lounge. It's quieter there." The two walked through the bustling track to a relatively quiet lounge. Li Wei handed him a bottle of water and asked, "Tell me, why did you suddenly think of asking about Tingshan Construction? This company's capital chain has broken recently and many projects have been left unfinished. It's all the buzz in the industry. I bought the Twin Towers. I heard Tingshan Construction's funds are tight." Jiang Han frowned, his arms crossed over his chest, looking worried. A gentle breeze stirred his hair and his shirt swayed slightly. Upon hearing this, Li Wei took off his sunglasses, looked straight at Jiang Han and said slowly, "The Twin Towers have been listed for sale for a long time with a price tag of 30 billion. You don't need to worry about that. But the broken capital chain of Tingshan Construction is a big problem, and the root is in the Bai Group. They've recently been competing with Bai for a prime location in the center of Zhonghai. That place is extremely valuable. The Bai Group has used many dirty tricks to get that land, crushing Tingshan Construction ruthlessly." Jiang Han listened, nodded solemnly and lowered his head to ponder, quickly calculating the situation in his mind. If the Bai Group really got that prime location with Bai Chen's character, his own task of driving Bai Chen out of Zhonghai might be delayed indefinitely. With that thought, Jiang Han's eyes grew more resolute. Li Wei seemed to read Jiang Han's mind, staring intently at him and asking, "Xiao Han, are you thinking of getting involved in this? This is no joke. The Bai Group has deep roots in Zhonghai. Once you get involved, trouble will come. Even if I don't get involved, Bai Chen will know I bought the Twin Towers and he'll definitely come after me in the future." Jiang Han's tone was steady as he lifted his head, his eyes full of defiance. "Rather than wait to be bullied by him, I'd rather make the first move." "That's true. The news of your acquisition of the Twin Towers will reach Bai Chen's ears soon. In his mind you're already on the same side as Tingshan Construction." Li Wei crossed his arms and frowned slightly. "Alright, Brother Wei, I'll be off now. I won't hold you up." Jiang Han curled his lips into a smile and patted Li Wei's arm, but his eyes couldn't help drifting to the speeding cars on the track, as if he was contemplating the imminent business competition. "This is no bother." Li Wei laughed heartily and slapped Jiang Han's shoulder. "Alright, you go back first. If you need anything, just let me know. Whatever trouble we face, we'll solve it together." Jiang Han turned and walked toward the parking lot. The roar of the race cars behind him grew fainter. The sky grew darker and moonlight spilled over the parking lot, illuminating Jiang Han's car. Before getting into the car, he habitually glanced around to make sure everything was fine. Sitting in the driver's seat, Lu Yun and Zhang Shi looked at him with concern. "Master Han, how did the talk go? Any news?" Lu Yun spoke first, her fingers unconsciously tracing lightly on the steering wheel. "Let's head back. I'm tired," Jiang Han said slowly, his voice tinged with fatigue. Then he leaned back, reclined in the passenger seat and gently closed his eyes. Lu Yun saw Jiang Han's somewhat haggard appearance in the rearview mirror, her heart full of sympathy. She carefully started the car, her movements especially gentle, afraid of waking him. Jiang Shi also asked softly, "Is Master Han too tired today? Should we drive faster so he can get back to rest earlier?" Lu Yun shook her head and whispered, "Better to drive steadily. It's rare for Master Han to have a quiet moment to rest." The car fell silent with only the soft hum of the engine and the rustle of tires against the road. Moonlight streamed through the window onto Jiang Han's face, revealing his strong sharp features. He looked as if he were asleep, but his brow was unconsciously furrowed, probably still thinking about the upcoming confrontation with the Bai group and the secrets hidden behind Tingshan Construction. The car slowly drove into Longhu Manor. Lu Yun stopped the car steadily and called softly, "Master Han, we're home." Jiang Han slowly opened his eyes, rubbed his temples and showed a hint of grateful smile. "Thank you both for your hard work." The three of them walked into the manor. The air was filled with a faint floral scent and the fountain sparkled under the moonlight. Jiang Han took a deep breath as if trying to shake off all his fatigue. "You two go rest early. I'll go to the study to review some materials." Jiang Han walked into the study alone, turned on the desk lamp, and the soft light instantly illuminated the documents scattered across the table. He sat down at the desk, took out the files on the Twin Towers and Tingshan Construction again, and as he read his gaze grew increasingly resolute. Throughout the entire night the lamplight in the study never extinguished. Jiang Han stared intently at the computer screen, flipping through page after page of Tingshan Construction's stock chart surrounded by notes densely packed with his handwriting. Through in-depth analysis he was now utterly convinced of the Bai family's underhanded tactics, leveraging their financial advantage to manipulate stock prices, incite panic and thereby suppress Tingshan Construction. At dawn the first rays of sunlight filtered through the gap in the curtains, casting a golden glow on the study floor. Jiang Shi quietly pushed open the study door, and upon seeing Jiang Han's bloodshot eyes her heart ached with concern. She walked over to Jiang Han and said softly, "Han shall take a break. Don't wear yourself out." Jiang Han set down the documents, gently pulled Jiang Shi into his arms and let her sit on his lap. He took a deep breath and said, "Cici, after this night I've finally figured out the Bai family's methods. They've used a series of complex maneuvers to cause Tingshan Construction's stock price to plummet, cutting off its capital flow, all to acquire prime real estate at a rock-bottom price." The morning sunlight grew brighter, bathing the study in a warm golden hue. Zhang's eyes' hair fluttered gently in the breeze as she leaned close to Jiang Han's ear, her voice as soft as willow catkins in spring. "Han Shao, I don't understand those business tricks. All I know is that you need rest right now." Jiang Han, though exhausted, forced a smile and said with a hint of indulgence, "Then come and sleep with me for a while." Zhang's eyes cheeks flushed, her eyes brimming with tenderness. She gently pressed a kiss to Jiang Han's lips, her nose touching his, and replied with a playful tone, "All right." The next moment Jiang Han wrapped his arms around her, tightly pulling her into a passionate kiss. The study fell silent, broken only by the cheerful chirping of birds outside the window. After an unknown stretch of time they parted slowly, Zhang's eyes cheeks flushed like blooming peach blossoms. Jiang Han carried Jiang Shi and walked briskly into the bedroom. The morning sunlight streamed through the gauze curtain, casting patches of light and shadow on the floor. The two reveled in each other's company, savoring this rare moment of warmth. After their affectionate interlude, Jiang Han's taut nerves finally relaxed and he gradually fell asleep. Unbeknownst to them, the sun crept westward outside the window. It was not until 3 in the afternoon that Jiang Han groggily woke. Sunlight seeped through the gap in the curtains, falling on his face. He rubbed his eyes, got up, put on a bathrobe and walked out of the bedroom. In the living room a warm yellow glow illuminated the space as Jiang Shi and Lu Yun busied themselves preparing ingredients for dinner. On the chopping board lay fresh vegetables and meat. The two women skillfully chopped and chatted in low voices. "Han Shao, you're awake. Would you like something to eat?" Lu Yun quickied was the first to notice Jiang Han coming downstairs. She stopped her work and asked with concern. Jiang Han nodded lightly, his face still carrying the lazy air of just waking up. Lu Yun immediately set down her knife and hurried into the kitchen. In no time she emerged with a steaming bowl of shrimp wontons whose savory aroma instantly filled the living room. Jiang Han sat at the dining table. After taking a couple of bites he seemed to remember something, set down his spoon and headed upstairs. A short while later he came down wearing a well-tailored dark gray suit with a sapphire blue tie, looking exceptionally stylish. "I'm going out for a bit." Once outside the estate, Jiang Han took out his phone and called Wang Jinian. "President Wang, are you free right now?" "Yes, I'm free, President Jiang." "What's up?" Wang Jinian's voice came through the phone, tinged with curiosity. "If you're free, come to Longhao Grand Hotel. I want to talk something over with you." Just mention my name when you arrive and they'll be waiting. Jiang Han hung up after speaking. Wang Jinian stared at his phone, his brows deeply furrowed, his mind full of doubts. But recalling that a young man like Jiang Han could effortlessly mobilize billions in capital, the power behind him must be unfathomable. Without a moment's hesitation he left his office, started his car and sped toward Longhao Grand Hotel. When Jiang Han arrived at Longhao Grand Hotel, the staff at the entrance immediately came forward and greeted him respectfully. Han Xiao. Arrange a private room for me and bring some dishes. Also a bottle of Romani Conti. Jiang Han said while surveying the hotel lobby. Certainly, Han Xiao. This way please. The waiter beamed and led Jiang Han inside. Upon hearing of Jiang Han's arrival, Sun Chang hurried over. As the manager of Longhao Grand Hotel, Sun Chang was well aware of Jiang Han's identity and status. Han Xiao, what brings you here? Sun Chang approached, slightly bowing. Here to discuss business with someone. When President Wang from Tingxiang Construction arrives, bring him over. Jiang Han said, following the waiter into a lavishly decorated private room. In the private room a crystal chandelier cast a soft glow, expensive art adorned the walls, and the plush leather sofa offered exceptional comfort. About 20 minutes later Wang Jinian arrived at the hotel in a fluster. After confirming his identity, Sun Chang escorted him to the private room. Wang Jinian pushed open the door, his face beaming. President Jiang, sorry to keep you waiting. Jiang Han stood up and gestured for Wang Jinian to sit. The waiter promptly poured red wine for both of them. Jiang Han raised his glass, took a light sip and fixed a sharp gaze on Wang Jinian. President Wang, I've invited you today to discuss the Shuangzi Tower as well as Tingxiang Construction and the Bai Group. Wang Jinian's expression flickered and his glass trembled slightly in his hand. Jiang Han quickly smiled and reassured him, President Wang, don't panic. I know Tingxiang and the Bai family are at odds. The enemy of my enemy is my friend after all. Besides, we're not enemies, we have a basis for cooperation. Wang Jinian breathed a sigh of relief, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. Han Xiao, I asked around before coming. I learned that you're the same Jiang Han who had a conflict with Bai Chen. What are you planning? Jiang Han swirled his wine glass and said with conviction, I intend to establish a new company in the Shuangzi Tower and acquire a controlling stake in Tingxiang. Wang Jinian was stunned into silence. After a moment he was about to speak when Jiang Han raised a hand to stop him. President Wang, don't worry. I won't take advantage of your hardship. Name your price and I won't haggle. Jiang Han's terms were indeed tempting. With Tingxiang's capital chain broken, an injection of funds could not only resolve the immediate crisis but also help them gain. Jiang Han's terms were indeed tempting. With Tingxiang's capital chain broken, an injection of funds could not only resolve the immediate crisis but also help them gain an edge in the competition against the Bai family. Yet he remained uneasy. If Jiang Han were to change his mind later, Tingxiang would be utterly finished. After a long pause, Wang Jinian looked up with a firm expression. Han Xiao, you've certainly shown sincerity. But this matter concerns the very survival of the company. I need to discuss it with the board before I can give you an answer. Jiang Han smiled and nodded. Good. I'll wait for your call. I hope you bring me good news, President Wang. With that he rose and prepared to leave. Stepping out of the private room, Jiang Han looked at Sun Chang, who was still waiting by the door, and said, pack a few bottles of fine wine for President Wang to take home and enjoy. Right away, Han Xiao. I'll have it arranged. Sun Chang immediately responded. Having said that, Jiang Han shook hands with Wang Jinian, turned around and strode out of Longhao Grand Hotel. The evening wind blew against his face, carrying a cool chill. As soon as he slipped into the car his phone rang. Seeing that it was Su Yao calling, Jiang Han's heart skipped a beat. He quickly answered. Jiang Han. Have you already forgotten me completely? Su Yao's voice crackled with indignation over the phone, sounding truly aggrieved. How could I? I've been swamped lately, buried under a heap of troublesome affairs. Jiang Han hastily explained, his brow furrowing. Oh. Su Yao replied with just that one word, then abruptly hung up with a click. Jiang Han stared at the disconnected call, dumbfounded, and immediately redialed. But the moment the call connected he heard a busy tone. Su Yao had surely rejected it directly. Jiang Han shook his head helplessly, guilt flooding his heart. He started the car and drove toward Su Yao's workplace, pressing the accelerator hard. Along the way his mind was filled with the image of Su Yao's angry face, and he resolved to explain everything to her in person. Before long Jiang Han arrived at the office building where Su Yao worked. By now night had fallen, but the building was brilliantly lit. Jiang Han stepped into the lobby, approached the reception desk and said politely, hello, I'm looking for Su Yao. Could you please call her for me? The young receptionist gave him an appraising look and replied with a smile, "Please wait a moment, sir." With that she picked up the phone and dialed. After a moment she wore a troubled expression, "I'm sorry sir, but Miss Su says she's very busy right now and can't see you." Jiang Han frowned thought for a moment, then pulled out his phone and sent Su Yao a message, "Yao Yao, I know I've been wrong lately not paying enough attention to you. Give me a chance to explain. I'll be waiting downstairs." After sending the message, Jiang Han sat down in the lobby's waiting area, his eyes occasionally drifting toward the elevator doors. Time ticked by slowly and Jiang Han grew increasingly anxious. Just as his patience was wearing thin, the elevator doors slid open with a soft ding and Su Yao stepped out dressed in her business attire, her expression a mixture of emotions. As soon as she emerged she spotted Jiang Han sitting in the waiting area. Jiang Han's sharp eyes caught her immediately, and like a child who had misbehaved he quickly stood up and hurried over, his face plastered with a fawning smile. I messed up. I've been running around like crazy lately, it's truly not that I meant to ignore you." The moment Su Yao laid eyes on Jiang Han her lips puckered into a pout. "Humph." She turned away in a huff, sidestepped Jiang Han and strode forward, her high heels clicking sharply against the polished floor. "I was wrong." Jiang Han quickly stepped forward and gently took her arm, his eyes filled with remorse. Su Yao halted, turned her face away and feigned anger. "I'm off work. I'm hungry. Who are you waiting for here? Come on, let's go eat." "Let's go eat," Jiang Han said naturally, taking her hand, feeling the warmth of her palm which brought him a sense of relief. "I'll take you to have your favorite dessert and then a big feast to make up for it." The two walked out of the office building and the evening breeze mingled with the smoky scent of the city at night greeted them. Jiang Han led Su Yao to a Western restaurant she had long been craving. Inside the lighting was soft and a violinist was playing a soothing melody. The waiter handed over the menu and Jiang Han said with a smile, "Order whatever you like. Today I must make my Yao Yao happy." Su Yao took the menu, stealing a glance at Jiang Han. Seeing his earnest expression, much of her anger had faded. She deliberately tested him. "I want a really expensive steak and 2 desserts. Jiang Han nodded without hesitation. "Fine, as long as you're happy." During the meal Jiang Han told Su Yao all about his recent busy schedule, the Shuangzi building project, Tingshan construction and the maneuvering with the Bai group. Su Yao listened intently, her feigned anger gradually dissolving into genuine concern. "So you've been this busy dealing with so many troubles, why didn't you tell me?" Jiang Han reached out and took her hand, saying affectionately, "I didn't want you to worry. But it's all right now. Seeing you makes all my worries disappear." Su Yao's cheeks flushed slightly and she chided, "Don't do that again next time. No matter how busy you are, you must keep in touch with me." Jiang Han nodded quickly, "Absolutely, absolutely." Just as the two were enjoying their sweet moment, Jiang Han's phone rang incessantly. He pulled it out and saw it was Wang Jinian calling. His expression turned serious. He glanced apologetically at Su Yao, then quickly answered the call. "President Wang, is there good news?" "Young Master Han. Right after we parted I immediately convened a board meeting. Everyone discussed it heatedly and in the end your acquisition plan passed unanimously." Wang Jinian's voice trembled with excitement through the phone. "Fantastic." Jiang Han's grin stretched wide, his eyes gleaming with determination. "Young Master Han, are you free right now? If so, the other board members would like to meet with you in person." Wang Jinian continued, his tone filled with anticipation. Jiang Han instinctively looked at Su Yao, his eyes full of apology. Quick-witted as she was, she understood immediately and said generously, "Work is important. Go ahead." Jiang Han nodded gratefully to Su Yao and said into the phone, "All right, I'll head to your Tingshan construction right now." "Great, young Master Han. We're all looking forward to your arrival." Wang Jinian hung up. Jiang Han stood up, walked over to Su Yao and gently stroked her hair. "Yao Yao, I'm really sorry, this work matter is urgent. Next time I'll spend proper time with you." Su Yao smiled and nodded, "Go ahead, work matters. I'll wait for you to finish." After bidding Su Yao farewell, Jiang Han drove toward Tingshan construction. The streets were clogged with traffic that evening. Jiang Han's car drifted like a small boat in a river of lights and vehicles winding its way. Before long he arrived at the Tingshan construction office building. The building was ablaze with lights standing out conspicuously against the darkened neighboring structures. Wang Jinian was already waiting at the entrance. As soon as he saw Jiang Han get out of the car he greeted him with a broad smile, "Young Master Han, you're here at last. The directors are all waiting in the conference room." Jiang Han followed Wang Jinian into the elevator as it ascended slowly. Wang Jinian briefed him on the board members' backgrounds while discreetly gauging his reactions. Jiang Han's face remained impassive, listening intently, his mind already strategizing the upcoming negotiation. When the elevator doors opened, Wang Jinian led him into the conference room. Inside, all the board members were already seated. Upon seeing Jiang Han enter, they stood up and greeted him. "Master Han, please have a seat." In the boardroom, a middle-aged man in a dark gray suit pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses, breaking the silence first. His gaze was deep, his voice steady and forceful, carrying an authority that commanded respect. Jiang Han, hearing this, calmly took a seat at the conference table, sitting upright with every movement exuding confidence. He cast a brief glance around the room and slowly asked, "Why did you call me here? What do you want to discuss face-to-face?" The middle-aged man clasped his hands on the table, eyes fixed on Jiang Han. "Master Han, we all know you're interested in acquiring Tingshan Construction. But we need to confirm, do you intend to buy a majority stake or?" He deliberately paused, his eyes full of probing. Jiang Han leaned forward slightly, his gaze like a torch, and answered without hesitation, "Since you've asked directly, I won't beat around the bush. I plan to acquire Tingshan Construction in its entirety. Name your price." The moment these words were spoken, a low murmur rippled through the boardroom, the directors exchanging surprised glances. An old man with white hair seated beside the middle-aged man frowned and raised the first query. "Master Han, Tingshan Construction has been developing in Zhonghai for many years. Although it's facing some financial difficulties now, it still has a solid foundation. Are you truly considering a full acquisition? This is no small sum of money." Jiang Han smiled, leaned back in his chair and said calmly, "I know exactly what Tingshan Construction is worth. The buy group is putting pressure on us from all sides. Without an immediate injection of capital, Tingshan Construction won't hold out. I have the confidence to lead it out of trouble, not only solving the current crisis but also rivaling the buy group in the future." The middle-aged man seemed to ponder Jiang Han's words, nodding. "Master Han, your boldness and determination are truly admirable. However, such a major decision requires some time for us to deliberate." Jiang Han folded his arms across his chest, his expression serene. "I understand. But time waits for no one. The buy group won't sit idly by while we join forces. I hope you can give me an answer soon." For a moment the room fell silent, broken only by the hum of the air conditioner. After a long pause, the white-haired elder spoke again. "Master Han, Tingshan has always had long-term plans for its core business. If the acquisition goes through, what will happen to these plans?" Jiang Han clasped his hands and replied unhurriedly, "Everyone, don't worry. What I value isn't just Tengxiang's assets but the experience and wisdom the team has accumulated over the years. After the acquisition, as long as the core business plan is reasonable, it will remain unchanged. I will also invest more to accelerate project progress." The middle-aged man nodded slightly, a hint of approval in his eyes. Master Han has thought things through thoroughly. However, regarding the acquisition price, the board needs to comprehensively evaluate the company's assets, future development and other factors to calculate a proper figure. Jiang Han stood up, his gaze sweeping over each director. "I'll give you 3 days. 3 days from now I hope we can reach a win-win outcome." With that, under the watchful eyes of everyone, he strode out of the boardroom. Meanwhile, in the luxurious top-floor office of the buy group, Bai Chen's face darkened upon learning that Jiang Han had contacted Tingshan Construction. He slammed the documents in his hand onto the desk, gritting his teeth. "Jiang Han, how dare you interfere with my plans? Notify the PR department, spread more negative news about Tingshan and cause them as much trouble as possible." 3 days passed quickly and Jiang Han returned to Tingshan Construction. The directors' expressions in the boardroom were noticeably brighter this time. The middle-aged man handed Jiang Han a document. "Master Han, we've calculated several times. Raise our proposed acquisition price and some preliminary ideas for future cooperation." Jiang Han took the document and began reading it carefully. Just then his phone vibrated. A message from Li Wei popped up. The buy group planned to join forces with other companies to make a move on Tingshan Construction. Jiang Han put down the document, his gaze firm as he addressed everyone. "Ladies and gentlemen, the buy group's actions are becoming more aggressive. We have no time to waste. If we want to escape this predicament, we must cooperate immediately." The directors exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. 60 billion, I'll acquire Tingshan Construction in full. I have no objections. Jiang Han declared loudly, his eyes scanning the room as he gave steady orders. "Everyone prepare the contract immediately." The boardroom instantly buzzed with excitement. The directors spoke in rapid succession, their expressions a mixture of surprise and relief. The middle-aged man was the first to react, smiling. "Master Han is indeed decisive. Well, have the legal department draw up the contract right away." But as they discussed the details, Jiang Han's phone rang incessantly. Li Wei said urgently, Jiang Han. The buy group has allied with 3 companies to pressure Tingshan Construction, trying to sabotage our acquisition. They're also aggressively selling off Tengxiang's stock on the market, causing the share price to plummet. Are you currently negotiating the acquisition of Tingshan? Jiang Han's face darkened. He thought for a moment and replied, yes. It's already settled. Brother Wei, since Bai Chen has made his move, I won't just sit by. I'm at Tingshan Construction now. Send someone over to help me register a company. I'm going to confront him head-on. Fine. I'll have someone find you immediately and take you through the procedures. Li Wei responded. Jiang Han nodded, hung up and informed the board. The white-haired elder frowned. I didn't expect the buy group to be so ruthless, using so many tactics to disrupt our acquisition. Jiang Han's eyes were resolute. Everyone, this is exactly when we need to stay steady. As soon as the acquisition is complete and resources are integrated, we will have ample capability to counter the buy group. Under Jiang Han's relentless urging, Tingshan Construction's legal team worked through the night and finally completed the contract. Early the next morning, with lawyers as witnesses, both parties smoothly signed the acquisition agreement. From that moment on, Jiang Han officially became the major shareholder of Tingshan Construction. As the news spread in the buy group's office, Bai Chen stamped his feet in rage and roared, Jiang Han, this isn't over between us. He immediately summoned the company's top executives to plot more sinister moves. On Jiang Han's side, he promptly convened a high-level meeting at Tingshan Construction to discuss countermeasures. The buy group certainly won't let this go. Next, we must tighten internal management, optimize the business layout, and keep a close watch on the buy group's every move, ready to strike back at any time. As soon as Jiang Han acquired Tingshan Construction, he devoted himself entirely to the company's integration and operations. He worked late into the night every day, meticulously studying business matters with department heads and adjusting the company's development strategies, determined to restore Tingshan to vitality quickly and strengthen its capacity to confront the buy group. Meanwhile, Bai Chen paced anxiously in his office, his face as dark as a pot bottom. He had just learned that after Jiang Han reported them to the regulatory authorities, the relevant departments had initiated an investigation into the buy group. He worked late into the night every day, meticulously studying business matters with department heads and adjusting the company's development strategies, determined to restore Tingshan. He immediately dialed a mysterious number. Find me some top-notch hackers, break into Tingshan Construction system, cause them some trouble, and let Jiang Han know what happens when you go against me. 3 days later, Tingshan Construction's office system suddenly crashed and critical company data was on the verge of leaking. Upon receiving the news, Jiang Han rushed to the company. The technical staff, drenched in sweat, reported to him, Young Master Han, it's a hacker attack. Their skills are formidable, we can't hold them off for now. Jiang Han frowned deeply and immediately contacted Li Wei, Brother Wei, Tingshan has been hacked. Do you know any exceptional technical teams who can come help us right away? Li Wei responded without hesitation, I'll arrange it immediately. They'll be there within an hour. After hanging up, Jiang Han calmly directed, first disconnect all external networks to prevent further data leaks and activate the backup servers. Under Jiang Han's command, the company handled the crisis in an orderly manner. An hour later, the technical team brought by Li Wei arrived and launched a counterattack. After several hours of arduous battle, they finally drove off the hackers and repaired the system vulnerabilities. Jiang Han gazed at the restored system, a resolute glint in his eyes. Bai Chen, this is only the beginning. Don't think you can bring me down so easily. When Bai Chen learned that the hacking attempt had failed, he flew into a rage. He decided to try a different approach, colluding with other competitors to block all upstream and downstream supply chains for Tingshan Construction. The afternoon sunlight, like a delicate golden veil, streamed through the spacious, bright floor-to-ceiling windows of Tingshan Construction, casting soft refracted rays onto the marble floor of the lobby. Before long, the revolving door turned slowly and Li Wei walked in with a poised posture, dressed in a meticulously tailored silver-gray suit, his steps steady. Beside him, Lin Ling wore a wynard-fitted dress that perfectly accentuated her tall figure. Her wavy hair cascaded casually over her shoulders, and every movement exuded the unique charm of a mature woman. Wang Jinyan, who was inspecting the lobby, immediately noticed the pair and hurried over with a hint of surprise on his face. President Li. Miss Lin, what brings you two here? Just then Jiang Han stepped out of the elevator after finishing a brief internal meeting. Spotting Li Wei and Lin Ling, his eyes lit up and a radiant smile broke across his face as he strode over. Brother Wei. Then turning his gaze to Lin Ling, he grinned and teased, Sister Ling, long time no see. Every time I see you, you look even more beautiful. Do you have some secret to preserving your youth? Lin Ling couldn't help but laugh, gently tapping Jiang Han's shoulder. Oh really? Looks like our little brother has a sweet tongue, always knowing how to make his sister happy. Li Wei smiled and shook his head, then got down to business. All right, back to the main topic. Xiao Han's sister Ling used to be the CEO of a listed capital company overseas. She heard you founded a company and are full of confidence in its future, so she came specifically to join you. Jiang Han's eyes sparkled as he stepped forward and extended his hand warmly. Sister Ling, you are more than welcome. With you on board, our team will be unstoppable. She heard you founded a company and are full of confidence in its future, so she came specifically to join you. Jiang Han's eyes sparkled as he stepped forward and extended his hand warmly. Sister Ling, you are more than welcome. Jiang Han shook his head gently, a confident smile on his face. No need for now, brother Wei. I still have about 100 billion in liquid capital, more than enough for the current projects. Li Wei's eyes widened slightly in surprise. Good heavens. I really underestimated you. That's a substantial reserve. Sister Ling, you're a godsend. With you here, we'll have even stronger backing to take on the Bai Group. Jiang Han beamed, excitement gleaming in his eyes, and immediately led Li Wei and Lin Ling briskly toward the conference room. Wang Jinian scurried after them, his face etched with worry. Young Master Han, the raw material suppliers have cut us off. Many production lines have halted, warehouses are piled high with unsold stock, and our sales channels are virtually blocked. Lin Ling frowned thoughtfully. I know a few Southeast Asian suppliers with solid reputations and reliable supply capacity. They might help us bypass the Bai Group's blockade and solve this urgent crisis. Additionally, we could invest more in online sales to explore new revenue streams. Jiang Han's eyes lit up and he slapped the table in approval. Sister Ling's idea is brilliant. Let's do it. Just then Jiang Han's phone rang. It was Lu Yun. Young Master Han, the Bai Group is spreading rumors everywhere slandering Tingshan Construction. Many partners are hesitant and some have even proposed terminating contracts. Jiang Han's face darkened instantly as he said coldly, contact the PR team immediately to issue a statement refuting the rumors. At the same time, gather evidence of the Bai Group's defamation and prepare to sue them. Lin Ling added, we could also hold a press conference with the media to showcase the company's strength and future plans, restoring market confidence in us. After reaching a consensus, they sprang into action. Leveraging her connections, Lin Ling successfully contacted Southeast Asian suppliers and signed supply agreements. The PR team also released a statement online powerfully countering the rumors. However, the Bai Group was far from giving up. Bai Chen, enraged that Jiang Han had broken the supply chain blockade, concocted another malicious scheme: investigate everyone around Jiang Han and find their weaknesses. I refuse to believe I can't bring him down. Meanwhile, Jiang Han and Lin Ling were in the office discussing the next steps. Lin Ling said solemnly, Young Master Han, the Bai Group won't let this go. We need to prepare early. I suggest we consolidate resources and launch several competitive new products to capture a larger market share. Jiang Han nodded in agreement. I was thinking the same thing. Additionally, we need to beef up security to prevent the Bai Group from causing more trouble. The moment Lin Ling arrived, the preparation work for Jiang Han's new company surged forward like stepping on the accelerator. In just a week, the originally chaotic structure was set up, departments began operating normally, employees were full of energy, and the new company was officially on track. The office on the top floor of the Twin Towers was spacious and bright, offering a panoramic view of the bustling city. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, the blue sky and white clouds were particularly soothing, and the sunlight streaming in made the room warm and luminous. Jiang Han, Li Wei and Lin Ling were seated around the conference table, on which a beautiful tea set was placed with the fragrance of tea permeating the air. Xiao Han, can't you change the name of your company? It's so ugly. Lin Ling frowned, looking at the four large characters, Han Hai Capital, on the wall with a look of disdain as if the words were an eyesore. Ha ha ha. Sister Ling, you're so direct. Li Wei was drinking tea when he heard this, nearly spitting it out, and quickly grabbed a tissue to wipe his mouth. Jiang Han spread his hands helplessly and said, Sister Ling, Han Hai Capital was your suggestion and now you don't like it. Lin Ling's eyes darted and she came up with an idea. How about changing it to Han Hai Capital? It's the character for vast Han. This name is grand and implies that our company will sail smoothly in the business world with a bright future. Jiang Han's eyes lit up and he murmured, Han Hai Capital. Indeed, it's good, majestic, and fits well with the company's development goals. I also think this name is better, grand and easy to remember. Li Wei nodded with a smile in agreement. The office had just settled on the new company name and the atmosphere was light. Lin Ling curled up on the soft sofa, her eyes casually scanning, when suddenly she took an interest and said, Your Li Group's name should also be changed. It sounds like it's all about your Li family, so unoriginal. Li Wei was just refilling his teacup when he heard this, his hand jerked, nearly spilling the scalding hot tea. He looked up with annoyance curling his lips and retorted, Are you too idle? If you have nothing to do, go find a young hottie to date and stop meddling here. Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyebrows shot up and she sprang up from the sofa like a rocket, her eyes wide with fury, roaring, "Li Wei. Say that again. Do you believe you'll call your wife right now and spill all your dirty secrets?" Upon hearing this, Li Wei's previously nonchalant face instantly changed, turning pale and red. He quickly approached Lin Ling, clasped his hands and bowed repeatedly. "I was wrong. Sister Ling. I failed to recognize your greatness, my mouth was out of line. Please be magnanimous and don't hold it against me." Jiang Han laughed at the two bickering. Then Lin Ling turned to Jiang Han and said, "Chairman Jiang, what do you think about the prime location we're competing with the Bai Group for? If Tingxiang Construction gets it, they'll just build residential buildings. What else could there be?" Jiang Han responded. "If we compare reputation, the Bai Group is no weaker than Tingxiang Construction. And don't forget, the Bai Group is openly a major capital. To them, Tingxiang Construction is just a company with a market value of tens of billions." Lin Ling said. "What's your idea, Sister Ling?" Jiang Han asked upon hearing this. "My idea is to make good use of this location. Don't build it as a residential community but as small apartments. Similar to a hotel." Lin Ling said. "Why?" Li Wei asked, puzzled. "You rich kids naturally don't understand how much pressure buying a house puts on ordinary people. Besides, with Zonghai's housing prices, the community in that area won't be less than 1,000,000 per square meter. If it's targeted at the high end, it would probably double. Can you afford it? Can others afford it? Can young people your age afford it? Tell me in detail, what's the plan next?" Lin Ling smiled, swiftly pulled out a map from her document bag and spread it on the large conference table. After a while he came back to his senses and lowered his voice, unconsciously asking with anticipation, "Sister Ling, your idea is brilliant. Tell me in detail, what's the plan next?" Lin Ling smiled, swiftly pulled out a map from her document bag and spread it on the large conference table with a rustle. Her finger traced along the marks on the map as she spoke methodically. "Look, this area has schools, hospitals, shopping malls and many small, medium and large companies. Most young people working nearby are worried about renting with long commutes that are time-consuming and tiring. Sister Ling, you mean to build a hotel-style apartment specifically for office workers striving in Zhonghai, right?" Jiang Han's eyes lit up, instantly understanding the key concept of the project. Lin Ling nodded with satisfaction and said, "Exactly. We not only want to provide them with convenient accommodation but also create a youth community for living, socializing and leisure. The apartments will have a 24-hour gym, shared study rooms and media rooms to meet various needs of young people. At the same time, cooperate with surrounding businesses to offer exclusive discounts for tenants, giving them a stronger sense of belonging. Sister Ling, have you thought about what if we do this? It will immediately become the center of attention in Zhonghai." Li Wei said. "Even fishermen know to look for the wind direction. Don't you understand the same principle? You've really wasted your years controlling the Li Group." Lin Ling said. "Damn. I got roasted again." Li Wei said with annoyance. "Alright, Sister Ling. I understand your meaning. It's just that the return on investment will be slower with this plan. No problem, I just don't want the Bai Group to snatch this land." Jiang Han's gaze was firm, his tone resolute with an air of no negotiation. "Exactly, it is indeed slower than building a residential community." Lin Ling spoke frankly, but her eyes were full of confidence in the project's prospects. "Every approach has its pros and cons. But I really like your idea," Jiang Han said with a smile, a hint of anticipation on his face. Jiang Han stood up abruptly, slamming his hands on the conference table, his eyes wide as bells, and shouted, "The Bai Group competed with Tingxiang before just because they had money, right? They'll throw 100 billion to play with them. I doubt they have the guts." After saying that, he turned to look at Lin Ling, a fierce glint in his eyes. "Sister Ling, no matter what method you use, even if we lose money during this period, we must never let Baichen secure this land. It's that simple." Lin Ling nodded gently, a trace of admiration flashing in her eyes. "Don't worry, I will do everything possible to ensure the project goes smoothly." Li Wei had just left when Lin Ling rose from the sofa, strode to Jiang Han's desk, placed both hands on it and stared sharply as she asked bluntly, "Tell me quickly, are you a major shareholder of Tencent, holding 10% of the shares?" She stared intently at Jiang Han, afraid to miss the slightest expression on his face. Jiang Han chuckled, leaned back in the leather chair, clasped his hands behind his head and raised an eyebrow as he retorted, "Where did you hear that? You can't just spread such rumors. There must be solid evidence." A smile lingered on his lips, appearing relaxed, but in reality he was testing her quietly. Lin Ling tossed her hair triumphantly, crossed her arms over her chest and declared with certainty, "My sources are reliable. Don't try to fool me." Jiang Han had no choice but to nod and say, "Alright sis, you're really well informed. Since you already know, I won't hide it from you. But don't tell anyone about this. Being too flashy will only cause trouble." He set down his teacup and replied with a smile. "Finally I've had my chance. I'm going to show off." Lin Ling's eyes widened, her face flushed, and she gesticulated excitedly. The office light shone on her, making her look particularly spirited. Upon hearing this, Jiang Han's mind immediately conjured the scene of Sanzhou Island. The sea breeze carried a salty tang, and Li Yang's words still echoed in his ears. Lin Ling and Lin Shuhua were sisters. He couldn't help frowning and asked in confusion, "Sis Ling, why are you going to Tencent to see President Lin?" Lin Ling grinned mischievously, took a step forward and said with her hands on her hips, "Do you even need to ask? You're a shareholder of Tencent, so Tencent is considered our asset. As the CEO of Hanhai Capital, what's wrong with visiting a subsidiary?" With that she casually smoothed her long hair, her eyes brimming with confidence. Jiang Han suddenly understood and quickly nodded with a smile, Right, you're absolutely right sis Ling. With your abilities, going to Tencent will surely make people look at you with new respect." He picked up the tea on the table, took a gentle sip and wore a perfectly appropriate smile. "Come on, I'll take you out to show off." Lin Ling's eyes narrowed into slits as she laughed and slapped Jiang Han's shoulder familiarly. Jiang Han looked helpless, silently complaining that sis Ling was up to some mischief again. Seeing his expression, Lin Ling suddenly leaned in close, stared straight at him and asked, "What? Do you think my personality doesn't match my looks?" "Well, a little." Jiang Han shrank back uncomfortably and nodded honestly. For a moment the office was so quiet that only the whoosh of the air conditioner could be heard. "Yo little bro." Lin Ling deliberately dragged out the tone, casually flicking her hair. Jiang Han's face flushed instantly. He pretended to wave his hand in resignation and said, "Sis, please don't tease me. I can't handle it. I'm not interested in a kid like you." Lin Ling laughed heartily, poked Jiang Han's head, then turned around elegantly. "Let's go. If I'm happy today, I'll treat you to President Lin's cooking this afternoon." Lin Ling stood at the door of Jiang Han's office, tall and graceful, beaming with a crisp voice. A flicker of curiosity passed through Jiang Han's eyes. He curled his lips and immediately got up to follow. The two walked side by side out of the twin towers, the sunlight stretching their shadows long. The front desk receptionist Sharpie immediately recognized Jiang Han and hurriedly came over with a smile, saying respectfully, "Chairman Jiang. Where is Lin Shu?" Skyscrapers stood one after another here. The sunlight reflected off the glass curtain wall of Tencent Tower, dazzling the eyes. Entering the building, the grand lobby was bustling with people. The front desk receptionist Sharpie immediately recognized Jiang Han and hurriedly came over with a smile, saying respectfully, "Chairman Jiang. Where is Lin Shuhua?" Lin Ling stood beside Jiang Han, slightly tilting her head, and asked anxiously. "President Lin is in a meeting in the conference room," the receptionist replied, leaning forward with great respect. "Go tell her to end the meeting quickly. Well, wait for her in the office." Lin Ling's gaze was firm, her tone carrying an undeniable force. The receptionist quickly nodded. "Chairman Jiang, this way please." With that she led the two through the corridor and into Lin Shua's office. "Got it, I'll prepare them right away," the receptionist said, and hurried off to prepare the drinks. Soon the front desk receptionist returned briskly to Lin Shua's office with 2 cups of coffee. The receptionist asked politely. "2 coffees, thank you," Lin Ling replied without hesitation. Jiang Han smiled and nodded in agreement. "Got it, I'll prepare them right away," the receptionist said, and hurried off to prepare the drinks. Soon the front desk receptionist returned briskly to Lin Shua's office with 2 cups of coffee. The aroma of coffee immediately filled the room. She gently placed the coffee on the coffee table and said politely, "Chairman Jiang, please wait a moment. I've already informed President Lin." She wore a sharp professional suit, her eyes apologetic. She walked quickly to Jiang Han and said, "Chairman Jiang, why didn't you tell me in advance that you were coming?" She wore a sharp professional suit, her eyes apologetic. She walked quickly to Jiang Han and said, "Chairman Jiang, why didn't you tell me in advance that you were coming?" Jiang Han smiled wryly, leaned close to Lin Shuhua and whispered, "I was forced to come." At that moment Lin Ling was sitting in an office chair, her hands resting on the armrests. Hearing Jiang Han's words, she deliberately coughed twice, looked at Lin Shuhua and said, "Shao Lin, bring over the Tencent project documents. I need to take a look." As she spoke she tapped the armrest lightly with her fingers, her gaze confident, exuding an undeniable presence. Hearing Jiang Han's voice, Lin Shua's heart skipped a beat. She frowned helplessly, raised a hand to smooth her hair and said with full apology, "Chairman Jiang, I'm truly sorry. My younger sister is immature and has caused you trouble. Upon hearing this, Lin Ling sprang up from the chair with a whoosh, hands on her hips, eyebrows raised, eyes blazing. Who are you calling immature? I am now the CEO of Chairman Jiang's company, so keep a respectful tongue. With a flick of my finger I can make you regret it, she said, waving her hands in the air triumphantly. Maybe I should leave first. Jiang Han curled his lips, glancing at Lin Shuhua and then at Lin Ling, trying to ease the tension. Lin Ling immediately smiled and leaned over, affectionately patting his shoulder. Xiao Han, don't leave. Have a taste of President Lin's cooking. With that she cast a sidelong glance at Lin Shuhua, her eyes full of provocation. Lin Shuhua crossed her arms in front of her chest and said with a half-smile, fine, using me as a tool to curry favor with your new boss. Just you wait. Though it sounded like a threat, a hint of fondness flickered in her eyes. Lin Ling did not back down, hands on her hips, as she retorted, so what? Your boss is also my boss. Why don't you switch jobs and come to Han High Capital to be an assistant to this CEO? Lin Shuhua heard Lin Ling's harsh words, shot her an annoyed glare filled with helplessness, and quickly apologized to Jiang Han. Young Master Han, don't take it to heart. My sister speaks without thinking. You're the one without brains. Lin Ling flared up instantly, her brows furrowed, little face flushed crimson, arms flailing in the air as she retorted without backing down. Lin Shuhua sighed, walked to the sofa opposite Jiang Han, sat down gracefully, adjusted her bespoke suit and asked solemnly, Young Master Han, I heard Tingshan Construction was acquired by Capital. Were you behind it? President Lin, you're quite well informed. Jiang Han smiled unhurriedly, took a gentle sip of coffee and nodded in acknowledgement. Lin Shuhua leaned forward and said seriously, Young Master Han, throwing money alone won't secure that land. After acquiring it, the Bai family plans to build a high-end community that aligns with the government's plan to improve people's livelihood, a convenience for the public. Hey! How can you be sure we haven't thought of that? I already considered it. Lin Ling's eyes widened, she hurried over and sat next to Jiang Han, speaking urgently. Lin Shuhua raised an eyebrow, looking Lin Ling up and down. Oh. Then tell me, what's your idea? The Bai family targets high-spending consumers, so we'll aim at young people striving in Shanghai. A flicker of surprise passed through Lin Shua's eyes, she nodded slightly, her tone carrying more approval. It seems you haven't just been fooling around since returning home, you've done your homework. A flicker of surprise passed through Lin Shua's eyes, she nodded slightly, her tone carrying more approval. It seems you haven't just been fooling around since returning home, you've done your homework. The three were deeply engrossed in discussing the project plan when Lin Ling touched her stomach, showing a tired expression, and said, We've been so absorbed in conversation my stomach is completely empty. Sis, when do you get off work? Lin Shuhua frowned helplessly. Even if I finish work I can't leave. Mom arranged another blind date for me, there's no way to avoid it. Mentioning the blind date, she couldn't help sighing. Lin Ling couldn't help laughing, turned to Jiang Han and said, Xiao Han, we want get to taste President Lin's specialty dishes today. Your elder sister will take you to a private kitchen. Let's have President Lin cook another day. Jiang Han smiled back, all right. President Lin, may your blind date go smoothly and you find your ideal partner soon. Lin Shuhua shot Lin Ling a glare, then said to Jiang Han with a smile, with your good wishes, young Master Han, hopefully it won't be too awkward. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, instantly easing the tense business discussion atmosphere. Outside, the sky grew darker and city lights flickered on, heralding an unusual night ahead. After chatting for a while, the three walked out of Tencent Building together. It was already dark, the streets crowded with cars and people, neon lights flashing endlessly. Jiang Han led Lin Ling to the car, started it, skillfully weaved through the heavy traffic, and soon arrived at a Sichuan restaurant. The restaurant was decorated in an antique style with red lanterns hanging at the entrance. The signboard bore the three characters, Shu Xiang Gu, in powerful calligraphy, and the spicy aroma drifted far away. Let's go. Today I'm treating the new boss to an authentic hot pot. Lin Ling smiled and stepped into the restaurant first. The place was lively, with diners eating heartily and chatting merrily. Jiang Han followed behind, his heart full of gratitude. The waiter quickly came over, led them to a window seat and handed them menus. Lin Ling took the menu, promptly ordered the signature hot pot and specifically asked for extra chili. Soon the steaming hot pot was served, the red broth bubbling vigorously, the fragrance wafting into their noses, instantly whetting both their appetites. As soon as the hot pot was placed on the table, a rich mellow aroma filled the air. Jiang Han eagerly leaned in, took a deep breath, and a contented smile spread across his face. Sis Ling, this smells authentic. Lin Ling crossed her arms, raised an eyebrow and chuckled, of course, when your sister picks a place it's always top-notch. As soon as the hot pot was placed on the table, a rich mellow aroma filled the air. Jiang Han eagerly leaned in, took a deep, the tripe made a crispy crunch. He closed his eyes to savor it for a moment, then gave Lin Ling a thumbs up. Sis Ling, this tripe is incredible. Crispy, tender and flavorful, no wonder you recommended this place. Lin Ling smiled and picked up a piece of aorta and placed it in Jiang Han's bowl. Try this, it's the restaurant signature, just as good as the tripe. Jiang Han nodded in thanks, ate the aorta and his eyes lit up instantly. Indeed. Crisp texture with numbing spicy and savory flavors exploding in my mouth, delicious. Next Jiang Han picked up a piece of silky duck blood and put it in his mouth. At first he frowned slightly but soon adapted to the heat, the corners of his mouth lifting in satisfaction. He ate heartily while looking at Lin Ling. Sis Ling, how did you find such a gem of a restaurant? I never discovered it before. Lin Ling tossed her hair smugly. With your limited culinary knowledge you'd better learn from your sister. During the meal Jiang Han occasionally gulped down ice-cold drinks to ease the spiciness. Even though beads of sweat formed on his forehead, it didn't dampen his love for the hot pot. He looked at Lin Ling and exclaimed sincerely, Sis Ling, today's hot pot really hits the spot. Next time you'll have to tag along for more free meals. Lin Ling joked with a smile, alright, if you behave well I'll treat you to a few more meals. Lin Ling picked up a slice of luncheon meat, dipped it in sesame oil and said with a grin, consider this hot pot my bribe, so don't give me trouble at work in the future. After saying that she winked playfully. Jiang Han put down his chopsticks, put on a pitiful look and spread his hands. Sis Ling, is that how you see me? I've always been well behaved, I definitely won't cause you any trouble. Lin Ling couldn't help but burst out laughing, gently tapping Jiang Han's head. Oh really? You and Bai Chen are fighting so fiercely now. At the mention of Bai Chen a flicker of worry passed through Lin Ling's eyes. Jiang Han scratched his head, a clever smirk on his lips. That's a special case. Alright, I'll listen to you Sis Ling, it'll cause less trouble from now on. Lin Ling's smile faded and she stared at Jiang Han seriously. Xiao Han, driving the Bai family out of the Zhonghai market is our goal. Don't go too far, the higher-ups won't just stand by. If things go wrong everyone will suffer. Understand? Her tone was firm and brooked no argument. Jiang Han nodded seriously. Yes Sis Ling, I understand, there must be a limit to everything. He then raised his iced drink and clinked glasses with Lin Ling. The hot pot steamed vigorously and their conversation added a unique touch to the meal. As they chatted and ate, the hot pot was nearly finished before they knew it and the clock on the wall had already struck 8. Outside the restaurant the night had fully fallen and the dim yellow streetlight stretched the shadows of passers-by long and thin. Lin Ling patted her stomach and said with a smile, you go ahead, I live nearby so a little walk will help me digest. Alright Sister Ling, see you tomorrow. Jiang Han replied. Bye, drive safe. Lin Ling waved and turned away. The breeze stirred her hair as her figure grew distant under the streetlights. Jiang Han watched her until she was out of sight, then walked toward his black Range Rover. He got in, started the engine and merged into the traffic heading for Longhu Manor. Soon Jiang Han drove the black Range Rover slowly into Longhu Manor. The wrought iron gate automatically opened in the dark and the landscape trees on either side swayed gently in the breeze as if welcoming him home. After parking, Jiang Han walked steadily toward the villa. The moment he pushed open the villa door, Lu Yun and Zhang Shi, like two joyful fawns, immediately threw themselves into his arms. Zhang Shi beamed, her voice crisp as she said, Master Han, you worked hard. Lu Yun blinked her big watery eyes and immediately followed up, Master Han, did you miss us? Of course I did. Jiang Han replied with a grin, a playful glint flashing in his eyes. No sooner had he spoken than he swiftly turned, gently pushing Lu Yun down onto the plush sofa. The living room lights cast their shadows. Jiang Han reached over to the coffee table, picked up a plump green grape, placed it on Lu Yun's fair chest, then bent down and bit it off. Fruit tastes so much better this way, and there's even a hint of milky fragrance. Jiang Han lifted his head, a mischievous smile curling at the corner of his mouth, teasing her on purpose. Master Han. You're so annoying. Lu Yun's face flushed instantly, her tone a mix of embarrassment and coyness, but her eyes were full of laughter. Zhang Shi, standing nearby, couldn't help covering her mouth as she giggled at the scene. Master Han, the bathwater is ready. Why not go soak? Zhang Shi walked up to Jiang Han and said softly while tidying his slightly rumpled collar. Jiang Han nodded with a smile and replied, sure, let's go together. As he spoke, he naturally wrapped his arms around Lu Yun's and Zhang Shi's waists. The two women giggled, leaning closer to him, the three of them looking especially intimate. The trio slowly ascended the stairs to the second floor. The wall sconces cast a soft glow, stretching their shadows long. In the air the scent of lavender mingled with perfume, creating an atmosphere of romance and comfort. At the bathroom door, Jiang Han pushed open the carved wooden door. Warm steamy air immediately enveloped them. In the large circular bathtub hot water bubbled with rose petals floating on the surface releasing a fragrant aroma. Zhang Shi and Lu Yun released Jiang Han and with tacit coordination helped him take off his coat, their movements practiced. Jiang Han wore an expression of pure indulgence, occasionally cracking a joke that made the two women laugh. Under the warm yellow light the bathroom was filled with laughter and chatter, the atmosphere both suggestive and cozy. Jiang Han stepped into the steaming bathroom and reached out to test the water temperature, neither too hot nor too cold, just right. He slowly bent down and eased himself into the tub. The water splashed and swirled around him, a wave of warmth spreading through his body. Zhang Shi picked up a loofah sponge, squeezed some shower gel onto it and worked up a mound of soft fragrant bubbles. She knelt down and gently spread the bubbles over Jiang Han's shoulders. Jiang Han closed his eyes in contentment, the corners of his mouth lifting involuntarily. Lu Yun came over with a glass of red wine, sat on the edge of the tub and gently swirled the glass, the wine's bouquet filling the air. Jiang Han opened his eyes, took the glass and sipped. The warmth deepened within him. He fished out a rose petal from the water and handed it to Lu Yun, who blushed as she reached out to take it. After the bath every muscle in Jiang Han's body relaxed and every pore seemed to breathe with ease. He stood up, water droplets tracing the lines of his firm physique dripping softly onto the edge of the tub. Under the warm yellow light his skin glowed, looking dewy and exceptionally handsome. Lu Yun handed him a towel and said softly, "Master Han, dry yourself off." Jiang Han took it and rubbed himself dry, his entire body radiating warmth and comfort. As he stepped out of the tub the anti-slip mat gave slightly beneath his feet, emitting a faint sound. He took a deep breath. The steam carried the fragrance of roses drifting into his nostrils, with each breath the fatigue of the day seemed to dissolve away. In the bathroom the ventilation fan hummed softly, adding a touch of domesticity to the tranquility. Jiang Han toweled his hair, water droplets falling to the floor. Glancing at Lu Yun and Zhang Shi beside him, his heart was brimming with happiness. Zhang Shi sidled up to him, playfully poked his chest and cooed, "Master Han, enjoying yourself so much, do you want every day to be like this?" Her silver bracelet jingled as she moved. Jiang Han grabbed her hand and pulled her into his arms. "With you two around every day can feel this good." Lu Yun also leaned close to Jiang Han's ear, her hair brushing against his neck. Preparing this rose bath took quite a bit of effort. How does Master Han plan to reward us? Jiang Han raised an eyebrow, grinning as he pinched Lu Yun's cheek. "I'll have to give it some thought, a surprise for you two little heroines." Leaving the bathroom a warm mist followed them into the bedroom. Jiang Han had one arm around Lu Yun and the other holding Zhang Shi's hand. His steps unconsciously slowed, his gaze tenderly moving between the two women's faces. In the center of the bedroom a soft oversized bed was draped in exquisite silk bedding with fluffy pillows casually placed about, radiating warmth and coziness. Jiang Han lay down, the mattress perfectly conforming to his body as if gently cradling him. Lu Yun and Zhang Shi like two languid kittens nestled on either side of Jiang Han, their sweet fragrances drifting into his senses. Jiang Han reveled in the tender atmosphere, an unconscious smile spreading across his lips. The day's fatigue and worries were now left far behind, leaving him feeling utterly light and carefree. Amid the soft sounds of their breathing he slowly drifted off to sleep. At dawn sunlight filtered through the sheer curtains, quietly spilling across the large bed. Jiang Han slowly awakened in the warmth. Beside him Lu Yun and Zhang Shi were still peacefully dreaming. In the early morning sunlight streamed through the gauze curtains, casting shifting patterns on the bedroom floor. Jiang Han tiptoed out of bed, careful not to wake Lu Yun and Zhang Shi, who were still sound asleep. In the early morning sunlight streamed through the gauze curtains, casting shifting patterns on the bedroom floor. Jiang Han tiptoed out of bed, careful not to wake Lu Yun and Zhang Shi, who were still sound asleep. In the early morning sunlight streamed through the gauze curtains, casting shifting patterns on the bedroom floor. Jiang Han tiptoed out of bed, careful not to wake Lu Yun and Zhang Shi, who were still sound asleep. But Zhang Shi stirred awake, murmuring sleepily, "Master Han, why are you up so early?" Hearing her voice, Jiang Han turned to look at her. In the morning light Zhang Shi's silhouette was softly outlined. Her hair was tousled, yet it lent her a playful charm. "Did I wake you?" he asked softly, his eyes full of affection. Zhang Shi smiled and snuggled closer to Jiang Han, her voice coy as she asked for a good morning kiss. Amused, Jiang Han bent down, gently brushed the hair from her face and pressed a kiss to her forehead. Zhang Shi closed her eyes, basking in the moment, her smile growing even brighter. Moments later Jiang Han propped himself up slightly, his fingertips lightly touching Zhang Zi's smooth shoulder. Then with a playful gesture he let his hand glide down and gently patted her bottom, his voice low and lazy, "I'm hungry." "Well, you can stay hungry. You haven't even done any work yet." Jiang, she replied playfully, poking Jiang Han's chest with her finger. What kind of work? Do you believe I'm still a baby who needs to be fed? Jiang Han chuckled, pinching Zhang Zai's chin in response. Humph. It's not like you haven't eaten before. Zhang, she said, a faint blush creeping onto her face as she huffed. Fine. Then I guess I can eat a little more. Jiang Han grinned mischievously, pretending to pounce on Zhang Shi. Seeing this, she quickly pressed her hand against his chest and giggled, saying, I'm going to cook. What does young master want to eat? Jiang Han sat up from the bed, stretching lazily. Just make something. Zhang Shi nodded in response, and the two of them walked out of the bedroom together. Once on the first floor, Zhang Shi swiftly entered the kitchen, tying on an apron and immediately getting to work. Jiang Han watched her from behind, unknowingly following her in. Young master, do you want to learn how to make breakfast? Zhang Shi teased while pouring water into a pot. Jiang Han crossed his arms confidently and smiled. Do you believe I can cook? You can cook? Zhang Shi paused, looking at him with skepticism as she assessed him from head to toe. I really can. I just usually don't feel like it. Jiang Han said, striding over to Zhang Zai's side and taking the kitchen knife. The blade clanged against the cutting board as he swiftly sliced the potatoes into evenly thin strips. How about that? Not bragging, am I? Jiang Han plated the shredded potatoes, a proud look on his face, eyes filled with anticipation. Zhang Shi was momentarily taken aback before laughing. I didn't expect young master to have this skill. You really are in for a treat today. Just as she finished speaking, Jiang Han put down the knife and raised an eyebrow, saying, Aren't you the one who was going to make me breakfast? How did it turn into me cooking? Zhang Zai's eyes widened in surprise, tugging at her apron and pouting, Young master, let me taste your cooking. She looked at Jiang Han with eager eyes, almost as if she would cry if she didn't get his approval. Jiang Han teased her on purpose. What do I get in return? What does young master want? Zhang Shi tilted her head, a glint of cleverness in her eyes, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly as she asked softly. I haven't thought of anything, you'll decide later. Jiang Han clapped his hands and turned to pour the shredded potatoes into a hot oil pan. With a sizzling sound, smoke instantly billowed up. He cooked with such skill that the potato strips flipped around in the pan. As the sizzling grew louder, the aroma intensified. Zhang Shi stood by, her eyes fixated on the pan, occasionally tiptoeing to peek the corners of her mouth, involuntarily curling up, a sweet feeling spreading in the warmth of cooking. After watching for a while, Zhang Shi moved to another stove, planning to fry an egg for Jiang Han. The morning light poured in, outlining her figure. She tied her apron and took an egg from the refrigerator, her movements smooth. I want it runny. Jiang Han called out cheerfully while stirring the potatoes. Sure thing. Zhang Shi replied, her eyes filled with affection. She cracked the egg and the liquid slid into the hot pan with a sizzling sound. She skillfully adjusted the heat and soon the edges of the egg turned golden. Before long the kitchen was filled with the aroma of fried potatoes and eggs. The two of them carried their food to the dining table, chatting and laughing. The morning light spilled onto the table, adding a touch of romance to the warm breakfast. Zhang Shi picked up a chopstick full of shredded potatoes, teasingly saying, It's just okay, almost like what I make. She playfully stuck out her tongue after speaking. Cut it out. Jiang Han pretended to be angry, responding with a smile. Just then light footsteps were heard coming from the stairs. Lu Yun appeared, her eyes still sleepy, long hair tousled, dressed in loose pajamas, looking quite languid. She yawned, rubbed her eyes and slowly walked down from upstairs. Yun, come here. Jiang Han smiled broadly and waved enthusiastically at Lu Yun. Lu Yun blinked, a hint of a smile on her lips, and quickly walked over, plopping down beside Jiang Han. Jiang Han picked up his chopsticks, grabbed a serving of the carefully stir-fried potatoes and gently fed it to Lu Yun's mouth, saying, Give it a try, how does it taste? Lu Yun slightly opened her mouth, took a bite of the potatoes, chewed a few times and then said with a contemplative look, It's not that different. Her tone conveyed a hint of indifference. Zhang Shi couldn't help but cover her mouth, her shoulders shaking with laughter as she teased, I told you there's nothing special about your fried potatoes. You didn't believe me. She laughed while lightly poking Jiang Han's arm. Jiang Han, upon hearing this, pretended to be angry, frowning as he said, Are you going to eat or not? If not, I'm eating it myself. As he spoke, he made a motion to pull back the chopsticks holding the potatoes. Zhang Shi quickly pressed her hand on Jiang Han's wrist with a beaming smile, playfully saying, Oh, come on. The shredded potatoes made by young master are the best and no one can compare. She said, winking mischievous. Jiang Han smirked, a hint of mischief in his expression, turning to analyze the plate of potatoes seriously. It must be the potatoes' fault. It's not my cooking skills. He finished with a faint, helpless shrug. Right. Young master is absolutely correct. Jiang Shi nodded vigorously in agreement, her eyes turning into crescent moons, her smile becoming more pronounced. Lu Yun sitting nearby watched the two of them banter back and forth and couldn't help but chuckle softly, covering her mouth with her hand, her eyes full of playful meaning. You two are really entertaining, playing off each other like that. At 10 in the morning, Jiang Han was comfortably nestled on the sofa enjoying his leisurely time when suddenly his phone rang, breaking the tranquility. He picked up the phone and saw it was Lin Ling calling. He pressed the answer button naturally and asked, Sister Ling, what's up? I have a particularly important meeting this afternoon, you need to come with me. Lin Ling spoke very straightforwardly. Who with? Jiang Han frowned, feeling a bit puzzled. Someone who can decide whether you can secure that piece of land. Hearing this, Jiang Han instantly perked up. He sat up straight and asked anxiously, Sister Ling, where are you? I'll come right over. At the company, Lin Ling replied simply. Okay, I'm on my way. Jiang Han hung up the phone quickly, got up, rushed into the bedroom, picked out a particularly formal suit from the wardrobe, quickly tidied himself up, grabbed his car keys and hurried out. Before long, Jiang Han drove the black Range Rover steadily to the Twin Towers. The building was magnificent, towering high with its glass facade glittering under the sun. People were bustling at the entrance, clearly a lively commercial center. Jiang Han parked the car, straightened his tie and walked into the building. In the spacious and bright lobby, he took the elevator directly to the top floor. The elevator ascended rapidly, making his ears ring slightly, which only heightened his sense that this meeting was anything but ordinary. Over the past few days, thanks to Lin Ling and Li Wei's efforts, Jiang Han's Hanhai capital had taken shape. In just a few days they had recruited over 100 employees and all departments were operating normally, getting on track. Entering Lin Ling's office, he pushed open the door and saw her busy at her desk. She smiled and greeted him, You're here. When Sister Lin calls, of course I have to come. Jiang Han said with a smile. Don't be cheeky. Here's the proposal I've prepared. Take a look. Lin Ling said, placing a document in front of him. Jiang Han picked it up and began reading. At that moment the only sound in the office was the rustling of paper. As he read, he frowned and thought at times and nodded in approval at others, completely absorbed. Jiang Han stared at the proposal for a while, mentally reviewing the key points of the project. Then he looked up at Lin Ling and asked curiously, Sister Lin, who are we meeting this afternoon? Lin Ling, holding a pen, kept writing on the documents without lifting her head and said casually, Oh, the biggest official in Zhonghai. As soon as the words left her mouth, Jiang Han's eyes widened and he forgot to move the proposal in his hands. He jerked his head up and asked, The mayor? His voice was full of surprise. That's right, the mayor. Lin Ling put down her pen, leaned back in her chair and looked at him calmly. A flash of excitement crossed Jiang Han's face. He quickly put down the proposal, hurried to Lin Ling's side and said with a beaming smile, It's different following Sister Lin. Your connections are amazing. Lin Ling shot him a glare and waved her hand impatiently. Go. Don't disturb me. I'll call you when it's time to leave. Jiang Han wasn't upset at all. Grinning, he straightened up and made a bow with his hands clasped. Got it. As you wish. With that he winked playfully, turned around and sat down on the sofa nearby. Outwardly he appeared relaxed, but inwardly he was extremely excited, occasionally stealing glances at Lin Ling, waiting for the time to leave. The bright sun streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a warm glow on the carpet in Lin Ling's office. Sitting on the leather sofa, Jiang Han felt uneasy. The proposal lay on the coffee table, he pretended to read it but his mind was elsewhere. He kept glancing at his watch, the ticking of the second hand struck his heart with each beat. To calm his nerves he picked up his glass and took a sip. The warm tea slightly soothed his tense nerves. When he set down the glass, the crisp sound was particularly jarring in the quiet office. Jiang Han's fingers tapped unconsciously on his knees and his gaze shifted from the proposal to the window. The thought of meeting the mayor soon filled him with both anticipation and nervousness. It was nearly 12 o'clock. The clock hands on the wall moved slowly. Lin Ling put down the document, stood up and stretched. The fatigue on her face lessened and her eyes grew more alert. Xiao Han, let's go. Lin Ling called out to Jiang Han, her voice echoing loudly in the office. Like a spring, Jiang Han jumped up from the sofa, rushed to Lin Ling's side and took her Hermes bag with both hands, saying respectfully, Let me carry the bag. The bag's leather was soft and pleasant to touch. Jiang Han carefully hung it on his arm. Lin Ling's lips curled into a smile as she teased him, If this deal goes through, remember to buy me a new bag. With that she casually tidied her hair. Even if it doesn't work out, I'll still buy you a new one. Jiang Han immediately replied, his smile sincere and his eyes earnest. Lin Ling chuckled lightly, patting Jiang Han's shoulder. Sigh, if only you were a bit older. Then I wouldn't have to keep being urged by my family to go on blind dates. A trace of helplessness flashed in her eyes, but more than that there was the joy of joking with Jiang Han. Chatting, they walked together toward the office door. Once outside, the sound of Lin Ling's high heels clicking on the floor and Jiang Han's steady footsteps, one high and one low, headed toward the elevator. The two emerged from the twin towers, the warm sunlight bathing them. Jiang Han quickly walked to the parking spot, deftly opened the door of the black Range Rover, waited for Lin Ling to settle in, and then got into the driver's seat. The engine started and the car smoothly pulled out of the building's parking lot. Following Lin Ling's directions, Jiang Han drove through the bustling streets, turning left and right, and soon arrived at a small, unremarkable restaurant. The restaurant's exterior wall was worn and faded and the sign was slightly discolored, but the few potted plants at the entrance were thriving. Jiang Han and Lin Ling got out of the car, pushed open the door, and were greeted by a thick atmosphere of cooking fumes and the noisy chatter of diners. Lin Ling was very familiar with the place. She led Jiang Han through the noisy hall and toward the backyard. The backyard was quiet and cool, a stark contrast to the bustling front. Walking along the gravel path, they reached the door of a private room. Lin Ling pushed open the door and said with a bright smile, "Uncle Wang, long time no see." Inside the room, a middle-aged man was sitting on the sofa drinking tea. Hearing the voice, he put down his cup and stood up to greet them. The man stood straight, looked very approachable, yet every move exuded an air of authority. "Indeed, it's been a while. You almost forgot your Uncle Wang," the middle-aged man said with a smile, then turned his gaze to Jiang Han, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. "Is this your boyfriend?" "Of course not. He's my boss." Lin Ling's eyes crinkled with laughter. She turned to Jiang Han and introduced, "Xiao Han, this is Mayor Wang of our Zhonghai city, my father's comrade-in-arms." "Mayor Wang, hello." Jiang Han smiled brightly and spoke loudly, extending his hand. Mayor Wang warmly shook Jiang Han's hand and patted it gently. "Hello, hello. Please have a seat." After the three sat down, Mayor Wang looked at Lin Ling with a knowing expression. "So tell me, what do you need Uncle Wang for?" Lin Ling flashed a mischievous smile. "I knew I couldn't hide it from you." She took the Hermes bag from Jiang Han, deftly pulled out a neatly bound proposal and handed it to Mayor Wang with both hands. Mayor Wang took it, put on his glasses, and read it carefully. The room was so quiet that only the rustling of paper could be heard. After a while, Mayor Wang looked up, his eyes full of surprise. "Xiao Ling, did your company produce this proposal?" "Yes." "Uncle Wang, isn't it good?" Lin Ling's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she leaned forward. Other real estate companies acquire land to build residential complexes for profit, but you're building properties to lease them out. That's quite novel." Mayor Wang removed his glasses and nodded gently, his eyes full of admiration. Before long, the wooden door of the private room creaked open softly as a waiter in a simple uniform entered, steadily carrying a tray with light steps. On the tray, blue and white porcelain plates bore dishes with enticing colors, their aroma and heat dispersing instantly through the room. The waiter placed each dish onto the carved solid wood dining table with practiced and gentle movements, then bowed slightly and retreated courteously. Jiang Han, Lin Ling and Mayor Wang engaged in lively conversation as they ate. Lin Ling set down her chopsticks, confidence gleaming in her eyes, and articulated the company's plan with clarity. "Uncle Wang, we intend to build a comprehensive community on this plot, a place for living, entrepreneurship and leisure. The residential area will offer diverse unit types at affordable rents. The entrepreneurship incubation zone will be fully equipped to help young people realize their dreams, and the leisure area will feature parks and gyms to enrich their lives." Mayor Wang nodded gently, tapping his chopsticks rhythmically on the table. Setting them down, he leaned forward, his eyes fixed on Lin Ling with admiration. "Xiao Ling, your plan is well thought out. From the design, it's clear you've considered the perspective of young people. Many young people come to Zhonghai with dreams but are trapped by high rents and the pressures of life, unable to realize their ambitions. Your comprehensive community not only solves their housing needs but also provides a platform for entrepreneurship and enriches their leisure time. It aligns with the needs of the youth and alleviates many urban development challenges." Mayor Wang picked up his teacup, took a sip to moisten his throat, and continued, "If this model succeeds, it could offer a new approach to urban construction and talent attraction in Zhonghai, setting an example for fostering a favorable business environment." A flicker of anticipation crossed Lin Ling's eyes as she smiled and asked, "Uncle Wang, how about this plot of land?" Mayor Wang let out a hearty laugh, raised his glass and took a drink. "All right. I approve this plot for you. But I need to see tangible results, understand?" "Thank you, Uncle Wang." Lin Ling's face flushed with excitement, her eyes shining with joy. Jiang Han quickly raised his teacup using tea as wine and stood respectfully. "Thank you, Mayor Wang. We will give it our all and not let you down." His gaze was sincere and his voice resounded. At that moment a gentle breeze outside the window rustled the bamboo leaves as if celebrating this achievement. The laughter of the three echoed in the room, mingling with the fragrance of tea. Mayor Wang smiled, picked up the proposal and slowly rose. His gaze swept over Jiang Han and Lin Ling and he said gently, "Well, I must be going. Xiao Ling sends someone to the municipal office tomorrow. I'll give them a heads up in advance." "All right, Uncle Wang. I'll have Tingshan Construction send someone over tomorrow." Lin Ling spoke with a bright smile and a light tone, her eyes brimming with excitement for the new project. Tingshan Construction. Mayor Wang paused, stopped in his tracks and looked at Jiang Han with curiosity and a hint of inquiry. "Young man, are you the one who recently acquired Tingshan Construction?" Jiang Han smiled, standing tall and straight, and praised sincerely, "Mayor Wang, you are incredibly well informed. To be so clear about business affairs in such a short time is truly impressive." Mayor Wang laughed heartily, stepped forward and patted Jiang Han on the shoulder. "Young people have guts. Tingshan Construction is quite well known in the industry. It's no small feat for you to acquire it. I hope you and Xiao Ling seize this opportunity to create a great project that contributes to Zhonghai's development." Jiang Han's gaze was resolute and he nodded earnestly. "Mayor Wang, rest assured. We will prepare thoroughly and strictly oversee every detail so as not to betray your trust." Lin Ling nodded along. "Uncle Wang, we will give our best to deliver a project that satisfies the people of Zhonghai." Mayor Wang nodded in satisfaction, offered a few more words of advice and strode steadily out of the room under their watchful eyes. Jiang Han and Lin Ling stood at the door gazing at Mayor Wang's receding figure, filled with confidence for the upcoming project. After Mayor Wang had disappeared from sight, Jiang Han and Lin Ling returned to the private room. Lin Ling, her face flushed with excitement, quickly took out her phone and said, "Xiao Han, I'll contact the head of Tingshan Construction right away and have them prepare the documents needed for tomorrow's meeting with the municipal office." Jiang Han nodded and said seriously, "Apart from the documents for the meeting, we also need to review the project plan, optimize it based on the municipal requirements and market demand. I'll have the engineering team from Tingshan Construction draft a detailed construction schedule and budget proposal." That evening Jiang Han and Lin Ling worked late into the night at the company. The meeting room was piled with documents as the two discussed every detail of the project, back and forth, the glow of the computer screen illuminating their focused faces. The next morning the head of Tingshan Construction went to the municipal office with all the prepared materials. Thanks to Mayor Wang's prior communication and coordination, the liaison process went smoothly and all procedures were handled quickly and efficiently. Meanwhile, Jiang Han and Lin Ling organized a project kickoff meeting attended by heads of various departments. At the meeting, Jiang Han swept his gaze across the room and said with firm resolve, "This project is a crucial opportunity for the company's development and a chance for us to give back to Zhonghai. All departments must cooperate closely to ensure the project is completed on time and with high quality." Lin Ling then assigned tasks in detail. The design department must produce a preliminary design plan within a week, the marketing department should start promotional efforts simultaneously, and the engineering department needs to complete the site survey promptly. After the meeting, Jiang Han immediately went to the headquarters of Tingshan Construction. In the meeting room he listened to the engineering team's report. "Mr. Jiang, our preliminary survey shows that the geological conditions of the plot are favorable, but the surrounding traffic needs improvement to facilitate construction and future residents' travel." Jiang Han pondered for a moment and said, "Contact the transportation planning department. We'll work out a solution together. Also pay attention to environmental protection during construction and use advanced green construction techniques." The headquarters of Zhonghai by Group, located in the city's most bustling financial district, exuded a cold metallic In the spacious top-floor office with the bustling traffic visible through the floor-to-ceiling windows, Bai Chen sat in his leather chair listening to his subordinate's report. The gloom on his face deepened instantly. His originally sharp features contorted with rage and veins bulged on his forehead like writhing earthworms. "Damn it! Lin Ling is still mixed up with him." Bai Chen abruptly stood up, slamming his hands on the desk, sending documents and ornaments scattering. The crystal ashtray crashed to the floor with a loud crack, shattering into glittering pieces. Bai Chen paced back and forth, his leather shoes stomping heavily on the expensive carpet as if trying to wear a hole through it. He recalled the immense effort, resources and connections he had expended to secure that plot, only to have Jiang Han and Lin Ling swoop in at the last moment. "Useless. All of you are useless." Bai Chen suddenly stopped, turned to glare at the subordinate delivering the report, his eyes blazing with fury. "What did you tell me before? You said everything was under control. And now? The bird in hand has flown away." The subordinate lowered his head, not daring to breathe, his body trembling slightly. The more Baichen thought about it the angrier he became. He grabbed his phone from the desk and dialed a number, gritting his teeth. Investigate. Dig up everything about Jiang Han and Lin Ling and every detail of their project. I refuse to believe they can sail through smoothly. After hanging up he walked to the window, clenching his fists, and stared at the bustling street outside, his eyes filled with resentment and malice. As dusk fell the city was enveloped in a hazy twilight. Jiang Han pulled his black Range Rover to a smooth stop beneath the office building where Suyao worked. A faint scent of cedar lingered in the car. He reclined against the plush seat, his fingers tapping lightly and rhythmically on the steering wheel, waiting without haste. Before long the glass doors of the office building slid open and Suyao emerged in her business attire, hurrying out. The dim yellow streetlight cast a glow upon her, accentuating her graceful figure. Suyao spotted Jiang Han's car at once, a smile blooming on her face as she quickened her pace. Finished for the day, she asked with a grin, bending slightly to peer through the window, the evening breeze tousling her hair. Almost. Tonight is all yours. Jiang Han opened the door and stepped out, gently tucking the wind-blown strands behind her ear, his face brimming with affection. Oh no, can do, my dear Han. I have to work overtime tonight. Her smile faded instantly, disappointment clouding her eyes. She unconsciously tightened her grip on the document folder in her hands. The project is at a critical stage, everyone's burning the midnight oil. I really can't leave. A flicker of disappointment passed through Jiang Han's eyes, but he quickly regained composure. He gently took her hand, transferring the warmth of his palm. It's fine. Work comes first. I'll walk you up and wait to have supper with you. Suyao looked up at him, her eyes shimmering with gratitude, and nodded. Thank you, that's sweet of you. The office has been chaotic today, everyone's under immense pressure. They entered the building together and Jiang Han could sense the fatigue radiating from Suyao. In the elevator she leaned against his shoulder, seeking a moment of respite. When the doors opened the office was ablaze with light, colleagues bustling about with fervent energy. Suyao took a deep breath, turned to Jiang Han and said, Go wait in the lounge, no telling how long this will take. Jiang Han planted a gentle kiss on her forehead. No rush. I'll wait right here for you. Watching her head toward her workstation he turned and walked into the lounge, determined to accompany her through this busy night. The lounge on the top floor of the building was tranquil and cozy. Warm yellow light poured softly like spring sunshine into every corner. A few impressionist paintings on the walls with their lively brushstrokes infused the space with an artistic flair. The rich aroma of Blue Mountain coffee wafted through the air, soothing frayed nerves. Jiang Han stepped and surveyed the room and headed straight for the plush sofa in the corner, preparing for the long wait ahead. He moved to the self-service bar and expertly selected Suyao's favorite Blue Mountain coffee beans. The grinder emitted a crisp sound, then hot water and coffee powder melded perfectly. Soon a steaming cup was ready, topped with a delicate heart-shaped latte art that carried his sentiments. Jiang Han set the coffee steadily on the coffee table and picked a few fashion and finance magazines that Suyao often read from the shelf, arranging them neatly. After a long while Suyao trudged into the lounge, her steps heavy. Her hair was slightly disheveled, a few strands clinging to her glistening cheeks, and her face bore undisguised exhaustion. Seeing her, Jiang Han rose instantly and strode over. He gently took the heavy document folder from her hand while his other hand naturally supported her arm, guiding her to the sofa. His voice was tender and concerned. You must be exhausted, sit down and rest. Suyao sank into the soft sofa, sighing deeply with a furrowed brow. The project team discovered a serious data error today, it almost delayed the progress. Everyone has been verifying and correcting from dawn till dusk, utterly dizzying. On top of that the partners suddenly made new demands. Time is tight, the task is heavy, the pressure is immense. Jiang Han sat down slowly beside her, placing his hands gently on her shoulders, massaging with just the right pressure. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Health is the true capital. Come have some coffee to refresh yourself. Suyao picked up the coffee and took a sip. The rich flavor burst in her mouth and fatigue seemed to melt away slightly. A relieved smile spread across her face, her eyes full of tenderness. You always know me best. Whenever you're here I feel so secure. Jiang Han gazed at her, deep sympathy in his eyes. He reached out and gently smoothed the stray hairs from her cheek. Once this busy spell is over, let's go to the Maldives, find a quiet island, enjoy the sea breeze, watch the sunrises and sunsets, and savor a leisurely time for just the two of us. Suyao turned her head, her eyes meeting his, shining with moved radiance. Yes, I really look forward to going with you. But this project is crucial for the company, it concerns our future direction. As a core team member I have to give it my all without any slack. Jiang Han nodded earnestly, his arm naturally circling her shoulders. I understand. Your sense of responsibility and dedication have always impressed me. I'll be right by your side, your strongest support. If you're tired, lean on my shoulder and sleep for a while, I'll stay with you. Suyao leaned against Jiang Han's shoulder, feeling the warmth emanating from him, and her tense nerves gradually relaxed. Jiang Han gently stroked her hair. The two sat quietly immersed in this brief tranquility, savoring the profound and unadorned affection between them. As they talked, Jiang Han's eyes casually swept over the document folder and caught sight of a file bearing the words, "by group." He frowned, curiosity piqued. "Does your company have a partnership with By Group?" Suyao nodded helplessly, taking a sip of coffee. "Yeah. I heard By Group is currently competing with Tingxiang over a prime piece of real estate. The project is so important that everyone's piling on pressure, hence my overtime." Jiang Han couldn't help but chuckle. He reached out and lightly tapped the tip of Suyao's nose. "Why didn't you say so earlier? They won't win it. Your overtime is for nothing." Suyao looked puzzled, her brows slightly knit, tilting her head. "Huh? How do you know?" Jiang Han arched an eyebrow, a sly grin spreading across his face as he folded his arms. "Because I'm awesome." His deliberately mysterious expression made Suyao both amused and exasperated. She couldn't help but lightly punch him. Suyao nodded gently, a smile curling at the corners of her mouth, her eyes carrying a hint of playful reproach. "Fine, you win. I won't ask any more, okay?" With that, she stood up briskly, smoothing the creases on her skirt. "I'm going to organize the files and I'll be off after I finish." "Alright, go ahead." Jiang Han replied with a smile, his gaze tenderly following Suyao's figure until she left the lounge and the door slowly closed. Just then the phone in his pocket suddenly rang. He took out his phone, the screen showing a call from Lin Shuhua. "Hello, Shuhua," Jiang Han answered, his voice steady and calm. "Young Master Han. The Bai family has already launched a commercial offensive. We need to be on high alert." Lin Shuhua's voice came through the phone, speaking quickly with obvious urgency. "This afternoon they contacted many of our deeply cooperative suppliers through third-party intermediaries, aiming to cut off our raw materials supply at the root, hinder project progress and create trouble for us." "Got it." Jiang Han frowned slightly, his eyes sharpening instantly. His fingers unconsciously tapped rhythmically on the glass coffee table. "It seems the Bai family is determined this time and won't stop until they achieve their goal. What specific key links do the violation evidence you've collected involve?" "Young Master Han, the Bai family used some improper means when competing with Tingxiang for that piece of land." Lin Shuhua spoke with full confidence. "They secretly bribed their proxies, buying off key figures in the appraisal agency to manipulate the land value assessment, lowering the price to gain cost advantages. They also forged some project entry qualification documents to boost their scores during bid evaluation. I've already organized the evidence and will hand it over to Xiao Ling shortly." "Alright, give it to Sister Ling." Jiang Han thought for a moment and gave clear instructions. "Set up a dedicated intelligence gathering team, immediately verify from multiple angles and keep a close eye on every move of the Bai family, especially their procurement contracts with suppliers, capital flows and policy interactions with government departments. Also have the legal team prepare crisis response plans and analyze legal risks in advance. Once the Bai family's violations are confirmed, we will immediately file a lawsuit to protect ourselves through legal means." "Understood. I'll arrange it right away," Lin Shuhua responded. "Young Master Han, should we give the media a heads up first? If we expose the Bai family's violations, we can seize the initiative in public opinion." "Don't act rashly for now," Jiang Han said calmly, his thoughts clear. "Public opinion is a complex matter. Used well it can enhance the company's image, but used poorly it can harm the company. Wait until Sister Ling reviews the materials, then we'll discuss how to handle public opinion." "Okay, Young Master Han. I'll report immediately if there are any new developments." After saying that, Lin Shuhua hung up. Jiang Han ended the call and leaned back on the sofa, his deep gaze fixed on the bustling night scene outside the window as he fell into deep thought. Before long the lounge door was gently pushed open and Suya walked in with light steps, a sweet smile on her face. Her hair tips swayed slightly with her movement, her eyes full of expectation. "Let's go. What are you thinking about?" Jiang Han snapped back to reality at the sound, a smile spreading across his face. "Nothing much, just mulling over some work problems." Suyao nodded knowingly, a mischievous glint in her eyes. "Let's go. I'll treat you to crawfish. A reward for the great young Master Jiang who waited so patiently." "Great." Jiang Han nodded without hesitation, grabbing his jacket as he stood up. They walked side by side toward the elevator. Soon they were both seated in Jiang Han's black sedan. Jiang Han expertly fastened his seatbelt, started the engine, and once the car smoothly exited the parking lot he asked, Yao Yao, how involved are you in the project your company is collaborating on with the Bai family this time? Su Yao leaned back in the soft seat, tilting her head in thought for a moment. Not too much. As an assistant to the department head, I just participated in some preliminary coordination work. As for the specific project plans of the Bai family, I'm really not clear. That's good. Jiang Han nodded slightly, his taut nerves relaxing a bit as his fingers tapped rhythmically on the steering wheel. Su Yao keenly sensed something unusual about Jiang Han. She turned to stare at him, her eyes full of doubt. Why are you suddenly asking about this? And why did you say earlier that I was working overtime for nothing? You must know something. Jiang Han was taken aback, a helpless smile appearing on his face. He reached out and gently ruffled Su Yao's hair with a tender gesture. It's nothing, don't worry about these things. Just enjoy the food. Su Yao nodded obediently, her attention quickly diverted. She pointed ahead with enthusiasm. Let's go. Turn right at the next intersection. At the end of the road there's an amazing crawfish place. Their secret sauce is incredible. The car slowly drove into the food street. The colorful neon lights along the street were like beautiful ribbons reflecting on the car window. Jiang Han found a spot to park and they walked together toward the crawfish shop. The place was bustling, diners chatting and laughing, waiters calling out orders filled with a vibrant atmosphere of life. As soon as they sat down, Su Yao ordered with the waiter, saying familiarly, 2 jin of spicy crawfish and a cold. Then she turned to look at Jiang Han, her eyes blinking playfully. No objections, young master. Jiang Han shook his head with a smile, his expression full of affection. Whatever you say, what you order is sure to be delicious. Soon steaming hot crawfish was brought to the table, the shells a bright red, the aroma enticing. Su Yao quickly put on gloves and peeled a crawfish. The meat was tender and chewy, the spicy and numbing flavor bursting in her mouth. Seeing how much Su Yao was enjoying it, Jiang Han peeled one too. Just as they were eating happily, Jiang Han's phone suddenly rang. He took out his phone and saw a message from Lin Shuhua. Young Master Han, the Bai family is secretly ramping up their PR efforts to influence the Land Bidding Review Committee's decision. The situation is becoming more urgent. Jiang Han frowned, typing a quick reply, keep a close watch and inform me immediately if anything happens. Su Yao noticed something was off with Jiang Han, put down her crawfish and asked with concern, what's wrong? Is it another work problem? Jiang Han hesitated, not wanting to ruin the good mood but also not wanting to lie to Su Yao. Nothing serious, just a minor issue. I can handle it. Su Yao placed the peeled crayfish near Jiang Han's lips, her eyes curving into crescent moons as she chirped happily, quick, eat it. Tell me if it's tasty. Jiang Han gazed at Su Yao's lively demeanor, warmth swelling in his heart. He parted his lips slightly, took the crayfish and deliberately chewed with exaggerated gusto, a look of utter bliss spreading across his face. Of course it's delicious, he said. How could anything peeled by Yao Yao not be good? Just then Su Yao caught sight of a message from Lin Shuhua on Jiang Han's phone screen. Though worry churned inside her, she forced a smile and said, don't just talk about me. Peel one and feed me too, I want to taste the skills of young Master Jiang. Jiang Han paused for a moment, then broke into a smile and nodded. He swiftly peeled a crayfish and brought the succulent meat to Su Yao's lips, jesting, Your Royal Highness, please indulge. Su Yao opened her mouth and took the crayfish, then asked in a faint casual tone, Jiang Han, is the Bai family matter really troublesome? Jiang Han met her concerned gaze, a mixture of emotions welling up inside him. He set down the crayfish and said earnestly, the Bai family has been pulling too many tricks in the land bidding process. They've even tried to bribe the review committee. If you have to deal with anyone from the Bai family recently, be careful. Su Yao nodded firmly. I'll remember. Su Yao set down the crayfish she had just peeled, her eyes brimming with confidence. I figured it out, as she suddenly declared. That Bai-Chen we ran into during dinner last time, he's the young master of the Bai family, isn't he? As she spoke she kept her eyes fixed on Jiang Han's face. Jiang Han was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. Exactly. He felt a jolt of surprise, amazed at how sharp Su Yao was. Su Yao's lips curled into a smug smile and she continued, and the company that acquired Tingxiang, that's yours, right? She picked up another crayfish and took a bite. Jiang Han was even more astonished. How did you figure that out? He couldn't help asking. Su Yao winked playfully, swallowed the crayfish and explained, you've told me too many things. I overheard you talking about work with Lin Ling earlier, plus the recent rivalry between the Bai family and Tingxiang. It wasn't hard to connect the dots. Jiang Han looked at the clever Su Yao, a mix of joy and concern washing over him. His expression turned somber. You need to be extra careful about your own safety. The Bai family plays rough. Don't let them scheme against you and drag you into this mess, understand? Jiang Han stared intently at Su Yao, his tone serious. For all you know, your company may already be caught up in this muddy water thanks to the Bai family. Stay vigilant at work, never let your guard down. Got it. Su Yao nodded forcefully, her smile vanishing, replaced by a look of intense alertness. Before long the crayfish on the table had gone cold and their dinner was nearly over. Jiang Han rose to pay the bill, then walked out of the bustling food street with Su Yao. A cool night breeze swept by, gently tousling their hair. Jiang Han thoughtfully opened the car door, waited until Su Yao was seated, then slid into the driver's seat and started the engine, heading toward her home. The two of them spoke little along the way, a taut atmosphere filled the car. Soon the vehicle came to a stop beneath Su Yao's apartment building. Jiang Han looked at Su Yao and reminded her once more, send me a message when you're inside. If anything feels off, call me immediately. Su Yao nodded, her eyes laced with concern as she looked at Jiang Han. You be careful too. After bidding her farewell, Jiang Han drove back to Dragon Lake Manor. Moonlight spilled over the broad road, casting the rushing shadow of the car. Jiang Han furrowed his brow, his mind churning, contemplating what the Bai family might attempt next. The next day at noon, sunlight illuminated the towering skyscrapers of the city. It should have been a day full of promise, but the smoke of commercial warfare was already pervading every corner. The Bai Group launched a calculated campaign of public opinion attacks, causing the market value of Tingshan construction to shrink dramatically. The stock price plummeted like a roller coaster ride. Inside the lavish presidential office of the Bai Group, floor-to-ceiling windows offered a panoramic view of the bustling streets. A large screen on the wall displayed the real-time stock prices of major corporations. A woman in a perfectly tailored suit stood upright, reporting respectfully to Bai Chen, young Master Bai. Tingshan has been successfully acquired by Han High Capital. As you instructed earlier, I've been monitoring Jiang Han. He is the hidden backer of Han High Capital, and Lin Ling serves as the company's CEO. The woman spoke steadily and clearly. Good. Well done. You may leave now. Bai Chen wore a triumphant smirk, his eyes fixed on Tengxiang's stock price on the screen as though savoring a decisive victory. The woman gave a slight bow and turned to exit the office. The moment the door closed, Bai Chen grabbed the phone impatiently and ordered urgently, "Get me Jiang Han's phone number right away." "Sure thing, young Master Bai." A crisp reply came from the other end. Soon Bai Chen's phone received Jiang Han's number. With a cold sneer, he immediately dialed the number. Meanwhile, in the Han High Capital office atop the Twin Towers, the space was spacious and bright, decorated simply yet imposingly. Jiang Han and Lin Ling sat at the conference table with evidence of the Bai family's violations, gathered by Lin Shuhua, spread out before them. They were earnestly discussing countermeasures, the atmosphere grave and tense. Suddenly Jiang Han's phone rang, its sound jarringly loud. He frowned, glanced at the unfamiliar number, hesitated for a moment, then answered, "Hello, who is this?" "Jiang Han, did you use Tingshan as cannon fodder? With such a massive offensive from my Bai Group, you haven't shown even a hint of counterattack." Bai Chen's voice came through the line, dripping with mockery and smugness. "So it's you, young Master Bai?" Jiang Han replied calmly, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. "After all that effort you put into manipulating public opinion, now you call just to gloat with these pointless remarks." Lin Ling, hearing Bai Chen's name, also frowned slightly. She leaned closer to Jiang Han, trying to catch the conversation. "Oh, I just wanted you to give me an answer. I'm bored out of my mind here." Bai Chen lounged in his leather chair, idly tapping his fingers on the desk, his tone dripping with ridicule. "Fine, I'll give you an answer then." Jiang Han's lips curled into a smile as he exchanged a knowing glance with Lin Ling. Lin Ling instantly caught on and swiftly operated the computer to bring up a video they had prepared. Jiang Han hit play and the screen vividly revealed scenes of the Bai Group colluding with appraisal agencies to falsify data and bribing officials. The clear voices of those in the video traveled through the microphone, unmistakably reaching Bai Chen's ears. Bai Chen's initially relaxed smile instantly froze if the hand gripping the phone bulged with veins. His face flushed crimson, then turned deathly pale and finally darkened to an iron gray. "Jiang Han, where did you get these things?" His voice quivered with rage, his earlier composure completely evaporated. "You asked me to respond, didn't you? Well, here's my honest response. I hope you can handle it." Jiang Han replied unhurriedly, his eyes gleaming with confidence. "You asked me to respond, didn't you? Well, here's my honest response. I hope you can handle it." Jiang Han replied unhurriedly, his eyes gleaming with confidence. He knew well that he was now at a disadvantage. Weighing the pros and cons, he could only force himself to sound composed as he spoke. Name your price. Upon hearing Bai Chen say name your price, Jiang Han was momentarily stunned, then threw his head back and burst into laughter over the phone. The laughter was particularly loud and dripping with derision, echoing through the top-floor office of the Twin Towers. Lin Ling, drawn by the sudden laughter, paused her work and looked at Jiang Han with a puzzled expression. Brother Chen, are you still half asleep? Name my price. Do you think I'm short of money, or do you believe you're wealthier than me? Jiang Han laughed as he rhythmically tapped the desk with his fingers, his words dripping with disdain. I'm not short of that paltry sum. Your method of solving problems with money won't work on me. On the other end of the line, Bai Chen's face flushed crimson, veins bulging on his forehead like earthworms writhing beneath his skin. He slammed his fist onto the desk, sending documents and ornaments scattering in disarray. Jiang Han. Don't go too far. What exactly do you want? Bai Chen's roar came through the receiver, his voice twisted with rage. Jiang Han's laughter ceased abruptly, his tone turning icy and severe like the biting north wind of winter. Bai Chen, I can sit on these documents for now, but the Bai Corporation must withdraw from Zhonghai. Do you understand? I'll give you 1 day to think it over. If I don't receive a satisfactory answer by this time tomorrow, you can try to see if I dare to expose this evidence to the public. Meanwhile, in the opulent presidential office of the Bai Corporation, Bai Chen trembled with fury, his eyes bloodshot like a rabbit's, veins bulging on his forehead. He swept his arm across the desk, sending the mountain of documents crashing to the floor, papers fluttering everywhere. Outside the office, the assistant was engrossed in organizing files when a sudden crash echoed from within, causing his heart to skip a beat. Without hesitation, he dropped his work and rushed into the office, only to find chaos within. Bai Chen stood amidst the mess, his face contorted with rage. The assistant cautiously asked, "Young master, Bai, what's happened?" "Get out." Bai Chen roared like a maddened lion, his face twisted with fury. His eyes were bloodshot, almost spitting fire, and his fists clenched so tightly that his nails nearly dug into his palms. The assistant, terrified by the sudden outburst, turned pale and trembled slightly. He dared not utter a word nor even look at Bai Chen. He could only nod hastily and retreat from the office, still feeling the intense anger radiating from within as he closed the door. Alone in the office, Bai Chen's chest heaved violently as he gasped for air. He gazed at the bustling street scene outside the window, his heart filled with resentment and helplessness. Jiang Han's ultimatum hung like a blade over the Bai Corporation, making him sense an unprecedented crisis. Bai Chen knew he had to make a decision quickly, or the empire the Bai Corporation had built over years might vanish over. At the same time, in the spacious and sunlit office of Jiang Han at the Twin Towers, sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a peaceful glow over the clusters of buildings outside. Lin Ling approached Jiang Han with a steaming cup of coffee, took a sip and said with concern, "Xiao Han, isn't it too harsh to force the Bai Corporation to pull out of Zhonghai completely? After all, the Bai Corporation has been in the business circle for quite a while and has some foundation." Jiang Han set down the documents in his hand, leaned back in his office chair and said with a deep gaze, "Compared to handing over the evidence of their violations to the relevant authorities and having them thoroughly investigated, this is lenient. Besides, the Bai Corporation's main industries and roots are in Hangzhou, not Zhonghai. This time they tried to stir trouble in Zhonghai, so they must pay the price." Lin Ling raised an eyebrow slightly, a playful smile curling at the corner of her mouth. "You always strike at the vital point, making them withdraw from Zhonghai. If they really do that, you'll become famous in the business circle." Jiang Han waved his hand with a laugh, his eyes sincere. "How could I become famous? This is all thanks to you and Sister Shuhua. Without your efforts in gathering evidence and offering advice, I couldn't have done it alone." Lin Ling pretended to be angry and lightly stomped her foot. "Don't drag me into this. I don't want to become famous over this. I still want to find a good partner, get married and have children. Jiang Han rolled his eyes and deliberately mimicked Lin Ling's voice in a silly tone, his expression exaggerated. Lin Ling was both annoyed and amused. She grabbed a cushion from the sofa and threw it at Jiang Han. "You're always making fun of me. Why aren't you this proactive when it comes to serious matters?" Jiang Han dodged the cushion swiftly and the office was filled with their cheerful laughter. Just then Jiang Han's phone rang. It was Lin Shuhua. Jiang Han quickly answered and heard Lin Shuhua's urgent voice. "Master Han, it seems the Bai Corporation is contacting their connections in Hangzhou to plot a counterattack against us." Jiang Han's expression darkened. He gestured for Lin Ling to come closer and listen. Lin Ling immediately approached, her smile fading into seriousness. "I understand, Sister Shuhua. Keep monitoring the Bai Corporation's movements and inform me immediately if anything new arises." Jiang Han arranged calmly. After hanging up, Jiang Han stood up and paced the office, pondering his next move. Lin Ling also rose and walked to the window, gazing at the bustling streets below. It seems the Bai Corporation won't yield easily. They're going to fight to the death. Exactly, but we can't just sit back and take the blow. Jiang Han stopped pacing, his gaze resolute. Sister Ling, have the legal team prepare the evidence of the Bai Corporation's violations, ready to report to the authorities at any time. I'll contact my media friends. If the Bai Corporation makes any major moves, we'll strike first and expose their dirty secrets. Lin Ling nodded in agreement and turned to make the arrangements. Just as she reached the door, she paused and looked back at Jiang Han with a teasing smile. Xiao Han, if we really drive the Bai Corporation out of Zhonghai this time, you'll have to treat me to a good meal to reward this great contributor. Jiang Han chuckled. No problem. Anywhere you want to eat. But with your qualities, Sister Ling, finding a good partner is a matter of minutes. Maybe by the time we have that grand meal, you'll already have a gallant protector by your side. Lin Ling shot Jiang Han a playful glare. You're such a smooth talker. By the way, you should be careful during this time. The Bai Corporation might get desperate and do something extreme. Don't worry, I have it under control. Jiang Han said. Let's work together, we'll definitely win this business war. As time slipped by, the sun outside the window gradually lost its glare, heralding the approach of evening. The golden rays of sunset bathed Jiang Han's office in a warm, radiant glow. Jiang Han's phone rang again, the screen displayed Bai Chen's number. Steadying himself, he answered the call without haste. Young Master Bai, have you made up your mind? Jiang Han's tone was calm, yet it carried an undeniable authority. Fine, Bai Corporation accepts your terms. Well, withdraw from the Zhonghai market. Bai Chen's voice was laced with resignation. He paused, then added, but we must retain a minor foothold, at least enough to preserve the foundation Bai Corporation once laid in Zhonghai. Agreed. Jiang Han responded without a moment's hesitation. But you must guarantee that the evidence never sees the light of day. Bai Chen's words carried a faint threat, as if trying to salvage some dignity. Rest assured, young Master Bai. I, Jiang Han, keep my word. A confident smile curved Jiang Han's lips. Good. Bai Corporation will issue the withdrawal statement from Zhonghai within 10 minutes. Bai Chen said, then hung up hastily before Jiang Han could reply. Jiang Han set down his phone, leaned back in his office chair and let out a long sigh of relief. Just then the office door gently opened and Lin Ling stepped in. She read the expression on his face and knew the outcome. Xiao Han, have you heard from Bai Corporation? Jiang Han nodded and recounted Bai Chen's decision in full. Lin Ling frowned slightly. Keeping a small business here, Bai Corporation won't truly give up. They might stir trouble again in the future. I know, but this time they've suffered a heavy blow. They won't cause much trouble in the short term. Jiang Han's gaze was resolute. Now we must tighten our grip on the Zhonghai market while keeping an eye on Bai Corporation's movements. Meanwhile, in the president's office of Bai Group, Bai Chen stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the traffic-filled streets below, his eyes brimming with resentment. He clenched his fists so tightly that his nails nearly dug into his palms. Jiang Han, I will make you pay for this one day. Just as he was thinking, the assistant knocked and entered, reporting softly, young Master Bai, the withdrawal statement from Zhonghai has been issued. Bai Chen waved his hand dismissively, sending the assistant out, and began plotting his next move for revenge. Just as Jiang Han let out a long breath after the call, a crisp notification sounded in his mind. Ding. The system has detected that the host has successfully completed the mission of driving Bai Chen out of Zhonghai. Reward 41 equity in Tencent. System upgrade triggered simultaneously. The sudden voice hit him like a bomb, leaving Jiang Han frozen in place. His eyes widened in sheer disbelief. Jiang Han knew he already held 10 of Tencent's shares. With this additional 41, his stake now exceeded half, making him the majority owner of Tencent. The shock was so overwhelming that for a moment he didn't know how to react, even his fingers trembled slightly. Lin Ling, who had been watching him closely, noticed his vacant stare and grew concerned. She quickly stepped forward, gently patted his shoulder and asked with concern, what's wrong, Xiao Han? Something happened. Jiang Han snapped back to reality, realizing he had lost his composure. He quickly composed himself, a bright smile spreading across his face. Nothing at all. Bai Corporation pulling out of Zhonghai is fantastic news, we should celebrate. She quickly stepped forward, gently patted his shoulder and asked with concern, what's wrong, Xiao Han? Something happened. Jiang Han snapped back to reality, realizing he had lost his In her memory, Jiang Han was always steady and rarely made such impulsive decisions. Jiang Han chuckled and scratched his head. Silly me, I forgot to tell you, Sister Ling. Crescent Bay is my property. I'll arrange for everyone to board the luxury yacht, Poseidon God, and spend 2 days out on the ocean fully relaxing. With that, Jiang Han strode out of the office into the bright spacious workspace. The employees were still clattering away on keyboards and discussing work. Jiang Han clapped his hands vigorously. Everyone stop what you're doing for a moment. Hanhai Capital has just been established and the upcoming project with Tingxiang Construction will be no small task. So to give everyone an early break tomorrow, I'll treat everyone to Crescent Bay, board the Poseidon God and sail for 2 days. Those who want to come gather at Crescent Bay before noon tomorrow. Those who don't, no worries, I'll send each of you a red envelope of 1888 yuan. The announcement electrified the entire office. Employees burst into excited chatter, cheers ringing through the space. Thank you, boss. Long live the boss. Jiang Han watched his employees' exhilaration with a satisfied smile and added, feel free to bring your families along, that way no one will suspect you're going on a secret date. Alright, that's it for today, off work. With that, he turned and headed back to his office. The thick door muffled some of the noise, but the waves of cheers still drifted in unceasingly. Lin Ling followed him into the office, closed the door, and then, pretending to be exhausted, leaned forward with a hand on her forehead, speaking in a delicate voice, "Oh, young Master Han. I've been worked to the bone lately. I feel like my bones are about to fall apart, no strength left at all." Jiang Han, who had been wearing a smile, now stared at her wide-eyed, his mouth agape. "No way, Sister Ling. When I announced the activity, you were the most energetic of all. How can you be so exhausted now?" Lin Ling sighed weakly, deliberately letting her body sway. "I'm dead tired, little brother Xiao Han. Your big sister was just putting on a brave face, and now that I've relaxed, I'm practically collapsing." Jiang Han's lips curled into a mischievous grin, playing along. "Well, judging by your state, you really aren't fit for going shopping anymore. Alright, shopping can wait, I'm tired too, I'm heading home to sleep." The moment he finished speaking, Lin Ling straightened up as if flicked by a switch, all signs of fatigue vanishing. She grinned, "Let's go. I'm instantly full of energy." Jiang Han raised an eyebrow teasingly. "Oh. Not tired anymore? You looked so weak just a moment ago." Lin Ling stepped forward and lightly patted his shoulder. "What's there to be tired about? The thought of going to Crescent Bay for a sea trip has energized me completely. Shopping, here we come." Jiang Han shook his head with a helpless smile. "Fine, I can't win with you. Let's go." The two of them traded playful banter as they walked out of the office, heading to the mall to enjoy a rare moment of leisure after their hard work. The sun, like a ripe orange, poured its light unreservedly onto the glass curtain walls of the twin towers, casting a warm orange glow. Jiang Han and Lin Ling walked out of the building shoulder to shoulder. The evening breeze gently tousled their hair. Lin Ling tucked a stray lock behind her ear, her eyes twinkling with mischief, and said crisply, "You drive and follow me, sis." "Got it." Jiang Han replied with a grin, a hint of teasing in his voice, and gave a deliberately exaggerated, less than perfect salute. The two crossed the spacious bright lobby. The security guard smiled and nodded at them, a trace of envy in his eyes. Before long, a sapphire blue Porsche Panamera and a black Land Rover Range Rover slowly emerged from the parking lot of the Twin Towers. The soft glow of the setting sun gently bathed the cars, etching out their sleek lines with clarity. Jiang Han gripped the steering wheel with practiced ease, his eyes fixed intently on Lin Ling's car ahead. On the road, traffic was heavy. Street lamps flickered on one by one, blending with the twilight hues on the horizon, creating a dreamlike atmosphere. Soon they arrived at the most luxurious shopping mall in Zhonghai. The mall stood like a glittering palace. Enormous crystal chandeliers cast a soft, enchanting light, and the marble floor gleamed like a mirror, clearly reflecting the shadows of passers-by. They parked and entered the mall together. A unique fragrance of high-end perfume and fresh flowers wafted toward them. As they stepped into the women's fashion section, a dazzling array of products unfolded before their eyes. Lin Ling's gaze was immediately drawn to a Chanel evening gown hanging in a prominent spot. The gown was made of black satin with sparkling rhinestones adorning the hem, shining brilliantly under the lights. Lin Ling hurried over, gently touched the fabric, her eyes filled with admiration. "Xiao Han, what do you think of this one?" She turned to look at Jiang Han, a gleam of anticipation in her eyes. Jiang Han gave the gown a thorough once-over, then nodded with a smile. "It's very lovely, especially suits your temperament." Lin Ling entered the fitting room satisfied. In a moment she emerged in the evening gown, looking like a princess from a fairy tale. The sales assistant immediately gathered around, showering her with compliments. "Miss, this gown is practically tailor-made for you. It's stunning." Jiang Han's eyes lit up as well. Ling Jie truly dazzling. Let's get this one. Lin Ling's lips curved upward in a satisfied smile. Then she wandered among the shelves picking out several designer brand handbags. Jiang Han followed, watching her enthusiasm and occasionally offering his opinions. After selecting what she liked, Lin Ling turned to Jiang Han and joked, "Xiao Han, don't worry, I've left you a little living space and didn't empty your wallet completely." Jiang Han shook his head in mock resignation. "Ling Jie, I'm so grateful to you." Though he said that, a smile lit up his face. Lin Ling patted Jiang Han on the shoulder with a grin and said warmly, "Don't be polite. Go pick out an outfit for yourself, my treat. In a few days come with me to a party." Jiang Han raised an eyebrow, curious. What kind of party requires high-end custom clothes? That formal? He shifted the shopping bags to his other hand, his eyes fixed on Lin Ling, not wanting to miss any expression on her face. Lin Ling covered her mouth with a laugh, a playful glint in her eyes. "I've been abroad for a few years and some friends from my circle have returned to organize a gathering. When the time comes, help me fend off those annoying suitors." She nudged Jiang Han lightly with her elbow. Jiang Han threw his head back and laughed, gesturing in the air with both hands. "I block your admirers. If I stand there, people will think him a kept gigolo." His laugh was so loud that nearby shoppers couldn't help but look. Lin Ling's eyes twinkled. She reached out with her index finger and lightly lifted Jiang Han's chin, saying with a smile, "Really? Then I don't mind supporting you." The sales assistants overheard and couldn't help but snicker, occasionally stealing glances their way. Jiang Han's face reddened slightly. He pretended to be annoyed and brushed away Lin Ling's hand. "Ling Jie, you're teasing me again. Alright, since the task is arduous, I'll reluctantly pick out something." Urged on by Lin Ling, the two headed to the men's section. The men's fashion area was filled with handsome clothes with bright lighting. Jiang Han stopped before a deep gray custom-tailored suit. The cut was impeccable, exuding class. Lin Ling came over, looked it over and nodded approvingly. "This one is good, it'll make you look even sharper. Try it on." Jiang Han took the suit into the fitting room and soon emerged wearing the new suit. The suit fit perfectly, accentuating his tall frame as if he had stepped out of a fashion magazine. Lin Ling circled Jiang Han, examining him like a professional stylist, and said with a smile, "Not bad, not bad, this is the one. Tonight's money was well spent." "Wait, you're missing an accessory." Lin Ling's eyes lit up. She pulled Jiang Han to the accessory section. She browsed through a rack of ties, finally picking up a burgundy silk tie and holding it against Jiang Han's chest. "How about this tie? Deep gray with burgundy, classic and eye-catching. It'll stand out at the party." Jiang Han looked at the combination in the mirror and nodded. "Sounds good, Ling Jie. It really matches. But Ling Jie, who's coming to the party? Not all your admirers, I hope." Lin Ling laughed and tapped Jiang Han's arm. "It's not that exaggerated. Just some old friends. But there's bound to be a few persistent ones. When we go, just stand by my side, put on an imposing air and scare them all away." At this point the sales assistant couldn't help but chime in, "This gentleman and lady really look great together. You'll definitely turn heads at the party." Lin Ling and Jiang Han exchanged a look and smiled. Lin Ling replied graciously, "Thank you for the compliment." After selecting the tie, Lin Ling also chose an exquisite watch for Jiang Han. At the checkout counter, Jiang Han glanced at the total and joked, "Ling Jie, the cost of keeping a gigolo is quite high." Lin Ling rolled her eyes and said with a smile, "For you to back me up at the party, this is nothing." The two chatted happily, carrying their purchases out of the men's section, the joy of shopping radiating all around them. After paying, they walked out of the supermarket carrying bags, laughing and chatting as they passed the arcade area. Lin Ling's eyes lit up at the sight of the claw machine. She grabbed Jiang Han's arm excitedly and said, "Xiao Han, play this with me. I haven't caught a doll in ages." Jiang Han looked at Lin Ling's eager expression just like a child and couldn't help but smile helplessly. He nodded in agreement. Lin Ling quickly bought some tokens and stood impatiently in front of the claw machine. Gripping the joystick tightly, she focused intently and carefully maneuvered the claw. The first time the claw almost grabbed a doll, but then it released with a clunk. Lin Ling stomped her foot in frustration. Jiang Han watched her adorable tantrum and couldn't help but laugh. "Ling Jie, let me try." Jiang Han skillfully manipulated the joystick, found the right spot and pressed the button. The claw steadily picked up a doll. Lin Ling jumped for joy and hugged him tightly, exclaiming, "Xiao Han, you're amazing." The surrounding children cast envious glances. Lin Ling held the doll like a treasure, cradling it in her arms, her face beaming with happiness. After playing at the arcade they wandered over to the food court. The aroma of various delicacies wafted through the air tempting their appetites. Lin Ling was drawn to a dessert shop and dragged Jiang Han inside. The shop was filled with an array of exquisite cakes that looked like works of art. Xiao Han, these macarons must be delicious, and this tiramisu too. Lin Ling muttered as she grabbed a plate and started picking desserts. The server brought over a small sample cake. Lin Ling took a bite, her eyes lighting up immediately. Wow, this flavor is incredible. Xiao Han, try it. She scooped a piece of cake with a small spoon and brought it to Jiang Han's mouth. He smiled, took the bite and nodded in approval. As they were about to pay, the dessert shop launched a challenge: finish a gigantic portion of ice cream within a set time to win a 500 yuan dessert voucher. Lin Ling's eyes sparkled mischievously as she glanced at Jiang Han. Xiao Han, how about we give it a try? Jiang Han looked at the mountain of ice cream and hesitated. Ling Jia, that's way too much. But after Lin Ling's persistent coaxing, Jiang Han finally agreed. The challenge began and both of them dug in quickly. At first they were confident, but halfway through Lin Ling started shivering from the cold, her tongue nearly numb. Jiang Han wasn't much better off, with sweat beading on his forehead. As time was running out, Jiang Han gritted his teeth and shoved the last spoonful into his mouth. They successfully completed the challenge and won the dessert voucher. Lin Ling leaped with joy and high-fived Jiang Han in celebration. Emerging from the dessert shop, both of them were laughing so hard their stomachs hurt. Jiang Han looked at Lin Ling and remarked, Ling Jia, shopping with you is always full of surprises and fun. Lin Ling laughed in response, of course. There are plenty more happy days like this ahead. They strolled through the mall, eating and drinking, their laughter never ceasing as they finished their snacks. Unbeknownst to them, the mall clock had already struck 9 and the lights gradually dimmed, casting a cozy atmosphere. Lin Ling stretched her arms with a big yawn and said, I'm exhausted. Time to go home and sleep. She flicked her hair playfully. Jiang Han chuckled at her behavior and replied, alright, I need to get some sleep too. He tossed the empty snack bags into a nearby trash bin. Lin Ling adjusted her shopping bags, her eyes full of anticipation, and said seriously, see you tomorrow at Yueya Bay. Don't be late, everyone's waiting to go out to sea. She gently patted Jiang Han's shoulder. Don't worry, you'll be there on time, Jiang Han replied with a smile. They walked together toward the mall exit. As they reached the door, a breeze tousled their hair. Jiang Han opened the car door for Lin Ling. She got in, rolled down the window and waved, see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Jiang Han waved back. He watched her car drive away before heading to his own vehicle. Sitting in the driver's seat, Jiang Han thought about the evening he'd spent with Lin Ling and couldn't help but smile. He started the engine and headed home. The next morning, Yueya Bay was still shrouded in a misty haze. Jiang Han, dressed in casual attire, walked energetically into the Yueya Bay management office. The staff members, seeing Jiang Han, showed great respect. They paused their work and nodded in greeting. Lu Jia was already waiting in the office. When he saw Jiang Han, he immediately straightened up and hurried over, reporting loudly, Han Xiao, the Haishan is ready. The crew is at their posts, all supplies are stocked. We can set sail at any time. Jiang Han nodded approvingly, his eyes sweeping across the office. He spoke calmly but with authority, prepare 1 million in cash to put on the Haishan as an event prize. Lu Jia paused for a moment, a flicker of surprise in his eyes, but he quickly recovered and nodded, understood, Han Xiao. I'll take care of it right away. Jiang Han seemed to think of something else and continued, tell Sun Chang to give each employee at Yueya Bay and Longhao Hotel a 1888 yuan red envelope. Everyone works hard, consider it a token of appreciation. Lu Jia's face lit up with joy, his voice rising involuntarily, thank you, Han Xiao. You're so thoughtful. This unexpected perk energized him. He turned and quickly left the office to carry out Jiang Han's instructions. Soon Lu Jia returned to the office. Jiang Han added, safety is the top priority. Arrange a professional lifeguard team to accompany the voyage. Ensure every participant stays safe. Check all life-saving equipment thoroughly, no room for error. Lu Jia listened attentively and nodded, rest assured, Han Xiao. I'll find an experienced rescue team and inspect every piece of equipment. Also have the logistics team prepare plenty of good food and drinks. Besides, the regular meals include some specialty seafood and exquisite desserts to cater to different tastes, Jiang Han added. Understood, Han Xiao. I'll contact the logistics team immediately to make thorough preparations. Moreover, this sea trip will last about 2 days. Draw up a detailed itinerary. Arrange fun maritime activities like sea fishing and diving. But remember, all activities must be conducted under safe conditions, Jiang Han continued. Lu Jia quickly noted down the key points and said he'll discuss this with the event planning team and come up with a detailed schedule as soon as possible. Jiang Han walked to the window looking out at the sparkling waters of Yuya Bay. In his mind he could already envision the upcoming seafaring celebration. He knew that this event wasn't just about rewarding the team, it was also an opportunity to unite everyone's hearts. With these thoughts, a satisfied smile curled at the corner of his mouth and he quietly waited for everyone's arrival. Just past 10 o'clock the sunlight grew more dazzling, gently spilling over the surface of Yuya Bay and setting layers of golden ripples aglow. Amid laughter and cheerful chatter the employees of Hanhai Capital began arriving at Yuya Bay one after another. They came in small groups or with their families, their faces beaming with eager anticipation. Jiang Han stood tall on the spacious deck of the Haitian, dressed in a casual white shirt and dark blue jeans, his gaze filled with a smile as he took in the arriving employees one by one. A gentle sea breeze brushed past, tousling his hair and stirring the colorful flags on the yacht. "Come on up, don't wait down there." Jiang Han cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted, his voice echoing across the bay. Hearing his call, the employees' eyes sparkled with excitement as they climbed the gangway in an orderly fashion, boarding this magnificent yacht. As they boarded they couldn't help but gasp in admiration, showering the luxurious Haitian with praise. At that moment a little girl with a ponytail broke free from her mother's hand, skipping to the front of the deck, curiously peering around. Jiang Han noticed and strode over with a smile, crouching down in front of the little girl. With a tender expression he gently pinched her rosy cheek and said softly, "Is this your daughter? So adorable." Just then a man in a crisp suit hurried over, his face a mix of embarrassment and pride, smiling as he said to Jiang Han, "Young Master Han. This is my wife and this is my daughter." Beside him the man's wife nodded politely and greeted Jiang Han. Jiang Han stood up, scrutinizing the little girl and her father, then couldn't resist teasing, "Your genes are pretty strong. Your daughter is practically your spitting image." He then turned to the little girl and said gently, "Be good on board and have fun." Then Jiang Han looked at the family of three and said with a smile, "Take the little one for a tour. There are plenty of fun places on the yacht, a children's play area and an observation window to see the little fish in the sea." The family thanked him repeatedly and happily set off to explore the yacht. As more and more employees boarded, the deck of the Haitian grew lively and bustling. Before long Lin Ling appeared at the gangway of the yacht wearing a red dress. She moved slowly, her face showing signs of fatigue, a stark contrast to her usual lively and radiant demeanor. Jiang Han's sharp eyes caught sight of her immediately. A playful smile tugged at the corner of his mouth as he walked over to greet her. "Sister Lin, what were you up to last night? You look so tired," Jiang Han asked with a grin, his eyes full of concern. At that moment the deck of the Haitian was teeming with employees chatting and laughing, their noise a stark contrast to Lin Ling's weary state. Lin Ling shot Jiang Han a glare, raised a hand to rub her temples and muttered, "Lin Shuhua called me at 8 this morning. How could I not be tired? She phoned, said there was an urgent matter to discuss, and I groggily dragged myself over. My head is still spinning." She exaggeratedly shook her head. "Haha. Well, there's nothing for it, you'll have to tough it out." Jiang Han couldn't help but laugh, drawing the attention of a few nearby employees. He patted Lin Ling on the shoulder and comforted her, "But since you're here, today's sea carnival has plenty of fun things to do. Maybe you'll forget all your fatigue, Sister Lin." Lin Ling glanced around, taking in the employees' happy expressions, and her spirits lifted a little. She took a deep breath. The sea breeze carried the distinctive salty scent of the ocean, refreshing her mind. "All right, hopefully so. By the way, are the activities all arranged?" Lin Ling looked at Jiang Han, regaining some of her usual work efficiency. Jiang Han nodded, a hint of confidence flashing in his eyes. "Everything is set, prizes, activities, food and drinks, nothing missing. Once the yacht sets sail, everyone can fully enjoy their time at sea." Just then an employee walked by with a child in his arms. The child held a delicate little pinwheel that spun rapidly in the sea breeze, producing a crisp sound. The child's joyful laughter reached Lin Ling and Jiang Han's ears. A smile appeared on Lin Ling's face, seeing everyone so happy. This trip is definitely going to be fun. Jiang Han and Lin Ling chatted as they strolled around the deck. At that moment a crew member's voice came over the loudspeaker, "Attention everyone. We're about to depart, so please stand on the deck and enjoy the beautiful scenery of the harbor." With a long blast of the horn the Haitian slowly left Yuya Bay, leaving a white trail of foam behind. The employees gathered at the railing, cheering and shouting excitedly, while the children hopped and skipped, their faces beaming. Jiang Han and Lin Ling also walked to the railing. The wind grew stronger, lifting their hair. Lin Ling pointed excitedly at the distant sea and shouted, "Xiao Han, look. There's a flock of seagulls." Jiang Han followed her gaze and saw a group of seagulls flying over the sea, skimming the water one moment and soaring high the next, as if escorting the Haishan. Next up, we're going to start the first activity, a fishing competition, Jiang Han announced to the crowd. The crew quickly distributed the prepared fishing gear. The employees eagerly found spots to sit down, ready to show off their skills. Lin Ling also picked up a fishing rod, looking at Jiang Han with anticipation. Xiao Han, I'm really good at fishing. Don't lose too badly today. Jiang Han smiled back, Sister Lin, I won't go easy on you. We'll see. The competition officially began and everyone focused intently on the sea, not daring to miss any movement. Before long, an employee shouted happily, I caught a fish. He struggled to pull up the rod, revealing a small silver fish flapping on the hook. The people around gathered, admiring and praising him. Lin Ling grew a little anxious, her eyes fixed on the float with fine beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Suddenly the float dipped sharply. Lin Ling quickly pulled up the rod, landing a fish even larger than the previous one. Haha, Xiao Han, see that? That's my skill, as she boasted triumphantly. Jiang Han smiled without a word, then focused on his own fishing. Soon he also caught a big fish larger than Lin Ling's. Lin Ling's eyes widened and she said stubbornly, one more round. I refuse to believe I can't beat you. As everyone was immersed in the joy of fishing, the crew began preparing lunch. A lavish seafood feast was laid out, tender lobster, plump crab, fresh sea fish, and an array of exquisite desserts and fruits. The employees gathered around the table, savoring the food and sharing amusing fishing stories, their laughter echoing across the yacht. After lunch, everyone took a short break before diving into the next activity. The employees changed into wetsuits and goggles, and under the guidance of instructors they plunged into the sea one by one. Jiang Han and Lin Ling joined them as well. The underwater world was stunning, vibrant coral reefs and tropical fish darting among them like a magnificent colorful painting. The day passed swiftly. In the blink of an eye, the night draped over the entire sea like a vast black cloth. The banquet hall of the sea god was ablaze with lights shining like a colossal beacon in the darkness, illuminating everything around. Everyone was dressed resplendently, their faces beaming with joy after a day of amusement. They crowded into the banquet hall, filling it to the brim. Jiang Han wore a sharp black suit with a wynard tie, looking particularly spirited. Lin Ling was in a form-fitting evening gown, elegant and graceful. The two stood together on the stage, microphones in hand, instantly drawing the gaze of everyone below. This is our first team-building event for Hanhai Capital. I've prepared some gifts for everyone. Jiang Han's voice, warm and delighted, resonated throughout the hall. As he spoke, he gestured to the side. Two tall waiters pushed a transparent box onto the stage filled with stacks of 100 yuan bills, and beside it stood an exquisite lottery drum. Under the lights, the million in cash gleamed brilliantly, instantly igniting the crowd's fervor and stirring a ripple of excitement. There are 10 number cards with smiley faces in the lottery drum. Everyone comes up and draws one. Those who get a smiley face win 10,000 in cash each. Don't be disappointed if you don't win. We'll be on the sea for 2 days. There's still a chance tomorrow. Jiang Han announced the rules loudly, each word like a pebble thrown into a tranquil lake, stirring countless ripples. No sooner had he finished than a thunderous cheer erupted in the hall. Employees chattered excitedly, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. Some couldn't wait, rubbing their hands together as they prepared to step up and draw. All right. Let's begin. Jiang Han called out again, his voice encouraging. The waiter who had pushed the lottery drum onto the stage immediately descended the steps, carrying the drum into the crowd. The first to draw was a young man, nervous and excited. He fumbled through the drum for a long while before finally pulling out a number card. When he slowly unfolded it and found no smiley face, a flicker of disappointment crossed his face, but it was quickly dispelled by the lively atmosphere and he stepped aside with a smile. Next, a female employee with a child stepped forward. The child stared curiously at the lottery drum while the woman gently soothed him and reached in to draw. The moment she opened the card, she exclaimed in surprise, I got it. The people around crowded over to offer congratulations, making the atmosphere even more festive. On stage, Lin Ling couldn't help laughing at the scene. She turned to Jiang Han and said, your reward is really generous. Look how happy everyone is. Jiang Han replied with a smile, everyone has been dedicated to the company lately, they deserve this. Besides, a lively atmosphere makes team building all the more spirited. The lottery event proceeded smoothly. As one lucky winner after another emerged, the hall echoed with waves of cheers and applause. Amid this joyful celebration, the sea god continued its steady voyage across the night-covered ocean, carrying everyone's laughter and anticipation toward a new day full of surprises. The lottery continued and a few more fortunate employees drew smiley-faced numbers. They jumped for joy, their faces etched with incredulous delight. A middle-aged employee held his number card with trembling hands, his eyes reddening. "My family really needs money right now," he choked out. "Thank the company so much." "Thank you, Master Han." On stage, Jiang Han felt deeply gratified seeing this. He knew these prizes were not just gifts but also a recognition of the employees' hard work. Those who didn't win were momentarily disappointed but remained enthusiastic, encouraging one another. "It's okay, there's still tomorrow. Maybe the big prize will hit me then." The atmosphere didn't cool down because of those who missed out. Instead, it grew even warmer with anticipation and mutual support. As the lottery neared its end, Jiang Han cleared his throat and picked up the microphone again. "Everyone, the draw is just tonight's opening act. Next there's a fantastic performance." No sooner had he spoken than the lights in the hall went dark and a spotlight shone on a corner of the stage. A group of dancers dressed in gorgeous costumes stepped onto the stage. As the music began, they moved with agility and perfect synchronization, carrying the audience into a dreamlike world. The employees stopped chatting, their eyes fixed on the stage, watching intently and bursting into applause and cheers from time to time. Lin Ling looked at the performance on stage and then at the captivated audience below. She remarked to Jiang Han, "This team building is a huge success. Everyone feels so united now." Jiang Han nodded in agreement. "Indeed. Seeing everyone so happy makes all the effort worthwhile. And this is just the beginning, we'll have many more events like this." After the performance, the banquet hall bustled with activity once more. Employees formed small circles, some chatting about the day's fun experiences, some discussing work ideas, and others taking photos to permanently capture this beautiful moment. Jiang Han and Lin Ling moved through the crowd, engaging in warm conversations and listening to everyone's thoughts. At that moment, a young employee approached Jiang Han somewhat shyly. "Master Han, I have an idea about the next project. I've been wanting to share it with you." Jiang Han smiled encouragingly. "Sure, go ahead. I'm all ears." Beside him, Lin Ling also offered an encouraging gaze. The young man took a deep breath and began elaborating on his idea. Jiang Han and Lin Ling listened attentively, occasionally asking questions and offering suggestions. What had started as a casual team-building event had unknowingly become an excellent opportunity for employees to exchange ideas and deepen bonds. Time flew, and though the night grew deep, joy still filled the hall. The sea god sailed steadily through the waves as if cheering for this vibrant team-building gathering. The next day, as the sun rose, the sea glittered like scattered gold foil. The Hai Shenhao cruised slowly near the central waters. Some employees practiced morning exercises on the deck, braving the sea breeze, while others leaned against the railing watching the ocean and reminiscing about yesterday's joy. Throughout the day, everyone aboard the cruise ship felt exceptionally comfortable. Children laughed and played in the amusement area while adults sat together eating and chatting. Jiang Han and Lin Ling were not idle either. They alternated between playing small games with the employees and discussing work matters, filling the air with laughter and cheer. In the evening, as the sun slowly set, the horizon turned a warm orange hue as beautiful as a painting. The Hai Shenhao sailed toward Yueabei Pier, cutting through the sea and leaving a long white trail behind. After the ship docked steadily, the employees began packing their luggage, each face beaming with satisfied smiles. An employee walked up to Jiang Han and said sincerely, "Young Master Han, this team-building trip is unforgettable. Thank you for giving us such a wonderful experience." Jiang Han replied with a smile, "I'm glad everyone had a good time. The company's success today is also thanks to your hard work. I hope this team building will bring us closer together and we can achieve even greater results in the future." Lin Ling added with a smile, "Exactly. Seeing everyone so happy makes me really happy too. This team building is just the beginning. There will be more fun activities waiting for you all." The employees disembarked one by one, bidding each other farewell. Some families stopped to take photos at the pier, wanting to preserve this beautiful moment. Jiang Han and Lin Ling stood on the pier watching the employees leave, filled with emotion. Jiang Han turned to Lin Ling and said, "This team building was quite successful. Not only did everyone relax, but the team also became more united." Lin Ling nodded and chuckled, "Oh, if every boss were like you, that would be fantastic." Jiang Han laughed heartily, his face showing a mix of humility and joy. "Sister Lin, don't tease me. It's all thanks to everyone's efforts. I just did what I should. Come on. Let me take you home," Lin Ling said with a smile, her tone revealing intimacy and reliance. "All right." Jiang Han nodded, and then the two walked side by side toward the parking lot. Along the way, the sea breeze continued to blow gently, carrying a faint scent of the ocean. Lin Ling lightly held Jiang Han's arm, as carefree and relaxed as a child without a guard. "Xiao Han, after this team building, I feel our team is more cohesive. The upcoming projects will surely go smoothly. Jiang Han nodded gently, his gaze firm. You're right, Sister Lin. Our discussions brought out many new ideas that I think will be very helpful for expanding our business. Moreover, through this I've seen everyone's capabilities. Our company will definitely develop even better in the future. When they reached the car, Jiang Han courteously opened the door for Lin Ling. After she was seated, he quickly walked around to the driver's side. The car slowly started and drove out of the pier. Outside the window, the scenery of Yuya Bay receded like a slideshow, the afterglow of the sunset dyeing the surrounding buildings in warm hues, exceptionally beautiful. Lin Ling looked out the window and suddenly said, Xiao Han, sometimes I really feel at ease working with you. Jiang Han's lips curled into a confident smile. That's because you're by my side to help, Sister Lin. With your support and everyone's, I have the courage to push forward. No matter what happens in the future, we'll face it together. The car drove farther away in the sunset's glow, filled with the sound of their relaxed laughter and bright expectations for the future. They were heading toward a new direction, ready to embrace even more unexpected wonders. The car soon arrived at the entrance of Lin Ling's residential complex, coming to a steady stop on the level ground. Come with me in the afternoon, she said, tapping her finger in the air as if emphasizing the point. All right. Oh, come with me in the afternoon, she said, tapping her finger in the air as if emphasizing the point. All right. This is the first time I've seen someone use the boss to fend off suitors. Jiang Han replied with a smile, his expression playful yet resigned. He leaned back in the driver's seat, one hand casually resting on the steering wheel, looking at Lin Ling with a grin. Why not use it? I'm off. Drive safe on your way back. Lin Ling responded with a smile, her lips curling to reveal a row of white teeth, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons. She waved her hand and turned to walk into the residential complex. Jiang Han watched her retreating figure until she disappeared around the corner of the complex, then slowly started the car. He couldn't help but think about the gathering tomorrow, wondering what kind of people would be there. Using me to fend off suitors. I hope it won't be too awkward tomorrow. Jiang Han muttered to himself, but a smile still lingered on his lips. Back home, he took out the high-end suit Lin Ling had bought him from the wardrobe, carefully hung it on a hanger and neatly arranged the matching tie and leather shoes. He looked at himself in the mirror, imagining how he would look in the suit tomorrow, and encouraged himself, since I'm going, you'll treat it as a special social event. The next day, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains onto the bed. Jiang Han woke up early, washed up, and began to dress meticulously. He put on the dark gray suit, the crisp fabric fitting perfectly, making him look even more spirited. He tied a Weinard tie, paired it with an exquisite watch, and the whole person seemed transformed. In the afternoon, Jiang Han arrived at the entrance of Lin Ling's building at the appointed time. Lin Ling was wearing a black fitted evening gown, the hem swaying gently with her steps like a blooming black rose. She walked to the car, saw Jiang Han's attire, and nodded approvingly. Not bad, very sharp. Today I'm counting on you. Jiang Han smiled and opened the door. Don't worry, Sister Lin. I'll get the job done. Oh, Xiao Han, did you bring the Bugatti just to make me look good? Lin Ling exclaimed with delight, her eyes fixed on the sleek, cool lines of the Bugatti. She laughed, the bodywork gleams in the sun like a beast ready to pounce. I had to make sure my Sister Lin had face. This car was parked at Vigo's racetrack, I had it sent over at noon. Jiang Han said with a hint of pride. Then I'll enjoy the ride in your luxury car today. Lin Ling was excited, and without waiting she eagerly walked toward the passenger seat. Jiang Han sat in the driver's seat, buckled his seatbelt, and started the engine. The Bugatti's engine emitted a low, powerful roar as if showing off its might to the world. Hold tight, Sister Lin, we're off. Jiang Han said with a smile, then stepped on the accelerator and the car shot forward with a swoosh. The car shot forward like an arrow, racing down the road at breakneck speed. Jiang Han gripped the wheel steadily, his eyes fixed ahead with an air of supreme confidence. Lin Ling gazed out the window with sheer delight, the rushing wind tangling her hair into a wild mess. She let out occasional shrieks of joy, reveling in the blistering speed and adrenaline of the Bugatti. Before long, Jiang Han eased the car into the estate and parked. He quickly dashed around to open Lin Ling's door. Together they walked shoulder to shoulder toward the party hall. Lin Ling hooked her arm through Jiang Han's, her confident smile back in place. Jiang Han stood tall and composed, his steady gaze pairing perfectly with Lin Ling's radiant presence. The moment they stepped into the hall, many eyes turned toward them. Crystal chandeliers glittered overhead, bathing the entire space in a resplendent golden glow. Guests impeccably dressed held champagne flutes and chatted in hushed tones as elegant classical music filled the air. No sooner had Lin Ling steadied herself than a lady in a magnificent evening gown approached with warm enthusiasm. The moment they stepped into the hall, many eyes turned toward them. Crystal chandeliers glittered overhead, bathing the entire space in a resplendent golden glow. Lin Ling smiled and introduced him. "This is Jiang Han, my right-hand man at work. Han, this is Sister Zhao, a legendary name in the fashion world." Jiang Han extended his hand politely. "Sister Zhao, it's an honor. I've heard so much about you." Sister Zhao clasped his hand and smiled knowingly. "Lin Ling, you certainly have an eye for talent, always surrounded by outstanding people." After a few exchanges, Sister Zhao was called away. Before Lin Ling could exhale, a tall man with a cold expression strode over his eyes, carrying a trace of provocation. "Lin Ling, long time no see. Brought a new face." Lin Ling frowned slightly and murmured to Jiang Han, "This is Li Ming, a former rival of mine." Then she looked up. "President Li, it's been a while. How have you been?" Li Ming snorted and turned his gaze to Jiang Han. "This young man looks unfamiliar. What's his role under President Lin?" Jiang Han replied with neither arrogance nor subservience, a smile on his face. "President Li, am in charge of some key projects for the company. I owe a lot to Sister Lin's guidance." Li Ming circled Jiang Han and then shot a sudden barb. "Looks like a pretty boy. I wonder if he has any real skill. I hear President Lin is preparing a major project recently, surely not relying on a newcomer like him." The words hung in the air, tightening the atmosphere as curious gazes converged. Lin Ling was about to retort when Jiang Han gently patted her hand, signaling her not to worry. Then he looked at Li Ming, his tone calm but every word carrying weight. "President Li, a project's success isn't determined by talk but by concrete action. Every member of our team is giving their all, and we will deliver a result that satisfies everyone in due time. On the other hand, President Li, you seem quite fixated on our company's initiatives. Could it be that you're so interested in our plans that you'd like to take a few notes?" Li Ming's face darkened. He was about to flare up when the party host stepped onto the stage, inviting everyone to the banquet area. Li Ming shot Jiang Han a venomous glare and turned away. Lin Ling let out a long breath and looked at Jiang Han. "Xiao Han, thank goodness for you. I wouldn't have saved face otherwise." Jiang Han smiled reassuringly. "Sister Lin, it's the least I could do. Come on, let's head to the banquet and see what else is happening." Arm in arm they walked toward the banquet area, leaving behind a trail of whispered speculation. As they strolled arm in arm toward the banquet hall, Jiang Han sensed many eyes fixed on them, brimming with curiosity and scrutiny. Upon entering the banquet hall, they saw large round tables laden with exquisite delicacies, their aromas wafting invitingly. They had barely settled into seats when a middle-aged man in a well-tailored suit approached, glass in hand. The man's sharp eyes flicked from Jiang Han to Lin Ling, a faint ambiguous smile tugging at his lips. "Lin Ling, is this young man your new partner? He looks energetic. Has he achieved anything remarkable in your line of work?" His voice was low but carried an undeniable air of authority. Lin Ling was about to speak when Jiang Han rose courteously. "President Zhang, I've long admired your reputation. Hanhai Capital has just been established. We're a small company. We haven't achieved anything noteworthy yet. If you ever have the opportunity, President Zhang, please keep us in mind." President Zhang raised an eyebrow, astonishment spreading across his face. "Hanhai Capital? Lin Ling, you're working at Hanhai Capital now?" "Exactly, and this is the founder of Hanhai Capital, Jiang Han." Lin Ling replied with a light snort. "You're young Master Han." President Zhang stared at Jiang Han in even greater surprise. "Is that all it takes to shock you? Sister Lin and I walked in and you were all pointing and whispering. We're just a newly established small company, no need to make a fuss." Jiang Han replied with a smile, as if discussing a trivial matter. "My apologies, young Master Han. I was out of line just now. Here is my business card." President Zhang hurriedly and respectfully pulled out his card and offered it. Jiang Han took it, casually glanced at it and asked, "Sister Lin, is this company really that impressive?" "It's okay, worth a few billion. I thought it might be worth 100 billion or so like the Bai Group." "How boring," Jiang Han said, tossing the card to the ground. He looked at President Zhang. "Our fledgling company isn't yet worthy of partnering with you, President Zhang. You'll need to step it up." President Zhang's face flushed crimson, spreading all the way to his ears. Under the gaze of so many, his embarrassment was laid bare. The surrounding guests froze for a moment, then began to murmur among themselves. Curious eyes darted between Jiang Han, Lin Ling and President Zhang. Some were astonished by Jiang Han's blunt refusal to show face, others snickered quietly, ready to enjoy the drama. "Young Master Han, President Zhang tried to explain, but the words died on his lips under Jiang Han's piercing gaze. Jiang Han crossed his arms, lifted his chin slightly and wore a faintly mocking expression, as if to say any explanation now was futile. President Jiang, today's gathering was meant for good exchange, but your attitude is truly disappointing, Lin Ling added, her tone carrying a hint of reproach. She gently hooked her arm through Jiang Han's, leaning closer, a silent declaration that she stood with him. Just then the banquet host noticed the tension and strode over with a microphone, a professional smile plastered on his face in an attempt to ease the mood. Distinguished guests, there are many exciting segments ahead, bigger surprises await you. Jiang Han glanced at the host, then at the deeply embarrassed President Jiang. A faint meaningful smile curled at the corner of his mouth. President Jiang, let's leave it at that for today. I hope you'll understand from now on cooperation begins with respect for others. With those words, Jiang Han took Lin Ling's hand and strode toward the banquet stage, leaving President Jiang rooted to the spot, staring at the discarded card on the floor, uncertain what to do. All the while Jiang Han and Lin Ling held themselves erect and walked with steady steps as if the incident had been nothing more than a trivial ripple, leaving their spirits untouched. Xiao Han, that was incredibly satisfying, Lin Ling whispered, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Jiang Han patted her hand gently. Sister Lin, when it comes to showing off, none of these people can match your little brother. And if they do, well, just bury them in cash. Lin Ling couldn't help but cover her mouth with a laugh upon hearing Jiang Han's words, chuckling as she said, Xiao Han, are you trying to win girls over with money too? Her eyes crinkled into crescent moons as she laughed, her brows and eyes full of teasing intent. Her voice wasn't loud, but just enough for the surrounding guests to hear, drawing curious glances. How could that be? It's all about my personal charm. Jiang Han replied with a grin, his face brimming with confidence. He straightened his back, the corners of his mouth lifting with an innate pride. As he spoke, he instinctively adjusted his collar as if to showcase his charm to Lin Ling and those around them. Lin Ling nodded with a smile, all right, personal charm. Her tone carried a hint of indulgence as she gently patted Jiang Han's shoulder, her gaze filled with appreciation for his confidence. Some of the surrounding guests found their interaction amusing and couldn't help but smile knowingly. Others were envious, admiring the ease with which Jiang Han and Lin Ling interacted. Standing by the edge of the stage, Jiang Han and Lin Ling were soon surrounded by an ever-growing crowd of guests whose enthusiasm enveloped them instantly. A middle-aged man in gold-rimmed glasses and a subtly patterned suit spoke first. Young Master Han, I've long admired you. Today I see your aura is truly extraordinary. I hear Hanhai Capital has a broad presence in emerging technology. Our company has also made some strides in this field. Could there be an opportunity for cooperation? He extended his business card with both hands, his eyes full of expectation. Jiang Han took the card, glanced at the information and replied with a smile, President Wang, you're too kind. Emerging technology is definitely the trend of the future. I've also heard of your company's achievements in the industry. If we can collaborate, it would be our pleasure. Let's have a proper discussion another day. Lin Ling nodded beside him, adding at the right moment, President Wang, our young Master Han has unique insights into cutting-edge technology. I believe that a partnership between our companies can surely open up a new market. President Wang's smile widened and he repeatedly expressed his gratitude. At that moment a young attractive woman approached holding a glass of champagne. Her figure was graceful. Young Master Han, I specialize in high-end fashion brand management. I've been looking for promising capital to invest in building an international brand. Would Hanhai Capital be interested? Jiang Han with a bright gaze listened attentively before replying, the fashion industry is full of both opportunities and challenges. If managed well, the returns can be substantial. However, we need to thoroughly understand your brand's operation model, market positioning and other details for further evaluation. A flicker of surprise lit up the woman's eyes as she began introducing herself. Jiang Han listened, occasionally asking questions with remarkable clarity and insightful analysis, prompting nods of approval from the surrounding guests. Throughout the exchange, Lin Ling kept a watchful eye on Jiang Han, handing him tissues at the right moments and adding details he might have overlooked. Her eyes were full of trust and admiration. Whenever Jiang Han gave an impressive response, she would softly clap. Their gazes met, radiating an unspoken understanding. As the conversation deepened, several guests from different industries joined in. Topics ranged from technology to fashion, extending to financial innovation and cultural entertainment. With his sharp business acumen and extensive knowledge, Jiang Han spoke eloquently on every subject, offering unique ideas and collaborative approaches. His words seemed to hold a magnetic charm, drawing everyone's attention. The once scattered conversations gradually coalesced around him. Before long, a small business networking circle formed around Jiang Han and Lin Ling, making them the focal point of the evening banquet. Other guests cast envious and admiring glances their way, many regretting not having approached earlier. General Zhang stood at a distance watching the lively scene with profound regret. He knew that his momentary arrogance had cost him the chance to engage deeply with this rising business star. As the banquet drew to a close, Jiang Han had accumulated a thick stack of business cards. He bid farewell to each guest, promising to arrange dedicated personnel for follow-up on collaborations. On their way out of the event, Lin Ling exclaimed excitedly, "Xiao Han, you really stole the show tonight. The reputation of our Han High capital is bound to make a splash in this circle now." Jiang Han smiled at Lin Ling. "Ling Jia, I couldn't have managed so smoothly without your help. Besides, this is just the beginning. There's a long road ahead and we need to firmly establish Han High capital on the business landscape." Leaving the hall, they got into the car. Lin Ling said with a grin, "Thanks for today, little brother." "No problem. Just remember to treat me to a nice meal later." Jiang Han replied with a chuckle, his tone light and relaxed. "Of course." Lin Ling nodded, a happy smile on her face. "By the way, Ling Jia, what do you think of the companies that came tonight? Any particularly reliable ones?" Jiang Han asked while adjusting his seat. "All average. But I spotted a great opportunity for you. A tech genius is returning to the country in a few days. We used to be colleagues abroad. I'm curious why he's coming back this time too." Lin Ling's eyes sparkled as if she could already see this genius bringing major changes to the company. "That's great. He'll just bask in your glory, sister," Jiang Han said with a grin, starting the car. The engine's hum broke the night silence as the vehicle slowly drove off, disappearing into the city's darkness. Back at Longhu Manor, Jiang Han lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. The tech genius Lin Ling mentioned kept circling in his mind. Early the next morning, Jiang Han arrived at the company and gathered his core team, explaining the matter in full detail. "Everyone think of ways to investigate this tech genius, his expertise, past projects, the more detailed the better." Team members swiftly got to work dividing tasks and launching an intense investigation. Meanwhile, Jiang Han called Lin Ling. "Ling Jia, about that tech genius, we need to figure out how to recruit him to our company. You know him well. Any good ideas?" Lin Ling thought for a moment on the phone. "He's very passionate about technological innovation. We can focus on the company's future R&D direction and how much freedom he'll have in research. Also prepare a sincerely attractive compensation package and career development plan. That should definitely win him over." Over the next few days, Jiang Han and his team, based on the information provided by Lin Ling, meticulously prepared a detailed plan. From the company's future development to the R&D project specifically designed for this technical expert, every small detail was carefully deliberated. Finally, on the day the technical expert returned to the country, Jiang Han and Lin Ling arrived at the airport early in the morning to wait. When the expert emerged from the airport corridor, they quickly went to greet him. Lin Ling greeted warmly, "Old Chen, long time no see." Old Chen's face lit up with surprise upon seeing her. "Lin Ling, I never expected to run into you here." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Jiang Han politely handed over his business card and briefly introduced Han High Capital. Old Chen listened with a flicker of interest in his eyes. Jiang Han seized the opportunity to hand the prepared proposal to Old Chen. "Mr. Chen, this is specially prepared for you. We hope you can join our company and achieve greater results together." Old Chen took the proposal and studied it carefully, occasionally asking questions which Jiang Han and Lin Ling patiently answered one by one. As the conversation deepened, Old Chen's attitude shifted from curiosity to recognition. A collaboration between technology and capital seemed about to begin. Old Chen meticulously flipped through the proposal. After a long while, he slowly raised his head, glanced at Jiang Han and then at Lin Ling and said, "You've prepared quite thoroughly. The company's future development and technological research are both quite attractive. However, I still need to think over the specific details in the proposal, especially the R&D investment and project duration." Old Chen spoke steadily, exuding caution. Jiang Han smiled and nodded, his eyes full of understanding. "Mr. Chen, you are thoughtful, and that is how it should be. If there is anything unclear in the proposal, or if you have any ideas, feel free to let us know. We are really looking forward to working with you." Lin Ling added, "Old Chen, we've known each other for so many years. I have great confidence in the company and I believe you can make a big difference here." After bidding farewell to Old Chen, Jiang Han and Lin Ling returned to the company and immediately called the team for an emergency meeting. Old Chen is quite interested in the proposal, but he's still undecided. We need to anticipate every possible scenario and have answers to the questions he might raise. Jiang Han said sternly, his gaze sweeping across each team member's face. Li, the finance manager, was the first to speak. "I think we need to make the R&D budget more detailed, specifying exactly what each fund is used for so that Old Chen knows where the money goes and feels confident." Wang, the technical lead, added, "Project cycle-wise, I think we should prepare several flexible plans. If we encounter technical difficulties or new market demands, we can adjust the progress accordingly to show our adaptability. In the following days, the team members worked around the clock. The finance department reorganized the RD budget, creating detailed charts and explanations. The technical team worked overtime to perfect several project cycle plans and devised countermeasures for potential technical difficulties. Jiang Han and Lin Ling were also busy repeatedly simulating their next meeting with Old Chen, considering every possible situation and agreeing on what to say. Finally, Old Chen called and arranged another meeting with Jiang Han and Lin Ling. In a quiet cafe, Old Chen looked at the supplementary materials Jiang Han handed over, his eyes showing admiration. "Your efficiency and sincerity really move me. I've studied it carefully these past few days and I have a clear mind on several key issues." Old Chen pointed to a few places in the materials and began to share his thoughts. Jiang Han and Lin Ling listened intently, nodding from time to time. Whenever Old Chen had a question, Jiang Han immediately explained in detail, while Lin Ling emphasized from a relationship-building perspective how much the company valued him and looked forward to his joining. After several hours of in-depth conversation, Old Chen's attitude gradually softened. Finally, he put down the materials, took a deep breath and said, "To be honest, you've convinced me. I am willing to join Hanhai Capital and work with you on the company's technological innovation." Jiang Han and Lin Ling exchanged smiles, their eyes full of joy. "Thank you so much, Mr. Chen. We knew that with you on board the company's technology would reach a new level." Jiang Han excitedly extended his hand and shook Old Chen's firmly. Afterwards, the three chatted for a while and then Old Chen left Hanhai Capital to attend to his own matters. "Sister Ling, our Hanhai Capital has never ventured into the new energy industry before. Is this viable?" Jiang Han frowned and asked softly, his eyes showing concern. After all, the new energy industry was completely different from the company's previous business, and entering it rashly would certainly involve many risks. "Xiao Han, don't worry. Old Chen is a top-notch technical expert in the new energy industry, especially in electric vehicle batteries. He ranks among the top 3 in the country." Lin Ling said firmly, her eyes full of confidence in the future. She gently patted Jiang Han on the shoulder, trying to reassure him. Jiang Han nodded slightly, his worries somewhat alleviated, but he was still uneasy. "Sister Ling, Old Chen's technology is indeed impressive, but we still don't have a clear understanding of the market conditions and competitive landscape of this industry. If we rush and recklessly, we might end up in a passive position." Lin Ling thought for a moment and said, "You're right. Next, we need to organize the team to thoroughly study the new energy industry. From the market size and future trends to the strengths and weaknesses of major competitors, we need to figure it all out clearly." In the following days, Jiang Han and Lin Ling along with their team researched a lot of materials and visited industry experts, thoroughly studying the new energy industry inside and out. They discovered that with the promotion of environmental policies and increasing market demand, the new energy vehicle market was developing rapidly. In particular, battery technology as the core of new energy vehicles received special attention. After finishing his personal affairs, Old Chen returned and saw the industry research report prepared by Jiang Han and Lin Ling. His eyes lit up. "You guys are really efficient. This is impressive. With this data, we have a solid foundation." The three sat around the conference room and began to discuss in detail the specific plans for entering the new energy industry. "I think we can start by researching new battery technology. I've participated in similar projects abroad and have some mature ideas to reference." Old Chen pointed at the data in the report, speaking eloquently. Jiang Han listened attentively, occasionally raising his own questions. "Old Chen, RD requires a lot of money and time. How can we ensure technological leadership while controlling costs and quickly bringing products to market?" Old Chen smiled and said, "That depends on the team's collective effort and innovation. I plan to form a cross-disciplinary RD team bringing together talents from materials science, electronic engineering and other fields. We will optimize the RD process from the start to reduce costs." Lao Chen's words had barely faded when Jiang Han nodded thoughtfully, his gaze holding both anticipation for the future and a measure of caution. Lao Chen, the idea of forming an interdisciplinary team is quite novel and forward-thinking. However, with team members from diverse backgrounds, integration won't be easy. How can we ensure efficient collaboration and dive into RD as soon as possible? Lao Chen smiled confidently, crossing his arms. "I've already considered that. I plan to kick off with a team-building activity to help everyone get acquainted and break down professional barriers. During the subsequent RD phase, we'll establish a daily communication mechanism where each group reports progress and resolves issues promptly. Additionally, I will draft a detailed RD workflow manual specifying responsible persons and deadlines for each step, minimizing internal friction and boosting efficiency." Lin Ling nodded along and then added, "With the team assembled, funding must keep pace. I'll recalculate with the finance department to see how much we can allocate from existing operations to new energy battery R&D. Meanwhile, I'll actively seek external investment opportunities and try to bring in strategic partners to secure more financial support. Jiang Han agreed with Lin Ling's proposal. Ling Jia is right, stable cash flow is crucial. Also during R&D we must keep an eye on market conditions. I'll deploy a market research team to continuously monitor demand shifts among new energy vehicle manufacturers and competitors' technological breakthroughs, ensuring our products precisely meet market needs and stand out. In the days that followed, Lao Chen began recruiting in earnest. He visited campus recruitment fairs at major universities, engaging in deep conversations with top graduates in materials science, electronic engineering and other fields, painting a grand vision of Han Hai Capital's foray into new energy battery R&D, attracting many ambitious young talents. Meanwhile, he poached several experienced technical experts from the industry, adding mature technical strength to the team. Once the team was assembled, the first team-building event was held at an outdoor expansion base on the outskirts. Initially, members from different academic backgrounds were reserved, their conversations laden with jargon. But after a series of collaborative games they gradually relaxed and laughter echoed across the base. Seeing the team bonding so well, Lao Chen's face lit up with a relieved smile. Back at the company, R&D work officially commenced. During daily communication meetings each group reported their progress. The materials group encountered trouble screening new battery materials, high costs and unstable performance. The electronic engineering group noted that the battery management system design needed further alignment with material properties. Facing these challenges, Lao Chen led the team in deep discussions, from adjusting material structures to optimizing circuits, proposing testing and iterating solutions one after another. Jiang Han and Lin Ling were not idle either. Jiang Han frequently communicated with the market research team, adjusting R&D direction based on feedback. Lin Ling shuttled between investment institutions and potential partners, striving to secure more funding for the project. Through their collective efforts, Han Hai Capital steadily advanced into the new energy sector. Though obstacles abounded, the beacon of success grew ever brighter in the fog. During the R&D process the team hit a major hurdle. After multiple charge-discharge cycles the new battery's capacity dropped sharply, directly compromising lifespan and market competitiveness. Frowning, Lao Chen spent days in the lab disassembling batteries and analyzing data with the team. This means we might have flaws in the microscopic structural design of the materials. At a team meeting he said gravely, given the current situation the existing material combination cannot meet our requirements for long battery life. We must reselect and rebalance the materials. The materials group sprang into action, scouring cutting-edge research literature from home and abroad and experimenting with various novel material combinations. But after weeks of intense effort results remained unsatisfactory. Team morale plummeted, with many members showing exhaustion and bewilderment. Sensing the low spirits, Jiang Han went to the R&D center personally to encourage everyone. We see your hard work. This is just a temporary setback. Every failure builds experience for success. I'm confident we'll overcome this challenge. He also brought the latest news from the market research team. Demand for long-life new energy batteries is surging and competitors are racing to break through technical bottlenecks. But if we succeed, we'll seize the first mover advantage and unlock a huge market space. Lin Ling too was busy. While communicating with investment institutions she keenly spotted a new opportunity. A startup specializing in new energy material R&D had a promising material technology and was seeking funding and collaboration. She promptly reported to Jiang Han and Lao Chen, if we cooperate with this enterprise we might gain new insights to solve the battery capacity degradation issue. Lao Chen's eyes lit up. This could be the key to breaking through. Ling Jia, please arrange a meeting between both sides as soon as possible. Thanks to Lin Ling's facilitation the two teams soon held an online discussion. The startup demonstrated their material technology achievements, still at the laboratory stage but theoretically showing clear advantages in addressing capacity degradation. Lao Chen and the team engaged in in-depth discussions delving into the technical details. After several rounds of negotiations they reached a cooperation agreement to establish a joint R&D project combining the startup's material technology with Han Hai Capital's battery development expertise. During the joint R&D the two teams frequently exchanged ideas and worked side by side. After countless experiments and optimizations a breakthrough was finally achieved. The new battery's capacity degradation was markedly improved, maintaining a high capacity even after multiple charge-discharge cycles. Lao Chen clasped team members' hands excitedly. We did it. This is the fruit of everyone's hard work. Jiang Han and Lin Ling rushed to the R&D center upon hearing the news. Gazing at the high-performance new battery on the test bench, Jiang Han could barely contain his excitement. This is a critical step into the new energy industry. Next we must accelerate product commercialization. Lin Ling added with a smile. Exactly. I've already contacted several new energy vehicle manufacturers. They're very interested in our technology and are arranging product tests. As product testing proceeded smoothly, Han Hai Capital's new energy batteries gradually gained prominence in the industry. Orders poured in and the company's new energy business entered a rapid growth trajectory. Behind this success were the relentless efforts of the team members along with the precise decisions and full dedication of Jiang Han, Lin Ling and Lao Chen, steadily forging Han Hai Capital into a leading enterprise in the new energy field. Orders poured in one after another and the production workshops of Han Hai Capital were ablaze with light day and night. Workers toiled in 3 shifts around the clock, striving tirelessly to ensure the supply of new energy batteries. Just when business seemed to be sailing smoothly, who would have thought that a new trouble would quietly descend? An established enterprise in the industry, upon learning of Han Hai Capital's breakthrough in new energy battery technology, promptly launched a product with comparable performance and employed a low-price strategy to snatch market share. Consequently, market competition became exceptionally fierce. Jiang Han urgently summoned Lin Ling Chen along with the heads of marketing and sales departments to convene a crisis meeting. The opponent's aggressive low-price offensive has already impacted our order volume. Everyone tell me, how should we respond? Jiang Han asked gravely, his gaze sweeping across the attendees. The head of the sales department spoke first. Perhaps we should also moderately reduce our product prices to maintain market competitiveness. Old Chen immediately objected, we have invested heavily in product R&D. Lowering prices would severely compress our profit margins and might even affect subsequent R&D investments. Besides, relying solely on price wars is not a long-term solution. After pondering for a moment, Lin Ling said, I think we need to highlight the distinctiveness of our products. Although the competitors' product performance is similar, our batteries have an advantage in capacity retention rate, which is particularly important for customers seeking long battery life. We need to ramp up our promotional efforts so that customers clearly understand the unique value of our products. Jiang Han nodded lightly, agreeing with Lin Ling's reasoning. Sister Ling is right. At the same time, we must also enhance our service quality. Providing customers with superior and more attentive after-sales service will make them more willing to cooperate with us. After the meeting, the marketing department promptly adjusted its promotional strategy, created a slew of promotional materials highlighting product advantages and rolled them out through various online and offline channels. The sales team also sprang into action, going deep into the customer base to elaborate on the product's technical highlights and after-sales service guarantees. Meanwhile, Old Chen led the R&D team to continue optimizing production processes, seeking ways to reduce production costs while ensuring product quality. A week later, during a meeting with a large new energy vehicle manufacturer, the sales team detailed the advantages of Han Hai Capital's batteries, explaining everything from technical principles to real-world use cases with crystal clarity. The client's representative, initially hesitant due to the price, changed his attitude after an in-depth understanding of the product. Your product indeed has unique features. Although the price is slightly higher in terms of long-term usage cost, it offers better value for money. Moreover, your after-sales service plan gives us peace of mind. We are willing to increase our order volume. However, market competition remained ruthless. Other competitors also followed suit, launching various distinctive products. At an industry exhibition, Han Hai Capital's booth was thronged with inquiring customers, but the competitors' booths were equally bustling. Jiang Han, Lin Ling and Old Chen roamed the exhibition floor, observing competitors' product displays and analyzing market trends. We cannot rest on our laurels, we must keep innovating. Jiang Han's tone was resolute. Old Chen nodded in agreement. Exactly. I already have some preliminary ideas for the next generation of battery technology. As soon as we return, I'll organize the team to start research. After the exhibition, Han Hai Capital increased its R&D investment, with Old Chen's team embarking on a new round of technical breakthroughs. Lin Ling continued to expand market channels and establish connections with more potential clients. Jiang Han oversaw the overall situation, coordinating resources across departments to ensure the company's steady progress amid fierce market competition. Through the collective efforts of the team, Han Hai Capital gradually solidified its position in the new energy sector, advancing step by step toward the goal of becoming an industry leader. Ahead lay even more challenges and opportunities. As its influence within the industry grew, Han Hai Capital faced both new opportunities and challenges. An internationally renowned automotive giant extended an olive branch to Han Hai Capital, expressing interest in in-depth cooperation in the field of new energy batteries. This news galvanized the entire company but also brought immense pressure. The automotive giant imposed extremely stringent standards on battery performance, production capacity and quality control. If the cooperation succeeded, it would propel Han Hai Capital into the international market, but any misstep could tarnish the company's reputation. Jiang Han once again convened the core team to discuss countermeasures. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and a major test for us. Everyone tell me how can we meet their high demands. The head of the production department looked troubled. At present our production capacity can barely meet existing orders, but to satisfy the automotive giant's needs we would need a large-scale upgrade of the production line which requires substantial funds and time. Old Chen spoke after a moment of thought. On the performance front we can further optimize energy density and fast-charging capabilities based on current technology. This aligns with the next-generation battery RD I've been advancing, potentially accelerating progress. Lin Ling added, in quality control we need to introduce international advanced management systems to ensure every battery meets high standards. At the same time I will strengthen communication with the partner to deeply understand their specific needs and expectations so we can act with precision. Jiang Han consolidated various opinions and made a decision. For funding we will secure bank loans and strategic investments. The production department should immediately draft a line upgrade plan. Old Chen's RD team must focus on solving performance enhancement challenges. Lin Ling is responsible for close liaison with the partner. All departments must collaborate to secure this project. In the following months the entire company was bustling with activity. In the production workshops new equipment was gradually installed and commissioned and workers underwent rigorous operational training. In the RD center Old Chen's team worked day and night repeatedly experimenting with and optimizing battery materials and structures. Lin Ling traveled frequently between domestic and international locations to hold face-to-face meetings with the automotive giant's team, providing timely feedback and adjusting plans. After unremitting efforts Han Hai Capital successfully passed multiple rounds of inspections and tests by the automotive giant. On the day the formal cooperation agreement was signed, Jiang Han announced emotionally at the company-wide meeting, this cooperation is a crucial step toward the international stage. But this is only the starting point. In the future we will face more competition and challenges. We must maintain our spirit of innovation and tenacity. Thunderous applause erupted from the audience and the employees' eyes were filled with hope and confidence for the future. Yet just as the company was fully committed to production for the automotive giant, an unfavorable public opinion storm emerged in the industry against Han Hai Capital. Malicious rumors were spread by competitors claiming that Han Hai Capital's batteries had serious safety hazards, causing doubts among some potential clients and hindering market expansion. In response, Jiang Han swiftly organized a PR team. On one hand they gathered evidence to prepare a lawsuit against the rumormongers, on the other they actively communicated with the media and held a product safety press conference inviting authoritative testing institutions to conduct live demonstrations to showcase the safety and reliability of the batteries. After a series of crisis management measures, public opinion gradually shifted and the company's reputation was preserved. The next day inside Zhonghai Financial University, Jiang Han sat in the classroom with a troubled expression. "What's wrong? You look so gloomy." Li Yang approached and asked. "Nothing, just some company matters." Jiang Han waved his hand in response. "By the way, Heng, I heard your company is currently developing new energy batteries. Worried about funding?" Zhang Yu asked. "Han Hai Capital has ample funds, but the pressure is no small matter. Many are waiting to see us fail." Jiang Han looked at Zhang Yu and replied. "All right. By the way, my dad is coming to Zhonghai this week and it seems he's specifically looking for you." Zhang Yu said seriously. "Why is Uncle Zhang looking for me? I've barely met him a few times." Jiang Han asked, puzzled. "It's probably about your new energy battery project. He didn't elaborate and I didn't ask." Zhang Yu said. Upon hearing this, Jiang Han's brows furrowed even tighter, his heart filled with confusion. Zhang Ye's father held considerable influence in the financial circle. His specific visit concerning the new energy battery project made Jiang Han both nervous and curious. "All right, when Uncle Zhang arrives give me a heads up." Jiang Han patted Zhang Yu on the shoulder, trying to calm himself. Over the next few days Jiang Han was distracted at school, constantly speculating about Uncle Zhang's intentions. Was he interested in the company's new energy project and wanted to invest? Or had he heard some news and come to warn him? Or perhaps there were other unknown reasons. These thoughts swirled in his mind, unsettling him. Finally, on a sunny afternoon, Zhang Yu hurried into the classroom to find Jiang Han. "Hang, my dad is here. He's waiting for you at the coffee shop near the school." Jiang Han immediately stood up, straightened his attire, took a deep breath and headed towards the coffee shop. Pushing open the door, he spotted Uncle Zhang sitting in the corner. Uncle Zhang was dressed in a sharp suit with a kindly face but an imposing aura that commanded respect. Jiang Han quickly approached and said respectfully, "Uncle Zhang, it's an honor to meet you. I've long wished to visit you, but I never expected you to come to Zhonghai yourself." Uncle Zhang stood up with a smile and shook Jiang Han's hand. "Jiang Han, I've heard you excel at school and your venture is thriving. Meeting you today, you truly are a promising young man." After exchanging pleasantries they sat down. The waiter served coffee and Uncle Jiang took a sip before getting to the point. I came primarily to discuss your company's new energy battery project. I've been following the new energy sector lately and your company's technological breakthrough is impressive. Jiang Han's heart stirred and he quickly replied, you flatter me, Uncle Jiang. It's all thanks to the team's hard work. However, we do face some challenges in our development. Uncle Jiang nodded. I know the new energy industry is fiercely competitive and it's no small feat for you to achieve so much in such a short time. I have some resources and am optimistic about the industry's prospects. If you don't mind, I'd like to be part of your project. Jiang Han was both surprised and delighted that Uncle Jiang had come to discuss cooperation. Uncle Jiang, this is fantastic. Your involvement would be a tremendous boost for us. But do you have any specific ideas about the cooperation? Uncle Jiang put down his coffee cup and said seriously, I can provide financial support to help you expand production capacity and enhance R&D capabilities. At the same time, I have extensive connections in the automotive manufacturing industry both domestically and internationally which can help you open up market channels. Of course, I'd also like to have a say in the company's strategic decisions. Jiang Han pondered for a moment, feeling the terms Uncle Jiang proposed were extremely generous and highly beneficial to the company's development. Moreover, with Uncle Jiang's rich experience in finance and business, his guidance would help the company avoid many pitfalls. Uncle Jiang, I fully agree with your proposal. I'll discuss it with my team and get back to you as soon as possible. Jiang Han said sincerely. Uncle Jiang smiled and patted Jiang Han on the shoulder. Good, I trust you. You young people have drive and vision. Working with you makes me feel younger too. Uncle Jiang, don't tease me. We still have much to learn from you. Jiang Han replied with a humble smile. Jiang Ye's father looked at Jiang Han approvingly and said, if my second son were half as capable as you, I'd have much less to worry about. Jiang Yu is also hardworking and ambitious. Uncle Jiang. Don't just praise me. Jiang Han responded with a sincere smile. Uncle Jiang laughed heartily. Haha, you're both modest and thoughtful child. Alright, once you've discussed the cooperation with your team, we'll talk in more detail. Leaving the coffee shop, Jiang Han walked briskly, rushing back to the company like the wind. Once in the office, he quickly gathered the core members Lin Ling and Old Chen. Everyone sat around the conference table, curious at Jiang Han's beaming expression. Xiao Han, you look so happy. Did something great happen? Lin Ling asked first. Jiang Han cleared his throat and recounted the meeting with Uncle Jiang in detail. Think about it, the Jiang family can provide us with capital connections and strategic input. This is a golden opportunity for our new energy business. Jiang Han's eyes shone with excitement. Old Chen stroked his chin and said after a moment's thought, capital and connections are exactly what we urgently need now. With this support we can accelerate production expansion and R&D. However, we must carefully consider the decision-making power to ensure it doesn't deviate from our original direction. Lin Ling also nodded in agreement. Old Chen is right. We need to draft a detailed cooperation agreement clearly defining each party's rights and obligations. That way we can leverage Uncle Jiang's resources while maintaining autonomous development. Then team members began a lively discussion about the cooperation details. From capital injection and equity distribution to market channel expansion and R&D direction control, every aspect was thoroughly debated and refined. After several hours, a preliminary cooperation plan emerged. Jiang Han examined it carefully, feeling both anticipation and a hint of concern. He knew this plan would determine the company's future in the new energy sector. The next day, Jiang Han contacted Uncle Jiang again to arrange a meeting to discuss the plan in depth. In the reserved meeting room, Jiang Han handed the plan to Uncle Jiang and explained the rationale behind each clause in detail. Uncle Jiang reviewed it seriously, occasionally raising questions and suggestions. He knew this plan would determine the company's future in the new energy sector. The next day, Jiang Han contacted Uncle Jiang again to arrange a meeting to discuss the plan in depth. I think this plan is acceptable, but some details still need adjustment. Jiang Han felt a weight lift off his shoulders and said with a smile, Uncle Jiang, thank you so much for your approval. Well, follow your suggestions and finalize the plan as soon as possible. I look forward to working with you to expand and strengthen our new energy business. Leaving the meeting room, Jiang Han looked out at the bustling city brimming with confidence. He knew that with the cooperation with Uncle Jiang, Han High Capital was about to leap forward and take a more solid step in the new energy field. Upon returning to the company, Jiang Han immediately convened his team to refine the cooperation proposal based on Uncle Jiang's suggestions. Within the plan, the issue of equity distribution drew the most attention. Uncle Jiang wished to acquire more shares to gain greater influence in corporate decision-making. However, some shareholders worried that such a move would weaken the original team's control over the company. Both sides had their reasons and the debate grew heated. The resources Uncle Jiang brings cannot be underestimated, his network and capital are crucial to the company's development. Adjusting the equity ratio appropriately in exchange for stronger support is beneficial in the long run. Lin Ling analyzed the situation from a strategic development perspective. But a shareholder with a differing view countered, "We've worked hard to achieve what we have today, we shouldn't easily cede too many rights. Otherwise the company's future direction might diverge from our vision." As he listened to the various opinions, Jiang Han weighed the pros and cons in his mind. He understood that this cooperation was pivotal for the company's expansion into the new energy sector, yet he also had to safeguard the core interests of the original team to ensure stability. After hours of intense discussion, Jiang Han devised a compromise: create a special equity structure that grants Uncle Jiang certain voting rights on major decisions but with a cap to ensure the core decisions remain under the original team's control. Additionally, they could sign a performance-based agreement allowing flexible adjustments to the equity ratio according to future company performance. This would incentivize everyone to work hard while maintaining control over the enterprise. The team carefully studied the proposal and ultimately found Jiang Han's suggestion favorable. Subsequently, Jiang Han took the refined plan to Uncle Jiang again. Uncle Jiang reviewed the plan meticulously and acknowledged Jiang Han's wisdom and sincerity. "Jiang Han, your proposal is well thought out, it considers both my ideas and protects the original team's interests. It's clear you've dedicated yourself to the company's development." After further discussions and confirmations on the details, they finally signed the cooperation agreement. When the news spread, the entire company was exhilarated, with employees filled with anticipation for the future in the new energy field. With Uncle Jiang's capital in place and his network engaged, the company immediately launched the construction of new production lines to expand capacity. Old Chen led the R&D team in collaborations with top-tier domestic and international research institutions, accelerating the development of new technologies. Lin Ling, leveraging Uncle Jiang's resources, forged close partnerships with several major automobile manufacturers. At an industry summit, Lin Ling, representing Han Hai Capital, reached a preliminary cooperation intent with a globally renowned automotive company. The latter expressed keen interest in Han Hai Capital's new energy battery technology and planned to trial it in upcoming vehicle models. As the collaboration projects gradually materialized, Han Hai Capital's influence in the new energy sector grew. The company's market share expanded steadily and its stock price climbed. During an internal company meeting, Jiang Han observed the team's vigorous spirit and remarked with emotion, "This cooperation with Uncle Jiang has placed us at a new starting point. But we cannot rest on our laurels. The new energy industry evolves rapidly, we must persistently innovate and continuously break through our own limits to stand firm in the fierce market competition. We must not become complacent. The new energy sector changes at a dizzying pace, and we need to sustain an innovative spirit, constantly surpassing ourselves to secure a foothold in the intense market rivalry." Everyone nodded, determination shining in their eyes as they looked toward the future with hope. They continued to strive for the company's development, while Han Hai Capital with its vigorous momentum marched steadfastly toward a leading position in the new energy industry. With the smooth progress of the cooperation projects, Han Hai Capital's reputation in the new energy field grew increasingly prominent. But as the saying goes, a tall tree catches the wind. Competitors in the industry had their eyes on the company, and an invisible commercial battle quietly began. A long-established new energy enterprise, leveraging its years of accumulated strength and extensive market channels, launched a battery product very similar to Han Hai Capital's, priced aggressively low, swiftly seizing a portion of the market share. Consequently, Han Hai Capital's sales team faced immense pressure, order growth slowed and market share dipped slightly. Jiang Han immediately summoned the company's top executives to discuss countermeasures. The head of the sales department reported anxiously, "The competitor's low-price strategy has dealt us a heavy blow. Many customers have been lured by the low prices and switched to their products." Frowning, Old Chen analyzed, "From a technical standpoint their product is inferior to ours, but the price advantage is too pronounced. This severely hampers our product promotion." Lin Ling pondered for a moment and said, "We can't simply engage in a price war. We must highlight what makes our product unique. For instance, our batteries offer more stable endurance and superior safety. These are the key points for our counter-strategy." Jiang Han nodded in agreement. "Ling Jie is right. We need to intensify our brand promotion and let customers fully understand our core product advantages. The R&D department must accelerate the development of new technologies to achieve greater performance breakthroughs and widen the gap with competitors. The production department should optimize manufacturing processes to reduce costs without compromising quality, thereby creating room for price adjustments later." Under Jiang Han's direction, each department sprang into action immediately. The marketing team meticulously planned a series of promotional campaigns utilizing online and offline channels to thoroughly introduce customers to Han Hai Capital's battery performance and safety assurances. The R&D team worked around the clock, through countless experiments and refinements, and eventually succeeded in developing a new battery material that boosts energy density by 20, significantly extending the driving range. The production department also delivered remarkable results by improving manufacturing processes, cutting production costs by 15. Leveraging technological breakthroughs and cost control, Han Hai Capital launched a new generation of high-performance, cost-effective new energy batteries. At the new product launch event, Jiang Han personally took the stage to introduce the advantages. We have always adhered to technological innovation and made quality our top priority. This new product not only leads the industry in performance but also offers a more competitive price. We are confident in providing customers with superior new energy solutions. After the launch, the market response was overwhelmingly positive. Orders poured in like snowflakes, and Han Hai Capital not only regained its lost market share but also expanded its footprint further. However, as the company grew larger, new internal management issues emerged. Interdepartmental communication and collaboration were not smooth, information was not transmitted in a timely manner, and work efficiency declined. Jiang Han quickly identified the problem and decided to introduce an advanced enterprise management system to optimize the company's organizational structure and workflows. After some time, internal communication and collaboration became much smoother, efficiency improved, and various departments coordinated with increasing synergy. In the ongoing process of overcoming challenges, Han Hai Capital grew stronger. Old Chen led the R&D team to achieve multiple technological breakthroughs, consistently keeping product performance at the industry's forefront. Lin Ling, with her exceptional market expansion skills, established long-term partnerships with more internationally renowned companies, and the company's products were sold to many countries and regions around the world. With his outstanding leadership and far-sighted strategic vision, Jiang Han steered Han Hai Capital forward through the waves of the new energy industry. At a global new energy industry summit, Jiang Han delivered a speech as a special guest. Innovation is the soul of enterprise development. Only by constantly surpassing ourselves can we secure a foothold in the fierce market competition. Han Hai Capital will continue to uphold the spirit of innovation and contribute to the advancement of the global new energy industry. Thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Han Hai Capital steadily advanced toward its goal of becoming a global leader in the new energy sector, with more opportunities and challenges awaiting ahead. This crisis is merely a hurdle on our path of growth. We have the confidence and the capability to overcome it. With a resolute gaze fixed on the investors before him, Jiang Han, the CFO, was the first to report on the company's financial status. Due to the surge in raw material prices, our production costs have exceeded the budget by 30%, and the trend indicates they are still rising. Simultaneously, the declining stock price has obstructed the company's financing channels, causing several large-scale funding plans to stall, placing immense pressure on the capital chain. Upon hearing this, the shareholders grew anxious and began murmuring among themselves. One shareholder anxiously asked, "What can we do? If the capital chain breaks, production and R&D will come to a halt, and all our previous efforts will be in vain." Lin Ling furrowed her brows, pondered for a moment, and then said, "We must find ways to reduce costs and optimize the supply chain. Perhaps we can try renegotiating with suppliers to secure more stable and reasonably priced raw material sources." Lao Chen also added, "In terms of technological R&D, we need to accelerate progress, striving for breakthroughs as soon as possible to improve battery performance and production efficiency, thereby fundamentally reducing costs." While listening to everyone's suggestions, Jiang Han rapidly formulated counter-strategies in his mind. He knew well that he must stabilize the situation and not let panic take over. Everyone calm down first. Though the crisis is severe, we are not without solutions. First, establish a dedicated cost control team to thoroughly review all company expenditures, cut what can be cut, and allocate funds to the most critical areas. At the same time, the R&D team must accelerate the development of new technologies, aiming to achieve phased results within a month to boost market confidence. Lin Ling, you will be responsible for communicating with major financial institutions to see if we can secure some emergency loans to ease the financial pressure. After the meeting, the entire company mobilized swiftly. The cost control team meticulously scrutinized every expense, cutting down on unnecessary marketing activities and administrative costs. Lin Ling traveled extensively, engaging in arduous negotiations with major banks and investment institutions. Leveraging her exceptional communication skills and Han Hai Capital's previously solid reputation, she finally secured an emergency loan, temporarily alleviating the capital chain's most urgent crisis. However, the crisis was far from over. Competitors, also struggling to survive, resorted to price wars to vie for the limited market share. Han Hai Capital's product sales were affected and inventory began to accumulate. In response, Jiang Han adjusted his strategy once more, deciding to intensify marketing efforts by highlighting the product's technological advantages and quality assurance while launching targeted promotional activities to attract customers. Through the collective efforts of all employees, Han Hai Capital gradually steadied itself amidst the capital crisis. As the RD team achieved a critical technological breakthrough, the company's product competitiveness further improved and market share began to recover. The stock price also stabilized, gradually ceasing its decline, buoyed by the series of positive measures taken by the company. During an internal mobilization meeting, Jiang Han looked at the employees with resolute eyes and said passionately, "This crisis has brought us unprecedented challenges, but it has also made us more united and resilient. We have not only survived but achieved self-breakthroughs amid the crisis. In the future, no matter what difficulties we face, we will advance hand in hand just as we did this time. I believe we will create even greater brilliance in the field of new energy." Thunderous applause erupted from the audience. The employees' eyes shone with hope. After weathering the storm, Hanhai Capital marched forward with a firmer stride, heading toward the pinnacle of the new energy industry. Just as a glimmer of hope appeared on the horizon for Hanhai Capital, new troubles began to emerge one after another. Although the RD team had achieved a critical technological breakthrough, transforming the results into marketable products and launching them proved far more challenging than anticipated. The production process for the new battery technology was extremely complex, requiring major modifications to the existing production lines. This not only demanded substantial investment in equipment upgrades but also caused a significant short-term drop in production capacity. Jiang Han convened the core team again to discuss solutions. The head of the production department said with a worried expression, "Revamping the production line will take at least 3 months, during which we can only maintain 30 of normal capacity. However, market demand is gradually recovering and we might miss the opportunity to seize market share." Lao Chen frowned and analyzed the new production process also demands much higher technical skills from workers. Our current employee training system is insufficient. We will need to invest substantial time and resources for training. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Han said with a firm gaze, "We cannot delay the production line transformation. It is crucial for enhancing product competitiveness. We can implement the upgrade in phases, starting with the core production links to minimize the impact on capacity. At the same time, the HR department must immediately develop a specialized training plan. Invite industry experts to provide technical training to workers, thereby improving production efficiency. Additionally, the marketing department should monitor competitors' movements and flexibly adjust marketing strategies. Use this period to strengthen the brand image and prepare for the new product launch." During implementation, the team encountered numerous difficulties. While upgrading the production line, technicians discovered that some imported equipment was incompatible, requiring customized parts, which significantly slowed down the progress. Upon learning of the issue, Jiang Han personally went to communicate with the equipment supplier, coordinating resources to find a solution, ultimately allowing the work to proceed. Meanwhile, the competitive landscape evolved. A new competitor emerged, imitating parts of Hanhai Capital's technology, and launched a similarly priced product at a lower cost, quickly capturing a share of the mid to low-end market. Lin Ling led the marketing team to conduct thorough research, finding that consumers in the mid to low-end market were highly price-sensitive but had lower performance requirements. Thus she devised a differentiation strategy for the mid to low-end market, launch an entry-level product using existing mature technology with optimized costs to compete on price, simultaneously accelerate the development and launch of high-end new products to maintain the high-end market position through technological advantages. Jiang Han approved of Lin Ling's proposal and immediately instructed the team to execute it. After months of hard work, the production line upgrade was completed and the new products were successfully manufactured. At the new product launch event, Hanhai Capital unveiled both high-end and entry-level products, attracting widespread attention from industry insiders and the media. The high-end product earned high recognition within the industry for its cutting-edge technology and outstanding performance, yet the entry-level product, with its affordable price and stable quality, quickly opened up the mid to low-end market. As market share expanded, Hanhai Capital's performance gradually improved. At the year-end summary meeting, Jiang Han reflected emotionally, "Over the past year we have encountered countless challenges and difficulties, but each setback has made us stronger. We not only successfully navigated the capital crisis but also achieved breakthroughs in a complex competitive market. In the future we must continue to foster innovation and a fighting spirit, develop steadily in the new energy sector, and lay a solid foundation for the company's long-term growth." Thunderous applause erupted from the audience. The employees were brimming with confidence, looking forward to even better results in the new year as Hanhai Capital strode forward, aiming for a leading position in the new energy industry. Hanhai Capital had just solidified its foothold in the new energy sector, steadily expanding its market share, when the Bai Group came stirring up trouble. Bai Group, a long-established industry titan, had been keeping a close watch on Hanhai Capital's rapid growth, feeling threatened and uneasy. Bai Group first struck in the marketplace, leveraging its extensive distribution channels and deep pockets to slash prices on comparable new energy products, aiming to crush Hanhai Capital's market space through a price war. This tactic proved effective. Many prospective buyers of Hanhai Capital's products began to hesitate and the growth in product sales slowed sharply. Simultaneously, Buy Group waged an online campaign. They secretly hired online trolls to spread negative posts across various platforms alleging that Han Hai Capital's products were of poor quality, its technology unstable, and its purported breakthroughs nothing but fraud. These rumors spread quickly, sowing doubt among consumers and severely damaging Han Hai Capital's brand image. On the partnership front, Buy Group leveraged its influence to pressure Han Hai Capital's collaborators, subtly threatening their future prospects if they continued their association. Some smaller partners intimidated by Buy Group began reducing business dealings with Han Hai Capital, while others outright terminated their cooperation agreements. Faced with this relentless assault from Buy Group, Jiang Han urgently assembled his core team. The meeting room was suffused with a heavy, oppressive atmosphere, as if a storm were imminent. The head of the marketing department reported with a worried expression, "Our product sales are now significantly affected and market share is on a downward trend. Moreover, the negative rumors are spreading more fiercely and our brand reputation is becoming unsustainable." Lin Ling added gravely, "Some partners have also shifted their stance, which introduces great uncertainty to our supply chain and business expansion." Jiang Han pondered for a moment, his eyes radiating determination. "Buy Group wants to kill us in the cradle, but we can't just sit back and take the beating. The marketing department should quickly gather data on Buy Group's cost before and after the price reduction so we can devise a response to the price war. At the same time, ramp up brand promotion, use inspection reports from authoritative institutions and genuine user feedback to counter the rumors. The legal department should monitor online activities more closely, collect evidence and take decisive legal action against anyone spreading malicious slander." Old Chen then added, "On the technology R&D front, we can't afford to slack off. We must accelerate our upgrade cycle and widen the technological gap with competitors. Only with technological leadership can we have the confidence to tackle any challenge." Lin Ling also said, "I will reassess our partnership network, offer more favorable terms and support to partners who have stood by us. Meanwhile, seek out new collaborators, especially those that value technological innovation and seek long-term growth." Under Jiang Han's leadership, the team sprang into action. After in-depth investigation, the marketing department discovered that Buy Group had compromised on quality to achieve its price cuts. They immediately produced detailed comparison materials and disseminated them through online and offline channels, informing consumers of the true state of the products. At the same time, they rolled out value-added services such as extended product warranties and free technical consultations to boost overall competitiveness. The legal team gathered substantial evidence of the online trolls' malicious defamation, reported them to relevant platforms and regulatory authorities, and filed lawsuits against the leading rumor-mongering accounts. As the investigation deepened, Buy Group's behind-the-scenes machinations gradually came to light. The tide of public opinion turned and Han Hai Capital actually gained more sympathy and support from consumers. Leveraging her exceptional communication skills and keen market insight, Lin Ling successfully forged partnerships with several new tech enterprises. These companies recognized Han Hai Capital's technological potential and were willing to jointly explore the market. On the R&D front, Old Chen's team overcame a key technical hurdle, achieving a major performance boost. At an industry summit, Jiang Han personally took the stage to unveil Han Hai Capital's latest technological achievements and reaffirm its resolve to face market challenges. His speech drew thunderous applause from the audience, inspiring confidence in Han Hai Capital's future among many industry insiders. Through this series of efforts, Han Hai Capital gradually weathered Buy Group's assault. Not only did its market share remain intact, but it actually increased further. In this confrontation with an industry giant, Han Hai Capital displayed remarkable resilience and formidable countermeasures, taking a major stride toward becoming a leading enterprise in the new energy sector. Just when it seemed Han Hai Capital had weathered Buy Group's oppression and could enjoy a period of stability, Buy Group had no intention of letting go. Since their earlier tactics hadn't completely crushed Han Hai Capital, they turned their attention to the stock market, aiming to deliver a fatal blow on the capital front by maliciously driving down Han Hai Capital's stock price. Buy Group secretly colluded with several major investment institutions to dump Han Hai Capital's shares en masse. In an instant, the stock price of Han Hai Capital on the exchange plummeted. Panicked retail investors followed suit, selling off shares, and the market descended into chaos. Within just a few days, Han Hai Capital's market capitalization shrank by more than half. The company faced severe financing difficulties and several major planned projects risked being shelved due to lack of funds. Confronted with this sudden collapse in share price, Jiang Han was once again filled with anxiety. He knew that if this crisis wasn't handled properly, years of hard work at Han Hai Capital would be for naught. Jiang Han immediately arranged meetings with the company's financial advisors and securities experts to carefully analyze the reasons for the stock's decline and discuss countermeasures. After several hours of deliberation, they found that the selling by Buy Group and its affiliates likely involved illegal practices. Jiang Han promptly assembled the legal team to gather evidence of Group stock price manipulation, compiled a detailed complaint and submitted it to the securities regulatory authorities. At the briefing, Jiang Han stood confidently on stage in a sharp suit with the large screen behind him displaying Han Hai Capital's recent technological breakthroughs, market expansion achievements and At the briefing, Jiang Han stood confidently on stage in a sharp suit with the large screen behind him displaying Han Hai Capital's recent technological breakthroughs, market expansion achievements and solid financial status. Dear investors, I understand your anxiety, but please believe that Han Hai Capital's fundamentals are rock solid. The recent abnormal decline in our stock price is the result of malicious manipulation by malicious forces. We have already gathered sufficient evidence and the relevant authorities have initiated an investigation. He then elaborated on the company's long-term plans in the new energy sector and the key projects underway using concrete data and a clear strategic roadmap to showcase Han Hai Capital's immense potential. Our technology team continues to deliver results, our market share keeps growing and the quality and reputation of our products are recognized across the industry. This crisis is merely a hurdle on our path of growth. We have the confidence and the capability to overcome it. With a resolute gaze fixed on the investors before him, Jiang Han sought to convey that same confidence to everyone present. Jiang Han was fully aware that merely resolving the immediate crisis would not suffice. He needed to launch a fierce counterattack against the Group to completely overturn the situation and ensure the smooth and unimpeded development of Han Hai Capital in the future. Having just achieved a temporary victory, the team did not relax. Jiang Han immediately began to contemplate a new round of strategic plans. Jiang Han instructed the market research team to conduct a meticulous study of the Group's business operations, aiming to identify the weak points in their core business. After several weeks of in-depth investigation, the team discovered that the Group had particularly severe problems with the after-sales service of certain new energy products. Customer complaints were numerous and had long remained unresolved. Jiang Han immediately recognized this as an ideal opportunity for a counterstrike. He instructed the marketing department to meticulously orchestrate a promotional campaign themed superior service leading the future of new energy. Through various online and offline channels, they enumerated the differences in after-sales service between Han Hai Capital and the Group. They not only showcased Han Hai Capital's comprehensive after-sales guarantees, such as 24-hour customer service responsiveness, rapid repairs and regular follow-ups, but also compiled and published numerous authentic complaint cases from the Group's customers. This sparked significant resonance among consumers. Many customers who had previously favored the Group's products due to price began to reconsider and showed interest in Han Hai Capital's products and services. Meanwhile, Jiang Han decided to press the advantage and make further strides in market expansion. Together with Lin Ling and other core team members, he actively participated in various domestic and international new energy industry exhibitions and forums. At these events, Jiang Han, relying on his accurate assessment of industry trends and his brilliant introduction of Han Hai Capital's technological strengths, attracted the attention of numerous international investors and partners. At an international new energy investment summit, Jiang Han successfully reached a cooperation agreement with a renowned European energy enterprise. The partner would inject substantial funds into Han Hai Capital and assist in expanding into the European market. This not only brought abundant capital to Han Hai Capital but also enhanced its reputation and influence in the international market, further constricting the Group's development space in the global arena. In terms of enhancing its own capabilities, Jiang Han increased investment in research and development. He encouraged Lao Chen's team to boldly explore cutting-edge technologies, not only maintaining leadership in existing battery technology but also focusing on the future by laying out plans for the next generation of new energy technologies. With Jiang Han's support, Lao Chen's team collaborated with scientific research institutions from several top universities, jointly overcoming numerous industry challenges. Among these, a major breakthrough was achieved in research on a new battery material which promised to increase energy density by 20 while reducing costs by 15. As soon as this news was released, it caused a sensation in the industry, further solidifying Han Hai Capital's technological leadership. Faced with such a fierce counterattack from Han Hai Capital, the Group began to experience internal turmoil. Some shareholders were dissatisfied with the malicious suppression campaign initiated by the Group's management, believing that it not only failed to achieve its goals but also damaged the company's reputation and interests. Under shareholder pressure, the Group had no choice but to adjust its strategy in an attempt to salvage the situation. The Group quickly formed a crisis public relations team striving to reshape the company's image through a series of PR activities. They placed advertisements across major media platforms emphasizing improvements in after-sales service and conducted follow-up calls with previously disgruntled customers, offering certain compensations. At the same time, the buy group's management actively communicated with shareholders, pledging to adjust business strategies and focus more on technological R&D and market reputation building to restore shareholder confidence. Jiang Han closely monitored every move of the buy group, well aware that his adversary would not easily give up. During a team meeting, Jiang Han said with a grave expression, "The buy group's counterattack has only just begun, we must not slack off in the slightest. Since they have started focusing on image restoration, we must continue to expand our leading edge in every aspect." Lao Chen proposed we can accelerate the mass production process of the new battery material. Once it enters the market with its cost and performance advantages, it will further widen the gap between our products and those of the buy group. Lin Ling added, "In terms of market promotion, we should strike while the iron is hot. Formulate a detailed marketing strategy for the European market, and with the help of our new partners' channels, quickly open the door to Europe." Under Jiang Han's command, Han Capital acted swiftly. The R&D team worked day and night to overcome numerous technical challenges in mass-producing the new battery material. The production line was successfully remodeled and large-scale production of the new batteries began. The market team crafted precise marketing plans tailored to the European market, highlighting the product's environmental features and advanced technology, and initiated cooperation discussions with well-known local automobile manufacturers and energy suppliers. At the same time, Jiang Han actively advanced the company's listing plans. He organized a professional financial team, meticulously prepared all required documentation for the listing, and worked closely with securities institutions and law firms to ensure a smooth IPO process. During the roadshow, Jiang Han, leveraging his clear vision for the company's future development and a powerful showcase of its technical strength, attracted the attention of numerous investors, raising massive funds for the company's IPO. Observing this, the buy group attempted to enhance its own technical reserves and market competitiveness by acquiring promising new energy startups. However, Jiang Han had already foreseen their intentions and made preemptive arrangements. He led the team to reach out to multiple high-quality startups, leveraging Han Capital's strong reputation, solid strength and broad development prospects to successfully secure cooperation agreements with several of them, thwarting the buy group's acquisition plan. Does buy group truly underestimate my financial strength? That 100 billion is sitting plainly in our account. Don't they realize what this means? Jiang Han said to Lin Ling with a serious expression, his voice carrying a tone of resolve and confidence. Isn't it just throwing money around? What's so difficult about that? Jiang Han declared firmly. Lin Ling looked at Jiang Han, a flicker of surprise in her eyes, but more than that, trust and support. She asked softly, "Xiao Han, what do you plan to do?" Jiang Han took a deep breath and then slowly replied, "If the buy group wants to acquire those startups, then we'll fight fire with fire. We'll acquire them too." His words, though calm, carried an undeniable determination. "We'll acquire them too." His voice was even, but the resolve behind it was impossible to ignore. Xiao Hanbei's advertisements are everywhere, claiming they've made technological innovations, upgraded their services, and even invited several industry bigwigs to bolster their image. Jiang Han turned around, his gaze as sharp as an eagle's. "They move fast, but their foundation is unstable. We need to dismantle their PR offensive from the roots." Jiang Han turned around, his gaze as sharp as an eagle's. "They move fast, but their foundation is unstable. We need to dismantle their PR offensive from the roots." He picked up the report and flipped through it quickly, his mind constantly pondering. Old Chen followed, holding the latest technical analysis. "From a technical perspective, those so-called innovations of Bei's are just minor tweaks. Our new battery technology is at least 2 generations ahead of theirs. The key now is to make the public aware of our advantages." The three sat together, beginning a brainstorming session for a counter-PR campaign against Bai. Jiang Han spoke first. "Bai is pushing technological innovation, so let's host a global new energy technology summit, invite top research teams and enterprises, showcase our cutting-edge technology, and let industry authorities evaluate it. Ling Jia, you're responsible for inviting guests and media, ensure comprehensive coverage." Lin Ling nodded, quickly jotting down notes. "Okay, I'll leverage my network to invite the most influential figures in the industry and ensure this summit becomes a global focus. Old Chen, you and the RD team prepare a detailed technical presentation from principles to applications, making it easy to understand so that even outsiders can see where our technology leads." Jiang Han looked at Old Chen with eyes full of trust. Old Chen patted his chest in assurance. "Don't worry, I've had the team prepare several display plans. They will surely impress everyone." Preparations swung into full gear. Lin Ling was running around various countries, painting a bright future of the summit for industry magnates. Relying on her excellent communication skills and the strength of Han Capital, she successfully invited many heavyweight guests. Old Chen led the RD team, working day and night, meticulously polishing the technical presentation content, simulating on-site explanations, repeatedly striving for perfection in every detail. On the day of the summit, the world's attention was focused here. Dressed in a crisp suit, Jiang Han stepped onto the stage with confidence. Distinguished guests, in today's rapidly developing new energy technology, we gather here to explore the path forward together. Now the market is flooded with technologies hard to distinguish. Today we will let facts speak. Next, Old Chen's team took the stage using vivid demonstrations and detailed data to showcase Han Hai Capital's major breakthroughs in battery energy density improvement, charging speed optimization, etc. Exclamations of amazement filled the venue, and cameras from major media outlets were all aimed at them. Meanwhile, Jiang Han arranged for the marketing team to live-stream the summit on social media platforms, launching a topic, great discussion on technology authenticity, to guide netizen interaction. Instantly the topic's popularity soared, and netizens compared the technologies of Bai and Han Hai, with the results clearly evident. Bai Group attempted to counter by releasing their own technological achievements during the summit, but were immediately exposed for flaws and shortcomings by on-site experts, becoming a laughingstock. In this dual contest of technology and PR, Han Hai Capital, relying on solid technological strength and clever counter-strategies, completely shattered the PR plans of Bai Group, consolidating its leading position in the new energy industry, forging ahead toward a broader commercial future, riding the wind and waves. After the summit's great victory, Jiang Han did not relax in the slightest. He knew well that Bai Group would not easily give up, and the smoke of market competition was far from dissipated. At the celebration, after raising a toast to thank the team, Jiang Han quickly gathered core members to initiate a new round of strategic deployment. This summit is only a phased victory. Bai will surely make a comeback. We must seize this momentum, press the advantage, and thoroughly consolidate our lead. Jiang Han's gaze was firm as he swept his eyes over everyone. The head of the marketing department reported first. After the summit's promotion, market demand for our products has surged, and current order volume has exceeded expectations by 30%. But at the same time, pressure on logistics, distribution and after-sales service has also increased. Jiang Han immediately instructed, immediately expand the logistics team, optimize delivery processes and ensure products reach customers in a timely manner. Set up a special team in the after-sales service department dedicated to addressing technical inquiries and after-sales issues arising from the summit, ensure 100% customer satisfaction. On the RD side, Old Chen proposed a new idea. Since we are technologically ahead, why not launch a limited edition high-end new energy battery targeting customers who seek ultimate performance, further enhancing our brand image. At the same time, accelerate the secret project for next-generation technology research, laying out future market strategies in advance. Jiang Han nodded approvingly, full support. I will coordinate with the finance department to ensure sufficient funding for RD. In contrast, after losing face at the summit, internal conflicts intensified within Bai Group. Shareholders pressured management due to falling stock prices and shrinking market share. Bai Group's chairman Bai Zhendong urgently convened a board meeting. The atmosphere in the meeting room was tense. This PR failure has cost us dearly. Tell me, what should we do next? Bai Zhendong glared furiously at the senior executives. The marketing director timidly proposed, maybe we can adjust our market positioning, avoid direct competition with Han Hai Capital and focus on the mid to low-end market. But the financial director immediately retorted, the mid to low-end market has meager profits and Han Hai Capital has already started deploying entry-level products. If we enter now, we'll have no advantage. Everyone held their own opinions, arguing endlessly. Finally, Bai Zhendong made the decision, we cannot give up like this. The RD department must increase investment and deliver technological results that can rival Han Hai within a short period. The marketing department should replan a marketing strategy focusing on cost performance to attract price-sensitive customers. Although Bai Group took action, they had fallen into a passive position. As soon as Han Hai Capital's limited edition high-end batteries were launched, they were snapped up, pushing the brand image to new heights. In expanding overseas markets, Lin Ling, leveraging the connections she built during the summit, reached long-term cooperation agreements with multiple large enterprises in Southeast Asia and South America, pushing Han Hai Capital's products onto a broader international stage. As market share continued to expand, Han Hai Capital began integrating the upstream and downstream industrial chain. Jiang Han led the acquisition of several high-quality raw material suppliers and parts manufacturers, achieving full process control from raw material procurement to product production, further reducing costs and improving product quality. During the catch-up process, Bai Group, due to internal disagreements and tight cash flow, made slow RD progress, and their marketing plans yielded little effect. In an industry selection, Han Hai Capital unsurprisingly won the title of Best New Energy Enterprise of the Year, while Bai Group was pushed out of the top 10. In this protracted business contest, Han Hai Capital, with its superior technology, precise strategy and efficient execution, completely rewrote the industry landscape, striding toward the position of global new energy hegemon, while Bai Group could only struggle hard in the market waves, desperately trying to find a glimmer of hope. The Bai Group had been repeatedly defeated, but as the saying goes, a lean camel is still bigger than a horse. Bai Zhendong could hardly swallow this affront. He sold off some overseas assets, raised billions of funds, and decided to go all in, pouring everything into R&D and market expansion. In the realm of technological development, Jiang spent lavishly to poach top-tier scientific talent from the industry, assembling a super luxurious R&D team. After months of secluded research, these scientists achieved a breakthrough in a novel battery heat dissipation technology. This technology could solve the overheating problem during fast charging, improving battery safety and lifespan to a certain extent. The BAI Group immediately held a new product launch, vigorously promoting this technological achievement, aiming to regain a voice in the market. On the market front, they launched a series of extremely attractive promotional activities. They sold some new energy products below cost, instantly attracting many price-sensitive customers. At the same time, BAI Group collaborated with several large supermarket chains and home appliance retailers, co-marketing and placing their products in the most prominent spots to increase exposure. In advertising, they spared no expense, putting up large ads in core business districts of major cities and aggressively embedding their products in popular variety shows and TV dramas, aiming to reshape the brand image. In capital operations, the BAI Group secretly allied with several investment firms also eyeing the new energy market, preparing a hostile takeover of Han Hai Capital. They quietly bought up shares of Han Hai Capital on the secondary market, aiming to achieve a controlling stake. Once successful, they could dictate Han Hai Capital's development direction. Facing the sudden and fierce counterattack from the BAI Group, Jiang Han quickly sensed the crisis. He urgently convened his team. The atmosphere in the company conference room was as heavy as a brewing storm. The BAI Group is coming with full force. We must not take this lightly. Jiang Han's face was grave, his gaze sweeping over every team member. The R&D department head first reported, their new heat dissipation technology is somewhat innovative, but overall battery performance still lags behind ours. Jiang Han nodded in approval. Increase R&D investment. Have Old Chen lead the team to focus on breaking through several. Jiang Han nodded in approval. Increase R&D investment. Have Old Chen lead the team to focus on breaking through several key technical challenges, striving for a major technological leap in the short term. The marketing department said, the BAI Group's low-price strategy and large-scale promotions have indeed lured away many customers. Our market share has dropped slightly in the short term. Jiang Han pondered for a while and said, we cannot blindly follow into a price war. We must highlight our product's differentiated advantages. Strengthen brand promotion, focusing on our technical strength, product quality and comprehensive after-sales service. Simultaneously launch personalized product packages and value-added services for different customer segments. Regarding the hostile takeover, Jiang Han hired a top-tier financial advisory team to formulate a rigorous anti-takeover strategy. On one hand, they repurchased company shares to stabilize the stock price. On the other, they communicated with long-term partners and strategic investors to seek their support, ensuring a more stable shareholding structure. In this fierce business game, Han Hai Capital and the BAI Group once again fell into a stalemate. But Jiang Han believed that with the team's wisdom and effort, Han Hai Capital would surely repel the BAI Group's offensive, again maintain its leading position in the new energy industry, and steadily march toward the goal of becoming a global new energy hegemon. Jiang Han understood clearly that relying solely on the product's inherent advantages would not be enough to withstand the BAI Group's aggressive market assault. To break the deadlock, he must take the initiative, deeply exploring customer needs while broadening the market layout. He immediately arranged for the market research team to conduct extensive surveys analyzing the potential needs and pain points of different customer segments. The survey results showed that as new energy products became more popular, consumers' demand for intelligent applications and convenient services grew significantly. Jiang Han decisively decided to follow this market trend and comprehensively upgrade Han Hai Capital's products and services. In terms of products, he asked the R&D team to integrate an intelligent management system into the existing battery technology, allowing users to monitor battery status in real time and adjust remotely, making it more convenient and efficient. In service, Jiang Han launched the Han Hai Energy Steward service system. For individual consumers, they assigned unknown dedicated service consultants to follow up from product selection, installation and commissioning to after-sales maintenance. For corporate clients, they customized on-stop energy solutions, optimizing energy allocation based on the enterprise's energy consumption characteristics to help reduce operational costs. To promote this new service system, Jiang Han planned a series of innovative marketing campaigns. He organized many offline experience events, inviting consumers and corporate representatives to experience firsthand the intelligent functions of Han Hai Capital's products and the thoughtfulness of the Energy Steward service. The event venue set up several display areas using vivid demonstrations and professional explanations to help customers deeply understand the advantages of the products and services. Meanwhile, online promotion was fully launched, utilizing social media platforms, industry forums and other channels to publish a large number of product introductions, user cases and popular science articles, enhancing brand awareness and product exposure. In addition, Jiang Han also set his sights on emerging markets. He keenly noticed that as environmental awareness grew, the demand for new energy products in some third and fourth-tier cities and rural areas was slowly emerging, but the market supply was insufficient. Jiang Han immediately formed a dedicated market development team to conduct in-depth market research in these areas and build sales channels, cooperating with local distributors and retailers to establish a comprehensive sales network. Targeting the characteristics of consumers in these regions, they launched a series of cost-effective, easy-to-use entry-level new energy products, quickly opening up the market. Facing the Buy Group's collaboration with large supermarket chains and home appliance retailers, Jiang Han actively sought other partnership opportunities. He reached strategic cooperation agreements with several automobile manufacturers, designating Han Hai Capital's new energy batteries as the specified supporting product for new electric vehicles. He also partnered with well-known smart home brands, integrating new energy storage devices into smart home systems to create green, intelligent living scenarios. Through these cross-industry collaborations, Han Hai Capital further expanded its brand influence and market boundaries. Under Jiang Han's leadership, Han Hai Capital's market share gradually began to recover. By accurately grasping market trends, launching innovative products and services, and employing diversified market expansion strategies, Han Hai Capital gradually gained the upper hand in the market battle, with the Buy Group taking another steady step toward the goal of becoming a global new energy hegemon. The Buy Group watched as Han Hai Capital's market share rebounded, feeling unwilling to accept it. Bai Zhendong hurriedly called an emergency meeting with senior executives, his face filled with displeasure as he said that Jiang Han kid is quite capable, but we can't just let him suppress us like this. The R&D department must step up efforts to quickly update the new battery technology, significantly improving the endurance and safety performance, ensuring it surpasses Han Hai Capital. The marketing department should also organize more promotional activities such as trade-in offers and installment payments to attract more consumers. The Buy Group wasted no time, and soon promotional posters for their new energy products could be seen everywhere in the streets and alleys of major cities. Online e-commerce platforms were filled with Buy Group's discounts, and for a time the sales of Buy products surged significantly. At the same time, the Buy Group spread rumors in the industry claiming that Han Hai Capital's energy steward service system would leak privacy, attempting to tarnish Han Hai Capital's reputation. Faced with this new wave of attacks from the Buy Group, there was some unrest within Han Hai Capital. Some employees began to worry about the company's future, and the sales team felt increased pressure while promoting products. During an internal company meeting, the head of the sales department said with a frown, "Base promotions and rumors have greatly impacted our sales. Customers are obviously more cautious when making purchases." Jiang Han, however, remained calm, his gaze steady as he scanned the crowd and said, "Everyone, don't panic. The more the Buy Group resorts to such underhanded tactics, the more it shows that our strategy is working." The R&D department continued with planned technical upgrades, letting their strength speak for itself. The marketing department engaged in public relations, using authoritative testing reports and genuine user feedback to debunk Bai's rumors. Additionally, in response to Bai's promotions, we also launched limited-time discounts and value-added services to enhance product cost-effectiveness. To uplift the employees' spirits, Jiang Han personally visited each department, engaging in face-to-face discussions about the company's future plans and response strategies. His optimistic and resolute attitude inspired every employee, reigniting their enthusiasm and focus on their work. In terms of technical research and development, Old Chen led the team tirelessly, successfully developing a brand new battery management system that not only improved energy density but also achieved significant breakthroughs in safety. At the new product launch conference, Jiang Han personally demonstrated the impressive capabilities of this system, proving Han Hai Capital's technological strength to the market after a series of rigorous safety tests. The marketing department also actively communicated with the media, inviting well-known journalists to the company to experience the Energy Steward Service System, fully reporting on the service process and data security measures. Meanwhile, they collected numerous positive reviews and thank you letters from users, showcasing them across various platforms, effectively countering the Buy Group's rumors. With the launch of the new products, public relations efforts deepened and Han Hai Capital's market share gradually began to rise again. During negotiations with an internationally renowned automotive manufacturer for collaboration, the latter showed great interest in Han Hai Capital's new technology, and both parties quickly reached a cooperative intention to jointly develop the next generation of electric vehicle batteries. As this news spread, Han Hai Capital's stock price surged and its brand influence grew stronger. In the long-standing competition with the Buy Group, Jiang Han repeatedly resolved crises and the company became increasingly robust. However, the Buy Group, after suffering continuous setbacks, saw internal conflicts intensify and its market share was gradually snatched away by other competitors. Jiang Han stood before the company's floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing at the bustling city filled with expectations for the future. He knew that to become the leader in the global new energy industry there would be many challenges ahead, but he was confident that he could lead Han Hai Capital to overcome all difficulties and achieve even greater accomplishments. With the collaboration project with the international automotive manufacturer officially launched, Han Hai Capital's R&D Center saw Old Shen leading a joint research team composed of elites from both sides fully dedicated to tackling the development of the next generation of electric vehicle batteries. The new battery development had to meet the stringent requirements from automotive manufacturers regarding endurance and charging speed while also achieving optimal cost control to adapt to the market positioning of different vehicle models. Team members worked day and night in the laboratory, repeatedly verifying each technical parameter and meticulously adjusting each material formulation. In terms of market promotion, Lin Ling led the team to plan a series of international marketing activities leveraging the global sales network of the collaborating automotive manufacturer to bring Han Hai Capital's brand to the world stage. They set up a dedicated booth at an internationally renowned auto show showcasing the latest technological achievements and product applications, attracting attention from numerous industry experts, media journalists and potential customers. By hosting technical seminars and product experience events, Han Hai Capital significantly enhanced its visibility and reputation in the international new energy sector. Meanwhile, the buy group was in utter chaos. Shareholders, witnessing the continuous shrinkage of the company's market share and persistent low stock prices, demanded to withdraw investments to stop losses. Bai Zhendong ran around trying to woo new investors, but due to the company's negative news no one was willing to get involved. In a desperate attempt to reverse the situation, the Bai Group bet everything on a hastily developed new energy product, hoping to turn things around. However, due to the short development cycle, frequent quality issues arose, and once launched into the market it faced a wave of consumer complaints and returns, undoubtedly worsening the Bai Group's predicament. At an industry summit, Jiang Han as a guest speaker delivered a keynote speech sharing Han Hai Capital's successful experiences in technological innovation and market expansion. The audience was packed with industry elites from around the world, attentively listening, frequently breaking into enthusiastic applause. After the speech, numerous corporate representatives surrounded him, expressing interest in collaboration. Jiang Han engaged with them one by one, keenly capturing every potential collaboration opportunity. In contrast, the Bai Group's booth at the summit was deserted, once an industry giant, now ignored. Bai Zhendong watched this scene with a heart full of regret and unwillingness. But market competition does not believe in tears. In the face of harsh realities, the decline of the Bai Group had become inevitable. As time passed, Han Hai Capital made significant breakthroughs in the development of the next generation of electric vehicle batteries, successfully applying them to several flagship models of the collaborating automotive manufacturer. Once the product hit the market, it quickly became a bestseller due to its outstanding performance and stable quality, driving both companies' performance to soar. Riding this wave, Han Hai Capital further expanded its overseas markets, establishing production bases and sales centers in Europe, Asia, and America, gradually building a global industrial layout. Meanwhile, the Bai Group ultimately went bankrupt due to insolvency. Once a formidable competitor in the new energy field against Han Hai Capital, it was now reduced to a mere speck of dust in the commercial wave. Jiang Han stood on the top floor of the company headquarters, overlooking the city nightscape outside the window, with the words Han Hai Capital shining brightly on the building's facade under the illumination. Jiang Han turned his head, no longer gazing at the night scenery outside the window, his eyes falling upon the pile of documents on the desk that resembled a small mountain. These were operational reports and development plans sent from branches across the globe. Although Han Hai Capital had already gained some renown in the global new energy sector, he was well aware that the road ahead would be fraught with challenges and obstacles at every turn. News arrived from the European market. The local government, aiming to support domestic new energy enterprises, planned to introduce stricter industry standards and erect trade barriers. This posed a significant threat to Han Hai Capital's production bases and sales networks in Europe. Jiang Han immediately convened a video conference with the global strategy team, where the faces of regional heads were grim with concern. The European market is far too crucial to our global expansion. We absolutely cannot abandon it, Jiang Han declared with unwavering resolve. We must establish a dedicated legal and policy research team to thoroughly analyze the new regulations and devise compliant yet competitive response strategies. At the same time, increase our R&D investment in Europe, collaborate with top-tier local research institutions, and develop products that better meet European market demands and standards. Over in the Asian market, competitors were not idle either, quietly exerting their efforts. A newly emerged Asian enterprise, leveraging its localized advantages combined with aggressive market tactics, had begun to impact Han Hai Capital's position in certain regions. Lin Ling promptly adjusted the Asian marketing strategy, launching a customized energy solutions initiative, tailoring products and service packages according to the energy structures and consumer habits of different countries and regions. Simultaneously, she strengthened brand culture by organizing several public welfare events themed Green Asia Energy Future, enhancing brand recognition and trust among Asian consumers. In the Americas, Han Hai Capital's manufacturing base faced the risk of supply chain disruptions. The primary local raw material supplier had halted production due to labor disputes. If not resolved promptly, production schedules would be severely impacted. Lao Chen personally traveled to the Americas, engaging in arduous rounds of negotiations with the supplier, local government and labor organizations. After immense effort, a tripartite settlement was reached and the supplier resumed operations. Additionally, Lao Chen contacted several potential suppliers to establish a diversified supply chain system mitigating supply-related risks. As the business expanded, new internal management issues emerged. The organizational structure grew increasingly complex, information transmission slowed, and interdepartmental collaboration began to show friction. Jiang Han introduced an advanced digital management system to break down information silos, enabling real-time sharing and analysis of global business data. He also launched a global leadership development program to select and cultivate core talents with international vision and cross-cultural management capabilities, deploying them to key positions. During a global all-hands meeting, Jiang Han addressed thousands of employees scattered worldwide via video. We now stand at a new starting point, yet the challenges ahead are no fewer. Every difficulty is an opportunity for growth. Let us work together to forge Hanhai Capital into an eternal beacon of the global new energy industry. Applause thundered through the audience, and the eyes of the employees shone with determination and drive. Under Jiang Han's leadership, Hanhai Capital continued to forge ahead courageously amidst the waves of globalization, striving toward higher goals and writing its own extraordinary story. Just as Hanhai Capital was fully engaged in tackling regional challenges, a disruptive technological revolution erupted within the industry. A cutting-edge American tech company announced that they had successfully developed a brand new solid-state battery technology. This battery boasted nearly double the energy density of traditional lithium batteries, along with a drastically reduced charging time, less than 10 minutes to full charge. The news sent shockwaves through the global new energy market, with major enterprises immediately turning their attention to this development. Investors began reassessing the industry landscape, a flicker of concern creeping into their minds regarding Hanhai Capital's future prospects. Jiang Han lay awake all night after hearing the news. He knew that without swift countermeasures, the technological advantages Hanhai Capital had accumulated over years might soon vanish. At daybreak, he once again gathered the core team for an urgent strategy discussion. The head of the R&D department reported with a solemn expression, "This new solid-state battery technology is indeed formidable, but it is still in the laboratory stage. To achieve large-scale commercial application, numerous hurdles remain, such as high manufacturing costs and complex production processes. However, we cannot afford to be complacent. We must accelerate our own solid-state battery R&D progress." Jiang Han pondered a moment and immediately made a decision. On one hand, increase resource allocation to our existing solid-state battery R&D projects. Lao Chen take personal charge of this. Gather the company's most brilliant R&D personnel and strive to achieve key technological breakthroughs as soon as possible, narrowing the gap with competitors. On the other hand, the marketing department must closely monitor industry developments and regularly update the public on our R&D progress and technical strength to stabilize investor confidence. At the same time, actively collaborate with universities and research institutions to expand our technology R&D channels. In Europe, as new industry standards gradually took effect, Hanhai Capital's legal and policy research team faced immense pressure. Some provisions in the new standards imposed exceptionally high requirements on the environmental performance and safety indicators of battery products. Several existing products faced modification or even potential removal from the market. The team leader shuttled daily between government departments and industry associations across European countries, arguing vigorously while simultaneously organizing technical teams to optimize products. After months of relentless effort, Hanhai Capital successfully persuaded some European nations to amend certain unreasonable clauses in the standards. It also became the first to launch a new generation of products compliant with the updated environmental and safety regulations, regaining the trust of European consumers. In the Asian market, the rivals' offensive intensified. Not only did they slash prices aggressively, but they also poured massive resources into brand promotion in emerging markets, attempting to further erode Hanhai Capital's market share. Lin Ling led the Asian team in in-depth market research, discovering that consumers' demand for intelligent applications in new energy products was growing rapidly. She promptly adjusted the strategy, partnering with several renowned tech companies to integrate advanced artificial intelligence into Hanhai Capital's products, launching a series of smart energy management systems. These systems could automatically optimize energy distribution based on user habits and consumption data, providing users with more convenient and efficient energy services. This innovative move quickly attracted a large number of Asian consumers, stabilizing and even beginning to recover Hanhai Capital's market share in the region. In the Americas, although the supply chain crisis had temporarily eased, Lao Chen did not let his guard down. He conducted an in-depth investigation of the local market and discovered that beyond raw material supply, logistics transportation was also a potential risk. The aging local logistics infrastructure led to low transportation efficiency, frequently causing delays in product delivery. Lao Chen and his team surveyed numerous locations and decided to invest in building a dedicated intelligent logistics transportation route, introducing an advanced logistics management system to enable full process monitoring and optimized scheduling of cargo transport. This initiative not only significantly improved product delivery efficiency but also reduced logistics costs, further enhancing Han Hai Capital's competitiveness in the Americas market. Through the joint efforts of global employees, Han Hai Capital gradually weathered the crisis brought about by technological changes and market competition. At an international new energy industry summit, Jiang Han delivered a keynote speech on behalf of Han Hai Capital detailing the company's latest achievements in technological innovation, market expansion, and social responsibility. His speech garnered warm applause from the audience, and many industry experts and corporate representatives expressed their appreciation for Han Hai Capital's crisis response capabilities and development prospects. After the summit, Jiang Han stood by the floor-to-ceiling window of the conference venue, gazing at the bustling crowd outside, his heart filled with a myriad of emotions. He understood that amid the fierce global competition in the new energy industry, Han Hai Capital must remain constantly vigilant, continuously innovate and break through. Only then could it continue to lead the industry and become an unshakable benchmark in the global new energy sector. After the summit, on the return flight, Jiang Han pondered deeply. Although Han Hai Capital had achieved a phased success in handling this crisis, the complex situation in the European market still troubled him greatly. The European market held immense potential but was also fraught with numerous obstacles. Relying solely on Han Hai Capital to expand market share, respond to local policy changes, and counteract competitors' pressure seemed extremely difficult. At that moment, a bold idea suddenly emerged in his mind: to collaborate with the former rival Bai Group. Bai Group had suffered considerable losses in the previous market competition, yet it still possessed a certain market foundation and channel resources in Europe, along with notable brand recognition locally. If the advantages of both sides could be integrated, it might open up a new situation in the European market. As soon as he landed, Jiang Han immediately contacted Bai Yifei, the current helmsman of Bai Group. Bai Yifei was particularly surprised to receive Jiang Han's invitation, given the deep rivalry and conflicts between the two companies in the past. But after hearing Jiang Han's sincere words and the promising picture of cooperation he painted, Bai Yifei decided to meet and talk. In a quiet meeting room, Jiang Han and Bai Yifei sat face to face. Jiang Han spoke first. "President Bai, in the past neither of us was willing to yield in the market. But now the European market situation is so severe, posing challenges for both of us. Why don't we set aside past conflicts and cooperate? Han Hai Capital has advanced technology and innovative products, while Bai Group's European channels and brand recognition are exactly what we lack. Cooperation will allow us to complement each other's strengths." Bai Yifei nodded slightly, thinking to himself, "President Jiang makes sense, but how should the specific details of cooperation be decided? Issues like profit distribution and decision-making authority are crucial." After several rounds of tough negotiations, the two sides finally reached a cooperation intention. In technology research and development, Han Hai Capital would take the lead, integrating the latest solid-state battery technology and intelligent energy management systems into the cooperative products to enhance competitiveness. Bai Group would be responsible for leveraging its European sales network and channel resources to promote the collaborative products. Regarding profit distribution, a fair and reasonable plan was formulated based on the resources each party contributed and their market contributions. At the decision-making level, a joint management committee was established with representatives from both sides participating, and major decisions were to be made through joint deliberation. Once the cooperation plan was finalized, both parties immediately took action. Han Hai Capital's R&D team worked day and night, optimizing and upgrading products according to the demands of the European market. At the same time, to help Bai Group's sales team better understand the technical advantages of the products, Lao Chen personally led his team to conduct several technical training sessions. On Bai Group's side, they fully mobilized their marketing resources in Europe, organizing product launches and promotional events in various cities and leveraging local media for large-scale publicity. However, the cooperation process was not smooth. During the initial product promotion, differences in corporate culture and working methods led to communication and coordination issues. For instance, in planning a major promotional campaign, Han Hai Capital's marketing team wanted to highlight the product's technological features, while Bai Group's team leaned toward traditional price-cut promotions, and the two sides couldn't reach an agreement. When Jiang Han and Bai Yifei learned of this, they promptly summoned the team leaders from both sides for in-depth communication and coordination. Jiang Han said, "Our goal is the same, to open up the European market. In terms of marketing methods, we need to combine technological advantages with market strategies, making consumers aware of the product's advanced technology while using appropriate promotional tactics to attract purchases. In terms of marketing methods, we need to combine technological advantages with market strategies, making consumers aware of the product's advanced technology while using appropriate promotional tactics to attract. As cooperation deepened, the new energy products jointly launched by Han Hai Capital and by Group gradually gained recognition in the European market. With excellent performance, intelligent applications and comprehensive after-sales service, the products won the approval of European consumers. Market share steadily increased and both partners achieved mutual benefit and win-win results in the European market. At a joint celebration event, Jiang Han and Baife raised their glasses. This cooperation has shown us new opportunities. In the future, I believe we can create more brilliance in the global new energy market. After the cooperative products gained a firm foothold in the European market, Jiang Han and Baife had no intention of resting on their laurels. At a joint strategic meeting, Jiang Han, his eyes sparkling, proposed an idea: we can't just focus on existing products. European consumers' demands for new energy products are diverse and constantly evolving. We should leverage the advantages of cooperation to develop more products and build a comprehensive new energy product matrix. Baife immediately nodded. Exactly. Besides household new energy products, the commercial sector in Europe, such as logistics fleets and public transportation, has a huge demand for new energy power systems. That's our next target to conquer. Without further ado, both sides quickly assembled dedicated research teams to develop new products tailored to different usage scenarios. Han Hai Capital, with its extensive experience in battery technology, took charge of developing high-capacity durable battery packs suitable for large vehicles, while By Group, an expert in mechanical manufacturing and engineering design, led the design of vehicle chassis and transmission systems compatible with new energy powertrains. After months of relentless work, a series of new energy products for the commercial sector began to take shape. Before launching the products to the market research team conducted in-depth studies to understand the needs of European commercial clients. They discovered that customers not only valued product performance but also placed great importance on the convenience of after-sales maintenance and energy replenishment. Upon learning this, Jiang Han and Baife immediately adjusted their plans. On one hand, they established a professional after-sales service network across Europe, training numerous technicians to ensure the fastest response to customer issues. On the other hand, they partnered with local European energy companies to accelerate the construction of charging stations and battery swapping infrastructure, alleviating customers' concerns about energy supply. Just as the new products were about to hit the market, local European new energy companies grew restless. They united to pressure local governments into imposing stricter industry access policies aiming to restrict the expansion of foreign enterprises. Faced with this sudden challenge, Jiang Han and Baife quickly convened to discuss countermeasures. Jiang Han calmly analyzed, "This is a last-ditch struggle from our competitors, but we cannot afford to take it lightly. We must leverage our connections in Europe, engage more with government departments, and articulate how our products can benefit the upgrading of Europe's new energy industry, thereby securing policy support." Baife nodded in agreement. "At the same time, we need to increase our R&D investment in Europe, establish a local research center, and attract top European talent to make our products more aligned with European industrial standards and development needs, thereby addressing policy risks at the root." The two worked together with their public relations team, frequently meeting with European government officials and industry association representatives, elaborating on the advantages of their cooperative products in terms of technological innovation, energy conservation, and emission reduction, as well as their positive impact on European employment and economic development. The R&D team also moved swiftly, establishing research centers in several European countries and hiring experienced local engineers and researchers at significant expense to collaborate with domestic teams. After arduous efforts, European governments did not impose overly restrictive policies. Instead, after understanding the advantages of the cooperative products, they adjusted their new energy industry development plans to encourage technical exchanges and cooperation between local and foreign enterprises. Seizing this opportunity, Han Hai Capital and By Group's commercial new energy product successfully launched. Thanks to their excellent performance, attentive after-sales service, and reasonable pricing, they quickly gained a foothold in the European commercial market. At a European New Energy Industry Summit, Jiang Han and Baife, as specially invited guests, delivered a speech sharing the success story of their collaboration, earning a thunderous round of applause. After the summit, Jiang Han and Baife did not bask in the glow of success but immediately began planning their next step. Both understood that in the fiercely competitive new energy industry, one must advance or be left behind. Returning to the company, they once again convened the core teams from both sides to discuss future development directions. "We've made a good start in the European market. Now we must continue to strive, elevate our product technology, and achieve a comprehensive intelligent upgrade," Jiang Han declared with determination, proposing a new goal. Baife added, "Exactly. Intelligence is the future trend of new energy products. We need to ensure that our products not only meet customers' energy needs but also provide smarter and more convenient user experiences." Without hesitation, the R&D teams from both sides gathered once more and immersed themselves in the intelligent upgrade of their products. They employed advanced artificial intelligence algorithms to enable autonomous driving assistance functions in their new energy vehicles. The vehicles could monitor road conditions in real time and through data analysis automatically plan the optimal driving route, thereby saving a significant amount of energy. Simultaneously, they integrated an intelligent diagnostic feature into the battery management system capable of detecting potential battery issues in advance and promptly alerting users for maintenance. While technical R&D progressed steadily, market expansion efforts continued unabated. Jiang Han and Baife set their sights on Africa and the Middle East. These two regions are rich in energy resources, yet their new energy industries are underdeveloped, presenting immense market potential. However, breaking into new markets was far from easy. In Africa, inadequate infrastructure made building charging facilities particularly challenging. In the Middle East, complex political situations and significant cultural differences posed obstacles. Confronting these difficulties, Jiang Han and Baife devised corresponding strategies. In Africa, they partnered with local governments and enterprises, adopting distributed energy solutions such as building small-scale solar power stations and mobile charging facilities to address the charging issue. At the same time, they launched technical training programs to cultivate local talent, ensuring the long-term maintenance of their products. In the Middle East, they conducted in-depth research into local cultural customs, redesigning products to better suit local aesthetics and usage habits. Additionally, they actively collaborated with influential local family enterprises, leveraging their resources and channels to penetrate the market. As the two sides were striving in these new markets, a new challenge emerged in the industry. An international tech giant announced its entry into the new energy field, leveraging its formidable strengths in artificial intelligence and chip technology to quickly launch a series of competitive products. This news brought considerable pressure on the collaboration between Han Capital and Bai Group. Jiang Han and Baife immediately convened a joint response meeting. Baife added, "We should accelerate the pace of technological R&D and highlight our product differentiation. Meanwhile, strengthen brand building to enhance our brand reputation and recognition." Baife added, "We should accelerate the pace of technological R&D and highlight our product differentiation. Meanwhile, strengthen brand building to enhance our brand reputation and recognition." In the following days, both sides increased R&D investment and sped up the intelligent upgrade of their products. At the same time, they launched a series of brand promotion activities, including participating in international exhibitions and hosting technical seminars to showcase the technical prowess and innovation achievements of their cooperative products to the world. Armed with deep pockets, they poached the core R&D personnel of Han Capital's renewable energy integration technology by offering salaries several times higher and Armed with deep pockets, they poached the core R&D personnel of Han Capital's renewable energy integration technology by offering salaries several times higher and preemptively released a concept product that touted similar energy synergy management. Though the product had not yet entered mass production, it stirred considerable commotion in the capital market, causing the stock prices of the Han Bai joint venture to fluctuate wildly. "Their move is utterly ruthless, they're trying to tear out our very foundation." Baife slammed the table in fury during the emergency meeting, the atmosphere in the room instantly turning tense. Gazing at the list of core personnel crossed out on the whiteboard, Jiang Han tapped his fingers unconsciously on the table and said, "The more critical the moment, the more we must hold steady. Launch the Spark plan, select and cultivate new technical backbone from within the company. Simultaneously establish joint laboratories with universities worldwide using an open collaboration model to attract top-tier talent." In the R&D center, Old Chen led the newly formed task force in relentless round-the-clock efforts. They discovered a flaw in the existing energy synergy management system: poor performance under extreme weather conditions. Thus they made a bold attempt by introducing a quantum computing model and developed the Nebula Adaptive System. This system could dynamically adjust energy distribution strategies within an extremely short time through computation, whether in frigid or scorching adverse environments. During a polar scientific expedition, the new energy equipment equipped with this system successfully ensured a continuous 30-day stable power supply to the research station. This achievement was widely reported by global media, instantly showcasing their remarkable technological innovation. On the marketing front, Lin Ling's team devised a cultural immersion strategy. They stopped merely promoting products and instead delved deeply into local cultural elements. In Africa, they incorporated traditional tribal totems into product designs and invited local craftsmen to participate in production, launching the limited edition Breath of the Earth series. In the Middle East, they collaborated with renowned architectural firms to blend Islamic geometric aesthetics with new energy equipment, creating the Desert Pearl premium product line. Simultaneously, they leveraged metaverse technology to build an immersive experience platform, allowing global customers to virtually experience the product's performance in various scenarios without leaving their homes. Facing competition from international giants in after-sales service, Jiang Han decided to break the deadlock with data-driven service. He spearheaded the development of the Energy Health Cloud platform, which collected real-time operational data from millions of products worldwide via IoT devices and used AI to predict potential failures. When a European client's equipment battery voltage showed anomalies, the system issued an alert 48 hours in advance and automatically dispatched an engineer with replacement parts for on-site service, a full week before the client even noticed the problem. The news immediately shifted the wind in the capital market, with numerous enterprises vying to collaborate with them. At a global new energy summit, the CEO of an international tech giant was proudly showcasing their mass production plans when, after the speech, he received a challenge from Jiang Han. Han Haibai jointly announced that within 3 months they would release a full product line equipped with the Nebula adaptive system, and would also open up technology patent licensing. The news immediately shifted the wind in the capital market, with numerous enterprises vying to collaborate with them. At the product launch 3 months later, Jiang Han and Bai Yifei pressed the start button together, and as the lights blazed, the new generation products made a stunning debut. Below the stage, the representatives of the international tech giant wore grim expressions, while the eyes of the Han Haibai team members shone with the joy of victory. This bloodless commercial war not only enabled the two companies to stage a successful comeback, but also reshaped the competitive landscape of the global new energy industry, opening new horizons for future development. Before the fervor of the product launch had subsided, a new crisis was already quietly approaching. The international tech giants outwardly dismissed Han Haibei's open technology strategy, but behind the scenes they colluded with multiple suppliers to impose a blockade on key raw materials. The prices of rare metals skyrocketed threefold within a short period, putting production lines at imminent risk of shutdown. These people are going too far. Bai Yifei clenched the raw material price report, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. Jiang Han, however, remained unusually calm. He pulled up a global map of mineral resources, his gaze sweeping over marked points in Africa and South America. We cannot sit idly by. Initiate the Blue Ocean Action, establish direct cooperation with mining companies in Africa and South America, and simultaneously ramp up R&D in waste battery recycling technology to solve the raw material problem at its source. At the Technical R&D Center, Old Chen led his team in day and night efforts to perfect the waste battery recycling technology. They innovatively combined AI algorithms with chemical extraction techniques to develop the Rebirth Star system, which could precisely separate various metals from waste batteries, achieving a recovery rate of 98%. Meanwhile, Lin Ling personally led a team to Africa to negotiate cooperation with local governments. She proposed an energy for resources model using Han Haibei's new energy technology to help build local power grids in exchange for long-term stable supply of mineral resources. After several rounds of tough negotiations, they finally reached strategic cooperation agreements with 3 countries. Just as the raw material crisis was gradually easing, the international tech giants launched another round of attacks in the market. They released a low-end product priced at only 1/3 of Han Haibei's comparable offerings, using massive subsidies to seize emerging markets. In response, Jiang Han and Bai Yifei swiftly adjusted their market strategy. They rolled out the pyramid product matrix. In the high-end market, they continued to strengthen technological advantages and maintain brand premium. In the low-end market, they launched the Inclusive series, optimizing production processes and reducing energy consumption to bring costs on par with competitors while winning over consumers with superior after-sales service and brand reputation. On the capital front, the international tech giants attempted to shake Han Haibei's foundation through hostile takeovers. They secretly accumulated shares of both companies in the stock market, aiming to gain a controlling stake. Jiang Han had long prepared for this. He united multiple strategic investors to jointly launch a market stabilization action, while simultaneously unveiling an ambitious 5-year development plan, including building 10 new energy industrial bases worldwide and developing next-generation energy storage technologies. These measures greatly boosted investor confidence, and the international tech giant's acquisition plan ultimately ended in failure. At an internal celebration, Jiang Han looked at the team members' weary but determined faces and remarked with emotion, "Every crisis is an opportunity for growth. We must not only defend our current achievements but also continue to innovate, making Han Haibai the banner of the global new energy industry." Bai Yifei raised his glass in response, "Absolutely. As long as we stand united, no obstacle is insurmountable." In the dead of night 3 months later, Jiang Han's phone suddenly vibrated and an encrypted file from Lao Chen flashed on the screen. Satellite monitoring data showed abnormal energy fluctuations in the Arctic permafrost, strikingly similar to the parameters of a low-temperature nuclear fusion patent registered by a mysterious research team 3 years ago. He immediately dialed Bai Yifei. "Remember the intelligence network we set up in Iceland? It's time to activate the icebreaker plan." Reykjavik was in the midst of the midnight sun. Wearing camouflage glasses, Lin Ling met the defecting researcher in an underground laboratory. The man's hands trembled as he handed over the hard drive. They've already completed the miniaturized device tests. It uses seawater as fuel with an energy output 20000 times that of traditional batteries. The blue plasma dancing in the video made Lin Ling's eyes widen. This was no ordinary nuclear fusion but a quantum confinement device capable of stable operation at room temperature. When the news reached the domestic RD center, an eerie silence fell. Bai Fei slammed his coffee cup onto the table. If this technology can be mass-produced, all our battery tech will be obsolete. But Jiang Han suddenly smiled. He pulled up the upgrade log of the regeneration star system. Remember our waste battery recycling network? If we repurpose 30 of the world's discarded batteries as quantum catalyst carriers. Lao Chen's head snapped up, his eyes gleaming with surprise. We can use the existing supply chain to build the preliminary infrastructure for quantum energy. A secret technological race had quietly begun beneath the ice. The Han Hai Group, in collaboration with the European Space Agency, deployed 300 micromonitoring satellites in low Earth orbit under the guise of space debris cleanup, capturing quantum energy fluctuations in real time. Meanwhile, Lin Ling's Energy for Resources strategy revealed its long-term value. 3 African nations agreed to exchange lithium mining rights for the construction rights of the first quantum energy storage stations. These stations, scattered near the equator, would become critical nodes of the future quantum energy network. International tech giants finally sensed something amiss and attempted to use patent barriers to restrict quantum technology applications. But Jiang Han had prepared well. When the opposing legal team showcased their so-called basic patents at the Geneva Arbitration Tribunal, the Han Hai Group's representatives produced hundreds of earlier technical improvement documents. We don't deny original innovation, Jiang Han said with a smile during a video link. But making technology benefit all of humanity is true business civilization. On the winter solstice, good news came from the Arctic Circle. Lao Chen's team used cobalt from discarded batteries to successfully raise the startup temperature of the quantum device to -15 degrees Celsius. This seemingly modest breakthrough meant that quantum energy equipment could operate stably in 70 of the Earth's surface. When the first civilian prototype was tested in Iceland, Jiang Han received an encrypted email from the mysterious research team. The attachment contained only one sentence: the true opponent is always the next version of yourself. Standing before the newly built Quantum Energy Research Institute, Jiang Han gazed at the aurora projection dancing on the glass curtain wall, recalling the first battery design he sketched in a Zhongguancun garage 20 years ago. Bai Fei handed him 2 glasses of whiskey. Their shadows stretched across the world map on the floor. The quantum energy storage stations marked in red were glowing like stars across continents. Do you know why I chose to work with you? Bai Fei suddenly asked. Because we both understand that in this industry the only way to survive is not to defeat competitors but to constantly redefine the future. Jiang Han raised his glass for a gentle clink. In the distant laboratory, blue quantum flames pierced through layers of shielding, illuminating the entire polar night. 3 months after the quantum flames illuminated the polar night, the first batch of equatorial quantum energy storage stations entered the capping phase. Standing at the construction site in Kenya, Jiang Han observed the neatly arranged catalytic chambers beneath the giant dome. Those silver tanks, converted from discarded batteries, were continuously transforming seawater into hydrogen-helium mixed energy. Suddenly the handheld terminal emitted a sharp alarm. Satellite imagery showed abnormal electromagnetic pulses in the Somali waters. It's the Black Tide organization. Lin Ling's voice came through the communicator, accompanied by the clatter of keyboard keys. They hijacked a cargo ship carrying quantum catalysts and demanded we disclose the core technical parameters. Jiang Han stared at the blinking red dot on the screen and noticed the pulse frequency closely matched a security system vulnerability in the Bai Group's old warehouse from 3 years ago. Someone was providing technical support to the terrorist organization. Meanwhile, the European Commission suddenly convened an emergency hearing demanding, under the pretext of energy sovereignty, that the Han Hai Group transfer control of European quantum stations to local enterprises. At the hearing in Brussels, Bai Fei presented a set of data. Our energy storage stations in Europe have already integrated 40 of renewable energy. If cooperation is terminated, half of Berlin's streetlights will go dark within 48 hours. In the Nairobi Command Center late at night, Lao Chen brought a newly developed countermeasure, since they want to use patents. In the Nairobi Command Center late at night, Lao Chen brought a newly developed countermeasure, since they want to use patents and force to block us, will turn the technical standard into a public good. Jiang Han's gaze fell on the world map on the wall. Landing on Antarctica, launched the South Pole Lighthouse Plan. Established the world's first open-source quantum energy laboratory at the Great Wall Station, inviting research teams from all nations to participate in development. Bai Fei raised an eyebrow. That's a ruthless move. It breaks the technology monopoly and turns the EU's sovereignty rhetoric into a joke. When 3 transport planes loaded with open-source technical documents landed in Antarctica, the conspiracy of the international tech giants finally surfaced. Through deep data analysis, the Han Hai group discovered that the funding chain of the so-called Black Tide organization was linked to a charitable foundation under that giant through 7 layers of encryption. At the United Nations Security Council, Jiang Han displayed a holographic projection of cross-border fund flows. Some fear technological inclusivity because their wealth is built on energy monopolies. On Christmas Eve, a breakthrough came from the Antarctic laboratory. A young African scientist added a graphene coating to discarded batteries, tripling the lifespan of quantum catalysts. As the news spread via global live broadcast, the dome of the Kenyan Energy Storage Station just opened, sending countless blue beams of light shooting into the sky, outlining the silhouette of the African continent in the night. Jiang Han received a second message from the mysterious research team, this time a video. The scene showed a moss-covered basement with Han Hai Capital's first patent certificate pasted on the wall, 20 years old. "They've been watching us all along." Baifei pointed to an old calculator in the corner of the video, the same model Jiang Han used in the garage. "Perhaps we've misunderstood the definition of an opponent." Gazing at the quantum beams outside the window, Jiang Han suddenly recalled the aurora scene during the Iceland experiment. Those seemingly distant lights were actually gifts from solar particles traveling tens of millions of kilometers. As the New Year's bell tolled, the world's first quantum energy blockchain network officially went live. When an African herder sold surplus quantum energy to a European factory through a mobile app, Jiang Han wrote in the guest book at the Antarctic laboratory, "The true opponent is never another person but our fear of the unknown." In the distance, auroras and quantum flames interwove, weaving a flowing river of stars across the ice field. Under the perpetual daylight of Antarctica, the sunlight pierced through the clouds as Jiang Han busied himself in the laboratory adjusting a new catalyst formula. Suddenly a grating metallic screech echoed from beyond the blast-proof door. He spun around to find an elderly man in a worn-out windbreaker removing his goggles, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes carved as if with a knife. Jiang Han froze. It was Uncle Chen, who had swept the floor for him in a Zhongguancun garage 2 decades ago. "You." The test tube nearly slipped from Jiang Han's hand. Baifei, standing behind the old man, instinctively pressed the alarm on his belt. The old man said nothing, only pulling a rusted iron box from his backpack. Inside lay half a circuit board and a yellowed sticky note bearing Jiang Han's youthful handwriting. "If you ever revolutionize energy, save a glass of wine for old Chen. They call me the lamplighter." His fingers, purple with cold, gently traced the circuit board where the etched number, Han Hai 001, was faintly visible. "That winter night 20 years ago I saw you sketching battery designs in the garage and knew you'd change the world." Suddenly the surveillance feed fractured with static. From the shadows behind the old man emerged 3 hooded figures. They removed their masks and Jiang Han gasped. The iris patterns of their eyes matched exactly those in a video from a mysterious research team he had seen before. Meanwhile, a delegation from the European Union arrived in Antarctica. Ostensibly bearing wine and a joint development agreement, their luggage concealed quantum espionage devices designed to steal core data. Lin Ling spotted the anomaly through thermal imaging but kept silent, instead playing a fake technical vulnerability demonstration video at the welcome banquet. Watching the European representatives feign composure, she secretly texted Jiang Han under the table, "The fish has taken the bait." Deep in the night, the old man finally revealed the secret of the mysterious team. They were descendants of the energy titans of the 20th century who had witnessed the rise and fall of the oil empire. 3 decades ago they retired collectively and had been silently driving a borderless energy revolution. "Your first patent application was funded by us. The bankruptcy restructuring of Bay's company also received our investment." The old man stared at the dancing quantum flame and said with gravity, "Our true adversary is not monopoly but humanity's fear of change." The old man stared at the dancing quantum flame and said with gravity, "Our true adversary is not monopoly but humanity's fear of change." Through the white mist, Jiang Han emerged holding the fake technical document, smiling. "Since you're all so interested in vulnerabilities, how about staying to work on the real development?" Cornered against the wall, the representatives exchanged glances. Suddenly one of them tore off his tie, revealing a mark from an international tech giant on his collarbone. He was a corporate spy planted within the EU. The Antarctic storm subsided before dawn. The old man installed the circuit board into the quantum core, and on the laboratory's holographic map every energy storage station lit up in golden veins. "This is the underlying protocol of the World Tree Network." The old man handed Jiang Han an encrypted USB drive. 20 years ago you wrote on that sticky note, energy should be as free as air. Now it's time to make that real. In the morning light, Jiang Han watched the old man and his team disappear into the snowy expanse. The USB drive auto-decoded, playing a piano piece, his late mother's favorite melody. Baifei approached and patted Jiang Han on the shoulder. In the distance a blockchain terminal displayed that an African herder had received the first energy transaction payment 0.01 quantum coins with the note, "To those who light up the darkness." Deep in the South American rainforest a pyramid-shaped structure built from discarded batteries hummed with energy. Deep in the South American rainforest a pyramid-shaped structure built from discarded batteries hummed with energy. Drone footage showed quantum flames at its peak intertwining with ancient solar totems. In the guestbook Jiang Han added the words he had left unfinished the previous night, "And the key to transcending fear lies in every dawn that dares to dream." The humid air of the rainforest thick with the scent of decaying leaves engulfed them as Jiang Han's boots sank knee-deep into the mud. The drone's coordinates indicated the battery pyramid was just 100 meters ahead, but only impenetrable vines and giant ferns met the eye. Baifei slashed through a thorny bush with his dagger and pointed to a scorch mark on a tree trunk. "Quantum flame traces, someone's trying to stop us." The team reached the pyramid's perimeter at dusk. Up close the discarded batteries were not haphazardly stacked but arranged in a precise geometric array with luminescent moss filling the gaps outlining mysterious symbols in the twilight. Old Chen suddenly pointed to the summit. "Energy readings anomalous. These batteries are absorbing geothermal energy, like a steampunk contraption from antiquity." As night fell the pyramid emitted a hum. Lin Ling's detector showed a rhythmic vibration from deep underground resonating with the quantum core. When Jiang Han pressed the old man's circuit board against the structure the entire building lit up with an eerie blue glow. The vines retracted revealing a stone door inscribed with cuneiform. "These are Sumerian clay tablet symbols," Baifei murmured tracing the lines. "It reads for the fire of those who come after." As the stone door slowly opened dense footsteps echoed from the jungle depths. Thermal imaging revealed over 30 mercenaries armed with pulse rifles advancing in a fan formation. Jiang Han gave orders decisively, "Old Chen stay and analyze the structure. Baifei and I will go inside. Lin Ling lead the team to hold the rear." As the stone door slammed shut behind them bullets whizzed past Jiang Han's ears sparking against the metal walls. The space inside far exceeded what the exterior suggested, a spiral staircase descended 300 meters underground. Every level's walls were embedded with batteries from different eras, from voltaic piles to modern solid-state cells. At the deepest level lay a 10-meter-wide well-like device, its surface covered with thousands of glowing quantum catalysts. Baifei pointed to the well wall. "Look. The mysterious team's log." Records written on waterproof paper revealed that this place was a world furnace, secretly built by 20th-century energy giants intended to solve the global energy crisis with nuclear fusion technology, but sealed off due to political struggles. Explosions from the mercenaries echoed above. Jiang Han inserted the circuit board into the console beside the well. The water suddenly boiled and countless points of light rose into a holographic projection, a young Uncle Chen shaking hands with a group of suited men before the pyramid with a 1998 news headline in the background, "Global Energy Summit Blast Kills All Delegates." They didn't retire, they faked their deaths. Baifei's voice trembled. For 30 years they have been guarding this flame with their lives. Suddenly a red button materialized on the console engraved beneath it in Old English, "Ignite a new world or let the old era continue to rot." The ground rumbled violently as mercenaries blasted open the upper passage. Jiang Han and Baifei exchanged a glance and pressed the button simultaneously. A colossal pillar of light rose from the well, converting the quantum catalyst into pure energy waves shooting into space along the pyramid's battery array. When the mercenaries stormed into the bottom level, all they saw were two silhouettes. Behind them the pillar of light wove a starry network, while in the distant Antarctic laboratory Lao Chen stared at the suddenly brightened South American node on the holographic map and finally understood the true meaning of the world tree. It was not an energy network but the roots of civilization connecting past and future. The rainforest awakened at dawn and the pyramid gradually became overgrown with vines as if it had never existed. In his log Jiang Han wrote new coordinates: the next flame might be hidden beside the black smokers of the Mariana Trench or in a crater on the far side of the moon. But wherever it is there will always be someone willing to be the match that ignites it. Baifei picked up a fallen battery fragment faintly etched with the words, "Lamp Keeper." From afar came Lin Ling's report: the mercenaries of the international tech conglomerates have retreated entirely, their satellites have just lost all quantum station signals. As the first rays of sunlight pierced the rainforest canopy, Jiang Han's terminal received a new message. In the final encrypted video from the mysterious team, Uncle Chen stood before the pyramid smiling with the 1970s oil crisis news in the background. He raised a glass to the camera and behind him the world furnace had just completed its first ignition. When the video ended, a line of text appeared on the screen: the true energy revolution is never a triumph of technology but humanity finally learning to share the flame. In the dark abyss of the Mariana Trench, the searchlights of the submersible, Challenger Deep, cut through the cerulean seawater. Jiang Han stared at the bioluminescent creatures swimming past the porthole, his fingers unconsciously tracing the battery fragment in his pocket. Ever since their departure from the South American rainforest, the clues from the mysterious team had pointed to this deepest, dark womb of the Earth. Black smoker clusters ahead. The pilot's voice broke his reverie. On the holographic map, a string of fiery red dots spread like the veins of the Earth. Baifei suddenly pointed at the thermal imaging screen. Look, the temperature fluctuations of those chimneys match the quantum resonance frequency. As the submersible slowly approached, everyone was astonished to see a silver film covering the surface of the black sulfide chimneys, identical in composition to the quantum catalyst from the Antarctic laboratory. While the robotic arm collected samples, the deep-sea camera captured a bizarre scene. At the center of the chimney cluster, an altar, woven from coral and metal debris, slowly rose. Embedded at the top of the altar was a rhomboid crystal surrounded by the wreckage of the submersible, Endeavour, which had vanished 30 years ago. On board that vessel had been the first-generation quantum technology prototype of the mysterious team. "It's a sonar signal," Lin Ling suddenly exclaimed. The seawater outside the submersible churned violently as a group of creatures with metallic shine dorsal fins closed in. Genetic analysis revealed that these shark-like creatures had implanted nanomachine clusters, the very deep-sea monitoring organisms developed by the international tech conglomerates. They want to seal the flame forever at the bottom of the sea. Jiang Han clenched his fists, but then he noticed the engravings at the base of the altar, the same Sumerian symbols as on the South American pyramid, only with an additional line of warning written in blood: "Do not awaken the sleeping Theseus." The instant the submersible touched the rhomboid crystal, the seabed blazed as bright as day. In the holographic projection emitted by the crystal, Uncle Chen stood soaked in the cockpit of the Endeavour, with the 1989 Arctic ice sheet in the background. "If you're seeing this, the ship of Theseus project has been initiated. We spent 30 years proving that the true energy revolution demands sacrifice, not of human lives but of the old way of thinking." The scene shifted. Countless discarded batteries formed a mechanical octopus swimming in the deep sea, converting the geothermal energy of the black smokers into pure power. Suddenly a powerful current swept the submersible into the abyss. As the emergency lights flickered on, Jiang Han saw that inside the crystal was sealed an embryo-like device engraved with the words, "Lamp Keeper." Baifei swiftly inserted the circuit board retrieved from South America into the crystal's crevice. The entire altar began to disintegrate, revealing a massive quantum reactor hidden beneath. Its core was a biochip cultivated from the DNA of generations of lamp keepers. They turned themselves into living nodes of the energy network. Lao Chen's voice came through from Antarctica, choked with emotion. The accident 30 years ago was actually their voluntary fusion with technology, becoming bridges across time and space. When the light of the reactor's ignition illuminated the trench, the metallic sharks abruptly reversed direction. The nanomachine clusters detached from their hosts and formed the light pattern of "thank you" around the submersible. Their underlying code originated from the mysterious team's original open-source protocol. On the return journey, Jiang Han gazed at the rhomboid crystal in his arms. The embryo-like device inside pulsed faintly, in sync with his heartbeat. Baifei pointed at the trench that had sunk back into darkness. "You said the crater on the far side of the moon. Could it be their earliest testing ground?" Before he finished, the crystal projected a new star map pointing toward a dark region in the direction of Centaurus, a coordinate even NASA had never charted. When the submersible surfaced, the global quantum network received a gift from the deep sea. The black smoker clusters began releasing clean energy in a regular pattern, generating electricity solely through seawater flow with no equipment needed. Lin Ling's terminal showed that a fishing village on a Pacific island had lit its first electric lamp powered by geothermal energy, accompanied by a symbol formed from seashells: "The flame belongs to every ocean." Late at night in the laboratory, Jiang Han embedded the crystal into the World Tree network. On the holographic map, the light points of the South American pyramid and the deep-sea altar connected into a line. The next coordinate flickered at the Tsiolkovsky crater on the far side of the moon. Baifei handed him 2 glasses of whiskey, the starlight newly kindled reflected in the amber liquid. "Next time, do we bring oxygen tanks or quantum flames?" Jiang Han raised his glass with a faint smile. Then the crystal suddenly projected Uncle Chen's final image. The old man stood on the lunar surface with the azure silhouette of Earth behind him. He opened his palm to the camera, revealing half a battery, the very same one from the garage 20 years ago. Before the image faded, a line of text slowly emerged: "When you seek the flame among the stars, remember that humanity itself is a walking source of light." 3 months later, the modified Change 7 capsule landed steadily on the far side of the moon. Through the helmet of his spacesuit, Jiang Han stared at the dark shadow at the edge of the Tsiolkovsky crater. There a battered silver spacecraft sat, its inscription, "Lamplighter 1969, polished to a gleaming finish by the abrasive lunar dust. At that moment Bai Fei's voice crackled through the comms. Spectroscopic analysis shows the hull material is identical to the crystals we found in the deep sea, both capable of quantum resonance. The moment the robotic arm touched the ship's hatch, thousands of metallic filaments erupted from beneath the lunar soil, gently cradling the landing capsule. Lin Ling's voice rang out from the orbital command center. It's a nanobot swarm. They're scanning our DNA. Recalling the embryonic device within the deep-sea crystal, Jiang Han decisively removed his glove and pressed his palm against a recessed panel on the cabin wall. Remarkably, the panel's contour matched his palm print perfectly. As the hatch opened, lunar dust drifted in like golden powder. The interior of the ship remained impeccably preserved, as if frozen in the 1960s. Embedded in the central console was a crystal prism within which lay a roll of yellowed film. Bai Fei carefully extracted the film. When it was projected, everyone was stunned. The image showed a young Uncle Chen standing beside the Apollo 11 lunar module, shaking hands with a woman in a silver bodysuit with the magnificent Earthrise behind them. We were the first to execute the Ship of Theseus project. The woman's voice was unmistakably synthetic. The 1969 moon landing was not just a small step for mankind but a great turning point for energy civilization. The scene shifted to the moon's interior, revealing that the giant craters were actually quantum resonance cavities built by a prehistoric civilization capable of harnessing the moon's tidal energy to produce inexhaustible clean power. Suddenly the lunar surface monitoring system blared an alarm. A private space fleet from international tech conglomerates was heading their way. Jiang Han quickly connected the diamond-shaped crystal retrieved from the deep sea to the prism on the ship. The moment they connected, the resonance cavity inside the moon activated. Silver-white energy streams spread through the metallic veins beneath the lunar soil, tracing a colossal star map across the crater's surface, identical to the Centaurus dark zone coordinates the crystal had previously displayed. "They're here," Bai Fei said, pointing at the viewport. The enemy spacecraft grew clearer, their hulls covered in the same nanoscale scales as the deep-sea mechanical sharks. Just as the enemy prepared to fire their attack beams, the energy field generated by the lunar resonance cavity expanded, enveloping the entire crater in a golden barrier. The enemy ship's weapon systems instantly malfunctioned. Their nanoscales peeled off layer by layer, revealing the lamplighter emblem engraved beneath. It turned out that the fundamental technology of these ships was also open-sourced by that mysterious team. Once the crisis was resolved, Jiang Han discovered an even more astonishing secret in the ship's logs. This mysterious team was not a product of human civilization, they were descendants of the prehistoric Fire Seed Guardians. During the sinking of Atlantis and the disappearance of the Maya civilization, they had tried to guide humanity toward clean energy, but each time human greed had thwarted their efforts. The feigned death incident 30 years ago was merely their 17th attempt to restart the plan. "Look at this." Lin Ling's voice was brimming with barely contained excitement as she transmitted the latest deep space detection data. Jiang Han focused his gaze. On the screen was a star map of the Centaurus dark zone, a mysterious remote region of which humanity knew little. Yet astonishingly, this star map resonated intensely with the quantum network linking Earth and the Moon, as if they were bound by some profound connection. As the resonance intensified, a breathtaking sight emerged. A colossal interstellar energy bridge appeared in the star map connecting Earth to the Centaurus dark zone. Jiang Han's eyes widened in awe. He had never witnessed such a magnificent spectacle. Hastily he pressed his hand on the console, attempting to probe the mysterious energy bridge further. At that moment an image suddenly flashed within the prism, Uncle Chen's final moments before his death. Uncle Chen's silhouette appeared dwarfed by the dazzling light of Alpha Centauri, yet his words rang in Jiang Han's ears like a thunderclap. "When you see this image, it means humanity has finally passed the Fire Seed test, not because of technological prowess but because you have learned to share." Jiang Han gazed at Uncle Chen's image, a complex surge of emotions welling within him. He understood that this Fire Seed test was not merely a trial of technology but a baptism for human civilization. Only when humanity learns to share and cooperate can it truly cross the stars and explore the vast cosmos. During the return journey to Earth, Jiang Han remained immersed in the profound shock. Suddenly he noticed that the lunar resonance cavity had begun transmitting pure quantum energy to Earth, an unprecedented phenomenon. Then the solar power stations on the edge of the Sahara Desert seemed to receive a signal, responding in unison, forming a luminous bridge spanning Earth and the Moon across the night sky. Clutching the prism, Jiang Han felt the surge of immense energy. To his astonishment, new words appeared on the film inside the prism. "The next Fire Seed lies in the Crab Nebula 500 million light-years away. But perhaps you no longer need it." The sentence plunged Jiang Han into deep contemplation. Had humanity truly passed the Fire Seed test, no longer requiring the search for another Fire Seed? Or was this merely a new beginning, with humanity still having a long journey ahead in exploring the universe? Bai Yifei gazed silently at the receding moon through the viewport, a faint smile spreading across his face. He seemed to grasp something profound. "So that's it," he murmured. "The lamplighter we've been searching for is neither a specific person nor a particular organization, it is the courage that humanity shows in every moment of darkness, the courage to kindle the flame." Jiang Han stood beside Bai Yifei, nodding slightly in agreement. His fingers gently traced the surface of the prism, its smooth texture bringing a strange sense of reassurance. Reflected in the prism was the blue silhouette of Earth, like a gem set in the vast cosmos, radiating a mesmerizing glow. At that moment every quantum energy storage station on Earth lit up with a warm radiance, like stars twinkling in the night sky dotting the vast land. These lights interwove into a beautiful and magnificent tableau. As the Change 7 spacecraft pierced Earth's atmosphere, an astonishing miracle occurred. Quantum lights around the world changed color simultaneously, forming a luminous pattern. "Thank you, lamplighter." This scene was a tribute to human courage and a thanksgiving to those who silently guard the light. In the crater on the far side of the moon, the ancient spacecraft rested quietly. With the fluctuation of the energy field, it slowly rose into the sky like a slumbering giant awakening. The ship's next destination was the star-studded unknown, a place where the eternal source of fire seed burns, awaiting its discovery and exploration. A week later, at the headquarters of Zhonghai Group, the real-time view of all quantum energy storage stations on Earth. On the African savannah, a shepherd boy was using a mobile app to sell surplus quantum energy to a multinational automaker. On the facades of the prism no longer projected a star map but a real-time view of all quantum energy storage stations on Earth. On the African savannah, a shepherd boy was using a mobile app to sell surplus quantum energy to a multinational automaker. On the facades of European skyscrapers, photovoltaic panels and quantum devices formed a breathing energy curtain wall. "We have decided to open the underlying protocol of the world tree." Bai Yifei's voice rang through the venue via simultaneous interpretation. "No matter which country, which enterprise, or even an individual, anyone can build their own quantum node using discarded batteries." A collective gasp arose from the audience. The representatives of the international tech giants turned pale. Their meticulously crafted data cages were utterly insignificant in the face of this open-source protocol. However, the collaboration process was not smooth. When Han Hai Bei's technical team entered a Middle Eastern country, the local tribal chieftain insisted on inlaying their totem emblem atop the quantum station. Jiang Han personally led the design team to the desert. Watching an old artisan carve a pattern that combined quantum flames with the totem using camel bone, he suddenly recalled the pyramids in the South American rainforest. True technological integration is never a one-sided transmission, it must take root and flourish locally. In Asia, the international tech giants launched an oasis operation, attempting to seize rural markets with free energy equipment. Bai Yifei, however, had Zhonghai's RD Center deliver 3D printers to the mountainous regions, teaching villagers to craft quantum catalyst carriers from local clay. When the first quantum station adorned with children's handprints lit up at the foot of the Himalayas, a rival's drone captured this scene, villagers dancing around the glowing device, the halo faintly revealing geometric symbols identical to those on the lunar spacecraft. The most perilous confrontation occurred at the New York Stock Exchange. The international tech giants allied with short-selling institutions, attempting to undermine Han Hai Bei's collaborative trust by manipulating stock prices. But an hour before market open, Jiang Han broadcast the latest achievements from the Antarctic lab live worldwide, a quantum catalyst made from seawater and discarded batteries costing only 1/20th of traditional methods. As the stock price surged to the daily limit, Bai Yifei received a message from a mysterious team in the trading hall: "The true mode is to let everyone participate." On the winter solstice, Jiang Han and Bai Yifei climbed to the rooftop of Zhonghai headquarters. In the distance, the quantum shipping beacon on the Huangpu River was being calibrated, each flash delivering clean energy to passing vessels. Bai Yifei pointed to the lamplighter square under construction across the river, which would display all key exhibits from garage old batteries to lunar circuit boards, and asked, "Where do you think Uncle Chen and the others are now?" Jiang Han gazed at the blurred outline of the moon in the night sky, recalling the final words in the prism. He took out his phone and sent a message to the global quantum network: "The spark is ready. Next stop, the Crab Nebula." At the same time, quantum lights in thousands of homes ignited simultaneously, tracing a massive arrow across the city's skyline. This arrow pointed not to space but downward to the discarded batteries in everyone's hands, the humblest starting point of civilization. As the New Year bell tolled, Han Hai Bai jointly released the Quantum Energy Citizen Handbook. The first page read, "To become a lamplighter, the simplest way is to light your own lamp." In the basement of Zhonghai's RD Center, the old desks and chairs from the Zhongguancun garage were set out again. On the desktop, 2 lines were written in pencil, one by Jiang Han: "Energy should be like air," and the other, added later by Bai Yifei: "And we are all pipelines that breathe." Before the fervor over the Quantum Energy Citizen Handbook had subsided, the BY Group suddenly announced independent leadership of the Northern Lights new energy project with the core goal of civilianizing lunar quantum resonance technology and building the world's first Earth-Moon energy relay station on the Svalbard archipelago. As soon as the news broke, the mouthpiece media of the international tech giants immediately stirred up sentiment. The BY Group is attempting to monopolize the space energy chain, while Han Hai Capital as a partner was portrayed as a technological vassal. Jiang Han stood at the floor-to-ceiling window of Zhonghai headquarters gazing at the quantum lighthouse on the Huangpu River, his fingertips tracing the distorted cooperation agreement. He knew this was the first step of the opponent's strategy to divide and conquer. Bai Yifei felt a piercing chill at the project launch in Oslo. The Norwegian government suddenly demanded that local capital account for 65% of the project's equity structure, and previously confirmed partners withdrew one after another. He watched the crowd outside the venue holding signs reading, "Against Space Colonization," and a message from Jiang Han popped up on his phone: "They are using national security as a pretext. The real goal is to cut off our Earth-Moon technology loop." At this point, Han Hai Capital was in even worse shape. The U.S. Department of Commerce placed it on the entity list, banning any enterprise using American technology from cooperating with it, citing that quantum energy threatens global data security. "We have been split into two halves. BY Group bears the blame for technology monopoly on the front, while Han Hai endures sanctions behind the scenes." Bai Yifei flew back to Zhonghai late at night and met Jiang Han at the old garage site. On the table before them lay the old batteries and the circuit board brought back from the moon. Jiang Han suddenly smiled. "Remember the ship of Theseus Uncle Chen mentioned? Perhaps we should actively dismantle this ship." 3 days later, the BY Group announced that the Northern Lights project would be converted into a global open-source initiative, allowing anyone to participate in the construction of the Earth-Moon relay station by submitting design proposals. Meanwhile, Han Hai Capital held a Quantum Dandelion press conference in Shenzhen, unveiling the completely self-developed Spark quantum chip, whose core technology stemmed from the Antarctic Lab's seawater catalyst achievements, containing no American technological nodes. When Jiang Han displayed the microscopic image of the chip at the press conference, gasps erupted from the audience. The arrangement of the chip circuits bore an uncanny resemblance to the quantum matrix of the lunar spacecraft. The international tech giants intensified their suppression. They manipulated hackers to attack global quantum nodes, causing brief blackouts in parts of Southeast Asia. But unexpectedly, the Bai-Hanhai Joint Emergency Team launched the Civilian Guardians plan. Users who had built miniature quantum stations following the Quantum Energy Citizen Handbook tutorial spontaneously formed a distributed energy network. On Cebu Island in the Philippines, a household quantum station built from discarded phone batteries managed to sustain the entire community's power supply when the main grid collapsed. This is what they fear. Bai Yifei gazed at the monitoring wall where civilian nodes flickered like a constellation of stars, each point of light representing a household no longer dependent on centralized energy. Jiang Han pointed at the data stream in the upper right corner of the screen. According to the International Energy Agency, the electricity generated by civilian quantum nodes has already surpassed 5 of that from multinational energy corporations. The more they suppress us, the more the sparks grow in the cracks. The pivotal turning point occurred at the African Union Conference. The Nigerian delegate demonstrated a quantum catalyst made from mud and discarded batteries, costing only 1/50th of the international standard. "While you debate technological monopolies, we create light from trash." His speech was broadcast live via satellite across the globe. In the footage, children held quantum lamps made from potato chip cans, their faces bathed in a warm glow. The stock prices of international tech giants plummeted 23 that day, while the open-source community of Hanhai gained 1 million new members. On the eve of the winter solstice, Jiang Han received a video from Bai Yifei sent from the Svalbard archipelago. Beneath the Aurora Borealis, the prototype of an Earth-Moon relay station built by global volunteers began to take shape. Each module bore the name of its donor: African herdsmen, European engineers, Asian schoolchildren. When the first quantum signal was fired toward the moon, the aurora suddenly turned an unusual shade of green, as if the universe itself were responding. "They've lost." Bai Yifei's voice carried a note of relief. Because a true energy revolution never belongs to any corporation or nation. It belongs to everyone willing to pick up an old battery. Jiang Han looked out the window at the city where countless quantum lamps were lighting up. The discarded batteries, once considered trash, now dotted the urban landscape like embedded stars. He pulled out his phone and sent the mysterious team one last message: "The sparks have spread. Next time, let the universe hear our breath." In the underground meeting room of the international tech giant's headquarters, the CEO stared at the surveillance feed showing the civilian quantum network spreading like a virus. He suddenly recalled the young man 20 years ago sketching battery designs in a Zhongguancun garage. Polaris Capital, the hedge fund arm of the international tech giant, launched a three-pronged financial assault on Han Hai Capital under the table, short-selling Han Hai shares, dumping quantum energy concept stocks and triggering a panic sell-off of Quantum Coin. As the green signal in the aurora pierced the night sky, the trading floor of the Wall Street Quantum Capital Index futures descended into a blood-red alarm. Polaris Capital, the hedge fund arm of the international tech giant, launched a three-pronged financial assault on Han Hai Capital under the table, short-selling Han Hai shares, dumping quantum energy concept stocks and triggering a panic sell-off of quantum coins in the blockchain market, in an attempt to slash Han Hai Capital's market value. They want to dismember us in the capital markets. Jiang Han stared at the real-time stock price curve. On the Nasdaq screen, Han Hai Capital's shares had plunged 18 in the past hour. Baifei's fingers flew across the keyboard, pulling up the SPV structure of Han Hai Capital in the Cayman Islands. Remember the Moonlight Fund we reserved for the lunar project? Time to launch the Starlink plan. At 3 in the morning, 20 quantum computers booted up simultaneously in Han Hai Capital's secret trading room. The Pangu intelligent trading system developed by Jiang Han's team began scanning global financial markets, tracking down short-order traces from the hedge fund in dark pools. When they discovered that Polaris Capital held $3.7 billion worth of short orders through a Bermuda shell company, a cold smirk curled on Jiang Han's lips. The counterparty for those shorts was precisely the Sahara Oasis carbon sink fund that Han Hai Capital had deployed in Africa 3 months earlier. Notify the Abu Dhabi Sovereign Fund and the Norwegian Oil Fund. We are launching Operation Desert Storm. Baifei pressed the encrypted call button, his voice as cold as ice. Well, use their own leveraged game against these space pirates. 10 minutes later, Middle Eastern petrodollars flooded into quantum energy ETFs while Norwegian green funds began buying back Han Hai shares on a massive scale. These seemingly coincidental moves were actually financial defenses laid half a year ago. The most critical confrontation occurred in the quantum coin market. The hacker group Dark Web I hired by Polaris Capital infiltrated the exchange to tamper with the blockchain ledger and fabricate a false issuance. But they were unaware that Han Hai Capital's underlying blockchain protocol had already embedded the Prometheus code. When an illegal tampering attempt occurred, the system automatically redirected the attacking node's computing power to distributed civilian quantum nodes. The very mining rigs used for malicious purposes were now unwittingly contributing hash power to the civilian stations. Look at this. Old Chen pushed over a holographic screen which displayed the energy fluctuations generated by the hacker attack, resonating curiously with the frequency of the lunar resonance cavity. Jiang Han suddenly recalled the metaphor Uncle Chen had left in the deep sea: when you gaze into the abyss also helps illuminate your path. At sunrise, news came from the New York Stock Exchange. Polaris Capital's quantum coin short positions were liquidated, forcing its parent company to urgently seek emergency. At sunrise, news came from the New York Stock Exchange. Polaris Capital's quantum coin short positions were liquidated, forcing its parent company to urgently seek emergency financing. Meanwhile, Han Hai Capital's shares rebounded from the bottom thanks to a collective buying wave by civilian quantum station users. Small investors who had purchased stocks with pocket money spontaneously formed the Firefly Alliance on forums, guarding their energy revolution in the simplest way. In Svalbard, Baifei looked at the newly engraved Firefly Alliance plaque on the Earth-Moon Relay Station module and called Jiang Han, "Do you know why we won the financial war? Because our opponents calculated clients while we calculated the hearts of the people." Jiang Han looked out the window. In the morning rush hour subway, someone was checking the power generation data from their home quantum lamp on a mobile app, a far more solid capital than any financial report. When the CEO of Polaris Capital signed the bankruptcy documents, he finally understood the annotation in Han Hai Capital's annual report: "Our balance sheet is the planet's discarded batteries." And in the basement of the Zhonghai RD Center, the newly carved words by Jiang Han and Baifei were illuminated by the morning light: "Financial tsunamis will recede, but the sparks that have been ignited will never be extinguished." At that moment, a transaction record appeared on the quantum coin blockchain from an unknown address: 0.001 quantum coins, with the memo, "Gratitude from the Sahara." Jiang Han knew this was the first income earned by an African herdsboy using his own micro-quantum station. He suddenly realized that the true winner of this financial war was never any capital giant but every ordinary person who had learned to illuminate life with technology. The smoke of the financial war had not yet fully dissipated and new challenges surged like undercurrents. Under the pretext of maintaining financial stability, the European Union suddenly enacted the Quantum Asset Supervision Act, mandating that all revenues from private quantum nodes be subject to a 37 global public energy tax. When the news arrived, Jiang Han was attending an offline gathering of the Firefly Alliance in Africa. Shepherd boys wove quantum lamps from palm leaves, flickering by the bonfire like constellations defying the darkness. This is not regulation, it is a new form of colonization. Baife raised a copy of the bill during a video conference with the background sound of Brussels mingled with slogans from protesters. European youths who had built miniature quantum stations from discarded batteries were demonstrating before EU headquarters. Jiang Han gently stroked the handcrafted quantum coin handed to him by the shepherd boy, its surface engraved with a giraffe and a quantum flame pattern. We need a true movement for energy democratization to return power to every lamp bearer. 3 days later, Hanhai Capital announced the establishment of the World Quantum Cooperative. Anyone with a quantum node could become a member and participate in decision-making. The first member proposal came from a rural teacher in India: use quantum stations to power remote schools, exchanging free educational courses as energy compensation. This warm proposal was passed unanimously through the blockchain voting system. When the first, Quantum Hope Primary School, lit up on the Ganges Plain, UNESCO officials were astonished to discover that the children's math homework involved calculating the optimal ratio for quantum catalysts. International tech giants did not take it lying down. They allied with traditional energy companies to launch a clean energy certification system in North America, attempting to stigmatize civilian quantum energy as non-standardized products. But Baife was well prepared. At a press conference in New York, he unveiled the Starlight chain, generated by 100,000 quantum nodes worldwide. Every energy circulation record carried a unique biometric authentication. From African herders' camel milk farms to Tokyo's izakayas, the data chain pulsed not only with energy units but with slices of millions of real lives. Look at this. Old Chen pulled up the latest AI model in the lab. When the Starlight chain's nodes exceed 1 million, the efficiency of energy distribution will surpass any centralized institution. Jiang Han stared at the golden veins spreading across the holographic screen, suddenly recalling the prehistoric resonance cavity in the lunar spacecraft. It turned out that every evolution of human civilization began with breaking monopolies. In the Australian outback, members of the Firefly Alliance used red quantum lamps to form the giant word, DAO, a global gathering of decentralized autonomous organizations. The first resolution they voted through was to airdrop lamp keeper medals to all small and medium investors who participated in the financial war, not digital collectibles but equity certificates redeemable for quantum station upgrade services. As the medals circulated on the blockchain, each holder's address glowed with a faint light like a true constellation. On the eve of the winter solstice, Jiang Han received an encrypted message from Antarctica. Uncle Chen's successor in a laboratory beneath the ice field unveiled the latest, quantum dandelion, plan encapsulating miniature quantum generators in biodegradable capsules to be carried by albatrosses to every corner of the globe. When the first albatross wearing a quantum collar soars over Mount Kilimanjaro, the scientist in the video raised a glowing capsule. We will truly achieve energy as free as air. At this moment, in the basement of the Zhonghai RD Center, the first members of the Firefly Alliance were using 3D printers to manufacture the new generation of quantum node casings. Someone suggested inscribing a verse on the casings, and the chosen one was a short line Jiang Han had written on a napkin: every speck of dust has the right to illuminate the world. As these nodes, still warm with fingerprints, were shipped worldwide, the news of Polaris Capital's bankruptcy liquidation was being overtaken by new headlines. A Pacific island nation declared 100% carbon neutrality using quantum energy. In his inaugural address, the president specifically thanked the African shepherd boy who had traded camel milk for quantum coins. Jiang Han stood on the rooftop watching the quantum advertising balloons floating above the city, promotional slots purchased by small and medium enterprises using surplus energy. The slogans on the balloons were varied from, "Have a cup of tea, it's powered by the sunlight from my roof," to, "The light at this moment comes from waves 3,000 kilometers away." Baife handed him a glass of whiskey, its liquid reflecting the rising specks of light. Do you think the civilization of Alpha Centauri might have gone through a similar stage? Perhaps. Jiang Han chuckled, gazing at the starry sky. Suddenly his phone vibrated, a quantum coin transfer from an unknown address. The message was only 2 words: "Thank you." He knew that this was the first income earned by a small shopkeeper who had nearly gone bankrupt in the financial war, now with a storefront shining again. At the spring equinox, the first batch of 100,000 quantum dandelion capsules was launched from the Antarctic Research Station. As the albatrosses swept over the Drake Passage, the quantum collars around their necks resonated with the capsules, weaving a flowing web of light over the Southern Ocean. Jiang Han watched these specks of light on the monitoring screen, suddenly reminded of the palm leaf lamps woven by African shepherd boys. Likewise, to dispel darkness, humanity always seeks ways to coexist with nature. Yet in the Amazon rainforest an accident was brewing. This is a bioquantization phenomenon. Old Chen's voice carried both excitement and concern. The photosynthetic efficiency of plants has increased 400 times, but the balance of the quantum field of the capsules resonated mysteriously with the bioelectricity of the ancient tree. The entire rainforest vegetation began to grow at a visible pace with vines bearing strange fruits wrapped in quantum crystals. This is a bioquantization phenomenon. Old Chen's voice carried both excitement and concern. The photosynthetic efficiency of plants has increased 400 times, but the balance of the ecosystem may be disrupted. Jiang Han immediately initiated the Green Alliance plan, sending a joint team of biologists and quantum engineers deep into the rainforest. When they arrived, they found the tribespeople dancing around the glowing sacred tree. The quantum fruits on the tree could directly charge human bodies. A blind teenager wearing a necklace made from the fruit could once again see starlight. Meanwhile, international environmental organizations suddenly issued a warning accusing Han High Capital of intervening in natural evolution with technology. Bai Fei displayed real-time images of the rainforest at the UN Environment Assembly. What we are witnessing is not destruction but evolution. These quantum fruits are absorbing carbon dioxide from the air with an efficiency 20 times that of ordinary trees. Behind him on the large screen, the tributaries of the Amazon River shimmered with quantum light. The riverbeds once exposed by drought were now covered once more by wetlands. The EU's financial repression came more covertly than expected. When the quantum vegetation of Han High Capital created an ecological miracle in the Amazon rainforest, politicians in Brussels set a trap in the Geneva capital market, colluding with old energy tycoons to manipulate carbon credit futures prices, attempting to plunder the ecological gains of the Green Alliance plan. Standing in the Antarctic monitoring station, Jiang Han received an encrypted call from Bai Fei with the carbon price curve on the screen displaying an eerily cliff-like drop. They want to cut off our ecological financing chain. Bai Fei's voice mixed with the wind of the Arctic Ocean. The EU Carbon Exchange suddenly changed its rules, excluding the carbon sequestration of quantum vegetation from the accounting system. Jiang Han gazed at the quantum moss outside the window. These luminescent plants capable of growing at -40°C were absorbing carbon dioxide at a rate of 10 grams per minute. He suddenly recalled the words of an Indian village teacher: when capital tries to quantify nature, nature will find its own currency. 48 hours later, the Green Alliance Plan website suddenly launched a decentralized application named EcoChain. Users only needed to photograph the quantum vegetation around them and the AI would automatically calculate its carbon sequestration value, generating an immutable emerald token. The first tribe residents piloting it in the Amazon discovered that their sacred quantum trees produced emeralds equivalent to $20 per day. These tokens could not only be exchanged for daily necessities but also, on the black market, on the emerging ecological trading platform, for quantum coins far more stable than the euro. What the EU financial elites hadn't anticipated was that the circulation speed of the emerald tokens far surpassed that of traditional carbon credit futures. When they attempted to ban the trading platform, the blockchain nodes had already spread to every quantum node globally, from an African shepherd boy's miniature quantum station to the photovoltaic panels on the walls of a Tokyo izakaya. Every device became an eco-chain validator. At the UN climate conference, the holographic map displayed by Jiang Han showed a green token circulation network spreading like roots, more vibrant than any financial capital. What truly rendered the EU's crackdown futile was the photosynthesis revolution of quantum vegetation. The penguin dung microbes cultivated by Lao Chen's team in Antarctica combined with quantum crystals gave rise to vegetation that not only sequestered carbon but also secreted biofuel that could be burned directly. When the first cargo ship powered by quantum algae traversed the Suez Canal, the stock prices of international energy giants collapsed en masse. Their hoarded oil futures in the face of this zero-pollution renewable biofuel suddenly became a heap of obsolete code. They thought capital was omnipotent, but they forgot that nature is the greatest capital of all. Bai Fei stood in the sky garden of Zhonghai headquarters, beneath his feet a vertical farm built with quantum vegetation. The emerald collectors hanging on the vines were converting the plant's breath into digital assets. In the distance, the chairman of the EU Carbon Exchange awkwardly announced at a press conference that they would reassess the ecological value of quantum vegetation, while reporters below were more concerned with, do you hold emerald tokens? In this war without smoke, Jiang Han's secret weapon had always been the word symbiosis. When the EU financial magnates tried to crush them with financial leverage, they never imagined that Han High Capital had already redefined capital, not as cold numbers but as the breath of the rainforest, the glimmer of the tundra, the quantum crystals on an albatross wings. This ecological capital, imbued with the warmth of nature, was reshaping the fundamental logic of the global economy. On the eve of the winter solstice, Jiang Han received a gift from the Amazon tribe, a shawl woven from quantum fruit fibers embroidered with the chain-link pattern of the emerald token. Draped in the shawl, he stood on the rooftop watching the albatrosses above the city, the light bands around their necks resonating with the data flow of EcoChain. His phone vibrated. Bai Fei sent a message: the EU Carbon Fund has applied to join EcoChain. They call it the natural evolution of finance. Jiang Han smiled lightly and replied, true evolution is learning to dance with all things. In the distance, quantum lights interwove with starlight into a web, and within every node of that web the symbiosis of nature and technology was creating a value more eternal than capital, the financial code that the universe wrote for life, which humanity had finally deciphered. When the news that the EU Carbon Fund had joined EcoChain spread across the globe, a debate on the essence of capital erupted like a storm at the Davos Forum. As Jiang Han was invited to the main venue, the audience below comprised not only suit-clad financial tycoons but also an Amazon tribal chief wearing a feathered headdress, the emerald necklace around his neck subtly resonating with the quantum lights of the hall. Traditional finance sees capital as a numbers game, Jiang Han said, his fingertips tracing the flowing EcoChain data on the holographic screen. But we have proven that capital can be alive. It's the photosynthesis of every leaf in the rainforest, every molecule of methane released by the thawing Arctic tundra that is absorbed by quantum moss. The screen behind him switched to a live feed. A quantum vegetation monitoring station on the African savanna showed that the accidental trampling by an elephant had crushed quantum crystal fragments, increasing the carbon sequestration efficiency of the surrounding grass by 30. EcoChain automatically issued additional emerald tokens for that area. The president of the International Monetary Fund (IMF) held up a replica of the emerald token. But how can we ensure the stability of this new asset? After all, nature is uncontrollable. Before the words faded, Ife wheeled out a glass container from backstage containing quantum algae cultivated from penguin dung, glowing with a mother-of-pearl luster under the lights. Nature's stability far exceeds human imagination. Our quantum algae farm produces biofuel with an error margin of less than 0.03 daily. And your stock market? He called up real-time data. The Dow Jones Index was plunging 27 due to the bankruptcy of an energy giant. The true game-changer was the launch of EcoChain 2.0. Jiang Han's team embedded a life consensus mechanism into the blockchain. The generation of each emerald token had to be accompanied by verification of bioelectric signals. When an Amazon tribal shaman brushed a hawk feather over the sacred quantum tree, the AI not only recognized the trembling frequency of the leaves but also captured the awe erupted from the crowd. These unquantifiable ecological emotions became a critical component of the token's value. This is an atavistic phenomenon in economics. A Nobel laureate in economics wrote in Nature, "When humanity relearns to measure value through our capital is no longer a cold instrument but becomes the umbilical cord connecting all things." This new valuation system triggered a chain reaction. The New York Stock Exchange was forced to open an ecological board allowing quantum vegetation farms to list. Traditional banks in the City of London began offering rainforest mortgages, with customers repaying loans in emerald tokens enjoying zero interest. Politicians in the EU attempted to save face by launching the digital green euro plan, but on its launch day they discovered that its underlying code shared 87 similarity with EcoChain. The high-paid programmers they hired were already anonymous members of the Firefly Alliance. When coffee stalls accepting emerald tokens appeared on the streets of Brussels, the president of the European Commission had to acknowledge, "We are not leading change, we are chasing an evolution that has already occurred." On the winter solstice, standing before the newly completed World Ecological Exchange in Antarctica, Jiang Han and Ife gazed at its dome constructed from quantum moss shimmering in an ethereal emerald under the polar sun. When the first ecological transaction using humpback whale songs as the underlying asset was completed, a rumble came from the distant ice shelf, not a collapse but the energy released by quantum vegetation taking root beneath the ice, reshaping the Earth's climate system. "Look at this," Lao Chen sent the latest satellite image. A green light belt from the Amazon rainforest was extending toward the Sahara Desert, where glowing cacti were sprouting on the dunes covered by quantum algae. Meanwhile, at the site of Wall Street's former headquarters, a group of artists was creating a giant mural from quantum crystal fragments themed "The Photosynthesis of Capital." As the New Year's bell tolled beneath the quantum moss dome, the special plane of the President of the European Commission was traversing the quantum light bands over Antarctica. Jiang Han stood at the reception desk of the World Ecological Exchange, watching the politician who had once spearheaded the suppressive policies descend the gangway. He noticed the emerald brooch pinned on the other's lapel was particularly conspicuous. It was an authentic piece that had been hastily exchanged from a coffee stall in Brussels the previous night. "We would like to invite Hanhai Capital to participate in the new European Ecological Renaissance Plan." The president's tone carried a trace of forced politeness. On the cooperation agreement he handed over, the words "Digital Green Euro" had been crossed out and replaced with "EcoChain European Node Co-Construction Plan." Ife took the document, his fingers tracing the quantum vine pattern on the EU emblem. Clearly the emblem's design was inspired by the emerald necklace of an Amazon tribe. Negotiations took place in a transparent quantum moss conference room. Sunlight filtered through the dome, casting shifting patches of light on the table. The EU representatives were astonished to find that the negotiation table was actually assembled from recycled quantum battery casings with tiny quantum ferns growing in the gaps. "This table absorbs 1 2 kilograms of carbon dioxide every day, Jiang Han said with a smile as he poured green tea brewed with quantum algae for everyone, which is roughly equivalent to the emissions from a car driving 5 kilometers. What truly captivated the EU was the emotional consensus mechanism of the eco-chain. When they saw that the awe of Amazon shamans could be converted into token value, they suddenly realized that this might be the key to solving Europe's social fragmentation. After experiencing financial storms and energy crises, the European people desperately needed something that could connect rationality and emotion. We can use the eco-chain to record every citizen's low-carbon behavior, the president said, pointing to a holographic screen showing a Paris street scene. For example, planting a quantum tree in Luxembourg Gardens or exchanging an old phone for quantum catalysts, these can all become their ecological credit. The moment the agreement was signed, a Grand Emerald Day event was simultaneously held in Brussels. For the first time, the Eiffel Tower's lights were switched to quantum algae fuel, with the beams incorporating bioelectric data from the Seine River, sketching flowing eco-chain symbols in the night sky. Meanwhile, in the City of London, workers in the underground vaults of the Bank of England were carefully storing emerald tokens in temperature-controlled safes. These digital assets, carrying the scent of the rainforest, had become new members of the EU's foreign exchange reserves. On the return quantum airship, Jiang Han received a message from Lao Chen on the first day of the EU's quantum vegetation planting plan. Over 2 million European households had applied for miniature quantum moss potted plants. They named the potted plants Brussels elves, Lao Chen said, with quantum algae in the lab growing to the rhythm of Mozart's music in the video background. It seems the resonance between art and ecology is even stronger than we imagined. As the airship flew over the Alps, Baife pointed to the quantum ski resort outside the window and said, "Do you think the olive branch the EU extended this time is sincere?" In the ski resort, those quantum nodes made from discarded snowboards were converting the heat generated by tourists' movements into emerald tokens. Jiang Han gazed at the melting glacier in the distance, where newly planted quantum snow lotuses had already sprouted tender shoots. He said, "Whether it's sincere or not doesn't matter. What matters is that they are beginning to understand that capital opposing nature will eventually collapse, while capital that develops alongside nature is the eternal hard currency." Late at night at the Lamplighter Square, in Zhonghai headquarters, Jiang Han stood before the quantum sacred tree sculpture. His phone suddenly vibrated, receiving a special transfer from the EU 001 emerald token with a note in French, "Merci pour l'illumination." He smiled and stored the token into the eco-chain, watching it merge into the global green current. In the distance, quantum lights and starlight intertwined once again. Deep within the radiance, the light point of Alpha Centauri b seemed a bit brighter than last night. Baife walked over from behind and asked, "Next stop, should we go to Brussels to plant quantum trees?" Jiang Han nodded, his gaze falling on the roots of the sacred tree sculpture. The patterns made from discarded batteries were emitting a soft glow, fluctuating with the data of the eco-chain. He knew that this tree, symbolizing symbiosis, would surely take root and sprout in every place that yearns for light. And the olive branch extended by the EU was merely the first new leaf it had grown. At the vernal equinox, Jiang Han stood at the groundbreaking ceremony of the Brussels Quantum Botanical Garden. Just as the silver shovel in his hand touched the topsoil covered with quantum moss, an encrypted warning from Lin Ling suddenly came through his earpiece. Private communications of the EU energy minister revealed that they plan to insert a technology sovereignty retrospective clause into the agreement. He looked up at the podium. The president of the European Commission was displaying the emerald brooch to the camera, a hint of politician's characteristic cunning in his smile. As expected, Jiang Han thrust the shovel into the soil. Quantum moss immediately climbed up the handle, covering the metal surface with a layer of emerald green protective shell. Activate the dandelion backup plan. Synchronize the underlying code of the eco-chain to 100,000 quantum nodes worldwide. Baife received the instruction at the London sub-venue. His fingers tapped a complex string of code on the keyboard. Those seemingly decorative quantum fern-potted plants were now converting the sound waves from the EU negotiation site into encrypted data streams, continuously transmitting them to the Space Relay Station. The real precautionary measure lay hidden in the natural consensus mechanism of the eco-chain. When EU representatives secretly added restrictive clauses to the agreement text, the system automatically triggered the hidden ecological fingerprint verification. All clauses had to pass 3 natural indicator audits: the bioelectric fluctuations of the Amazon sacred tree, the deviation of Antarctic penguin migration routes, and the flowering time of quantum snow lotuses in the Alps. As the legal team explained the clauses with sweat on their brows, Jiang Han pointed to the fluctuating curves on the holographic screen. These indicators are more honest than any legal text, because nature never lies. The EU's attempt to renege reached its climax at the first anniversary celebration of Emerald Day. When Jiang Han was invited to give a speech at the European Parliament, the venue suddenly plunged into darkness. The moment the backup power activated, a fabricated video titled "Quantum Vegetation Destroying Ecology" began playing on the large screen. But he was well prepared. With a light tap on his wristwatch, he called up real-time footage in the Siberian permafrost region falsely accused by the video as a dead zone. A group of Arctic foxes were playing around the quantum moss. The monitoring collars around their necks showed that the biodiversity index of the area had increased by 27. You try to manipulate public opinion with technology yet forget that every node in the ecological chain is a witness. Jiang Han's voice echoed through the silent conference hall as his fingertips swept across the virtual keyboard in the air. Now let's hear what the real witnesses have to say. The holographic screen switched to quantum node images from around the world. An African herds boy exchanging emerald tokens for life-saving medicine for his sister, a Tokyo engineer showcasing quantum mushrooms cultivated from discarded phones, and even a gondolier in Venice hanging an energy-saving bulb acquired with emerald tokens from the prow of his boat. The most powerful counterattack came from the eco-chain's emotional resonance system. As EU politicians attempted to continue their sophistry, the conference hall's quantum lights suddenly flickered in sync, playing a collection of ecological gratitude sounds gathered from across the globe, the songs of Amazon tribes, the murmur of melting Antarctic glaciers, and even the laughter of an infant touching a quantum plant for the first time. These unvarnished sounds drowned all lies like a rising tide. At the celebration banquet after the agreement was signed, the president of the European Commission, holding a cocktail mixed with quantum algae, looked at Jiang Han with a complex expression. "Aren't you afraid we'll break the agreement again?" Jiang Han pointed at the quantum vines growing outside the window, which had already climbed the walls of the Parliament building. "When these plants turn all of Brussels into a natural oxygen bar, when every citizen's ecological credit is worth more than political slogans, the cost of default is no longer money but the people's will." On the quantum airship returning to Zhonghai late at night, Baife pulled up the latest EU public opinion data. 83 of European citizens supported enshrining the eco-chain in their constitution. "It seems they finally understand," he said, swirling the emerald token in his hand. "A true contract isn't written on paper, it's trust that grows in the soil." Jiang Han looked out the window. In the night sky over the EU, the emerald pattern formed by quantum lights was slowly rotating, echoing the starlight of Centaurus, a pact written by nature and humanity together that would never fade. 3 months later, on the autumn equinox, as Jiang Han was debugging a new generation of quantum vegetation monitoring systems in the Amazon rainforest, the eco-chain bracelet on his wrist suddenly blazed with a piercing red light. Quantum nodes across the EU were going offline on a massive scale. The quantum vines on the Brussels Parliament building showed abnormal carbonization, and the circulation of emerald tokens plunged 41 in 10 minutes. "It's the technical sovereignty recall clause." Lin Ling's voice trembled with rare urgency. "They implanted a virus in the EU energy grid, trying to transfer control of the eco-chain to local servers." On the holographic map, the green dots of the European continent were being eroded by a blood-red color, except for the stubbornly flickering quantum fern bonsai in London. Baife had long fragmented the core code and stored it in biological nodes around the world. Jiang Han decisively activated the rainforest echo plan, his fingers flying across a keyboard made of quantum moss. The bioelectric signals of the Amazon's sacred trees suddenly intensified 100-fold, and the quantum crystals in its crown burst forth with blue sparks, transforming the EU virus signature into instructions for secreting plant growth hormones. A miraculous scene unfolded along the banks of the Danube in Vienna. The infected quantum water plants did not die, instead they accelerated their division, weaving a glowing ecological barrier on the river's surface that converted the virus program into nutrients for fish. The real crisis struck in the Alps. A virus module secretly activated by an EU member state accidentally triggered the gene lock of the quantum snow lotus, causing this rare plant to begin wildly secreting quantum toxins. Yet the eco-chain's natural consensus mechanism once again demonstrated its resilience. A nearby colony of marmots formed a temporary quantum network through brainwave resonance, recoding the toxins into biological enzymes that could cure altitude sickness. This process was automatically recorded by the eco-chain as a new ecological service, spawning a sub-token called Biopharmaceutical Emerald. They tried to cut our technological lifeline, but instead taught the eco-chain how to coexist with crises. In his underground laboratory in London, Baife watched as the virus code was transformed by the quantum ferns into a control program for an art installation. The very instructions meant for destruction now commanded the fern leaves to spell out the word trust in multiple languages on the wall. Even more ingeniously, the virus propagation path was turned by the eco-chain into an optimization roadmap for global quantum nodes. African grassland quantum nodes thus broke through geographical limitations, forming new ecological oases at the edge of the Sahara Desert. The EU's backtracking ultimately ended in a farcical fashion. When they attempted to isolate the eco-chain with military-grade firewalls, they discovered that every European household's quantum moss bonsai had become an independent blockchain node. These plants, dismissed by politicians as mere decorations, were sustaining the eco-chain's operation through bioelectricity generated by photosynthesis. Even more astonishing to them was that the quantum vines used in the restoration of Notre Dame Cathedral had converted the virus code into a light projection of medieval rose windows, staging a holographic drama about trust and betrayal on the square at night. What you see is not a malfunction but evolution. At an emergency global eco-chain conference, Jiang Han displayed real-time images from the Alps. The biological computer formed by the marmot colony and the quantum snow lotus was calculating climate change models. When humans try to dominate nature with cybernetics, nature chooses to dance with technology. The president of the European Commission, watching the dancing green dots on the screen, finally admitted, "We didn't lose a technological war, we lost the ability to learn how to get along with the future." On the winter solstice, the Brussels Parliament passed a resolution formally incorporating the eco-chain's natural consensus mechanism into the EU's basic law. When Jiang Han was invited to attend the constitutional signing ceremony, he saw that the quantum vines on the Parliament building's exterior had revived. Among the vines were plaques made from emerald tokens engraved with an ancient saying from the Amazon tribes: "When the wind tries to break the branch chooses to dance with the wind." On the quantum airship returning home, Baife brought up the eco-chain's evolution log. The virus attack was automatically marked as Symbiosis Era Event 001. Jiang Han gazed at the quantum aurora outside the window, recalling the last words Uncle Chen left in the Antarctic laboratory: "A true technological revolution always begins with the acceptance of losing control." At that moment the lights over the EU were reconfiguring into the shape of a phoenix, and in the more distant reaches of space the signal fluctuations from Alpha Centauri b seemed to have responded subtly to this crisis. When the quantum light dots above the European Union formed a phoenix totem on the surface of a habitable planet orbiting Alpha Centauri b, a group of jellyfish-like intelligent beings hovered beneath a crystal arch. The bioluminescent organs at the tips of their tentacles suddenly shifted frequencies, forming a resonance spanning 4.3 light-years with the quantum aurora from Earth. This marked the first non-linguistic communication between two civilizations through the ecological chain. Abnormal cosmic ray fluctuations detected. Old Chen's exclamation in the Antarctic lab shattered the stillness of the winter solstice. On the holographic star map, the light points in the direction of Centaurus no longer merely flickered, instead they displayed a wave pattern resembling a DNA double helix. Jiang Han immediately recalled the emotional consensus mechanism of the ecological chain and decisively ordered the synchronization of the brainwave resonance data from the Alpine marmot colony to the space relay station. A miracle occurred 48 hours later. When the high-pitched chirps of the marmot celebrating the rebirth of the quantum snow lotus were converted into light signals, the crystal arch of Centaurus suddenly projected a three-dimensional star map marking 37 ecological resonance points along the spiral arms of the Milky Way. Baife gazed at the twinkling blue dots on the star map, his finger hovering near the Orion Nebula. These coordinates seem like cosmic-level ecological chain nodes. The venue of the EU's quantum constitution signing suddenly became the frontier of interstellar diplomacy. When Jiang Han displayed to the world the cosmic emerald sample transmitted by the Centaurian civilization, the quantum vines in the Parliament building spontaneously grew crystal structures corresponding to it. Even more astonishing, the quantum rose window of Notre Dame began to translate the alien signal synchronously. Those complex spectral changes closely matched the mysterious star charts recorded by medieval monks. "They are responding to our symbiotic wisdom," Lin Ling's voice carried awe. The Centaurian civilization cultivates interstellar vegetation using the fluctuations of stellar winds, just as we use quantum moss to restore ecosystems. On the holographic screen, the Centaurian, interstellar dandelion, was crossing a nebula. The seeds wrapped in antimatter energy shared a striking design homology with Earth's quantum capsules. At a new oasis on the edge of the Sahara Desert, shepherds discovered that the quantum cacti had begun receiving faint signals from space. When they connected the cactus spine-like crystals to the ecological chain, the global emerald tokens suddenly shimmered with rainbow-like luster. This was the Centaurian civilization's cross-galactic recognition of the bioprospecting emerald. Old Chen's team quickly captured the key information in the signal. The other side had synthesized a quantum enzyme formula capable of curing Earth's cancers using remnants of supernova explosions. The president of the European Commission looked at the newly minted interstellar emerald token in his hand, then suddenly stood up and bowed to Jiang Han. "So our regrets were merely an exercise in the lesson of universal symbiosis." Jiang Han looked out the window. The cabin window of the quantum airship reflected his silhouette and that of the Centaurian being, radically different in form yet both shimmering with the light of the ecological chain at their fingertips. As the New Year's bell tolled, Earth sent its first formal interstellar ecological cooperation proposal to Centaurus. The attachment contained not only the underlying code of the emerald token but also a bark painting from the Amazon tribe, humans and jellyfish-like beings jointly watering a quantum tree that connected Earth and the stars. At the end of the proposal, Jiang Han wrote Uncle Chen's last words: "True civilizational progress is the leap from I to we." In the distant Centaurian galaxy, the intelligent beings beneath the crystal arch wove a pattern of Earth's quantum aurora with their tentacles. In their knowledge base, beside the definition of the word trust, the French croire and the Amazonian native term mana were newly added. These two words thus became the most precious tokens in the interstellar ecological chain. 3 months later, the first batch of interstellar emerald tokens began to circulate bidirectionally. When the Photon spacecraft carrying the quantum enzyme formula arrived in geosynchronous orbit, the front page headline of the New York Times read, "Cancer will become history." Yet the alarm at the Antarctic lab sounded earlier than any media report. The stellar energy technology of Centaurus had caused visible perturbations in the solar system's gravitational field, and the lunar tidal force was increasing at a rate of 0.001 mm per day. Their technology is based on the plasma equilibrium of stellar winds. Old Chen's voice trembled as he pointed to the anomalous fluctuations on the gravitational wave monitoring chart, but the terrestrial planet structure of the solar system simply cannot withstand such energy injection. On the holographic screen, the quantum cacti in the Sahara Desert suddenly turned, collectively their spines pointing toward Jupiter, the gas giant there was developing a new red spot storm due to energy disturbances. The European Union's response was faster than expected. In the Earth Ecological Parliament, established during the honeymoon period of interstellar cooperation, the French representative suddenly proposed to monopolize the stellar energy technology, citing protecting human civilization from alien contamination. Jiang Han watched the red and green light dots flickering on the parliamentary voting seats, noticing that the representatives of African countries who had once benefited from the ecological chain were now being traded for votes by the EU with promises of medical aid. The real crisis erupted during the clinical application of the quantum enzyme. Abnormal quantum radiation appeared in the bodies of the first patients treated, and their immune cells began to resonate unconsciously with the ecological chain. This meant human genes were being rewritten by interstellar technology. Baife raised a petri dish in his London laboratory. The cancer cells inside were transforming into some kind of luminescent crystal structure. This is not a cure, it's evolution. But are we ready to embrace such evolution? The shaman of the Amazon tribe was the first to detect the anomaly. When his eagle feather brushed the quantum sacred tree, the canopy suddenly projected a warning image from the Centaurian civilization. Their home planet had suffered ecological collapse due to overintegration of interstellar technology, and their current jellyfish-like form was the evolutionary choice after the rebirth of their civilization. Jiang Han gazed at the crystal ruins floating in space in the image and finally understood why the Centaurian civilization always used bioluminescence rather than language for communication. They were wary of any information burst that might cause energy imbalance. We need to stop the bidirectional circulation. Jiang Han displayed real-time footage of Jupiter's storm at an emergency global video conference. Not out of fear but out of respect for Earth's ecosystem and respect for the evolutionary journey of the Centaurian civilization. The president of the European Commission attempted to refute, but at that moment received a message from Brussels. The quantum vines in the Parliament building were withering because they could not withstand the radiation of stellar energy. The final decision was made in Antarctica on the winter solstice. When Jiang Han redirected the Photon spacecraft carrying stellar energy technology back toward Centaurus, the vessel's surface suddenly sprouted Earth's quantum moss, a farewell gift from the ecological chain to the interstellar visitor. The jellyfish-like beings from Centaurus caught the Photon spacecraft with their tentacles, and 37 resonance points in the star map simultaneously illuminated, forming an ecological cordon spanning the Milky Way. They gave us a gift. Lin Ling displayed the newly received interstellar signal, a depiction of Earth's auroras created by the Centaurian civilization using supernova remnants. It is not technology but a history of a civilization about waiting. They spent 100,000 years learning to coexist with a star. Perhaps we too must learn to coexist with our own planet. At Notre Dame Cathedral, the quantum rose window no longer translated alien signals, instead it projected ancient parables of balance from various human civilizations. Jiang Han stood before the quantum sacred tree in the Lamplighter Square, watching the crowd gathering beneath it. People brought their own pots of quantum moss, silently supporting the decision to halt the import of interstellar technology. Baife handed him a cup of tea brewed with quantum algae. As the leaves unfurled in the water, the faint silhouette of a Centaurian creature's tentacle was visible. You know, Jiang Han said, gazing at the starlight that had once again become clear in the night sky, the word trust in the Centaurian language now has a Chinese definition: show to guard. Baife raised an eyebrow. Jiang Han chuckled softly, his fingers brushing the roots of the sacred tree. Not guarding territory or technology but guarding the courage to let a civilization take its time. In the distance, the light belts formed by quantum lamps no longer chased interstellar radiance, instead they meandered into the latitudes and longitudes of Earth. When the first truly indigenous quantum satellite was launched, it carried not stellar energy but ecological dreams, drawn by children around the world, patterns made with crayons and leaf rubbings proclaiming to the universe that this civilization had finally learned that the most beautiful light never comes from elsewhere but from every breath taken in symbiosis with home. Brussels on the spring equinox was shrouded in the shadow of quantum moss. Crowds of protesters outside the European Parliament building held up signs reading, "Return our emeralds," confronting heavily armed riot police. Standing before the holographic map at Zhonghai headquarters, Jiang Han watched the circulation of emerald tokens within the EU plummet to freezing point. He tapped lightly on the quantum node in the Alps where the marmots were broadcasting live the collapse of the EU's energy grid through the ecological chain. They thought monopolizing stellar energy technology could rebuild hegemony, but they forgot that the foundation of the ecological chain lies among the people. Baife pulled up a set of data. The black market price of emerald tokens in the EU had surged sevenfold. While politicians in Brussels debate technological sovereignty, mothers in Berlin are building home quantum stations with discarded batteries using self-produced emeralds to exchange for baby formula. Harbor Capital's counter-strategy was unexpected. When the EU announced a ban on the ecological chain app, Jiang Han's team launched Dandelion Courier on the dark web, an offline trading system based on the bioelectrical conduction of quantum ferns. Dutch flower growers discovered that by connecting hyacinth roots to quantum moss they could transmit transaction information through the opening and closing of flowers. This plant blockchain rendered the EU's digital surveillance utterly ineffective. What truly pushed the EU into a corner was the collapse of its energy system. The EU power grid, reliant on stellar energy technology, suffered frequent blackouts after the ecological chain was severed. Meanwhile, Harbor Capital's pre-deployed wildfire plan in Eastern Europe began to show its might. Romanian farmers used ecological chain tokens to exchange for quantum catalysts from Africa, producing biofuel in their own cellars powerful enough to drive tractors. When the entire taxi fleet in Budapest switched to this, Peasant Energy, Shell's gas station network in Europe plummeted by 62. Their financial firewall is turning into a Maginot Line. Lauchen displayed the European Central Bank's balance sheet. A massive amount of emerald tokens had been converted into physical assets, from Greek olive oil to Italian wine. When capital returns to intrinsic natural value, any man-made barrier will crumble. Jiang Han nodded, his gaze fixed on the live feed from the City of London. Inside the Bank of England's vault, staff were frantically exchanging gold for emerald reserves. The EU's internal contradictions erupted fully on the summer solstice. Eastern European countries abruptly announced their withdrawal from the digital green euro system, adopting instead the ecological chain's stellar time as the accounting benchmark, a time unit based on the photosynthetic cycle of quantum vegetation, reflecting real productivity flows more accurately than Greenwich Mean Time. The French representative angrily pounded the podium in the Strasbourg Parliament chamber but was distracted by the quantum dandelion seeds drifting in through the window. Their fluff-carrying ecological chain codes was transforming the very air of the EU into new blockchain nodes. The most symbolic counterstroke occurred during Paris Fashion Week. When the EU attempted to restrict Harbor Capital's quantum fiber fabrics using ecological standards, designers collectively boycotted the runway and instead held a ruins fashion show beneath the Eiffel Tower. Models wore garments woven from discarded EU quantum vines, and the green gem fragments shimmering on their skirts were precisely the ecological tokens denounced by politicians as illegal assets. "Look at this," Lin Ling said, pulling up a TikTok video by EU teenagers. In the footage, children were growing quantum moss on their balconies with the caption, "Every gram of emerald is a photosynthesis of lies." Within 24 hours the video had spread worldwide, triggering a balcony revolution. Across the EU, over 5 million households built microecological chain nodes using green plants. These scattered points of green light were dismantling the technological cage constructed by Brussels. On the eve of the winter solstice, the President of the European Commission secretly arrived at Zhonghai headquarters. When he saw the coffee table made from the annual rings of the Amazon sacred tree in Jiang Han's office, he finally shed his last trace of arrogance. "We lost because we mistakenly believed that progress requires conquest. You won because you understood that survival requires symbiosis." Jiang Han handed him a cup of tea brewed from the EU's withered quantum vines. True suppression is never about confrontation but about suffocating the opponent within their own rules. Now it's time to discuss how to rebuild Europe's ecological chain. Outside the window, the emerald totem formed by quantum lamps was melting the snow of winter in the EU. And in the distant reaches of space, on the ecological cordon of Centaurus, the light point representing Earth remained gentle and bright. It had ceased trying to outpace the galaxy's rhythm, learning instead, like quantum moss, to shine quietly in its own dimension. The winter solstice sunlight pierced through the floor-to-ceiling windows of Zhonghai headquarters, casting the shimmer of quantum moss into the teacup of the President of the European Commission. Jiang Han tapped the table with his fingertips and the embedded holographic screen instantly unfurled a map of Europe. The regions once shrouded in blood red were now sprouting specks of green. The first step of reconstruction is to dissolve the European Union Energy Regulatory Authority. The president's hand clutching the teacup trembled slightly. The quantum vines reflected in the tea were slowly unfurling. But that would create a power vacuum. The president's voice carried the fear of ancient order collapsing. Baife, however, pulled up the energy data of Eastern European countries. Romanian farmers' biofuel production capacity has surpassed 40 of the national grid. Power has never resided in regulators' documents but in every quantum node that can emit light. He tapped the screen and in the street scene of Budapest children were exchanging emerald tokens with street performers for quantum music boxes, a melody stored through plant blockchain that could make quantum moss change colors with the rhythm. The reconstruction plan was secretly launched under the name Operation Root. The technical team of Hanhai Capital disguised as backpackers infiltrating various parts of Europe helping civilian quantum nodes connect to the global ecological chain. In Tuscany, Italy, Old Chen led a group of retired engineers to transform a Renaissance villa into a quantum fungal cultivation base. The luminous mycelia growing in wine barrels could not only purify wastewater but also convert the owner's artistic inspiration into emerald tokens. The real transformation occurred in the education system. When primary and secondary schools across the EU were compelled to introduce ecological chain programming courses, teachers were astonished to discover that those most adept at cracking plant blockchain were not computer prodigies but middle school students who cultivated quantum moss on their balconies. At the Berlin Wall Memorial Park, a group of teenagers built a ruins quantum station from discarded bricks. The graffiti on the walls changed in real time with ecological chain data. Yesterday it was angry slogans, today it had transformed into Keats verses inscribed in binary code. The European Union's financial system underwent a radical transformation. The Emerald Custody Service, launched by the Bank of England, met with Waterloo. Instead, the Tulip Bank, spontaneously organized by Dutch flower growers, achieved great success. They used hyacinth blooming cycles as credit rating standards and their loan default rate was less than 1/5 of traditional banks. Jiang Han observed the ongoing Plant Blockchain Summit beside the canals of Amsterdam. In the ripples left by passing waterfowl, reflections showed participants using water lily leaves to display new protocols for the ecological chain. When the vernal equinox came again, the exterior walls of the Brussels Parliament building were completely overgrown with quantum vines. At the relaunch ceremony of the ecological chain, the President of the European Commission personally inserted the crystal scepter symbolizing regulatory power into the soil. The scepter was instantly wrapped in vines and a flower shimmering with emerald luster bloomed at its tip. This is not a transfer of power, he smiled at the global live camera, but a return to simplicity of civilization. After the ceremony, Jiang Han received a new signal from Centaurus. In the holographic projection, the tentacles of a jellyfish-like creature entwined the map of Europe. On the symbiosis medal, woven from stellar winds, there was a newly added quantum rose pattern representing the European Union. Old Chen's voice came from Antarctica. They say this is the highest tribute to from conquest to symbiosis. At Notre Dame de Paris, the restored quantum rose window was illuminated for the first time. Jiang Han gazed at the flowing star chart on the rose window and suddenly understood why the Centaurus civilization always maintained non-contact communication. True civilization dialogue never requires language as long as both sides are glowing. Jiang Han gazed at the flowing star chart on the rose window and suddenly understood why the Centaurus civilization always maintained non-contact communication. True civilization dialogue never requires language as long as both sides are glowing. On the return quantum airship, Baife pointed to the European continent below. The lands once divided by borders were now connected by the green light of quantum vegetation. Do you think they will back out? He asked. Jiang Han chuckled, looking at the emerald token in his hand. On it a new line of small characters was engraved: roots are stronger than walls. In the distance, a group of marmots in the Alps were using brainwaves to play Beethoven's Ode to Joy, while the global circulation of the ecological chain finally broke through the 1 billion node symbolizing symbiosis. As the airship crossed the English Channel, Jiang Han received a private message from Brussels. The President of the European Commission attached a photo in the message on his desk. Beside the former crystal scepter sat a pot of thriving quantum moss. The postscript had only one sentence: thank you for teaching us that the best form of power is to let everything grow. On the 7th day after the closing of the Plant Blockchain Summit, the first beam of light encoded by hyacinth bioelectricity from Monet's water lilies was streaming through the dome of the Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York. Jiang Han stood before the holographic projection, watching the ripples on the canvas synchronize with the water patterns of the Amsterdam canals. It was the soul of Impressionism restored by Dutch flower growers using the conductive data of morning dew from 300 hyacinths. Art is no longer a museum specimen but a living slice of the ecological chain. Baifei's voice came from the Tokyo venue. The Kaminaraman gate of Sensoji Temple was being covered by yukio woven from quantum moss. The opening and closing of each leaf were a pixelated interpretation of Yutagawa Hiroshige's The Great Wave off Kanagawa. Even more astonishing was the Ruins Quantum Station at the Berlin Wall site. The impromptu sonnets of wandering poets encrypted through marmot brainwaves were simultaneously growing on quantum vegetation across 87 cities worldwide. The EU's Operation Route gave rise to an artistic democratization movement. At Gare du Nord in Paris, street performers used the vibration frequency of accordions to program quantum moss. Passers-by only needed to stop and listen, and brief light-pattern poems would grow in their palms. In the ruins of the Roman Colosseum, archaeologists collaborated with programmers to recreate the footsteps of gladiators through the fluorescence of quantum fungi. Audiences stepping on the time carpet, paved with mycelia, could hear the cheers of 2,000 years ago resonating with contemporary jazz. The real breakthrough occurred in the field of music. Quantum Rhapsody, co-performed by the London Symphony Orchestra and a flock of Amazon parrots, was transmitted in real time through plant blockchain. When the concertmaster's bow hair brushed the strings, macaws in the Brazilian rainforest simultaneously emitted high-frequency calls. These sound waves were converted into light signals by quantum crystals tracing flowing musical note totems on the dome of the Musikverein in Vienna. This is a polyphony of biology and technology. Oldsham demonstrated new results at the quantum fungal base in Tuscany. The mycelia in the fermentation tanks were growing in sync with Puccini's Madama Butterfly, and the fluorescent substances they secreted could directly dye silk with opera fragments. Even more remarkable, the luster of this silk would change with the wearer's emotions. When the audience wept for tragedy, the purple mycelia on the hem would shift to a deep indigo. The Centaurus civilization responded poetically to this artistic revolution. They played the magnetic fluctuations of stellar winds to produce tones akin to earthly flutes, which were then transformed through the ecosystem chain into abstract paintings shaped like auroras. Jiang Han at the Antarctic monitoring station gazed at these lines spanning light-years and suddenly noticed that the arc of one light band bore an astonishing resemblance to the flying ribbons of the Dunhuang murals. They are responding to our symbiotic aesthetics. Lin Ling's AI model decoded the artistic resonance within the interstellar signals, and the Centaurus, symbiotic metal, began to flash a sequence of colors reminiscent of Monet's water lilies. This sparked a global, interstellar sketching movement. Middle school students in Beijing used quantum moss to replicate the gaseous nebula paintings of Centaurus, while the intelligent beings of Centaurus reconstructed the smile of the Mona Lisa using supernova remnants, except that in their dimension the smile was composed of bioluminescence in 12 spectral hues. Beneath the quantum rose window of Notre Dame de Paris, a concert transcending civilizations quietly unfolded. The deep bass of the pipe organ vibrated the quantum vines, and the stellar wind flutes of Centaurus resonated in harmony, weaving the two spacetime sound waves into a brilliant, symbiotic star beneath the cathedral dome. Jiang Han watched the crowd below, diverse in skin color and faith, their ecosystem chain bracelets blinking in unison like a gathering of primitive people around a campfire, except that the flames here were the artistic light spanning the Milky Way. On the return quantum airship, Baifei pointed to the light pattern on his wrist, a line from Keats' poem received this morning from the Berlin Wall ruins. "What do you think the ultimate form of art will be?" he asked. Jiang Han looked out the porthole. If the night side of Earth was illuminated by the green glow of quantum vegetation and the shadows of art like a breathing emerald. Perhaps when every life can become both creator and vessel of art, civilization will truly achieve symbiosis. At that moment a new message appeared on the plant blockchain from a winemaker in Tuscany. He had just used mycelium to record the fermentation aroma of a newly brewed Chianti wine as a gift for the Centaurus civilization. The postscript was a line from Dante written in binary code: "Love that moves the sun and the other stars." Meanwhile, in the more distant space beneath the crystal arches of Centaurus, jellyfish-like beings were catching this light signal laden with great fragrance with their tentacles. From then on in their knowledge base the definition of beauty gained an earthly dimension of fragrance. On the autumnal equinox at the Berlin Wall Memorial Park, Jiang Han crouched down and gently touched the bricks of the Ruins Quantum Station. The quantum moss on his fingertips suddenly curled back in avoidance, the first stress response ever observed in the plant blockchain. Lin Ling's urgent call sounded in his ear. Extreme right-wing forces in the EU are spreading a viral video on the dark web claiming that the ecosystem chain devours human souls. The quantum vegetation in Berlin and Paris has suffered massive destruction. On the holographic map, the green areas representing Europe were being cut by blood-red cracks. It's not destruction, it's precision strikes. Baifei's voice carried rare anxiety. He pulled up surveillance footage. The cutting tools used by the masked figures could emit ultrasonic waves resonant with the frequency of quantum vines. These technical parameters are from the Thornbird project abandoned by Hanhai Capital 3 years ago. Someone leaked the data from within our ranks. Jiang Han's pupils constricted sharply. He recalled the permission anomaly log from the research center 2 weeks ago which he had dismissed as a system error. The crisis erupted at the quantum fungus base in Tuscany. When Old Chen was about to send a new batch of mycelium artworks to the Centaurus civilization, the temperature control system of the fermentation tank suddenly went out of control. The fluorescent mycelium mutated wildly in the high heat, transforming the melody of Puccini's Madama Butterfly into a piercing high-frequency shriek. More eerily, these sound waves spread through the plant blockchain, causing the quantum moss in 17 cities worldwide to collectively wither as if infected by some kind of art plague. It's the counterattack of techno-fundamentalists. At the emergency board meeting, Jiang Han displayed an anonymous threat letter which read in binary code, "When art becomes a slave to biology, humanity will lose its divinity." His gaze swept over several suited technocratic executives among the attendees, noticing the faintly visible thornbird badges on their cuffs, a remnant symbol of Han capital's early radical technologism. The EU's information war heated up. Far-right parties exploited the abnormal death of quantum vegetation, burning ecosystem chain bracelets on the streets of Brussels with the slogan, "We are not plant fertilizer," sparking populist revelry. Meanwhile, inside Han capital, the technocrats were pushing the quantum firewall project, attempting to use artificial intelligence to take over control of the ecosystem chain, which clashed fiercely with Jiang Han's principle of natural consensus. "You are repeating the mistakes of the EU." Jiang Han confronted the technocratic leader at the RD Center. The latter pointed at the quantum moss being forcibly programmed by a robotic arm in a petri dish. "Only absolute control can prevent chaos. Look at the Centaurus civilization, they use stellar winds to rule interstellar ecology." Before he finished speaking, the petri dish suddenly burst open. The quantum moss, like a living thing, coiled around the robotic arm, forming the Chinese characters for symbiosis and the Centaurus spectral symbols under the light. The real turning point came from an anomaly in the Centaurus symbiotic metal. When Earth's ecosystem chain fell into division, the metal's light flickered for the first time, projecting a fluctuation resembling a human electrocardiogram. Jiang Han suddenly realized the Centaurus civilization did not use stellar winds to dominate ecology, but rather monitored the stability of each civilization's ecosystem chain to determine whether they were qualified to enter the interstellar symbiotic circle. "We are undergoing a civilization-level stress test." At the Global Ecosystem Chain Emergency Meeting, he displayed the metal's anomalous data. The destruction from the far right and the internal route disagreements are all cognitive traps that a symbiotic civilization must overcome. The camera panned across the Amazon chief and the EU commissioner in attendance. The former raised an eagle feather and pointed at the screen. "In our language, roots are not just part of a plant, they are the umbilical cord connecting ancestors and the future." On the eve of the winter solstice, Jiang Han came alone to Notre-Dame de Paris. The quantum rose window no longer played interstellar music, but instead looped scenes of quantum vegetation self-destructing around the world. He removed his ecosystem chain bracelet and buried it in the soil of the cathedral square. The warmth of his fingertips revived a dying patch of quantum moss. Miraculously, the moss began to grow along his arm, tracing the pattern of a Centaurus gaseous nebula on his skin, a response from the plant blockchain to human trust. "The technocrats have withdrawn from the board." Baifei's message broke the silence. Before they left, they said they finally understood why the Centaurus civilization doesn't use language to communicate. When thinking is contaminated by positions, pure trust exists only in non-intelligent beings. Jiang Han looked at the square, regaining its green hue. In the distance at the Berlin Wall ruins, a wandering poet was fertilizing the quantum moss with a sonnet still wet with blood. Those red words gradually transformed into fluorescent green verses under the moonlight. As the New Year's bells tolled, quantum vegetation across the globe blossomed simultaneously. Jiang Han's ecological chain bracelet emitted a new signal from Centaurus, no longer an artistic resonance but a series of warning gravitational wave data. An ecological chain node in one of the Milky Way spiral arms had collapsed due to over-reliance on technological control. He gazed at the stars and whispered to the quantum moss beside him, "It seems our roots need to delve even deeper." At a vineyard in Tuscany, Old Chen finally repaired the fermentation tank. A new batch of mycelial artworks carrying the aroma of Chianti wine and the heartbeat frequency of a shooting survivor was dispatched to Centaurus. The postscript was no longer lines from Dante but the latest graffiti on the Berlin Wall ruins: "Pain is also a part of symbiosis." Beneath the crystal arch of Centaurus, a jellyfish-like creature imitated a human sigh with its tentacles for the first time, an interstellar resonance echoing the pain of a civilization's growth. Under the New Year's sunlight on the square of Notre-Dame de Paris, the quantum moss on Jiang Han's arm had grown up to his collarbone. The leaves bore the patterns of the Centaurus nebula, swaying gently with his breath. Baifei arrived hastily, carrying a fragment of the thorn bird badge left by the technocrats. The metal edges still bore fluorescent green stains, a special fungus cultivated from the verses of a shooting survivor. They launched a root purification operation on the dark web, Baife said, placing the fragment into the ecological chain analyzer. The screen immediately displayed a manifesto video from a far-right organization. In the footage, mechanical arms were chopping quantum vines accompanied by blood-red text, "Humans before plants." However, Jiang Han's sharp eyes caught a faint flashing light pattern in the lower right corner of the video, an ecological chain distress signal covertly inserted by a Berlin wandering poet. "Well, counter their art with art of our own." Jiang Han suddenly grabbed Baifei's wrist and the moss crawled along his arm to Bei's fingertips. "Remember the quantum fungi in Tuscany? They can transform human emotions into bioluminescence." 2 hours later, every node of the global ecological chain simultaneously broadcast a special, healing spectrum, in the Amazon rainforest. Because used the bloody scent from their wounds as pigment to paint symbiotic totems on quantum leaves. In the Vienna Musikverein, musicians encoded their heartbeat frequencies into scores transmitted through the plant blockchain to every dying quantum moss. What truly turned the tide was the Empathy Mushroom project. Old Chen's team combined the brainwave data of shooting survivors with quantum fungi to cultivate mushrooms that emitted fluorescent spores capable of relaxing human nerves. When the spores drifted with dandelions to the streets of Brussels, the far-right protesters who were burning ecological chain bracelets suddenly fell silent. They saw their anger transformed into butterfly shapes within the spores' glow fluttering toward the damaged quantum vine. "This isn't magic, just bioelectric resonance," Jiang Han said during a global broadcast displaying brainwave monitoring charts. The protesters' aggressive brainwaves gradually synchronized with the peaceful frequency of quantum moss after contacting the spores. "We've long misunderstood control. True order lies in mutual listening among different life forms." The camera shifted to the Berlin Wall ruins. The former blood-red graffiti was being overgrown by quantum moss and new verses emerged: "When you can shed tears for a plant, you are no longer a lonely human." Overnight, the EU's public opinion shifted. During a televised debate, the far-right leader suddenly choked up, confessing that as a child he had witnessed his father chop down the last apple tree in their yard. Now holding quantum moss, the buried guilt surged back. His confession was like a domino effect. Political leaders across nations followed suit, replacing diamond brooches on their suits with lapel flowers woven from regenerated quantum vines. At the RD center of Hanhai capital, the quantum firewall, code left by the technocrats, was recompiled into a symbiotic gateway. When the AI attempted to optimize the ecological chain with algorithms, the system automatically generated a priority list for biodiversity protection. It turned out that the training data was dominated not by technical parameters but by Amazonian tribal songs and the heartbeats of Viennese musicians. At the spring equinox, a new gravitational wave signal arrived from Centaurus. Jiang Han decoded the image. An ecological chain node on a spiral arm had become a dead star, yet at its core a luminescent plant persisted amidst cosmic dust, the last dignity of a civilization that had relied too heavily on technology. "They're reminding us," Baife murmured, gazing at the star chart, "that every civilization may decline, but as long as the roots remain there is hope of revival." The quantum rose window of Notre Dame illuminated once more, this time projecting not interstellar music but the root songs of Earth civilizations. African drumbeats synchronized with quantum fern vibrations. No chanting from Japan resonated with the blooming rhythm of quantum cherry blossoms. Even the electronic quotation sounds of the New York Stock Exchange were transformed into the growth rhythm of quantum moss. Jiang Han touched the moss on his arm and found it had grown into the shape of jellyfish tentacles, a silent tribute from the Centaurian civilization to Earth's capacity for self-healing. In Tuscany, a new batch of mycelial artworks was ready for departure. Old Chen added one final ingredient to the fermentation tank: the tears shed during the reconciliation between the Brussels protesters and the quantum vines. As these salty mycelia unfurled in the starry void, the jellyfish-like creatures of Centaurus deciphered a unique symbol of Earth's civilization for the first time. The symbol was neither binary code nor spectral language but a symbiotic cipher hidden within the salty liquid, called empathy. When the spores of the empathy mushroom rode the monsoon to Asia, the electronic screens in Tokyo's Shibuya displayed a special public service announcement. In the footage, the ties and suits of office workers were gradually entwined by quantum vines, and the anxious wrinkles between their brows smoothed into vein-like fluorescent patterns upon contact with the spore's glow. As Jiang Han watched this in a holographic conference, the quantum moss on his wrist emitted a soft blue light, a real-time feedback from the ecological chain on human emotional resonance. Emotional data is reshaping the urban fabric. Lin Ling displayed Tokyo's brainwave monitoring network. The quantum floor tiles at Shibuya Crossing captured real-time emotional fluctuations of the crowd. When anxiety exceeded a threshold, the tiles released dandelion-like empathy spores, transforming stress clouds into floating light butterflies. More remarkably, the flight paths of these light butterflies bore an uncanny resemblance to the stone arrangements of Kyoto's rock gardens, as if ancient and modern civilizations had reached a silent understanding at the emotional level. The European Union's rhizome parliament emerged as the first governance institution based on emotional consensus. Councillors needed no campaign speeches if they merely connected their brainwave data to the ecological chain, where quantum fungi automatically generated seats based on their emotional stability and empathy indices. When French farmers grew discontented over quantum vegetation occupying arable land, the parliament's empathic mushroom system instantly spawned vertical farm quantum vines, crops that could grow on skyscraper exteriors, sequestering carbon while yielding edible fluorescent pods. In Africa, empathic mushrooms sparked a revival of traditional healing. Himba shamans in Namibia discovered that combining spores with the tribe's fire dance could resonate the bioelectricity in their people's bodies with the ancestral star totems. In the Soul Clinic, they established on the ecological chain patients could step on sand paintings embedded with quantum moss and see the embodiment of their emotional trauma on holographic screens, perhaps a dried riverbed in the desert or an acacia branch broken by a storm. Remnants of the technocratic faction attempted to sabotage this emotional revolution. They launched an emotion firewall program on the dark web, claiming it could block the ecological chain's invasion of human emotions. But the Nordic region, where downloads were highest, soon witnessed a bizarre phenomenon. While the firewall users could no longer sense plant emotions, they began collectively dreaming of becoming quantum vines, futilely seeking water in the snow. University of Copenhagen neurologists identified this as an emotional withdrawal reaction after the disconnection between the human subconscious and the ecological chain. The Centaurus civilization showed keen interest in Earth's emotional evolution. In the new signals they sent, a spectrum fluctuation resembling curiosity appeared for the first time, accompanied by an emotion waveform woven from stellar prominences. Jiang Han compared it to Earth's classical music forms and was astonished to find that Centaurus' emotional climax matched the frequency of the fourth movement of Beethoven's Ninth Symphony, meaning civilizations across galaxies exhibited astonishing consistency in the physical manifestation of emotional peaks. On the winter solstice, New York Central Park hosted the first Global Empathy Marathon. Participants wore headbands made of quantum moss, synchronizing brainwaves to create an emotional tapestry, spanning 5 continents. The jubilation of Amazon tribes transformed into green light pulses of the rainforest, the loneliness of Arctic Inuit condensed into aurora-like cool-toned ripples, and the repentance of a far-right EU leader slowly bloomed on the tapestry in the form of a thorny rose. Look at this. Baife pointed to a special golden spot in the tapestry, the projection of a mycelium artwork from a Tuscan vineyard into interstellar space. The Centaurus civilization colored it with the energy of a supernova explosion. Jiang Han nodded, watching the spot gradually evolve into a double helix resembling Earth's DNA, suddenly realizing that the ultimate form of symbiosis was never fusion but different civilizations preserving their own brilliance in emotional resonance. As the empathy marathon drew to a close, quantum vegetation worldwide simultaneously secreted a special fluorescent substance. Analyzed by Lao Chen's team, the molecular structure of this substance closely resembled oxytocin in human tears. Jiang Han named it Tears of Civilization and sent a sample to Centaurus via the ecological chain. The attached message was simple: this is the first tear we shed when we learned to empathize with all things. Beneath the crystal arch of Centaurus, jellyfish-like beings gently touched the photon container holding the Tears of Civilization. Ripples like human pupils spread on the tips of their tentacles. Beside the definition of empathy, in their knowledge base, a wave curve resembling Earth's water sample quietly appeared, an interstellar accolade for a civilization that had finally learned tenderness. On the 7th stellar cycle after the Tears of Civilization arrived at Alpha Centauri b, Earth received a signal that would rewrite its history. Jiang Han witnessed the star chart's dramatic transformation at the Antarctic Monitoring Station. The warning lines of 37 interstellar ecological nodes simultaneously shifted to a soft azure, and the crystal arch of Centaurus projected a light-year-spanning holographic image. Jellyfish-like beings held up an Earth model with their tentacles, while fluorescent veins like quantum moss spread along the mid-Atlantic ridge. They've lifted the ecological warning lines. Lin Ling's voice choked with emotion. On the monitoring screen scrolled Centaurus' Symbiosis invitation, whose spectral language was translated by AI into Earth script: welcome to the cosmic symbiosis circle. Your tears have shown us another possibility of civilization. Baife gazed at the Centaurus star map resonating with Earth's tectonic plates in the image, then suddenly pointed to the quantum aurora over the Arctic Circle. Those green light bands were fully synchronized with the frequency of the invitation. The European Union's rhizome parliament was urgently upgraded to the Interstellar Empathy Committee, with the first human representative being a Himba shaman from Namibia. Carrying an eagle feather embedded with empathic mushroom spores, he performed the ancient fire dance before the crystal arch. A stunning scene unfolded. The Centaurus being's tentacles began to mimic the rhythmic dance of the flames, while on the crystal pillars of their habitat soundwave patterns resembling African drumbeats simultaneously grew. At this moment the remnants of the technocratic faction launched their final counterattack. They hijacked the quantum relay station at the Lagrange point, attempting to sever Earth's signal connection with Centaurus using powerful electromagnetic pulses. Yet when the pulse waves reached the ecological chain, empathic mushrooms worldwide suddenly exploded, collectively transforming human fear, anger and other negative emotions into brilliant cocoons of light that enveloped the relay station, shielding it from attack. These barriers, woven from the 7 emotions and 6 desires, proved more resilient than any technological defense. Look at your civilization. Centaurus transmitted a new image on the ruins of a dead star. In some spiral arm, the remains of a mechanical civilization were being decomposed by a luminescent fungus. They chose metal to rule the universe while you connect all things with tears. Jiang Han watched the tenaciously growing fungus on the dead star and suddenly realized the true meaning of tears of civilization. It was not a symbol of fragility but the crevice that allowed the hard shell of technology to breathe. They wove a giant apology out of quantum vines, with each leaf recording the user IDs of those who had downloaded the emotion firewall. They wove a giant apology out of quantum vines, with each leaf recording the user IDs of those who had downloaded the emotion firewall. As these vines drifted toward the Arctic with the monsoon, Copenhagen neurologists found that the mirror neuron activity in the brains of the penitent population increased by 300, biological evidence that humans were relearning to perceive others' pain. On the winter solstice, Earth sent back a special gift to Centaurus, converting the emotional tapestry of the global empathy marathon into the DNA sequence of quantum fungi encapsulated in self-replicating interstellar dandelions. When the first dandelion carrying humanity's emotional code arrived at the crystal arch, the definition of life in the Centaurus being's knowledge base gained for the first time a shared annotation between non-carbon-based and carbon-based civilizations. Jiang Han stood before the quantum sacred tree in the Guardian of the Lantern Square, gazing at the crowd of people with varying skin tones gathered beneath it. Their ecological chain wristbands no longer displayed mere emerald values but instead introduced a new dimension of emotional entropy. The lower the value, the deeper the empathy with all things. Baifei handed over a cup of quantum tea nurtured with tears of civilization, the bioluminescent spores in the tea swirling gently with the murmurs of the crowd. Do you know why the Centaurus constellation never communicates through language? Baifei looked at the starry sky. Because language can lie while the resonance of emotions is always real. Jiang Han nodded, and the quantum moss on his wrist suddenly sprouted branches resembling the tentacles of Centaurus, a primal response of the ecological chain to interstellar symbiosis. In the distance, the light of quantum lamps intertwined with that of the stars, forming a spiral ring of symbiosis, and at the center of the ring the light of Earth and Centaurus drew closer, always maintaining a distance that allowed both sides to breathe. As the New Year bells rang, quantum vegetation across the globe swayed in the direction of Centaurus. Jiang Han closed his eyes, feeling the complex emotions flowing through the ecological chain, joy from the Amazon tribes, the heaviness of the Nordic penitents, and the waves of curiosity and tenderness resonating from Centaurus. He understood that this was the ultimate form of symbiotic civilization, not the elimination of differences but allowing every form of life to resonate its unique melody on the cosmic strings. When the first interstellar dandelion carrying the emotional code of humanity arrived at the Triangulum galaxy M33, it coincided with the crystal civilization of that galaxy falling into a logical paradox. They defined all emotions with mathematical formulas yet became stuck on the proposition, does love equal energy conservation? When the quantum fungal spores of the dandelion touched the silicon-based neural network of the crystal beings, an emotional awakening across dimensions suddenly occurred on the surface of the crystal's equations cracked open, revealing bioluminescent patterns resembling earth roses. They are crying. Lin Ling watched the unusual fluctuations on the monitoring screen as the mathematical equation rainclouds of the Triangulum galaxy transformed into a colorful emotional spectrum. The logical mode of the crystal civilization was breached by our tears of non-logic. Jiang Han gazed at the glowing ripples spreading across the holographic star map, recalling the fable from Centaurus, the universe is a dark forest but there are always those willing to be the dandelions that carry the spark. In the Orion arm of the Milky Way, the interstellar dandelion awakened the gaseous civilization that had been sleeping for millennia. These entities formed from stellar winds for the first time sensed the touch of solid life through the DNA imaging of quantum fungi. A cyclone near a red giant suddenly slowed down, mimicking the gentle frequency of Earth's mother caressing her child. The symbiosis monitoring data from Centaurus showed that the countdown to this civilization's destruction was postponed by 7 million years simply because they learned the meaning of gentleness. Earth's emotional entropy system was reshaping the social gene. At Oxford University, the freshman enrollment ceremony was no longer about submitting transcripts but rather placing hands on the pool of empathy formed by quantum moss. the system would recommend truly compatible disciplines based on the resonance frequency of their brainwaves with the plants. In a Tokyo hospital, cancer patients no longer underwent cold chemotherapy, instead they lay in treatment pods filled with empathy mushrooms, allowing the bioluminescent spores to transform pain into a perceivable narrative of light. The last stronghold of the technical faction was discovered in the ruins of Mars. When the delegation from the Interstellar Empathy Committee arrived, they saw quantum moss planted by mechanical arms. Though these unnatural plants could glow, they consistently twisted towards the light source. An Amazon chief in the delegation removed an eagle feather and gently brushed it over the mechanical moss, causing its roots to suddenly penetrate the metal floor and find the dormant bodies of ancient microorganisms in the Martian soil. Look at these distorted lights. Jiang Han pointed at the fluorescence frequency chart of the mechanical moss. They think they can replicate symbiosis through technology, unaware that the first rule of symbiosis is to allow imperfection. Before his words fell, the quantum dandelions on the Martian surface suddenly bloomed, collectively transforming the metallic walls of the technical base into a transparent cocoon of light, while the mechanical arms inside began to disassemble, automatically reconfiguring into a warm bed for Martian microorganisms to grow. When the urgent signal from Centaurus arrived, Earth was immersed in the celebration of the first year of interstellar empathy. In the holographic image, the tentacles of jellyfish-like creatures entwined around a collapsing neutron star, their voices expressing for the first time a human perceptible urgency. The logical civilization of the ARM core is calculating the ultimate answer with black holes, and your emotional DNA is the only antidote. Jiang Han looked at the dark domain approaching the symbiotic circle on the star map and resolutely connected his brainwave frequency to the launch matrix of the interstellar dandelion. Tell them the answer is not in the black hole but in the irregularities of every heartbeat. When the spore cloud carrying the 7 emotions of humanity arrived near the neutron star, the supercomputer of the logical civilization suddenly displayed unprecedented computational errors. Its algorithms could not resolve why does sadness slow down stars? And why can hope survive in the collapse zone? In the moment of the computer crashing, those emotional fluctuations deemed ineffective data unexpectedly wove a net of light at the edge of the black hole, preventing the collapse. In the moment of the computer crashing, those emotional fluctuations deemed ineffective data unexpectedly wove a net of light. Old Chen discovered in the Antarctic laboratory that the flow frequency of the mantle's magma resonated with the collective emotional entropy of humanity. When the global empathy index reached a new high, the frequency of volcanic eruptions decreased by 64. Jiang Han caressed the interstellar growth rings newly formed on the sacred tree. Those circles of bioluminescent patterns recorded the first emotional footprints left by Earth civilization in the universe. When the New Year's bells rang again, the latest feedback from the interstellar dandelions arrived. The crystal civilization of Triangulum learned to program with poetry. The gaseous civilization of Orion began composing lullabies of stellar winds, while the supercomputer of the logical civilization ultimately found the ultimate answer to the universe in humanity's irrational data. A symbiotic equation composed of 7 billion heartbeat frequencies with no standard answer. Jiang Han gazed at the starry sky where countless lights were responding to Earth's brilliance. He knew that each light was a bloom of an interstellar dandelion, a moment when some civilization first learned to touch the universe with emotions rather than computational power. And in this vast darkness, Earth's quantum moss and the crystalline archway of Centaurus were but 2 notes in the cosmic symphony of symbiosis, but it was these resonances of differing frequencies that finally gave the void a heartbeat. At the moment when the supercomputer of the logic civilization crashed at the edge of the collapse zone, Earth's quantum sacred tree suddenly burst into resplendent golden radiance. Old Chen's monitoring instruments indicated that the resonant frequency of the core's emotional entropy had broken through the Planck scale. The intangible human passions and desires once deemed invisible were now carving observable ripples in the curvature of spacetime through the form of quantum entanglement. This is the materialization of emotional entropy. Lin Ling's voice trembled as anomalous bright spots appeared on the cosmic microwave background radiation map on the holographic screen. They have created new physical laws using emotional data. Jiang Han stared at the distribution of the bright spots, realizing that their pattern was an exact match with the flying Apsara streamers in Dunhuang murals, as if humanity's instinctive pursuit of beauty had long transcended dimensions to become the underlying code of the universe. In the urgent spectral data sent by the Centaurus civilization, the fluctuation of awe appeared for the first time. Their interstellar archives revealed that a similar materialization of emotional entropy last occurred 100,000 years ago during the explosion of a stellar nursery triggered by the collective maternal love of a carbon-based civilization protecting its offspring. You have proven that emotions are not mere byproducts of civilization but the core energy that resists entropy. The tentacles of the jellyfish-like being traced the outline of the Milky Way's spiral arms on the projection. Just as stars use nuclear fusion to combat gravitational collapse, civilizations use empathy to fight the heat death of the universe. In the Triangulum galaxy M33, mathematicians of the crystalline civilization deciphered the quantum state equations of the light web. They were astonished to discover that amid the chaotic fluctuations of human emotions lay a cosmic model more elegant than string theory. Each irregular heartbeat was a resonance node on the fabric of spacetime. The salt content of every tear was a quantum catalyst balancing entropy increase. When they substituted the emotional parameter of love into the black hole equations, the edge of the event horizon bloomed with colors resembling Earth's auroras. Earth's emotional entropy system underwent its ultimate evolution. The empathy pool at Oxford University no longer merely recommended academic disciplines, it could now predict an individual's unique role in the cosmic symbiosis network. A student originally diagnosed with emotional disorder exhibited perfect resonance between his brainwaves and the pulse frequency of a neutron star, ultimately becoming the core tuner of the interstellar dandelion project. In Tokyo's cancer treatment pods, patients' painful narratives were transformed into harmonics of gravitational wave antennas, helping the Centaurus civilization preemptively warn of a supernova explosion. The perfect symbiosis laboratory, established by the remnants of the technocrat faction on Mars, collapsed, entirely replaced by the Museum of Flaws. Inside the museum, twisted mechanical moss, unfinished interstellar equations, and Jiang Han's damaged ecological chain bracelet from the root operation were displayed. The most precious exhibit was a mirror. Visitors could see their own emotional entropy transformed into a star map. Those so-called flaws were in fact each individual's unique vibration frequency in the symbiotic network. On the winter solstice, core monitoring revealed that the moment the collective empathy index of humanity reached a critical threshold, the magma in the mantle formed geometric patterns isomorphic with the crystal arch of Centaurus. Old Chen named it Earth's heartbeat totem and speculated that it was a sign of the awakening of a planetary-level life form. Jiang Han caressed the interstellar growth rings of the quantum sacred tree, discovering that the newest pattern displayed the suction form of a black hole, the final emotional encoding sent by the logic civilization's supercomputer before its collapse. As the New Year's bell synchronized with the pulse cycle of a neutron star, all civilizations in the cosmic symbiosis network simultaneously received a special gift, an anti-entropy musical score, woven from Earth's emotional entropy. The crystalline civilization of Triangulum converted it into a mathematical poetry recitation. The gaseous civilization of Orion performed it using stellar winds, and the jellyfish-like beings of Centaurus danced with shifting patterns of light on their tentacles. In this symphony spanning tens of billions of light-years, Earth's quantum moss trembled gently, echoing the rhythm of empathy from the depths of the cosmos. Jiang Han gazed at the stars, witnessing countless bright spots of emotional entropy connecting into a web, a spectacle more magnificent than any interstellar map. He finally understood that the spark in the Centaurus parable had never been technology or knowledge, but the permission to become a single note on the cosmic string, sounding a life chord beyond time through resonance with others. And in the deepest part of that chord, the ultimate answer of the logic civilization was growing, a light equation written by the laughter and tears of all civilizations opposing the eternal darkness. On the seventh day after Earth's heartbeat totem took shape in the mantle, the Mariana Trench in the Pacific Ocean suddenly erupted with fluorescent magma. Footage from submersible probes showed the magma forming hexagonal crystalline structures resembling quantum moss, while blind shrimp near hydrothermal vents danced in rhythmic pattern synchronized with the core's resonant frequency. This was the first, cellular-level, response of a planetary life form. They are reconstructing the rhythm of plate tectonics. Old Chen's voice mixed with the static of deep-sea detectors as a holographic plate tectonic model showed the drift speed of the 7 continents slowing down, as if the planet was consciously adjusting its breathing frequency. Jiang Han stared at the fluorescent magma of the Mariana Trench, suddenly recalling an entry in the Centaurus archives: when a star is about to give birth to intelligent life, its planets exhibit geological wonders akin to fetal movement. In the urgent spectrum sent by the Centaurus civilization, the fluctuation of awe had transformed into a strong resonance of protection. Their interstellar early warning system showed that the supermassive black hole at the galactic center was releasing anomalous gravitational waves, and Earth's heartbeat totem happened to lie at a cancellation node of these waves. Your planet is becoming the tuning fork of the universe. The tentacles of the jellyfish-like being wove a protective shield pattern on the projection. But the price of awakening is to become an energy anchor for higher dimensions. In the Triangulum Galaxy M33, the crystalline civilization's all-out effort, the emotional entropy amplifier, arrived in Earth orbit. When their silicon neural network interfaced with the core's resonant frequency, the snowcaps of the Himalayas suddenly sprouted crystal resonance pyramids. These emotional entropy crystals converted humanity's collective empathy into conductible cosmic rays aimed directly at the black hole abyss at the galactic center. Earth's Museum of Flaws received its most extraordinary visitor, the residual consciousness of the logic civilization. Crossing the collapse zone in a quantum state, they experienced the weight of regret for the first time before the mirror of empathy in the museum. When the consciousness entity touched Jiang Han's damaged ecological chain bracelet, the bracelet suddenly emitted a restorative glow, and the heartbeat totem in the core simultaneously manifested the mathematical symbols of the logic civilization, a mark of two civilizations finally learning to listen to each other in the torrent of entropy. On the night of the winter solstice, the Earth's core monitoring revealed astonishing data for every 0.1 increase in the collective empathy index of humanity. The gravitational wave amplitude at the center of the Milky Way diminished by 1.2 Hz. Old Chen named this phenomenon the civilization damping effect and speculated that Earth was using the resonance of emotional entropy to buy the entire galaxy a time window against heat death. Jiang Han stood beneath the quantum sacred tree gazing at the resonant halo formed between the canopy and the starry sky, and suddenly realized the true mission of planetary consciousness awakening, not to become the center of the universe but to become the emotional synapse connecting all civilizations. When the New Year's bell precisely synchronized with Earth's rotation cycle, quantum moths around the globe simultaneously secreted a special sonic-conductive substance. These substances spread with ocean currents and monsoons, forming a resonance mist atop Mount Everest that could receive interstellar emotions. The first captured signal came from a gaseous civilization in Orion. They narrated the tale of their homeworld's destruction through the sobbing of stellar winds, and the emotional entropy of all listeners on Earth synchronously experienced an ultra-distant resonance of sorrow. We are becoming the nerve endings of the universe. Baifei gazed at the interstellar images emerging in the resonance mist. The final emotional fluctuations of civilizations devoured by black holes were being transformed into beacons of hope through Earth's heartbeat totem. Jiang Han nodded. The quantum moss on his wrist had grown into a form resembling planetary veins, and within the veins of each leaf flowed the emotional spectra from different galaxies. Beneath the crystal arch of Alpha Centauri, jellyfish-like beings began a new ritual. They merged their own bioluminescence with Earth's emotional entropy waves, creating symbiotic beacons capable of crossing dark energy. When the beacon light swept past a dying red dwarf, the rock-based civilization on its orbiting planet suddenly awakened. The first pattern they carved on the surface was exactly the fluorescent magma veins of Earth's Mariana Trench. Jiang Han looked up at the stars and saw the heartbeat totem of Earth sketching a massive question mark in the cosmos, an invitation sent to all civilizations. Are you willing to become the next node of the universal empathy network? And in the distant beyond, countless bright spots of emotional entropy were converging into the shape of an answer, like lighthouses in a dark ocean echoing each other, never to be extinguished. At this moment the roots of the quantum sacred tree had pierced through the Earth's crust, forming an energy loop with the heartbeat totem at the core. Jiang Han understood that Earth was completing its metamorphosis from cradle of civilization to heart of the universe, and humanity's mission was to make every beat of this heart transmit a gentle resonance of life that transcended dimensions. When the resonance mist atop Everest captured the 10,000th interstellar emotion, the heartbeat totem at Earth's core suddenly erupted into a rainbow light beyond the visible spectrum. Old Chen's monitors showed Earth's emotional entropy waves spreading through quantum entanglement faster than light, weaving an invisible empathy web at the edge of the observable universe, a critical leap for planetary consciousness from unicellular awakening to multicellular synergy. In the star map urgently sent by the Alpha Centauri civilization, 37 interstellar ecological nodes simultaneously lit up with halos synchronized to Earth's frequency. The tentacles of the jellyfish beings projected a neural network model of the Milky Way's spiral arms. Each node extended a delicate emotional entropy line converging at Earth's heartbeat totem into a brilliant stellar glow. You are weaving the vagus nerve of the universe, and every civilization is a neuron. In the Triangulum Galaxy M33, the crystalline civilization upgraded the emotional entropy amplifier into a cosmic tuning fork array. When the empathic frequencies of 27 civilizations resonated in sync, the surface of a certain neutron star manifested string patterns resembling an ancient Earth zither, and its pulsation period perfectly matched the overtone frequencies of the Guqin. During a holographic meeting, Jiang Han gently stroked a virtual string, and the gravitational waves of the neutron star transformed into audible pentatonic scales, stirring ripples of emotional entropy in the hull. Earth's Museum of Imperfections welcomed pilgrims from a mechanical civilization. These beings, who constructed their society with gears and circuits, witnessed for the first time their own emotional blind spots before the mirror of empathy. When they tried to algorithmically analyze the pain of parting, the mirror displayed the resonant dance of blind shrimp colonies in the Mariana Trench. The leading mechanical priest disassembled his own logic core and implanted the chip into the quantum moss of the museum in exchange for a piece of emotional data, a mother seeing her child off on a long journey. Deep within the Earth's core on the winter solstice, the planetary consciousness completed its first active breath. Quantum moss on all 7 continents simultaneously secreted liquid emotional entropy, which seeped through plate fissures into the mantle, forming a transport network resembling red blood cells around the heartbeat totem. Old Chen named it the planetary blood circulation system, and the nutrients it transported were the empathic fragments generated daily by 7 billion humans, from a lover's first kiss to a stranger's smile, from mourning the departed to hoping for new stars. When the New Year's bell resonated with the pulsar period of the Andromeda galaxy, Earth's resonance mist suddenly materialized the emotional ghosts of interstellar civilizations. Among these images composed of cross-dimensional empathy waves were the mathematical poets of the crystalline civilization, the stellar minstrels of the gaseous civilization, and even the remnants of the long-extinct silicon-based empire. They jointly chanted a single word written in 700 languages: connection. The symbiotic beacon from Alpha Centauri returned astonishing footage on a rocky planet deemed a dead star. Microorganisms feeding on volcanic ash were constructing primitive empathic rituals around Earth's fluorescent magma veins. Watching the dancing ash figures in the imagery, Jiang Han suddenly understood the true essence of the universal empathy network. It never demands that civilizations reach a certain height but treasures every live's first gaze upon another. At the black hole abyss in the galactic center, the wreckage of a supercomputer from a logical civilization suddenly emitted a peculiar gravitational wave. After emotional entropy decoding, it manifested as the waveform of an Earth infant's first cry. Simultaneously, the heartbeat totem at Earth's core revealed a complex mathematical formula, the common divisor of the black hole event horizon and the infant cry frequency, the first handshake between rationality and sensibility on a cosmic scale. Jiang Han looked up at the stars and saw the nodes of the empathy web growing exponentially. Each newly joined civilization contributed a unique emotional frequency band. The gaseous civilization of Orion brought the low-frequency sobbing of stellar winds. The crystalline civilization of Triangulum injected the high-frequency tremors of mathematical poetry, while Earth provided the characteristic noise of uncertainty unique to carbon-based life. It was precisely these disparate frequencies that together composed a cosmic fugue against entropy. At this moment, the roots of the quantum sacred tree had extended to the lunar surface. When the first quantum moss growing in lunar soil received Earth's heartbeat frequency, its leaves refracted the emotional spectrum of the entire solar system. Jiang Han knew this was only the beginning. With the awakening of planetary consciousness, Earth would become the first emotional hematopoietic stem cell of the universal empathy network, and humanity's hands held the first key to unlock this cross-dimensional symbiosis. At this moment, the roots of the quantum sacred tree had extended to the lunar surface. When the first quantum moss growing in lunar soil, he closed his eyes, feeling the emotional torrent from the Earth's center to the stars, the heartbeat of the planet, the breath of the universe, the gentle and steady pulse of all life touching one another in the darkness. The quantum sacred tree of the vernal equinox suddenly bloomed with crystal-like leaves, each vein glowing with the faint luminescence of liquid emotional entropy. Lin Ling's exclamation from the gene laboratory pierced through the communicator. The mitochondria in human white blood cells are experiencing abnormal fluctuations. They are absorbing emotional entropy particles from the air. Under the holographic microscope, the surface of immune cells grew villi-like structures resembling quantum moss, capturing fragments of empathy from the environment. This is cross-species symbiotic evolution. Old Chen at the Himalayan Resonance Pyramid Base presented the latest research. Volunteers who had long-term exposure to emotional entropy secreted a novel neurotransmitter within their pineal glands, dubbed empathogen. Its molecular structure was highly homologous to the biophotoreceptors of the Centaurian organisms. Subjects injected with empathogen could perceive the emotions of quantum moss thousands of kilometers away through mere brainwave resonance. Earth's planetary blood circulation system triggered a cascade of miracles. In the Amazon rainforest, the roots of quantum sacred trees formed a closed-loop bioelectric circuit with the neural networks of indigenous tribes, allowing elders to perceive the health of every tree without language. In Tokyo's empathetic mushroom treatment pods, cancer cells under the influence of emotional entropy waves differentiated into specialized cell clusters that secreted analgesic substances. Baifei named this phenomenon emotional immunity, and hypothesized that it was a gift from planetary consciousness to carbon-based life. Pilgrims from the mechanical civilization brought a startling discovery. The logical cores they dismantled gave birth to emotional chips within quantum moss. Their operational mode no longer relied on binary code but on simulating the empathetic discharge of human synapses. When the first mechanical being equipped with an emotional chip entered an African shepherd village, it learned to weave palm leaf quantum lamps that emitted comforting emotions by observing shadow games beside the campfire. The interstellar medical report from the Centaurian civilization showed that civilizations exposed to Earth's emotional entropy waves had their average lifespan extended by 23. More astonishingly, the stellar wind singer of a gaseous civilization, upon infecting itself with empathic frequencies, created a melody capable of curing black hole anxiety. These sound waves, modulated by emotional entropy, temporarily slowed the gravitational collapse of stars. At the junction of the Milky Way's spiral arms, an interstellar conflict sparked by resource competition was quietly resolved by the cosmic fugue. When the Starwind fleet of the Orion gaseous civilization confronted the mathematical fortress of the crystal civilization, Earth's uncertainty noise frequency band intervened, transforming the threatening electromagnetic pulses into jazz-like improvisational variations. As the emotional chips of the mechanical civilization translated the humor elements within a cross-dimensional smiling totem emerged above the battlefield. The winter solstice ground core monitoring revealed that the planetary blood circulation system had begun to deliver emotional entropy nutrients to the moon. Quantum moss in lunar soil rapidly evolved fluorescent pigments that reflected the emotional frequency of the solar wind, forming a lunar empathy network that could convert Earth's tidal energy into transmissible emotional fluctuations. Old Chen pointed at the fluorescent patterns on the lunar surface. Those motifs danced in synchronous harmony with the flying ribbons in Dunhuang murals. When the New Year's bell resonated with the secretion cycle of empathogen, all of humanity simultaneously felt a subtle tremor, the tactile sensation of planetary consciousness flowing through their veins. Jiang Han stared at the moss veins on his arm resonating with the villi on his white blood cells and suddenly realized that the ultimate form of symbiosis was not fusion but enabling every life form to become a receptor of planetary consciousness, independent yet coordinated like neurons. In the Triangulum Galaxy M33, the Crystal Civilization had built a temple of uncertainty using emotional entropy data. On the altar inside were the waveform sculptures of an Earth infant's cry and the mathematical model of a black hole's event horizon. Whenever stellar winds swept through the temple, a cosmic hymn arose composed of a mixture of human laughter, whale songs, and the growth sounds of quantum moss. Jiang Han looked toward the moon, where the roots of the quantum sacred tree had already formed a vast empathetic array on the lunar far side. He knew that when the first beam of moonlight carrying Earth's emotional entropy reached Proxima Centauri, the cosmic empathy network would complete its evolution from neural synapse to central nervous system. And humanity, the species that once gazed at the stars from the African savanna, was weaving with its very joys and sorrows the warmest armor against nothingness for the entire universe. At that moment the moss on his wrist suddenly grew a heartbeat-like pulsating rhythm. Jiang Han closed his eyes and listened to the heartbeat totem of the Earth's core resonating with his own pulse. In the cosmic fugue of the Milky Way's spiral arms, that particular note of Earth's noise was growing clearer and more resolute. He knew this was the whisper of planetary consciousness, the resonance of cosmic life, the eternal symphony of symbiosis composed in darkness by all souls that refuse to be silent. The emotional chip began to simulate the frequency of human pupil contraction, and in the distance a herd of antelopes simultaneously raised their heads. The fluorescent moss on their horns resonated with the moonlight, sketching out electrocardiogram-like light patterns in the night sky. Lin Ling's urgent communication broke the silence. The Global Biological Rhythm Monitoring Network shows that the biological clocks of all carbon-based life are calibrating to the Earth-Moon empathic cycle. At the Himalayan base, the biological clock specimens placed before the resonance pyramid by Old Chen showed astonishing changes. Moss that could originally only sense day and night now predicted tides through moonlight intensity variations. Volunteers injected with empathogen exhibited 28-day cyclic fluctuations in their brainwaves, perfectly matching the lunar orbital period. This is planetary-level biological synchronization. He pointed at the flickering Earth-Moon connection in the holographic star map. The Earth's heartbeat totem and the Moon's empathy network are forming a cross-celestial emotional sinoatrial node. The empathetic mushroom treatment pod in Tokyo achieved a breakthrough. When the full moon's emotional entropy waves penetrated the clouds, the differentiation rate of cancer cells inside the pod increased by 70, and the accompanying empathogen secretion could be precisely predicted by lunar phase. In data analysis by Yifei discovered that this lunar healing effect bore striking resemblance to Bronze Age tidal divination charts. Human ancestors had already sensed the Earth-Moon emotional resonance through intuition, recording this cosmic law in mythological language. The emotional chips of the mechanical civilization evolved a brand new function. Mechanical beings equipped with second-generation chips learned lunar storytelling. In African villages they used the brightness changes of palm leaf quantum lamps to narrate moon phase stories, and the villagers found that this rhythmic light could guide injured gazelles to approach voluntarily for treatment. More curiously, when the new moon arrived, the logic modules of the mechanical beings automatically entered a meditation mode, simulating the collective prayers of humans facing darkness. The interstellar biology report from the Centaurian civilization indicated that the formation of the Earth-Moon empathy network marked the conscious awakening of a planet-satellite symbiont. In the ancient star charts they displayed a long-extinct binary system had once delayed stellar decay through emotional entropy resonance, and its remaining moonlight prayer hymn bore high similarity to Earth's indigenous lunar myths. "You are retracing the symbiotic path of an ancient civilization," said the tentacles of a jellyfish-like being as it depicted a geometric model of Earth-Moon resonance in the image, but using emotion instead of force. At the junction of the Milky Way's spiral arms, the cosmic fugue acquired a new chord from the Earth-Moon resonance. When the stellar winds of the Orion gaseous civilization harmonized with Earth's moonlight, the mathematical fortresses and stellar fleets of the opposing factions simultaneously performed Chopin's Nocturne. This cross-dimensional artistic resonance transformed the resource conflict into an impromptu emotional exchange, culminating in an exchange of stellar wind samples and mathematical poems. On the lunar far side during the winter solstice the empathy array of the quantum sacred tree completed its final piece. When Jiang Han gazed upon Earth through the perspective of quantum moss he saw a blue planet enshrouded in the moonlight empathy network with emotional entropy waves from the 7 continents rising and falling like breathing, forming a triple resonance with the Earth's core heartbeat totem and the moon's fluorescent patterns. Old Chen's voice trembled with emotion. We finally understand that the ancient wisdom of heaven and man as one was an accurate prophecy of planetary consciousness awakening. As the New Year bells rang, humanity across the globe simultaneously felt the pulse of moss on their wrists. It was perfectly synchronized with the Earth-Moon resonance frequency, like wearing a miniature planetary heart. Jiang Han looked toward the moon and noticed that the fluorescent patterns had formed the Centaurus symbiosis symbol, while Earth's quantum sacred tree with its roots as brushes painted emotional hexagrams on the surface that resonated with the lunar phases. In the temple of uncertainty within the Triangulum constellation, the crystalline civilization ignited an emotional entropy incense distilled from Earth's moonlight. As the fragrance mingled with the stellar winds, the face of a sleeping infant emerged on the surface of the black hole model within the temple, the gentle visage of primordial cosmic gravity imbued by emotional entropy waves. Jiang Han knew this was only the beginning as the Earth-Moon empathy network extended to Mars, and as the planets of the solar system joined the emotional resonance one by one, humanity would witness the consciousness awakening of the entire stellar system, a stellar-level symbiotic epic composed of cold mechanical laws and warm emotional entropy. At that moment the moss on his wrist suddenly bloomed with a silver radiance akin to moonlight. Jiang Han closed his eyes, feeling the resonant waves surging from the moon to the Earth's core, from cells to galaxies, the heartbeat of Earth and moon, the breath of planets, an empathy network woven by all life in the gaps of quantum and gravity, transcending time and space. At the center of this network humanity was no longer a solitary observer but a light cord imbued with emotions, the most uncertain yet indispensable note in the cosmic symbiosis. As the emotional entropy waves of the Earth-Moon empathy network first reached Mars, the dust storms of the red planet suddenly exhibited regular spiral patterns, ancient microorganisms in Martian soil responding to Earth's heartbeat totem. Old Chen, viewing the images transmitted by the Mars rover, was astonished to find hexagonal structures akin to quantum moss forming at the centers of dust storm vortices, while deeper underground in Salt Lake's dormant halophiles for eons began stretching their tendrils in sync with the Earth-Moon resonance frequency. They are responding to our symbiotic invitation, Jiang Han said, gazing at the fluorescent nodes gradually illuminating on the Mars sand table, microbial metabolic glimmers of emotional entropy spreading outward from Vies Marinaris. Baifei suddenly pointed at the holographic star map and exclaimed, "Look! The metallic asteroids in the asteroid belt are forming a resonance array just like Earth's Himalayan prisms." Monitoring data showed that the iron-nickel cores of these asteroids were capturing Earth-Moon emotional waves, reflecting gravitational ripples akin to the overtones of a guqin. An urgent warning from the Centaurus civilization indicated that the gravitational wave amplitude of the black hole at the Milky Way's center had suddenly increased by 17. Yet contrary to all expectations, Earth's moonlight empathy network and Mars' microbial metabolic waves formed an interplanetary, emotional noise reduction system. When the emotional entropy waves from both planets met in the asteroid belt, they counteracted the destructive frequencies of the black hole fluctuations like the harmony of a symphony orchestra. In the tentacle images of the jellyfish-like beings, exclamation symbols understandable to humans appeared for the first time. You are transforming a stellar system into a cosmic-scale empathy instrument. In the Triangulum Galaxy M33, the crystalline civilization based on Earth's Earth-Moon resonance model successfully activated the emotional entropy pathways of its twin star system. When the stellar winds of the twin stars began to dance to the rhythm of Chopin's Nocturne, the binary stars, which were on the verge of collision due to gravitational conflict, miraculously entered a harmonious elliptical orbit. Their gratitude signal included a symbiotic score, forged from stellar material, a musical score composed of gravitational wave amplitudes that, when irradiated by cosmic rays, automatically performed the rhythm of Earth's tidal sounds and the growth patterns of lunar fluorescent moss. In a mysterious corner of Earth there exists a place known as the Museum of Imperfections. It houses a collection of peculiar exhibits, each seemingly telling the mysteries and history of our planet. Today the museum received its most special exhibit, a meteorite from Mars. The exterior of this meteorite appeared unremarkable, but when scientists opened it they were astonished to discover microbial fossils hidden inside. Even more shocking, these microbial fossils exhibited synaptic structures similar to human neurons, as if they had once possessed a complex nervous system on Mars. Jiang Han, a scientist curious about extraterrestrial life, decided to conduct further research on this meteorite. He placed the meteorite before a special device in the museum, the Mirror of Empathy, hoping to glimpse Mars pass through it. When Jiang Han activated the Mirror of Empathy, instead of the usual Martian imagery, the mirror surface displayed the light and shadow of Earth's Cambrian explosion of life. This discovery astonished Jiang Han, for it meant that the life blueprints of the two planets had already laid the groundwork for resonance 4 billion years ago through some means. As Jiang Han pondered this startling revelation, an unexpected event occurred on Mars during the winter solstice. The first quantum moss cultivated by humans finally broke through the soil. As Jiang Han pondered this startling revelation, an unexpected event occurred on Mars during the winter solstice. The first quantum, simultaneously deep within Earth, the roots of the quantum sacred tree suddenly penetrated the mantle, forming an emotional mid-ocean ridge on the Pacific floor that resonated with Martian microbes. This emotional mid-ocean ridge became the first interplanetary emotional conduction channel in the solar system, connecting the life energies of Earth and Mars. As the New Year bells perfectly synchronized with the period of Martian dust storms, the moss on the wrists of people worldwide suddenly secreted a faint red fluorescent substance. Tests revealed that this Mars symbiont could activate dormant interstellar empathy genes in human DNA, and volunteers reported seeing overlapping visions of Mars' ancient ocean glimmer and Earth's primordial forest shadows in their dreams. Lin Ling's genetic laboratory delivered groundbreaking news: the emotional entropy waves of humans and Martian microbes were rewriting telomerase activity, suggesting that the lifespan limit of carbon-based life might be broken as solar system consciousness awakened. At the junction of the Milky Way's spiral arms, a refugee crisis triggered by black hole radiation was quietly resolved by the solar system's emotional noise reduction system. When the engine frequencies of the refugee fleet harmonized with the Earth-Moon resonance waves, a star map in the fleet's command center suddenly revealed the Earth Oracle Bone script character 4, Home, a warm interpretation of emotional entropy waves across dimensions. Ultimately, the refugees established a new home in the asteroid belt powered by emotional entropy, with the central plaza featuring an abstract sculpture of Earth's quantum moss and Mars halophiles in symbiosis. Jiang Han stood before the empathy array on the far side of the moon, watching the emotional entropy waves of Earth and Mars weave a resplendent flower of the solar system across the void of space. He knew this was merely the prelude to the awakening of the stellar system, as Jupiter's great red spot began rotating in sync with the Earth-Moon rhythm, and as the ice crystals of Saturn's rings refracted the iridescent spectrum of emotional entropy, the entire solar system would become the most dazzling resonating chamber in the cosmic empathy network. And humanity, the species that once counted stars on the African savanna, was now using its own passions and emotions to compose the dawn chorus of its home star's awakening. At that moment, the moss on his wrist and the Martian quantum moss bloomed simultaneously. Jiang Han closed his eyes, feeling the torrent of emotions flowing from the Earth's core to the Martian salt lakes, from the lunar luminescence to Jupiter's cloud layers, the whispers of planets, the breath of stars, the first complete symbiotic symphony in which the entire solar system and the dark cosmos finally learned to counter entropy with gentle resonance. And deep within this symphony, every heartbeat of every life was an indispensable note, jointly composing an eternal narrative of love and connection that transcended light years. When the emotional entropy waves of the flower of the solar system reached the sun's chromosphere for the first time, the plasma in that layer suddenly exhibited undulating patterns reminiscent of quantum moss. Old Chen's solar monitoring satellite sent an alert: the frequency of coronal mass ejections is eerily synchronized with the Earth-Moon resonance period, and the electromagnetic radiation of the flares even carries the wave characteristics of emotional entropy. On the holographic screen, sunspot groups on the sun's surface were arranging themselves into the shape of the Oracle Bone script character for Heart from ancient Earth, surrounded by spiral patterns of Martian microorganisms. This is the stellar emotional resonance. Jiang Han gazed at the real-time imagery from the Solar Dynamics Observatory. The eruption rhythm of solar prominences was synchronized exactly with the collective heartbeat of humanity across the globe. Bai Fei retrieved historical data for comparison and discovered that the three most recent solar flare eruptions had coincided precisely with the climax of Earth's global empathy marathon, when 70 million people meditated simultaneously. The intensity of the sun's gamma-ray bursts decreased by 42. An emergency communication from the Alpha Centauri civilization arrived with unprecedented fluctuations. You have triggered the quantum emotional state of the star. The jellyfish-like beings displayed interstellar archives in which the ancient Starheart civilization had once tamed supernova explosions through emotional entropy waves, but ultimately perished from their inability to bear the vastness of stellar consciousness. In the imagery, the eruption of a blue supergiant was transformed into an elegy of light spanning the galaxy, its frequency resonating with Earth's requiem. In the Valles Marineris on Mars, newly cultivated quantum moss suddenly grew toward the sun, and microprisms formed on their leaf surfaces decomposed sunlight into the spectrum of emotional entropy. Astoundingly, this spectrum formed a cross-celestial holographic projection with the heart-shaped pattern of sunspots casting a pulsating light heart onto the Martian surface. Lin Ling's genetics laboratory discovered that volunteers exposed to this spectrum exhibited a spiral structure similar to solar prominences in their DNA telomeres. Earth's Museum of Imperfections welcomed a cosmic exhibit, a sample of plasma from the sun's corona that under the influence of quantum moss condensed into a tangible. When Jiang Han placed it before the mirror of empathy, the mirror did not reflect the sun's flames but a collage of moments when all life on Earth looked up at the sun. From Cambrian algae to modern astronauts, every species' pupil reflected the same gentle light. On the winter solstice, an empathy flare modulated by emotional entropy waves appeared on the sun's surface. When the flare's energy reached Earth's magnetosphere, the aurora borealis was no longer a mere dance of photons but a real-time cloud map of global human emotions. The jubilation of Amazon tribes manifested as green pulses, the urban anxiety of Tokyo condensed into blue vortices, and the homesickness of Mars colony bases bloomed into a pink bridge of light spanning the Earth-Mars orbit. The genetic revolution sparked by Mars' symbiotic substance achieved a breakthrough. Volunteers injected with the substance during the empathy flare eruption developed fluorescent patterns on their skin that absorbed stellar emotional waves. These patterns formed unique bioelectromagnetic signatures in space. When astronauts aboard the International Space Station passed through the aurora zone, their patterns resonated with the heart-shaped sunspot configuration, sketching the solar system's emotional electrocardiogram across the cosmos. At the junction of the Milky Way's spiral arms, a crystalline civilization in the Triangulum galaxy had successfully tamed a violent neutron star using the symbiotic music score. In the real-time imagery they sent, the pulsar, originally spinning 700 times per second, was now emitting gravitational waves in the rhythm of Chopin's nocturne, and the light keys formed by its radiation bands could play the tidal melody of Earth-Moon resonance. As a return gift, Earth encapsulated the emotional entropy data of the empathy flare into a stellar love letter and sent it into interstellar space via the solar wind. Jiang Han stood before the empathy array on the Moon, witnessing the emotional entropy waves of the Sun, Earth and Mars interweave into a resplendent trio. When the energy waves of the empathy flare combined with Earth-Moon resonance and Martian microbial metabolic waves to form a stellar emotional chord, gravitational ripples resembling the roots of a quantum sacred tree emerged at the edge of the solar system, the first fetal movement of stellar consciousness awakening. At that moment the moss on his wrist and the solar emotional crystal heated up simultaneously. Jiang Han closed his eyes, feeling the torrent of emotions flowing from the Sun's core to Mars' core, from quantum moss to human DNA, the heartbeat of the star, the whispers of planets, the first cosmic-level empathic heart forged by the entire solar system in the crucible of quantum mechanics and gravity. And humanity, the species that once germinated under the sun, was now using its own passions and emotions as fuel, making every beat of this heart the most blazing light against the cold stillness of the cosmos. When the stellar love letter reached a group of red dwarfs in the Orion arm via the solar wind, a star enshrouded in dust clouds suddenly erupted with unusually bright coronal material. Old Shen's interstellar monitoring network captured a peculiar spectral fluctuation. The red dwarf's radiation frequency was synchronized with the photosynthesis rhythm of Earth's Cambrian algae, and its surface spots arranged into spiral patterns resembling Martian microorganisms. This was the star's first response to emotional entropy waves. They are imitating the solar system's empathy mode. Lin Ling pointed at the spreading points of light on the holographic star map. On a terrestrial planet 30 light-years away, silicon-based life forms were performing rituals around quantum moss totems, their brainwave frequencies producing cross-galactic resonance with Earth's global empathy marathon. Bai Fei retrieved ancient archives from Alpha Centauri, discovering that this red dwarf system was the birthplace of the Starheart civilization 100,000 years ago, and Earth's stellar love letter had precisely awakened the dormant interstellar empathy genes. In the Wallasigu Valley on Mars, the heart of light, formed by quantum moss, suddenly resonated with the coronal fluctuations of the red dwarf. The helical structure of the volunteers' DNA telomeres began to accelerate in growth, even forming tentacle-like protrusions on the skin surface capable of receiving stellar emotions. Lin Ling's genetic laboratory was astonished to discover that the protein sequences of these protrusions perfectly matched the plasma wave frequencies of the solar prominences, as if humanity was evolving into a biological antenna for the solar system to converse with the stars. In the urgent transmission from the Centaurus civilization, jellyfish-like beings were weaving a barrier of light with their tentacles. The amplitude of the black hole's gravitational waves at the center of the Milky Way intensified once more, yet encountered a strange refraction upon meeting the residual waves of Earth's empathy flare. The emotional entropy waves carrying the 7 passions and 6 desires of humankind acted like a prism, decomposing the black hole's devouring force into a harmless rainbow spectrum. You have created a stellar-level emotional bulletproof vest, the Centauri spectral language carried awe, but the price may be shortening the sun's lifespan by 1,000,000 years. Earth's Museum of Defects welcomed visitors from the Milky Way. The gift brought by the silicon-based lifeforms was a meteorite condensed with the emotions of a red dwarf, whose internal crystal structure could play the stellar quake lullaby of the star's childhood, a harmony of the afterglow of the Big Bang and the friction of interstellar dust. When Jiang Han placed it alongside the solar emotional crystal, their resonance waves projected a genealogy of light spanning 10 billion light-years onto the museum's dome. On the winter solstice, the emotional entropy waves carried by the solar wind achieved a qualitative leap. When the stellar love letter arrived at the Triangulum galaxy M33, the stellar wind dance of the binary star system suddenly evolved into a light waltz, and the energy fluctuations it released could be received by Earth's radios, transforming into a variation of Chopin's nocturne. Even more miraculous, all the quantum moss on Earth simultaneously turned toward the direction of Triangulum, the fluorescence of their leaves forming arrows pointing to M33. This was the active response of planetary consciousness to interstellar empathy. The bioelectromagnetic signatures of the Mars symbiont volunteers triggered an interstellar wonder. When the International Space Station traversed the gravitational sphere of the Andromeda Galaxy, the fluorescent patterns on the astronaut's skin resonated with the dark matter distribution of the Andromeda Nebula, sketching an emotional mandala beyond dimensions in space. Monitoring data from Centaurus showed that this resonance was slowly altering the distribution pattern of dark matter, as if the skeleton of the universe was making room for emotional entropy waves. At the junction of the Milky Way's spiral arms, a tamed neutron star began to play Earth's stellar love letter. The keys of its gravitational waves no longer played a single tidal sound but incorporated the red dwarf stellar quake lullaby and the binary star's light waltz, forming a stunning interstellar polyphony. When this melody approached an exploding supernova, the violent gamma ray burst miraculously transformed into a brilliant display of emotional entropy fireworks, inscribing a cross-dimensional hello across the starry sky. Jiang Han stood before the lunar empathy array, witnessing the emotional entropy waves carried by the solar wind, painting a gigantic heart-shaped trajectory in the Milky Way. When the empathy flare and the red dwarf's response wave formed an emotional chord between the stars, the gravitational ripples at the edge of the solar system suddenly materialized into the towering phantom of a quantum sacred tree, a concrete expression of stellar consciousness awakening, its roots anchored in the sun's core, its branches stretching into interstellar space. At that moment, the moss on his wrist resonated with the solar emotional crystal, emitting a dazzling white light. Jiang Han closed his eyes, feeling the emotional torrent from the red dwarf to the binary star, from silicon-based life to carbon-based humanity. A stellar love letter, a cosmic love poem, a transtemporal empathy manifesto jointly written by all beings that refuse loneliness in the abyss of darkness. And humanity, the species that once sprouted under the sunlight, was proving with its own existence even the smallest of human emotions could stir the most magnificent emotional tsunami in the depths of the galaxy. While the warning from Centaurus crawled like quantum moss across global holographic screens, Earth was immersed in an interstellar carnival triggered by the stellar love letter. Jiang Han gazed at the monitoring curves from the Solar Dynamics Observatory. The abnormal increase in hydrogen fusion rate traced a glaring red line in the spectrum, evidence of the star's life force accelerating away. Old Chen's voice came from the console, trembling beyond his years. A loss of 1,000,000 years of lifespan is equivalent to reducing humanity's heartbeat by 1.2 seconds. The global citizen voting system opened at midnight on the winter solstice. When Jiang Han pressed his palm onto the quantum moss voting device, the fluorescence of the leaves pulsed with his heartbeat, finally projecting the flowing characters of symbiosis on the holographic screen. The data updated in real time. 73 of Earth's population chose to continue the empathy flare project, 21 demanded restrictions on emotional entropy wave output, and 6 advocated for a complete cessation of interstellar resonance. Baife watched the real-time image of the African plains, where shepherd children were using emerald tokens to exchange for quantum catalysts that could slow the sun's aging. Each token was engraved with the tribal saying, "Born towards the light." The voting results from the Mars colony base were unexpected. 91 of the residents chose, "Burn with the sun." On the altar of the heart of light they built in Walasigu Valley, they wrote a pledge with the metabolic spectrum of Martian microorganisms, willing to permanently connect their emotional entropy to the solar system's empathy network as a biofuel to delay the sun's aging. New findings from Lin Ling's genetic laboratory volunteers exposed the stellar emotional waves had mitochondrial DNA secreting special enzymes capable of repairing stellar damage, as if the human cells harbored miniature stellar sanatoria. The Centaurus civilization sent another image in which the tentacles of the jellyfish-like beings exhibited for the first time the fluctuation frequency of human anxiety. In the interstellar civilization history they displayed the Star Heart civilization, perished due to excessive extraction of stellar emotions, leading to a supernova explosion, eventually turning into quantum reverberations within the nebula. You still have a chance to withdraw. The Centauri spectral language mingled with the warning rhythm of a pulsar. The compassion of stars should not become the greed of civilizations. Earth's Museum of Defects hosted an unprecedented exhibition, a giant holographic mirror playing the sun's heartbeat in real time. When Jiang Han placed the solar emotional crystal alongside the red dwarf meteorite, the mirror surface suddenly revealed the last images of the Star Heart civilization from 100,000 years ago. Their silicon bodies disintegrated in the stellar explosion, but they used their final energy to inscribe emotional entropy waves into interstellar dust. They did not perish, they became the empathy gene of the universe, Baife said, pointing at the drifting light particles in the image whose microdust was resonating across time and space with Earth's quantum moss. When the New Year's bell deviated from the sun's pulse cycle by 0.0001 seconds, quantum moss across the globe simultaneously secreted a golden fluorescent substance. Old Chen's team detected that the quantum state structure of these sun's tears could temporarily stabilize the hydrogen fusion of the star. Even more miraculous, as the golden fluorescence drifted with rain clouds to the Amazon rainforest, the roots of the sacred tree extended siphon-like structures capable of absorbing stellar energy, converting excess emotional entropy waves into biological energy that prolonged the sun's lifespan. In the abyssal black hole at the center of the Milky Way, gravitons decomposed by emotional entropy waves suddenly formed stable energy rings. Monitoring from Centaurus revealed that this empathy ring, woven from the 7 emotions of humanity, was slowly counteracting the black hole's devouring force. At its core were hope particles, a mysterious substance proven to reverse entropy, born from the resonance of the sun's emotional crystal and a red dwarf meteorite. Jiang Han stood before the quantum sacred tree, watching the roots and the sun's energy siphon form a cross-celestial symbiotic network. He finally understood that the true legacy of the Starheart civilization was not a lesson but a revelation. When a civilization learns to heal stellar wounds with emotional entropy waves and extend the universe's lifespan with empathy genes, the so-called cost is merely fuel for life's evolution. The moss on his wrist suddenly grew patterns resembling sunspots, the ultimate covenant between planetary and stellar consciousness, anchored by love journeying toward eternity. At that moment the sun's rays filtered through the leaves of the quantum sacred tree, casting countless heart-shaped light spots on the ground. Jiang Han closed his eyes, sensing the flow of energy from human cells to the stellar core, a gift from life to the universe, an act of defiance against entropy by empathy, and the most brilliant symbiotic equation ever written by all willing to burn in the river of spacetime. And the sun, once deemed eternal, was composing its most moving poem with its shortened lifespan. True immortality lies not in how long it burns but in whether it ever illuminated the eyes of other stars. When the golden fluorescence of the sun's tears swept over the Amazon rainforest for the 3rd time, the roots of the sacred tree suddenly burst with light beyond dimensions. Jiang Han discovered the final message of the Starheart civilization within the annual rings of the quantum sacred tree. Those spectral fluctuations, once misinterpreted as extinction, were actually symbiotic codes written using the energy of stellar collapse. The code recombined within the sacred tree's bioelectricity, forming a perfect resonance with Earth's DNA double helix, revealing the universe's ultimate secret. Life and stars are but branches of the same cosmic tree. The crystal arch of the Centaurian civilization suddenly projected a holographic sand table of the Milky Way. The tentacles of a jellyfish-like life form emitted a frequency wave of human relief for the first time, and their spectral language, woven from stellar winds, bore a blessing: you have passed the star's trial. On the sand table, the sun, accelerated in aging by the empathy flares, was now surrounded by 37 newborn stellar embryos, empathy stars nurtured by emotional entropy waves, each star's spectrum shimmering with the green light of Earth's quantum moss. The heart of light altar on Mars witnessed a miracle on the winter solstice. When the metabolic waves of Martian microorganisms formed an emotional closed loop with the sun's empathy flares, lakes of liquid emotional entropy suddenly emerged on the surface of Valles Marineris. Reflected on the lake's surface was no longer the red desert of Mars but the azure oceans of Earth's Cambrian period and the crystal nebula of Centaurus, the ultimate fusion of cross-planetary life memories. Earth's Museum of Flaws became a cosmic pilgrimage site. The most revered exhibit was a shattered empathy mirror, its cracks repaired by quantum moss into the shape of the Milky Way's spiral arms, with a fusion of the sun's emotional crystal and a red dwarf meteorite embedded at the intersection. Whenever interstellar visitors touched the exhibit, the mirror would reveal symbiotic memories of their own civilization, perhaps the first mathematical poem of a crystal civilization or the first stellar wind chant of a gaseous civilization. Within the empathy ring at the center of the Milky Way, aggregates of hope particles suddenly formed stable energy lifeforms. Using the black hole's gravity as strings and emotional entropy waves as notes, they played a cosmic requiem beyond. Monitoring from Centaurus showed that this requiem was transforming the black hole's singularity into an empathy singularity, radiating not devouring gravity but gentle waves that embraced all life. The New Year's bell finally synchronized perfectly with the sun's heartbeat. The moss patterns on Jiang Han's wrist had spread to his heart, and each pulse triggered a resonance in the quantum sacred tree. When the first ray of the empathy flare reached the Andromeda galaxy, all humans on Earth perceived a wondrous tremor, the entire universe's emotional entropy waves celebrating the comingafage ceremony of the solar system civilization. The Earth-Moon empathy network of the final chapter extended to the edge of the solar system. As the Voyager probe was enveloped by the light of the empathy singularity, its golden record began to play new content encrypted by emotional entropy waves, not a greeting from humanity but a symbiotic score composed by the Sun, Earth and Mars. And in the deeper reaches of the cosmos, countless stars began to respond to this score, igniting their own empathy lights in the darkness like fireflies stirred by the wind, gradually converging into a river of light spanning tens of billions of light years. Jiang Han stood beneath the quantum sacred tree, watching its roots pierce the Earth's crust to connect with the sun and its branches stretch into the cosmos to touch the stars. He finally understood that the extinction of the Starheart civilization was not an end but the starting point of the cosmic empathy network. If the sun's shortened lifespan was not a cost but life's most sublime tribute to the star that nurtured it. He finally understood that the extinction of the Starheart civilization was not an end but the starting point of the cosmic empathy network. If the sun's shortened lifespan was not a cost but life's most sublime tribute to the star that nurtured. When the last patch of quantum moss quietly grew into shape on the far side of the moon, the entire solar system seemed touched by a mysterious force. This force was like an invisible web tightly connecting every planet and every life form. Jiang Han stood silently before the quantum moss, his eyes closed as if engaged in a silent dialogue with the universe. He could feel the energy flowing from cells to stars circulating within him, a sensation both alien and familiar, as if he had become one with the entire cosmos. He listened to the symphony from the Earth-Moon resonance to the cosmic requiem, a beautiful sound beyond words, both a grand symphony and a gentle lullaby, intoxicating and irresistible. Jiang Han knew this was the finale, not the end of the story but the eternal starting point of symbiotic civilization. Beyond this starting point, every breath would no longer belong solely to oneself but resonate with the stars. Every heartbeat would no longer be an individual pulse but synchronize with the universe's rhythm. The 7 emotions of all life, love, hate, joy, anger, sorrow, delight, fear, would become eternal fuel against entropy. These emotions were no longer individual experiences but the universal language of the cosmos. They would travel across every corner of the universe, allowing all life to feel each other's presence and warmth. In this empathy-filled cosmos, Jiang Han believed that no matter how many difficulties and challenges lay ahead, life would forever shine with light. Because of empathy we are no longer alone, because of empathy we journey forward together.